1. She is like the moon in the sky. Come in. A girl's soft voice came from the dim room. Okay. Lin Yu replied, walked into the room and closed the door. The curtains in the room were closed and only a pale yellow desk lamp was on. Because this is Lin Yu's third time here this week. So even though my vision was blurry, I still found the location of the sofa smoothly. On the sofa, a petite girl in a light blue Lolita skirt was lying on her side, with one of her slender legs raised, looking over with an indifferent expression. She had light makeup on her face and her facial features were delicate and beautiful, the kind of beauty that could be remembered at first sight. His expression was a little cold, like the bright moon in the sky, clear and cold. Although Su Qianmeng is very beautiful, she is even privately known as the school belle of Luyuan. But Lin Yu didn't have any special thoughts about her. Probably because of the condescending look she gave him. Or maybe it was because of the silver sugar that reflected on the tip of her tongue when she spoke. After all, this is likely to remind people of a girl who is not very serious. But my job doesn't seem to be very serious. He is Lin Yu, a male model working part-time at CH Bar. And Su Qianmeng, 2 weeks ago, became his first and only customer. Of course, the transaction between the two did not involve anything improper. But if she offers enough chips, it might not be impossible. After all, Lin Yu. Very short of money. The room is the best here, and the aromatherapy used is also very high-end, with the scent of osmanthus and berries. Lin Yu lowered his head to adjust his breathing, then looked up and asked her. What do you want to do today? What? Are you in such a hurry today? Didn't it hurt there last time? She replied. Lin Yu looked into her eyes. When she said this, her fair cheeks turned a little red, and there was a glimmer in her bright eyes. A little cunning, even frivolous. Lin Yu frowned. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Su Qianmeng looked up at him and gently lifted a little foot wearing light blue round-toed Mary Jane shoes. Help me take off my shoes, she said. Okay. Lin Yu walked up to her and squatted. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Su Qianmeng frowned. Lin Yu? What did I ask you to call me? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, but still said to her, sister. Su Qianmeng hummed softly, then nodded slightly. You can see that she likes this name very much. After Lin Yu took off her other shoe, he prepared to get up. It's all about money. It's not shabby. What's wrong with calling me sister? But Su Qianmeng held his shoulder. Lin Yu, is there anything else you need, sister? Su Qianmeng, you remembered it now? She leaned back, her silky feet swinging slowly on the sofa. Let's play a little game. I'm the elder sister, and you're the little darling. Her voice was still soft. Lin Yu felt that his breathing slowed down by half a beat. Crouching in place, he frowned, can I refuse? Seeing him like this, Su Qianmeng hesitated for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. Okay, I won't force you, but... Su Qianmeng took out a stack of red banknotes from the LV bag beside her and threw it on the ground. Bang! Here is 5,000 for Xiaogui. Her voice was calm and her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Lin Yu sighed. It's great to have money. $100 can allow a young man to repeatedly tighten screws for a day. $800 can allow someone else's white moonlight to gently provide emotional value at your feet. 3,000 yuan can support a college student to work hard for a month. So 5,000 yuan seems to be more than enough to make myself a school beauty for a while. Holding back the turmoil in his heart, Lin Yu finally compromised and forced a smile at the girl. So what to do now, sis? Su Qianmeng put her fair and tender feet on the sofa and glanced at Lin Yu. What do you think? When the cosplay game ended, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu walked into the bathroom and washed his face in front of the mirror. I can't understand why Su Qianmeng chose me. After all, he doesn't look like the type that girls would like. Because it's very ordinary. It's not that he looks ordinary, but the way he is dressed would probably be a death sentence in the eyes of girls. The shirt had been worn for many years and had become a little white after being washed. He was wearing a pair of black straight leg pants, and his shoes were black sneakers that could be bought for a few dozen yuan at a roadside stall. At first glance, the only impression you get is perhaps 3 words. Poor student. So he didn't think that Su Qianmeng had any special feelings for him. The reason why she was willing to spend money was just for the sake of novelty. Not ready yet? Su Qianmeng shouted outside the bathroom. Right away. Lin Yu replied indifferently. She fixed her hair in front of the mirror and walked out. The living room was filled with smoke. Su Qianmeng leaned against the sofa, holding a slim mint cigarette between the slender knuckles of her left hand. Lin Yu frowned and held his breath, but found it was of no use. The smell of smoke was not pungent, but Lin Yu never liked smoke. Do you want to try it? Su Qianmeng glanced at Lin Yu. I don't know how to smoke. Lin Yu shook his head. Try it. Su Qianmeng said the same thing. Lin Yu took it reluctantly. There were lipstick marks on the cigarette holder, but Su Qianmeng didn't seem to care. Ahem. Lin Yu's chest heaved and he coughed violently. But in fact, the smoke did not enter his lungs, and he did not fail to smoke. It's just that he happens to know how to read people's expressions and let girls see what they want to see, which can save a lot of trouble. Seeing Lin Yu being choked, Su Qianmeng raised the corners of her lips and revealed a beautiful smile. Hee hee, I just learned this the day before yesterday. It's nothing like what I imagined. It's not comfortable. Su Qianmeng thought so, then took out a cigarette from the small box in her bag and lit it close to her pink lips. Lin Yu's eyes were dazed and he was wondering when to leave. According to the agreement, the service time is 1 hour and the salary is 500. Adding the previous 5,000, Lin Yu has earned 5,500 today. It's a lot of money, but it doesn't seem like a lot. Less than 1/100 of my grandmother's surgery fee. I glanced at Su Qianmeng lightly. She was still as beautiful as ever, leaning on the sofa with her feet crossed, looking calm and composed. But those beautiful eyes would meet Lin Yu's from time to time. I guess she already knew that the time was up, but she just didn't say it on purpose. As for Lin Yu, it is not convenient to mention him. If the sponsor is dissatisfied, his salary will be deducted. It would be nice if I had money. Lin Yu sighed. If you have money, who would want to be humble? At this moment, a series of intermittent electronic sounds rang in Lin Yu's mind. The indulgence life system begins binding. Progress, 1%, 35%, 60%, 77%. 2. I embrace the stars. System? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and took a deep breath. But the corners of his lips still rose uncontrollably. As a loyal reader of a certain novel, he naturally understood the system and quickly accepted this fact. 99%, 99.9%, 100%. Along with the electronic broadcast, an illusory light screen covered with small characters appeared in the corner of Lin Yu's eyes. The host is detected to be strongly dissatisfied with the current situation, and the system is activated successfully. From this moment on, every time the host indulges in lust and makes a choice that faces his true heart, he will receive a cash reward, which will be transferred through a special bank channel, and the source of funds is legitimate. The host can collect recognition points through other people's emotions, which can be used for shopping in the system mall and upgrading the mall level. The system mall will be open when the recognition points reach 5,000 for the first time. In order to help the host quickly get started with the system, newbie tasks are now issued. A man's ambition should be like a river flowing into the sea. How can he be confined to a girl's knees? Task: within 1 minute, tell Su Qianmeng that the deal is over and tell her to reduce contact as much as possible in the future. Task success reward: recognition points 1,000, cash 10,000 yuan. Penalty for refusing the mission: system unbinding, host shortened by 5 centimeters. Remaining time: 59/60. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes, and the light curtain was still floating there quietly, without disappearing. Is this true or false? Remaining time: 56/60. Watching the numbers on the screen jumping non-stop, Lin Yu's thoughts became clearer. His seriously ill grandmother, his stepsister who went to school, and his broken self. What other reasons are there for hesitation? On the sofa, Su Qianmeng threw the half-smoked mint cigarette into the ashtray. His eyes swept lightly over the thin boy beside him. He lowered his head, looking exceptionally quiet, and his drooping eyes looked particularly pitiful. It looked exactly like the little local dog her family bought from Guining province when it was begging for food. Unfortunately, he is not obedient enough and has never called her master. Even when playing cosplay games, he was very perfunctory, and there was even disgust in his eyes. Although it was only for a moment, she still noticed it. Humph, the disobedient puppy must be severely punished. She had been with Lin Yu for 2 weeks, and she met him once every 3 days on average. The reason for choosing this young man was simple. He is very controllable. The clothes she was wearing were the kind of clothes that could be found everywhere on Taobao or at street stalls. The total cost of her entire body probably didn't exceed 200 yuan, which was not even enough for a manicure. And he looked very honest, not the type who would talk nonsense and coax girls. As long as you educate him well, he will become very well behaved. Su Qianming's eyes turned, as if she thought of something interesting. She opened her phone and looked at it, then spoke in surprise. It's time. I didn't notice it just now. The girl stuck out her pink little tongue, and Lin Yu stood quietly by the side, very quiet. Today's wages. She counted out 500 from her bag and fanned it in her hands. The white silk feet swayed slowly, and the delicate outline of the feet was vaguely visible. After a pause, she continued. But Xiaogui's service today, sister, is not very satisfied, so I need to add an item to get the salary, for example. Call sister Ma. Her voice was still soft, her lips curled up, and the look she gave Lin Yu was like a cat seeing a mouse. The air suddenly became quiet. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at her calmly. No. His voice was calm and gentle like the night wind. I am very grateful that you gave me this opportunity to make money during this period. It really helped me a lot. But I don't like such a humble way. Miss Su is the campus belle, and there are countless boys who like you. As long as you open your mouth, there will probably be many boys willing to lie on the ground and be good boys, but it doesn't have to be me. So, let's end our relationship here, and try not to contact each other in the future. Lin Yu recited word by word and looked at Su Qianming's face quietly. Her expression was still as arrogant, but her beautiful eyes trembled inexplicably. Are you serious? No one except me will pity you, give you the opportunity to make money, or even let you take advantage of it. Su Qianming restrained her smile and her voice became clear and cold. I don't need pity. As for taking advantage, I don't think so. Besides, maybe I will be liked by other rich ladies and they will give me more salary. Lin Yu suddenly felt that something was not right with what he said. How come he already had a system, but was still thinking about gigolos? Are you in love? Su Qianming's indifference suddenly became uncontrollable after Lin Yu said this, and she had vague guesses in her heart. During this time together, Lin Yu never dared to resist her. Even if she forced him to do something he didn't want to do, he would just remain silent and never dared to say a word in rebuttal. Now he's acting out of character. Could it be that he has a girl he likes? No. Lin Yu shook his head, his dark eyes drooped slightly. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Qianming and continued to read. I'm leaving first, Miss Su. The unpaid wages will be considered as a meal for you. Don't regret it. Su Qianming gritted her teeth. Without continuing to look at Su Qianming's expression, Lin Yu turned around, pushed open the door and walked out. It was already dark, and the sky was full of stars. Mission completed. The wind that galloped in youth is more valuable than gold. The host faces his true heart, ends the unhealthy relationship with Su Qianming, regains his freedom, and is rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. Newbie task rewards are issued, get recognition points 1,000, cash 10,000 yuan. Su Qianming has strong emotions due to the host, and gains recognition points 200. Lin Yu stared at the light screen for a second, then took out his 3-year-old Oppo A5, on which he received a text message. Your bank card 7439 received 20,000 renminbi on May 9, 2025, and the balance after the transaction is 30,000 renminbi, China Construction Bank. Looking at the remaining balance of 30,000, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. 2 months ago, his father and stepmother had a car accident, leaving him with only 50,000 yuan in savings and a small house with a 30-year mortgage for him and his stepsister who was about to take the college entrance examination. Just at this time, Lin Yu's grandmother, who had raised him since childhood, also fell seriously ill, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Yu, who was raised in poverty, became more frugal and worked several jobs to support his life. Later, he was chosen by Su Qianming in the bar. She had some special fetishes, and step by step she guided Lin Yu to give up his dignity for her, to worship her as the master, and even to interfere in his life and not allow him to have any contact with the opposite sex. The departure of his loved ones, physical fatigue and even mental humiliation had never crushed Lin Yu. But looking at the 20,000 yuan he earned in just 60 seconds, Lin Yu felt like crying for the first time. It's not that I'm being pretentious. When you are at the lowest point in your life, if a road that is 100% sure to lead you to the top of the mountain suddenly appears in front of you, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. Su Qianming sent a message on WeChat. Su Qianming, I'll be waiting for you in the small garden at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yu did not reply and silently deleted Su Qianming's WeChat. Now that we have a system, who would want to play house with you? The host is open-minded and not trapped by the past. He successfully rejected the temptation of the school beauty and was rewarded with 500 yuan in cash. The current balance is 30,500 yuan. Is this okay? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu's mood suddenly became more open-minded. At this rate of making money, it would not be difficult to raise the 1 million yuan for my grandmother's surgery. Happy. Of course you have to have a good meal when you are happy. He opened the WeChat blacklist and reinitiated a friend request to his sister Chu Luyao, who had been blocked and deleted because of Su Qianming. Lin Yu, go home early after evening self-study and have a big dinner tonight. 3. The road is long, but I am with you. After sending the message, Lin Yu walked towards the back street of the college. Although Luqing Normal University is a second-tier university, it is located in the center of the university town and has a prosperous business district. Lin Yu stopped at the door of McDonald's where he used to work part-time. He smiled at himself and suddenly felt a little empty inside. Really? Poverty limits one's imagination. The feast I remember was a fried chicken burger for 39.9 with whatever you wanted. Even though the system has been awakened, it will take some time for me to adapt. But this emptiness was fleeting and was interrupted by the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Yu? Are you so careless about your part-time job? Why are you only here now? A clear voice of Xiaoyu sounded beside Lin Yu's ears, making his heart itch. The girl's name is Luo Xingyu, Lin Yu's neighbor and also the class monitor in college. You misunderstood. I resigned last month. Lin Yu looked down at her. The monitor's voice is seriously inconsistent with his appearance. Although she speaks like a queen, she is only 1.5 meters tall, 2 centimeters shorter than Su Qianming. But her advantages are also obvious. Lin Yu has seen many petite girls, but her body shape is not what a normal loli should have. She is simply a heresy among Lolita. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, and it looked like it was the only thing on her body. Her legs under the t-shirt were white and a little fleshy, with pink knees. Her long chestnut hair fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Her fair and lovely face was lightly made up, and she wore a pair of large light brown round frame glasses, which added a bit of tranquility to her temperament. Unlike bad women like Su Qianming, Luo Xingyu looks very well behaved. Quit? Have you found a new job? I guess I found it, but he just resigned. Lin Yu said calmly. Resigned again? Luo Xingyu frowned. The two families have been neighbors for almost 4 years. Although she seldom talks to Lin Yu, she has heard about his family's current situation. His parents passed away, leaving him and that beautiful girl alone to depend on each other. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for them. As the class monitor, Luo Xingyu still has some small powers, such as helping Lin Yu apply for a financial aid from the college. Well, what are you doing here, squad leader? Do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Yu asked in confusion. You're still asking this? Luo Xingyu crossed his arms and looked angry. This afternoon, I was going to send you a message to tell you about the scholarship, but I found out that you had deleted me as my friend. What should I say? Can you give me an explanation? Well, Lin Yu laughed. I deleted it by accident, I'm adding it back now. After saying this, he opened his phone and re-added Luo Xingyu's WeChat, and by the way, he reinitiated a friend request to another person of the opposite sex who was deleted because of Su Qianming. Luo Xingyu fluttered her eyelashes lightly and didn't ask any more questions. It is normal to do extreme things when something unexpected happens at home, and it is not surprising to delete a friend. I'll send you the subsidy application form tonight. Please fill in the information and send me the electronic version. Thank you, class monitor, but I don't need any subsidies. Leave them to students who are in more need. Lin Yu said. Now that the system has been awakened, you will never be short of money in the future. Lin Yu has always despised those who, although they are in good condition, try to gain scholarships by playing the victim and competing with students in real need. Whatever you want. I go to bed at 11 anyway. I won't wait for you after that time. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes. He heard from his sister that his family had been basically eating vegetables recently. It was obviously very difficult, so why was he trying to be so strong? Boys are just pretentious. By the way, my parents are not at home tonight. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Luo Xingyu was about to speak but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Squad leader, do you know where there is a good fresh food store nearby? You've moved here for a few years, don't you know this? Luo Xingyu responded subconsciously. Go straight and turn left. About 700 meters away, there is a Banma fresh food store. However, the prices there are slightly more expensive than in the supermarket. Is there any ballin in there? Of course, Zebra Fresh is a national chain, and they sell almost all kinds of seafood, such as tuna, lobster, and king crab. Okay, thank you. Lin Yu turned around after hearing that. What are you going to do? Go and take a look. If you like anything, buy some and try it at home. Lin Yu responded indifferently. Lin Yu had never eaten seafood like lobster, and only knew about it from short videos and novels. It is said that one costs several hundred to $1,000, and even before the family misfortune, parents were reluctant to buy it. But it's normal to think about it. There are 1.4 billion people in Daxia, 99% of whom are ordinary people, and more than 90% of them have a monthly income of less than 5,000 yuan. How can you be willing to spend the money of 2 or 3 days or even half a month's salary on one dish? Humph, why are you pretending? Luo Xingyu looked at Lin Yu's back and pursed his lips slightly. First he quit his job, then he refused the subsidy, and now he says he wants to buy seafood at Zebra. How can he do this? In her opinion, Lin Yu was a little too paranoid. The family was in such a state, but he still liked to pretend. Not everyone can control paranoia. You are rich and paranoid, that's called personality. But you have no money and you are still paranoid, then you are simply sick. Luo Xingyu was angry, agreed to Lin Yu's friend request and sent a message. Luo Xingyu, if you bought seafood, would it be convenient for me to have a meal tonight? He. Lin Yu glanced at his phone and replied, okay. It's just an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks, and Luo Xingyu is indeed a nice person. She and Chu Luyao are good friends. The host is generous and open-minded towards people and things, and calmly accepts the desire to like Big Bear. He agrees to let the beautiful girl eat for free, and successfully indulges in lust, and gets 9,999 yuan in cash. The current balance is 40,499 yuan. Listening to the system prompt sound in his ears, Lin Yu felt like he was in a dream. No wonder it's so difficult for gamblers to get out of trouble. Because it feels so high. After all, when you can earn in one day what you couldn't earn in a year or even 10 years, you can never go back to the past. System. I am here. Will you always be by my side? Of course, the system will always be with you in your future life. Hearing this, Lin Yu paused for a moment, and then walked forward more calmly. For, if there is bread, there will be everything. It took 10 minutes to walk to Zebra Fresh, and Lin Yu stood in the seafood area looking around. The entire store is about several hundred square meters, and the seafood area occupies most of it. The oxygen generator was humming, the water in the glass cabinet was clear blue, and inside were several huge lobsters with prices marked above them. Boston lobster, 255 yuan 500 g. Cheaper than expected. Judging from the size of this dragon, the price of one is probably over 500 yuan. But for Lin Yu now, it seems like nothing. After all, his money was rewarded by the system. Beauty, help me get a lobster. Lin Yu shouted to the young clerk in the white apron uniform at the back. Okay, are you sure you want a lobster? The clerk came over and was stunned for a second when he saw Lin Yu. Well, help me fish it out. Just one first. Lin Yu responded with a smile. The clerk's reaction was what he expected. After all, he doesn't look like a typical consumer of Balin now. Okay, please wait a moment. After getting confirmation, the clerk took out a lobster and put it on the electronic scale. Exactly 2.5 pounds, is that okay, sir? Can. While the clerk was packing the lobsters, Lin Yu walked around again. In the past, our family would go to the vegetable market or affordable supermarket to buy groceries. This was his first time in such a place and it was a bit novel. Australian lobster, 298 yuan 500 g. American lobster, 398 yuan 500 g. Norwegian king crab, 798 yuan 500 g. From a past perspective, none of them were cheap. But they seemed to be selling well, as evidenced by the flow of customers to this store. For some people, these seafoods are common ingredients in life, just like pork and cabbage. But it took Lin Yu more than 10 years from hearing about it to actually having the chance to eat it. This life is full of ups and downs. Sighing softly, Lin Yu opened his phone and was about to see if Chu Luyo had replied to the message. The unread text message about the system reward that had been received came into view. Your bank card 7439 received 9,999 renminbi on May 9, 2025, and the balance after the transaction is 40,499 renminbi, China Construction Bank. Lin Yu looked up at the display case of king crabs. There are many people passing by there, but relatively few people actually buy. Lin Yu wanted to try it, as he had never eaten king crab before. After all, I have a system now. Everything that was once out of reach is no longer out of reach. So there is no need to have a filter for these ingredients. There will be bread, and there will be everything. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Yu's voice rang out again. Beauty, help me get another Norwegian king crab and pay for it with the lobster. His voice was gentle, but it attracted the attention of people around him. There was confusion and envy in their eyes, and some were even questioning her cold, but Lin Yu just stood there calmly and quietly. For many people here, the price of king crab is so high that they have to grit their teeth before they can buy it. So when an ordinary teenager threatens to buy it, it is inevitable to take a second look. Sir, this king crab weighs 6 pounds, plus the Boston lobster, the total is 5,425.5 yuan. How would you like to pay? The young clerk looked at Lin Yu cautiously and did not handle the king crab. After all, the price is there. If the boy in front of her is just talking big and has no money to pay, then she will have to bear the loss of the processed king crabs. She was just a college student working part-time, so she had to be cautious when dealing with goods worth thousands of dollars. But fortunately, Lin Yu quickly dispelled her concerns. Let us combine WeChat and cash. Lin Yu took out the 5,000 yuan that Su Qianmeng had given him from his pocket. After all, cash was inconvenient, so it would be better to use it first. Yes, sir. The clerk nodded and read. Turning around, I couldn't help but sigh softly. This young man in front of me, who looks the same age as me, can easily spend thousands of dollars on shopping, and she is still working a part-time job for 12 yuan an hour. The host spent 5,425.5 yuan to buy king crabs and lobsters to satisfy his appetite and fulfill his previous wish. He successfully indulged himself and was rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Received recognition points from Mo Fei, Wu Xiao, etc., totaling 500 points. The system notification tone is as pleasant as ever. Who doesn't like spending more and more money? Lin Yu picked up the plastic bag containing seafood and walked towards Yanlu community. This is an old neighborhood. Although the apartment my father bought was small, the location was good. It is close to Luqing Normal University where Lin Yu studies, adjacent to the 211 prestigious Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, and also close to the affiliated High School of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics where Chu Luyo studies, but the 30-year loan is rather annoying. The monthly payment is 2,000. If the system had not been awakened, Lin Yu would have moved to the school with his sister and rented out the room to pay the monthly payment. Because it is an old neighborhood, the floors are low and there is no elevator. Lin Yu went up to the third floor, took out the key from under the carpet, and opened the door. It was very quiet next door, and he didn't know whether Luo Xingyu had returned home. Lin Yu brought the seafood into the kitchen, took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and there was a message from Chu Luyao. Her WeChat avatar is a silver-haired girl with a cold face. She is very beautiful and drew it herself. Chu Luyao, arrive at 9 o'clock. She only replied with 3 words and didn't ask why Lin Yu deleted her and then added her back. Lin Yu replied with an OK. The time was now 8 o'clock, and an hour was enough for Lin Yu to prepare the ingredients. But how to do it? Since it was his first time eating lobster and king crab, he had no idea where to start. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, Luo Xingyu. The clear voice of Xiaoyu was heard. Lin Yu opened the door and Luo Xingyu stood quietly at the door. She must have taken a shower, because she had a pleasant scent like jasmine. The light yellow pajamas wrapped around her petite figure, but her characteristics as an unusual Lolita could not be concealed by the loose pajamas. Luo Xingyu raised her little face and looked at Lin Yu. I just sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Is there? Lin Yu realized that he had entered the chat interface with Chu Luyo and had not exited, so he did not see Luo Xingyu's message. I'm sorry. Lin Yu explained it to her. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes, ignored Lin Yu's explanation, and pointed at the door of his house with his little finger. Luo Xingyu, come to my house for dinner tonight. I made dumplings. Didn't you say you were coming to my house for dinner? What are you doing? Lin Yu looked at Luo Xingyu in confusion. The monitor pursed his pink lips and asked, "Why? Did you really buy seafood?" Looking at Lin Yu's serious look, Luo Xingyu felt helpless. She had already taken the boy's face into consideration and did not mention what happened before, just to give him a way out. But he looked confused and had no idea. So stupid. Luo Xingyu complained in his heart, thinking about finding a more appropriate way to deliver the dumplings. Lin Yu asked her, "Do you know how to make delicious lobster?" "I know, it's delicious when steamed with garlic," Luo Xingyu responded. Her family had it during the Chinese New Year, and it was steamed with garlic. That's just in time. Since you want to eat for free, you should also contribute a little, Lin Yu said, pulling Luo Xingyu into the room and closing the door. "Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Luo Xingyu frowned. "Bolong is in the kitchen. I'd like to trouble the squad chef to show off his cooking skills," Lin Yu said with a smile. Luo Xingyu glanced at him and frowned. "No? He really bought it? How is this possible?" With doubts, Luo Xingyu pushed open the kitchen door. On the chopping board next to the gas stove, there are two exquisite transparent packaging boxes. The box above is slightly smaller and contains ice packs and processed lobster. There is also a big box below, a very big box. Inside was a crab that was even bigger than Luo Xingyu. Luo Xingyu, ah? 5, so it's considered youthful and frivolous. What's wrong? Hearing the shout, Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen, looked at Luo Xingyu whose mouth was opened into an O shape, and smiled. "Where did you get so much money?" Luo Xingyu looked at the big crab, then looked at Lin Yu, his eyes full of disbelief. Her father is a leader in a small unit in Lucheng, and her mother is a teacher at the high school affiliated to the University of Finance and Economics. Her family conditions are pretty good. Because of this, she ate king crab once. It's just the most common kind, but it costs more than 1,000 yuan each. So where does Lin Yu, a college student from a poor family, get so much money? You're not going to do anything evil, are you? Luo Xingyu asked with narrowed eyes. How could that be? Lin Yu smiled calmly and recited the words he had prepared long ago. I was serializing a novel on tomato before. Luckily, my book became popular. Today I got the royalties for last month, which was several tens of thousands. And I will get more royalties in the future. Lin Yu's expression was very serious. He did not use the excuse of winning the lottery. That was even less realistic than his becoming famous by writing online articles. Luo Xingyu is very well behaved, and girls like her are easy to deceive. As long as you are more calm and honest, she will believe whatever you say. Lin Yu stared quietly at Luo Xingyu's amber eyes and did not look away because she was too beautiful. Instead, Luo Xingyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable, her fair cheeks turned red, and she turned her face away. I see. What book are you writing? Please spare me, squad leader. Lin Yu shrugged. This is a novel about a man who becomes rich and is liked by many beautiful girls. It's not suitable for you to read, so I won't tell you. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to see it yet. Luo Xingyu pursed her lips. Most likely it was some cliched harem stud story, which she wasn't interested in. How do you want to eat the king crab? Hot pot? Anything is fine. But you don't have hot pot base at home, and neither do I. It's okay, I'll go to the supermarket downstairs to buy it. After saying this, Lin Yu turned and walked out. Obtain recognition value from Luo Xingyu 100, current recognition value is 800 points. The host was calm and composed in front of the beautiful girl class leader, and calmly pretended to be a good person. He successfully indulged himself and was rewarded with 1,000 yuan in cash. The current balance is 86,000 plus yuan. Smaller amounts are not displayed. Are you pretending to be smart? That's not wrong. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and stepped on the blue-gray stairs, making a dong-dong sound. He was not that dull. He saw Luo Xingyu's kindness and her doubts about his previous words and deeds, and naturally wanted to change her mind. But for boys, especially Lin Yu who is 20 years old, it is natural for him to like to show off in front of pretty girls. So this can't be called pretending to be smart, perhaps it can be more shamelessly called youthful recklessness. I bought hot pot base at the supermarket downstairs, and also bought some drinks and small bottles of vodka and other alcohol. After returning home, Luo Xingyu placed the king crabs on a plate on the table, with an electric cooker for cooking hot pot next to it. What's this? Luo Xingyu took the hot pot base and looked at the strange glass bottle in Lin Yu's hand with some curiosity. Some base liquor and drinks. A friend gave me some bartending props before, so I plan to try it myself. After saying this, Lin Yu took out a cocktail glass from the cabinet. This is a prop that was discarded by a bartender I met while working part-time at a bar. He was interested in it, so he took it home. Oh, can you make me a cup? Luo Xingyu's eyes sparkled. What kind of wine do you drink, little brat? I'm 19 years old, how can I be young? Luo Xingyu said while biting her pink lips. Her pajamas fit her well, and her long chestnut hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. From Lin Yu's perspective, he could vaguely see a hint of white on the snow hill. Well, it's indeed not small. Can you drink? I've drunk a little bit of beer, but I haven't tried anything else. Luo Xingyu said gently. She is a very well-behaved girl. She likes to watch TV series, go shopping with her friends, sing at KTV occasionally, and only drink beer. This is my first time mixing something, so it may not taste good. Lin Yu said calmly. But Luo Xingyu still looked eager to try, so Lin Yu took 2 more glasses and started mixing cocktails. The technique is a bit unfamiliar, but there is nothing wrong with the recipe. It was taught to me by my bartender friend. Ice cubes plus vodka plus brandy plus. Finally, fill it up with Sprite. The wine in the glass is clear and blue, very beautiful. What is this called? Luo Xingyu asked. See you tomorrow. Lin Yu responded. A glass of wine like this can sell for 3 figures at CH Bar, which is very profitable. Lin Yu therefore thought of becoming a bartender, but before he could do it, Su Qianming spotted him. Luo Xingyu took a sip and said, "It tastes great. As long as you like it." Lin Yu picked up his glass of wine, shook it gently, and brought it to his lips. It is sweet with a hint of bitterness and sourness, and it is really delicious. Ding! The host tried to mix drinks to satisfy his personal hobby and received praise from Luo Xingyu. He succeeded in his indulgence and was rewarded with 500 yuan in cash. Lin Yu smiled faintly, and the system continued to perform stably. Because he was brought up in poverty, Lin Yu was often PUA'd with words like "your family works hard to earn money, you need to be content and frugal." As a result, I missed out on many things I liked. But it doesn't matter, I'll make up for it later. I looked down at my phone and saw the time was 20:55. Lin Yu walked into the kitchen and brought out the steamed lobster. Luo Xingyu turned on the induction cooker. The red oil in the hot pot was bubbling and emitting hot steam. 2100 hours. I'm back. A clear and cold voice sounded outside the door. Lin Yu opened the door and saw a slim girl standing outside. Chu Luyao, 18 years old, is the daughter of Lin Yu's stepmother. Strictly speaking, she is Lin Yu's stepsister. She is about 168 centimeters tall, wearing a blue and white short-sleeved school uniform, with her long, smooth hair tied into a high ponytail. Her unmade-up face is fair, delicate, smooth and fine. There is no need to be suspicious. In high school, she is a girl who belongs to the white moonlight level and should be the youth of many teenagers. But Chu Luyao has always been cold and aloof. Even after 4 years of getting along, Lin Yu has not been able to warm up this piece of ice, let alone those little boys in school. Welcome back. Chu Luyao followed Lin Yu into the room and frowned when she saw Luo Xingyu sitting at the dining table. Sister Xingyu is here too. Chu Luyao said softly. Her voice was much softer with girls than with boys. Hee, I'm here to have a free meal. Luo Xingyu said with a smile. She had already drunk half of the wine in front of her, and her fair cheeks under the light brown frame were stained with a faint pink. Free meal? Chu Luyao narrowed her eyes. At the dining table, Luo Xingyu supported his face with one hand and smiled brightly. Yeah, let me tell you, your brother. 6. Who doesn't tea like a good little girl? It seemed that because of the wine, Luo Xingyu suddenly opened up and said a lot to Chu Luyao. Luo Xingyu explained clearly the origin of his money and the matter of the king crab, which saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. I see. Chu Luyao's pretty little face remained calm and there was no special reaction. I'm really like an iceberg, not interested in anything. But Lin Yu actually likes this feeling very much. A cool and aloof sister is more likable, isn't it? Don't just talk. The king crab legs will become overcooked if put into the hot pot soon, Lin Yu said. After saying that, he picked out a king crab leg from the hot pot, dipped the crab meat into the sauce, and then put it into his mouth. The chewy and smooth crab meat has the spicy and fresh flavor of the hot pot. Sweet juice bursts out when you bite it, with a long aftertaste and no fishy smell at all. Yeah. Haochi, Luo Xingyu said while holding her little face. Chu Luyao also picked up a piece of crab meat and put it into her mouth, and her beautiful eyes finally showed some movement. A king crab and porgy together had a lot of meat, and it took the three of them half an hour to finish it. Lin Yu opened his mobile phone and paid the hospital fees and medicine bills owed for his grandmother on WeChat. Ding! The host paid 15,000 yuan for grandma's medical expenses, fulfilled his responsibilities, and was rewarded with 150,000 yuan in cash. Listening to the prompt sound in his ear, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and thought about his next plan. The condition for the system reward is to indulge in rebates, and as long as you spend money, you will get rebates. At present, the cost of grandma's surgery is 1 million, plus about 1.2 million for postoperative recovery. So Lin Yu plans to go to the nearby shopping district tomorrow to spend some money and increase his savings to enough to cover his grandmother's surgery expenses. It also puts my mind at ease. Thinking of this, Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Chu Luyao beside him. Luyao, I'm going to buy you some new clothes tomorrow, are you coming? No, I have classes tomorrow. You should buy it for yourself. You haven't bought new clothes in a long time. Chu Luyao shook her head. As a distinguished college entrance examination candidate, it is extremely normal to have no weekends. Oh, can you bear to let your brother go to the mall alone? Lin Yu smiled faintly. Then, Chu Luyao was a little confused. Then, I'll accompany you. Luo Xingyu suddenly spoke. She was obviously drunk and her speech was incoherent. Chu Luyao? 22:30, in Chu Luyao's room. The girl had just finished taking a shower and changed into a white lace dress. She stood in front of the floor-length mirror and lifted up the fluttering hem of her skirt. Under the skirt is a pair of slender and straight legs, delicate and smooth, with a faint pink at the knees. Very long and very beautiful. But why? Why is it that when he looks at me, there is never any special emotion in his eyes? There was a hint of loneliness in her voice. Then he seemed to think of something, shook his head violently, and turned off the lights in the room. After a moment, the mobile phone screen lit up on the bed. Chu Luyao held the phone in her right hand and opened the photo album. The handsome face of the young boy appeared in it. Lin Yu was woken up by a phone call. I clicked to answer the call, and what came into my ears was the squad leader's pleasant and melodious voice. Lin Yu, are you awake? Thanks to you, I just woke up. Oh, I just woke up too. I might be a little slow to leave. Please wait for me for a while. Good. Girls always put on makeup and wear beautiful clothes when they go out, so Lin Yu naturally understands her. But being able to go shopping with the class monitor was something Lin Yu could never have imagined in the past. After all, Luo Xingyu is very well behaved, the type that boys would want to protect at a glance. And those ordinary boys, especially those in their early 20s. They are not as immature as those who are 17 or 18 years old, nor as independent and mature as those who are 30 years old, but they also have their own considerations. Although I like beautiful girls, I don't dare to really fall in love with them. How dare a clean-handed man mislead a beautiful woman? Boys often feel inferior in front of the girls they like. But Lin Yu won't do that now. From the moment the system awakened, his mentality underwent a fundamental change. Not to mention Luo Xingyu, even if a group of beautiful girls with thin waists and long legs stood in front of him, looking up at their little faces and asking him, "Hey, do you like me?" Lin Yu would also calmly reply, "Of course. Now I am worthy of everything. It doesn't matter even if I find 100 girlfriends." Half an hour later, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu walked out of the room and leaned against the wall and waited for another 10 minutes. Luo Xingyu also opened the door and walked out. It was sunny outside and Lin Yu felt a little dazzled. The temperature in Lucheng has started to rise in May, and it is time to wear skirts. Luo Xingyu was wearing a light yellow dress today, carrying a white hamster-shaped bag, and wearing lace white socks and white shoes on her feet. The long hair was specially styled and braided into 2 braids hanging on both sides of the cheeks. She had light makeup on her face and her lips were pink and shiny. "What are you looking at?" Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Luo Xingyu glanced at him sideways. "Very beautiful." Lin Yu told the truth, very frankly. This frankness made Luo Xingyu stunned for a second. She always felt that Lin Yu had changed. Before, he was embarrassed even to look her in the eye, but now he could compliment her and joke with her very calmly. Although she knew that she was beautiful, Luo Xingyu was still very happy after being praised. The girl's lips curled up. Does Lin Yu want to pursue me? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? She actually just wanted to joke, but she regretted it after she said it. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Lin Yu looked at her carefully, as if he was really thinking. What's wrong? Do you have a fever? Lin Yu asked. Fever? No. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes. 2 seconds later, the girl reacted and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. You're the one who's burning. I'm going to ignore you and end our friendship. Luo Xingyu puffed up her face, crossed her arms over her chest, and quickened her pace, leaving Lin Yu behind. But how could she, with her short legs of 150 centimeters tall, walk past Lin Yu who was 180 centimeters tall? Lin Yu followed her slowly, always keeping the same speed as Luo Xingyu and walking beside her. Okay, monitor, I'll treat you to some milk tea later, don't be angry. Humph, I don't care. Luo Xingyu said this, but he still slowed down. The two of them walked slowly on the pedestrian street of the university town. Her cheeks were still flushed. The pedestrian street was bustling with people. She and Lin Yu walked side by side, and the two were very close to each other. So close that his arm occasionally brushed against hers. It's a bit itchy, but my heart feels numb. Luo Xingyu looked up at Lin Yu's expression. He looked indifferent. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, as if he was thinking of something happy. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes. You don't care, right? You must be pretending. Then she moved a little closer. She must see this guy blushing shyly today. Along with the soft touch, Lin Yu's arm suddenly felt cold. Looking down, I saw the monitor's white and slender arm pressed tightly against my own arm. Very comfortable. Lin Yu just smiled faintly. Naturally, he didn't know Luo Xingyu's little thoughts, but he saw clearly the envious and jealous eyes of his male compatriots on the pedestrian street. Psychologically, the intimate distance is 0.45 meters, which is common between relatives or lovers. The distance between the two at this moment makes it obvious that they are a couple in the eyes of others. So it's understandable that everyone is envious. After all, who wouldn't he like a cute, pretty and chubby little loli? Watch. The host is walking on the pedestrian street with a super cute female companion, attracting the envy of passers-by. Successful indulgence, rewarded with 2,000 yuan in cash, with a balance of 220,000 plus. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Yu smiled even more happily. I was thinking about which store to go shopping. I thought it was time to change my outfit, so I went shopping for clothes first. Just as he was thinking, Luo Xingyu beside him suddenly stopped, rushed behind Lin Yu and pulled the corner of his clothes to cover his face. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. But I found two girls walking towards me not far ahead. I see you, Xingyu, don't hide. The girl on the left wearing a white t-shirt and jeans spoke first. Luo Xingyu poked his head out from behind Lin Yu and greeted them. Hello. Xingyu, who is this? Could this be your? Hearing this, Luo Xingyu raised her little face, nodded and said, yes, he is the boyfriend I mentioned before. Lin Yu? 7. The monitor's hands are very soft. Luo Xingyu sometimes tells little lies. 3 days ago, she went shopping with Li Xiaoyan and Wu Yutong and discussed the topic of her relationship experience. Luo Xingyu, who has been single since birth, was not honest enough and lied that she had a boyfriend. So this is what happened. Luo Xingyu clutched the corner of Lin Yu's clothes, her eyelashes fluttering. Admit it quickly, Lin Yu, for your squad leaderess' sake. She didn't want to be exposed. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and roughly guessed what was going on with Luo Xingyu. You have to pretend to be my boyfriend, but I won't do it for nothing, Luo Xingyu. Thinking of this, Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips. He looked up at the two girls and greeted them. Hello, I'm Lin Yu, Xingyu's boyfriend. His voice was gentle and his expression was natural, without a single flaw. Luo Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly a hand hugged her shoulders and she leaned into Lin Yu's arms. She suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot, and she looked up at Lin Yu, only to find that his expression remained calm, and he was even chatting with Wu Yutong. The hand that was around her shoulders squeezed her restlessly. The girl's cheeks became redder, but she did not try to break free. So Xingyu really has a boyfriend. You two are a perfect match. Be nice to her. Yes. By the way, where are you planning to go? Xiaoyan is planning to change her phone, so I'll go with her. Buying a mobile phone? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He has been using his Oppo A5 for 3 years and it is time to change it. How about we go together? Lin Yu was about to speak when Luo Xingyu had already sent her 2 best friends away. Then you guys go ahead. Lin Yu and I will go somewhere else first. After saying this, Luo Xingyu reached out and took Lin Yu's hand, then walked in another direction at a fast pace. Her pretty face, which had already turned red, bulged as if water could be squeezed out of it. Why does this guy still want to be with them? Does he want them to be his boyfriend so much? He looks very honest, it turns out he is just pretending. Luo Xingyu was lost in thought, while Lin Yu seemed somewhat comfortable. After all, the monitor's hands are very soft. Luo Xingyu stopped only when Li Xiaoyan and Wu Yuton disappeared from his sight. You just... Luo Xingyu blushed and glanced at him. What's wrong? Lin Yu still looked indifferent. He doesn't think he has done anything wrong. Since he is pretending to be your boyfriend, he should at least give you some benefits. This is what we call a two-way relationship. After calming down, Luo Xingyu looked into Lin Yu's eyes and asked. You do this to a lot of girls. No, I have only held hands with 4 girls so far. Lin Yu also looked into her eyes. But they all rejected me. They thought I wasn't handsome enough, I didn't have money, and I was too boring, so they left me. I dislike you too. Luo Xingyu turned his face away. He even held hands with 4 girls? She didn't believe it. Based on what she has known about Lin Yu over the past 4 years, this guy is Xiaochuan Nan. Let's go, we want to buy clothes, let's go to the mall over there and have a look. Luo Xingyu said. But Lin Yu stood there and did not respond. Lin Yu? No, let's go to this one. Lin Yu pointed at the brand store in front of him. The black and gold plaque is printed with 4 English letters, and the street-facing window displays hanfu and several garments similar to Zhongshan suits. It's not a well-known brand, but Lin Yu thinks the clothes are pretty good-looking, and since it's located in this location, the price is 1 TB cheap. Lin Yu also wants to buy famous brands like Gucci and Chanel. But there is no such store nearby. After all, it is a university commercial street, so the prices are mostly affordable. Thinking of this, Lin Yu pulled Luo Xingyu into the store. The store was big, but not crowded, and soon a free shopping guide came to the 2 of them. Hello, sir and madam, welcome to our store. I am a shopping guide here. What can I do for you? The woman, who looked to be in her 30s and was wearing a shopping guide uniform, said with a smile. Well, let's look at the clothes. Just look at them yourself. You don't have to follow. Lin Yu said to her, and then pulled Luo Xingyu to walk around inside. The shopping guide nodded after hearing this, then stood aside and began to wait for the next customer. After all, they have received professional training and will not look down on people just because they dress ordinary. Lin Yu was quite casual in choosing clothes, he just put on whatever he liked. But none of them met Luo Xingyu's taste, so the girl simply asked Lin Yu to stand aside and she chose for him personally. This one suits you. Luo Xingyu's eyes were bright, and she nodded as she looked at Lin Yu, who had changed into new clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. The pants were still black as usual, but as recommended by Luo Xingyu, he chose a looser blue-gray t-shirt as the top. His originally slim figure was improved, and his face shape, which was already very similar to that of his readers, changed his entire temperament. In short, handsome. Squad leader, do you want to buy one too? The women's clothing here seems pretty good too. Let me take a look first. Luo Xingyu was somewhat tempted by what he said. Girls always like beautiful clothes. After looking around, she saw a pink and white cake skirt hanging beside the shopping guide not far away and walked over. Hello, can I try this dress on? Sure. The salesperson nodded and took off her clothes for her. Luo Xingyu walked into the fitting room and put on the cake skirt. Unexpected fit. The hem of the skirt is just above the knee, clearly highlighting the perfect wineglass legs. It fits the chest well and does not feel oppressive because it is too big. It's just that too much is exposed, and you can vaguely see a hint of white. She doesn't have such revealing clothes yet. Outside, Lin Yu picked out a few more sets of clothes and was about to ask the shopping guide to pack them up, but he met the lost eyes of the girl who walked out of the fitting room. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked her. This, Lin Yu, why don't we not buy it here? Luo Xingyu walked closer to Lin Yu and said in a low voice. I just looked at the tag. It's so expensive. This skirt costs 2,000 yuan. As she read, she picked up the tag on the cake skirt and handed it to Lin Yu. Price, 2099 RMB. After a pause, Luo Xingyu continued to read. The prices of your clothes should be about the same. Humph, 2,000 yuan is enough to buy several skirts in the mall over there. This place is for big spenders, let's go. It's okay. Lin Yu took the skirt from her, looked up at the shopping guide not far away and shouted. Hello, please help me pack this skirt. Oh, and pack those men's suits too. Luo Xingyu, Lin Yu, what are you doing? I don't have that much money. Lin Yu smiled calmly, it doesn't matter, I have money. 8. She has a boyfriend. Sir, are you sure you want all these clothes? The salesgirl came forward and looked at Lin Yu, who had changed his clothes, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The tall and thin boy looked particularly dazzling, with a pair of shining peach blossom eyes and a calm tone in his words. Well, we still need to go shopping. It's inconvenient to carry things. Do you have home delivery service? Yes, if you spend more than 10,000 yuan, you can become a platinum member of our store and enjoy 20% off shopping and other additional services. So how much do we have in total? This skirt plus the other outfits you selected, sir, cost a total of 12,000 yuan. The shopping guide patiently responded to Lin Yu's words. She gets a commission for selling clothes, so naturally she will try her best to treat customers with the best attitude. But does this young man really have so much money? Okay, then let's check out. The address will be Yanglu Community. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, sir. The shopping guide was delighted and quickly helped Lin Yu pack. She can make a lot of money from this order alone. What is going on in this era? Are all college students so rich? The shopping guide turned around to pack the things. Luo Xingyu frowned and looked at Lin Yu, his eyes darkening. Lin Yu, I told you I don't want that skirt, why did you buy it? And this time you spent 10,000 yuan on buying clothes. Given your family's situation, you can't spend money like that. Just think of the money for the skirt as a loan from me, and I'll pay you back when I have enough money saved. Luo Xingyu paused between each sentence, his eyes full of resentment. Lin Yu felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, Luo Xingyu is a good girl. After the misfortune happened at home, Luo Xingyu took good care of himself and his sister. For example, even though she had no classes in the morning, she still got up early to buy breakfast, and ended up buying a few extra buns for Chu Luyao. For example, when the teacher found out that Lin Yu was absent from class because of his part-time job, he said a few good words for Lin Yu. There are many similar things. Lin Yu saw all these things and kept them in mind. It's okay, you don't have to pay it back. I have money now. Lin Yu smiled at her. Besides writing books, I have other ways to make money and have saved a lot of money, so I don't have to worry about it. Really? Luo Xingyu didn't quite believe it. Really? Lin Yu smiled faintly. As for the skirt, if you really feel bad about it, monitor, you can just give me a kiss and you don't have to return it. Lin Yu. Luo Xingyu glared at him and punched Lin Yu on the arm. But it's very mild and doesn't hurt at all. Lin Yu smiled and walked to the front desk to pay. Ding. The host spent 12,000 yuan to buy the clothes he liked, successfully indulged, and was rewarded with 240,000 yuan in cash. The current balance is 460,000 yuan. Recognition value 100. After buying clothes, Lin Yu also planned to change his mobile phone. After walking out of the store with Luo Xingyu, the two continued strolling on the pedestrian street. Of course, there are also digital stores on the street, selling domestic brands such as Xiaomi and Huawei. Lin Yu took Luo Xingyu into an iPhone store. It's not that Xiaomi is not popular, nor is it that Huawei is bad. It's just that he wants to buy an iPhone. Lin Yu had a crush on a girl in high school, who had asked him out to play games with her. But because the girl was using an iPhone and I was using an Android, the matter ended up being left unresolved. Although he only missed a game, Lin Yu, who was in his teens at the time, cared about it for a long time. Now that I have the ability, I naturally want to fulfill my dream of having an iPhone. You really bought a mobile phone? Luo Xingyu asked. Yeah, Lin Yu nodded. Luo Xingyu suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom, so Lin Yu went out for a walk by himself. There were many people sitting in the iPhone store, with popular music playing on the speakers and various discussions about the iPhone. iPhone 17 is coming out soon, so don't buy 16. If you ask me, Huawei is better. Humph, you stinky bastard, you can't even afford to buy a cell phone? You are just a bastard, you are such a loser. Most of the voices are childish. After all, this is a university town, and the people here are mainly college students. The iPhone store is also mostly filled with young and beautiful ladies. Lin Yu found the shopping guide and listened to her introduction of the iPhone 16 Pro Max. This iPhone 16 Pro Max uses the iPhone's A18 Pro processor and runs omitted. He spoke for a long time, but Lin Yu didn't listen much. Looking at the black iPhone 16 Pro Max in the shopping guide's hand, Lin Yu felt just like that. It is not necessarily more noble than your own Oppo A5. Interrupting the salesperson, no need to introduce, just tell me how much it costs. It depends on what memory you buy. The 256GB original parts are now selling for $9,500, and then just go for the top configuration. Lin Yu said lightly. The voice was plain, but it made the surroundings quiet for a second. Several beautiful girls beside him couldn't help but look at Lin Yu, and then their eyes turned into stars. The top configuration of iPhone 16 Pro Max should be at least 20,000 yuan, and he bought it without even asking for a discount? A girl pointed at Lin Yu and whispered to her best friend. He's so handsome, who knows where he gets the money from? The girl's best friend also responded. Although she said that, her eyes never left Lin Yu. Girls will give high scores to handsome and rich boys even if it is the first time they meet them. Lin Yu clearly understood the truth of this sentence because he was approached. Standing next to me at the moment was a tall, beautiful girl in cool clothes. She leaned against the display case next to me and asked, "Can we get to know each other? Add WeChat?" Lin Yu turned his head to look at her, then shook his head and said, "I have a girlfriend, sorry." After saying this, he opened Alipay to pay for the phone. Ding! The host spent 20,000 yuan to buy a favorite mobile phone, and at the same time fulfilled a wish from his youth. He succeeded in his indulgence and received a double reward of 500,000 yuan in cash. The current balance is 960,000 yuan. Obtained recognition value from Su Jejia, Huang Shelwei, etc. 600, current recognition value 1500. The recognition value this time is obviously higher than before. I think it is because the scene of buying a mobile phone just now was seen by many people. Lin Yu nodded slightly, without thinking any further, nor paying attention to the girl who had just chatted up with him. After debugging the new phone, he walked straight out the door. Behind him, Su Jejia, who had just chatted with Lin Yu, frowned. The male compatriots also sighed. "No, buddy, how can you reject someone this beautiful?" Lin Yu naturally had his reasons for refusing. Although this girl is pretty, the angle at which she stood when she was talking to Lin Yu just now was a bit deliberate. Plus, the clothes were loose, so it was easy for Lin Yu to see things that he shouldn't see. Such a girl is too open, maybe she is already. Lin Yu didn't like that after all. Luo Xingyu stood outside the door, with his back to the store exit, frowning and looking at his phone. Just now she saw the scene where Lin Yu was asked for his WeChat. For some reason, I felt a little sad, so I left the movie without continuing to watch. That guy will definitely agree, how mean. When all your money is taken away by bad women, just be honest. Luo Xingyu shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but was stopped by a male voice. "Hello, I just saw you over there, and I think you're very beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat?" Luo Xingyu looked up and saw three boys standing in front of her. One of them, a boy wearing a black suede t-shirt, was holding his cell phone and staring at her. The other two boys started to make noises. "Promise him, beautiful girl. My brother has been paying attention to you for a long time and finally mustered up the courage." Yeah. Luo Xingyu frowned. She didn't like this kind of chat. Just when she was in trouble, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and held her. "Sorry everyone, she has a boyfriend, so it's not convenient," Lin Yu said with a smile. 9. Get up and keep dancing. Physical contact is the fastest way to heat up a relationship because it secretes hormones and makes people excited. Walking under the shade of the tree, Lin Yu let go of Luo Xingyu's hand and walked side by side with her. The girl's cheeks were flushed, and even her earlobes were a faint pink. Lin Yu suddenly noticed that Luo Xingyu was wearing a pair of emerald-colored earrings. The design was very delicate and a very popular style at the moment. "Who is your girlfriend?" "Nonsense." Luo Xingyu pouted and said. Why, shouldn't you thank me, monitor? I helped you reject that approach. Luo Xingyu's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this, then, thank you. You're welcome. Lin Yu smiled faintly, then took out his mobile phone and opened the online shopping platform. He wanted to verify some conjectures. Ding! The host spent 4,000 yuan to buy shoes and successfully indulged himself. He was rewarded with 40,000 yuan in cash. The current balance is 1 million yuan. Sure enough, online consumption can also meet system conditions and get rewards. Lin Yu stared at the phone with a smile on his face. Luo Xingyu looked up at Lin Yu and frowned. How was chatting with that girl? She asked. What girl? Lin Yu was puzzled. It's the girl who approached you and asked for your WeChat. I saw her. She's pretty and has long legs. Boys, I think, all like that kind of girl. Luo Xingyu said casually. That's not necessarily true. Not all boys like tall girls with long legs. Short girls are also liked by some. Even fat girls will be liked by others as long as the fat is in the right place. Bah, pervert. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Yu. But unconsciously, he squeezed the big white rabbit. No matter how I thought about it, it seemed that Lin Yu was talking about me. So what kind do you like? She asked again. As for me. Lin Yu thought for a second. I like them all. Luo Xingyu. By the way, I didn't add that girl on WeChat, Lin Yu added. I don't believe it. Luo Xingyu glanced at him sideways, his tone was firm, but he showed a beautiful smile. The sky is blue and white clouds are floating. The two of them tacitly agreed not to speak anymore. Lin Yu really likes the feeling of walking under the shade of trees. The breeze carries the inexplicable fragrance of flowers and blows gently on his face, making him feel very comfortable. Luo Xingyu walked beside him, her fair and slender hands swaying naturally with her steps. Lin Yu ignored the slight arc of her arm rising up. This made Luo Xingyu feel a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. She suddenly felt that she had never understood Lin Yu, and her impression of him was just one-sided speculation. After actually getting along with him, she would find that this boy was completely different from what she had imagined. My impression of him was that he was an introvert and self-deprecating person, but after getting to know him, I found that he was calm and composed, yet also had a youthful air. It was really strange. 1,300 hours? Because they had classes in the afternoon, and Luo Xingyu was very persistent in treating them to a meal, the two of them set off back to school. Although squad leader Luo doesn't have much money in her WeChat and Alipay accounts, her meal card is fully loaded with money, which is the work of her mother, who is a high school class teacher. So when inviting Lin Yu to dinner, of course we had to eat in the cafeteria. There are 3 canteens in Luqing Normal University. The two chose to eat in the second canteen, which is closer to the classroom. Lin Yu used to often eat the poor guy's set meal at the second canteen for 2.5 yuan, and he was quite familiar with what was delicious in this canteen. It was just past lunchtime, and there were not many people in the cafeteria. Lin Yu and Luo Xingyu found an empty seat and sat down face to face. I didn't notice that there was a slender figure in the corner, looking straight at this place. There are 4 consecutive classes in the afternoon, until 5:14. Lin Yu looked at the schedule and sighed. No, who was that guy who said that college would be easy? Isn't this Tam lying? Lin Yu sat down in the back row of the classroom and opened his phone to watch TikTok. A message popped up on WeChat, sent by a netizen named Lonely Shazhowling. Lonely Shazhowling, what? Didn't you block me? Why did you suddenly add me back? After being stunned for a second, Lin Yu recalled that Su Qianmeng had deleted her before. So I naturally found an excuse. I didn't block you, my cat deleted me by mistake. The other party replied with a voice message, I don't believe it. The voice is clean and clear, and sounds sweet, which makes it easy for people to imagine that the face behind the voice is a sweet and lovely girl. Lin Yu and she had been online friends for about half a year. They met in the game. Because Lin Yu had good glory skills and understood some emotional values, he became her exclusive game partner. Although the price he charged for playing games was not high, it was still a very important source of income when times were difficult. Lin Yu, if you don't believe it, forget it. Lonely Sandbar is cold, I'm busy, I won't say anything more. Lin Yu replied okay and then opened TikTok. As soon as I clicked on it, a live broadcast room with a little Loli and Lolita clothing dancing hard came into view. On the wall next to it was written in black and white, "You are an adult." Lin Yu clicked it casually. As we all know, in this type of live broadcast room, there will be a gift list, and the anchor will complete the corresponding game based on the gifts received. For example, sit-ups, dancing, and even handstands and splits. Lin Yu never gave gifts before, but that didn't stop him from watching live broadcasts. After all, if he doesn't brush the content, there will naturally be big brothers in the live broadcast room who will brush the content, and he can also watch the corresponding performances for free. But after watching it, I didn't feel anything was wrong. At most it will make Lin Xiaoyu naughty for a while, nothing else. Therefore, Lin Yu did not quite understand why those big brothers wanted to spend the money in the live broadcast room. Wouldn't it be better to spend the money offline directly? As I was thinking, the voice of the Lolita anchor rang out on my phone. "Thank you for the gift, brother." The word brother sounded soft and sweet. Lin Yu squinted at the screen. I didn't swipe my card in the past because I didn't have money. Now that I have money and can make money by spending money, why not give it a try? There were 9,000 people in the live broadcast room, and the comments were flying. Why is this big brother like this? Just when Xiaogui was about to dance, he gave a gift to offset what he did just now. Isn't this normal? You guys just bought a few beers, so what if I bought a sports car to offset them? That's right, the child has been broadcasting for 5 hours, let her rest for a while. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room that were all asking her to take a break, Xiaogui, who was collapsed on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. Although it feels good to make money, doing dance live broadcasts is still very tiring. She has been dancing for 5 hours non-stop. So in my heart, I felt even more grateful to the big brother who just gave me gifts to offset the game. At this moment, an IP named Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "Lin Yu, get up and keep dancing. Turkey-flavored guava, TSK, what are you talking about as a level 2? Snow White, brother, the big brother wants the anchor to rest now, so we freeloaders just need to wait quietly." Even the level 50 brother who had given gifts before spoke up. To reach level 50 on Douyin, you need to recharge 340,000 yuan, which only a few people can afford. Mu Yuliang, it doesn't matter, anyone can express their opinions. Brother, you just need to brush a sports car and let the small track jump for a while. It doesn't matter. I won't offset it for you. As expected of a big brother, you are so generous. Big brother is awesome. Xiaogui, you are not my big brother, but you sold me a sports car, woo. Lin Yu, wait a moment, I'll recharge. Turkey-flavored guava, yo, you're really good at it, buddy. Lin Yu just smiled indifferently and clicked on the recharge interface. Because it was a new phone and I was not very familiar with the operation, it took me a while to recharge successfully. Ding! The host recharged 100,000 yuan on Douyin, successfully indulged, and was rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. The balance is 2 million yuan. Clicking back into the live broadcast room, Xiaogui has finished his break. Mu Yuliang swiped out a sports car and asked the little loli to dance. I have to say, the way her waist twists and her slender and straight white silk legs sway is really beautiful. Xiaogui frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with impatience. The big brother told her to rest, but in fact she only rested for 1 minute. Just then, a familiar name came into view. Lin Yu, want to take a break, host? Hey, buddy is back again? Are you deliberately going against your elder brother? Have you recharged your account? Xiaogui smiled sweetly and said, I do. Lin Yu sends Carnival 1. For a moment, the screen was full of special effects, and the little girl's eyes suddenly brightened. Thank you, brother Lin Yu. 10, deliberate, yet always there. Lin Yu sends Carnival 1. Lin Yu sends Carnival 1. With a flick of the hand, 2 more carnivals were given out. Wow, thank you, brother. The little girl's eyes almost curved into crescents, and her voice became softer. No, you really brush it. I admit that I looked down on others before. Brother is awesome. Listening to the little girl's soft voice and watching the barrage of comments flying around in the live broadcast room, Lin Yu suddenly understood what the mentality of those big brothers was. For ordinary people, 3,000 yuan for a carnival is nearly a month's salary, so it's hard to bear to just spend it like that. But for rich people, money is just swiped. As long as I am happy. Beep beep. My phone kept vibrating because I received a lot of private messages on TikTok. Brother, are you a virgin? Leg photo JPJ. We are all in Lucheng, Secret 13. Do you like it? Brother, is it advanced? Lin Yu? No, it's fine if they used my private messages to make a Ponzi cave, but why are they also holding a sausage party? Butterflies are attracted by the fragrance of flowers, and chickens come when there is rice. Lin Yu truly understood this truth at this moment. Of course, he wasn't that hungry. Lin Xiaoyu is a very picky eater. Delete those weird private messages and block weird people. Lin Yu continued to watch Douyin live broadcast and gave gifts in other live broadcast rooms. None of them triggered the system rewards, and they were probably settled together during the recharge. But the recognition value did not increase either, which made Lin Yu feel a little strange. System, are you there? Here I am. Why can't Douyin consumption increase recognition value? Recognition value can only be obtained in front of people you meet in real life, and cannot be obtained online. Okay. After understanding the rules, Lin Yu didn't think about it any further. It was boring to watch too much live broadcast, so he clicked on Tomato Novel and read his latest novel White Silk Lolita Bad Woman, and I Have a Super Rich System. I have to say, this author is quite absurd and a bit BT. Lin Yu decisively gave him a reward, then fell asleep while reading the novel. When he woke up again, it was already after school. Because it was a simple class and the teacher was not strict, he slept soundly. The setting sun shone into the classroom through the window, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. The tip of his nose felt a little itchy, and a scent of jasmine came over him. Lin Yu couldn't help but sneeze again. Achio! Bang! My head hit something hard. Lin Yu raised his head and saw Luo Xingyu covering his head and hesitating. It hurts. Lin Yu, you bad guy. I didn't know you were here. Lin Yu scratched his head. School just ended, everyone has left, and you're the only one sleeping here. Luo Xingyu crossed his arms, glanced at him, and continued reading. Don't you have any friends? No one called you. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, Yes, you are the monitor, aren't you? I'm not talking about friends like us. Oh? Aren't we just ordinary friends? Well, it's that kind of, how to put it. Luo Xingyu's face turned red and she stamped her feet anxiously. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Xingyu is too stupid. Lin Yu turned his head and looked out the window at the sky painted by the setting sun. The sky outside was full of sunset glow. He really had no friends in his class. After all, he didn't live on campus and he had a little low self-esteem in the past. Every boy who grows up in poverty and comes from an ordinary family should have this kind of inferiority complex. But having no friends in college classes does not mean having no friends in life. The reason why Lin Yu was able to become a male model was thanks to a friend. Beep. The phone rang. Lin Yu glanced at him and called whoever he remembered. The note on the phone was adopted son Wang Pengfei. He is Lin Yu's best friend, high school classmate, and good brother. Strictly speaking, it is not an exaggeration to call him a big brother. Lin Yu answered the call. What's going on? Then a deep but somewhat weak voice sounded on the other end of the phone. That's it. Are you free tonight? What's wrong? Just tell me what's going on. If you have time, come to CH at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm going to quit. Let's talk about the specific evening. Remember to come. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu was still confused. Wang Pengfei had just turned 18 when he was in his senior year of high school. Unlike others in his class, he did not choose to take the college entrance examination. Instead, he went directly into society. When I saw him again, Wang Pengfei had become the top male model of CH Bar, with a monthly salary of over 30,000 yuan and was full of energy and vigor. Although this job is not decent, people are even called GA. But he was really cool when he took me for a ride in his Xiaomi SU7 and lent me money when I was in the most difficult time. He even dreamed of using this job to buy a house in this land of abundance and completely integrate into the community. How can you just stop doing it? Are you encountering any difficulties? After thinking for a long time, Lin Yu simply stopped thinking about it. Go to CH tonight and ask him and you will know. Even if there are difficulties, now that he has the system, he can naturally solve them for him. Hey, Lin Yu, stop daydreaming. Luo Xingyu stretched out a fair little hand and waved it in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Did you just tell your friends that you were going to the bar? She continued to ask. What's wrong? Take me with you. No. Lin Yu waved his hand to refuse. Stingy. Luo Xingyu curled her lips. That's not a good place. It would be more appropriate to describe it as a nightclub rather than a bar. It's not suitable for a good girl like you to go there. Lin Yu suddenly read very seriously. What did you suddenly say? Luo Xingyu blushed instantly. Calling others good for no reason, to a scumbag. If you really want to go, I'll take you to a bar next time. There's also drinking there, but the atmosphere will be much quieter. Anyway, I won't take you to a nightclub. Well, okay. Luo Xingyu still compromised. Even she herself didn't realize that she had inexplicably become dependent on Lin Yu. And Lin Yu, naturally, saw all of this. I sighed slightly in my heart. No wonder there is no shortage of girls on the back seat of Huang Mo's tram, because those girls who have little experience in love are really easy to understand. Time passed quickly and it was already 18:20. Because they were going to the bar next, Lin Yu did not go home with Luo Xingyu. As he was walking towards the school gate, he suddenly passed by the school's small garden. Lin Yu was stunned for a second, and suddenly remembered that Su Qianming seemed to have said yesterday that she would wait for him in the small garden. Never mind. He pretended he hadn't thought about it, ignored the small garden, and continued walking forward. But not long after he left, a familiar thin and small figure appeared in his eyes. And that incredibly beautiful face. Stop. Su Qianming stood in front of Lin Yu and said coldly. 11, why not obey her? Su Qianming was wearing a dark purple off-shoulder dress today. This color suits her very well because her skin is very fair. A black lace ring was worn on her slender, straight legs, and her black hair, which was dyed with blue, fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Lin Yu stopped, stood still, looked into her eyes and asked, Miss Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Qianming's face turned even colder, and she asked, I said yesterday that I would wait for you in the small garden, why didn't you come, and you even deleted me? Her voice was soft, but sounded cold. Those eyes, brighter than the evening stars, though full of resentment, still looked superior. Didn't I say that yesterday? Our deal is over, and we should try not to contact each other in the future. Lin Yu's voice was calm. But these words sound a little bit like the words of a scumbag. Hearing this, Su Qianming put her hands behind her back and showed a beautiful smile on her delicate little face, which was the size of a palm. Lin Yu frowned and looked into her eyes with some confusion. After all, Su Qianming's smile was very cunning, with a hint of conspiracy. Look over there. Who is that boy in front of Miss Su? He's so handsome. Don't talk about being handsome, that guy is a scumbag. I just heard him tell School Beauty Su that we should stop contacting each other and that it's over. Damn it. Why does this guy have the right? It's not necessarily the boy's fault. Su Qianming dresses so slutty every day. Maybe she seduces the boy? The students passing by were whispering to each other, although in low voices, one or two words always reached Lin Yu's ears. Su Qianming, are you sick? Lin Yu frowned and said. He should have thought of it earlier. Since Su Qianming was named the school belle, she would naturally be very famous in the college. Even a dog would be talked about if he stood next to her. What's more, what I said just now seemed to be a little ambiguous. Su Qianming took 2 steps forward, walked in front of him, stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, What? Are you scared? Lin Yu's expression became increasingly gloomy, and someone had already pulled out his cell phone to take pictures of the two of them being intimate. I believe that tonight, I will be able to see strange news on the campus forum about how I seduced Su Qianming and then abandoned her. Ding, the recognition points obtained from Li Hao, Pang Lei, total 200 points. Ding. Gained recognition points from Wang Ansai, Su Kuan, etc., a total of 200 points. The system prompt sound kept ringing in his ears, bringing Lin Yu's confused thoughts back on track. If you think about it carefully, having some strange rumors will not affect you at all, and you can even earn recognition points. So what if I'm considered a scumbag? Lin Yu thinks that he is not a good person. He is just an ordinary person who likes thin waists, long legs, white silk, and soft and cute lowly. Su Qianming seemed to want to trap herself in a strange vortex. So, why can't I just obey her? Now if you call me Mama, I can clarify it for you. Su Qianming tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke in a low voice. She saw today that Lin Yu was eating with a very cute girl in the cafeteria. As expected, he left me because he had another woman. How can Xiaogui change his master? This is not loyal at all. So she wanted to make a fuss and stop Linyu from being close to other girls. Xiaogui is my own Xiaogui, I won't give him to anyone else. Su Qianmeng stood in front of Linyu with a smile in her eyes, looking at him quietly. The students passing by stared at this place with curiosity, and many young men full of vigor and vitality beat their chests and stamped their feet. Su Qianmeng smiled even more brightly. She had always known that she was very beautiful. But Linyu suddenly bent down, put his arm around her waist, and lowered his head close to her ear. Su Qianmeng frowned, another uncharacteristic behavior. She has never let a boy put his arm around her waist. Forget it, as long as Xiaogui calls me mommy, I can forgive him this time. As she was thinking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Linyu leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Su Qianmeng, are you a jerk? Do you really have to force me? While saying this, Linyu made some small movements at an angle that people around him couldn't see. Su Qianmeng widened her eyes. Bang! The slap was loud and crisp. Linyu covered his burning face, his expression remained calm. Don't bother me. He looked at Su Qianmeng and said. The latter's face flushed red, and he stretched out his slender arms to cover his chest, and the arrogance in his eyes was no longer seen. You. After hesitating for a long time, she didn't utter another word. What happened just now? Why did school beauty Su suddenly slap him? I don't know, but it's a good fan. It should be Su Qianmeng who is wrong. How could she hit someone for no reason? I recorded the video of school beauty Su slapping him just now. I will upload it to the school forum later. Ignoring the voices around him, Linyu walked out of the school gate calmly. Recognition value plus 10. Recognition value plus 10. After a short while, Linyu's recognition value rose to 4,000, only 1,000 away from opening the system all. It doesn't matter what they say behind your back, because you are the one who gets the benefit anyway. Linyu shook his head and looked at his left hand. I have to say, what the ancients said is very true. A mountain is not famous because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. It doesn't matter how deep the water is, whether it is big or small. It's all an experience. Without thinking any further, Linyu walked straight towards CH Bar. It's 1900 hours, still evening, and the real nightlife in the university town has not yet begun. But the commercial street where CH Bar is located is already extremely lively. Linyu followed a few beautiful sisters into the bar. The short-skirt JK Lolita looked pleasing to the eye. One of the girls looked at Linyu and asked, "Want to play together, brother?" "No, we are in the same industry." Linyu smiled helplessly and waved his hand to refuse. "These girls are from the Atmosphere group, and they do the same thing as the male models I did before. Their job is probably to flirt with innocent young boys who have just arrived, or so-called trendy guys who want to eat, and make them spend money to buy alcohol." But it was the first time for Linyu to be approached by a pretty lady from the Atmosphere group in a bar. But it's normal now. After all, my previous self looked too poor and didn't look like someone who could consume. Linyu walked to the front desk and called Wang Pengfei. "Hello? I'm here, where are you? Come find me at booth 3 in the VIP area." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Linyu walked towards the VIP seat. VIP seats are the best seats in the nightclub, and a minimum consumption of 6,666 yuan is required to get a seat. No matter how high his adopted son can go, he will probably end up serving some rich woman. "You're still talking about quitting? How is that possible?" Linyu smiled and walked to VIP seat number 3. Looking at the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank. 12, just a glimpse, and it lasts forever. I haven't seen Wang Pengfei for half a month. In my memory, although he works in a nightclub, he always insists on squeezing out time for fitness. He looks energetic, cheerful, and sunny. But sitting on the sofa in front of Linyu, Wang Pengfei looked tired and had thick dark circles under his eyes. Although he looked handsome, he looked weak. It's like being squeezed dry. "You're here." Wang Pengfei motioned Linyu to sit next to him and handed him a cigarette. "He Tianxia? What, you don't want to buy a house anymore?" Linyu joked, but still took the cigarette. Although he doesn't like smoking, after all, he is a good brother I have known for 6 years, so I should give him some face. Snap. He lit a cigarette with the lighter on the table in front of him, took a short puff and exhaled, with smoke filling his vision. A coolly dressed DJ girl walked onto the stage, livening up the atmosphere with the music. As the sound of music lingered in his ears, Wang Pengfei suddenly took out an envelope from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Bang! Lin Yu frowned. Judging from the thickness of the envelope and the hint of red, there was no less than 80,000 renminbi in it. Ayu, this time you really have to call me brother. Wang Pengfei said lightly. What do you mean? Here is 80,000 yuan. It's what I saved over the past year. I'm lending it all to you. You can still return it or not. Wang Pengfei pointed to the envelope on the table and read. No, you still need to save money to buy a house. Lin Yu waved his hand. Besides, I have money now. What money do you have now? Was the person who took you away last time a super rich woman? Wang Pengfei said with a smile. Lin Yu frowned and looked at this good brother, always feeling that he was a little strange today. Wang Pengfei took a deep puff of cigarette, paused and continued reading. Looking at your current state, the woman who took you away last time should have treated you well. But people in our line of work make a living by sucking women's bellies. It's no longer popular when we get older, and we can't do this job forever. I have now come to terms with it. With the housing prices in Chengdu, if I want to buy a house I like, I will have to work hard for at least another 10 years, even in the Luqing area. So I, your brother, went ashore. Go ashore? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Well, a customer wants me to marry into his family. Wang Pengfei said with a faint smile, his voice was calm and relaxed. Anyway, I'm tired these past few years, it's time to take a break. This 80,000 is all my savings now, I'll lend it to you for emergency. Really? You called me here tonight just to say this? Lin Yu's reaction was very calm, which made Wang Pengfei silent for a second. He lowered his eyebrows as if thinking, but soon, the calmness on his face was replaced by a smile. He reached out and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Ahem, don't you envy me, buddy? Just imagine, when you can't see the end of your life, you are suddenly liked by a rich woman. What's more, the other person is very beautiful, willing to accept your past and willing to give you everything she has. Do you understand this feeling? It's really cool, Tam. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him, it seemed like he was just showing off. This is what's right, this is the kind of person my brother is. But Lin Yu really wasn't envious. Now that he had the system, there was really nothing to envy. I don't need this 80,000 yuan, you can take it back. Okay, when you need money, come and borrow from me. But then you can't call me brother anymore. You should call me godfather. Don't worry, that day won't come. Lin Yu shook his head. I hope so. Wang Pengfei smiled and continued reading. My financial sponsor, Ba, should be my girlfriend, she is now in VIP seat 1, I will accompany her here tonight, and leave for the foggy city tomorrow. We will probably rarely see each other in the future. I asked you to come here tonight not only to tell you the news, but also to ask you for a favor. What's the matter? My girlfriend has a niece who came all the way from Fog City to Luqing to attend college. Because we are leaving tomorrow, she asked her niece to come over tonight and asked me to find a trustworthy boy to drink with her. You were the first person I thought of. Girlfriend's niece? How old is your girlfriend? You're quite young, just 30 years old. Don't change the subject. Are you going to do it or not? I'm going to the foggy city tomorrow. You can just go with me and drink with me. Okay. Lin Yu agreed. It's not that I care about the money, I'm just curious about what kind of person Wang Pengfei's girlfriend is. 30 years old is the age when one is as vigorous as a wolf or a tiger. No wonder Wang Pengfei became like this after not seeing him for a few days. She is at table 1 now, let's go over there. Wang Pengfei said. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. He stood up and followed Wang Pengfei to VIP table number 1, where there were 2 large black leather sofas and the table in the middle was filled with wine that Lin Yu had never seen before. Each bottle is very expensive, she seems to be a really rich woman. Lying on the sofa was a beautiful woman in Cheongsam. She was leaning against the sofa with a lit women's cigarette in her hand. Seeing Wang Pengfei bringing Lin Yu, the woman raised her eyes and took a look. Is this your brother Lin Yu? Yes, baby. Wang Pengfei smiled and sat down next to the woman, while Lin Yu sat alone on another sofa. Okay. The woman nodded. Wang Pengfei looked at Lin Yu again, put his arm around the woman's shoulders and introduced her. This is my girlfriend, Su Yun. Well, hello. Lin Yu nodded. This rich sister looked a little cold, but she didn't put on airs towards Wang Pengfei, and they seemed very affectionate. This guy really lived a good life. I am worried that my brother is not living a good life, and I am also worried that my brother is driving a Land Rover. If I didn't have my own system, I would probably be jealous. Lin Yu smiled faintly in his heart. Su-yun in front of him looked at him 3 times again and continued to read. How old are you? 20. Do you have a girlfriend? Without. Is that so? Su-yun nodded, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. I don't have any requirements for you. My niece is a relatively well-behaved girl. This is her first time in a place like this. You should accompany her to drink, but don't touch her. As for her conditions, try your best to satisfy them, and you won't lose money. Hearing her say this, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Knowing that his niece was well-behaved, he still asked her to come to the nightclub and even found men to drink with her. This aunt's ideas seemed to be somewhat special. At least Lin Yu couldn't understand it. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Yu replied. Su-yun nodded slightly, and Wang Pengfei stood up, opened a bottle of wine on the table, and poured a full glass for Lin Yu and himself. Come on, Ayu, I'm leaving tomorrow. We have plenty of time now, let's have a drink first. Wang Pengfei raised his glass and said. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and raised his glass to clink with him. Bang! They both drank it down in one gulp. Ding received 100 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. After drinking the wine, Lin Yu suddenly heard a system prompt sound in his ears, which made him stunned for a second. Su Qianmeng? Doesn't the system say that the recognition value can only be increased in front of a specific object? Could it be that Su Qianmeng is here? Confused, Lin Yu looked around and finally set his sights behind Su-yun. A girl in a white dress came there. She is petite, with long hair, fair skin, and slender straight legs. She wore a white skirt, white socks, and white shoes. She was as beautiful as porcelain white moonlight, and her whole body exuded a pure temperament. The girl also looked at Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes flickering. After a while, she came back to her senses, looked at Su-yun on the sofa, and called her auntie sweetly. Su Qianmeng? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although she looked very different now, Lin Yu still recognized her at a glance. Because she has a beautiful face. Just a glimpse, and it lasts for a lifetime. 13. The temptation of 100 yuan and 10,000 yuan is different. I haven't seen you for 2 months, Xiaoming, and you're still so well behaved. Su-yun smiled and touched Su Qianmeng's head. No. Su Qianmeng smiled sweetly at her. Because she tried to hide it, Su-yun couldn't see the stud on the tip of her tongue. Wang Pengfei approached Lin Yu and patted him on the shoulder. Wow, this niece is so pretty. Lin Yu just laughed. That night, Su Qianmeng took him away and Wang Pengfei only saw her back. Plus, the girl was dressed innocently, so it was normal that Wang Pengfei didn't recognize her. But in Lin Yu's heart, his impression of Su Qianmeng was extremely bad at this moment. I had just finished with her and she came to the nightclub again. It was obvious what she wanted to do. Xiaomeng, let me introduce her to you. Su-yun stood up from the sofa, his eyes full of tenderness. This is my aunt's boyfriend. You can call him Uncle Wang. The boy on the sofa opposite is Lin Yu. He was asked by your aunt to drink with you. When saying this, Su-yun leaned close to Lin Su Qianmeng's ear and continued, he's more handsome than your uncle, but you don't have to force yourself. Just do what you want to do. Upon hearing this, Su Qianmeng just said him in a low voice, and inadvertently glanced at Lin Yu who was sitting opposite her. The girl's eyes trembled, as if she remembered something. She bit her lips and a blush crept up her cheeks. Don't be nervous. Men all think of the same thing. Xiaomeng is so beautiful, he should be the one who is nervous. Su-yun said. Su Qianmeng just nodded slightly when she heard this. Lin Yu sat quietly on the sofa. VIP seat number 1 is special. You only need to look up slightly, and the cool and hot figure of the DJ lady on the stage will come into your sight. But there are also disadvantages, because it is very close to the dance floor, the music is a bit loud. It's so noisy, as if the whole world is no longer quiet. Sit a little to the left. The girl's soft voice sounded in my ears. Lin Yu raised his head and saw Su Qianmeng standing in front of him and reading to him. Without answering her, Lin Yu just moved to the left silently. Su Qianmeng sat down without looking at Lin Yu. The waiter at the side brought a few colorful cocktails, which were ordered by Su-yun earlier and were just served now. Xiaomeng, try it, it tastes very good. Su Yun said. Well, I'm not very good at drinking, Aunt. Su Qianmeng looked at Su Yun and smiled shyly. Cough. Lin Yu, who was drinking, couldn't help but almost spit it out. Every word and every expression of Su Qianmeng was different from what Lin Yu knew about her. In the 2 weeks after meeting her, Su Qianmeng would drink every time they met. At first, I called her classmate and Miss Su, but later, at her request, I changed it to sister. Even later on, she suddenly had this strange obsession of asking herself to call her mama. In short, in Lin Yu's eyes, this girl is just a bad girl who smokes, drinks, hangs out in bars and has strange habits. It's totally different from her current look of a pure and innocent little white flower. But what does this have to do with me? She won't be my wife, nor my girlfriend. Simply not thinking about it anymore, Lin Yu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Luyao, telling her that he would be home late tonight and she didn't have to wait for him, and to remember to go to bed early. When I looked up again, Su Yun and Wang Pengfei, who were sitting on the sofa opposite me, were gone. The two were now standing in the middle of the dance floor, swaying their bodies to the rhythm of the music, hugging and kissing. Neon lights are flashing, figures are swaying to the music, it's very lively in here. Lin Yu just drank quietly. He didn't like this kind of atmosphere and naturally wouldn't try to please it. Before we knew it, most of the wine on the table was gone. Of course, he didn't drink it alone. Su Qianmeng sat next to him, also drinking quietly, and glanced at Lin Yu from time to time. Lin Yu didn't seem to care about her at all, as if what happened a few hours ago had never happened. I didn't expect that we would meet here. Su Qianmeng finally spoke. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass and took a sip without replying. You're still short of money, right? You're doing this again. Unfortunately, Lin Yu still didn't respond. Su Qianmeng suddenly felt a little frustrated, leaned towards him, and continued to speak. By the way, Lin Yu, did you feel comfortable sleeping this afternoon? This time Lin Yu finally responded and raised his head to look into her eyes. Because she drank too much, Su Qianmeng's fair and delicate cheeks were flushed pink, especially her eyes, which were covered with a faint glow. I said I won't contact you in the future, so don't talk to me. Lin Yu said lightly. Heh, as soon as I mentioned that, you responded to me. Don't pretend, Lin Yu, you are not that serious. Su Qianmeng suddenly stood up from the sofa, put her hands on Lin Yu's shoulders, and stared at him. The girl's face was so close to her, so close that her breath gently sprayed on her face, and the smell of alcohol had a faint minty scent. Lin Yu frowned, you've drunk too much. I'm not drunk. I'm just curious. I'm curious why you rejected me. Is it because I'm not pretty? Lin Yu. That's not the case. Lin Yu shook his head, it's just that you don't quite match the type I like. Huh? Then what type do you like? You just looked at the DJ on the stage for a long time. Do you like that kind of person? Su Qianmeng continued to ask. Yes, but no. Lin Yu still shook his head and turned his gaze to the DJ lady on the stage. Just now in the audience, I saw someone put money in her vagina and rubbed it, so I was wondering how much it would cost if I wanted to do that. Su Qianmeng's pupils shrank slightly, but she soon revealed a beautiful smile. But you have no money, Lin Yu. How do you know I have no money? Lin Yu looked up and looked directly into Su Qianmeng's eyes. Yes, he is rich now. What I just said were probably some real thoughts that came out after drinking. Although the girls in the nightclub are not very decent, there are indeed some pretty ones. If I wanted, maybe I could spend money to take a girl away, and then do something that everyone understands but is not easy to describe. But it is only at the stage of imagination. After all, it is not quite right in terms of emotion and reason, and has been criticized by the world. But Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the willpower he once took pride in was not that strong. The temptation of 100 yuan and 10,000 yuan is indeed different. But when faced with temptation, do we have to overcome it to be successful? Lin Yu's eyes became deeper. In front of him, Su Qianmeng continued, of course you don't have money. I have actually been watching you for a long time. I know more about you than you think. Maybe it was because I was tired from lying down, or maybe it was because my head was dizzy. She moved closer to Lin Yu, then sat on his lap and stared straight into his eyes. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became vague and he avoided her gaze. Seeing him like this, Su Qianmeng felt a little proud and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sure enough, what my aunt said was right. Men only think about those things. Su Qianmeng, do you know what you are doing now? Lin Yu said lightly. I know. What? Can't you stand it? She continued reading. Lin Yu said nothing, but silently reached out and hugged her. Su Qianmeng smiled gently, did not avoid his hand, and let him hold her quietly. The girl's waist is soft and slender, and her belly is flat and smooth without a trace of fat. Lin Yu looked into Su Qianmeng's eyes. She was staring at him and smiling, with a hint of success in her eyes. It's like a proud canary watching a mantis stalk a cicada. But Canary didn't know that everything she saw was specially prepared by the hunter. Lin Yu's eyes gradually became cloudy, and he lowered his head towards the girl's delicate and beautiful face. Su Qianmeng turned her face away and avoided him. Want a kiss? Then you have to call me Mama, she said. Lin Yu hugged her tighter, buried his head in her fair and warm neck, and bit her gently. 14, a mark unique to both of them. Ha! Su Qianmeng became a little flustered for a moment. This was different from what she had imagined. He should bury his head in his own ears and call out Mama as he wished. How did it become like this? But this panic only lasted for a moment in her heart and then disappeared. Lin Yu, you've drunk too much. She said this but did not push Lin Yu away. Instead, she smiled frivolously and looked into his eyes. I hate you, Shenhe. Su Qianmeng always has a faint rose scent on her body, and her skin is smooth and delicate. The soft jade in my arms is cool and icy. Lin Yu's breathing suddenly became faster. There is no trace of arrogance on her face. She is sweet and soft, just like a docile kitten. Lin Yu couldn't help but put his hand on Su Qianmeng's head and stroke her soft hair. Su Qianmeng, go back now and pretend nothing happened, Lin Yu said. I don't, Su Qianmeng said. Su Qianmeng, I am a normal boy. Being treated like this by a beautiful girl, some strange thoughts will definitely arise in my mind. If you continue like this, I can't guarantee what I will do next. Lin Yu's voice suddenly became gentle. Su Qianmeng was stunned for a second after hearing this, because Lin Yu had been so gentle to her before. Lin Yu, am I the most beautiful girl you have ever seen? Su Qianmeng looked up at Lin Yu's eyes and asked. Yes. Lin Yu said this without any disobedience. After all, Su Qianmeng's face was indeed the most beautiful he had ever seen. Then why did you leave me? She asked. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. I don't know about other boys, but I don't like that. It makes me feel constrained and not free at all. Su Qianmeng nodded slightly after hearing this, her beautiful eyes flickering, as if she remembered something interesting. Lin Yu gently sniffed the fragrance on Su Qianmeng's body, wondering if he had gone too far. But Su Qianmeng had clearly done something excessive to herself. For example, this is bad. So it's okay to take revenge on her. So Lin Yu raised his head and looked quietly into the girl's eyes. But Su Qianmeng approached Lin Yu unexpectedly. Then, imitating Lin Yu's previous behavior, she also planted a strawberry on the crook of his neck. Do you like it? She read again. There was a hint of panic in Lin Yu's eyes as if his secrets had been exposed. Seeing this, Su Qianmeng curled the corners of her lips slightly and revealed a bright smile. You misunderstood, I don't have that idea. Lin Yu shook his head. Yeah? But? She uttered a few unclear characters in a soft voice. Lin Yu's body trembled, and when he was about to respond, his vision suddenly became dark. There was a faint feeling of touch on the lips. Lin Yu finally understood the meaning of her SD. This kiss is very comfortable. But who is the prey? He himself can't explain it clearly. It was late at night and the bar was bustling. Su Qianmeng buried her head in his shoulder and breathed very shallowly. First kiss, Su Qianmeng said suddenly. Yeah, Lin Yu responded. He still looked calm, as if he didn't care at all about what happened just now. Su Qianmeng had a faint smile on her face, and she suddenly realized. In fact, there are many ways to be happy. Okay, you go back first. Lin Yu pinched her face and said. No, unless you say you like me. Su Qianmeng shook her head. Lin Yu did not respond, but just looked up at the figure in the dance floor in front of him. Wang Pengfei was walking towards this side with his arm around Su Yun, but because they were talking, they didn't notice this place. Your aunt is back, Lin Yu said. Ah. Su Qianmeng was startled, stood up and tidied her hair that was messed up by Lin Yu, then sat back in her previous position. She became well behaved again, attracting the attention of people around her. After all, pure girls are rare in this kind of place, and Su Qianming's beauty makes this rarity become rare, or even unique. A few young boys not far away also looked over, and Lin Yu happened to meet their eyes. "Can I add you on WeChat, sister?" A boy with makeup and dyed yellow hair ignored Lin Yu, walked up to Su Qianming and said. He just saw the girl kissing the man next to her. She is dressed so pure and pretty, but comes to this kind of place. She must be a girl who likes to play. So maybe he has a chance. Huang Mao imagined it and became more and more excited. Until the girl's cold voice sounded. "Disgusting, get out." Su Qianming said lightly without even raising her head. Huang Mao wanted to say something. "Didn't you hear me telling you to get out?" Su Qianming interrupted him directly. Ding. Gained recognition points from Huang Xinglong, Fan Xiaoyong, etc., totaling 500 points, current balance 4,500 points. A system notification sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Su Qianming's coldness made everyone around give up the idea. Lin Yu naturally also attracted a lot of attention. "What? Don't you like that guy?" Lin Yu looked at her and asked. "You want me to like him?" Su Qianming glanced at him. After a pause, she smiled and said, "Everything between you and me only happened with you." "Yes, I believe it." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. After a while, Wang Pengfei came back here hugging Su Yun. Su Yun's cheeks were flushed at this moment, and she was very drunk. She hugged Wang Pengfei and was unwilling to let go. Su Yun has drunk too much and wants to sleep. I want to send her back to the hotel first. Wang Pengfei looked at Lin Yunian. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. Seeing how inseparable the two of them are, what are they going to do when they return to the hotel? Lin Yu found it a little difficult to guess. "Xiaomeng, your aunt has returned to the hotel. You should go with her. I'll call you a taxi. It's not safe to go home alone so late." Su Yun looked at Su Qianming and spoke. "No need, aunt." Su Qianming responded with a smile, suddenly moved closer to Lin Yu and hugged his arm. "Just let Lin Yu take me there." She continued. The fair and slender neck was slightly raised, and the dark red mark on it was particularly conspicuous. Su Yun was stunned and looked at the two of them carefully. "Okay." Su Yun said. 15, so she fell asleep. "I'm leaving, buddy, keep in touch no matter what." Wang Pengfei said suddenly. "Same to you." Lin Yu said with a smile, "If there is anything you can't solve, remember to ask me for help." "Okay." Wang Pengfei just smiled and waved, then he hugged Su Yun and turned away. He didn't take this to heart. He will soon marry into a wealthy family, so it would be helpful for him to help Lin Yu in the future. In the bar, Lin Yu looked at Su Qianming. "You want me to take you home?" "Yes." Su Qianming nodded and hugged Lin Yu's arms with both hands. "Can you bear to let me go home alone?" Lin Yu. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the breeze rustled the trees along the road. Lin Yu lowered his head to glance at his phone. 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye and it was now 23:21 in the middle of the night. Xu Luyao sent him an emoticon telling him to go home early, and Lin Yu sent him an okay. "Lin Yu, I'm hungry and want to eat something." Su Qianming followed behind him and suddenly spoke. "Go home and eat. I'll call you a taxi now." "No, I want to eat now." "What to eat?" "I want to eat barbecue." Su Qianming said with a smile. "Okay, go home and eat." "No, I want to eat." Su Qianming's voice was very soft. As she recited, she held Lin Yu's arm and rubbed it against her chest, swaying back and forth. After some hesitation, Lin Yu finally agreed. Su Qianming smiled at him with curved eyebrows, feeling smug as if she had discovered some little secret of Lin Yu. Sure enough, girls who know how to act coquettishly have the best life. "What do you mean by rejection? What do you mean by no longer contacting me? Wouldn't it be good for me to just call you Dad?" But Lin Yu agreed not because of this reason. He was just a little hungry because he didn't have dinner today, and he hadn't had barbecue for a long time. So, at Su Qianmeng's suggestion, Lin Yu took her to a barbecue stall outside the school. 11:30 p.m. is considered the peak time for barbecue stalls. The tables at the street stalls were packed with people, all of them college students. Among them, most were men, chattering about what they had seen and heard. Which game design is novel and interesting, which department's senior sister has a thin waist and long legs, which rich second generation has seduced the school beauty? These were all topics of conversation after they had had enough to drink and eat. What do you think of the guy on the forum who was slapped by school beauty Sue? I'm also confused. Although school beauty Sue is aloof, she doesn't look like the type who would hit someone for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. What do you know? School beauty Sue is a girl from Fog City, and similar things have happened before. During the military training for the freshman year last year, a boy confessed his love to the school beauty Sue. He was tall, rich, and handsome. He told Su Xiaohua that he would give her 10,000 yuan a month and wanted her to be his girlfriend. As a result, Su Xiaohua hit him with a frozen mineral water bottle and sent him to the hospital. He stayed in the hospital for a whole month. Hey, I also want to be beaten by school beauty Sue. While they were chatting and laughing, suddenly a boy widened his eyes and pointed at two figures walking not far away. Look, isn't that the school beauty Sue? Oh my god, it's true. Why is she hugging a boy's hand? That boy looks familiar. Wait, isn't he the one from the forum? For a moment, everyone at the table was stunned. They just thought he was a licker or a clown, but now it seems that the clown is themselves. Feeling the burning gazes around him, Lin Yu roughly understood what was happening. Because Su Qianmeng held his arm and was unwilling to let go, to outsiders they looked like a couple. But fortunately, these gazes all disappeared after Su Qianmeng raised her eyes and glared back at them. They seemed to have misunderstood something strange. Su Qianmeng looked at Lin Yunian. What's up? For example, treat me as your girlfriend. Su Qianmeng winked at her. How is it? This feels good, right? The most beautiful girl in the school is your girlfriend. Too narcissistic, Su Qianmeng. That's right. Su Qianmeng snorted softly, pulled Lin Yu to find a seat and sat down, then started ordering food. Lin Yu didn't look at the menu, but just asked Su Qianmeng to order what she liked. The system prompt sound kept ringing in my ears. Gained 25 points of recognition from Li Bo. Gained 25 points of recognition from Ma Guabao. Gained 25 points of recognition from Zhang Mamba. In the end, the recognition value rose to 8,000 before it stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly. What Su Qianmeng said did make sense. The recognition points he earned by taking her for a walk outside the school almost exceeded all the gains he made in the previous 2 days. Sure enough, when the woman around you is beautiful enough, everyone will look at you with higher regard. The recognition value is detected to be over 5,000. The system mall is open. Currently it is the primary mall, and it can be upgraded by spending 100,000 recognition points. Open the mall. Lin Yu muttered to himself. The next moment, a pale blue illusory light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Rows of options appeared before my eyes. Basic Combat Mastery, price, 5,000 points of recognition. The host gains 10 years of combat experience regardless of the conditions. Basic Cooking Mastery, price, 2,000 points of recognition. The host can master ordinary restaurant-level cooking skills regardless of the conditions. Self-Discipline Fitness Enthusiast Physique, price 3,000 points. The host can strengthen the body to the state of scientific fitness for 1 year regardless of conditions. Trouble Solving Card, price can rationally solve any trouble for the host. The specific price depends on the size of the trouble. Refresh, price 2,000 points. Refresh them all once, purchase limit 3 times per day, automatically refresh once at midnight daily. Looking at the system screen, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to make a choice. The system still gives too much, it's simply dizzying. Su Qianmeng looked at Lin Yu, who was sitting there in a daze, feeling a little confused. What are you thinking about? She asked. Nothing. Lin Yu shook his head. The barbecue and grilled fish arrived quickly. Su Qianmeng moved the stool next to Lin Yu, leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Feed me." How do you feed the barbecue? I don't care. I just want you to feed me. You are my boyfriend now. I am not. We've already kissed, right? No. Lin Yu still shook his head. Although it sounds a bit like a scumbag to think this way, Lin Yu has no plans to tie himself to a girl now. Maybe not in the future. Su Qianmeng was silent for a second, then grabbed Lin Yu's hand and bit it. Su Qianmeng, are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Yu said helplessly. There was a tooth mark left on the arm by Su Qianmeng. Su Qianmeng looked at him silently, her frosty face quickly melted away, and she stuck out her pink tongue. I'm Lin Yu's little darling, what's wrong with taking a bite? Lin Yu. Su Qianmeng actually has a small appetite and gets full after eating just a little. But Lin Yu was still a little hungry and continued eating. Su Qianmeng leaned quietly on Lin Yu's shoulder with her eyes closed. She was very well behaved now. I'm so sleepy, Lin Yu, can I take a nap? She said. Let's sleep. Lin Yu responded while chewing a skewer of beef. So Su Qianmeng really fell asleep, the kind that couldn't be woken up. 16. Her eyes are like stars. Su Qianmeng? Stop sleeping and get ready to leave. Lin Yu patted Su Qianmeng's shoulder and said. But she didn't mean to wake up. She leaned on his shoulder, breathing steadily, and there seemed to be shiny saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth. Lin Yu's t-shirt was wet. No, are you really asleep? Lin Yu put his hand on Su Qianmeng's shoulders and let her face rest on his chest. Su Qianmeng's profile is also very beautiful. She has fair skin, a straight nose, and drooping eyelashes like a fan. Lin Yu reached out and pinched her face. She frowned and opened her eyes a little. I'm so sleepy, Lin Yu. But we have to go. Where is your home? I'll take a taxi. Will you take me home? Yes, here's the address. Lin Yu replied. Seeing Su Qianmeng in this state, there was no way he could let her go home alone. Jinchuan Valley, 52-1. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and said, okay. Then he supported Su Qianmeng and walked to the street light on the side of the road. I thought Su Qianmeng was just an ordinary wealthy woman, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Jinchuan River Valley is the most upscale residential area in Lucheng. Lin Yu had passed by the sales center there before, so he knew a little about the housing prices there. Starting at 40,000 yuan per square meter, this price is considered a high-end community even if it is not in Lucheng, at least in other districts and counties in Chengdu. Knowing the address, Lin Yu opened the taxi app and sent a taxi request. Because it was late at night, there were not many cars taking orders. I waited for 5 minutes before someone came to take me, and the car was about 15 kilometers away, so it would take at least 20 minutes for it to come. It's so far. I should have driven here myself earlier. Su Qianmeng curled her lips. You've been drinking, and you still want to drive. Hee, I can find a designated driver. Let me tell you, Lin Yu, I'm rich. Su Qianmeng's head swayed in Lin Yu's arms, her fair cheeks flushed pink. It seemed that because of the alcohol, her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and her voice became softer, and she looked like a coquettish kitten. Lin Yu, why do you want to do that kind of job? She asked suddenly. Because we have no money, don't you know? But there are other jobs that can make money. How can a young lady like you understand? Lin Yu looked up at the stars in the sky, and then continued. My mom divorced my dad when I was 5 years old, and then she left me at my grandmother's house and I haven't heard from her since. I don't know if she's dead or alive now. When I was 16, my father, who had been mediocre for many years, took me away from my grandmother's house. He found a job as a truck driver and worked diligently for many years. Finally, he bought a house in Lucheng with a loan and found a beautiful stepmother for me. After that, my family was relatively happy, but my father suddenly became worried about my lifelong affairs. He said the family had no money saved and even had a 30-year loan, so how would I find a wife in the future? So he contacted a big boss through some unknown channel and was told that he would get a large sum of money if he could help him deliver a batch of goods to the border. Because of the tight schedule and heavy workload, my father and stepmother planned to take turns driving that cargo, but... Having said that, Lin Yu paused, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But what happened? Su Qianmeng asked. But when they went there, they got into an accident and the car rolled over, and they didn't survive. So, there are many ways to make money in this world, but for ordinary people, apart from physical strength, they can only sell their dignity or even gamble their lives. Lin Yu lowered his eyes and read. But why should I say these? Maybe it was because I was drunk and I was inspired. Su Qianmeng suddenly stood up from his arms, reached out to touch Lin Yu's face, then opened her arms, tilted her head back and looked at him as he read. You must have felt very wrong during this period. Come here, let me give you a hug. Su Qianmeng, what I've always wanted to say is, you are 19 and I am 20, why are you pretending to be an older sister? Hee, then you just yelled obediently. She said with a smile. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Putting aside the past and the impression that she was a bad girl, Su Qianmeng was actually very charming. She opened her white and slender arms towards him, smiling with curved eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes were brighter than the stars. come here, give me a hug. Su Qianmeng continued to recite. So Lin Yuzhen walked up to her and hugged her. But it was not the hug she had imagined. Lin Yu held her directly in his arms and let her bury her head in his chest. Su Qianming's vision went dark and she could not see anything. Ugh, Lin Yu, you're hugging me too tight. Bang! The sound of breaking glass suddenly occurred. Su Qianming was stunned. When her vision regained clarity, she saw broken glass all over the floor and bright red blood flowing from Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu, are you okay? I'm calling 120 now. Su Qianming's pretty face became flustered, but Lin Yu just shook his head and looked at the man standing not far behind him with a broken beer bottle in his hand. This was a sturdy man wearing shorts and a vest and had a beard. Behind him stood two people with similar looks and a tall, handsome young man with curly hair. Wow, this boy is really flattering. He even plays the role of a hero saving the damsel in distress, said the young man. Zhao Jun, is this the person you are looking for? Su Qianming said with a cold face. So what, Su Qianming, you're a symbol. Last year I was just joking with you and you beat me into the hospital. Now you're still flirting with that pretty boy here. Zhao Jun said viciously. He was the man who confessed to Su Qianming during military training. He happened to be having dinner nearby tonight and happened to see this scene. He even heard people around him talking about his previous stay in the hospital, and he was furious. There are surveillance cameras here, are you going to touch us? Really? Look around you and see where the lights are still on, Zhao Jun said with a smile. Su Qianming's face turned cold. Only now did I notice that, except for the solar street lights overhead, all other lights around me were out. My uncle is the leader of the Power Supply Bureau. The power in this area has been cut off. It took at least 5 minutes to come back. All surveillance is down. Su Qianming's face turned pale, and she bit her lips weakly. I'm sorry, Lin Yu, it's all my fault. It's too late to be afraid now. Zhao Jun laughed and looked at the big men around him. Go ahead, everyone. There is no surveillance here. If you don't have evidence, you can stay in there for a few days at most. When you go in, you will get 10,000 yuan a day. Even if you are really stuck there, I will give you a subsidy. Upon hearing this, the big men's eyes lit up and they walked towards Lin Yu and the other man, rubbing their hands ready to fight. Su Qianming grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's clothes, her body trembling continuously, and she kept repeating, I'm sorry, Lin Yu. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lin Yu comforted her. He looked up at Zhao Jun, who was not far away, and asked, Hey, you just said there is no surveillance here now, right? Yes, even if we break your hands and feet, we won't be able to find any evidence. We will be locked up for 2 days at most. Is that so? Lin Yu's lips suddenly curled up, which made Zhao Jun feel a little cold. What? You don't think you can beat the 4 of us by yourself? A big man laughed. Lin Yu just recited silently in his heart. System, open them all. 17, trouble solving card. Ding. The mall is now open. Along with the system prompt sound, a light screen appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. The price of the trouble solving card line appeared at this time. Trouble resolution card reasonably resolves the host's current trouble of being beaten up by a group of rich second-generation people. Price, 2,000 points. It seems that this trouble is not a big deal and can be solved by spending 2,000 points. But Lin Yu didn't want to buy this card. The other party is getting too arrogant, how can we let them go? With this in mind, Lin Yu continued to recite silently in his heart. System, by elementary fighting skills plus self-disciplined fitness enthusiast physique. Ding. 10 years of fighting experience has been credited. Ding. A year of scientific fitness has paid off. Boom. An invisible airwave spread from Lin Yu's body surface to the surroundings. Lin Yu felt his body itching at first, and then became burning hot. His originally thin figure suddenly became solid, strong and powerful, but because of his loose clothes, there was no difference on the surface. But he knew that at this moment his strength, speed, and physical fitness had more than doubled. As for fighting skills, they appeared directly in his mind in the form of experience and insights. It is not just 10 years of fighting in a single skill, but a 10-year fighting skill that is a hodgepodge of various skills from around the world, including Muay Thai, Sanda, Tai Chi, etc. In short, Lin Yuqiang is terrifying now. First break this pretty boy's hands and feet, then make him kneel down and apologize to me, Zhao Jun said at this time. A big man nodded and said yes, then walked towards Lin Yu and punched him in the face. Su Qianmeng opened her arms in panic and tried to block Lin Yu, but she was too short to block him. The girl could only watch in despair as the punch hit Lin Yu hard. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Su Qianmeng's eyes widened. This scene was completely different from what she had imagined. Lin Yu pinched the strong man's wrist with one hand and said coldly, "You want to cut off my hands and feet just like that?" After saying this, Lin Yu protected Su Qianmeng behind him, then rolled over and grabbed the sturdy man's throat. His body's center of gravity leaned backwards, and he flipped over dramatically. Boom! The sturdy man was directly knocked to the ground by Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not hold back. While the others were stunned, he stepped hard. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Ah! The strong man covered his hands and lay on the ground screaming. He had lost his ability to fight. Seeing this, the other two rushed towards Lin Yu together. But with Lin Yu's current strength, it might be difficult for him to fight three at once, but fighting two at once would be a one-sided massacre. In just a moment, he knocked the other two strong men to the ground and broke their hands and feet. Then he looked at Zhao Jun calmly, and without much hesitation, rushed towards him. "You, what do you want to do?" Zhao Jun was shocked by the scene just now. Before he could come to his senses, Lin Yu rushed in front of him and punched him. Bang! "Have mercy, brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done this." Zhao Jun lay on the ground, covering the half of his face where his teeth had been knocked out, wailing. "Didn't you say it yourself? It doesn't matter if you lose some limbs, right?" Lin Yu said in a cold voice. "No, I was wrong, brother, no." Zhao Jun shouted in despair. Lin Yu's eyes were cold and fierce. He stepped hard on his hand. Snap! Ding! The host faced the evildoers and had the courage to fight back. He faced his true heart and chose to break their hands and feet. He is rewarded with 100,000 renminbi in cash. The current balance is 2.3 million renminbi. Ding! Gained recognition points from Zhao Jun, Nang De, Nang Er, and Nang San, a total of 1,000 points. Ding! Gained 500 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. The system sound continued to sound. Zhao Jun's face twitched, and he lay on the ground shaking all over. There was even a pool of light yellow liquid on the ground, which made Lin Yu feel a little nauseous. Lin Yu turned around, grabbed Su Qianmeng's hand, and left, leaving only a few people wailing there. Trouble Resolution Card automatically and rationally resolves the subsequent troubles of breaking Zhao Jun and others' hands and feet. Price, 1,500 points. Looking at the latest interface of the system mall, Lin Yu curled his lips. Do I have to spend the recognition points I just earned so quickly? But since he could make more money, Lin Yu didn't care about that and chose to buy it directly. The purchase and use of the trouble-solving card has been successful. The specific solution will be notified within 24 hours. Seeing this, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. But he felt dizzy and sat down on the ground. I almost forgot that my head is still injured. Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes and leaned in Su Qianmeng's arms. Lin Yu? How are you? Wait a minute, the ambulance is almost here. Lin Yu, speak up, Lin Yu. What did you do to my brother? How did he become like this? Lin Yu was fine, he just took a nap. When I opened my eyes again, what came into view was a pure white ceiling. And the strong smell of disinfectant rushing into the nose. What's that in my hand? It's warm. Lin Yu couldn't help but pinch it. It was soft, but not what everyone imagined. Chu Luya was lying on the bed, feeling Lin Yu pinching her hand. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother? Are you awake?" Lin Yu looked up at her. Chu Luya was wearing a blue and white school uniform at the moment, her hair was casually disheveled, and she looked very haggard. "Yeah, I'm awake." Lin Yu replied indifferently. The next second, a fragrance rushed into the nose. Chu Luya stood up and threw herself into her arms, twitching slightly. 2 drops of warm girl's tears dripped down Lin Yu's face. "What's the matter? Don't do this next time. Uncle and Mom are gone. What should I do if you do the same?" she cried. Hearing this, Lin Yu gently patted Chu Luya on the back, but he kept sighing in his heart. Although Chu Luya is usually cold, she is actually a sentimental girl. "Be good, I won't do this next time." Lin Yu recited slowly, and suddenly remembered something, and continued to ask, "By the way, how did I get to the hospital?" Xu Luyao stood up and stared at Lin Yu with narrowed eyes. Sent by a woman. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression suddenly turned cold again. Looking up at the time, Xu Luyao picked up her school bag from the side. I still have to go to evening self-study. Sister Luo will come to take care of you later. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. Xu Luyao stayed in the room for another 2 minutes, and finally left. Lin Yuza picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was already 17:25. It seemed that I had been lying there for about 14 hours. Ding! You have an unread message. An envelope pattern is displayed on the system light curtain. Lin Yu chose to view. Results of processing the trouble-solving card. P.S. Xu Luyao and Lin Yu are a reconstituted family and have no XY relationship. This book will not feature warriors cultivating immortality. If you don't like the fighting scenes in this chapter, I won't write about it in the future. Woohoo! 18. I like rain. The results of the trouble-solving card are as follows. 1. Zhao Jun and his accomplices Nang De and Nang Er were killed by a stroke of luck on their way to the hospital. 2. Zhao Jun's uncle Zhao Qian abused his public power for personal gain and made a mistake when turning on the switch, resulting in electric shock and death. 3. The Zhao family's property, Juanhao Hotel, is expected to go bankrupt within half a month and be acquired by the system. Because this is the first time you use the trouble-solving card, the system will give you a 10% discount. You will then spend 1,500 recognition points to acquire the property. Lin Yu looked at the light screen and was stunned for a second. I thought I was cold-blooded enough, but I didn't expect the system to be even more decisive and ruthless. Moreover, this time the trouble-solving card can be purchased with only 1,500 recognition points, which is an incredible price-performance ratio. As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the system prompt continued to sound. The cost of the trouble-solving card is determined by the cause and effect of the trouble solved. Zhao Jun's death and the bankruptcy of Juanhao Hotel are destined to happen. The system just brought forward the time of this happening. The host is overpraising you. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. Even so, the power of the system remains unquestionable. Jinchuan River Valley, Su Qianming's home. Su Qianming had just finished taking a shower and was slowly putting on a piece of white silk. Although her legs are not long, they are slender and well-proportioned, which makes them very suitable for white stockings. Beep. The cell phone placed aside suddenly vibrated. Su Qianming loosened the white silk stockings that she had just put on halfway and picked up the phone. My brother is awake. The girl with a silver-haired queen profile picture sent this message. Okay, sister. Su Qianming replied. Don't call me sister. My brother is not the same as you. He won't like a lady from a rich family again. Forget it. Su Qianming curled the corners of her lips slightly, raised her phone, took a picture of the light red mark on her slender neck, and sent it. Su Qianming, but he kissed me JPG. The words the other party is typing appeared repeatedly on the chat interface, but no new messages were sent. Su Qianming looked at the photo and was silent for a long while. Her eyes were full of charm and it was unknown what she was thinking. Until her cell phone rang and she picked up the call. That man has been dealt with, miss. Well, go find my sister and claim the award, she replied calmly, glancing sideways out the window. The sky outside the window was overcast and it was raining. Lin Yu likes rain very much. He liked listening to the sound of raindrops falling and the smell of moist earth mixed in the wind. He could spend the whole day doing nothing at a time like this, listening to the sound of rain outside the window. Of course, that was when I was a teenager. After I turned 20, life became full of inexplicable troubles and such opportunities rarely occurred. Ding, the host heard a very pleasant sound of rain, and was in a good mood. He successfully indulged himself, and was rewarded 10,000 renminbi, with a balance of 2.31 million renminbi. Comfort me? Thanks, brother Tong. Lin Yu smiled faintly. WeChat suddenly flashed, and lonely Xiaozhou Lang, who used her family's orange cat as her avatar, suddenly sent him a message. It's still voice. Lin Yu clicked to listen. Lonely Sand Island Cold, it's been a long time since we played games together, come on? I'll give you 20 renminbi per game. Lin Yu, come on, but no money is required. Lonely Sandbar Cold, okay. So Lin Yu opened a game called Glory of the Dead, and as soon as he entered, he was coldly invited by Lonely Xiaozhou to join the team. She turned on the microphone and said in a very sweet voice, why? Did you make a fortune recently? You don't even want the money? Lin Yu also turned on the microphone. I guess so. I'll play with you for free today as a thank you for your support. TSK, this is a better way to thank me than to give me some skins. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, okay. Lin Yu has very few skins on his honor account, and most of them are free. Now that I have money, it seems like a good idea to fulfill my dream of having all the skins. As for giving skins away as gifts, it is also a convenient thing to do. Wait a moment, I'll top up the money. Okay, I want Cheng Yaojin's Hellfire, please give it to me. Lonely Xiaozhou said jokingly. Cheng Yaojin's Hellfire is the latest unparalleled skin released by Glory of the Dead. It can only be obtained through lottery or as a gift. The starting price of one skin is about 400 yuan. Although she has money to play with others, she will not buy skins for heroes she doesn't play in Glory of the Dead, so she is still Noble 9. Cheng Yaojin is so ugly, I won't play with him. In the girls' dormitory of Suzhou University, a girl with long silver hair turned off the microphone and spoke softly. Xia Xinqiu, do you want to go out for dinner? A girl in the dormitory shouted. Xia Xinqiu shook her head. No, I'm playing games. There's a beautiful lady here, why don't you go? This. Xia Xinqiu hesitated. Should I go or not? If that guy really sends me hellfire, I won't go. She thought to herself, then stood up and started to change her clothes. In fact, she had already made her choice. After all, Cheng Yaojin's Hellfire cost several hundred yuan. How could that guy? Ding! Your friend Shifan Baisi has sent you Cheng Yaojin's Hellfire. Xia Xinqiu, ah? Really? Ding, the host spent 60,000 yuan in Glory of the Dead, and bought a skin that he once liked but couldn't afford. He was rewarded with 600,000 yuan, and the current balance is 2.91 million yuan. Lin Yu looked at his account, which had just been upgraded to V10, and nodded with satisfaction. He just bought skins, including Luban No. 7's Big Head Sun, Xikong Zhen's Man 8, and Xiao Qiao's Swan Dream. Except for some limited edition models, Lin Yu is now fully leather, directly reaching V10. You're really giving it away. Wait, you've reached V10 already? Lonely Xiaozhou's surprised voice sounded. Let's play a game first. I haven't played for a long time. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Okay. Xia Xinqiu silently took off the pencil pants she had put on just before going out. You guys go ahead, I'll just play games. She really didn't expect that this netizen who was once so poor that he would accept a $1 gameplay with her would actually become rich. Not only did he give her a skin, but he also directly upgraded to V10. What are you playing? I play Lan. Lin Yu replied. I remember that this hero was very strong in the past, and Lin Yu even had a professional dream for a while because of it. But then Lan weakened and his dream was shattered. But because he hadn't played for a long time, Lin Yu's current rank was Diamond, while Lonely Xiaozhoulang's was Star, so it was easy for him to catch fish and win all the way. Ding! System game winning streak, happy mood, successful indulgence, reward cash 5,000 yuan. Although he now has a net worth of nearly 3 million, Lin Yu was still happy when he heard about the system reward. After all, who doesn't like to have more and more money? Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the ward door. Please come in. Lin Yu said while operating the game. Most likely it's a nurse or doctor making rounds. Lin Yu thought. But it wasn't a doctor or nurse who walked into the room. It's Luo Xingyu. 19, the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon. Luo Xingyu was wearing a white loose sweatshirt and wide leg pants today. The hood of the sweatshirt is in the shape of a furry bunny, which looks very cute. Unfortunately, it was wet, with crystal clear water droplets on it. Luo Xingyu's hair was also wet, and the lenses of his glasses were all covered with water. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu put down his phone. He was in entertainment mode anyway, so it didn't matter if he left it idle. Why are you wet? Don't you have an umbrella? Lin Yu asked her. Yeah. Luo Xingyu nodded. Without looking at Lin Yu, he sat on the small stool at the head of Lin Yu's bed with a thermos bucket in his hand. Hey, did the monitor make this himself? Yeah. Luo Xingyu said in a low voice and opened the lid of the thermos. There are 3 layers inside. The top layer is a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the middle layer is a plate of fried pork with peppers, and the bottom layer is white rice. Luo Xingyu placed the 2 dishes on the small table. Because Lin Yu had opened the window a little, wind was constantly blowing in. When the breeze blows, the house is filled with the aroma of food. Sister Luyo said you woke up, so I thought you must be hungry, so I cooked and brought it to you. Please eat. Luo Xingyu sat aside and recited. The voice was very flat, with no discernible emotion. Wipe your hair first. Lin Yu shook his head and picked up a disposable towel beside him and handed it to Luo Xingyu. Luo Xingyu was stunned for a moment, took off his glasses and picked up a towel to wipe his hair. Luo Xingyu looks good even without glasses. There is a small mole under the corner of her left eye. Her skin is smooth and delicate, full of collagen, and there is not a single wrinkle. She's very well behaved, and looking like that makes people, inexplicably, want to bully her. After all, she's so cute if she starts crying. Of course, it's just a thought. Lin Yu is not that perverted. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fried pork with peppers and put it into his mouth. There is a light spicy taste and just the right amount of salty fragrance in the mouth. It's delicious. Class monitor is such a good cook. I can't help but imagine how happy the man who marries you will be in the future. Lin Yu said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense and eat your meal properly. Luo Xingyu said angrily. Lin Yu always felt that after not seeing her for a day, there was some strange gap between him and her. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Yu asked while eating. Luo Xingyu lowered his eyes and said nothing, seeming to be thinking about something. So Lin Yu didn't ask any more questions. All good girls are like this. They look very well behaved and sensible, but they are actually very stubborn deep down. In short, it is rebellious. The more you show that you care, the less she will tell you. Sure enough, seeing that Lin Yu did not continue to ask questions, Luo Xingyu raised his head and glanced at him, and finally he could not hold back anymore. Lin Yu, do you know that your reputation in school has become very bad? Luo Xingyu looked at Lin Yu and said. Reputation? What's going on? Lin Yu looked confused. Luo Xingyu took out his cell phone and clicked on an article on the college forum. The title is a long list of names, and the cover features a picture of Su Qianmeng slapping herself, which is particularly eye-catching. The scumbag played with the feelings of the school beauty and was slapped, but the two walked out of the hotel together late at night. It seems that the school beauty was brainwashed by the scumbag. Lin Yu read on along with the article. Lin Yu, a sophomore student in the School of Humanities and Management, is suspected of being a PUA school beauty Su Qianmeng. He said. 10,000 words omitted. Lin Yu roughly understood what happened. In short, what he said to Su Qianmeng outside the gate of the small garden was misinterpreted as PUA. In addition, at night, the two of them ate at a barbecue stall outside the school gate, which was opposite the hotel. Then rumors began to spread about him and Su Qianmeng checking into a hotel together. This post received more than 700 comments, and Lin Yu glanced at them casually. Is the school beauty blind? What else does this boy have besides being more handsome than me? I've seen this Lin Yu before. He often eats the 2.5 yuan guaranteed meals in the cafeteria. His family is not well off. School beauty Su must have been deceived by him. Hajimes, please keep your eyes open and stay away from scumbags. There were a lot of comments, but none of them were offensive. No one questioned Lin Yu's appearance, more people attacked his family background. Yes, how could a poor boy like Lin Yu date a school beauty? He must have used some sweet words to deceive the school beauty's pure feelings. In the past, Lin Yu would have argued about the pros and cons, but now he feels it is unnecessary. After the system was added, Lin Yu's personality became much more indifferent. Let them misunderstand if they want to, and this may even make it easier for you to gain recognition. Once Grandma's surgery is done, she'll buy a luxury car and park it outside the school, and all the rumors will disappear. The answer will prove it all. What? Class monitor also believes what is said in it and thinks I am a scumbag? Lin Yu looked at Luo Xingyu with a smile. Sometimes they are quite similar. Luo Xingyu pouted. Then you guessed it right, I am a scumbag. I like all pretty girls and want to kiss, hug and lift them up high. Don't joke around. I won't pay attention to you if you continue like this. Luo Xingyu said with narrowed eyes. Okay, don't worry, Su Qianmeng and I didn't check into a hotel, and I didn't do any PUA to her. Lin Yu said to her. Really? Hearing this, Luo Xingyu's eyes brightened a little and suddenly became radiant. Really, I didn't check into a hotel with Su Qianmeng, and she is not my girlfriend. Lin Yu explained again. Okay, I believe you. Luo Xingyu said with a smile. Yes, how could Su Qianmeng like Lin Yu? He is just a nobody in school and rarely talks to girls. Apart from her, Luo Xingyu, how could there be any girl who would approach him, or even like him? Luo Xingyu thought so in his heart, and the alienation in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yu disappeared immediately. After all, Lin Yu didn't have a girlfriend, so there was no need for her to keep a distance from him. Lin Yu looked at the sky outside the window. He was really not a scumbag, at least not now. As for the future, Lin Yu couldn't guarantee it. They say men become bad when they have money. The boy who clamored to become a pure love god at the age of 18 would never have thought that he would fall in love with the beautiful girl in the footbath shop K when he was 30. The brave man who slays the dragon eventually becomes the dragon himself. Boom! An arc of lightning streaked across the sky, and the rain began to pour down, even heavier than before. Beep beep. Luo Xingyu answered the phone. Hello? Mom. Xiaoyu, where have you been? It's raining so hard and you haven't come home yet? And why is the thermos at home gone? There's no food in the cafeteria at your dad's workplace tonight, and I have to bring him food. Got it, Mom. I'll be right back. Luo Xingyu hung up the phone, looked at Lin Yu and said, I'll go first, Lin Yu. Are you leaving now? It's raining so hard. It's okay, I'll take a taxi home. Luo Xingyu said this and hurried out. She always listens to her mother. Lin Yu looked at her back and shrugged. Suddenly I realized that the phone on the bed was still on and I had exited the game and entered the team building interface. Lonely Xiaozhou turned on the microphone and said, Lin Yu, I seem to have heard something interesting. At Suzhou University, Xia Xinxiu quit the game and started searching the internet for the post about Lucheng Normal University. Finally, Xia Yeqiu found what he was looking for. The cover was a picture of a petite and pretty girl with long flowing hair slapping a handsome boy in the face. That familiar face made Xia Xinxiu stunned for a long time. Is it really her? Xia Xinxiu frowned. 20, I thought it was normal at that time. Would you like to try reality, Lin Yu? In the ward, listening to the sweet girl's voice coming from the phone, Lin Yu replied indifferently, no. Lin Yu himself was also helpless. I didn't turn off the microphone just now and revealed my real information. Now, in front of lonely Xiaozhou Lang, there is no difference between me and surfing the internet with my real name. My name is Xia Xinqiu. She suddenly said in a voice message. What? You also want to use your real name to surf the internet? Lin Yu asked. What are you talking about? I want to meet you. After all, you look quite handsome in that photo. Let's get to know each other in real life. We are both in Rongqing anyway. No, I'm just an ordinary boy, that photo was photoshopped. Lin Yu replied. After all, we are just netizens, so we still need to have a sense of boundaries. Xia Xinqiu sent a picture. Xia Xinqiu, my photo JPG. Lin Yu was stunned and clicked on the picture. This is no ordinary selfie. But it's a cos picture. She was wearing the cosplay costume of Shishir Yulong Qingying from Glory of the Dead. The girl's long silver hair was draped over her back, and her light blue skirt reached just above her knees. The exposed legs are slender and straight, and the feet are wearing a pair of transparent crystal high heels. The toes are slightly curled, as delicate and smooth as white jade. Is this really you? Lin Yu asked her in a message, looking a little surprised. Xia Xinqiu replied calmly with an emoticon, calm. She is a little cosplayer. Different from other cosplayers who rely on makeup and photo editing, Xia Xinyu is very confident about her appearance and figure. He even has 200,000 followers on Douyin, and is considered a little famous in the Shu University cosplay circle. There were many boys pursuing her, but she rejected them all. Because Xia Xinqiu likes girls. How about it, do you want to meet? Xia Xinqiu asked again. At this time, Lin Yu sent a screenshot of the Douyin homepage. It's her homepage. Xia Xinqiu, why are you posting this? Lin Yu, I've given you gifts before. Lin Yu sent another screenshot. The picture shows the chat history between Lin Yu and her on Douyin. Xia Xinqiu, thank you brother for your Douyin account number 1. There is no threshold. You can add me on WeChat DirectLixMXXQ. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Xia Xinqiu blushed as she watched the recording. You, how could you? Yes, she set a threshold on Douyin and asked for the contact information of her WeChat secondary account. But that small account only contains some pictures of legs in cosplay, which is slightly different from TikTok. But she's really not Maddie. Don't misunderstand me. There's nothing much in my circle of friends. It's just some daily photos. Okay, I understand. There's nothing shameful in eating. Lin Yu replied to her. It doesn't matter to Lin Yu whether Xia Xinqiu makes wheat or not. In this internet age, there are too many such things. But this was indeed a coincidence. Lin Yu was just watching live broadcasts and sending gifts on Douyin that day, and he didn't expect that one of them was Xia Xinqiu's live broadcast room. Xia Xinqiu left an impression on Lin Yu because of her beautiful appearance, which was different from the average internet celebrity face. That's why I recognized it immediately. It's really not Maddie. My living expenses are not enough, so I always have to do some part-time job. She replied with an angry expression. But Lin Yu's words he understands have already made his attitude clear. Xia Xinqiu seemed unable to explain it clearly. Okay, let's talk about this for now. We'll talk about the meeting next time. Lin Yu replied. Even if I really want to meet Xia Xinqiu in person, it's not now. Lin Yu is still very busy at the moment. I opened my phone and took a look. The bank card balance has reached 2.91 million. It's time to help Grandma solve the surgery problem. After all, now that I have the ability, I can't let the illness be delayed any longer. Thinking of this, Lin Yu pressed the call button on the bedside. After a while, a doctor in a white coat came in. Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Lin? The doctor asked. How long will it take for me to be discharged from the hospital? About 3 days. Once the wound on your head is almost healed, you can leave. Can't we go now? We don't recommend this because your body is extremely lacking in energy for some unknown reason. This is also the reason why you fell into a coma yesterday. We suggest that you rest more and observe in the hospital. After listening to the doctor's explanation, Lin Yu roughly understood the situation. The body lacks energy because the system has caused great changes in its own body, so the consumption is somewhat high. So don't worry, apart from the existence of the system, everything else is quite scientific. Please help me prepare the discharge procedures. I will leave after resting for 2 more days. Lin Yu said lightly. 2 nights later. Chengdu, Wuhou District, Huaxi Hospital. In a 3-bedroom in the inpatient department, 2 old ladies were talking. Sister Tang, I should change rooms to a single room tomorrow. An old lady wearing reading glasses said. Go ahead. You can go to the single room. My place is also a single room. Mrs. Tang replied. Where's your daughter? She hasn't come to visit you in the hospital for so long? I've lost contact with you for a long time. Old Mrs. Tang shook her head. I'm already very satisfied that my grandson can come and see me occasionally. Our illness will cost a lot of money. My son has made some money over the years, not much, just under 1 million. That's why we have the confidence to seek medical treatment in Huaxi. Your grandson is just a college student, how dare we let you come here? How much will it cost? The old lady with glasses squinted her eyes and read. She looked a little arrogant. After all, she was going to move to a new room tomorrow and wouldn't have to stay in this low-grade room with this old lady. When Mrs. Tang heard this, her body trembled. How could she not know? I know how hard it has been for my grandson these days because of her illness. After seeing you again, let's go downstairs to meet old you. I can't drag down my daughter and my grandson at the same time. Old Mrs. Tang sighed silently. Old Mrs. Wang next to me was still chattering. Let me tell you, my grandson is a top student at Suzhou University. My son. Old Mrs. Tang listened quietly. Suddenly, the nurse walked into the ward. Who is the patient Tang Hua? There is a call for you, said the nurse. Old Mrs. Tang was startled and took the phone. Hello, Grandma. Oh, Xiaoyu, Grandma is doing well now and her breathing has been normal recently. Don't worry. Old Mrs. Tang was smiling as she said this. That's right, Grandma. I'll come to see you tomorrow and take care of your surgery. A voice as gentle as jade echoed throughout the room. After a long while, the phone was hung up after exchanging pleasantries. Old Mrs. Wang, who was wearing small glasses, narrowed her eyes and said, Did your grandson really raise enough money for the surgery? Did he borrow money from a loan shark? Old Mrs. Wang was full of doubts. Her son was so outstanding, and she said she would wait another year until his career was stable before giving her the surgery. Old Mrs. Tang's grandson is a student at a second-tier university. How can he raise enough money except by borrowing money at high interest rates? Tang Hua didn't respond to her, but just smiled faintly, and suddenly realized something. Tomorrow? It seems that the day she leaves this world will be earlier than expected. At that time, I thought it was normal. The little kid who followed her around more than 10 years ago is now 20 years old. And she is old too. Unfortunately. I didn't get to see you or get married and have children. 21. Being stopped by a pure senior on the playground. The first morning after discharge. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Early in the morning, Lin Yu received a friend request on WeChat. It was sent by Su Qianmeng. Xiaomu go from Lin Yu, my dad didn't add me, so I had to add him back myself. Looking at the content of the friend request, Lin Yu held his forehead helplessly. After the application was approved, Lin Yu replied, I changed my WeChat nickname. Little Mugo, who lives near the fishing village, why? Don't you like it? Lin Yu, this is not a question of liking or not. So that means you like it? Lin Yu typed on the keyboard for a long time, but in the end, he sent nothing. There is no answer to this kind of question, and no matter how you answer it, it seems not very serious. Seeing that Lin Yu did not respond, Su Qianmeng changed the subject. Are you going to school today? Lin Yu, go ahead and get the leave note. I have to go to Wuhou and it will take about a week. Little Momgo who lives near the fishing village, so. In the room with closed curtains, Su Qianmeng got up from the bed and stretched. A week? That means we won't be able to meet for a long time. She recited slowly and pulled open the curtains. The sunlight shone through the glass onto the girl's fair and delicate cheeks, and she walked to the closet with her white and slender legs. What should I wear? He likes to be well behaved, so he should wear this. The girl's eyes were bright and her voice was as sweet as a silver bell. Lin Yu went to school very early, around 8:50, which was the time when the first class ended at 8 a.m. After asking the counselor to sign a leave note, I prepared to walk directly to the school gate. Hello, are you Lin Yu? A voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Yu looked back and saw 7 boys wearing vests and sweating profusely. Lin Yu had no impression of them, but he could tell from the words printed on their shirts that these people are from the school basketball team. It's me. What's the matter? Lin Yu said lightly. Ding. The recognition value from Dingjin, Wang Yuan, totals 500 points. The system prompt sounded in my ears. The 7 boys in front of him also began to whisper. Is this guy Su Qianhua's rumored boyfriend? He looks skinny, I don't know what school beauty Su likes about him. Listening to their discussion, Lin Yu's expression was calm, and he did not show any sign of timidity because there were so many of them. After all, this situation was expected. Because Su Qianmeng is too famous. Lin Yu only learned about this from Su Qianmeng when she added him on WeChat this morning. Su Qianmeng is also an internet celebrity with 2 million fans. She doesn't do anything fancy, but she has 2 million fans just by occasionally updating her circle of friends with pictures and videos. One can imagine how famous he is in Luyuan. Hey, brother, we don't mean any harm. We are just curious whether what happened on the forum last night is true or not. Don't worry, we have no bad intentions. The leader, who was different from the others and wearing a simple white t-shirt, spoke. Judging from the system prompts, this person is called Dingjin. She has dark skin, deep eyes, and an innocent smile. Lin Yu seemed to have heard this name from the discussion of girls in the class, but he couldn't remember what his situation was. But soon, a girl passing by solved Lin Yu's doubts. Hey, isn't this Dingjin? Really? So handsome and innocent. Of course. Dingjin was admitted to our school as a top student based on his pure academic performance. He is now also a local tourism promotion ambassador. I heard that he also works out. Wow, look, you can see the outline of Dingjin's abdominal muscles under his sweaty white t-shirt. Hearing the flattery constantly in his ears, Dingjin raised his head slightly, with a hint of complacency in his eyes. Student Lin Yu, the things on the forum about the relationship between school beauty Su and you must be fabricated. Although you may not care, I still think it's necessary to clarify. We can't let a girl's innocence be tarnished. Dingjin looked at Lin Yu and recited each word. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Why do I feel like this guy is so green tea speaking? Have any girls added you? Well, it seems that there really is. Dingjin stood there, inadvertently lifting up his clothes to wipe the sweat off his face, revealing his 4 abdominal muscles. Standing next to him were 2 girls who looked very lost after being rejected. I'm sorry, both of you. I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being, Dingjin said apologetically. But in his heart, he secretly shook his head. Wanting to study is just an excuse. After all, I still don't like them. Dingjin, although he comes from the mountains, has had many romances because of his handsome appearance. The only regret is that none of the girls he dated was as pretty as Su Qianmeng. So when he saw a boy who was not as innocent as himself on the forum and was speculated to be Su Qianmeng's CP, he certainly didn't believe it. Just him? He just has a handsome face, but nothing else can compare to me. Is he rich? Does he understand girls? Is he in good shape? Definitely none. Thinking of this, Dingjin suddenly walked to Lin Yu and patted him on the shoulder. Student Lin Yu, if you can clarify this online, I can take you to the gym. No girl would like you if you were so skinny. I've been doing bodybuilding for 2 years, so I can help you. Dingjin's voice wasn't loud, but everyone around him could hear it clearly. Many people looked at Dingjin with admiration. Senior Dingjin is already a junior, but he is still willing to take time out to help his juniors. It's so heartwarming. Senior Dingjin is really amazing. Hearing these voices, Lin Yu frowned even more tightly. The clothes he was wearing were carefully selected by Luo Xingyu before, which could make his figure look well proportioned when he was thin. At the same time, my figure has improved now, and this dress makes me look thinner. So it seems that Dingjin really thinks of himself as a thin dog. No, I'm very satisfied with my current figure. Lin Yu shook his head. You are so skinny and you are so satisfied. Does anyone like you? A member of the basketball team said behind Dingjin. Dingjin stared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Junior Lin Yu must have never worked out before and doesn't understand the value of 2 years of working out. Then, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yu and said with a smile, Junior Lin Yu, you said you were satisfied with your figure, that's because you have never seen a truly good-looking figure. After saying that, Dingjin slowly took off his shirt. His 4-pack abs and slightly turned-out shoulders were revealed. Wow! Senior Dingjin is so handsome. As expected of a fitness guy, so awesome. Dingjin raised his head slightly, but Lin Yu couldn't help but laughed. 2 years of practice for this? Is this funny? Except for the 4 abdominal muscles on his lower abdomen, there is almost no sign of training on other parts of Dingjin's body. It's just a stronger, thinner dog. Feeling that it was a waste of time to continue to tangle with him, Lin Yu turned around and prepared to leave. However, Dingjin grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. Why? If you think my muscles are ugly, why don't you show me yours? No, I don't have that kind of fetish. Lin Yu shook his head. Dingjin narrowed his eyes and took advantage of Lin Yu's unpreparedness to lift up the clothes on Lin Yu's lower abdomen. Arrogant, right? He is so thin, yet he still laughs at Dingjin's muscles. Let everyone see your skinny body and you will behave yourself. Dingjin was thinking in his heart. But when he looked up and noticed Lin Yu's lower abdomen, his heart went silent. Screams from the schoolgirls who had lost control of their emotions could be faintly heard from the crowd. 22. There are always some surprising encounters. I am not seeing things, he actually has 8-pack abs. Who is this handsome guy? He has such a great figure and is handsome too. Don't you know him? He's Lin Yu, who caused a stir on the school forum last night. So it's him. He has such a great body and a handsome face. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the school hunk. No wonder the school beauty Sue likes him. Because the school arranges morning exercises for freshmen, there are many freshman girls passing by at this moment. Looking at Lin Yu's 8 strong abdominal muscles under his light gray t-shirt and the delicate waistline on his flank, the schoolmates were so shy that they covered their faces with their hands. But he couldn't help but look in the direction of Lin Yu through his fingers. Dingjin just stood there in a daze. As we all know, fitness is an extremely expensive, time-consuming and talent-consuming activity. Dingjin thinks he has worked hard, training every Thursday, which is why he has the muscular body he has today. Lin Yu's physique, just looking at his abdominal muscles, is far superior to his, not to mention other parts. At this moment, Dingjin felt as uncomfortable as if he had just received his defense. Lin Yu just silently took a picture of Ding Jun's hand lifting his clothes. I don't have a penchant for exposing myself in public. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Lin Yu muttered lightly, then turned around and continued walking towards the school gate. In the sunlight, a layer of light golden glow lingered around him, which was somewhat dazzling. The onlookers silently made way for Lin Yu, and many of the younger schoolgirls had stars in their eyes. On the side, Ding Jun, with his upper body naked, gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yu's back. He suddenly felt that the eyes of the people around him seemed to have a hint of strangeness in them. It's like watching a pervert. Okay, this kid is awesome. He seems to be leaving school, right? Then Ding Jun lowered his head in deep thought, as if he had thought of something. He put on his clothes silently and walked towards the school gate. Ding! The host inadvertently revealed his superb figure, pretending to be a good 13 in front of a group of junior students, feeling happy, successfully indulged, rewarded 90,000 renminbi. The current balance is 3 million. Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Ding Jun. Ding! Received 50 points of recognition from Wu Yu. Gained 50 points of recognition from Bai Hu. Lin Yu was walking on the campus avenue, and the system prompts kept ringing in his ears. But in just a moment, the recognition value has reached 2,500 points. Lin Yu took a quick look at the system mall that was automatically refreshed at midnight today. Basic driving skills. Based on the existing foundation, the host can painlessly acquire 2 years of motor vehicle driving experience. Purchase limit is 1,1, and the price is 1,500 points. A pair of ordinary white stockings. After purchasing, you can get ordinary white stockings produced by the system, which are soft and do not hurt the skin. Price, 3,000 points. A small and promising enterprise. After purchasing, the host will obtain shares of a small and promising enterprise, with a purchase limit of 5151 and a selling price of 200 points. Trouble solving card. Solve the trouble. Price. Lin Yu frowned when he saw this. There doesn't seem to be anything worth buying, so I'd better save the recognition points first, maybe use them on the trouble solving card. When I approached the school gate, it was time for class and there were almost no people on the street. Lin Yu walked straight out of the school, stood on the curb at the school gate, took out his cell phone and prepared to hail a taxi. Thanks to a relative, my grandmother is now receiving treatment at Huaxi Hospital, the best hospital in the southwest. It takes an hour and a half to get there by subway, but only 40 minutes by car. It seems like it's time to put buying a car on the agenda. You can't take a taxi every time you go on a long trip. Lin Yu was thinking when something suddenly poked him in the back. Turning around, he found Su Qianmeng standing behind him, smiling faintly with her little face tilted up. I found you, Lin Yu, she said softly. Lin Yu looked at Su Qianmeng and was stunned for a second. Her dressing style today is very gentle. The upper body is a white shirt with a blue bow tie at the collar, paired with a black JK skirt, black leather shoes and white calf socks. Her waist-length hair fluttered gently in the wind as the cars passed by. She stretched out a slender arm to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, looking at her own beautiful eyes sparkling. No wonder a casual photo of her daily life can earn her 2 million followers. Su Qianmeng can adapt to almost any style. Hey, speak. Are you mute? Su Qianmeng stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Lin Yu. Why are you here? Lin Yu looked at her, somewhat puzzled. You're going to Wuo, it's quite far. I'll drive you there. While reciting, Su Qianmeng took out a car key from the black LV bag in her hand. Judging from the car logo on the key, it should be an Audi. When did you become my sister again? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her. Then Xiaogui will take you there today, okay? As she recited, she looked into Lin Yu's eyes, her voice soft and tender. He even licked his lower lip with his tongue, and his tongue piercing sparkled silver in the sunlight. Su Qianmeng, don't get sick, there are people around. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. So what if there are people? I don't care. Su Qianmeng replied. Even if Lin Yu wants to do something to me here, that's fine. She said with a smirk. Really? Lin Yu asked seriously. Of course, but you have to be my boyfriend. That's fine. TSK, you coward. Su Qianmeng turned her head away and continued to read, let's go, my car is over there. So Lin Yu followed Su Qianmeng to the small parking lot in front of the school. After all, Chengdu is a new first-tier city, and it is also a university, so there are many wealthy school leaders or rich second generations. Therefore, most of the small parking lots at the school gate are occupied by BBAs, including the recently popular Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, and Lin Yu also saw two of them. The car is parked too deep inside and I don't want to leave. Please help me drive it out, brother-in-law. Su Qianmeng said softly. Lin Yu paused, but nodded and took the key. Su Qianmeng can call me whatever she wants, but I don't like it. Ding. The host calmly accepted the special title given to him by the school beauty, and was in a very happy mood. He succeeded in his indulgence and was rewarded 50,000 renminbi, with a balance of 3.05 million renminbi. No, I don't. Yes, I believe it. Okay, it seems that the explanation is not clear. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly, but not far ahead, he saw a figure he had just seen not long ago. 23, for example, when I met you. Hey! Isn't this Junior Lin Yu? Dingjin said in the direction of Lin Yu. His voice had a slight smoky tone. Yeah. Lin Yu just nodded. How come I met this person again? What a strange coincidence. Lin Yu thought in his heart. But for Dingjin, this is no coincidence. When he saw Lin Yu preparing to leave the school, he took the school bus and left before him. Then I came to the parking lot, ready to go out for a spin in the Xiaomi SU7 that I borrowed from a friend. Of course, Dingjin would not say that the car was borrowed. He really wanted to see Lin Yu's shocked expression when he found out that the car was his. After all, the current standard price of a Xiaomi SU7 is 215,900 yuan. For college students, especially those from ordinary families. After the cognition is improved, it is clearer what this concept is. A Xiaomi SU7 is enough for ordinary people to work hard year after year. Do you want to take my car and go for some fun? Dingjin looked at Lin Yu and said. He shook the car key with the Xiaomi logo printed on it in his hand intentionally or unintentionally. What? Is the senior's car the SU7 Ultra? Lin Yu read it with some surprise in his tone. Dingjin's mood suddenly became happy when he heard this. That's about right. Oh. Lin Yu replied. Almost, that means it's not. If not, it means that Dingjin was driving the SU7. How can they be similar? The price difference is clearly hundreds of thousands. Lin Yu shook his head in his heart. Of course, even if Dingjin really drives the SU7 Ultra, Lin Yu would most likely not have any emotional fluctuations. After all, he is now worth 3 million, and it will be more in the future. Even if Dingjin drives a SU7 Ultra, he cannot shock Lin Yu in the slightest. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say anything, Dingjin thought that he was hit by him. Hey, my car is just so-so when driving. He was about to continue chattering, but Lin Yu continued walking deeper into the garage without even looking back. Seeing this, Dingjin smiled. What? Junior Lin Yu also has a car? He thought so, but shook his head in his heart. Going further in, there seemed to be several BYD cars parked. I heard that Lin Yu used to often eat the poor guy's set meal in the cafeteria, so it seems that his family is not wealthy. It seems possible to work part-time as a ride-hailing driver. After standing there for a while, Dingjin turned and walked towards the Xiaomi SU7 he had borrowed. All the previous shame was instantly forgotten. He, Dingjin, would not bother with a poor guy. With a happy mood, Dingjin drove the car to the garage door, and his mood suddenly became even happier. There stood a very beautiful girl. Su Qianmeng, the school beauty of Lucheng Normal University. Buzz. SU7 slowly stopped in front of Su Qianmeng. School beauty Su, are you here alone? Where are you going? I'll take you there. Dingjin said with a smile. Su Qianmeng just leaned against the wall, looking down at her phone, as if she didn't exist. School beauty Su? Dingjin called again. Su Qianmeng raised her head calmly and glanced at him with her pretty face. Don't bother me. She said this and continued to lower her head. Seeing that the school beauty ignored him, Dingjin tactfully drove away. But he didn't go far. He stopped outside the garage and looked back reluctantly, wanting to take another look at the school beauty. But at this glance, Dingjin's pupils shrank sharply. At the garage door, Su Qianmeng got into an arrow feather gray Audi A7L. The coldness she had shown when she looked at Dingjin before was no longer there at this moment, and when she looked at the person in the driver's seat, her eyes were full of tenderness. Could it be that school beauty Su was being kept by someone? Dingjin had this idea. The landing price of Audi A7L is about 600,000 yuan. With other maintenance costs, it can only be afforded by people with a monthly income of at least 60,000 yuan. So how can someone who can drive this car not be considered rich? Dingjin narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, wanting to see who was supporting the school beauty Sue. Then he rubbed his eyes and looked again. After looking at it, he continued to rub his eyes and then looked again. I repeated it 10 times and still saw the same person. Are you dazzled? How could it be Lin Yu? How could that be? Ding. Gained 300 points of recognition from Dingjin. In the Audi A7L, Lin Yu heard the system prompt sound, but didn't care much. What he cares about now is more about how to drive. Lin Yu got his driver's license during the summer vacation after the college entrance examination. He hadn't driven a car for 2 years, so it was inevitable that he felt a little rusty. Lin Yu, can you do it? Or I'll drive it. Su Qianmeng said embarrassedly. Looking at the way Lin Yu drives, he doesn't even look like someone with a driver's license, which inevitably makes Su Qianmeng feel scared. But men can't stand hearing women say they are not good enough. Lin Yu frowned slightly. System, purchase basic driving skills. He muttered to himself. Ding. 2 years of motor vehicle driving experience has been credited to your account, with a balance of 1,500 points of recognition value. The next moment, Lin Yu's mind suddenly became clear. He drove the car into the highway intersection skillfully. Su Qianmeng. How? Hold on tight. Lin Yu said calmly. Buzz. Accompanied by the roar of the car, the Audi A7L sped on the highway like a silver flash. The time to get off the highway and arrive at Wuhou district is 10:30 a.m. Lin Yu did not drive directly to Huaxi Hospital, but went to a nearby flower shop to buy a bouquet of flowers first. What is this? Is it for me? Su Qianmeng looked at Lin Yu, her eyes full of anticipation. No. Lin Yu quickly dispelled her thoughts. This is for my grandma. Roses are her favorite. Okay, but I want flowers too. Su Qianmeng pouted. Buy it yourself. Lin Yu said. Please buy it for me. I don't want to buy it myself. How can a boy let a girl buy flowers by herself? Su Qianmeng hugged Lin Yu's arm and said coquettishly. Lin Yu finally bought it for her. Bought a bouquet of roses. After all, the girl Su Qianmeng is very similar to Rose. Beautiful and brilliant, but beneath the bright appearance are sharp thorns. Su Qianmeng took the bouquet of roses, held it to her chest and took a deep breath. Hee, I like it very much. She said. As long as you like it. Lin Yu put Xianwei in the back seat, returned to the driver's seat and stretched. Do you know the language of roses? Lin Yu? Su Qianmeng suddenly asked again. Don't know? What is it? Lin Yu asked puzzledly. Su Qianmeng chuckled and said, I won't tell you. Then she put down the bouquet, stood up, hugged Lin Yu's arm, and buried her head in his neck, leaving another mark. What are you doing? Lin Yu pushed Su Qianmeng away and wiped off the girl's crystal saliva on his neck with his hand. The last mark is almost gone, so let's leave a new one. Su Qianmeng said with a playful smile. Lin Yu felt helpless about this, so he started the car. After all, they were driving, and Su Qianmeng couldn't do anything else. Su Qianmeng sat in the passenger seat, with her face slightly tilted up, seeming to be in a good mood. I'll sing a song for you, Lin Yu. Sing it. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I met you. 24, your own means. 10:45. Lin Yu parked the Audi A7L steadily at a parking spot near the hospital. Su Qianmeng, I'll go in first. Eh? You came to Wuhou to visit Huaxi Hospital? Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. Grandma is in the hospital. Then why didn't you tell me before? Su Qianmeng asked puzzledly. She finally understood why Lin Yu wanted to be a male model and why he always compromised when faced with her weird requests. A boy who couldn't even afford to buy a new piece of clothing could get his sick grandmother admitted to Huaxi Hospital. You can imagine the money and effort spent. What's the point of telling you? If I call you sister or mother, will you give me 1,000,000 or 800,000 to help my grandmother with her medical treatment? Lin Yu joked. There is no such good thing in this world. Even if she is a wealthy woman, it is impossible for her to spend 1 or 2 million yuan at a time to support a young hunk. How is it impossible? Although I don't have that much money now, I can sell my car and bags, and I can also sell my house. I can definitely get enough money. Su Qianmeng said. No need, Miss Su. Lin Yu said as he picked up the bouquet of roses and the fruits he had bought in advance from the back seat of the car. I have already collected enough money, Lin Yu added. Really? You have that much money? Yeah. Lin Yu nodded, closed the car door and prepared to go to the inpatient department. Su Qianmeng also got out of the car and followed. Wait a minute, Lin Yu. What's wrong? You don't think you can get your grandma's surgery done by taking a week off, she read. Lin Yu was stunned for a second after hearing this. What Su Qianmeng said was indeed right. Huaxi Hospital's comprehensive strength ranks among the top 3 in Daxia. It is difficult to get an appointment on weekdays, especially an appointment with an expert, which is difficult to get even if you have money. Lin Yu also asked for help from a cousin who was a doctor in Huaxi to get his grandmother an appointment. As for the surgery, even if I have money now, it will probably take a month or half a month to arrange it. Seeing that Lin Yu had become somewhat silent, Su Qianmeng smiled evilly and stretched out a slender white finger, drawing a circle on Lin Yu's chest. If you ask your sister for help, I can help you contact the person. Su Qianmeng said. As expected, she is a wealthy woman and has connections in Huaxi Hospital. But Lin Yu shook his head, no need. You have your connections, but I, Lin Yu, naturally have my own methods. System, open them all. He said silently in his mind. Receive. An illusory light curtain opened before my eyes. In the system mall, the price of the trouble-solving card is displayed. Trouble-solving card, solve the host's problem of having no connections in Huaxi Hospital. Price, 1,000 recognition points. Buy. Ding. Trouble-solving card used successfully, connections have been arranged for the host, please go to the inpatient department downstairs and wait. Forget it. I'm kind-hearted, so I'll just help you make the contact. Beside him, Su Qianmeng smiled and took out a cell phone from her pocket. Lin Yu stopped her, really? I've found someone in the inpatient department. I'll go there first. After reading it, Lin Yu walked towards the inpatient building. Found the person? Su Qianmeng naturally didn't believe it. How could he know anyone? After thinking about it, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Uncle Li, can you help me? It took 5 minutes to walk downstairs to the inpatient department. Because it was almost noon, Lin Yu felt the sunlight was a bit dazzling, so he waited in the hall. The air conditioner was on inside and it felt a little cool. Lin Yu found a random seat and sat down, placing the flowers and fruits on the shelf beside him. After all, it would be uncomfortable to hold it all the time. Hey buddy, do you know where the elevator is? A young man who looked to be in his early 20s asked Lin Yu while holding a bouquet of peonies. Go in and turn left. Lin Yu replied. He has been here many times and is quite familiar with the route. Okay, thank you. The young man smiled. Then he turned around and waved to a girl not far away. I found the way, this way. The girl came over when she heard the sound, but was a little stunned when she saw Lin Yu next to Lulei. Because this boy is handsome. Although he was sitting, the outline of his shoulders when he leaned against the back of the chair showed that he had a good figure. Her hairstyle is simple and neat short hair, her temperament is calm, and her pair of peach blossom eyes are deep and bright, very charming. Jia, we'll be in my grandma's ward soon, so you better be sweet. I'll hold this bouquet of flowers for you first, and when you see her later, just tell her that you bought them. Lu Yu said this while looking at his girlfriend Bai Jia, only to find that Bai Jia was staring straight at the boy sitting behind him. Lu Yu suddenly felt unhappy. My dad has arrived. He used his connections to upgrade my grandma's room. She's going to a single room. Lu Yu said loudly. Bai Jia was startled when she heard this and withdrew her gaze from Lin Yu. She can still tell the difference between handsome guys and rich guys. She looked at Lu Yu in admiration and said, "Wow, your dad is amazing. Didn't they say that it's hard to get a ward in Huaxi? It's not that difficult. My dad's friend is a department director and has a bit of power. Oh, and he just said he would come pick us up, but I refused because I couldn't trouble him too much." Lu Yu felt a little elated when he heard Bai Jia's praise. After all, Bai Jia is good-looking and, like him, is a student at Shu University. Bai Jia is also the assistant to the president of the school's student union. If his father hadn't suddenly become rich, Lu Yu would probably never have found such a good girl in his life. While thinking, Liu put his arm around Bai Jie's waist. He looked down at Lin Yu with a provocative look. "No, buddy, can you find such a beautiful girlfriend?" Feeling his gaze, Lin Yu frowned. "I just showed him the way, and the next moment this guy treated me as an imaginary enemy?" Sure enough, being too handsome is a kind of trouble. Lin Yu once thought that only readers could have such troubles. I didn't expect that this trouble would come back to me now. "Hello, are you, Mr. Yu?" Liu Yu was hugging Bai Jie and bragging when he heard a shout from behind. He was a middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat and glasses, and he looked very kind. "I'm here to pick you up." The middle-aged doctor glanced at the flowers in Liu Yu's arms and added. Liu Yu was stunned. Could this be the director his father knew, and he actually came to pick him up? So the two followed the middle-aged doctor into the elevator. Lin Yu sat on the chair and stretched. "Why haven't my connections come yet? I've been waiting for 5 minutes." Lin Yu sighed. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Yu?" A powerful voice came from the receiver. 25, my super cute, super beautiful, super gentle girlfriend. "Well, okay, I'll go back to the ward and wait for you." In the lobby on the first floor of the inpatient department, Lin Yu hung up the phone. The system is quite powerful, and it even found the current director of Huaxi Hospital to help solve the problem. However, the other party was still on the way, so Lin Yu decided to go see his grandmother first. Su Qianmeng sent a message on the mobile phone. "Lin Yu's mom, which ward is grandma in? I just went to buy some nutritional supplements and I want to see her too." Lin Yu, room 702 in the inpatient building. "You can see it when you come." After replying to the message, Lin Yu picked up the rose, picked up the fruit, and entered the elevator. As we all know, the elevators in hospitals are very slow, stopping once per floor on average. It took Lin Yu 5 minutes to finally reach the ward where his grandmother was. My grandmother's name is Tanghua, and she is a little old lady who loves to laugh. Her bed was near the window. At the moment, she was looking out the window with her head tilted, wondering what she was thinking about. "Grandma!" Lin Yu shouted, walked to her side, and waved the rose in front of her. You are here, why are you buying flowers? It's a waste of money." Tanghua took the flowers and said it was a waste, but the joy in her eyes could not deceive anyone. She likes it very much. "The flowers are not expensive, and I have money now, so it doesn't matter," Lin Yu said with a smile. At this time, near the door of the room, old Mrs. Wang, who was wearing small glasses, squinted her eyes and looked over. "Sister Tang, your grandson is here. I haven't seen him for half a month. He has grown handsome. I heard that your child has saved enough money for the surgery. Is that true? The surgery must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You are such a filial child. Grandma Wan, you're too kind. I was raised by my grandmother, and this is what I should do." Lin Yu replied calmly. "Hey, you are such a good child, unlike my son. He said he could get me into a high-end ward, but he never mentioned the surgery. Look, I found some leader today and just went to handle the formalities." Old Mrs. Wan was still chattering on, her tone full of complacency. Lin Yu lowered his head and peeled oranges for his grandmother and no longer responded to old lady Wang. This old lady is stupid. Where she goes is none of her grandmother's business. He kept talking hypocritically for a long time. Now that Lin Yu has the ability, he will naturally give his grandmother the best treatment. I just don't know if old Mrs. Wan will still be happy at that time. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the ward door. Then 3 figures walked in. It was Liu Yu, Bai Jie, and the middle-aged doctor in a white coat and glasses. Because their elevator was slower, the 3 of them only arrived now. After seeing Lin Yu in the ward, Liu Yu frowned. What a coincidence. We actually met by chance? Without thinking any further, Liu Yu took Bai Jie, who was holding a peony flower, and stood in front of old lady Wang. Grandma, this is my girlfriend Bai Jie. I brought her to see you today. After Liu Yu finished speaking, Bai Jie also shouted, Grandma. Seeing this, old lady Wang narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. He did not forget to look at Tanghua beside him, pointed at the 2 people in front of his bed, and said, Sister Tang, let me introduce you. This is my grandson Liu Yu and his girlfriend. This guy said before that his girlfriend is very beautiful, but I didn't really believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. No. Bai Jie showed a hint of shyness on her face when she heard what Old Lady Wang said. Old Lady Wang tilted her head to look at Tang Hua, and finally saw a hint of envy in the latter's eyes. Lin Yu was very keen to notice this and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. There are many beautiful girls around your grandson. I will bring one to see you next time. Don't envy them." Lu Yu was somewhat disdainful when he heard this. Still no shortage of pretty girls? How could a poor student from a second-tier university dare to think about it? By the way, who is this? Old Mrs. Wang asked the doctor in a white coat and glasses. Isn't this my dad's friend? Lu Yu wondered. The middle-aged doctor in white coat also frowned. Didn't that girl Su Qianming tell him to find a boy named Yu who was holding flowers downstairs in the inpatient department? Now it seems that we have made a mistake? What's your name? He looked at Lu Yu and asked again. Lu Yu. It seems to be correct, Li Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, two more people walked in from outside the door. It was a doctor and a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Mom, we just want to ask, and we don't know what's going on with the premium rooms. There are no rooms left, so we can't transfer them for the time being." What? Old Mrs. Wan was a little angry when she heard this and frowned. It's okay, I'll go ask, Li Wen said at this time. The doctor who walked in with the middle-aged man seemed surprised when he saw Li Wen. Deputy Dean? There was a glimmer of surprise in Old Lady Wang's eyes. Vice President? When did his son get to know a person of this level? This is so impressive. But when Vice President Li Wen was about to go out and go to the first floor to ask them what was going on, his steps stopped in mid-air. "Hello, Uncle Li." A sweet voice sounded at the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and the air suddenly became quieter. She was a beautiful girl with fair skin and delicate features. She seemed to be glowing and attracted everyone's attention. She was holding a large box of exquisitely packaged nutritional supplements in her hand. After greeting Li Wen, she walked into the room. Under the astonished gaze of Old Lady Wang and her family, she placed the nutritional supplements on the cabinet beside Tang Hua's bed. Then casually, as if out of habit, he put his arm around Lin Yu's arm. "Hello Grandma, my name is Su Qianming," she said with a sweet smile. Tang Hua's eyes widened, and her body trembled for a moment. What is this? She's his girlfriend. Su Qianming continued. Really? Tang Hua was a little shocked. With her grandson's reserved personality, could he really find such a beautiful girlfriend? Lin Yu glanced at Su Qianming, but she hugged Lin Yu's arm, rubbed it gently against her chest, then tilted her little face up and smiled frivolously. As if to say, if you don't admit it, I will call you daddy. Yeah. Lin Yu finally nodded. Ding. Gained recognition points from Tang Hua, Li Wen, Bai Jie, a total of 1,500 points. Ding. The host brought the super cute, super beautiful, and super gentle Su Qianming, and frankly told the grandmother that such a beautiful girl is his girlfriend, shocking the whole audience. Successful indulgence, reward 520,000 renminbi. The current balance is 4 million renminbi. Behind her, Old Lady Wan was clenching her back teeth which had long since fallen out. Bai Jie felt ashamed of herself looking at Su Qianming's back. Lu Yu clenched his fists. This guy actually has such a beautiful girlfriend, at least 100 times more beautiful than Bai Jie. As for Vice President Li Wen, he frowned. It seems like he really recognized the wrong person. 26. Am I not your favorite child? Ahem, Xiaomeng, is this the Mr. Yu you mentioned? Li Wen looked at Lin Yu and said. It seems that I really made a mistake. But this is not Li Wen's fault. The main reason was that when his niece Su Qianming called him, Li Wen was working on logistics. The environment was quite noisy, so I couldn't hear clearly. Su Qianming's eyelashes trembled when she heard this. Just now, I saw that Grandma Lin Yu was a little nervous and for a moment I forgot that Uncle Li Wen was present. In front of my uncle, I said I was Lin Yu's girlfriend or something. Even Su Qianming felt a little shy at this moment. The girl's pink cheeks instantly turned red. She was a little overwhelmed. When she was about to let go of Lin Yu's arm, Lin Yu held her wrist very tightly. Hello uncle, my name is Lin Yu. His voice was flat but powerful. Li Wen couldn't help but look at the young man again. He was called the vice president just now, and I'm sure the young man must have heard it. Yet he could still speak to him so calmly. His magnanimity and courage are truly commendable. After all, the identity of the deputy director of Huaxi Hospital is comparable to that of a city committee member, and ordinary people may never have the opportunity to see it in person in their lifetime. It's a pity that although the boy is handsome, his family should be very ordinary, otherwise the niece would not have asked him to come forward. But how could a child from an ordinary family marry a girl from the Su family? Another pair of star-crossed lovers. Li Wen's eyes kept looking between Lin Yu and Su Qianming, and finally he sighed. Lin Yu, you pinched me and hurt me. Su Qianming rubbed her face on Lin Yu's arm and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu eased up a bit, but did not let go of her hand. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something, but Su Qianming couldn't understand. But she was very happy, with curved eyebrows and a beautiful smile. Hey! Dean, you just asked me to ask about the ward. On the hospital bed, old Mrs. Wang suddenly spoke. Lu Yu and others who were standing beside old lady Wang's bed all frowned at the same time. In this scene, how could they not know that the relationship between Vice President Li Wen in front of them and them was just a misunderstanding? He wasn't there to help them from the beginning, he just recognized the wrong person. As expected, Li Wen shook his head and said, "Let me ask first, but since you just went and failed to upgrade the room, it means that the high-end wards are indeed in short supply. I can probably only get one. You should think of other ways. One room is enough for me to stay in." Old Mrs. Wang seemed to have not understood the situation yet. Li Wen frowned slightly, walked to Tang Hua's bed, and looked at the name written on the head of the bed. Ms. Tang, right? Let me see if I can help you get a room upgrade. Li Wen said calmly, looking at the doctor who had just followed Lu's father into the room and continued. Dr. Wu, right? Please go to the first floor for me and tell them that I need a high-class ward. Aren't you going to upgrade my room? What do you mean, as the vice president? Old Mrs. Wang shouted angrily. Lu Yu quickly covered old lady Wang's mouth. Grandma, stop talking. As he read, he looked at Li Wen carefully. This is the vice president, they can't afford to offend him. Hearing Li Wen's words, Dr. Wu, who was standing at the door, was a little embarrassed and responded in a low voice, President Li, I just asked, there is only one superior room left, but it has been booked. Reservation? I'll call and ask. Li Wen said. His niece was watching him from behind, and if he couldn't handle this matter, he would be in big trouble. When people reach middle age and hold high positions, they can't help but feel a bit arrogant. He wanted to see who else in the hospital dared to snatch the room that he, the vice president, wanted. Beep beep beep. After a busy tone, the call was connected. Hello, Director Li, what can I do for you? Asked the head nurse in charge of the VIP ward. It's like this, I need a high-end ward here, can you provide it now? This. Dean Li, I'm afraid that's not possible. What? My face is useless. No, it's just that Dean Wang had already said that a ward was needed before you. He said it before you, so. After hanging up the phone, Li Wen felt really embarrassed. Dean Wang is the de facto dean of the hospital. He is a high-ranking official and he can crush people with low status. There is nothing he can do about it. Lin Yu saw his embarrassment and said, It's okay, uncle. I have my own way to upgrade the room. Hearing this, Li Wen nodded, and his liking for Lin Yu increased a little more. He also knew how to save face, which is good. When a superior room becomes available, he will definitely arrange it for him as soon as possible. Lin Yu just smiled faintly when he saw this. Judging from the time, my connection should be arriving soon. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. A man wearing square-framed glasses and looking to be in his 50s walked in. Wang, Dean Wang. The doctor at the door exclaimed. Is Mr. Lin Yulin here? Wang Lian shouted as he entered the room. Li Wen looked back and his eyes were shocked. No, Lao Wang came to find this young man who seemed to have no background? Is this true or false? Soon, Lin Yu confirmed his idea. I'm here. Lin Yu said lightly. Ding. Gained recognition points from Li Wen, Su Qianming, a total of 500 points. The system sound continued in my ears, and the recognition value quickly rose back to 2,500 points. But Lin Yu didn't care so much at the moment. After discussing with Dean Wang, a superior room was arranged for my grandmother. As for the surgery, the plan will be determined after another physical examination tonight. Sister Tang, are you really going to move away? Why don't you stay here so that we can keep each other company? Seeing that Tang Hua was really going to move away, old Mrs. Wang felt a little regretful. It seems that what the other party's grandson said about saving enough money for her surgery is true. Moreover, he has connections. The dean and the vice dean are both his acquaintances. If her attitude had been better at the time, she might have been able to get some help and get a better room. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hua moved out. Old Mrs. Wang suddenly remembered what they talked about that night. After you move out, isn't this also a single room? 9 o'clock in the evening, VIP Ward 1302. Your grandmother is in good health. If the funds are sufficient, the surgery can be arranged the day after tomorrow. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Yu nodded. The doctor immediately went out. At this moment, only Lin Yu, Su Qianmeng, and grandmother were left in the room. Then Grandma, I'll leave first. Su Qianmeng said to Tang Hua with a smile. Okay, be careful. If Ewer bullies you, remember to tell Grandma and she will take care of him. Tang Hua looked at Su Qianmeng with eyes full of love. Yes, I will, Grandma. Ewer, please see Meng Meng off. Tang Hua continued reading. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded, but sighed in his heart. It hasn't been long since Meng Meng started shouting and saying that she would deal with herself. Didn't you say before that I was your favorite child, Grandma? 27. Happiness is something you must strive for. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the evening breeze made the branches of the trees on the roadside sway. Lin Yu sent Su Qianmeng to the parking lot, but Su Qianmeng suddenly said she was hungry. Please accompany me to eat. I heard there are a lot of delicious food at the night market in Shu University. Su Qianmeng said coquettishly. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. There are special nurses in the VIP ward. Lin Yu has already paid to arrange them, so there is no need to worry about Grandma. In addition, he had hardly eaten anything all day and was really hungry, so Lin Yu agreed readily. Then, driving Su Qianmeng's silver gray Audi A7L, it only took about 13 minutes to reach Shu University night market. Lin Yu found a place to park the car and started walking with Su Qianmeng. The streets are bustling with people, there are many roadside stalls, and the air is filled with various aromas. Lin Yu, I want to eat that. Su Qianmeng pointed to the Tianquan potato stall in front. Don't you know how to buy it yourself? I want you to buy it for me. I don't. Please, Dad. Lin Yu covered her mouth and said, I'll buy it for you, okay? There were so many people on the street, and Lin Yu would still feel a little embarrassed if Su Qianmeng called him like that. Lin Yu went to a stall and bought a portion of Tianquan potatoes. He specifically asked for more zircon and added vinegar. Take it. Lin Yu looked at Su Qianmeng. Wow, how thoughtful. How do you know that I like to add more watercress and vinegar when I eat Tianquan potatoes? Su Qianmeng was a little surprised. Coincidence. Lin Yu said with narrowed eyes. Su Qianmeng shook her head and said she didn't believe it, then ate the Tianquan potatoes happily. Lin Yu sighed. If she doesn't believe it, then she doesn't have to. I can't tell her that my first love also likes to eat Tianquan potatoes like this, and he always wants this flavor, so I subconsciously bought it this way just now. To say that would be a bit unromantic or too honest. I don't want to eat anymore. I'll give it to you. Su Qianmeng handed the half-eaten Tianquan potato to Lin Yu. You're not going to eat it now? Lose weight. Su Qianmeng responded. But 5 minutes later. Lin Yu, I want to eat that. Lin Yu. Su Qianmeng should control her diet on a normal day, so what she ate tonight were mostly fried, high-calorie foods. But he only ate half of it, and gave the rest to Lin Yu. After strolling around the night market for another half an hour, Su Qianmeng said she was tired, so the two of them sat down on a bench by the roadside. In front of me is a small river and a lush willow tree. The light from the street lamp is blocked by the willow tree, so the environment is a little dark. Su Qianmeng sat next to Lin Yu, her long hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze. A scent of roses rushed into Lin Yu's nostrils. It was probably the scent of Su Qianmeng's favorite shower gel. She must use it often. Lin Yu remembered that her neck was full of this smell, very fragrant. Are we being a little too ambiguous? Su Qianmeng said suddenly. What? You just know it now? Lin Yu replied with a smile. That's not why you don't agree to be my boyfriend. Su Qianmeng pouted. Really not. Lin Yu looked up at the other side of the river, paused and continued, I had a relationship once before. Oh, why are you telling me this? Su Qianming's voice suddenly became a little cold. Boys, you only fall in love once. The girl I once liked very much broke up with me due to some practical reasons. After that, I never wanted to fall in love again. Lin Yu continued reading. She was blind. It's her loss if she missed you. Su Qianming said indignantly. In her opinion, what realistic reasons could cause two people who like each other to break up? I can only say that it's not love enough. Lin Yu shook his head gently, maybe, but I have deliberately kept my distance from girls since then. If I wasn't really short of money, maybe we wouldn't have met. Su Qianming was silent for a while after hearing this. Lin Yu continued, you said you wanted me to be your boyfriend because I always try to avoid your control, which arouses your desire for control. But this is not love. You know it yourself. If we really get together, it won't last long. No, you don't understand, Lin Yu. Su Qianming seemed to remember something, and her eyes became a little moist. Lin Yu, you said before that since I'm so beautiful, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to be my puppy. But what's the point of letting someone I don't like be my puppy? When I was little, I was very curious about why I didn't have a father. It wasn't until my second year in junior high school, when my mother passed away and my father took me to his home, that I learned that my mother was a 3. She always said that my dad would never forget her and would come to find us, but she never saw my dad until she died. So I don't believe in the nonsense of letting things take their own course and waiting for happiness. Happiness must be earned by one's own efforts. My mother is so beautiful, but she doesn't dare to fight for it. So what if she is the third child? Why doesn't she dare to take my father back to her side? And the reason why I treated you like that was indeed because of possessiveness, but this is not wrong. If I, Su Qianming, want something, I will definitely find a way to get it. Even if you don't want to be my boyfriend, or even if you have a girlfriend in the future, I won't give up. Sooner or later I will find a way to snatch you away, absolutely. After saying this, Su Qianming raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. But I am free. Lin Yu said. I know. Su Qianming suddenly leaned her head gently on Lin Yu's shoulder, but when you kissed me, your body was very honest. But? Lin Yu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Su Qianming stretched out a slender hand and covered his mouth. Stop talking, kiss me. Su Qianming leaned in Lin Yu's arms and said softly. So Lin Yuzhen lowered his head, put his arms around the girl's slender waist and kissed her. They kissed for a long, long time, until the evening breeze gradually turned cold, and Su Qianming finally broke free from his arms. No more kissing? Lin Yu asked. No need to kiss me. You don't want to be my boyfriend, but I'll let you kiss me. That's too easy for you. Su Qianming said with a blushing face. Some people say that girls' lips taste like beer. Some people also say that girls' lips are sweet. But Lin Yu just wants to say it now. It tastes like sweet and sour spicy potatoes plus fried chicken plus milk tea plus octopus balls plus stinky tofu. P.S. If I could have a girlfriend like Su Qianming, I would be willing to call her mom every day. 28. Xia Xinxiu. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after seeing Su Qianming off, Lin Yu returned to the hospital. But Grandma hadn't gone to bed yet. She was leaning on the bed, staring at the TV in a daze. Grandma, aren't you going to bed yet? Lin Yu asked. Alas. Tang Hua sighed first, then looked at Lin Yu and continued. Tell me the truth, where did you get so much money? This ward costs thousands of dollars a day, plus the surgery fee, it's almost 1 million. How did you get it together? Tang Hua's tone was solemn. She was worried that her grandson might have done something illegal. But Lin Yu just shook his head and said, You don't have to worry about me, Grandma. Lin Yu was trying to use the excuse of the novel to explain away the origin of the money. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Juanhao Hotel has been acquired by the system. The host can choose to spend 1,500 points of recognition to transfer the property to his name. Lin Yu was stunned. If your money continues to increase in the form of system rewards, it will sooner or later reveal flaws after continuous accumulation, and may even be noticed by the police. But if there is an industry, all this makes sense. Thinking of this, Lin Yu smiled and said to his grandmother, Don't worry, Grandma. Every penny I make is legal and reasonable. I haven't exploited anyone, and I haven't done anything immoral. You've worked hard for so many years, now it's time to enjoy your life. Lin Yu's tone was calm. He silently said in his mind, "System, purchase the Juanhao Hotel." Ding! Purchase successful. The host has made an appointment with the current person in charge of Juanhao Hotel. The host can go directly there and take over the property. The next morning, Lin Yu and his grandmother were having breakfast. The service in the VIP ward is really good. Even breakfast is delivered by a special person and it is very rich. After breakfast, Lin Yu paid the corresponding fees for his grandmother's surgery. Ding! The host performed surgery on his grandmother, spending 900,000 renminbi, and received a reward of 9 million renminbi. The current balance is 12.1 million renminbi. Looking at the system screen, Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. This time the reward was more than ever before, directly making his savings exceed 10 million. How could this not be exciting? Beep. The phone rings. Lin Yu answered the phone. "Hello, sir. I am the exclusive customer service representative of CCB. We have detected that you have received a large amount of funds in the past week. I need to confirm with you. Are you aware of these funds?" "Yeah." Lin Yu replied indifferently. The system's funding source was naturally legitimate, and the bank was naturally aware of it, so it just asked a few simple questions. "Mr. Lin, I see that you have a large cash flow recently. If you have more cash flow needs, you can come to our bank to apply for a VIP Black Card. Is there any difference between this card and a normal card? After applying for a VIP Black Card, you will be arranged with a private customer service, which can support your larger amount of capital turnover and provide you with specialized services such as medical care and insurance. In addition, our bank has cooperation with many countries in the world and can support direct foreign currency conversion." Omitted. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu decided to go to the bank. After all, the system's future reward amount will increase with one's own consumption ability, so it is necessary to increase the transaction limit of the bank card. Moreover, Juanhao Hotel is also in Wuhou district, so we can stop by and resolve this matter completely. Suzhou University, off-campus CCB branch. Because it was outside the university, the people standing inside were mostly young people, most likely students of Shu University. There was a constant stream of people outside the bank. However, they all turned their eyes to a graceful silver-haired girl in front of the ATM. "Hey, Dad, didn't you say you would give me living expenses this month? I just checked and didn't see it." Xia Xinxiu frowned, her tone somewhat impatient. "Xinxiu, it's not that Dad won't give it to you, but Dad has something else to do tonight. Don't you usually make a lot of money? I'll give you the living expenses in a few days. What can happen to you? Are you going to gamble again? You said you would give it to me last month." Xia Xinxiu's tone was a little urgent. The other party was silent for a while, as if thinking. "Can you give me money now? I haven't asked you for money this semester." Xia Xinxiu continued, but was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. "Shut up. You are a money loser. What are you talking about? What do I want to do with the money? It's none of your business. Don't be a bitch like your mother. Scumbag." Xia Xinxiu said coldly and hung up the phone. Turning around, Xia Xinxiu frowned even more tightly when she felt the old man passing by looking at her undisguisedly. Sure enough, all men are not good. She still prefers girls. "Qiuqiu, are you okay?" A soft voice sounded in Xia Xinxiu's ears. Xia Xinxiu was a little flustered. "Wait, this machine seems to have a problem. I'll go to the counter inside to try. Kiki, you wait for me over there in the milk tea shop." "Okay." The girl called Coco nodded. Xia Xinxiu walked into the CCB branch and frowned. What to do? No money. Kiki is a very cute girl whom Xia Xinxiu met at a comic convention some time ago. But when she went out, the only 1,500 yuan left in her bank card was deducted from the pay later payment she made when she bought a cosplay costume and lipstick last month. However, on the self-media account, the revenue from the previous advertisement has not yet been distributed. In addition, the threshold for her product is very low, so few people buy it. Therefore, Xia Xinxiu is now almost penniless. Just now, I finally suppressed my nausea and called that gambling addict to ask for money, but he refused to give it. So what now? Should I borrow money from others? Just as she was confused, Xia Xinxiu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Well, just process it for me. Lin Yu walked out of the VIP room. Behind him followed a middle-aged man in a suit. Mr. Lin, rest assured that if you choose our bank, we will naturally provide you with the best service. The middle-aged man bowed repeatedly and said. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and the middle-aged man walked aside with a wry smile and applied for a black card for Lin Yu. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and walked around casually. As for my mood, I was extremely happy. After all, in the past, when I went to the bank, how could I have the opportunity to make the bank manager be respectful to me? Even the teller may nip you in the bud intentionally or unintentionally. And you can't refute anything. Money is the courage of a hero. Without money, the whole person will become cowardly. Of course, those days are gone. Lin Yu was thinking when something suddenly patted his shoulder. When I turned around, I saw a pretty face that looked familiar. Is it you, Lin Yu? She asked. Who are you? Me, Xia Xinqiu, don't you remember this? Xia Xinqiu pouted. Oh, I remember. Lin Yu laughed. I heard from Xia Xinqiu that she is a student of Shu University, so it is normal for her to appear here. Lin Yu, you said you didn't want to see each other before, but now we are meeting. Xia Xinqiu continued to mutter. Her eyes became brighter as she looked at Lin Yu. 29. Wealth brings privileges. When Lin Yu saw Xia Xinqiu in person, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She was actually dressed very simply, just a pair of light blue jeans and a simple white t-shirt, yet she looked casually sexy. Her silver hair was casually draped over her back, her fair cheeks were lightly made up, and her jeans were not loose, but her legs were straight and slender, and the jeans made her legs look good. The white t-shirt is also the kind that fits the body. Xia Xinqiu's breasts are just right and straight, and her waist is also very slender. So Lin Yu inadvertently took a second look at her. After all, men always think about those things. Lin Yu, we finally meet, would you like to have lunch together? Xia Xinqiu said. Her voice is the same sweet as when she chats on WeChat. Eat? You want to treat me? Didn't you say you're rich now? Please treat me. I want to see Mr. Lin's financial resources. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, I have something else to do right now, so I can't leave for a while. It's okay. I'll wait with you. Xia Xinqiu said with a smile. As she said this, she secretly glanced at Lin Yu's outfit. He wasn't wearing luxury brands like LV or Gucci, but the clothes looked of good quality and didn't look like the kind you could buy on Taobao or in a street shop. Xia Xinqiu also had an impression of the pair of shoes on Lin Yu's feet. She had seen them online. A pair cost about 2,000 plus RMB. Plus the fact that he gave me a skin before. Lin Yu has become rich recently, there is no doubt about it. In that case, it should be okay to let him have a meal with me and then pay the bill for me. Thinking of this, Xia Xinqiu's originally nervous mood instantly relaxed. I have a friend with me. I'm going to go find her and I'll meet you at the door later. Okay. Lin Yu responded. He didn't really care about this episode. After all, the benefits are pretty good, and there is no need to refuse a pretty girl to have dinner with. After getting Lin Yu's affirmative reply, Xia Xinqiu raised the corners of her lips slightly and turned to walk out of the bank. Lin Yu randomly found an empty seat in the bank lobby and sat down. But just as he sat down, someone poked his arm. When I looked down, I saw a pretty little girl, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, with a pair of big, blinking eyes. Brother, do you want some candy? The little girl said. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, but still took the candy. Little sister, are you alone? Where are mom and dad? Lin Yu asked while scratching her little nose. I'm not called little sister, I have a name, my name is Tian Tian. Tian Tian pouted. Okay, then Tian Tian, where are your parents? Did you get lost alone? Brother will take you to find them. Lin Yu continued to ask, his tone very gentle. Dad is at work and mom is outside making and selling cotton candy. I came in to help mom get her ID card. She forgot it when she went to withdraw money just now. Tian Tian stuffed another candy into her mouth and read with her cheeks puffed out. Tian Tian, do you know how to find the auntie at the counter? I'll take you there. No, Tian Tian knows, it's my turn. She took out a receipt from the number ticket machine from her pocket and waved it in her hand, then handed Lin Yu a candy. Brother, Tian Tian will give you another candy. I gave it to you because you are so handsome. No one else can get it. Okay, thank you, sweetie. Lin Yu said this and rubbed her little head again. Then he looked at her hopping towards the counter with her short legs and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Every young man has a dream of having a daughter. I guess if I have children in the future, I will prefer a daughter. Because it's cute. Lin Yu was thinking this in his heart, but he heard a familiar, childish cry. Lin Yu looked up and found that Tian Tian, who had just run away from him, was now sitting on the ground, dropping little pearls. In front of her was a woman wearing a tight purple skirt who looked to be in her 30s. Whose child is this? What business can you handle? Go to the back. The woman's voice was cold. Tian Tian, Tian Tian, you need to help your mother get her ID card. Security, come here, who can take care of the kids here? It's so unlucky. The woman in purple skirt frowned and said. At the door, the security guard heard this and walked in. Little boy, what can I do for you? The security guard asked in a gentle tone. Tian Tian, please help mom get her ID card. It's at the auntie at the front counter. Okay, uncle will take you there. The security guard picked up Tian Tian and prepared to take her to the counter. What's wrong with you, the security guard? I asked you to take her away, why did you take her to the counter? The woman in purple dress said impatiently. Ma'am, this kid's number is in front of yours, the security guard was about to explain to her. The woman in the purple dress rolled her eyes and took out a silver bank card from her bag. I want to cut in line now, is that okay with you? She continued. Okay. The security guard sighed. Although he is just a small security guard, he has worked here for a long time and naturally knows the privileges of the silver card. A silver card is a card that can only be obtained by having a deposit of at least 1 million renminbi in CCB, and the card enjoys the right to jump the queue to handle business. He was just a small security guard, so naturally he had to lower his head. Many people around who were paying attention to this place also sighed silently. Although they also thought that the little girl was right, they did not dare to speak out. Seeing this, the woman in the purple dress raised her head high and walked towards the counter. 1 million in savings may not sound like much on Douyin, or even seem poor. But in reality, people in the country with deposits of more than 1 million only account for 0.01% of the total population. Therefore, she considers herself superior to those around her. But just as she was about to reach the counter, a figure stopped her. Wait, you just said you wanted to cut in line, right? Lin Yu asked as he stood in front of her. So what? The woman in purple dress frowned, but her tone softened a little. After all, the boy was very handsome, and her originally impatient temper was restrained a little. Then I'll cut in line, too. Huh? What did you say? The woman in purple skirt looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Lin Yu had already walked to Tian Tian, wiped his tears, then held Tian Tian's little hand and walked to the counter. Hello, this little girl is here to get her mother's ID card. Lin Yu said to the teller. Okay, let me see. The teller quickly found the ID card according to the information provided by Tian Tian and handed it to Tian Tian. The process was so fast that the woman in the purple skirt didn't even have time to react. What do you mean by this bank? You don't even satisfy the needs of a silver card user like me, but go and handle business for others? She said loudly, with an urgent tone. At this moment, the general manager of the bank walked out from the entrance of the VIP room. He looked around and showed a hint of joy when he saw Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, this is your black card, please take it. The general manager stepped forward, handed the black card to Lin Yu, and said respectfully. Ding. Gained recognition points from Ding Shangxiang, Ho Yanping, etc., a total of 1,000 points, and the current recognition value balance is 3,500 points. The system prompt sounded again in my ears. Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly. The reason why he didn't go to the VIP room to wait was because he wanted this effect. Look, not only did he earn the recognition, but he also successfully slapped the face of the woman in front of him. I'm cutting in line, do you have any objection? Lin Yu looked at the woman in purple dress and said lightly. What? Did I hear you right? Black card? Doesn't that require a minimum deposit of 10 million to apply for it? Heh, just now this woman looked down on this rich man, now she's slapped in the face. Brother, you are awesome. You are so handsome and rich. As people around her talked, the woman in the purple dress turned pale, stopped doing her business, lowered her head and walked out of the bank. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt emotional again. Sure enough, with money comes privileges. The woman who had been so arrogant in front of a group of college students just now naturally lowered her attitude after finding out that they were not as rich as herself. This feeling is really refreshing. Mr. Lin, if you have time, I would like to invite you to dinner again to thank you for your support of our bank. The bank manager said respectfully. Lin Yu thought for a moment, and seemed to have thought of something. Then he squatted down, looked at Tian Tian and asked, Tian Tian, can you please take your brother to find your mother? 30. Love at first sight? Brother, where is my mother? Tian Tian pointed with her little hand towards a small stall on the street ahead. There was a small stall cart, and a middle-aged woman was making cotton candy for the customers in front of her. Lin Yu walked over holding Tian Tian's hand. Mom! Tian Tian ran towards the woman and handed her ID card. Tian Tian, it's great that you're back so soon. The woman took the ID card and rubbed her little head. Hee, Tian Tian still needs to help Mom sell cotton candy. Mom will play with Tian Tian after get off work. Lin Yu stood not far from the stall, watching the scene quietly. His grandmother was a street vendor, selling fried potatoes in a small county town. She worked hard from dawn to dusk to earn money and raise him until he was 16. So when he was a child, Lin Yu thought it would be great if everyone could buy his grandmother's potatoes. This way, Grandma can go home earlier, not have to be outside in the wind and rain, and can play with me. Mr. Lin, why did you ask me to come here? The bank manager looked at Lin Yu, who was in a daze, and asked puzzledly. Lin Yu made a hushing gesture to the manager and walked towards the cotton candy stand. Auntie, how many marshmallows do you have left to sell today? Lin Yu asked. Tian Tian's mother was stunned for a second, then looked at Lin Yu with a hint of vigilance. Who are you? This is the handsome brother who brought Tian Tian back. Tang Tang said happily, ran to Lin Yu's feet, stretched out her chubby little hands and hugged Lin Yu's trouser legs. Oh, I see. Tian Tian's mother looked up at Lin Yu and said apologetically, thank you, brother. Tian Tian is sorry for causing you trouble. I'll treat you to cotton candy. No need, auntie. Tian Tian is very well behaved and didn't cause me any trouble. Lin Yu put his hand on Tian Tian's head and continued to ask, Auntie, how many marshmallows do you have left to sell? I'll buy some together. How can this be possible? Tian Tian's mother waved her hand, there are still more than 50 marshmallows, you can't finish them. Lin Yu just smiled calmly and looked at the bank manager behind him. Manager Lu, your bank's customers on weekdays are mainly students from Shu University, right? Yes, after all, the right turn ahead is the north gate of Shu University, and there are many students there. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and looked at Tian Tian's mother. Auntie, I'll buy all the remaining marshmallows you have. Manager Lu will come to pick them up later. I'll give them to college students as a welfare benefit. They are very greedy. This will serve as an advertisement for your marshmallows. After saying this, Lin Yu looked at Manager Lu again. Is it okay, Manager Lu? Of course. Manager Lu said respectfully. Thank you, brother. She said sweetly. Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly when he heard that, and handed over the money for the marshmallow. Ding! The host spent 150 yuan to buy 50 marshmallows. While helping the cute little kid, he also satisfied the greedy college student and fulfilled his childhood regret. The reward is 10,000 renminbi. Listening to the system prompts, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. To me as a child, my grandmother's stall meant the whole world. Lin Yu's common wish is to hope that his grandmother can sell out her goods quickly and go home. But unfortunately, until Lin Yu grew up and his grandmother fell ill, this wish was never fulfilled. Okay, brother is leaving now. Okay, bye, brother. Bye. Lin Yu said gently. Turning around and walking towards the bank, Xia Xinyu was already standing there waiting, with a short figure standing next to her. It seems that if a girl is pretty, her good friends will also be pretty. At least according to Lin Yu's experience, this has always been the case. The girl standing next to Xia Xinxiu is also very pretty. Even some eye-catching. It was eye-catching in the literal sense, because she was wearing a cosplay costume of a character from a Chinese cartoon. It seems to be called Tushan Susu. This is a pink hanfu with a very layered feel, but the skirt is not long, just above the knees, with a red striped ribbon tied around the waist. The little girl's knees are pink and her legs are slender and straight. But the cosplay was not authentic enough. Lin Yu remembered that this character did not wear shoes, and the girl wore a pair of white dance shoes on her feet, which made the effect a little off. Lin Yu, what are you looking at? Xia Xinxiu stepped forward and stood in front of Suku. Nothing, I just couldn't walk because I saw my beautiful sister. Lin Yu answered calmly. Well, of course it's beautiful, this is me. You? Lin Yu asked in confusion. My junior schoolmate, Suku. Xia Xinxiu said after coughing. Fortunately, she almost blurted out the words the girl I like. She and Suka haven't reached that stage yet, so Xia Xinxiu doesn't dare to reveal her intentions. Otherwise, if you fail to turn the corner, it will make the other party alert. But looking at Lin Yu in front of him, Xia Xinxiu suddenly had new worries in his heart. Because Lin Yu is very handsome, probably the kind of handsome that can be voted as the school idol on campus. So, Coco, who is just a freshman and has never been in a relationship, shouldn't be attracted to Lin Yu. I guess. Xia Xinxiu's imagination ran wild. Lin Yu naturally had no idea what she was thinking, but he still greeted the little Lolita next to Xia Xinxiu. Hello, my name is Lin Yu. He said lightly. The voice was very gentle, just like the breeze blowing through the hair of the three people at this moment. Hello, my name is Suku. Suku lowered his head and whispered. After saying hello, the three of them started walking on the street. Xia Xinxiu stood between Lin Yu and Suku. Along the way, Lin Yu and Xia Xinxiu occasionally talked, but Suka kept his head down and didn't say much. Kiki, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Xia Xinxiu leaned close to Suka's ear and asked. Suka shook his head and whispered in Xia Xinxiu's ear. Xiuqiu, can you switch places with me? Ah. Xia Xinxiu was stunned. Could it be love at first sight? Xia Xinxiu suddenly felt very proud. But he didn't show it. He just smiled and said okay, then changed seats with Suku. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and walked side by side with them. The sun isn't very strong today, but it's a bit dazzling to passers-by. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition from Mo Jiaya. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition from Zhang Lang. The system sound continued. But it's normal to think about it. After all, Suku and Xia Xinxiu are both very beautiful girls, so it's normal for some people to be jealous. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. It really felt good to go shopping with a beautiful girl. But the next moment, he felt something scratching the palm of his left hand gently. Lin Yu turned his head to look. It's Suku. She stood on his left, with her eyes slightly lowered. At an angle that Xia Xinxiu couldn't see, her fair and slender right hand unconsciously rested on his palm, and then gently scratched the palm of his hand. 31. Take off your shoes. What does this mean? Lin Yu didn't understand. When she turned to look at Suku, she quickly withdrew her hand. The fair cheeks turned visibly red. Maybe I misunderstood and she just touched my hand accidentally. Lin Yu simply stopped thinking about it. He was no longer an innocent little boy, so naturally he would not come up with any stupid fantasy like she fell in love with me at first sight for such a reason. That's stupid. The three said they were shopping, but it seemed that they didn't want to buy anything, they were just walking. Xiuqiu, the scenery over there is beautiful, can you take a picture for me? Suka pointed to an observation deck beside the bridge in front and said. Okay. Xia Xinxiu nodded. She didn't want Suku to continue walking next to Lin Yu, so she wanted to break it up as long as possible. Hearing this, Suka smiled sweetly at her, put his hands behind his back, and walked straight to the observation deck. Lin Yu stood aside, watching the two of them quietly. After all, looking at beautiful women can make people happy. Xiuqiu, can we take pictures now? Su Kenian asked. Okay, Coco, move back a little. Yes, right there. Xia Xinxiu held the phone and patiently found the angle for Suku. Snap. A photo was taken quickly. Xia Xinxiu held up her phone and showed the photo to Suku. What do you think, Coco? Xia Xinxiu asked. Suku looked at the photo, stunned for a few seconds, then spoke. It's pretty nice, but it's a pity that the photos taken with a mobile phone can't be as good as those taken with a camera. It would be great if Xiuqiu could buy a camera. When she said this, she did not deny it. But when Xia Xinxiu listened, she felt inexplicably sad. Indeed, it's not that her skills are bad, but the gap between taking photos with a mobile phone and a camera is really too big. If only I had a camera. Xia Xinxiu sighed inwardly. As for why there is no camera. That's of course because Xia Xinqiu has no money. She can earn 6,000 yuan a month, but she can also spend 6,000 yuan. Sometimes you even need to pay back the flowers. A camera has always been an unattainable dream in Xia Xinqiu's heart. As if he could see Xia Xinqiu's sadness, Suka stepped forward and hugged Xia Xinqiu. It's okay, Qiuqiu. When you have money to buy a camera, we can still take pictures. Yeah, Coco is great. I'll start saving money to buy it next month. Xia Xinqiu replied. Suku is so nice and well-behaved, she loves him so much. Lin Yu stood aside, looking at the two people thoughtfully. Photograph? It seems like I can do it too. System, open the mall. Okay, the mall is open. By the primary master of photography. Lin Yu stared at the newly updated junior photography master in the system mall and read it. Primary photography master improves the host's photography composition ability and shooting skills, which are comparable to the skills of an ordinary photographer who has been working in the industry for 5 years. Price, 800 recognition points. Ding. Photography skills and composition abilities have arrived. Lin Yu suddenly gained a lot of knowledge about photography in his mind. With the corners of his lips slightly raised, he walked towards Xia Xinqiu. Xia Xinqiu, isn't it just taking pictures? Give me your phone. Lin Yu said calmly. Xia Xinqiu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Lin Yu and asked, Are you going to lend me an online loan? What do you mean by borrowing online loans? I'll take the photo. My skills are pretty good. Lin Yu said lightly. Xia Xinqiu narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Yu carefully. Seeing this guy so confident, could he really do it? Okay, but you have to use your own phone. Xia Xinqiu said. Lin Yu didn't care and took out his iPhone 16 Pro Max from his pocket. Xia Xinqiu didn't think it was a big deal, after all, she also used an iPhone. But what she didn't notice was that on the observation deck behind her, Suka was looking around with his eyes narrowed, looking thoughtful. Okay, I'll take the picture then. Lin Yu walked in front of Suka and looked at him while reading. Okay, thank you. Suka said with his head down, his fair cheeks flushed. Stretch your feet forward. Yes, raise your hands higher. Make your expression happier. Okay. It's very beautiful. Lin Yu guided Suka to perform the movements one sentence at a time, which made Xia Xinqiu frown slightly. Is this guy really a professional? But is it possible that he is using the name of taking photos to satisfy some weird little hobbies in his heart? Xia Xinqiu has never had a very good impression of boys. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's voice continued to ring out from the side. Take off your shoes. Eh? What do you want to do? Xia Xinqiu stood in front of Suku, her tone somewhat urgent. As a Douyin beauty blogger, she certainly knows. Parts like jade feet are easily liked by boys. Therefore, Lin Yu's words made her previous guess become certain. This guy has been laying the groundwork for so long, just to see jade feet? 2A, what a pervert. Seeing Xia Xinqiu's reaction, Lin Yu knew that she was thinking the wrong thing. Just take off your shoes, it will look better in the photo. He looked at Xia Xinqiu and said. No. Take a look at the photos I took first. Lin Yu handed over the phone. Xia Xinqiu took the phone and glanced at it. Ding. Gained 100 points of recognition from Xia Xinqiu. The system prompt sounded. This was really taken by you. Xia Xinqiu's mouth opened into an O shape. The composition of the photo on the phone is simply perfect, showing Suka's petite and cute figure and the slenderness of her legs. Xia Xinqiu even began to think about asking Lin Yu to help her take photos. The photos are so good, it seems that Lin Yu really knows how to do it. He probably doesn't want to watch porn. Qiuqiu, what's wrong? Suko asked puzzledly as he looked at Xia Xinqiu and the other person who were talking to each other. It's okay, Coco, take off your shoes. Xia Xinqiu said. As a cosplayer, Xia Xinqiu knows how happy it would be to meet a high-level photographer and take a set of beautiful photos with him. Since Lin Yu is capable, Xia Xinqiu will naturally not stop him. Well, okay. Suko replied, then looked at Lin Yu beside him and said, then I'll take it off. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. Suku in front of him blushed, bent down and took off his pair of white dance shoes. Then stepped barefoot on the ground. Is it okay? Suku raised his head, looked in Lin Yu's direction, and studied Lin Yu's expression. But Lin Yu's eyes were clean and clear, not at all cloudy because of the jade feet. Snap. 2 minutes later, the shooting ended. Lin Yu handed the phone to Su Ke to look at. Ding. Received 100 points of recognition from Su Ke. The girl's face showed the shock that Lin Yu had expected. Lin Yu, can I add you on WeChat? Send me the photos. Su Ke lowered his head and whispered to Lin Yu. Lin Yu naturally did not refuse. I added her as a friend and sent her pictures one by one. 32. Su Ke's determination. Lin Yu, have you ever studied photography? Your skills are so good. While walking on the road, Xia Xinqiu suddenly asked this. Su Ke also turned his head to look, a little curious. I guess so. Lin Yu said calmly. After all, the system imparts experience to me in a way that is enlightening, which can also be considered as learning. It's just that compared to the learning speed of ordinary people, it's a little bit faster. Half an hour later. After all, they had been walking around for quite a while and the three of them were a little hungry, so they decided to go eat. Lin Yu, what do you want to eat? Xia Xinqiu looked at Lin Yu and asked. Let's have Western food. Lin Yu said. While shopping just now, Lin Yu saw a high-end Western restaurant nearby and wanted to try it. Then, the three of them walked into a nearby Western restaurant called Xvin. The interior is decorated in a cool light blue tone. There are flowers on each dining table and crystal chandeliers emitting cold white light on the ceiling. The style is pretty good. At least for Lin Yu, it was his first time to enter such a high-end restaurant. Welcome. As soon as I walked into the restaurant, the waiter in a suit at the door said respectfully. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then stepped in. The waiter hurriedly led the way. This kind of restaurant mainly sells service and style, so the service attitude is naturally excellent. Xia Xinqiu and Su Ke followed behind Lin Yu. Compared with Lin Yu's calmness, their steps were a little tense. The tension was not relieved until the waiter took the three of them to a window seat at Lin Yu's request. Lin Yu, do you really want to eat here? It looks very expensive. Xia Xinqiu said in a low voice. Su Ke on the side also nodded repeatedly. Neither of them had been to such a place before. It's okay, just eat as much as you want, it's my treat. Lin Yu said calmly, not showing any shyness because it was his first time in such a place. That's what happens when a man has money. Not only will your face become thicker, but your back will also become harder. Now he has more than 10 million in savings. Unless the restaurant is demolished, Lin Yu can pay for it, so he naturally will not be afraid. After a while, the waiter in charge of taking orders came to the table of three and handed each of them a menu. Australian M5 ribeye steak and dry-fried silver cod are the specialties of our restaurant, and this. The waiter stood in front of the table and recommended dishes. Xia Xinqiu and Su Ke looked at each other, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in their eyes. The waiter praised their dishes very highly, which was quite tempting. But the prices on the menu made them feel a little scared. Because it's expensive. At least for the two girls who were not from wealthy families, it was very expensive. An Australian ribeye steak cost 7.99 RMB. The mashed potatoes with a long name cost 288 renminbi. There are many other dishes, all of which are quite expensive. The price of one dish here is enough for 3 people to have a good meal at a small restaurant outside the school. Lin Yu naturally observed the reactions of the two people and knew that they were embarrassed, so he picked up the menu and glanced at it casually. Lin Yu didn't listen to a word of the clerk's recommendation just now. Since I have money, I can just order whatever I want to eat. Anyway, my money is a reward from the system, so I don't feel bad about spending it. With this in mind, Lin Yu looked at the waiter and said, except for dessert, give us one portion of all the other dishes. Lin Yu doesn't like sweet food very much. When the waiter heard this, he was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had misheard, so he confirmed, Sir, do you mean to serve one portion of the other 16 signature dishes on the menu except for dessert? Yes. Lin Yu replied calmly. Okay sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. The waiter nodded repeatedly and walked quickly to the kitchen. After all, it is a large order, so we need to urge the kitchen to serve it as quickly as possible and not keep the guests waiting for too long. Ding! Gained 250 points of recognition from Xia Xinqiu, Su Ke, and Lin Yu, are you serious? Ordering so much? Xia Xinqiu said in surprise. In fact, when she asked Lin Yu to treat her, she meant a small restaurant outside the school, and it would only cost him a few hundred yuan. But now Lin Yu spent a lot of money, and it seemed that he had spent several thousand yuan, which made Xia Xinqiu feel a little embarrassed. It's okay, just think of it as adding another experience to your life. Lin Yu thought calmly. Xia Xinqiu began to feel a little unbalanced. At the same age, when she couldn't even afford to buy a 5,000 yuan camera, Lin Yu could easily spend several thousand yuan on food. Does this make sense? What happened to the saying that 20-year-old girls are in their prime, while 20-year-old boys are poor and destitute? How come this logic is reversed? Su Ke looked at Lin Yu deeply again, as if thinking about something. There were more than a dozen dishes and the wait was quite long. Xia Xinqiu's cheeks suddenly turned red. Beep. Lin Yu's phone vibrated. It was a message from Xia Xinqiu. Lonely Sha Zhoulang, Lin Yu, what should I do? I want to go to the toilet. Looking at her cheeks, which were rosy and shiny due to the urge to go to the toilet, Lin Yu waved and called a nearby waitress. Hi, my friend needs to go to the bathroom, can you take her there? Yes, sir. The waiter nodded respectfully, then led Xia Xinqiu to the toilet. Now there are only Lin Yu and Su Ke at the table. Su Ke seemed a little shy, lowering his head, his fair cheeks flushed. But because she was sitting opposite Lin Yu, it was inevitable that there would be eye contact between the two of them. Lin Yu, do you often come to places like this? Su Ke suddenly said. Not really. Today is also my first time here. But you look very skilled. No way. Lin Yu looked down at his phone and replied indifferently. At the table opposite, Su Ke's eyes trembled slightly, as if he had made some kind of decision. Well, there's a comic convention here tonight, and I'm going to attend it. Can you come and take pictures for me? She said in a low voice, and glanced casually in the direction of the toilet. Xia Xinqiu had not come out yet. Tonight? Lin Yu thought for a moment and continued, I don't have much time tonight, maybe next time. After all, he still had to deal with the Juanhao Hotel matters in the afternoon. In the evening, Lin Yu planned to spend time with his grandmother. Is that so? Su Ke nodded. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu, who was holding his phone board, suddenly felt something touching his legs. In that case, can you help me? Su Ke said with blushing cheeks at the table opposite. Compared with before, she was much more generous at this moment, sitting opposite and looking directly into Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu didn't seem to have any special reaction and quickly let go of her legs. What's the meaning? Lin Yu looked into Su Ke's eyes carefully and asked. But my interest was piqued. It seems that this girl is not as obedient as she appears to be. There's someone I hate at this comic convention, and I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend to piss her off. Why me? Because you are good looking. Su Ke lowered his eyes and said. That's it? Lin Yu was puzzled. Yeah. Su Ke nodded and said softly. Lin Yu stared at Su Ke carefully, but did not completely believe what she said. After all, beautiful girls are very deceptive. Although Lin Yu is sometimes dishonest, it can be considered. Lin Yu said. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Su Ke's eyes. But in my heart, I sneered. Why are you pretending to be an innocent boy? In the end, I still don't like those things. She was thinking about it when Lin Yu suddenly said, we have to see the sincerity first, right? 10 minutes later, Xia Xinqiu returned to her seat from the toilet. The kitchen also began to serve dishes one after another. Kiki, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Xia Xinqiu reached out and touched Su Ke's forehead. I'm fine, Xiuqiu. Su Ke shook his head. Looking at Lin Yu, who was sitting opposite him with a calm expression, Su Ke suddenly felt very angry. She had never tried this kind of thing before. Just pass it over. Why did I accidentally step in the wrong place? But it seems too late to regret now. The bill has been paid. You two can enjoy your meal. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yu said after he had eaten. So soon? Okay, see you next time. Lin Yu replied and turned to leave the restaurant. Only the two girls at the table were left looking at each other. It seems that he went to accompany his girlfriend. Xia Xinqiu said. He has a girlfriend? Su Ke asked puzzledly. Yes, I know that girl. Xia Xinqiu's voice was firm. Su Ke frowned, but suddenly felt a little worried. That guy already has a girlfriend. Will you suddenly regret it? 33. Sprinkler investment. In the online car hailing vehicle, Lin Yu sighed. Although it happened unexpectedly, the feeling was not as good as I imagined. Because Suko was a little too rude and didn't know the seriousness of the matter. But Lin Yu still agreed to Suko's request. There is no other reason. It is said that when a man has money, he will naturally have two major hobbies. Pull the good people into the water and persuade the prostitutes to become good people. Lin Yu couldn't tell whether Suko was a prostitute or a good woman. But since she can do this because she needs my help, it means that her bottom line can be lowered. And Suko just happens to have his own aesthetic. So maybe it doesn't hurt to know more about her. The online taxi quickly arrived at Juanhao Hotel. After all, it was not far away, only 2 kilometers. We have arrived at our destination, sir. The driver said respectfully as he opened the car door. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and got out of the car. Luxury business cars are different. Lin Yu spent 180 yuan on the fare for just 2 kilometers. But the service is also getting better as it should be, even the car is a Mercedes-Benz E300. Juanhao Hotel is quite famous in Chengdu. It is a 4-star hotel and it is said to have cost 650 million renminbi to build. As soon as Lin Yu got off the car and approached the sensor door, a tall and beautiful waitress wearing a slit cheongsam came up to him. Hello sir, do you need to check in or have a meal? If you want to check in, I will take you to the front desk. Well, I have an appointment. Please take me to the front desk first. Lin Yu said lightly. Then, under the guidance of the waitress, we passed through the garden, swimming pool and other entertainment facilities on the first floor and arrived at the hotel front desk. Do you have an appointment? What's your name, sir? The receptionist asked. My surname is Lin. Lin Yu said calmly. After this calm voice, the surroundings suddenly became quiet for a while. Are you Mr. Lin, who is here to see Manager Mo? The receptionist asked again. It's me. Lin Yu replied. Ding. Gained 200 points of recognition from Jiang Xiying, Li Jia. The system prompt sounded in my ears. Lin Yu also noticed it now. After he revealed his identity, not only the young ladies at the front desk, but even the waitress in the slit cheongsam and the cleaning lady sweeping the floor in the distance couldn't help but look at him. So eager as if to eat him up. It seems that they should know about the change of ownership of the hotel. Hello, Mr. Lin. We have found your appointment. I will take you upstairs now. The receptionist continued. Lin Yu glanced at her indifferently. As expected of a star hotel, the front desk clerk is very good looking and young, probably around 19 or 20 years old. The suit paired with a pair of long and straight black silk legs is really beautiful. But unfortunately it was not white silk, and Lin Yu had only a faint admiration in his eyes. The receptionist walked in front, opened the elevator for Lin Yu, and pressed the floor button. In fact, the elevator was very spacious, but she seemed to stand very close to Lin Yu intentionally or unintentionally. So much so that Lin Yu's hand was accidentally touched by her. It feels really good, but I don't know how to carry it. Mr. Lin, we've arrived. She said with a blushing face. Yeah. Lin Yu responded indifferently and walked out of the elevator. At the elevator door, there was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He was the current person in charge of Juanhao Hotel, Mo Jiajian. The moment he saw Lin Yu, Mo Jiajian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect this big guy to be so young. Juanhao Hotel has been suppressed by some of its peers during this period, and coupled with its capital turnover, it is almost facing bankruptcy, and a large number of shareholders are selling their shares. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a tycoon named Lin bought 60% of the shares and provided a huge sum of funds, which allowed Juanhao Hotel to survive. Anyone who can come up with such a large sum of money and is so young must have a terrifying background. Thinking of this, Mo Jiajian became even more respectful towards Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, please come in and let's talk. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded, followed Mo Jiajian into the room on this floor. It was Lin Yu's first time to come to such a high-end place. Judging from the environment, this should be a tea house. The air is misty and filled with the fragrance of tea. Not far ahead, there is a table made of golden nanmu wood. The tea sets have been placed on the table, and 2 girls wearing hanfu and with graceful figures are making tea. After Lin Yu and Mo Jiajian took their seats, the 2 girls made tea and left first. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. I believe you have a general understanding of our hotel. The current situation of our hotel is that we are short of funds. If we had enough funds, those competitors who target us would not be a problem. Jin and Lin Yu roughly analyzed the current situation of the hotel. Of course, Lin Yu didn't listen much. Only heard the last sentence clearly: insufficient funds. How much money is needed? Lin Yu asked. Well, given the current situation of our hotel, it's about 8 million. Give me 8 million and I can. Jin looked at Lin Yu nervously and said, wondering if 8 million was too much. Mr. Lin has spent at least 50 million from the acquisition of the hotel to the investment so far. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the 8 million. He was feeling embarrassed, but Lin Yu spoke without much hesitation. 8 million is nothing. I'll give you 30 million. Lin Yu said calmly. 30 million, Mr. Lin, are you serious? Ding. Gained 150 points of recognition from Jin. The system prompt sounded and Lin Yu smiled faintly. 30 million is not a difficult thing for me. First invest 10 million, and then, 10 million multiplied by 10 times is 100 million, and 30 million is just a drop in the bucket. With this in mind, Lin Yu immediately implemented the plan and transferred 10 million and 20 million to the Juanhao Hotel's account in 2 installments. Ding! The host boldly invested 30 million, which is commendable. Successful indulgence will be rewarded with a 10-fold rebate of 300 million renminbi. This means the deposit is over 100 million? Looking at the system panel, Lin Yu suddenly felt happy. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, if you have any questions, you can tell me, or you can tell the others here, and they will solve it for you. Jin said respectfully. He had already stood up from his seat and was standing aside talking to Lin Yu. After all, this means that if you take 30 million, you can get 30 million. He, Jin, and others are not at the same level at all. Okay, I don't have any other needs for now, so I'll leave first. Lin Yu said again. After a pause, Lin Yu thought for a moment and continued, please arrange a car for me. It's rare for Lin Yu to take a taxi. 34, Sudden Trance. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhang Xiying. You can just call me Xiao Jiang or Xiaoing. The young receptionist who had earlier escorted Lin Yu to the elevator bowed and spoke in a clear voice. Can you drive? Lin Yu asked her while glancing at Jin not far away. Jin was looking in the direction of the two of them with a meaningful smile on his face. It seems that the other party arranged it deliberately. Lin Yu was a little amused. Yes, in the next few days, I will be Mr. Lin's exclusive driver. Zhang Xiying's cheeks flushed and she looked up at Lin Yu. But she didn't see any special look in Lin Yu's eyes, which made her feel a little disappointed. Okay, get in the car. Lin Yu nodded, then got into the back seat of the Bentley Flying Spur parked in front of him. The number of fully paid vehicles of this type is expected to be around 320 in 25 years. The back seat was spacious enough. Lin Yu leaned back in the seat, feeling inexplicably dazed. After all, a few days ago, I was still a poor student who had to think carefully before buying a bottle of drink. But now he has transformed himself into the owner of a star-rated hotel, sitting in a luxury car and having a beautiful girl as driver. There is even a deposit of 300 million renminbi in the bank card. In just a few days, he reached a height that an ordinary person could never reach in his entire lifetime, or even in several lifetimes. How can this not make people feel dazed? Ding! The host is filled with emotion. With a huge improvement in status and financial resources, he has a new understanding of himself and is rewarded with 1 million renminbi. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Yu came out of his previous trance. Zhang Xiying asked, Boss Lin, where are you going now? Go to Huaxi Hospital. Okay. The car started immediately and slowly drove into the traffic. Ding. Gain 10 points of recognition. Ding. Gain 10 points of recognition. Sitting in a luxury car, you will inevitably attract attention. Lin Yu sat in the back seat and lost count of how many envious glances he met along the way. They say they are not afraid of you driving a luxury car, but they are afraid of you driving a luxury car with a driver. The people driving luxury cars on the street might be young people who rent cars from car rental companies and pretend to be cool. But if someone sits in the back seat of a luxury car with a driver, people will often think that he is a big shot or a business elite and will not have any suspicion at all. May I ask you a question, Mr. Lin? At the red light, Zhang Xiying asked in a low voice. There's no need to be nervous, just ask directly. Lin Yu said casually. I have to say, he quite likes the title of Mr. Lin. When someone calls me like this, I feel inexplicably comfortable. No wonder those businessmen always talk about this and that when discussing cooperation. After hearing what Lin Yu said, Zhang Xiying breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mr. Lin was quite approachable. It's not a particularly important question. I'm just a little curious. How old are you, Mr. Lin? She asked. 20 years old. Lin Yu replied. Zhang Xiying stood there in a daze upon hearing this, and didn't even react in time for the red light to turn green. Although she had imagined that Mr. Lin was very young, she didn't expect that he was only 20 years old, only 1 year older than her. Moreover, Mr. Lin has such a good personality, and most importantly, he is very handsome. He is the one with the best overall conditions among all the rich second generations she has met in the year she has worked as a receptionist at a hotel. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lin Yu in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and her originally fair cheeks turned red. After all, a man who is young, rich, has a good personality and is handsome is simply a top succubus for women. So it is inevitable that I would imagine some strange things in my mind. The car drove quite fast and it took about 10 minutes to reach the hospital parking lot. We've arrived at General Lin. Zhang Xiying said respectfully, then got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded calmly. I'll be up there for about 4 or 5 hours. You can find a place to rest nearby, or wait for me in the car. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Xiying replied. Oh, by the way. Lin Yu walked halfway and suddenly turned back. Add me on WeChat and I'll give you some pocket money as a benefit for driving for me. Wow, really? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Ding. Gained 100 points of recognition from Zhang Xiying. This comic exhibition is actually a small exhibition held by some two-dimensional enthusiasts on the campus of Shu University and nearby. Although it is called a comic convention, it would be more appropriate to call it a party. 6:15 p.m. Because it is early summer, the sky in Chengdu is not dark at this point, and you can see the sunset glow in the sky when you look up. Suko was standing on the roadside at the school gate waiting for Lin Yu, looking at the sunset. Because her favorite character is Tushan Susu in Fox Spirit, she did not change out of the cosplay costume she wore in the morning, but just put on some makeup. By the way, she went back to the dormitory to wash her feet, cleaning the soles of her feet which were blackened by stepping on the ground today. Lin Yu, how long will it take you to arrive? Suka sent a voice message to Lin Yu via WeChat. Lin Yu just replied coldly with 2 words, 15 minutes. This made Suku feel a little frustrated. If I had known I should not have let him taste the sweetness so early, now he is ignoring me. This made Suku feel a little irritated. Beep. The phone vibrated and Suku took a look. It was a message from a boy on WeChat. Zhang Yu, Suku, you told me about that comic convention last time. I thought about it and decided to go with you. After seeing this, Suko's face suddenly turned dark. This boy and she took the same physical education class with the same teacher, and he asked for her WeChat contact information during a physical education class last week. Out of politeness, Suko gave him his WeChat account. Then, when I learned that the person I hated was also going to this comic convention, I complained to Zhang Yu about this comic convention party. But this guy seemed to have the strange idea that he was inviting him to attend the comic convention because of this. I even occasionally share some TikTok videos related to love topics between boys and girls with myself. Who would like to watch it? Suko cursed softly in a low voice, damn it, who would like a plain-looking guy like you? Then he sighed again and replied to the message on WeChat. Suku, really? Thank you, Zhang Yu. But I have other things tonight, so I want to go. Zhang Yu replied to the message almost immediately. Zhang Yu, then I will go with you next time. Suko decisively quit WeChat. This guy is disgusting. She pondered in her mind. But suddenly I felt someone tapping my shoulder. Who is it? She turned back suddenly, with an impatient tone. But when she saw the person coming, she instantly restrained her emotions, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her pink lips opened into an O shape. Are you Lin Yu? She said uncertainly. Who else could it be if not me? Lin Yu spread his hands. 35, cosplay party. This, okay. After getting a positive answer, Suko lowered his head and recited in a low voice. Her fair cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Yu in the eye. This guy, how come he's so handsome all of a sudden? If Lin Yu's appearance and charm were 90 points when they were shopping and having dinner in the morning, then Suku could give Lin Yu 100 points now. She just glanced at it casually, and her heartbeat instantly accelerated, thump, thump. The sunset glowed on Lin Yu, giving him a golden halo. Many times, when evaluating a person's appearance, it is not just about looking at the face, but more about looking at his temperament. This is Lin Yu's situation at the moment. His handsome face coupled with his undefeated temperament swept away Suku's original resentment towards him for making her wait on the street for half an hour. Seeing this, Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly. A curtain of light was quietly floating in the corner of my sight. Primary charm enhancement increases the host's charm to a certain extent. For the opposite sex who likes the host, the charm is increased by 0.5 times. Price, 3,000 points of recognition value. Purchased. It seems to be working well. Where is the comic convention? Do I need a ride? Lin Yu asked. Because of the traffic jam during the evening rush hour, he asked Zhang Xiying to park the car in the roadside parking lot and came here first. No need, just come with me. Suku shook his head. Lin Yu nodded and followed her. Because of her petite figure, Lin Yu could see the top of Suku's head and the pair of yellow-brown, furry ears on both sides of her head. Is this a wig? Yes, it's very valuable. I went to the store specially to have it custom made, she said with some pride. Lin Yu stretched out a hand, rubbed her head, and pulled the furry ears on the wig. It feels good. Lin Yu, let go, don't touch my head. Suku glanced at him sideways. Why does this guy have no sense of boundaries? He already has a girlfriend, but he still touches his head. What a scumbag! Suku felt a little gloomy in his heart. But soon, she suddenly thought of something that cleared away all the gloom. With a boy who has a girlfriend, like that. And even after knowing that he had a girlfriend, she still let him continue to pretend to be her boyfriend. So Suku doesn't seem to be a good girl either. The girl next to him was daydreaming for a long time, but Lin Yu naturally didn't understand. But I am in a good mood. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them, stretching their shadows very long. The location of this comic exhibition, or the two-dimensional gathering, is a folk bar outside the campus of Shu University. Because it had been booked, most of the people coming and going in the courtyard were young people in cosplay costumes and photographers carrying cameras and wearing black-framed glasses. After Suko and Lin Yu entered, they found a small empty table and sat down. Is this a comic convention? Lin Yu asked Suku. Why not? There are cosplayers, photographers, and ACG music. This is fine. Lin Yu agreed with her words. Although this was different from what he had imagined at first. But there are also good things, such as there are many young and beautiful cosplayers wearing white stockings around. There was a hint of appreciation in Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu, please take a picture for me. Suku asked. Wait a minute, I'm busy now. Lin Yu answered her. No time? What are you busy with? Look at the pretty girl wearing white stockings over there. Lin Yu pointed at the girl in white stockings who was sitting on the small stage in the middle of the courtyard with her back to him. Suko frowned slightly and looked over, frowning even tighter. Because that girl was the one she hated, Li Jiasen. Then just look at her. I don't need you to take pictures. There are so many photographers here. It's not difficult to find someone to take pictures for me, she said with a sour tone. Lin Yu turned around to look at her and said calmly, forget it, that guy is a killer from behind, not good looking. TSK, Suka said expressionlessly. Kli is here. A burst of music suddenly came from the small stage, accompanied by flashing and dazzling lights, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Yu and Suku also looked over. On the stage, the girl in white stockings that Lin Yu saw just now, Li Jiasen, was dancing to the song. Because it was that kind of two-dimensional private house dance, Lin Yu had seen it on Station 13 and had a little impression of it. But it's definitely not that meaningful. After all, Lin Yu has seen many beautiful girls, Luo Xingyu, Zhu Luyao, Xia Xinqiu, Su Ku, and Su Qianmeng. They are all very beautiful and distinctive girls. So the girl on the stage did not make Lin Yu have too many thoughts, and his eyes were clear from beginning to end. And this clarity happened to be seen by Suko, who was secretly watching him from the side. The bitterness in her eyes suddenly disappeared. Humph, that's more like it. Suka thought to himself, then stretched out a small hand and poked Lin Yu's shoulder. If you're not interested, don't look at it. Take a picture for me. Okay. Lin Yu nodded, took out his cell phone and took some nice photos of Suku. Until the noise on the stage died down, Lin Yu suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. Suka stood under the ivy near the courtyard wall, thinking about what pose he would strike later. Hello, young lady. Can I take a few pictures of you? A photographer came forward and asked. No, I have a photographer. Suka waved his hand. There are usually two types of photographers at comic conventions. One is the experienced photographer, and the other is the high-priced photographer. No matter which one he encountered, Suka didn't like it. And their photos 1T looked better than Lin Yu's. Suka was thinking about it, but found that Lee Jae-sun, who was wearing Klee's-made cosplay costume, was walking towards him. Wow, I knew you would come, Suku. How was the dance I just performed? Was it good? Lee Jae-sun looked at Suku and asked. Yeah, it looks good. Suka said with a forced smile. What is this bitch doing here? Suka's mood suddenly turned bad. In front of her, Lee Jae-sun was still mumbling. I wanted to introduce you to my boyfriend, but he's busy at work, so he can't come for now. But he said he'll drive over to pick me up later. Suko, you can come along, and I'll take you there too. Lee Jae-sun looked very proud. By the way, you probably don't have a boyfriend yet. You'll be a sophomore next semester. If you continue like this, your college life will be over. It's not good to be single all the time. Do you need me to introduce you to one? Lee Jae-sun said with contempt. Suko clenched his fists and his expression became increasingly cold. Why hasn't Lin Yu come back yet? She said secretly. Until a male voice sounded in my ear. Suko looked up suddenly. The hanging heart finally died. 36. The world is noisy, but I am there. Student Suku? Didn't you say you couldn't come? A tall, thin boy with glasses stood behind the two of them and spoke. He was also wearing a short t-shirt with a picture of Kelly printed on it. Suko was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The boy's name is Jungyu, and he was the one who had previously said on WeChat that he wanted to go to this comic convention with her. My stomach suddenly stopped hurting, so I came. Suko said. Classmate Suko, didn't you say you were busy with something? It's because my stomach hurts, so. Suko forced a smile. Next to them, Lee Jae-sun looked at the two of them deeply. Suko? Is this your boyfriend? No. Suko waved his hand. The smile in Lee Jae-sun's eyes became more and more intense. She waved behind her, and two more girls who were playing cosplay came over. They are all girls from Shu University who do cosplay, and Suko also knows them. Don't hide it. You're in a relationship and you didn't tell us. Are you afraid that someone will snatch your boyfriend away? Lee Jae-sun said with a smile. Wow, is this really your boyfriend? Suko, you are very cute, and your boyfriend is also very boyfriend. Several girls echoed. Jungyu even stood next to Suko, scratching his head, as if he was a little embarrassed, but seemed to have tacitly acknowledged their relationship. No. He is really not. Suko lowered his eyes and said. It's always like this. When there are too many of them, she can't explain clearly. What's wrong? Do you feel your boyfriend is not good enough, so you don't dare to admit it? Lee Jae-sun walked closer to Suko and whispered in her ear. Feeling the girl's body trembling slightly, Lee Jae-sun laughed even more wantonly. If you don't dare to admit it, why did you bring your boyfriend here? Are you trying to make fun of yourself in front of everyone? Lee Jae-sun continued. But the next moment, she couldn't laugh anymore. Bang! The slap sounded loud and crisp. Lee Jae-sun covered her face, which was covered with a red slap mark, and looked at Suko in disbelief. You dared to hit me? Aren't you asking for a fight? Suko's voice was soft, but somewhat cold. Many girls soon gathered around Lee Jae-sun. Jae-sun, are you okay? Student Suko, how could you hit someone? This is not right. Sounds like these came into Suko's ears. What is funny is that even Jungyu, who had previously expressed his affection for her, sided with Lee Jae-sun. Student Suko, I think hitting people is wrong. Jungyu said. Suko's already uncontrollable emotions completely exploded. Shut up. she shouted. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked in the direction of Suku. I'll just say two things. First, I have a boyfriend, but he's not me. Suku pointed at Jungyu. After a pause, he continued, Second, Lee Jasun, you are such a stinky girl. You're so good, Suku. You think your boyfriend is not good enough and you don't want to admit it, right? You even hit me and scold me? Lee Jasun said loudly. Suka stood there quietly, gritting his teeth. People around her looked at her with strange eyes, and she heard unbearable sounds. This girl looks quite well behaved? Why is she hitting people? You still dislike your boyfriend, and don't even consider whether you are worthy of him first. You're still hitting people. I think you've been broken down by what you've said. Suka suddenly felt that the world was very noisy and not quiet at all. I clearly did nothing wrong? They were the ones who started talking nonsense first. But, why can these people stand on the moral high ground and accuse me when they know nothing about anything? I have been enduring it all along, but just because I am cute and more popular with boys than them, they want to bully me? Suko really wanted to turn around and leave from here. I don't want to see these people anymore. But when she turned around, she bumped into a warm and strong embrace. What happened? Lin Yu asked, hugging her and patting her back gently. How come I went to the toilet and saw this scene when I came back? Suko was very small. She was facing off against several girls alone, and no one stood by her. This made Lin Yu a little angry. Are you being bullied? Lin Yu asked her. Hearing him say this, Suko couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She buried her head in Lin Yu's chest and sobbed softly. Lin Yu frowned and looked at Lee Jasun, who was not far ahead. Please explain it to me, Lin Yu said in a flat voice. Lee Jasun and her group of 5 girls were stunned when they saw Lin Yu. They came to their senses only when they heard Lin Yu speak. What's there to explain? What does this have to do with you? Lee Jasun said somewhat embarrassedly. Because Lin Yu's aura is very strong, just standing there gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. I guess he is another despicable man who jumped out to fawn on Suku because he saw that Suku was good looking. So disgusting. Lee Jasun felt disdainful in her heart. Lin Yu continued, I am her boyfriend. Do you think this has anything to do with me? What? Boyfriend? Several girls' pupils shrank when they heard this. Ding. Gaining 30 points of approval from Lee Jasun. Ding. Gaining 30 points of recognition from Zhang Xiaonan. Drop. The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yu's ears. But in front of him, Lee Jasun still looked unconvinced. You said you were her boyfriend, do you have any evidence? Lin Yu didn't react much when he heard this. Evidence? Lin Yu shook his head and looked down at Suko, who was sobbing in his arms. I don't think I need to prove anything to you guys, right? I just know that you made my girlfriend cry, so you're done. Is it over? Do you know what my boyfriend does? How dare you say that to me? Lee Jasun said disdainfully. What for? Have you heard of Juanhao Hotel? He is the lobby manager of Juanhao Hotel. Lee Jasun said this, raising her head slightly. When the people around heard this, they began to discuss in low voices. Sovereign Hotel? Are you the lobby manager of that 4-star hotel, Sovereign Hotel? Anyone who can become the lobby manager of Juanhao Hotel must know many big shots. This young man is bragging too much. Lobby manager of Juanhao Hotel? I've heard of him. I think his name is Zheng Yuan. He's not only the manager, but his father is also a shareholder of the hotel. He's very powerful. Everyone looked at Lin Yu eagerly, guessing in their hearts that the boy would probably admit his mistake to Lee Jasun. After all, he was too young and didn't look like he could fight against that kind of person. As for the speculation about whether Lin Yu might be a rich second generation, it was quickly forgotten. Because someone saw Lin Yu and Suko walking here. If they were really rich second generations, how could they not drive a luxury car when they were out with their pretty sister? However, after hearing what Lee Jasun said, Lin Yu did not show any fear. I just casually found a stool and sat down. He put his arms around Suka's slender waist and let her sit on his lap. I'll wait for him here, Lin Yu said to Lee Jasun. 37, just lust after beauty. In fact, Lin Yu originally wanted to spend some recognition points to resolve this matter. After all, during this period of time, my recognition value has accumulated to 13,000 points, so solving this problem is no problem. But when Lin Yu heard Li Jiasun say that her boyfriend was the lobby manager of Juanhao Hotel, he changed his mind. After all, he is now the largest shareholder of this hotel, so it is no problem for him to control the lobby manager who is the son of a small shareholder. In his arms, Suko had calmed down and stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yu, tears flashing in her eyes. Lin Yu, why don't we go? We can't let you get involved. Lin Yu rubbed her head and even pinched her furry ears a little more because they felt really comfortable. Don't worry, trust me. Lin Yu said lightly. But, her boyfriend is very powerful. Suka said in a low voice. At first, she didn't know what kind of boyfriend Li Jiasun had found. She only heard that the other party was young and rich, so she wanted to find Lin Yu to pretend to be her boyfriend. Otherwise, given the conflict between her and Li Jiasun, she would probably be ridiculed by the other party. But now it seems that Li Jiasun's boyfriend is very powerful. What if Lin Yu is implicated? Suko became more and more worried. She didn't even notice that Lin Yu had messed up the ears of her favorite wig. Don't worry, I'm also very capable. I'll support you. Lin Yu said to her. But after hearing this, Suka's eyes, which had originally held back her tears, began to turn slightly red again. Lin Yu, why are you so nice to me? She asked, burying her head in Lin Yu's chest. There are many reasons. We are friends, and you promised me. By the way, the most important thing is that you are beautiful. Lin Yu said frankly. This is indeed the case. What can a man gain from being nice to a girl? It's nothing more than lusting after her body. As for her soul, inner self, or other qualities, they are all based on the premise that she is beautiful. Lin Yu never thought that he was anything other than a so-called vulgar person. I like white silk, I like Lolita, I like the arrogant and proud sister with thin waist and long legs, I like to stick with beautiful girls. It's just human nature. So you were just attracted by her beauty, right? Suko raised his head and read, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu's, as if he wanted to see something. Yes. Lin Yu replied. In fact, the people around them were always looking at the two of them, wondering when they would run away in disgrace. Li Jiasun, on the other hand, was already standing at the entrance of the folk bar with a few of her girlfriends, waiting for her boyfriend to come over. In fact, the eyes of the people around were not very friendly, and even contained a bit of sarcasm and coldness. This is true for both men and women. After all, Suko looks very beautiful, and Lin Yu is also very handsome. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is a winner in most cases. Except when others judge them to be poor. Poor couples have many sorrows, especially a couple with such high looks. Many people actually want to see them make a fool of themselves. Just treat it as fun. Suko has been more sensitive than others since he was young, and he was very sensitive to those gazes. But now she is not afraid anymore. Because I have someone to rely on, even though it seems temporary. But who says that something temporary has no chance of becoming permanent? She suddenly reached out and hugged Lin Yu's neck. The thin lips painted with pink lip gloss are slightly upturned. Don't they want to have fun? But she refused. Lin Yu was confused by Suko's behavior, because the feeling of being hugged around the neck was very familiar. But it is true that kissing the lips of different girls feels different. Lin Yu stared at Suko's face getting closer to him. Then there is a soft, fragrant and delicate taste that quietly spreads in the mouth. Ding! Gained 15 points of recognition. Ding! Gained 15 points of recognition. Drop! The system prompt sounded as usual. Lin Yu silently blocked the sound and immersed himself completely. On the side, everyone widened their eyes. What time is it? Are they still in the mood to kiss? Maybe you're thinking you won't be happy in a while, so you should enjoy yourself now. It's a pity for such a handsome brother. Is it really worth it to do this for a woman? Why should we sympathize with him? He is just a guy who is trying to attract attention. Everyone was whispering. Of course, there are also people who are sad about the autumn and feel depressed about the times. For example, Zheng Yu. At least he really thought Suko liked him before. After all, they had chatted on WeChat, and Suko had replied to him. But it was not until now that Zheng Yu realized that he had misunderstood. Ha, I lost another person I never had. Stop, that's enough, Suko. Lin Yu looked at Suko and said. Why? You thought of your girlfriend and felt guilty? What girlfriend? Lin Yu asked puzzledly. Suka glanced at him and then lowered his head to plant a strawberry on Lin Yu's neck. But there was already a light red mark there. Really? Already have it? Suka stared at the mark for a moment, then bit it. She made a bigger mark, directly covering the previous mark. In this way, he belongs to himself. She thought so, then felt satisfied, looked up at Lin Yu and giggled. More kisses, she said. Lin Yu shook his head and pointed at Li Jusun, who walked in through the courtyard gate. Li Jusun, whose arm was already in her arms, was a young man in a suit and tie who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Brother, it was that woman who slapped my face just now. Look, it's all swollen. Li Jusun said coquettishly to Zhang Yuan. The hand that was holding Zhang Yuan's arm unconsciously tightened. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will help you. Then, Zhang Yuan looked at the man and woman sitting at the small table in front of him and began to read. The guy who just hit my girlfriend, come here and apologize. Let my girlfriend slap you 10 times, and this matter will be over. Oh? Really? Lin Yu turned around and looked at him. If you bring the woman next to you and kneel in front of me now, and then slap her and yourself 100 times, I can forgive you. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Yuan immediately became furious. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I don't know who you are, but you should know who I am. Lin Yu replied indifferently. Zhang Bo frowned when he heard this. He is a little dizzy now because of the woman. But the experiences he had gained in dealing with the world over the years had temporarily calmed his heart. Who are you? He asked. The young man in front of him uttered 2 words lightly. Lin Yu. 38, hasty night. Lin Yu? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan began to think about this name in his mind. He has also received many wealthy young men from Chengdu at the Juanhao Hotel. But no matter how hard I thought about it, there was no impression of the name Lin Yu in my mind. It seems to be just bluffing. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan instantly regained his confidence and looked at Lin Yu with contempt. Lin Yu? What the hell is that? I've never heard of it. As he spoke, the crowd watching also burst into laughter. Seeing how confident this guy is, I thought he was so powerful. But it turns out he's just thick-skinned. He's really good at pretending. We were almost fooled by him. Just wait till they get slapped. Zhang Yuan heard these words without any disguise, which immediately made him stand up straighter. I still say the same thing as before. I see that you are all students, so I won't make things too difficult for you. Come here, kneel down and let my girlfriend slap you a few times, and then I will let you go. Zhang Yuan said lightly. Lin Yu just sighed silently. What does Zhang Bo usually do for food? Even the lady sweeping the floor in the hotel knows about him, but this guy doesn't he know? Lin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Let me make a call. Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yuan and said. Okay, you want to find someone to help you, right? I'll give you a chance, and I want to see who you can find to support you. Zhang Yuan replied. Li Jusun leaned in Zhang Yuan's arms, her eyes full of little stars. After all, she felt happy just thinking about severely humiliating someone she hated in front of so many people she knew at school, and naturally she had a better impression of Zhang Yuan. Beep beep. After a busy tone, Lin Yu got through the call. Hello, Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions for me? In the general manager's office of Juanhao Hotel, Mo Jiajin, who was chatting with Zhang Zhonglang, asked respectfully. Lin Yu just said calmly, do you know Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan? Mo Jiajin thought for a moment and quickly recalled the news about Zhang Yuan. He is the lobby manager of Juanhao Hotel and the son of Zhang Zhonglang, a good friend of Mo Jiajin. He is the lobby manager of our hotel. Mr. Lin, is there anything you want to talk to him about? I will help you contact him, said Mo Jiajin. He is next to me now. Lin Yu just said this. When Mo Jiajin heard this, his body shook violently. After all, although Lin Yu's tone was calm, it was precisely this calmness that made it even more terrifying. Mo Jiajin asked tremblingly, did he do anything to make you unhappy? Mo Jiajin's pupils shrank sharply. Boss Lin, please wait a moment. I will handle it right away. Okay. Lin Yu replied and hung up the phone. Suko, your boyfriend is not good enough. Why is he still calling to look for someone? I think he is just pretending. Li Jiasun looked at Su Ke with disdain. I believe him. Su Ke replied coldly. Forget it, let's not waste time. Zhang Yuan put his arm around Li Jiasun's waist and spoke impatiently. He and Li Jiasun still have things to do later, so there's no need to waste time with these two students. So he shouted outside, "Where's the security?" A minute later, 3 uniformed security guards walked in. "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" The security guard asked respectfully. Zhang Yuan pointed in the direction of Lin Yu and said, "Keep an eye on those 2 people. They are suspected of intentional injury. I will call the police over now." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan turned on his cell phone and prepared to call his uncle. Although the evidence was not sufficient, he had some connections, so it was not a problem for him to detain the 2 college students for a few days to keep a criminal record. But before he could make a call, Zhang Yuan received an incoming call with the note, "Dad. Father." Zhang Yuan read into the receiver. "Where are you now?" Zhang Zhanglong's voice rang out. "I'm taking care of some things at Shu University." "Dad, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there a young man named Lin around you?" Zhang Zhonglang continued to ask. Although he was a little confused, Zhang Yuan nodded subconsciously, "Yes, how did you know?" But when he asked this question, he immediately felt something was wrong. How come Lin Yu just made a phone call and his father came to see him? Is it a coincidence? "Zhang Yuan, you little bastard from Baiyang, why don't you apologize to President Lin right away?" Zhang Zhanglong's voice continued to ring out, his tone extremely angry. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin?" A chill suddenly surged up from the soles of Zhang Yuan's feet and rushed straight to his crown. "What Mr. Lin? It can't be." Zhang Yuan asked tremblingly. "It could be that Mr. Lin. If you don't satisfy Mr. Lin today, I'll break your legs." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. He naturally knew about General Lin. It spent 60 million to acquire a large number of hotel shares and invested tens of millions of funds to bring Juanhao back to life. It is even said that an additional 30 million funds were invested today for hotel development. This kind of big boss who can easily take out tens of millions of funds must be a person with connections everywhere. Not to mention Zhang Yuan, even Zhang Zhonglang and even the entire Juanhao Hotel have to act according to his mood. In front, 3 security guards approached Lin Yu. "Sorry, young man, this is our job." The security guard said this and prepared to grab Lin Yu. But he was interrupted by Zhang Yuan. "Stop, don't touch them!" Zhang Yuan shouted. The security guard stood there in a daze, somewhat confused. Even the onlookers around and Li Jiasun, who was just hugged by Zhang Yuan but was now being pulled towards Lin Yu, were deeply confused. "Brother Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Li Jiasun asked. Bang! The slap was loud and crisp. Li Jiasun covered her red and swollen face. Before she could react to what was happening, Zhang Yuan pulled her to kneel in front of Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, I really didn't know it was you. Can you be so magnanimous and forgive me this time?" Zhang Yuan said urgently. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and slapped himself and Li Jiasun, one person at a time, taking turns. Bang! Bang! The rhythm is crisp and brisk. "Brother Yuan, what's wrong with you?" "It hurts," Li Jiasun said, covering her face. But what greeted her was still slaps in the face. Bang! What's going on? Why did Li Jiasun and her boyfriend suddenly become like this? Can't you see that? Suka's boyfriend is not a simple person. How could he solve this problem with just one phone call? People around were talking quietly. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't react, Zhang Yuan slapped Li Jiasun a little harder. "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin." "Brother Yuan, I don't want to." Li Jiasun's face was completely swollen, almost twice as big. She really didn't understand how her boyfriend, who was so high-spirited and said he would support her just a second ago, could become like this. "Apologize." Snap. "I was wrong, stop hitting me." Li Jiasun couldn't bear it anymore and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Yu and Su Ke. "Su Ke, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have targeted you. Please forgive me. Boss Lin, we all know we were wrong." Ding. Gain 10 points of recognition. Ding. Gain 10 points of recognition. Drop. The system prompt sounded again. Lin Yu just hugged Suko's waist and looked at her calmly. Do you want to forgive them? Ha! Suko was stunned when he saw this scene. She was ready to fight against these bad guys together with Lin Yu. But the next second, Lin Yu gave her a big surprise. Those people who were considered invincible in the eyes of ordinary people were now kneeling in front of him, kowtowing and slapping themselves. Let Li Jiasen kneel until tomorrow, Suko said. Lin Yu nodded and looked at the two people in front of him. Zhang Yuan, right? You've been fired. As for your father's future, it all depends on your performance. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Yuan replied, then pulled Li Jiasen and kowtowed heavily again. It's okay if he loses his job, but if anything happens to his father, everything their family has now will disappear. Do you still want to play here? Lin Yu lowered his head and asked Suko. No. Suko shook his head. So Lin Yu helped her stand up, not paying attention to the fearful looks from the people around him. He just held the girl's slender waist and slowly walked towards the hurried knight outside the door. 39. I want to follow you. The city of Chengdu is dimly lit at night. The street lights are warm in color, shining on people's bodies and casting long and short shadows on the ground. Lin Yu hugged Suko and walked along the road. She hung her head for a long time, then suddenly said, "Thank you, Lin Yu. You're welcome. After all, you are my girlfriend tonight. I can't let you be bullied." Lin Yu looked at her face and said with a smile. Suko has a beautiful face, a little chubby, fair with a hint of pink, and big eyes. She is the cute type. Although everyone says to resist the childish aesthetic, Lin Yu quite likes this kind of face, which makes people want to protect it. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Suko turned his face away and didn't look at him. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked her. No. It's okay. Suko responded timidly. The evening breeze felt cool on his face, which gradually made Suko become rational from his previous madness at the party. I just seem to have kissed him. That kiss again. She suddenly felt a little shameless. Even though Lin Yu clearly had a girlfriend, she still kissed him and even replaced the strawberries grown by his girlfriend with her own. Are you going back to school now? I'll take you there. Lin Yu's voice was gentle. Although I had an agreement with Suko before. But the girl looked very sad now, so Lin Yu didn't intend to force her. Hearing this, Suko glanced at Lin Yu. His profile looked particularly good under the warm light. Especially that hand, which was still around her shoulders and had not let go. Suko was almost sticking to Lin Yu. This inevitably made her breathing a little flustered, and her eyes began to show some resentment. Why would he treat me like this even though he has a girlfriend? Do you often flirt with various girls? Suko asked. Why are you asking that? Just wanted to ask. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said to her, Does Sister Suko often flirt with those innocent little boys? How is that possible? I didn't. Suko denied. But soon, she recalled that she had switched positions with Xia Xinqiu in the morning and then secretly tickled Lin Yu's palm. No matter how you think about it, that action seems to be intended to tease boys, right? So, would Lin Yu misunderstand? Misunderstanding that she is not a good girl. Suko lowered his head in thought, but felt his head sink. Lin Yu loosened his arms around her shoulders and placed them on top of her head. Let me take you back to school. It's very late now. If it's any later, the dormitory building will be blocked and you won't be able to go back. After reading this, Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and stopped hugging Suko. He just led her silently towards the school. Suko suddenly felt a little lost. No. She shouted to Lin Yu. I'm a little hungry. Why don't I eat first before going back? She said urgently. Okay, what do you want to eat? Lin Yu asked. Suko placed his fair little hand on his chin, looked around, and after hesitating for a long time, she pointed to a noodle shop on the street and said, I want to eat noodles. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. He really hasn't eaten noodles for a long time. I couldn't bear to eat it when I had no money, but now that I have money, I have better choices, so I didn't eat it. The two then walked into the noodle shop. Perhaps because it was a little late, there was no one else inside except the boss. Boss, I want one small noodle and one beef noodle, with extra coriander. Lin Yu shouted. I don't eat coriander. Suko pulled Lin Yu and whispered. No coriander in beef noodles. Lin Yu shouted again. Then the two of them sat face to face at a table, waiting quietly for the noodles to be served. By the way, what I promised you before, that. Suka suddenly remembered this and his face flushed. That? Lin Yu thought for a moment. You're helping me because of that, right? Suka's face turned even redder, and he didn't dare to look Lin Yu in the eye. But that kind of thing can only be done between boyfriends and girlfriends. Well, what? Are you planning to repay me? Lin Yu smiled at her. Suka responded with a voice as thin as a mosquito, then he lay on the table and buried his head in his arms. From Lin Yu's perspective, the pair of furry fox ears on her wig hung low on both sides of her head, and the top of her head seemed to be steaming. Lin Yu thought it was cute and said to her, "Then give it to me." Now? Yeah. Lin Yu said with a smile. Suka buried his head under the table and bit his lips. In a place like this? She was a little nervous. After all, she stepped on it accidentally while eating lunch, and only realized it later. So now, it's no different than the first time. What if I get discovered? Well, probably not. The tables in this restaurant have tablecloths, so if you reach over, you can't see anything from outside. Suka thought about it for a minute and finally made a decision. Under the dining table, I took off my white dancing shoes. But Lin Yu did not do anything as strange as she thought. Clatter! A clear sound. The boss brought 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. Enjoy your meal, both of you, said the boss, then turned and went back to the kitchen. Suka crossed her fair and slender legs under the table, raised her red face and looked at Lin Yu. Is this okay? Yeah. What else do you want? Lin Yu asked her with a smile. No, I didn't think about anything. Sukenian said, then lowered his head to eat noodles. Lin Yu smiled faintly and lowered his head to eat the Chongqing noodles he ordered. It's not that Lin Yu doesn't like it, or doesn't have any bad intentions. It's just that he didn't want to do anything weird, especially in a place like this. Lust and perversion are 2 different concepts. You always have to have your own bottom line. 10 minutes later, after finishing the noodles, Lin Yu sent Suko to the north gate of Shu University. I'm not from your school, so I won't go in to see you off. You go first, and see you next time. Lin Yu said to her. The voice was very gentle, but Suko did not respond after hearing it. She just stood there quietly with her head lowered, her golden orange hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze, and she quietly raised her eyes and looked at Lin Yu. Because it is the university gate, there are many students passing by. Among them, there were many beautiful young ladies in JK short skirts and long legs passing by. There was a hint of appreciation in Lin Yu's eyes. Just this appreciation made Suko suddenly feel a little sad. Are you in such a hurry to let me go? She asked Lin Yu. Don't you want to go back to the dormitory? Lin Yu also asked her. I didn't say that. Suko retorted softly. He obviously has a girlfriend, but he is so close to me. He is obviously not a serious guy, but he has to pretend to be innocent. He just wants to send her back to the dormitory? She just refused. I'm not going back. She began to recite. Then where are you going? Lin Yu asked. Suka stepped forward, hugged his arm as if to assert his sovereignty, and said, I want to follow you. 40, don't eat sugar and you will have a baby. Follow me? Hearing her say this, Lin Yu was in a trance for a moment. After all, Suka doesn't look like such a bold girl. Suka muttered softly, resting his head on Lin Yu's arm, a streak of blush visible from his cheeks to the base of his neck. Why? I can't bear to leave you, she said in a smaller voice. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Lin Yu's eyes became more profound. Do you have your ID card? Lin Yu asked her. Why do you need an ID? Get a room. Lin Yu's voice was flat. But in my heart, I was thinking, there is no way she would really get a room with me. After all, the two had only known each other for 1 day. If such a thing happened, it would be too magical, like something from a novel. So Lin Yu sighed. But beyond Lin Yu's expectation, Suka nodded and said, okay. The shadows of the trees outside the car window retreated, and the wind blew in through the small gap in the window. Lin Yu leaned on the back seat of the Bentley Flying Spur. The seat was on automatic massage mode and felt very comfortable. As for Suko, he lay in his arms without saying a word. Lin Yu thought that she might have some social anxiety, because he just called Jiang Xiying and asked her to drive him to Juanhao Hotel. After all, Suko didn't bring his ID card, and he was very small, so it would be bad if people misunderstood him as someone came by appointment. In the driver's seat, Jiang Xiying secretly looked at Lin Yu in the back seat through the rearview mirror, especially Suko and Lin Yu's arms. So Mr. Lin likes this type? Maybe she should consider changing her black stockings to white ones. Don't get me wrong. Feeling her gaze, Lin Yu coughed and said to Jiang Xiying. Jiang Xiying showed an expression of I understand. After all, it seemed normal to her. Mr. Lin is so rich, she wouldn't be surprised if he brought 100 girls to the hotel, let alone one. 10 minutes later, Sovereign Hotel. The front desk clerk enthusiastically arranged a presidential suite for Lin Yu. The room is on the 23rd floor and is approximately 700 square meters. Lin Yu stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling scene and lights outside. Suka suddenly got into his arms from the side and asked with a red face, "Can I kiss you?" "Suko, are you sure you want to do this?" Lin Yu asked her. She nodded without much hesitation. "I came here with you." Before she could finish her words, Lin Yu leaned over and supported Suko's back with one hand. The other hand was placed on her fair and delicate knees, and he picked her up and placed her on the 2.8-meter wide bed behind him. Before Lin Yu could bend down, Suka suddenly asked again, "Lin Yu, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will know?" "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Yu asked her with a smile. "I have no plans to find a girlfriend, so why should I be afraid?" Suka chuckled, and then looked at him with a cute expression. "I'm not afraid. So what if you have a girlfriend? You still brought me here. But you also took the initiative, didn't you?" Lin Yu said as he looked at Suko lying on the bed, looking ready to be picked. She was still wearing the cosplay costume, but she had taken off the white lace cotton socks. Hearing Lin Yu say that, Suka's eyes rolled around, as if he was thinking about something, but they became brighter the next moment. "Yes, because I am a bad woman, I am seducing you, brother Lin Yu." Her voice was soft and sweet, and Lin Yu could no longer control his emotions. He walked to the bed, leaned over and kissed her for a long time. Clatter. Lin Yu turned off the lights in the room. "Suko, are you really sure? Well, do you want to take a shower first?" "No, just wear it." "Lin Yu, I like you. It doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend. I don't need you to be responsible." "Lin Yu, are you still there? Lin Yu?" She muttered to herself, grabbed Lin Yu's hand in the dark, closed her eyes, and seemed to be waiting for something. Then, as Lin Yu expected, he cried out in pain. Ding! Host. The next morning, the sunlight was a little dazzling. There were a few pieces of clothes scattered on the ground, making it look a bit messy. Lin Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city in the distance and thinking about life. If desires are not released for a long time, people will easily become impulsive, and then reflect on whether they have done something wrong after the impulse. This is how Lin Yu feels at this moment. His heart is feeling a little empty. Until the girl on the bed woke up and let out a moan. Lin Yu, you hurt me." Suka said this with his eyes closed, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised with a hint of sweetness. Lin Yu lay on his side on the bed, supporting his head with one hand and looking at her face until she slowly opened her eyes. "Are you awake?" Lin Yu said to her. Suka opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu, then blushed instantly. Lin Yu, why are you not wearing any clothes?" she said, covering her eyes. "The clothes are not dry yet, so I asked someone to buy new ones and also bought you some clothes." Lin Yu replied. "After all, I probably can't wear that cosplay costume anymore." Upon hearing this, Suka nodded softly and said yes. Lin Yu went outside and brought in the clothes and candies that had been sent over. "Suko, eat the candy." "No. I don't want to eat now." She buried her head in Lin Yu's chest and spoke while swaying. "Be good, if you don't eat candy you will have a baby." "Will there be no baby if you eat it?" "Yes." "Then I want more." Lin Yu. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu got dressed and prepared to go to the hospital. Before leaving, he transferred 20,000 yuan to Suko via WeChat. After all, although I can't give a name, I can give money. Suka narrowed his eyes and looked at the transfer sent by Lin Yu with a strange expression. What does this mean? It's not prostitution money. Lin Yu said lightly. This is my compensation for hurting you last night. Hearing him say this, Suka's eyes lit up and he accepted the transfer. Lin Yu, you were actually Chunan before, right? She asked softly. She had heard that only Chunan would not know the seriousness of the situation, so it was particularly painful. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and told her that he had to leave first and could contact her via WeChat if she had any questions. Then he opened the door and walked out. The cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yu took a look and saw that the caller ID was Chu Luyao. So Lin Yu did not rush to answer the call. Instead, he hung up the phone first, went downstairs, got in the car that Zhang Xiying sent him back to the hospital, and then pressed the phone again. Hey Luyao, what can I do for you? 41, Maybach on a rainy night. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the phone receiver was silent for a while. Then, Chu Luyao responded to his words, her voice still icy cold, like ice cubes being stirred in a glass. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow? Lin Yu thought for a while. Tomorrow is Grandma's surgery day and he can't leave. So I replied, I can't leave tomorrow. I'm going to visit my grandmother. She's not feeling well. I'll accompany her to see the doctor tomorrow. I see, then get busy. Chu Luyao hung up the phone after she finished speaking. This made Lin Yu a little confused. Although she was usually quite cold, her attitude today was particularly special. It's as if I've suffered some injustice. Lin Yu then called Chu Luyao's class teacher. I am her brother. Although not her biological brother, I am still half her father. If anything really happens, I have to stand up for her. Beep beep. After a busy tone, the call was connected. Chu Luyao's homeroom teacher's surname is Wu. She is an English teacher. She speaks in a sharp voice. In short, she speaks in a sissy way. Hello? You are Chu Luyao's parent, right? I was just about to call you when you called. Yes, I am her brother. Lin Yu replied. Did you already know about that when you called me? Teacher Wu asked. No, I just felt that my sister was not feeling well today, and I wanted to ask about the situation. Is that so? Then I'll be frank. The college entrance examination is approaching, but Chu Luyao doesn't seem to be focusing on her studies, and she seems to have a tendency to fall in love too early. If you have time, come to school. Hang up the phone. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. Does Chu Luyao have a tendency to fall in love early? When Lin Yu heard the teacher say this, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, this is my stepsister who I have been with day and night for 4 years. Logically speaking, it is impossible for her to fall in love too early. But she is 18 years old and should have her own freedom. Lin Yu suddenly recalled a short girl with long hair who liked to wear white stockings under loose jeans. That was my first love. It happened when I was 18 and in my senior year of high school. If that girl knew what was happening to me now, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Boss Lin, we're at the hospital. Zhang Xiying's voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Lin Yu nodded, didn't think about it anymore, and got out of the car. When I returned to my grandmother's ward, the doctor was doing a preoperative examination for her. You're here. I'm here, Grandma. My grandmother's operation was very successful. She only needs to stay in the hospital for 1 month to recover completely. Lin Yu arranged the most expensive and highest quality service for her. A team of 30 people was responsible for her grandmother's daily life and rehabilitation training for the next month. The day Lin Yu left the hospital and prepared to return to school was the 3rd day after his grandmother's surgery. In the afternoon, the sky was clear, the sun was warm and the wind was gentle. I'm leaving, Grandma. I'll come see you later. Good. After getting the reply, Lin Yu walked out of the hospital gate. After all, I have my own life and it's impossible for me to stay with my grandma all the time. Ding. Grandma's surgery was a perfect success. The host's long-standing confusion has been resolved. From now on, she can live a more carefree life. She has achieved phased results and has succeeded in indulgence. She will be rewarded 100 million renminbi, and the current balance is 500 million renminbi. Hearing the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Lin Yu felt relieved and walked out of the hospital. Zhang Xiying was already waiting for him in the parking lot outside. Hello, Mr. Lin. She said respectfully. Today is your last day as my driver, right? Lin Yu asked. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Yu nodded. Although his current Bentley Flying Spur is the hotel's car, if Lin Yu wants, he can actually treat it as his own car, and even let Jiang Xiying be his driver. But Lin Yu didn't have such an idea. I have 500 million in savings now, why would I want to drive a second-hand car? Of course you have to buy it yourself. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? Jiang Xiying asked. Let's go to Shu University first. Lin Yu replied. I haven't seen Su Ke for 2 days, and I have to go back to Luqing today, so I made an appointment with her in advance. And Xia Xinxiu, she is here too. 15 minutes later. Outside the Shu gate. Xia Xinxiu stared at the Bentley Flying Spur in front of her in amazement. Xiuqiu, get in the car. Su Ke said this and pulled Xia Xinxiu to the back seat of the car. As for Lin Yu, he sat in the passenger seat in advance. Lin Yu, is this your car? Xia Xinxiu asked, a little shocked. After all, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. In this internet age, it is not difficult to learn about some million-level luxury cars by browsing Douyin. Before Lin Yu could reply, Su Ke spoke up. It's his. Kiki, how did you know? Xia Xinxiu looked at Su Ke and suddenly felt strange. This. Su Ke suddenly hesitated. She couldn't say that she had sat there before. The reason why she knew Lin Yu was because of Xia Xinxiu. It was because of Xia Xinxiu that I knew Lin Yu had a girlfriend. If Xia Xinxiu knew that she and Lin Yu were having an affair, she would definitely be considered a mistress. Although it seems to have been. Su Ke's complexion became more and more rosy, and it seemed as if steam was coming out of his head. Lin Yu looked at her through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly. Su Ke didn't do cosplay today. She wore JK and over-the-knee white stockings. Her long hair was tied into 2 ponytails and draped over her shoulders. Her fair cheeks were already flushed. This car is not mine, Su Ke was just joking. Lin Yu spoke up to help her out. Is that so? Xia Xinxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. If this car really belongs to Lin Yu, then she should really worry about whether Su Ke might be seduced by Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu's wealth before was more or less within her understanding. When she had money, she could actually afford a meal worth several thousand yuan if she gritted her teeth. But this car worth more than 2 million is a completely different concept. Then where are we going now? Xia Xinxiu asked again. Go buy a car. Buy a car? Yeah, this car is not mine after all, so it always feels a little bit missing, Lin Yu replied. Then what car are you going to buy? Xia Xinxiu continued to ask. After Bentley's blow, she is now much more receptive. Lin Yu said he wanted to buy a car, but it was impossible for him to buy one that was similar to this one, or even more expensive. She said secretly in her heart. Lin Yu did not reply, but just looked up at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in front of him. In fact, there are 4S stores of other car companies nearby. Including Audi, BMW, Bentley, BYD, etc., are all here. But Lin Yu chose Mercedes-Benz. The reason is not very noble, and it even seems a bit of a trend. The reason for choosing Mercedes-Benz was probably because of a memory I had when I was secretly reading a novel during an evening study session in high school. Rainy night, elevated road, Maybach. 42. What if I drive a Maybach when I'm 20 years old? The light at the intersection was red. Xia Xinxiu looked around through the car window. You haven't told me what car you want to buy, Lin Yu, she continued. If you turn right now, you will see the Audi and Bentley 4S stores. If you go straight, you will see BYD. As for Mercedes-Benz and BMW, you need to turn left. Xia Xinxiu cares a lot about this issue. She has known Lin Yu for several years. Although they are just online friends, this guy is one of the few boys she likes. Therefore, Xia Xinxiu really hopes that Lin Yu's conditions can get better. After all, he was quite miserable in the past and had to accept any job as a playmate for only $1. But it just so happened that Su Ke was also present today. Lin Yu was quite handsome, and even she, who liked girls, had a good impression of him. Although she had lied to Su Ke and told her that Lin Yu already had a girlfriend to give her a heads up, what if? Even if Su Ke doesn't fall in love with Lin Yu, it won't be a good thing for Xia Xinxiu if Lin Yu develops some beautiful fantasies about other men. While thinking, Xia Xinxiu inadvertently glanced at Su Ke, only to find that she was secretly looking at Lin Yu with sparkling eyes. Coco, what are you looking at? Nothing, nothing. I was just in a daze, Xiuqiu. Su Ke replied. She couldn't possibly tell Chocho that she was thinking about something that couldn't be seen by the readers. Okay. Xia Xinqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Where can we buy it, Mr. Lin? Zhang Xiying asked Lin Yu. Turn left and go to Mercedes-Benz. Lin Yu said lightly. Okay. As the red light turned green, the car randomly drove into the traffic flow and finally stopped at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Lin Yu didn't make an appointment in advance to view the car. After all, buying a car was just something he thought of casually. But I have to say that people who can work as salespeople in Mercedes-Benz 4S stores are very capable. As soon as Lin Yu got out of the car, a salesperson wearing a black silk hip skirt came up to Lin Yu from the 4S store. After taking a look at the Bentley Flying Spur behind Lin Yu, as well as the girls Suko, Xia Xinqiu, and Zhang Xiying, she smiled at Lin Yu. Sir, are you here to look at the car? Do you have an appointment? No appointment. Lin Yu glanced at her casually, then shook his head and said. After hearing Lin Yu's reply, the smile on her face became even more intense. Sir, do you need me to show you around? My name is Lu Yan, and I've been working as a salesperson here for 2 years. I'm quite experienced and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. In fact, it doesn't matter to Lin Yu who takes him to see the car. But if we must compare, a beautiful saleswoman with a slim waist and long legs will definitely be more popular than an experienced male salesperson. After all, I have endless money to spend, so why should I care about value for money? The emotional value that beautiful women provide is real. What's your last name, sir? Forrest. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lu Yan said respectfully. Then he invited Lin Yu and others to go into the store, made tea for them and began to understand Lin Yu's car purchasing needs. Mr. Lin, what car model do you like? Or I can recommend one to you. For example, our Mercedes-Benz S-Class is very good. No need, just recommend me a Maybach model. Lin Yu replied. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yan's eyes when she heard this. The reason why she came out to greet Lin Yu and his companions when they got out of the car was simply because the car they came in was a Bentley Flying Spur. People who can drive this kind of car naturally have higher-end car purchasing demands and are the high-quality customers that their salesmen dream of. Lu Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves, and then learned more carefully about Lin Yu's car purchasing needs. Suka sat next to Xia Xinqiu on the armchair behind Lin Yu, and frowned as he looked at Lu Yan, whose chest was almost close to Lin Yu's face. Bah! Vixen! 10 minutes later. Lu Yan roughly understood Lin Yu's preferences. Then he stood up and said to Lin Yu with a smile, according to your preference, Mr. Lin, I suggest you directly choose our Maybach S680 Polar Night Edition. This is the most high-end model in our store, and we have a sample car for you to experience. If you don't have any customization requirements, the price is about 3 million yuan. Hearing this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and said, okay, let's go and look at the car. Well, sir, we at Maybach need to verify your capital before you go to see the car. Lu Yan replied. It's not that she didn't believe in Lin Yu's ability, but this was a necessary process and could not be omitted. Okay. Lin Yu said calmly, then took out the CCB black card and handed it to Lu Yan. 5 minutes later, Lu Yan returned to Lin Yu holding the card and returned it to Lin Yu respectfully. Lin Yu, how much money is in this card? Xia Xinqiu asked. About 500 million. Lin Yu said honestly. TSK, forget it. Xia Xinqiu curled her lips. 500 million? How is this possible? Naturally, she wouldn't believe what Lin Yu said. But in his heart, he was still shocked by Lin Yu's financial resources. After all, being able to pass Maybach's capital verification means that Lin Yu at least has enough savings to buy that Maybach. Ding! Gain 100 points of recognition from Xia Xinqiu. Ding! Gaining recognition from Su Ku. Lin Yu followed Lu Yan to the exhibition car area, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. He looked back at Su Ku, Xia Xinqiu, and the others. They were all moving a little slowly and he had left them some distance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or you'll be lost. Lin Yu said calmly. Okay. Su Ku responded and followed Lin Yu. Although I already know that Lin Yu is very rich. But when she saw with her own eyes Lin Yu preparing to spend several million to buy a car, she almost couldn't recover. After all, this is 3 million. Why did Lin Yu say it was like a few $100s, as if he didn't care at all? However, this scene slightly alleviated Suku's guilt towards Lin Yu's girlfriend. Lin Yu is so rich, the probability of him being liked by beautiful girls and then cheating on her is high. Suko, just brought this thing forward a little. Yes, she is right. Thinking of this, the smile on Suku's face gradually brightened. Lin Yu naturally didn't know that this little girl was in love with him. All he has eyes for now is the car. Mr. Lin, look, this is the Maybach S680 Midnight Edition I mentioned. It is also the latest model in 2025. Lu Yan bowed and introduced. A silver and black sedan with a vertical logo appeared in front of Lin Yu, and he couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. The Maybach S680 is positioned as a luxury sedan, especially the two black and silver colors in front of you, which I personally think are the most perfect color combinations, and it is equipped with omitted. The introduction lasted 5 minutes, during which Lu Yan introduced all the basic information about the Maybach S680 to Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu didn't listen much. You can actually tell at a glance whether you like the car or not. Some people say that Maybach is not setting a standard, but setting the back that you have been unable to straighten up for so many years. Some people also say that this car is specially designed to cure men's inferiority complex and women's slowness in warming up. But to know the truth, you have to own one yourself. The starting price is as low as 3.2 million, a car that my father could only dream of after working hard all his life. But now it is right in front of me, within my reach. Lin Yu took a deep breath and made a decision. Calculate how much it is. I'll buy it, he said lightly. On the side, Lu Yan, who had finished the introduction, was waiting for Lin Yu to ask for a test drive. Selling a Maybach S680 is not that easy. She has already made plans to test drive it with Lin Yu and sacrifice something. But Lin Yu's words immediately disrupted her thinking. Boss Lin, did you just say, are you going to buy it now? 43. Things that are not available to young people. Lu Yan was so shocked by Lin Yu's words that her mouth opened into an O shape. You made the decision so straightforwardly without even taking the car for a test drive? Does he treat these millions as nothing? Well, let's calculate how much it costs. This is the car. Lin Yu's voice was relatively calm. Of course he knew what Lu Yan was shocked about. I'm just confused about why I decided to buy a car without even test driving it. But Lin Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. When you buy a car and test drive it, you are simply trying to see if the car drives to your liking, so as to avoid buying a car you are not satisfied with. After all, buying a car is not a small amount of money. For the people of Daxia, it is almost the same level of money as buying a house. But this is not the case for Lin Yu. My budget is too much to spend. When buying your first car in your life, of course you should buy the one you like. As for the so-called driving feel and riding experience, just put them aside. If it's difficult to drive, you can just buy another one. Yes, I'll help you calculate. Now, with various taxes and other fees, the total landing price of this Maybach S680 Polar Night Edition top configuration is 5,099,988. I can give you a discount of 5.05 million yuan. But this silver and black car is the only one on display at the moment. If you need it, Mr. Lin, I can apply for it on your behalf. Lu Yan spoke cautiously, with an unconcealable smile in her eyes. This single order sold for 5 million, and her commission was about 10, which was equivalent to half a year's salary. How could she not be happy? But Lin Yu shook his head. I don't want a show car. Does Mr. Lin need to see other colors? No, I want this color combination. See if you can arrange it for me. I don't want a show car, I want a brand new one. Okay sir, please wait a moment. I will contact our manager and you can get on the bus and experience it first. Lu Yan said nervously, then took out her cell phone and started contacting her manager. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to open the car door and got in. I have to say that the interior is extremely luxurious. Even though he has experienced Bentley, which is also a luxury car, Lin Yu was still excited sitting inside. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? Lin Yu shouted to the girls outside through the car window. Jiang Xiying shook her head, indicating that it was not necessary. After all, she is just Lin Yu's driver, so she still has to have a sense of boundaries. However, Xia Xinxiu was feeling restless. After all, she had only seen this kind of car on Douyin, and now that she had the chance to see it, she naturally felt longing for it. But she was still a little embarrassed and was about to refuse, but Suku tugged at the corner of her clothes. Xiuxiu, let's go take a look. Suka said, then pulled Xia Xinxiu to sit in the back row. The back seat of the Maybach is very spacious. Someone with Suka's body shape can even stretch out one leg and swing it around casually. Lin Yu, why don't you want this display car? Xia Xinqiu asked curiously. After all, in a sense, show cars are actually more authoritative than new cars. After all, the display cars in 4S stores are generally not for sale. The fact that you can buy a display car is itself a symbol of your certain strength. Hearing Xia Xinqiu say that, Lin Yu just smiled faintly. I can ride in this car, and so can you. Even anyone who comes here and wants to see the car will have the opportunity to experience it. So many people have already ridden in this car. In my opinion, it is not much different from a used car. It is not a new car, so I don't want it. What Lin Yu said made sense, and Xia Xinqiu nodded in agreement. As for Su Ke, when he heard Lin Yu say that, he understood some strange meaning and his cheeks flushed slightly. After a while, Lu Yan came over with a man wearing a neat suit and frameless glasses, who looked very shrewd at first glance. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Li Wei, and I'm the store manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Wuhou District, Chengdu. Li Wei bowed respectfully. Although they cannot know the specific deposit amount in the customer's card during capital verification, they can get a clue just from the color of the card. The black card used by Lin Yu requires a bank deposit of at least 10 million to be processed, and the fact that Lin Yu was able to come here and buy a 5 million car shows that his deposit is definitely not just 10 million. Li Wei naturally has to treat such a top customer with caution. Can you solve what I just said? Lin Yu asked him. Sure, I have already requested a car from another store, but you may have to wait a week. Li Wei was thinking when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Beep beep. The ringing sounded a bit abrupt. Li Wei looked at Lin Yu with an apologetic look. Answer the phone first. Lin Yu didn't make a fuss about it, which made Li Wei feel relieved. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin for your understanding. After saying that, Li Wei picked up the phone. Hello? Lin Yu looked at him, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Mr. Lin, good news. There happens to be a silver and black top-of-the-line car in Shancheng. We originally planned to send it to Xianyang, but Xianyang doesn't need it anymore. This car is currently in Rongcheng. Please wait for half an hour and it will be delivered to you. Li Wei said excitedly. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This was certainly not a coincidence. The trouble-solving card is still working. Half an hour later. Along with a brand new silver and black Maybach S680 Midnight Edition being delivered to him, Lin Yu also signed the purchase contract. Sir, 5.05 million has been paid off. Here is your bank card. I'm returning it to you. Li Jiao respectfully handed Lin Yu's card back. Lin Yu took the card and nodded slightly. Then he paced and walked to the huge car that was shining silver in the sun. The price of 5.05 million is actually a bit expensive. But Lin Yu still smiled faintly, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Just be happy, nothing else matters. Ding! People are trapped in their lives by things they could not get when they were young, and they are finally solved by a moment and a scene. Congratulations to the host for successfully buying the luxury car he dreamed of in high school, paying for his dream when he was young, and successfully indulging himself. The reward is 10 million renminbi. Listening to the system prompt sound, Lin Yu felt relaxed all over, and a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Yes. I first heard about Maybach in a novel during evening study in high school that year, and I have always hoped that one day I could drive such a luxury car. And this dream was realized when I was 20 years old. On the side, Lu Yan, who received the signed order, was also smiling. This was the fastest and most profitable money she had ever made in her life. By the way, Mr. Lin, you don't need to go to the vehicle management office to pay the vehicle purchase tax, value-added tax and other fees. We will have someone to handle it for you. If you need to register the vehicle, you can also let us know and we can handle it together. It will take about 5 hours to complete. Lu Yan continued to add. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. Then I'll trouble you with all this. I'll come back to pick up the car in 5 hours. After saying that, Lin Yu thought about what to do next. Xia Xinqiu suddenly said, Lin Yu, we've waited with you for so long, you have to treat us to a meal. Okay. Lin Yu responded to her quickly. After all, we have to find a way to send Xia Xinqiu back to school. He and Su Ke still have things to do. 44. Did you buy it for your girlfriend? An hour and a half later, Xia Xinqiu managed to calm down when she saw the 7,000 yuan bill that Lin Yu paid. After all, we have already seen Lin Yu buy a car for $1 million, so this meal was not that shocking in comparison. Then Lin Yu, let's go back to school. Xia Xinqiu looked at Lin Yu and suggested. She decided not to have too much contact with Lin Yu in the future. Money has an inexplicable charm. Even she can't help but feel a little moved. It would be more practical to take Suka back to school early and then go shopping and take photos together. Are you going back now? Suka read it out loud, but he didn't look at Xia Xinqiu, but looked in the direction of Lin Yu. She felt a little reluctant. After that day, Lin Yu stayed in the hospital and never accompanied her again. The restaurant where the three of them had just eaten was on the top floor of a large shopping mall. After going down one floor, there is an entire floor of clothing stores. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then looked back at Xia Xinqiu and said, "Why don't we go back later?" Xia Xinqiu? Feeling Lin Yu's somewhat fiery gaze, Xia Xinqiu hugged her slender hands to her chest. Why are you staring at me like that? She was inexplicably nervous. Lin Yu shouldn't have some weird thoughts about her. After all, she is very beautiful, has fair skin and a good figure. Especially that pair of slender and straight legs. In the words of a man, you would never get tired of playing with them even if you played with them for 100 years. Although you treated me to an expensive meal, but I can't. Xia Xinqiu bit her lip and recited with a conflicted tone. Lin Yu's gaze made her cheeks even redder. It's really strange. He didn't look this good the other day. Why does he look better and better today? Lin Yu didn't know what Xia Xinqiu was thinking at the moment, as for the gazes that kept on looking at her. It is making a comparison. Xia Xinqiu's figure seems to be similar to Chu Luyao. It's just that some parts may be slightly larger, but other aspects like waist to hip ratio, leg length, height, etc. are very similar. Maybe. Xia Xinqiu, please do me a favor. Lin Yu said to her. What's the matter? Go shopping for some clothes with me? Buy with you? Will you wear it? No, it's for girls. Lin Yu said calmly, then led the girls into a nearby clothing store. Welcome to Chanel. Ladies and gentlemen, do you need me to make any recommendations? The salesgirl in black uniform asked respectfully. No, we can just look at it ourselves. Lin Yu replied, and then went to the women's clothing area with a few girls. Xia Xinqiu, go pick out some clothes that you think an 18-year-old girl might like, and try them on to see if they fit. Lin Yu looked at Xia Xinqiu and said. Yes, help me try on the clothes. If they are suitable, I will buy them. As a reward, I can give you a set. Lin Yu added to her. After all, it has been so long and I haven't bought any clothes for Chu Luyao. Although I can use my savings to buy it for her regardless of the price or whether it is suitable or not. But that would be a bit troublesome and it would not be convenient to keep it at home. Are you buying it for another girl? Your girlfriend? Xia Xin wondered doubtfully, but still started picking out clothes as Lin Yu said. After all, Lin Yu said he could give her a set, so why wouldn't she do it? Chanel clothes are very expensive. Xia Xinqiu had been happy for a long time since she saved up money to buy a bottle of Chanel perfume. It took about 5 minutes for Xia Xinqiu to walk into the fitting room in front of Lin Yu with 5 or 6 selected sets of clothes. I'm changing my clothes, Lin Yu, please stand further away. I can't see inside. Lin Yu sneered, but still moved back. Beside him, Suko looked unhappy. What's wrong? You seem unhappy? Lin Yu asked her with a smile, then reached out a hand to play with her ponytail. The texture of real hair and wigs is very different, and Lin Yu still prefers Suko's real hair. Dark, soft, and a little cold. Lin Yu, are you going to buy clothes for other girls? Suko asked softly. But I already had some guesses in my mind. Most likely it was the girlfriend that Xiuqiu had told her about before. Lin Yu asked Xiuqiu to try on clothes. Could it be that the girlfriend was the same type as Xiuqiu? I bought it for my sister. Lin Yu's voice disrupted her thoughts. Sister? Do you have a sister? Well, what? You don't believe me? Lin Yu looked at her with a smile. How could he not see that the girl was jealous? But Lin Yu did not intend to explain further. Although it may sound a bit scumbag to think that way, given my current situation, it is impossible for me to always have only one girl around me. So there is no need to explain too much. Whether Suko misunderstood or didn't believe it, some things had to be faced sooner or later. I believe you. She muttered to herself, glanced at Zhang Xiying who was standing behind Lin Yu, and then looked up at the fitting room where Xia Xinqiu had entered. The door curtain is closed tightly, so there is a high probability that he will not come out so soon. But I'm not happy anymore, Su Ke continued to say to Lin Yu. Then, you go buy clothes too, and I'll pay the bill. Lin Yu rubbed her head. However, Su Ke grabbed Lin Yu's hand, turned around and threw himself into Lin Yu's arms. I want a kiss. Her face flushed. There were quite a lot of people around, which made Su Ke feel a little uncomfortable. But the discomfort soon disappeared. Lin Yu bent down, lifted Su Ke's white chin with one hand, and kissed her. It's warm and very comfortable. Seeing this, Zhang Xiying turned around consciously, and a blush appeared on her fair face. What happened between Mr. Lin and this little loli in the hotel that night? This is no longer a secret. A minute later, Xia Xinqiu opened the door curtain. Kiki, what do you think of this one? Xia Xinqiu looked at Su Ke and asked. Looking at Su Ke's cheeks that turned red because of her, Xia Xinqiu nodded with satisfaction. This one looks good. Lin Yu, what do you think? She looked at Lin Yu again and asked. Lin Yu looked at her calmly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Xia Xinqiu's clothes are really good. She is currently wearing a pair of flared pants and a white navel-bearing short t-shirt. Because she has a very thin waist and a good figure, this dress makes her look casually sexy. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded, and then called the waiter to pack up a relatively small portion. As for Xia Xinqiu, she continued to try on clothes. How about this one? Can. What about this? Good. When paired with white silk, this dress makes my legs look a little thicker. It looks good, just wrap this one up. 15 minutes later, Lin Yu and several others came out of the mall carrying large and small bags. Lin Yu bought 5 sets of clothes for Chu Luyo alone, and he also bought 2 sets for himself for replacement. Then he got on the Bentley and prepared to take Xia Xinqiu back to school first. 45. Return to Lucheng. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was a little hot, as if it was scorching the whole earth. Lin Yu asked Zhang Xiying to drive the car to the gate of Shu. Xia Xinqiu hugged the whole set of Chanel packaging bags tightly in her arms, and was in a very happy mood at the moment. Then we're leaving? Okay. Lin Yu replied. See you next time. Bye. Xia Xinqiu waved her hand and pulled Su Ke out of the car. But she didn't seem to notice Su Ke's somewhat resentful look when he got off the car. The backs of the 2 girls gradually disappeared at the school gate. Zhang Xiying asked Lin Yu, Are you leaving, Mr. Lin? Wait a moment. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair and stretched. 15 minutes later. A white and tender little hand knocked on the car window on Lin Yu's side. It's Su Ke. Her face was flushed at this moment, and she looked at Lin Yu shyly. Lin Yu, who are you waiting for here? She asked. Lin Yu smiled faintly and opened the car door. What about you? What are you doing back here? Before Su Ke finished her mumbling, Lin Yu picked her up with one hand and put her in the car, then looked at Zhang Xiying and said. Let's go to the 4S store to pick up the car. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Xiying responded, then started the engine and slowly drove into the traffic. Because there was almost no traffic jam around 2 p.m., it only took 15 minutes to reach the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. As soon as I got off the car, Lu Yan was already waiting outside the door. When she saw Lin Yu coming, she immediately came over to greet him. Mr. Lin, all the formalities for your car have been completed. Do you want to pick it up now? Well, take me there. Lin Yu said. Then, under the guidance of Lu Yan, they arrived at the garage, where the silver and black Maybach S680 Midnight Edition was parked quietly. Flowers, balloons and ambient lights were specially arranged on the ground, probably as part of the handover ceremony prepared by the store. Lu Yan stood in front of Lin Yu and bowed. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Yu for becoming a distinguished Maybach owner. May the 3-pointed star emblem illuminate your career and future. After saying this, she did not forget to raise her head and secretly glance at Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu's lips slightly raised, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time she read Maybach's blessing. Although she had recited Mercedes-Benz's blessing many times, she still couldn't help but feel anxious when reciting it in front of Lin Yu. After all, she is rich. If Lin Yu is not satisfied, it can even directly decide whether she stays in this store or not. Mr. Lin, here are your car keys. Lu Yan continued to speak respectfully, and then handed over a tray with the car keys with the Maybach logo quietly placed on it. Lin Yu held the car keys in his hand and was not in a hurry to get in the car. He just stood there thinking for a moment, then looked at Suku and said, "Kiki, take a picture for me." "Huh?" Suku didn't react for a moment. Lin Yu had already handed her the phone. "How do we shoot it?" she asked. Lin Yu reached out and pinched her soft cheek, then turned and walked to the front of the car, resting his hands on the hood of the Maybach. "Just shoot it like this." Snap. After getting the phone back, Lin Yu looked at himself in the photo and nodded with satisfaction. Suku is also quite good at finding photo angles, and coupled with his good hardware, it is no exaggeration to say that these photos are super handsome. Lin Yu opened WeChat and posted the photo to his friends. The purpose of posting on Moments is probably just to show off or pretend to be cool. This photo can be seen by those people who used to look down upon me or whom I hated. Lin Yu felt relieved. As soon as I posted it on WeChat Moments, my good brother Wang Pengfei liked it. Wang Pengfei, what? Did he hook up with a super rich woman or did he Photoshop the picture? Lin Yu chuckled and replied with a low key. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of thumbs up were heard one after another. "Cousin, where did you find the picture online?" High school class monitor, a guy born in the 2000s bought a new car made in 1992? Yuban Mayo, invite me to McDonald's to see your strength. Lin Yu is a person who seldom posts on WeChat Moments, but he felt very happy when he saw that his WeChat Moments received so many likes. As for the comments, I didn't respond to them one by one. Some were mean and some were joking, and Lin Yu was too lazy to distinguish them. When I have the chance to drive the Maybach in front of them myself, everything will become clear. Thinking about it, Lin Yu was about to turn off his phone. One comment caught his attention. "She, very impressive." Lin Yu, thank you. After replying with these two words, Lin Yu put the phone in his pocket and got in the car. Suka sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yu started the engine and the scenery outside the window kept receding. "Where are we going now?" Suku asked him. She knew that Lin Yu was going back to Lucheng district today, although it took about 2 hours to get to Lucheng from Woho. But Suko was still not very happy being separated from Lin Yu so far away. "Where do you want to go?" Lin Yu asked knowingly. Suko blushed and turned aside, ignoring him. 7 o'clock in the evening, presidential suite of Sovereign Hotel. Suko lay on the bed and looked at Lin Yu with some resentment. "That's how I like it," she said. "Eating too much sugar is bad for your health." Lin Yu replied. "Then I won't eat it." Lin Yu. The weather outside the window was changeable and it started to rain. Lin Yu didn't know how long he had been listening to the sound of rain. He only remembered that it was 10 o'clock in the evening when he sent Suka back to school from Juanhao Hotel. Outside the school gate, Lin Yu slowly stopped the car. "Then I'm leaving." "Yeah." Lin Yu nodded. "Lin Yu, don't forget me." Suko continued reading. For some reason, her eyes became a little red. Almost in an instant, she stretched out her arms, hugged Lin Yu's neck and buried her head in Lin Yu's arms. "Won't." Lin Yu rubbed her head and said. Lin Yu thought Suko's reaction was normal. Girls will always be sentimental when they lose their virginity. But now she looks so tearful, which is really pitiful. Like a little puppy who can't find his home. So Lin Yu held her little face again and kissed her for a long time. "Okay, if you don't go back, the dormitory will be curfew." "Well, take care, Suku. Call me baby." It was already 12 o'clock in the morning when we drove back to Lucheng. Because Yanglu community is an old community, there is no underground parking lot. Lin Yu hesitated for a while, but finally decided to drive the car to the downstairs of his house. "I'm just worried that all the parking spaces on the ground will be taken up by tricycles, motorcycles, and chopped pepperfish heads." In that case, Lin Yu could only drive the car outside the community, park it, and then walk back, which would be a bit troublesome. But when he got downstairs, Lin Yu realized that his worries were unnecessary. There is an Audi A8 parked in the ground parking space downstairs. Because the car is quite expensive, there are no other cars parked nearby for fear of accidentally scratching it. Lin Yu naturally didn't care. He parked his car next to the A8 and went upstairs. But when I arrived at the door, I found that the lights were still on in the living room and I could hear faint voices of conversation. Lin Yu was stunned. "Chu Luyo is still awake so late?" Also, is there anyone else coming to the house? Thinking about it, Lin Yu took out the key and opened the door. P.S. Hey guys, please click on the button to urge for more updates. It would be even better if you could watch an ad to support Yu Banyang. Love you. 46. Protecting your sister is a matter of course. Lu Yao, you must have suffered a lot living in this shabby and damp place. Please think carefully about what I told you before. My current conditions are pretty good. If you move into my house, I will be responsible for your tuition and living expenses. It's a good opportunity for you to be a companion to your sister Qingtong. On the living room sofa, sitting in front of Chu Luyo was a man with a buzz cut and wearing a suit. He looked very capable at first glance and was talking to her with a serious face. Uncle, thank you for your kindness, but I want to continue staying here. If it is convenient for you, I would be very grateful if you could support me with a little living expenses every month. Chu Luyo lowered her head, looking somewhat conflicted. Although Lin Yu hid it from her and did not tell her that his grandmother was in the hospital for surgery. But after all, we are all under the same roof and there is no wall that is impenetrable. How could Chu Luyo not see that Lin Yu was having a hard time during this period? Even. She also heard from Su Qianmeng that Lin Yu had made a special deal with her for money for a period of time. Thinking of this, Chu Luyo clenched her fists involuntarily. What brother Lin Yu said before about making money by writing novels must have been false. Maybe he got his money by begging humbly in front of that woman Su Qianmeng. Thinking of that scene, Chu Luyo gritted her teeth and her eyes became fierce. Okay, uncle won't force you. I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses, but you still have to think carefully about moving to my house. I'm worried about you living with a boy who is not related to you by blood. In front of Chu Luyo, Li Wenbin said in a deep voice. Li Wenbin naturally loved the daughter of his only sister very much. He had been working abroad before and was transferred back to China some time ago. As soon as his work became stable, he prepared to bring his niece home. Yes, thank you, uncle. I will think about it carefully. Chu Luyo said gratefully. Li Wenbin nodded. It's getting late. Uncle will leave first. You should go to bed early too. Yeah, okay. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two walked to the door and were about to go out. But the door opened. Lin Yu stood at the door, his eyes switching back and forth between Chu Luyo and Li Wenbin. He was stunned for a second, then stepped forward and pressed Li Wenbin to the ground under the surprised gazes of the two men. Why did you come into my house? Lin Yu asked. I imagined a lot at once. After all, I heard from Teacher Wu that Chu Luyo has a tendency to fall in love early. And a man came into my house in the middle of the night, a man who looked to be in his 30s and had a successful career. This made Lin Yu inevitably think a little more. After all, Lin Yu had a good idea of how bad men could become after they had money. Brother, let go. Chu Luyo said nervously. After hearing this, Lin Yu increased the strength in his hands. Whether you have a sister or not, you can probably imagine that feeling. The little rose that he had carefully taken care of was picked by a middle-aged man passing by. Can Tam tolerate this? Elder brother. But fortunately it was just a misunderstanding. 10 minutes later, on the sofa, Lin Yu poured Li Wenbin a cup of water and expressed his apologies. This is my niece. Even if you are her brother, you are not her biological brother, do you understand? Li Wenbin snorted coldly. Looking at the young man in front of him, he became more and more unhappy. That punch just now almost hit him on the forehead. Such an impatient and restless poor boy will probably not make any waves in the future. He will most likely just work like a slave in a factory. Lu Yao cannot be allowed to suffer with him. Thinking of this, Li Wenbin became more determined to take Chu Lu away. But he did not attack Lin Yu. After all, the decision-making power lies with Chu Lu Yao, not Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not refute what Li Wenbin said just now, but just smiled faintly. After all, he was right. It is true that he is not Chu Lu Yao's biological brother, but the idea of protecting his sister has nothing to do with whether he is her biological brother or not. That's all for tonight, Lu Yao. I'm leaving now. You can tell your uncle if you have any difficulties. By the way, if you have decided, remember to bring your household registration to your uncle's house, and transfer your household registration to your uncle's place as well. Li Wenbin continued to read to Chu Lu Yao. After saying that, Chu Lu Yao sent him to the door and then went downstairs. But when he walked downstairs and saw the Maybach parked next to his Audi A8, he stood there in a daze for a while. There's actually someone driving this kind of car in this shabby neighborhood? Li Wenbin said with some surprise. But he didn't hesitate for too long, he drove away. Who is that person and what is his relationship with Li Wenbin? This can't possibly be the car of the young man who almost beat him up upstairs just now? Li Wenbin laughed and drove out of the community. Upstairs, Lin Yu leaned on the sofa and looked around the room. Because it's on a low floor, the room is actually a bit damp. In addition, when my father bought this house, the budget was limited, so the furniture and appliances in the house are basically second-hand, so they look a bit shabby. Buy a house. Lin Yu thought secretly. There is no need to constrain yourself when you have money. You should always broaden your vision and improve your demands. Elder brother. Chu Luyao returned to the room and shouted at Lin Yu. What's wrong? It's okay. It's tomorrow. If you are free, come to school. It's my coming-of-age ceremony. Chu Luyao finished reading this with an expressionless face, then quickly returned to her room. Lin Yu thought for a moment and recalled this incident. When Lin Yu called Teacher Wu before, he already knew about the coming-of-age ceremony. This is a celebration held by the school for the senior high school graduates. In addition to celebrating adulthood, it also aims to boost the morale of candidates. When shopping for clothes this afternoon, Lin Yu specially asked Xia Xinxiu to choose a long skirt for Chu Luyao as a coming-of-age ceremony dress. He didn't expect that he would be able to use it so soon. Thinking of this, Lin Yu opened the door of the room and walked downstairs. I was very tired just now, and it was too late, so I wanted to go to bed early and did not pull up my clothes. In Chu Luyao's room, the girl looked at herself in the mirror. She was wondering which one she should wear tomorrow. Chu Luyao has quite a lot of clothes, filling up her entire closet. But there are very few skirts. Because she seldom had the opportunity to wear casual clothes at school, and with the recent situation at home, she was embarrassed to ask Lin Yu to buy her a skirt. So the only skirts she could choose were those she bought 2 years ago. Chu Luyao chose a skirt she wore 2 years ago. In just a moment, her face turned red. How can I wear this outside? She thought, shaking her head. The hem of this skirt is too short, just reaching the top of the thigh. But it's normal. After all, it was a skirt from 2 years ago, and her legs have grown a lot in the past 2 years. It seems I can't wear a skirt tomorrow. Chu Luyao sighed. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Chu Luyao opened the door puzzled. Outside the door, Lin Yu looked at her calmly. There were several high-end looking packaging bags at his feet. Elder brother? Luyao, these are the clothes I bought for you. The bag on the left is the skirt I bought for you. Tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony, so I prepared it for you. After Lin Yu finished reading this, he turned around and sat back on the sofa. It's not that I don't want to talk to my sister more. It's just that Chu Luyao's current outfit is a little too much. The skirt was white, but the hem was very short, just reaching below the thighs, revealing her long and slender legs. Chu Luyao was very thin. Lin Yu remembered that she bought this skirt 2 years ago. But it still fits her now, just because it is a bit tight, it shows off the girl's slender figure to the fullest. Lin Yu is probably not a gentleman, nor is he a guy who doesn't understand romance. It's inevitable to feel embarrassed if you stand all the time. So sitting on the sofa was probably the best way to show respect to myself and Chu Luyao at this moment. Thank you. Chu Luyao said. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Yu's back, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Afterwards, she did not continue to ask Lin Yu anything else, but silently carried a few bags of clothes into the room and closed the door. Boom! With the sound of the door closing, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He has always believed that being a sister complex is shameful. In real life, people who have bad intentions towards real girls are most likely bad people. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is no blood relationship. Especially in novels. Sister control is invincible. 47, Li Qingtong. The next day. The sun is shining and birds are singing outside the window. Lin Yu was awakened by the chattering sound. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was just 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu remembered that there was an early morning snack today, but it didn't matter. Now, let alone graduating early, I can even drop out of school and have fun every day. But Lin Yu has no plans to drop out of school for the time being. He saw this passage on the internet. People will use the 4 years of college to miss the 3 years of high school, and will use the rest of their lives to miss the 4 years of college. But due to family reasons, Lin Yu always worked part-time and didn't feel that university life was great. So Lin Yu really wanted to know what it was like to live in college without any pressure in life. Thinking about it, Lin Yu got up and started washing. After all, I have to attend Chu Luyo's coming-of-age ceremony at 10 o'clock in the morning. After spending 5 minutes washing up, Lin Yu changed his clothes and walked into the breakfast shop outside the community. "Boss, give me a bowl of beef noodles with an extra portion of beef," Lin Yu shouted. "Okay." The boss, a big and strong man, replied in a loud voice. Lin Yu found a place to sit down casually. This restaurant is delicious, especially the beef noodles. During breakfast time, it is basically crowded. Lin Yu also found an empty table and sat down, which was rare, then waited for the noodles to come and started eating. Although I am rich now, I am probably still a rough person. Compared to the beef cooked by chefs in high-end restaurants that costs hundreds or even thousands of yuan for a small portion, Lin Yu prefers the taste of this small shop. "Boss, give me some beef noodles." As the voice sounded, a slender figure sat down in front of Lin Yu. She is a girl with a clear and pleasant voice. She doesn't sound like she is trying to huff or puff, and it's very comfortable. Lin Yu raised his eyes slightly and looked at her. Judging from the fact that her feet could not touch the ground when she sat on the small stool, her height could not exceed 1.55 meters. She was wearing a sports-style vest and shorts, and her small feet were covered with white sneakers and white socks. Her hair is not long, just below her neck. She has no makeup on her face, but her facial features are delicate and her skin is fair. She is a petite beauty. Because she was dressed coolly, and Lin Yu was taller, it was inevitable that he would take a second look. "What are you looking at?" she read, frowning. Lin Yu coughed lightly and retracted his gaze. "Sorry, I was distracted just now," Lin Yu said to her. Although it's a panic, it's human nature. I couldn't tell her that I forgot to turn off my aiming. But the girl looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled look. "What does it have to do with me that you were distracted just now?" "It's okay, I was just talking to myself." Lin Yu smiled at her. The pretty girl in front of him glanced at him and then continued to look at the next table. "Were you peeking at me just now?" The boy at the next table felt a little embarrassed and began to stammer. Afterwards, he didn't even eat the noodles and ran out of the noodle shop. Lin Yu then realized that she was talking about a boy at the next table, not himself. But Lin Yu clearly remembered that she glanced at him sideways when she said that. Is this how handsome guys are treated? Lin Yu sighed in his heart. It's the same thing when looking at pretty girls, but ordinary boys would think she is vulgar. But now that I have become handsome, I don't have this problem when looking at pretty girls. That's cool. Lin Yu didn't think anymore and just ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. After eating, Lin Yu stood up and was about to leave after paying the bill, but was stopped by the girl again. "Hello, is your name Lin Yu?" she asked. Lin Yu frowned and thought about his memories of her in his mind. But unfortunately there is no impression. "Who are you?" "My name is Li Qingtong." She looked at Lin Yu expressionlessly. After a pause, she continued. "You probably don't remember my name, but you should have heard of my father. His name is Li Wenbin, and he was at your house last night." It turned out to be Chu Luyo's cousin. Lin Yu understood her identity and asked again, "Are you here to see me?" "Yes, my father asked me to come." "Isn't today Luyao's coming-of-age ceremony?" "You don't have to go later." "I'll go." Li Qingtong looked at Lin Yu while reading. His face is quite handsome, delicate yet masculine, a very manly type. He was wearing a Chanel white t-shirt and shorts, but the pair of slippers on his feet affected his temperament so much that she lowered her original score of 95 to 90. But can this guy afford Chanel? Li Qingtong had learned about Lin Yu's current family situation from Li Wenbin in advance, and was a little skeptical about Lin Yu's outfit at the moment. Are you buying fakes just to save face? As she thought about this, her impression of Lin Yu became even worse. Are you going to participate? Lin Yu also looked at her puzzledly. Chu Luyao never told him who would replace her. Yes, it is a rite of passage after all. The better the image of the parents, the more impressive the children will be. You should know your own situation better than me, right? You have no money, no car, and your clothes are pirated. If you go to the coming-of-age ceremony, will Luyao have face? So I will go to the coming-of-age ceremony for you today. Li Qingtong crossed his arms and recited with great pride. No, I plan to go to my sister's coming-of-age ceremony by myself. As for whether I have a car or money, that's not something you should care about. Lin Yu replied to her calmly. She shook her head slightly and continued speaking. You may not know this, but the school has booked a star-rated hotel for this coming-of-age ceremony. After the ceremony, all students will go to the hotel for dinner. Don't you want to make Lu Yao more proud? For example, take my car and go to the hotel under the envious gaze of many classmates. After saying this, she did not forget to shake the Cadillac car keys in her hand. Li Qingtong was actually looking forward to Lin Yu's reaction. After all, her car costs more than 400,000 yuan. The young man in front of you is very poor, he must be envious. Thinking this, she looked up into Lin Yu's eyes. But unfortunately, Lin Yu's eyes were full of indifference, without the envy and jealousy she had imagined. You're right. It's really impressive to go to the hotel in a luxury car in front of my classmates. Lin Yu said thoughtfully. That's good to know. Then let me go this time. Li Qingtong raised her little face higher, looking very proud. I thought this boy was really so indifferent, but it seems he was just pretending. But Lin Yu still shook his head. No, I have a car, I can go by myself. After saying this, Lin Yu walked out of the noodle shop and slowly disappeared from Li Qingtong's sight. Li Qingtong looked at his back and shook his head. She just thought that Lin Yu said that for the sake of his self-esteem. Li Qingtong also drives her mother's car. In fact, she doesn't have a car of her own. So since they were both 20 years old, she naturally thought it was impossible for Lin Yu to have a car. 48. Maybach will speak for you. After returning home from the breakfast shop, Lin Yu changed his clothes again. This is a suit he bought some time ago, it was custom made and the price of a set was 68,888. Lin Yu just received the goods at 9 o'clock. But I have to say that the quality of the haute couture suit is indeed worthy of its price. Lin Yu looked at himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. It is not an exaggeration to describe him with words like tall, well-proportioned and powerful, and majestic in bearing. This attire should be enough to look impressive enough for Chu Luyao's coming-of-age ceremony. After looking at himself in the mirror for a while and being self-absorbed, Lin Yu opened the door and prepared to go downstairs with a calm expression. Just as I stepped onto the stairs, I bumped into a petite figure. She was soft, still a little warm, and had the scent of jasmine. Lin Yu hugged her in his arms reflexively. The feeling of holding her was softer than when I bumped into her just now. Sure enough, little Lolas are all sweet and soft. Well, let me go. My house is right here, and if you do this again I'm calling the police. Luo Xingyu reached out and patted the man in front of her who was hugging her. She had just finished class and was thinking of coming back early to catch up on some sleep, but how did she end up meeting a pervert? So Lin Yu quickly let her go, and because he was afraid that she would fall again, he put her on the stairs against the wall. What's the matter? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you don't remember me, squad leader? Lin Yu said to her with a smile. Luo Xingyu is also very cute today. Maybe because she was in a hurry to get to work, her outfit was very casual. The top was an apricot-colored polo shirt, paired with a pair of light blue denim shorts. Her chubby legs were covered in white stacked socks, and her feet were wearing a pair of white sneakers. As for her head, she was wearing a light gray baseball cap today, which blocked her vision, so she didn't recognize Lin Yu just now. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xingyu suddenly looked up at him. Lin Yu? You're back? There was some surprise in her tone, and when she saw that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Yu, her eyes lit up. After all, she hadn't seen Lin Yu for a week, and she missed the smug expression on Lin Yu's face. Besides, Lin Yu promised to take her out to play, but he hasn't fulfilled his promise yet. Well, I'm back. Now that you're back, why don't you go to the morning class today? Why? Class monitor, do you want to see me earlier? You missed me for so long even though I didn't go to the morning meeting? I didn't, I just... Ha ha ha. Seeing her somewhat exasperated look, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Xingyu is very fun to tease. She probably didn't know this herself. Hearing Lin Yu laughing at her like this, Luo Xingyu suddenly felt a little ashamed and angry. She stretched out a tender little white hand and gently punched Lin Yu's chest. Then, her originally fair cheeks turned red the moment she touched Lin Yu. Because Lin Yu had a great body, when Luo Xingyu put his hand on him, he felt a large piece of solid muscle. For her, apart from having Lin Yu holding her hand before, she had never had any contact with other boys. not to mention touching a boy's muscles. For a moment, Luo Xingyu felt a little dizzy, and his hands began to move down Lin Yu's body unconsciously. From the chest muscles to the abdominal muscles, and then from the abdominal muscles. But was interrupted. Have you touched enough? Lin Yu asked her. Hey! Luo Xingyu realized it later and withdrew his hand. No, I didn't want to touch you. She muttered with a blushing face. I know. Actually, Luo Xingyu can let you touch him if you want. Lin Yu said with a smile. After all, in this kind of situation, both parties actually benefited, so Lin Yu didn't mind. I won't touch it, Lin Yu, get out of the way, I want to go home. As he spoke, Luo Xingyu stretched out his hand, trying to push Lin Yu away. The next moment. Crunch! The door behind them opened. It was the door of Luo Xingyu's house. A middle-aged woman who looked 50% similar to Luo Xingyu and wore frameless glasses frowned at the two of them. From her angle, it looked like the two were kissing. Wang Dan's face turned black at this moment. Xingyu, what are you doing? She shouted. I'm just about to go home, Mom. Luo Xingyu said with some embarrassment. Hello, Aunt Wang. Lin Yu also greeted Wang Dan. But Wang Dan seemed not to notice Lin Yu. He just looked at Luo Xingyu and said, Xingyu, come here. Okay, Mom. Luo Xingyu responded, looked at Lin Yu resentfully, and then walked towards Wang Dan. Then, two people walked into the room. Stay away from the boy next door in the future. Wang Dan's voice came out intermittently. Boom! The door closed. Lin Yu frowned slightly, but soon felt relieved. After all, this is not the first time this has happened. Luo Xingyu's mother, Wang Dan, has always had a bad attitude towards her family. But Luo Xingyu's father is a very good man and treats his family very well. So after rounding it off, Lin Yu quickly put the fact that he had just been ignored by Wang Dan behind him. I glanced at my phone and saw a message from Luo Xingyu. Luo Xingyu, my mother is like this, Lin Yu, don't be angry. Lin Yu, it's okay, I'm used to it. Luo Xingyu, he. Luo Xingyu, by the way, Lin Yu, are you going to school this afternoon? Lin Yu thought for a moment and replied, yes. Afterwards, Lin Yu put his phone away, went downstairs, drove to Chu Luyao's school. Chu Luyao studies at the affiliated high school of Xi'an University of Finance and Economics, which is a key high school. When Lin Yu drove to the school gate, there were already many cars parked outside the school. Several school leaders and security guards were there to maintain order. Dear parent, please park your electric bike outside. There will be a lot of cars here and it will be difficult for you to drive out. Hello, online ride-hailing cars cannot stop here. Parents over there, please move your car first, the back is blocked. Next to the leader, a security guard was shouting at the top of his lungs. At the same time, parents outside the school also had some complaints. I like to park my electric car here, so what? Although this is a BYD, I don't accept orders for my car. Why should I let him? The person who shouted this was a parent who drove a BMW 3 Series. He stared at the security guard, trying to find a reason why he should give up his seat to someone else. But the security guard just pointed behind him. The parent looked over, then widened his eyes and decisively moved the car away. Ding! Approval value plus 20. Ding! Approval value plus 20. The system prompt sounded continuously, and Lin Yu drove the Maybach and parked the car smoothly in the best parking space outside the school. There is no other reason. Because I drive a Maybach. Lin Yu didn't even have to do anything, the others took the initiative to give up their seats. Sure enough, you don't have to speak, because Maybach will speak for you. Lin Yu truly understood this truth at this moment. From the school gate, you can see colorful flags flying in giant banners hanging above the school playground. It reads, Coming of Age Ceremony for the 25th graduates of Xi'an University of Finance and Economics Affiliated High School. Lin Yu straightened his suit and walked in calmly. But when he walked to Chu Luyao's class, he stood there in a daze for a second. 49. One leg sits on a lowly. At present, the coming of age ceremony has not officially begun. Therefore, students from each class, led by their teachers, stood in special positions on the playground. As for the parents, they sat at tables and chairs specially placed by the school behind the classroom. Each set of tables and chairs is labeled with the corresponding student's name. The reason why Lin Yu was stunned was that the seat that should have belonged to Chu Luyao's parents was already occupied. Li Qingtong. She sat there with her arms folded, her eyes unfocused, and she seemed a little bored. Lin Yu walked up to her and knocked on the table with his hand. Dong dong. No WeChat, thank you. She didn't look up, but just said impatiently. She has been sitting here for a while, and 7 or 8 men have come to her to ask for her WeChat. Similar things happen sometimes in school, but never so frequently. She is only 20 years old. How come there are so many guys who want to eat young grass at the parent-teacher meeting? How could she possibly like those old guys? Li Qingtong frowned and thought. In front of her, Lin Yu reached out and knocked on the table again. Dong dong. Uncle, can you please go away first? Li Qingtong looked up and said. But when she saw the other person's face, her originally distracted pupils suddenly became sparkling. So handsome. These 2 words flashed through her mind. But soon, Li Qingtong discovered something was wrong. Because this face looks familiar. It was clearly Lin Yu whom she met at the breakfast shop an hour and a half ago. Lin Yu? You're sitting in the wrong seat. Lin Yu looked at her and said, this should be my seat. If you say it's yours, it's yours? Is this seat written with your name or something? Li Qingtong smiled at him, revealing 2 little canine teeth, which looked quite cute. But there seems to be a little bit of willful and capricious feeling, not the kind of cute that Lin Yu likes. If you don't get up, I'll let the security take you away. Lin Yu said to her calmly. Take me away? I was here first, and since you came to take my place, the security guard should be taking you away. Didn't Lu Yao tell you? What? Li Qingtong was puzzled. The school security has a list of parents who are attending the coming-of-age ceremony. My name is on it, but yours is not. If I called security, even if Lu Yao came to rescue you, you would inevitably be asked to leave by security for a while. But there are a lot of people around now, and I'm sure Miss Li Qingtong doesn't want to be misunderstood as a weirdo who sneaked into the school. Lin Yu looked into her eyes and paused for a moment. This. Li Qingtong felt inexplicably worried when he heard this. This is your last chance. If you don't let me go, I'll call security. Lin Yu said calmly. Okay, I'll let you, okay? Li Qingtong compromised, then stood up and gave his seat to Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat down naturally and didn't think there was anything wrong. This position should have belonged to him. Li Qingtong was just a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Yawning in his seat, Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked towards Chu Luyao's class. But there were too many people, and perhaps because he was blocked, Lin Yu couldn't find Chu Luyao. At this time, Li Qingtong, who was standing next to him, finally reacted. That's not right. I registered when I entered the school. How could I be considered a weirdo? She glanced at Lin Yu. You lied to me? Yes, is there any problem? Lin Yu replied with a smile. You are such a bitch. She gritted her teeth and said. Thank you for the compliment. You let me. No. Lin Yu, you big idiot. Then you are a little SB. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Lin Yu, Li Qingtong's expression became even gloomier. Lin Yu always had a faint smile on his face. This made her even more angry. You won't let me sit here, right? Then I'll sit here anyway. She said to herself. Then, in Lin Yu's somewhat surprised eyes, she sat on Lin Yu's lap. She felt something warm and soft on her thigh. And the slight pain in his calves from being kicked from time to time by her white, slender short legs. Lin Yu restrained his smile. Li Qingtong, do you think this is right? Lin Yu looked at her and said. You won't let me, so what's the problem with me finding a place to sit? She heard a hint of embarrassment in Lin Yu's voice, and suddenly felt a little proud. But Lin Yu did not reply to her. He just looked up silently at the girl who was walking towards him not far ahead. Of course, there were other people who were looking in that direction like Lin Yu. For example, Li Qingtong. For example, the high school boys in the surrounding graduating classes and other grades. Even the middle-aged men who brought their wives to attend their children's coming-of-age ceremonies looked over there at the same time. Because the girl was very beautiful. She only put on light makeup, but her facial features were incredibly delicate and beautiful, and her pink lips were slightly pursed, as if she was smiling. She was wearing a pink and white Lolita skirt. The hem was not long, just above the knees. Her fair and slender legs were wrapped in white silk, and she had a metal collar on her slender neck. In the sunlight, a faint golden halo lingered around her, and her long hair swayed gently in the breeze. Everyone began to speculate that this was a school beauty. Thinking that no one was worthy of such a girl, she walked towards the parents' area to find her parents. But her steps stopped in front of Lin Yu. Then he glanced at Li Qingtong, and his eyes turned gradually colder when he looked at Lin Yu. Ding! Gain 10 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. Ding! Gain 10 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. Drop! The system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind, and Lin Yu suddenly felt that Li Qingtong's butt on his leg began to get a little hot. It was so hot that he wanted to kick her away. But just thinking about it, Lin Yu didn't do that. Long time no see, Su Qianmeng. Lin Yu looked at the girl and smiled. Yeah, long time no see. Su Qianmeng said sweetly. Then, under the shocked gazes of Li Qingtong and many people around, he imitated Li Qingtong's posture and sat on Lin Yu's other leg. Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Li Qingtong. Ding! Received 100 points of recognition from Zhao Weiwei. Ding! Obtained from. Block out the constant stream of noisy voices in your head. Lin Yu sighed, but did not relax. Because all the eyes that were originally directed towards Su Qianmeng were now shifted to him. Why does that guy have a loli sitting on one leg? They are both so pretty, especially the one on the left. No, they should just be brother and sister or father and daughter. Come back, the one in front. Which father and daughter or brother and sister want to sit on your lap and hug each other? For a moment, the crowd was so excited that the noise was so loud that it drowned out the principal's speech. Silence! The principal shouted. The surroundings finally became quiet. At this moment, Su Qianmeng took Lin Yu's hand and hugged her slender waist. But the look she gave Lin Yu was not friendly. As if to say, you kid, you hooked up with a pretty girl again, you were so dishonest. 50, bad woman. Ding! Two little Lolas sit on the lap. The host enjoys the blessing of having two wives in front of thousands of teachers, students and parents in the school, successfully indulges, and is rewarded with 200,000 renminbi. The system's voice sounded in my head. It is impossible to say that I am unhappy now. But apart from the feeling of pleasure, Lin Yu was still a little confused. Why is Su Qianmeng here too? Lin Yu looked at her back with confusion. Su Qianmeng was very light. From Lin Yu's perspective, her back looked tiny. The ribbon of her Lolita skirt was tied into a bow at her waist, fluttering gently in the wind. Su Qianmeng's long hair was also flying, tickling the tip of her nose, and it had a rose-like fragrance. Lin Yu's left hand was held by her, passed around her slender waist, and placed on her flat, soft belly without a trace of fat. Because she felt very comfortable, Lin Yu did not withdraw his hand and gently rubbed her soft belly. Su Qianmeng suddenly turned her head and looked back at him, and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me why I came here?" "Why?" Lin Yu asked. "I don't want to tell you." Su Qianmeng snorted coldly and turned her head back. "Are you angry?" "Probably not." She let Lin Yu's hand touch her lower abdomen, with no intention of asking Lin Yu to stop. So Lin Yu was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. So what if she is angry? The two should have cut off contact long ago, but Su Qianmeng just kept pestering her. On the other hand, Li Qingtong, who was standing aside, looked particularly embarrassed at this moment. She originally just wanted to embarrass Lin Yu, so she sat on his lap. After all, there were so many people here, and she, a beautiful girl, didn't believe that he could restrain himself if he sat on his lap. I believe that in less than a minute, Lin Yu will stand up obediently and let her sit in the parent seat of Sister Lu Yao. But why does Lin Yu know such a beautiful girl? Li Qingtong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Yu's hand rubbing Su Qianmeng's lower abdomen. The two seemed to be accustomed to this kind of intimacy. They are just like a young couple in love. Then what is she, Li Qingtong? Are you seducing someone else's man's mistress in front of his girlfriend? And that girl is prettier than me. This immediately made Li Qingtong even more embarrassed. She gently moved her PG, trying to get off Lin Yu. But because her feet couldn't reach the ground, if she wanted to go down, she would inevitably have more contact with Lin Yu. Li Qingtong's cheeks gradually turned red, and she regretted why she did that just now. Like a pervert who harasses boys. Su Qianmeng spoke at this time. "What's your name?" Her eyes were bright and she looked at Li Qingtong's face with a smile. Li Qingtong took a deep breath, and a chill suddenly spread down his back. But he still smiled at her and said, "My name is Li Qingtong." Su Qianmeng nodded slightly when she heard this, looking as if she was thinking about something. He and I don't have any special relationship. I'm considered his sister. Li Qingtong pointed at Lin Yu and explained. Her pride would not allow her to be misunderstood as a mistress. Su Qianmeng covered her mouth and burst out laughing. You don't think I'm his girlfriend, do you? Su Qianmeng said with a smile. Isn't it? Of course not. Su Qianmeng looked back and glanced at Lin Yu. I'm his mom. She deliberately slowed down her voice and stuck out her pink tongue. The tongue stud gleamed silver and looked like a candy. Mom? What's the meaning? Li Qingtong stood there in a daze for a moment. They didn't even notice that the students in class 3-5 in front of them had already disbanded and were walking towards them. Of course, Lin Yu noticed it. Because I am currently sitting in the front row of the parents' seats. So when those classmates turn around, they can see me at first sight. Therefore, the system prompt sound continued to sound. Lin Yu blocked out the notification sound and accepted their gazes calmly. The recognition value was rising extremely fast at this moment, and it did not start to slow down until it reached 47,000 recognition points. Open the system mall. Lin Yu said silently in his heart. An illusory curtain of light unfolded before him. Lin Yu glanced at the recognition value required for the upgrade and nodded slightly. Upgrading the mall requires 100,000 recognition points, and I have already collected half of them. In the current primary mall, what can be bought are basically things that ordinary people can obtain through hard work. Therefore, Lin Yu did not buy many primary commodities during this period, but saved the recognition points and waited for the upgrade. Just like playing a game. Boys always pursue advanced equipment and skills. Lin Yu was naturally no exception. The three of them were thinking about their own things until a slender figure stopped in front of them. Brother? What are you doing? The clear and cold voice is particularly prominent in the noisy environment. Li Qingtong looked up suddenly and met Chu Luyao's cold eyes that were filled with confusion and puzzlement. Almost in an instant, she jumped off Lin Yu's legs. Then he walked forward, hugged Chu Luyao and said, Wow, Sister Luyao looks so beautiful today. Who bought this skirt? It suits you very well. Thank you, this is what my brother bought for me. Chu Luyao replied, but her eyes were not looking at her. Instead, she glanced at Su Qianmeng, who was still sitting on Lin Yu's lap and having her belly rubbed by Lin Yu. Feeling the gaze, Su Qianmeng waved to her, Hello, sister. Su Qianmeng had a faint smile on her face. Chu Luyao frowned slightly, but there was no other expression on her face. Li Qingtong let go of Chu Luyao and asked her, What are you going to do now? Li Qingtong's voice is very gentle. She and Chu Luyao met a few days ago through the introduction of her father Li Wenbin. Li Qingtong actually likes this cousin very much. But she just saw me sitting on Lin Yu's lap, and this Lin Yu was a boy I didn't like. So Li Qingtong is a little embarrassed now. Yes. Chu Luyao nodded, It's time to walk the red carpet. Then I'll go with you. Li Qingtong said while hugging Chu Luyao's arm. Chu Luyao shook her head and said, Let my brother go, Sister Qingtong. As she read, she looked at Su Qianmeng's beautiful face. Bad woman. Chu Luyao said this fiercely in her heart. Then he looked at Lin Yu and continued, Brother, are you coming or not? Come, of course. Lin Yu said calmly. Then he coughed twice. Ahem. Lin Yu withdrew his hand from Su Qianmeng's lower abdomen. Su Qianmeng glanced back at him, smiled slightly, and jumped off his lap. Lin Yu stood up and walked towards Chu Luyao. Then she took my arm and, like other parents of my classmates, we walked towards the front of the line. What happened just now? Lin Yu was about to explain to her what happened just now. But she just shook her head. I understand you. Then the face turned cold again. But very beautiful. 51. Coming of Age Ceremony. Lin Yu was held by Chu Luyao and walked towards the class gathering place. Chu Luyao's hands were also icy cold, just like the expression on her face. But Lin Yu is still in a good mood now. It has probably been almost a year since I last saw my sister and I walking side by side so closely. When I walked to the gathering place, it was packed with people. A girl in a black dress saw Chu Luyao coming and her eyes suddenly lit up. Luyao, is this your brother? She asked. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yu, and there seemed to be light in his eyes, flickering. Your brother is so handsome. She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Chu Luyao's ear and whispered. But in fact it was not very quiet, at least Lin Yu, who was standing next to him, could hear it clearly. But boys are always happy when praised by girls, especially their sisters and best friends. The same is true for Lin Yu. The corners of his lips began to rise uncontrollably. After all, she dressed like this specifically not only to save face for Chu Luyao, but also to hear similar words. Well, this is my brother, Lin Yu. Chu Luyao smiled at the girl. She seldom smiles at people, so this girl is most likely her good friend. Wow. The girl in the black dress turned her head, took out her cell phone, and looked at Lin Yu. My name is Ji Huanhuan, can you add me on WeChat? She has a sweet voice. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then took out his cell phone, but his arm suddenly tightened. Chu Luyao hugged him and looked at Ji Huanhuan. My brother doesn't have a cell phone. TSK, if you don't want to add it, then don't add it. Lu Yao is so stingy. Ji Huanhuan pouted. But he did not show any dissatisfaction, as if it was expected. Lin Yu silently put the phone back into his pocket. Chu Luyao hugged him tighter and looked up into his eyes. Next time there is a similar situation, don't add it, understand? Why? Lin Yu asked in confusion. This was the first time he had seen such a strong Chu Luyao. Chu Luyao seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her tone. She turned her blushing face to one side and said in a softer tone, Don't you know what's going on in our family? We can't delay those girls outside. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. I even wanted to tell her that I already had more than 500 million renminbi. But then I thought, if I tell her directly, I'm afraid she won't believe it. It would be more convincing to tell her later when she gets in the Maybach. On the stage, voices were heard intermittently. Looking back on the past 3 years, we have grown up in our acquaintance and understanding, and in 800 words omitted next, please parents and classmates walk through the adult gate. The principal gave another passionate speech. Immediately afterwards, parents of students from each class consciously lined up in 2 rows and walked towards the giant inflatable door in the center of the playground. The same is true for Lin Yu and Chu Luyao. At this moment, the sky was covered by thick clouds, and the sunlight was not so dazzling. So walking on the playground feels quite comfortable. But Lin Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze. He frowned and looked away. I noticed that in front of me, a boy wearing DK was looking at me with an impatient expression. Ding! Gained 15 points of recognition from Wang Chang. The system prompt sounded. Lin Yu thought for a moment, looked at Chu Luyao and asked, Do you know that Wang Chang? Wang Chang? How do you know him? Has he come to see you? Just tell me what's going on with this guy. Lin Yu replied. Wang Chang's gaze was different from those jealous ones. It was inexplicably filled with hostility and even resentment, which made Lin Yu a little curious. He pursued me before, but I rejected him. Chu Luyao replied. Is it that simple? Chu Luyao frowned and thought for a moment. Brother, did you hear from the teacher that I was in love too early? You've heard it, right? But it doesn't matter. You're 18 years old, and it's your freedom. Lin Yu replied. I didn't fall in love too early. Chu Luyao shook her head and said. It was Wang Chang. He spread rumors in school and even said some inexplicable things on the confession wall, causing the teacher to misunderstand. Chu Luyao was reciting while she was still confused. Why does brother Lin Yu know Wang Chang? The next moment, Chu Luyao's pupils shrank sharply. Diagonally in front of the 2 men, Wang Chang was walking slowly. Next to him was a sturdy man with tattoos on his arms, who looked somewhat like him and should be his parent. Wang Chang, on the other hand, was looking back at Chu Luyao, giving her a provocative smile, then he slowed down his pace and stretched out a foot in front of Lin Yu. Brother, be careful. Chu Luyao reminded. Bang! Someone fell down. Lin Yu was held by Chu Luyao and continued to walk forward calmly, without even looking at the man who had just fallen, as if he only treated him as an ant. Student, are you okay? Be careful when walking. Fortunately, this is a lawn. It would be terrible if it was concrete. Several teachers next to the teen came forward and spoke with concern. One person's fall did not affect the progress of the entire team. However, the person who falls will inevitably feel the strange looks from people passing by behind him. Wang Chang's face turned red, he climbed up with gritted teeth, and then stumbled forward. He didn't understand how that man's legs could be so strong. In front, Lin Yu and Chu Luyao successfully passed the adult gate. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what happened just now? Lin Yu looked at Chu Luyo and asked. Well, I'm glad you're okay, brother. It's just that his parents don't look easy to mess with. It doesn't matter. Lin Yu shrugged. After all, they were the scumbags who spread rumors about his own sister, and Lin Yu already had a plan in mind to deal with them. After all, Lin Yu is a person who neither bears grudges nor protects his shortcomings. Students, bring your parents over here. We will take a group photo of you now, shouted the head teacher, Old Wu. Upon hearing this, Chu Luyo pulled Lin Yu over. The photo was taken on a small staircase next to the playground. Because of their height, Chu Luyo and Lin Yu stood at the edge of the class. Brother, can you fulfill one of my wishes? Chu Luyo asked. A wish? You tell me. Later, when we take pictures later, can you hug me? Chu Luyo whispered. Her voice was still cold, but to Lin Yu, it seemed to have a hint of thunderousness. But Lin Yu did not associate Chu Luyo's words with whether she liked him or not. If you associate too much, you will just become a clown. It was the same with Lin Yu when he was 18 years old. As graduation was approaching, he couldn't help but have thoughts like melancholy in my heart and sadness ahead. Maybe the younger sister was thinking about something sad and needed her brother's comfort. Lin Yu smiled faintly. He reached out his hand and gently placed it on Chu Luyo's shoulder. Chu Luyo's body trembled noticeably, and then she moved a little closer to Lin Yu. She didn't stop until most of her body was leaning in Lin Yu's arms. Stupid Lin Yu! The girl muttered to herself. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. The photographer clicks the camera. In the photo, Chu Luyo's lips were raised. This moment seemed to last forever. 52. Support your sister. Okay, let's go. After taking the photo, Chu Luyo said this and then walked towards the previous class location. Lin Yu scratched his head and followed her. Before going to the hotel for dinner, the class teacher, Mr. Wu, gathered all the students in the playground to talk about some precautions. Chu Luyo naturally went to the gathering as well. So Lin Yu returned to the parents' seat alone. Sitting in her seat, Su Qianmeng crossed her arms, pursed her pink lips, and looked at Lin Yu quietly. She also wore earrings today. They were silver white, very delicate, and shaped a bit like bells, swaying gently in the breeze. Lin Yu walked up to her, looked into her eyes and asked, Where's Li Qingtong? Why is she gone? Humph, scumbag, after not seeing you for so long, all you talk to me about is other girls. She turned her face away, not looking at Lin Yu, her lips slightly pouting, which made her look quite cute. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Then what does Sister Su Qianmeng want to talk to me about? Do you want to know about which girls I have been kissing and hugging recently? TSK, I don't want to know. Su Qianmeng turned her head and glared at Lin Yu, as if she had thought of something. She covered her mouth and looked at Lin Yu with a smile on her face. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked her. She raised her little face with some pride and pointed at the choke on her neck with her slender white fingers. Do you like it? Brother Lin Yu. She recited in a soft voice. Lin Yu looked in the direction of her hand and was stunned for a second. The choke is made of metal and covered with pink and white rubber. But what stunned Lin Yu was not the style of the choke, but his own name and the suffix after his name engraved on it. Lin Yu. Su Qianmeng, are you sick? Lin Yu still couldn't help but scold her. But this level of scolding obviously would not make Su Qianmeng realize her mistakes. Looking at Lin Yu's helpless and evasive eyes, Su Qianmeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he stretched out a slender hand and drew a circle on Lin Yu's chest. Are you angry? She looked up at Lin Yu's eyes and asked. No. Lin Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down, and continued to say to her, Su Qianmeng, this is not a good idea. What's wrong? I'll be considered a bad girl and won't be able to find a boyfriend. Then Lin Yu will be my boyfriend. And, if I want, I will never lack boys who like me. She winked at Lin Yu, her voice sounding somewhat proud. It seemed that he liked Lin Yu's reaction very much. Hearing this, Lin Yu just looked away and didn't reply to her. Su Qianmeng is very beautiful, so Lin Yu will naturally be attracted to her. But while he was excited, Lin Yu also had his own considerations. If you have ever experienced Su Qianmeng's life, you will know that what she enjoys is the feeling of being in control of herself. A girl like Su Qianmeng would never accept herself getting close to other girls. But it is impossible for Lin Yu to do such a thing now. Once you have money, there will be no shortage of sensible girls around you. Lin Yu is just a greedy person. That Li Qingtong, she went out of the school gate first. Su Qianmeng interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. By the way, why did you come here today? Call me baby and I'll tell you. Forget it. Lin Yu shook his head. I'll tell you even if you don't scream. Su Qianmeng said as she stretched out her slender leg and gently kicked Lin Yu. It was my sister. She told me to come. Lu Yao asked you to come? Lin Yu frowned. Yes, she even asked me to borrow the car. Su Qianmeng took out the Audi car key from her LV bag and shook it. The silver car logo is a bit dazzling in the sun. Lin Yu lowered his head in thought. The line of students in front of the parents' seats began to disband one after another. Xu Luyou soon arrived in front of Lin Yu. Behind her was her best friend Ji Huanhuan, who was wearing a black dress. Brother, we are going to the hotel now. You can drive with me. Xu Luyou looked at Lin Yu and said. Okay. Lin Yu replied without much thought. I was just a little confused. Didn't I tell Xu Luyou about buying a car? Confused, Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng walked behind Xu Luyou and Ji Huanhuan and headed towards the school gate. Ji Huanhuan and Xu Luyou were holding each other's arms and talking in low voices. Luyou, you are such a nice person. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would not even plan to go to the dinner party. Hee, it's okay. By the way, Luyou, what kind of car does your brother drive? Ji Huanhuan continued to ask. You'll know soon. Xu Luyou replied. She also didn't know what car Su Qianmeng drove. As for lying about Lin Yu having a car, girls always have a little vanity. The same is true for Xu Luyou. Behind the two of them, Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng were walking side by side. Because the teachers are dedicated to maintaining order, the road leading to the school gate is not crowded. After walking for about a minute, they arrived at the school gate. Lin Yu was just about to speak and ask the girls to follow him to where he parked. There was a cool and soft touch on my hand. Turn your head and look away. It's Su Qianmeng. She stretched out her right hand, held her left hand, and then put the Audi car key into her palm. Su Qianmeng, what are you doing? Lin Yu looked at her with some confusion. Drive my car and say it's yours. This is what Sister Lu Yao asked for. Su Qianmeng said with a smile. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly held Su Qianmeng's soft little hand tightly and returned the key to her. No need, I have a car. Lin Yu said calmly. Things have come to this point, and Lin Yu naturally figured everything out. If a younger sister wants face, the older brother will naturally give her enough. When Lin Yu came to school just now, he noticed that there were dozens or even millions of luxury cars parked at the school gate. But he is the only Maybach worth 5 million yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked up to the girls and said, Come with me, my car is parked quite close. After saying this, Lin Yu walked directly towards the temporary parking lot at the school gate. Su Qianmeng's footsteps suddenly paused. It's really strange, when did Lin Yu buy a car? She was confused for a second, then quickly followed. Outside the school gate at this moment, parents who have cars are leading their children to get in their cars in the temporary parking lot. But due to the large flow of people, it seemed a bit congested. Li Qingtong had already considered this problem, so he drove the car to an open area 200 meters outside the school and parked it. At this moment, she was looking around, looking at the figures of Lin Yu and others. After all, the place where she is located is the only way to take an online taxi or bus. Lin Yu should come. Li Qingtong thought so, but still felt a little anxious. To be on the safe side, she took out her cell phone and called Xu Luyou. Beep beep. After a busy tone. The call is connected. 53, the brother who was raised by a pot. Hey, Sister Lu Yao, where are you now? I'm waiting for you on the lawn on the east side of the school gate. Li Qingtong's voice came from the receiver. But at this moment Xu Luyou didn't have time to think carefully, and replied directly. Sister Qingtong, please wait for me for a moment. Brother Lin Yu and I will be here soon. After hanging up the phone, Xu Luyou looked up at the silver-black giant parked in front of her, and her heart skipped a beat. Lu Yao, is this your brother's car? Ji Huanhuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Xu Luyou replied. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Qianmeng who was standing next to Lin Yu. Is that bad woman so rich? This car, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands. Ding. Gained 50 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. Ding. Gained 50 points of recognition from Ji Huanhuan. Ding. Obtained from. A familiar system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. In addition to Chu Luyao and the other two girls, many people around were paying attention to this place. After all, this is a Maybach, and he was accompanied by 3 beautiful girls, so it was bound to attract attention. As a result, it gained a lot of recognition. Feeling the envious gazes of the people around him, Lin Yu suddenly felt happy. Get in the car first. Lin Yu said and opened the car door. Su Qianmeng narrowed her eyes slightly, was the first to get into the car, and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yu always felt that she seemed to have some little emotion in her heart, because when she got on the car and passed by him, she punched his arm. This time she used more force, so it hurt a little. As expected of a girl from a mountain city, she can deliver a critical hit with just one punch. But Lin Yu did not show any expression that was too uncomfortable. With his current physical condition, how could he not be able to withstand a mere punch from the little lowly? You get in the car too. Lin Yu said to Chu Luyao and Ji Huanhuan. Then, several people got on the car one after another. On the passenger seat, Su Qianming's face was filled with gloom. Did he really buy a car? And it's a car of this level, it must be fake, right? With Su Qianming's vision, it is not difficult to see the actual value of this Maybach. Although for the Su family, such a car is nothing. But the problem is that this car belongs to Lin Yu. How did he do it? Could it be that I won the lottery? Or is he kept by some rich and cheap woman? Thinking of this, Su Qianming's eyes darkened, as if covered with a layer of frost. Lin Yu was naturally unaware of the girl's thoughts at the moment. He just silently reversed the car and drove towards the main road. Luyao, where is that hotel? Lin Yu asked. Over at Xinhe Tiandi, at the Four Seasons Hotel. Okay. Brother, please drive the car to the small lawn on the east side of the school gate first. Chu Luyao continued. Okay. Perhaps because they are afraid of accidentally bumping into me, the cars on the road are deliberately making way. So even though there was a traffic jam, Lin Yu still managed to drive the car to the location Chu Luyao mentioned smoothly. There were many students who were hailing online taxis, as well as some smart people who had parked their cars there in advance. Lin Yu also saw a familiar figure. Li Qingtong. She leaned against a red Cadillac and looked around with her head raised. Brother, drive the car to Sister Qingtong's place, and I will go to the hotel with her. Chu Luyao said. Why? Lin Yu asked puzzledly. Sister Qingtong came specially to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. If she were to be left alone, it wouldn't be a good idea. Okay. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Although Li Qingtong is insignificant in his eyes. But for Chu Luyao, she was her real blood-related sister. Lin Yu naturally respected her decision. On the lawn, Li Qingtong looked around. After waiting for 15 minutes, there was still no sign of Chu Luyao and Lin Yu. This made her a little impatient. It must be because Lin Yu is too slow, so he let this little girl sit in the trunk. Li Qingtong muttered to himself. Because she hated Lin Yu, she secretly directed all her dissatisfaction towards Lin Yu. Beep. A car horn sounded. Li Qingtong looked up and saw a Maybach slowly stopping next to her car. Huanhuan, you and my brother should go together. Chu Luyao turned back and said to Ji Huanhuan as she got out of the car. Good. After hearing Ji Huanhuan's reply, Chu Luyao got out of the car with peace of mind. She doesn't want to let brother Lin Yu be alone with that bad woman Su Qianmeng. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Qingtong looked over in disbelief. Then he watched with his own eyes Chu Luyao get in and out of the Maybach. Sister Qingtong. Luyao, why are you? Li Qingtong was still in a daze at this moment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Because the passenger window of the Maybach in front of him was slightly open, Li Qingtong could see the beautiful girl sitting on the passenger seat as soon as he looked up. And the familiar handsome face in the driver's seat. It's Lin Yu. How could it be possible? He actually has a car, and it's a Maybach. Coincidentally, at this moment Lin Yu looked up and looked towards her. Their eyes met in the air, and Li Qingtong hurriedly turned away, with traces of blush spreading across her face. It wasn't a blush of shyness, but a feeling of embarrassment that she couldn't quite explain. Thinking back to the way he had shown off the car keys in front of Lin Yu in the morning, Li Qingtong even wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. But fortunately, Lin Yu did not stay here for too long. Let's set off first. Take good care of my sister, Lin Yu said to Li Qingtong. Then start the car engine and slowly drive into the traffic. Li Qingtong breathed a sigh of relief only when Lin Yu's car disappeared from his sight. Then get in the car, Sister Lu Yao. The two got in the car. Li Qingtong frowned tightly and never relaxed. Chu Luyao suddenly said, Sister Qingtong, I want to discuss something with you. What's up? My uncle came to me last time and said he wanted to transfer my household registration to live with you guys, but I think I still need to ask for your opinion on this matter first. Me? Li Qingtong was stunned for a second. I have no objection, but Luyao, your brother should be well off. Why do you want to transfer your household registration to my house? Li Qingtong was very puzzled. Since her cousin has such a rich brother, there is no need for her to accept help from her own family, right? As if seeing Li Qingtong's confusion, Chu Luyao thought for a moment and began to explain to her. No, the car just now was not my brother's. As Chu Luyao was talking, she suddenly felt a little depressed. Her mind began to conjure up scenes of Lin Yu begging for mercy from Su Qianmeng. As she thought about it, the girl silently clenched her fists. What is this car? Li Qingtong asked. It belongs to Su Qianmeng. My brother seems to be kept by her. P.S. As long as the household registration is transferred, she is no longer Lin Yu's sister, both physically and socially. Shinhe, please stop bothering me about this. 54. It seems like a world away. The journey was relatively smooth and it only took about 20 minutes from school to the hotel. Lin Yu parked the car steadily in the hotel parking lot, and then, led by a waiter in a suit, went to the banquet hall booked by the school. Most of the students were still on their way, so there weren't many people inside at the moment. Lin Yu randomly found a place to sit down. I'm going to the bathroom, Ji Huanhuan said aloud. For some reason, after Chu Luyao got off the car, she felt that the atmosphere was not right. Ji Huanhuan decided to stay out of the spotlight for a while. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yu smiled at her gently. So Ji Huanhuan turned around and left without any hesitation. Now only Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng are left here. On the way here, Su Qianmeng didn't say much, which made Lin Yu a little confused, but he didn't delve into it too much. After all, in a sense, this is not bad. The silent Su Qianmeng looked lonely and cold, as if she was separated from the people around her by a whole world. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the summer when he first met Su Qianmeng. At that time, I worked part-time at school, delivering takeout food to the cafeteria for $1 per order. Young ladies like Su Qianmeng don't live on campus, so their meeting didn't start out as cliché as him delivering takeout to her. Just because Su Qianmeng was just right in beauty, many boys in the school secretly discussed her name. As for Lin Yu, of course, she had heard of her name many times while delivering food, so she wrote down her name. Then I saw her in person in a public class. She looked the same then as she does now, cold and aloof. Have you seen enough? Su Qianmeng raised her eyes and said, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. Her voice was still soft, but compared to before, Lin Yu could hear a hint of coldness in it. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Yu asked her. Is it useful to tell you that I'm unhappy? You can try. Okay. Su Qianmeng raised the corners of her lips slightly, stood up from her seat, walked in front of Lin Yu, and lowered her head to sniff him. What are you doing? It has no taste, you pass, she replied. What are you smelling? Lin Yu looked at her and read. Su Qianmeng pursed her lips and didn't explain. She couldn't tell Lin Yu that she was smelling whether Lin Yu had the scent of a fox. She has always had a good nose. The young ladies from wealthy families usually use skin care products from basically the same few brands. If Lin Yu came into contact with them, there would be more or less smell on his body, and she could smell it easily. But she didn't smell a similar smell on Lin Yu. So how did he buy the car? Su Qianmeng frowned again, she couldn't understand. But after denying the answer that made her unhappy, Su Qianmeng's mood became very good again. She returned to her previous seat, her beautiful eyes turned and then sparkled, as if she had thought of something interesting. Lin Yu. What's the matter? Lin Yuzheng looked down at his phone and sent a message to Chu Luyao asking her where she was. But suddenly something was placed on his legs. Lin Yu looked carefully. It was Su Qianmeng's blue shoes. She was wearing a pair of high-heeled low shoes today and a pair of white over-the-knee socks, and her legs were straight and slender. If we use a specific adjective, Su Qianming's legs would probably be called comic legs. Although it is a little short, the proportions are slender, and there is nothing wrong with short legs. It is one of the cute points of lowly. It's sore, please help me massage it, Su Qianming said in a soft voice. Lin Yu suddenly felt helpless. There are a lot of people around here. Whatever, help me pinch it. Don't want. Hurry up. Su Qianming kept muttering and kicking Lin Yu with her legs. She opened her mouth slightly when she spoke and would giggle from time to time. Lin Yu finally understood. Su Qianming didn't really want someone to massage her feet, she just liked to see herself with an embarrassed expression. But it would not work to just let Su Qianming kick like this. Putting aside the fact that more and more people are gathering around, it would be bad if I accidentally kicked something I shouldn't. So Lin Yu stretched out a hand and grabbed her cute little. But at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly came from behind. Elder brother. The air suddenly became quiet. Lin Yu looked back and saw Chu Luyao and Li Qingtong. They were standing 2 meters away from him, with strange expressions on their faces. You're here. Lin Yu laughed, silently put down Su Qianming's hand, and greeted them as if nothing had happened. Su Qianming covered her mouth and laughed, then put on her shoes. Chu Luyao's expression was a little stiff. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Lin Yuge is doing it for money, Lin Yuge is doing it for money, don't be angry, don't be angry. The girl comforted herself in this way. As for Li Qingtong, he was in a very good mood at the moment. The scene just now made her even more certain that Lin Yu was being kept by Su Qianming. So she, Li Qingtong, did not lose to Lin Yu. That is to say, there is no way Lin Yu could be capable of driving that kind of car. Everyone has their own thoughts. Chu Luyao suddenly asked in confusion, brother, where did Ji Huanhuan go? Wasn't she with you? She went to the bathroom. Lin Yu replied. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd not far away. There's a girl fainted over there in the bathroom. Is any parent a doctor or nurse? We need help here. Chu Luyao was shocked when she heard this and quickly walked towards the toilet. Lin Yu naturally followed. Walking through the hall, I saw a large group of people gathered outside the toilet door. Lin Yu pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front. He was stunned for a second when he saw the scene in front of him. A girl in a black dress was lying on the ground. It was Ji Huanhuan. Huanhuan, are you okay? Hurry, call an ambulance. Chu Luyao squatted beside Ji Huanhuan, reading anxiously. We've called an ambulance, but it's rush hour, and even if they have the right of way, they won't be able to get there in a while. Any doctor or nurse parents out there? We need help here. For a moment, the scene in front of me was a little confusing. But fortunately, the hotel is equipped with professional lifeguards, who have arrived by now. The lifeguard walked out of the crowd, stood in front of Chu Luyao, and said, Miss, please don't worry, let us take care of the rest. Chu Luyao felt relieved after hearing that. But when she looked up, her originally relaxed mood was suspended again. Because a boy in black clothes mixed in with the lifeguards. Chu Luyao frowned slightly. This boy was called Wang Chang. He was the one who spread rumors about her because he failed to pursue her. 55. No misfortune comes without warning. Student Chu Luyao, please move aside first and don't disturb our work. Wang Chang stood in front of Chu Luyao and sneered. When did you? What? Are you surprised? Seeing the shock in Chu Luyao's eyes, Wang Chang suddenly felt a little proud. I'm not a professional, but my brother is. The people behind me were specially called by me to rescue her. You rejected me before, so now I can only do it to your best friend. But don't worry, I'm just doing artificial respiration and CPR. After all, I can't do anything else in public. Of course, I'm not an expert at this kind of thing. I'll save her first, and then let my brother do it. Wang Chang squatted down and watched Chu Luyao recite each word. His voice was not loud and it was very noisy around them, so only Chu Luyao could hear what he said. The next moment. Bang! The slap sounded loud and crisp. Chu Luyao frowned and shouted, Go away, you are not needed. In front of her, Wang Chang covered his face with his hands, still with a sneer on his face. Wow, the plan worked, and it was worth it for him to say these words to Chu Luyao. After all, in the eyes of others, Wang Chang was beaten for no reason. Even if Chu Luyo says something wrong about himself, everyone will probably stand on his side. As Wang Chang thought about this, the smile in his eyes became more obvious. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, there was a lot of discussion around. Classmate, please don't interfere with their efforts to save people. Although this lifeguard is a boy, I believe he has no bad intentions. The other two hotel lifeguards who came with Wang Chang just now also stepped forward and glared at Chu Luyo. One of the men who looked 70% like Wang Chang spoke slowly. Miss, please don't interfere with our work. This is a matter of life and death. Bang! There was the crisp sound of clapping again. Wang Yuan covered his face and looked at it in disbelief. The person who slapped him was a young man in a suit with an imposing manner. You hit me? Wang Yuan spoke again. Bang! Lin Yu swung out another palm with great force. Wang Yuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Your voice is too loud and it's frightening my sister. Lin Yu said lightly. Without even looking at Wang Yuan, he walked straight to Ji Huanhuan's position. Wang Chang was standing there in a daze at the moment. When he saw Lin Yu coming, he hurriedly ran away. After all, even his brother was beaten, so if he didn't run away, he would probably be slapped too. He ran to Wang Yuan and began to contact the hotel's senior management. Seeing this, Lin Yu just sneered coldly. Although he didn't know what Wang Chang said to Chu Luyo just now, from Chu Luyo's reaction, Lin Yu could vaguely guess that he said something bad. Lin Yu would not let him go, but he had to wait a while for this matter. Lin Yu walked up to Ji Huanhuan and observed her situation with a frown. In his eyes, the light screen of the system mall has appeared. Basic medical skills, gain 5 years of professional learning experience in Chinese and Western medicine, including pharmacology and life-saving skills. System, purchase basic medical skills. Lin Yu silently said this in his heart. The next moment, medical knowledge kept flooding into my mind. But this is naturally not enough. Even an experienced doctor who has been engaged in medicine for decades cannot save a patient who is in a coma for unknown reasons from life-threatening danger without external help. All Lin Yu could do was basic rescue. Lu Yao, do you know how to give artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation? No. Chu Lu Yao's voice dropped. Then I'll do it. Lin Yu said as he squatted in front of Ji Huanhuan. Then under Chu Lu Yao's shocked eyes. Ji Huanhuan is actually very beautiful too. She has loose black hair, fair skin, and a cute face. But Lin Yu really had no other thoughts in his mind. It's about saving people, there's nothing wrong with that. 2 minutes later. Cough cough cough. Ji Huanhuan woke up a little and began to regain consciousness. Huanhuan. Are you okay? Chu Luyo looked at her and asked. But Ji Huanhuan was only conscious, with his eyes slightly opened, and he didn't have the strength to speak. Let's send him to the hospital first. Lin Yu made the decision instantly. Although an ambulance was called, it would take some time to arrive due to the traffic jam during the lunch rush hour. Lin Yu decided to drive a detour to take Ji Huanhuan to the hospital. So he leaned over, picked up Ji Huanhuan, and walked towards the hotel elevator. Wait, you just hit my brother, don't leave. Wang Chang suddenly shouted. Beside him, Wang Yuan's eyes were also cold, and there was obvious mockery in the look he gave Lin Yu. Because a supervisor from the Four Seasons Hotel had arrived and someone was backing him up. Sir, please stay. Hotel manager Zhao, who had just arrived here, shouted to Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused and thought for a second. Then he took out a small card from his pocket and handed it to manager Wang. Resolve the problem yourself and remember to give me feedback. Lin Yu just said this. Then he got on the elevator and pressed the down button. In the banquet hall, Wang Yuan walked up to the supervisor and said, Brother Zhao, let the security guard downstairs stop him first. You can't just let it go after he beat me. Manager Zhao did not respond to him. He just lowered his head and looked at the card carefully with a gloomy look on his face. This is the Supreme VIP card of the hotels under Juanhao Group. The Four Seasons Spring Hotel is now one of the hotels under the Juanhao Group. A chill rose from the soles of manager Zhao's feet to the top of his head. He turned around and looked at Wang Yuan and Wang Chang and shouted, You are fired. And your father, don't come to work anymore. After saying that, manager Zhao looked anxious and trotted all the way to the general manager's office, leaving Wang Yuan and the other person looking at each other in bewilderment. When people around saw this scene, they also talked about it. Didn't the supervisor support them? Why did he fire them instead? The world is so unfair. This security guard was beaten for no apparent reason, but he ended up like this. There were constant voices of doubt and the banquet gradually began. This farce is bound to become a topic of conversation for many people at noon today. In the Maybach, Lin Yu put Ji Huan in the back seat and then took a detour to the nearest hospital. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. Drop. The system notification sound suddenly sounded more frequently. It seems that Wang Chang and Wang Yuan were the ones who were dealt with. Lin Yu had predicted this, so he wasn't that surprised. Perhaps in the eyes of many people who don't know the inside story, Wang Chang and Wang Yuan suffered an unprovoked disaster. In the eyes of others, they were just slapped in the face by themselves and Chu Luyao for no reason. What was wrong with that? But so what? Even if they really did nothing wrong, since they made Lin Yu unhappy, they naturally have to pay the price. Ding. The host further clarified the power of money and power, and rewarded 10,000 renminbi. 56. Money makes people good. The shadows of the trees outside the window recede, and the sunlight shines in from the car window. In the back row, Ji Huan opened her eyes. Brother, I don't want to go to the hospital. Her voice was a little weak. Looking at Lin Yu's back, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu is Lu Yao's brother, and she and Lu Yao are good sisters, so it should be okay for her to call Lin Yu brother. Lin Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror. The girl's face was pale, and her lips were almost bloodless. She looked extremely weak, so Lin Yu naturally would not agree to her request. It's still about 1 kilometer away from the hospital. We're almost there. Lin Yu replied. I really won't go. The teacher has already notified your parents, and they are waiting for you in the hospital. Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Ji Huan lowered her eyes and stopped talking. Lin Yu didn't ask any more questions and just drove silently. 5 minutes later, Lin Yu parked the Maybach outside the 5th hospital of Rongcheng. Can you still walk? Lin Yu asked Ji Huan in the back row. Sure. Ji Huan nodded and stood up from her seat. But his body suddenly went limp and he fell back onto his seat. I'll carry you. No. No thanks. Come up. Lin Yu said. In the end, Ji Huan nodded slightly, and was then carried into the hospital by Lin Yu. On the way, Lin Yu contacted their class teacher, Lao Wu, and learned that Ji Huan's family was already waiting in the hospital. Lin Yu carried Ji Huan to the location that Lao Wu mentioned. There were indeed 2 figures waiting there. A thin middle-aged woman and a little boy who was playing games with his head down. Is this Ji Huan's parent? Lin Yu was a little confused. After all, they didn't look anxious at all. As he thought about it, Lin Yu paused. Because Ji Huan behind him reached out and pulled his shoulder. Please put me down first, brother Lin Yu. Ji Huan whispered. Lin Yu nodded and put her on a chair beside him. At this time, the 2 people in front discovered Ji Huan's existence. After seeing Ji Huan, the middle-aged woman walked straight up to her with a frown on her face. I told you not to go to that hotel, but now you've come to the hospital and asked us to pick you up in person. What if you delay your brother's tutoring? I'm sorry, Mom. Ji Huan replied in a low voice. Okay, come back with us now and don't waste money in the hospital. Yeah. Ji Huan nodded. But the little boy had no intention of leaving. Wait a minute, I haven't finished the game yet. The little boy said aloud, then buried his head and continued playing the game. Then wait for your brother to finish playing the game. Ji Mei looked at Ji Huan and said. It was only then that she noticed Lin Yu, who had come to the hospital with Ji Huan. Who are you? He is my friend's brother. He brought me to the hospital. Ji Huan said aloud. But Ji Mei didn't care much about her explanation and just looked at Lin Yu with shining eyes. After all, judging from Lin Yu's outfit, he is not a poor person. Young man, are you and my Huan? Just like she said, I just sent her here. Lin Yu frowned and said. After a pause, he continued, she was unconscious for quite a long time in the hotel. She must have some physical problems. Didn't you contact the hospital in advance to have her examined? What could be wrong with her body? I've been through this since I was a kid. Going to the hospital for a checkup is just a waste of money. Jimei pouted as she spoke, and after hearing Lin Yu say that he had no special relationship with Ji Huanuan, her tone turned cold. Young man, you don't look like someone who is short of money. Do you know how expensive tutoring is for children nowadays? My son's tutoring costs 300 yuan per class. If I give the money to Huan for a physical examination and nothing is found in the end, isn't that a waste? Mom! Ji Huan interrupted Jimei's words. She has become accustomed to such treatment. But hearing Jimei say these words in front of Lin Yu, Ji Huan felt inexplicably embarrassed. You kid, you've learned to talk back, haven't you? Jimei glanced at Ji Huan, then looked at Lin Yu sideways. It's not that I don't want to check her up, it's just that I really don't have the money. Young man, if you can pay for Huan, I will let her do it. Jimei's gaze switched back and forth between Ji Huan and Lin Yu. She really didn't believe that this young man had nothing to do with her daughter. After all, Ji Huan has always been very obedient to her, and it is not a simple matter for her to talk to her like this just because of a boy. Okay. Lin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. No. Ji Huan was shocked when she heard that and waved her hands hurriedly. But Lin Yu just smiled faintly and walked in front of her. Give me your Zifubo number. What? Ji Huan was a little confused. Jimei, however, showed a look of joy, opened the payment code on her mobile phone and held it in front of Lin Yu. Young man, just scan it for me, it's all the same. No. Lin Yu shook his head, I'll just transfer it to her. Ji Huan was completely confused at the moment. She raised her face and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at her quietly and then winked at her. Perhaps sensing some signal, Ji Huan took the initiative to open the Zifubo. Ji Fubo has arrived, 30,000 yuan. A standard Mandarin female voice came from Ji Huan's phone. Ding. Gained 50 points of recognition from Ji Huan. Ding. Gained 50 points of recognition from Jimei. The system prompt sound appeared in Lin Yu's mind. In front of him, Jimei's eyes trembled and her expression began to become kind. Young man, what are you doing? This money should be enough for Ji Huan's examination. Lin Yu said with a smile. Enough, young man, what's your name and where are you from? Do you want to come to my house and have a seat? Jimei said in a flattering tone. That's 30,000 yuan. The young man transferred it as soon as he said so. His financial conditions must be good. The way Jimei looked at Lin Yu at this moment, her eyes were almost full of stars. I even wondered how much dowry Ji Huan would ask for if she got married. Lin Yu naturally sensed this, looked at Jimei and continued, Auntie, can you go and register Huan first? Hey! Look at my memory. I'll go right away. After saying that, Jimei trotted all the way to the registration office. That's the charm of money. However, revealing just the tip of the iceberg is enough to change a person's attitude toward himself. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sighed. Sitting on the chair beside him, Ji Huan looked at him, her eyes suddenly reddened. Thank you, brother Lin Yu, I will return the money to you now. She read. Lin Yu reached out and rubbed her head, don't worry, keep the money first, remember to keep it safe, don't give it to your mother. Why? Keep the money with you, she will treat you better later. But... Ji Huan wanted to say something to refuse. But Lin Yu turned around and prepared to leave. Just remember what I said. Lin Yu said this at last and then walked out of the hospital. It's sunny outside, with warm weather and gentle breeze. Lin Yu stretched and put everything that had just happened behind him. As for Ji Huan's future, it all depends on herself. Lin Yu has helped her enough. Lin Yu decided not to think about it any further and got into the car. Beep beep. The phone rang. Lin Yu answered the phone. Su Qianlong's soft voice came from the receiver. Lin Yu, when will you come back? Now. Lin Yu replied, then hung up the phone, started the engine, and slowly drove the car into the traffic. P.S. Ji Huan will also receive it in the future, this is a foreshadowing. Yu Banyang has already conceived a fairly interesting story about her. The premise is that the book can be written to that point and not aborted halfway, hee hee. The next thing to be discussed is the progress of class monitor Luo Xingyu. Don't stop reading a book for 7 consecutive days after you raise it, otherwise the book will easily die woohoo omega. 57, really like. When Lin Yu rushed back to the hotel, the banquet had already ended. Because Chu Luyo had to go to class in the afternoon, Li Qingtong took her away first. As for Su Qianmeng, Lin Yu only remembered that she said she would wait for him downstairs, but after getting out of the car and looking around, Lin Yu did not see her. The midday sun was so hot that it was hard to open one's eyes. Because he was wearing a suit, he felt a little hot, so Lin Yu decided to get in the car, turn on the air conditioner and wait for her. But Su Qianmeng didn't let Lin Yu wait too long. The moment Lin Yu opened the car door, she appeared at Lin Yu's feet, hugged one of his hands, raised her little face, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why is Lin Yu like this? He didn't even look for me carefully. I was obviously nearby." "Really? But I really didn't see you just now," Lin Yu said truthfully. He did look seriously for Su Qianmeng's whereabouts. If Su Qianmeng was nearby, he would definitely be able to see her at a glance. After all, Su Qianmeng was very beautiful and would attract attention. But if you don't find it, it's Lin Yu's fault that Lin Yu didn't find me. As a punishment, you will have to take me to school later. Su Qianmeng rubbed Lin Yu's arm with her little face and said something cunningly. Of course, she was avoiding Lin Yu on purpose. Although it was artificial respiration, Lin Yu kissed another girl in front of her. This made Su Qianmeng feel a little uncontrollable. She seemed to have not kissed for a long time. "Get in the car first," Lin Yu said to her. Su Qianmeng rubbed her arm intentionally or unintentionally, and the soft touch was actually very comfortable. But unfortunately, Lin Yu is very popular now, and has had more special experiences, so this level of temptation is just a small case. "I want Lin Yu to carry me up," Su Qianmeng said while shaking her head. She shook her head gently, and the two small silver bells on her earlobes also swayed, reflecting the silver light. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, the corners of his lips inadvertently raised a little, but he shook his head to reject her. "Go up by yourself," Lin Yu said. Hearing this, Su Qianmeng felt a little disappointed. She rolled her eyes at Lin Yu, then turned and walked to the other side of the car. "Humph, I've given you a chance, but you don't want to take it anymore." She said this in a mountain city accent. Boom! With the sound of the door closing, Lin Yu also got into the car. "Go to Luyo School to pick up your car first," Lin Yu said. "No need, Lin Yu, just take me back to school, right now," Su Qianmeng said with a pout. "Okay." Lin Yu didn't argue with her too much. "After all, I also have to go back to school, so it's just on the way." Lin Yu started the engine and drove towards Lucheng Normal University. Su Qianmeng was fiddling around in the passenger seat very naturally. Tinkering with it, she seemed a little bored. She took out the lipstick from her bag and began to touch up her makeup using the rearview mirror. There was not much traffic jam at this time, and Lin Yu quickly drove to the gate of Lucheng Normal School, and then slowly stopped at the school gate. "Get out of the car, I'll go park the car," Lin Yu looked at Su Qianmeng and said. Su Qianmeng was still putting on makeup with her head down. Although she heard Lin Yu's words, she did not respond. Girls don't pay much attention to people when they put on makeup. Lin Yu naturally understood this principle, so he did not urge her. He just quietly parked the car under the shade of the willow trees on the avenue outside the school and looked at her quietly. "How is it? Does it look good?" Su Qianmeng put on her makeup, looked at Lin Yu with a smile, and tilted her head. Lin Yu stood there in a daze for a few seconds. "Because it is indeed beautiful. Su Qianmeng's skin is very white and has almost no blemishes." So the makeup she mentioned is not the type of makeup that involves applying powder and getting greasy. Instead, she chose a lipstick that suited her, and used some shiny cosmetics that Lin Yu couldn't describe to embellish the area around her beautiful eyes. Her eyes became brighter and she looked very atmospheric. As if feeling Lin Yu's astonished gaze, Su Qianmeng laughed a few times. "Am I beautiful? I put on makeup specially for this," she asked again. "Not bad," Lin Yu replied. "Of course." Hearing the satisfactory answer, Su Qianmeng's smile widened. "But this isn't for you, it's for others." "Well, get off when you're ready." "TSK, don't you ask who it's for?" Su Qianmeng curled her lips. "Not interested." Lin Yu's voice was indifferent. "Hee hee, I was preparing to send a voice message. I'm going to take pictures later," Su Qianmeng explained. She didn't care whether Lin Yu cared or not. She, as Su Qianmeng, would not hide what she wanted to do or what she wanted to say. Thinking of this, a frivolous smile suddenly appeared on her face. Brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt something was not right, her voice was a little too soft. Sure enough, the next moment Su Qianming pounced on him and gently bit Lin Yu's lips. Then, something soft slid into my mouth. But it is not 100% soft and sticky. Because there is a silver candy on it. Lin Yu thought for a moment and suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Then he bit the candy gently. This made Su Qianming's original pride disappear completely. She couldn't break free and could only pound on Lin Yu's chest with her fists and groan. Lin Yu thought this was cute. Just like a little goblin, feeling wronged. At 2 p.m., there is still half an hour before the first class starts. Many students who went out to play or stayed outside the school and had the first class in the afternoon began to return to school one after another. The thing that university towns have the most is college students. At this moment, the Willow Road at the north gate of Luyuan is bustling with people. But almost everyone's attention was focused on the Maybach parked under the willows on the side of the road. There is no shortage of rich second generations in Lucheng University Town. There are also supercars and luxury cars. But for ordinary people, this is something that is separated by layers of classes, and it is inevitable to be curious. Strange, this Maybach has been parked here for more than 10 minutes, and the people inside haven't gotten out or left. What are they doing? A man asked in confusion. It's probably some rich guy or uncle with a beer belly who came to school to pick up girls. Another person replied, and then pointed to a girl dressed sexily in front of the Maybach, who walked up and knocked on the window. This is not an isolated case, and it is not the first time they have seen it. But soon, the girl dressed sexily retreated with grievance. What's going on? Isn't this pretty? And you were rejected? Maybe people just like pure ones. Impossible, men definitely like saw more. Similar disputes occurred in many boys' colleges passing by. And then the next moment, the Maybach's door opened. A petite girl wearing a pink and white Lolita dress with only one leg wearing white stockings got off the car. So she's a Lolita complex, no wonder. Everyone showed an expression of realization. But the next moment, he seemed to discover something was wrong. What's going on? Why does that girl look so much like campus beauty Sue? Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Lin Yu moved his gaze away from Su Qianming's white stockings on the passenger seat, and then drove the car towards the parking lot. She took it off herself. He also said that this was a gift for Lin Yu, because Lin Yu seemed to like it very much. In this regard, Lin Yu could only sigh helplessly. How can someone really just like white silk? I like girls who wear white stockings. 58. Coke cannot be drunk without ice. Lin Yu has classes this afternoon, the first period. So I parked the car and walked towards the classroom. But it wasn't going fast. Being late or not no longer matters to Lin Yu. When he walked to the school playground, Lin Yu received a message from Luo Xingyu. Luo Xingyu, class is about to start. Lin Yu, are you not here yet? Lin Yu replied, on the way. Luo Xingyu, do you usually like to sit in the back row by the window? Lin Yu, yes, what's wrong? Luo Xingyu, today's class is taught by the department head. Are you still going to sit there? Looking at this message, Lin Yu thought for a moment and recalled this incident. As we all know, in college, the back row spots are the hardest to grab. After all, many people hold the idea of playing one game in one class, and playing 4 games back to the dormitory, so seats in the back row of the classroom have always been rare. But there are exceptions. For example, Lin Yu's class this afternoon was taught by Wu Yuandong, the director of the Department of Humanities and Management where Lin Yu is studying. Wu Yuandong has a hot temper and strict demands. In all his classes, there is a requirement like if the front row is not full, you are not allowed to sit in the back row. And the consequences of violating the requirements. Lin Yu didn't know either. After all, no one has dared to disobey the department head so far. Drop. The chat interface with Luo Xingyu revealed new news. I've saved a seat for you, come over here later. Without much hesitation, Lin Yu replied okay. Although the seat occupied by Luo Xingyu is most likely in the first row. After all, she is one of the most obedient and best performing students in the class. But Lin Yu didn't have the idea of rejecting her. After entering university, many boys probably have fantasized about having a beautiful girl save a seat for them in advance. Lin Yu naturally had such thoughts as well. While thinking, Lin Yu walked towards the teaching area. When passing by the supermarket, he also bought 2 bottles of iced Coke. After all, the weather was hot, so he drank 1 bottle for himself and gave the other to Luo Xingyu, who was holding a seat for him. Lin Yu always drinks ice-cold Coke. Coke cannot be without ice, just like you cannot add 3 spoons of sugar. The back row of the classroom, the king's hometown. Luo Xingyu sat upright in his seat, glancing at the back door of the classroom from time to time. But unfortunately, there was no sign of the young man. The class has been going on for 5 minutes, why hasn't Lin Yu come yet? Luo Xingyu muttered to herself. On the stage, Wu Yuandong, who was wearing a jacket and frameless glasses and looked difficult to talk to, had already started calling out names. Li Tingting. Arrive. Zhang Xiaoyu. Arrive. Wang Fugue. Arrive. Lin Yu. The classroom was silent for 3 seconds and no one answered. Wu Yuandong frowned. But he didn't think that Lin Yu had skipped classes. After all, the class he took currently maintained the title of number 1 in student attendance rate in the college. There is no student who has ever skipped his class. Ahem. Wu Yuandong moistened his throat and thought that the classmate probably didn't hear the roll call clearly, so he continued. Student Lin Yu, if you are here, please raise your hand and say here. The classroom was quiet for another second. Wu Yuandong frowned and looked around the classroom. Until a white and tender little hand was raised from the window in the back row of the classroom. Teacher, Lin Yu went to the toilet. Luo Xingyu said aloud. Wu Yuandong looked at Luo Xingyu carefully and believed her explanation. After all, Luo Xingyu is a good kid. She has a positive attitude in class, and she is also the class monitor, so Wu Yuandong has a deep impression of her. But doesn't she usually sit in the first row? Why are you sitting there today? Although it was strange, Wu Yuandong did not ask any more questions and continued to call the roll. Wu Yutong. Wu Yuandong said. The classroom remained quiet. What happened today? Wu Yuandong looked up in confusion. However, he found that the students' attention was not on him, but they were all looking towards the front door of the classroom. Wu Yuandong also looked over. Standing at the front door of the classroom was a tall and handsome young man. He was holding 2 bottles of Coke in his hands and looking around the classroom with his eyes wide open. Classmate, who are you? Wu Yuandong asked. Teacher Wu, I'm here for class. Lin Yu said. Class? Are you in our class? Wu Yuandong was still confused. After all, considering the boy's temperament and appearance, if he had taught him before, he would definitely have an impression of him. Yes, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied, continuing to look around the classroom, sizing up Luo Xingyu's position. Strange, why didn't I find her in the front row? Lin Yu frowned. Below the podium, many students in the class were looking in Lin Yu's direction with great interest. There were even a few girls who lowered their heads and argued quietly with their friends. Is this handsome guy in our class? How is that possible? Haven't I seen him before? Lin Yu? This name sounds familiar. Hey, how about you guys go ask for his WeChat later? My husband. On the podium, Wu Yuandong recalled the name that he had just called but did not respond to. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the toilet? Why did you buy Coke? Wu Yuandong's face suddenly turned dark. As the head of the department, he naturally has airs. I was about to criticize Lin Yu, but it was too late. Lin Yu ignored him and walked to the back of the classroom. Probably because Luo Xingyu was small in stature, Lin Yu had been looking for her for a long time but couldn't find her. But fortunately, the class monitor noticed me first. Then she stood up from her seat and waved to him. Although the altitude was still not high, Lin Yu still noticed her smoothly. Lin Yu walked to the back row carrying 2 bottles of Coke. Sitting in her seat, Luo Xingyu seemed a little nervous, her fair cheeks already flushed. Bang! Lin Yu placed a bottle of Coke on her desk and then sat down next to her casually. Ding! Gained 15 points of recognition. Ding! Gained 15 points of recognition. Drop! The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Yu was a little confused. Why did the recognition value explode again? Then he looked up. I noticed that many boys in my class on the same side of the back row were looking at me openly. Lin Yu roughly understood what had happened. Lin Yu was very familiar with that look. it's regret, it's unrequited love, it's memories buried in the wind. In short, it's jealousy. After all, Luo Xingyu has always been quite popular among the boys in the class. But it's normal to think about it. My class monitor is a cute little girl, and she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Which Xiao Chuanan could resist being secretly moved? Although Lin Yu said that he was no longer Xiao Chuan Nan, but if he asked himself honestly, it was impossible for him to have no thoughts about the class monitor. Now that they are rich, who wouldn't he be a scumbag? As he thought about it, the corners of Lin Yu's lips gradually rose. On the stage, Wu Yuandong continued to call the roll. Off stage, Lin Yu was preparing to tease the little lowly. 59. If you have a plan, you will succeed. Luo Xingyu is also wearing a cute style today. She wore a pink short t-shirt with a little bear pattern on the chest. It looked fitted and brought out her bear nicely. She was wearing a pair of blue shorts, and her pair of white and tender short legs were swinging leisurely under the chair. She had a few KT cat-style hairpins in her hair. Her eyes were bright and she looked well-behaved under her big round frame glasses. Very cute and well-behaved. Lin Yu asked her, "Why don't you sit in the front today?" Luo Xingyu was a little confused by the question. Didn't Lin Yu say he wanted to sit in the back seat? Listening to the familiar Xiao Yuan, Lin Yu felt very at ease. "I didn't ask you to take the back row." Obviously. "If you don't believe me, look at the chat history." Lin Yu read with a smile. Luo Xingyu pouted slightly, took out her cell phone and started looking through the chat history. Soon, she found out that Lin Yu had no intention of letting her take a seat in the back row. She just unilaterally chose the back row that Lin Yu liked. "What is the squad leader thinking about?" Lin Yu asked again. I didn't take the back row just for you, Lin Yu, please don't misunderstand me." "What did I misunderstand?" Lin Yu asked her with a smile again. "Misunderstood me." Luo Xingyu stopped halfway through reading. But Lin Yu seemed to be able to read her mind and read out the second half of her thought. "Misunderstanding that you like me? How could that be? I don't like you." Luo Xingyu replied quickly, her face red all the way to her neck. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu felt happier and suddenly understood why Su Qianmeng loved to tease him so much. Because it is really interesting. "Lin Yu, you bad guy." As if sensing the joking tone in Lin Yu's voice, Luo Xingyu turned her face away, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Lin Yu just smiled calmly, took a sip of Coke, and then said casually, "By the way, didn't we say we were going to Qing Bar last time? I have time tonight, do you want to go?" Hearing this, Luo Xingyu's eyes lit up instantly. "Real?" "Yes, but I am only willing to take pretty sisters who are obedient." "What did you call me just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "What did I say just now?" "Oh, I said Lin Yu is a good person," Luo Xingyu said with a smile. Lin Yu nodded slightly when he heard this. It seems that Luo Xingyu is just naive, not stupid. After all, she can even change her face. When I think about it carefully, I haven't had a drink for a while, so it's not a bad idea to go tonight. Lin Yu originally had a plan in this regard, and the reason why he called Luo Xingyu was because. One is because of the promise, and the other is. Who doesn't want to have a pretty girl accompany him when drinking? It's just human nature. It can be seen that Luo Xingyu was very much looking forward to it, and even starts asking Lin Yu various questions. "Then Lin Yu, what's in the bar?" "There are singers wandering around." "I'm not much of a dancer, that's okay." "It's okay, we're just twisting our body a little bit anyway, but the bar we're going to tonight is just a place for drinking and listening to music, there's no need to dance." That. On the podium, Wu Yuandong was speaking incessantly. He turned the page of the PPT and a very complicated question appeared on the screen. "Next, I will randomly select a lucky student to come to the stage and complete this question," Wu Yuandong said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the students in the audience lowered their heads, fearing that they would be called upon. This made Wu Yuandong's originally bad mood a little better. Sure enough, these students had to succumb to his power in the end, and none of them could rebel. Thinking about it, Wu Yuandong suddenly noticed two students talking and laughing near the window in the back row of the classroom. It was Lin Yu and Luo Xingyu. During such a serious question and answer session, the two of them were able to laugh. This made Wu Yuandong frown again, feeling a little unhappy. No wonder classmate Luo Xingyu sat in the back row, it turned out to be because she was in love. Luo Xingyu is the student in the class that Wu Yuandong remembers best. She always sat in the front row in every class, was very active in answering questions, and had a very good personality. How could such a good girl date a boy who sits in the back row and doesn't like to attend classes or study? Thinking of this, Wu Yuandong made his choice. Student Lin Yu, you answer this question. He said this. Lin Yu, who was whispering to Luo Xingyu, was suddenly stared at by everyone in the class. After all, Lin Yu is handsome and Luo Xingyu is pretty. Whether boys or girls, there are reasons to pay attention to them. Lin Yu even felt some gloating gazes. It seems that he hopes to make a fool of himself. Lin Yu chuckled, as if he was in trouble. Although it was not a big trouble, Lin Yu did not intend to miss the opportunity to earn recognition points. System, start. Student Lin Yu, if you don't know how to do it, you can ask your deskmate to do it. Wu Yuandong added. Naturally, he was not optimistic about Lin Yu. The purpose of letting Lin Yu stand up to answer questions was just to dampen his enthusiasm. Wu Yuandong knew the difficulty of this question better than anyone else. There would be no more than 3 people in the class who could solve this problem. How could he, Lin Yu, possibly? But a voice interrupted Wu Yuandong's thoughts. No, I can do it. Lin Yu said calmly. Beside him, Luo Xingyu tugged at the corner of his clothes. How about I do it? Luo Xingyu said in a low voice. Lin Yu stood up, walked to the blackboard, and wrote down the corresponding process and results on it. Okay. Lin Yu looked at Wu Yuandong and said. Wu Yuandong was drinking tea and almost choked when he heard Lin Yu say this. This kid said he could do it, but how could he possibly do it in such a short time? Although he didn't believe it, Wu Yuandong still looked back at the blackboard, and then he froze in place. This is absolutely correct, and the process is even more perfect than the standard answer. How is this possible? Teacher, is there any problem with my steps? Lin Yu asked Wu Yuandong. Only then did Wu Yuandong come back to his senses. No problem, Lin Yu did a really good job, not bad, not bad. Wu Yuandong nodded repeatedly. He thought maybe he should change his view of this child. After all, to be able to solve such a difficult problem so quickly, one must have worked very hard. What a good boy. As Wu Yuandong thought about this, he found Lin Yu more pleasing to his eyes. Ding. Gain 10 points of recognition. Drop. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. Lin Yu returned to his seat with a faint smile on his face. As the saying goes, if you have a will, you will succeed. Such a simple question certainly wouldn't stump him. 60. Little Su Qianmeng. Returning to her seat, Luo Xingyu's face was filled with shock. You can actually do it? Could it be that you are a genius, Lin Yu? Not really, I just happen to know a little bit. Lin Yu smiled at her. Luo Xingyu glanced at him, obviously not believing it. After all, the problem was so difficult that even if she listened carefully in class every day, she couldn't solve it so quickly. The only explanation is that Lin Yuyo was studying secretly. He worked so hard part-time before, but he still learned so well. It seems that Lin Yu works very hard, so amazing. The girl came up with the most ideal answer in her mind. If Lin Yu knew what she was thinking at the moment, he would probably laugh out loud. After all, Luo Xingyu is probably the only one who still regards whether a boy studies hard as a criterion of personal value in college. After all, at this age, one should consider the man's family background, character, and personality. Therefore, Luo Xingyu's thinking is probably still stuck in the time period of junior high and high school, when little girls are the easiest to deceive. There are 4 consecutive classes in the afternoon. But for Lin Yu, it was still easy. Because Luo Xingyu smelled sweet, a strong scent of jasmine, so it was very comfortable to sit next to her. It's very comfortable, and there's air conditioning in the back row of the classroom. Sleepiness soon engulfed Lin Yu. I'll take a nap. Class monitor, please keep an eye on the teacher for me. Lin Yu said to her with a smile, then fell asleep on the table. Only after he lay down did Luo Xingyu react. Okay. She agreed and then began to listen to the class carefully. The sun is high outside the window, and a breeze blows occasionally. The banyan tree under the teaching building rustles, and time passes by just like that. In a blink of an eye, it was the last class. Luo Xingyu supported her face with her little hands and glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu is still sleeping. How can he sleep so well? It's already been 2 classes. She has no one to chat with, how boring. Luo Xingyu was somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Yu happened to change his sleeping position at this time, facing her. Luo Xingyu hurriedly turned her face away, but turned back when she found that Lin Yu had not woken up. Luo Xingyu glanced at the other students in the back row. Some were listening to the class, some were playing with their phones, and no one noticed that she was here. So she buried her red face in the desk and moved closer to Lin Yu. It was so close that the hot air exhaled by Lin Yu gently sprayed on her fair and tender little face. From this angle, Lin Yu looks very good. Probably the most handsome one among all the boys she had ever seen. It's strange, why haven't I noticed it before? Luo Xingyu stared at Lin Yu's face and became inadvertently mesmerized. Suddenly, a regular vibration sound was heard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Luo Xingyu stood up instantly. Lin Yu was not woken up, he just changed his position and continued to sleep. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source of the vibration. It was the phone that Lin Yu had placed on the table, and someone made a video call. Lin Yu, your phone is calling. Luo Xingyu pushed Lin Yu. The call on the phone on the table was suddenly hung up. Instead, there was a message. Shall go from Lin Yu master, if you don't answer the phone, I will be really angry. Then, the video call came again. What does that note mean? Luo Xingyu stood there in shock for a second. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she picked up Lin Yu's phone and pressed the answer button. A beautiful girl's face appeared on the screen. Su Qianmeng was sitting under a willow tree outside the school, with branches swaying in the wind and her long hair loose behind her. Because she was facing the backlight, Su Qianmeng was covered with a layer of golden halo at this moment. Logically speaking, such a picture would create an atmosphere similar to that of the goddess girl in the white moonlight. But that's not what it seems. She held a thin black cigarette between her slender knuckles, and she held the phone at a very low angle, so that in the video one could just see wisps of white smoke floating out of her mouth. There was still a frivolous smile on her face, and the silver nail could be seen through her slightly parted lips. Almost in an instant, Luo Xingyu hung up the phone. Although Su Qianmeng is very beautiful, she looks like a bad girl who is not serious no matter how you look at her. Luo Xingyu didn't recognize that the other person was Su Qianmeng. After all, in her eyes, school beauty Su should be a good girl. Outside the school, Su Qianmeng fell into deep thought as she watched the phone call being hung up in seconds. It was that girl again. Why did she answer the phone? Where was Lin Yu? Su Qianmeng frowned. Okay, continue taking pictures, Meng Meng. A female voice came from Su Qianmeng. Okay. Su Qianmeng responded and then stood up. But before getting up, he sent a few more messages to Lin Yu. Okay, that's all for this week. See you next week. Wu Yuandong's voice rang out from the podium. Lin Yu opened his eyes. He slept very soundly, after all, he slept too late last night. When I woke up, I found that Luo Xingyu had shrunk into a corner, far away from me. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked her. Luo Xingyu turned his head, glanced at Lin Yu timidly, and said, Lin Yu, you are not a member of the Black Society, are you? Ha! Hearing Luo Xingyu ask this, Lin Yu became even more confused. And Luo Xingyu confessed. I just answered a call for you. The person on the other end was a pretty girl who looked fierce. Luo Xingyu muttered softly. Lin Yu was looking at his phone. Soon, he found the chat record sent to him by Su Qianmeng. Su Qianmeng, video has been disconnected. Su Qianmeng, video call 2 seconds. Su Qianmeng, are you hooking up with that little girl again? Su Qianmeng, I will post a Douyin video later, MOV. Su Qianmeng, if the master likes good girls, Meng Meng can also learn it. Lin Yu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I was sleeping just now. Lin Yu replied to her and then looked at Luo Xingyu. She had just packed her books into her little rabbit bag and was a little afraid to face Lin Yu, as if she was frightened. Very good, very good, very good. Lin Yu couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Lin Yu, let go, you won't grow taller. Luo Xingyu shook his head, trying to break free from Lin Yu's hand. But unfortunately it was of no use. She simply ignored it and let Lin Yu mess up her hair. But it actually feels kind of comfortable. Luo Xingyu said secretly in his heart. After rubbing enough, Lin Yu withdrew his hand. Let's eat first, then go play. I hope that's okay with that, monitor. Okay. Luo Xingyu replied weakly. Lin Yu led her out of the school. Just looking at her eyes that still showed some fear of him, Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think the class monitor must have been frightened by Su Qianmeng. After all, although Su Qianmeng is very beautiful, when she doesn't speak and has a cold face, there is indeed a strong sense of oppression. But that was also because Luo Xingyu had never seen Su Qianmeng in person. No matter how strong the feeling of oppression is, when you find her standing in front of you, so small, you won't feel anything. It might even feel cute. 61. No need for group buying. It was almost 6 in the afternoon, but as summer approached, the sun would not set so early. Lin Yu took Luo Xingyu to the parking lot outside the school, their shadows growing longer and shorter in the sunlight. Lin Yu, why did you bring me here? Aren't we taking a taxi? Luo Xingyu asked puzzledly. She was carrying a bunny doll backpack, which was as big as her upper body. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment. Give me the school bag. Lin Yu said to her. No need, my school bag is big, but not heavy. Luo Xingyu shook his head and said. But Lin Yu still insisted on asking her for the school bag. He didn't really want to share the burden for the monitor. But as a boy, I can't resist something fragrant and soft. Lin Yu was still very curious about the yellow rabbit backpack that Luo Xingyu often carried. I weighed it in my hand and it was indeed not heavy. Lin Yu threw his school bag back, slumped it on one shoulder, then put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly forward. The campus was bustling with people, and the two of them attracted a lot of attention along the way. Luo Xingyu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She suddenly realized that Lin Yu was carrying her bag and walking shoulder to shoulder with her. The feeling was very subtle. Lin Yu is just like her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyu glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu also happened to turn his head and look at her. What's wrong? No. It's okay. Luo Xingyu shook his head gently. It's okay, just wait here for me, I'll go in and drive. Lin Yu pointed in the direction of the parking lot. Driving? Lin Yu, did you buy a car? Lin Yu responded and then walked straight into the parking lot. In fact, the car was parked not far away, but Lin Yu still decided to go in and drive out by himself. If I let Luo Xingyu go in with me, there's a high chance that something difficult to explain will happen. Because Su Qianming's white silk was still on the passenger seat. At the garage door, Luo Xingyu was still standing there in a daze. Lin Yu bought a car? This was still a little hard for her to accept. After all, ordinary people can't buy a car just because they have a university degree. Unless it's a used car. Of course, the cars you buy yourself are not divided into high-end and low-end. Luo Xingyu thought that no matter what kind of car Lin Yu drove, she would try her best to act surprised. Lin Yu will definitely be very happy this way. As she thought about it, the girl's eyebrows curved. At this moment, a silver and black Maybach came to the garage entrance and stopped in front of Luo Xingyu. The car window slowly lowered. Get in the car. Lin Yu said lightly. Huh? Luo Xingyu got into the car in a daze before he could react. Sitting in the passenger seat, feeling the spaciousness and comfort of the car and looking at the luxury of the interior, Luo Xingyu was even more shocked. Is this your car? Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yu is amazing. This car must cost hundreds of thousands. Luo Xingyu said slowly with eyes wide open. Lin Yu just smiled faintly. 5 million. What 5 million? This car costs 5 million. Lin Yu continued to read to her. You still want to lie to me, Lin Yu, do you think I'm that stupid? Luo Xingyu curled his lips. I guess Luo Xingyu isn't usually interested in cars, so he doesn't know the price of Maybach. Since she didn't believe it, Lin Yu didn't continue to explain. There is no need to waste words, the balance in your bank card and your spending level will naturally speak for itself. Lin Yu drove to a bar called Gumeng Fanxing 7 kilometers away. This bar has been open for many years, and Lin Yu learned about it from a bartender friend when he was a male model. It is a place dedicated to drinking, and of course there are also resident singers. If you want to dance, there is a dance floor inside, but it is not as noisy as a nightclub. At least from his friend's description, Lin Yu thought this was a place he would like. After driving for about 10 minutes, Lin Yu parked the car steadily in the parking space outside the bar. Because it was still early, the two decided to eat first. Lin Yu asked Luo Xingyu what he wanted to eat. Luo Xingyu said it was up to him. Lin Yu took her to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Lin Yu, this hot pot restaurant has a group purchase, a meal for two is 668 renminbi. A bit expensive, why don't we go to another one? At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Luo Xingyu stopped and tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. 668 renminbi, this price is a bit expensive in Luo Xingyu's eyes. After all, there are hot pot restaurants everywhere in Chengdu. A meal for two people usually costs 200 to 300 yuan. If you have a bigger appetite, you can order all meat and spend only 400 yuan. 668 yuan, isn't this blatant robbery? But her words sounded completely different to Lin Yu. I now have a balance of over 100 million in my bank card, and I go out to eat with girls and buy group purchases? Moreover, the class monitor thought it was too expensive and wanted to move me to another place. Isn't this underestimating yourself? Thinking of this, Lin Yu put his arm around Luo Xingyu's shoulders. No need to change, just eat here. By the way, no need to group buy. After reading it, the two walked into the hot pot restaurant. Following the waiter's instructions, we found a place to sit down and ordered some food. Lin Yu didn't pay attention to the specific price of the dishes ordered, he just ordered a portion of what he wanted and Luo Xingyu ordered a portion of what he wanted. The two of them sat facing each other. Luo Xingyu lowered his head at this moment and silently opened the balance in WeChat. There was 2,000 renminbi in it, which she had asked her mother for. I had originally intended to pay Lin Yu back the money she paid for her skirt last time, but now it seems I'll have to spend more. Luo Xingyu noticed that the prices of dishes in the store were 2 to 3 times higher than those of group purchases. The two of them had just ordered dishes worth nearly 3,000 yuan. What should she do? In Luo Xingyu's opinion, going out to eat with a boy should be split. But if she split the bill with Lin Yu, she would be really penniless. Soon, the food was served. Each dish looks of good quality and very appetizing. Lin Yu quickly finished the hot pot and started to devour it. After all, he didn't have lunch, and Lin Yu's last meal was beef noodles in the morning. Across the table, Luo Xingyu spoke cautiously, Lin Yu, I will have to pay you back for the skirt last time in a while. Lin Yu didn't even raise his head, chewing his food, it's okay, you don't have to pay it back, it's not much money. But Luo Xingyu was about to speak. But Lin Yu called the waiter. Hello, this is quite delicious, but it's too small, only 2 shrimps per serving. Hello, sir. This is our signature prawn. It's imported from Canada. One portion is 228 renminbi. How much would you like? The waiter spoke respectfully. 20 more copies, please. Lin Yu replied. The waiter was stunned for a moment, a little unsure, and asked again. Sir, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Did you say 20 copies? Yeah. Lin Yu nodded slightly. After getting confirmation, the waiter nodded respectfully and trotted to the kitchen. Luo Xingyu felt like crying but had no tears at this moment. You heard it right. What did Lin Yu order just now? It seems that the 2,000 yuan in her WeChat account is no longer enough. 62, you have tolerance. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the waiter brought the 20 servings of 40 prawns that Lin Yu had ordered to the table. Lin Yu specifically reminded them to put them together on a large plate. The waiter did exactly what he was told. Looking at the prawns on the table, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and started eating. But if you eat too much delicious food, it will inevitably become tasteless. After eating about 20 of them, Lin Yu felt a little tired and leaned back in his chair to take a rest. When I looked up, I found that Luo Xingyu didn't eat much. She ate the few vegetarian dishes in small bites, looking as if she was worried. What's wrong with you? Aren't you hungry? Lin Yu asked her. Luo Xingyu waved his hand. Lin Yu, can we return the food we haven't finished? Why did you quit? Because. Luo Xingyu was a little confused about what to say. She couldn't possibly tell Lin Yu that she didn't have enough money. Girls also need to save face. Seeing Luo Xingyu hesitant to speak, Lin Yu guessed a little bit. Given Luo Xingyu's personality, she was probably thinking of splitting the bill with him, but the meal seemed a bit expensive for her, so she hesitated to eat. Thinking of this, Lin Yu picked up a large piece of meat and put it into Luo Xingyu's bowl. Eat, I'll pay, you don't have to pay. Lin Yu just said these few words. Huh? Luo Xingyu, whose thoughts were seen through, was stunned for a moment, and Lin Yu began to put food into her bowl continuously. Enough, Lin Yu. Luo Xingyu moved the bowl away to prevent Lin Yu from taking food from it. Then he lowered his head and ate the food in the bowl in small bites. Indeed, there is some truth in the saying that you get what you pay for. As Luo Xingyu ate, his eyes became bright. Lin Yu looked at her and chuckled a few times. Remember not to eat too much. Why? We'll go to the bar and have a drink later. Lin Yu explained to her. Then he lowered his head and continued eating. 25 minutes later, Lin Yu paid the bill and walked out of the hot pot restaurant with Luo Xingyu. It's already dark outside. Luo Xingyu was still a little embarrassed. She was right next to Lin Yu when he was paying the bill, so she saw the bill. A total of 6,576 renminbi. It was just a meal. Although Luo Xingyu knew that Lin Yu had become rich recently, it was still hard for him to believe that he was so rich that he could spend thousands of dollars at will. After hesitating for a while, Luo Xingyu decided to give Lin Yu some money first. This would make her feel better, so that she wouldn't feel indebted because she spent too much money on Lin Yu. Luo Xingyu reached out to take out his cell phone. But at this time Lin Yu took her hand. Lin Yu's hand was about twice the size of Luo Xingyu's small hand, and he easily covered her soft little hand. But when holding her little hand, Lin Yu clearly felt Luo Xingyu's body tremble for a moment. Lin Yu, why are you holding my hand? Luo Xingyu said with a blushing face. Lin Yu let go of her hand and said, don't just keep your head down while walking. You've gone too far. While reciting, Lin Yu pointed to a plaque behind the two of them with the characters Gu Meng Fan Xing printed on it. Yeah, okay. Luo Xingyu nodded slightly, then followed Lin Yu towards the bar. But she always felt something strange in her heart. You've gone too far. Lin Yu could have just said something. Why did he have to hold her hand? Is he trying to take advantage of me on purpose? And Lin Yu's hands are so big. As he was thinking, Luo Xingyu glanced at Lin Yu's hand, then quickly looked away. Lin Yu led Luo Xingyu into the bar. As soon as I entered, a tall girl in a black off-shoulder dress came towards me. Lin Yu walked in front, and because Luo Xingyu was short, he was completely blocked by Lin Yu. So she stepped forward, looked at Lin Yu, and asked in a coquettish voice. Hello handsome guy, are you alone? Can you add me on WeChat? Hearing this, Lin Yu paused. Familiar words, familiar tone. If it was Xiao Chuanan who entered the bar for the first time, he would probably think that it was finally his turn for a sweet love, and then happily add the other person on WeChat. It turns out that the other party is the marketing sister of the bar. She added Xiao Chuan like you just to promote you to buy wine because she likes the RMB in your wallet. Bang! Because Lin Yu paused, Luo Xingyu failed to stop and bumped into Lin Yu's back. What's wrong, Lin Yu? She groaned and covered her head with her hands, then carefully looked forward from behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly, stretched out one hand behind him, hugged Luo Xingyu to the front, and then looked at the marketing and said, There are two of us. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but it sounded different to the marketing lady. It's like an order to leave. Oh, sorry to bother you. She said this, then turned around and wanted to leave. After all, she asked Lin Yu for his WeChat just on a whim. Because he is handsome and dressed like a wealthy man. This kind of guy doesn't seem to be the type that can be easily deceived. She only approached him because she saw that the man was alone and might be feeling empty, lonely, and cold because he lacked the company of a girl. But now it seems that since the other party is accompanied by someone else, she probably won't have any follow-up contact with this handsome guy. Liao Zijing thought so and turned to leave. But Lin Yu stopped her. Etc. Anything else? You're marketing, right? As Lin Yu recited, he inadvertently placed his hand on Luo Xingyu's head again and gently stroked her hair. Luo Xingyu shook her head, trying to push Lin Yu's hand away, but it didn't work, so she just let Lin Yu rub her. Yes. Liao Zijing replied, thinking that this was a really strange customer. Who would directly ask a pretty girl if she was a marketer? Okay, then you can follow me. Lin Yu said lightly. Luo Xingyu, ah? Liao Zijing, ah? The two girls stared at Lin Yu blankly at the same time. Luo Xingyu thought, could it be that Lin Yu was thinking with his lower body? Seeing that the girl in front of him is pretty, he forgets his principles and wants her to accompany him? Similarly, Liao Zijing has similar ideas. After all, how can I hook up with other girls when I have my own female companion? But maybe this little girl is not his companion? While thinking, Liao Zijing squinted and looked at Luo Xingyu. This little lowly might just be the sister of this handsome guy. Feeling such a contemptuous gaze, Luo Xingyu frowned. I don't know what was going on in her mind, but she puffed out her chest for some reason. Then there is the towering tower visible to the naked eye. Ding! Gained 20 points of recognition from Liao Zijing. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. It turns out her name is Liao Zijing, but how did she suddenly gain recognition? Lin Yu was confused. Liao Zijing swallowed her saliva. She is so good. How big is it? Giant lowly. This handsome guy and this little girl came to the bar alone to drink. There must be something behind it. 63, pat on the head. It was dark in the bar, so Liao Zijing couldn't see what expression was on Lin Yu's face when he said that. Maybe it was just a joke. Liao Zijing smiled at Lin Yu and said, sure, but if you want me to drink with you, you have to pay extra. 5k, Lin Yu casually said a number. It's just 5k, it's not enough, so forget it. Liao Zijing replied. Then, she paused for 2 seconds. Suddenly I realized how much money Lin Yu just talked about. 5k? Are you serious, handsome? Liao Zijing looked at Lin Yu with confusion. She became more convinced that Lin Yu was just joking with her. 5,000 yuan, if it were some of her more open-minded marketing colleagues, they could buy them 2 nights. Add WeChat, I'll transfer you now. Lin Yu didn't talk too much with her, just added her on WeChat and transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Liao Zijing. After finishing everything, Lin Yu signaled Liao Zijing to follow, then took Luo Xingyu's hand and walked towards the bar. Luo Xingyu did not try to break free this time, but just let himself be led quietly. But his little face was slightly puffed up, seeming a little unhappy. Lin Yu, are you interested in her? Luo Xingyu asked in a low voice. How could that be? Lin Yu shook his head. I went to find her to play with you. Luo Xingyu? Her face was full of confusion. Lin Yu didn't explain it directly, but she would understand it after a while. When you come to a place like this, playing games is part of the fun. Just drinking would always be boring. Lin Yu was not simply attracted by Liao Zijing's beauty. It's just that he himself doesn't know how to play these bar games. After all, what Su Qianming taught him were all some weird little games, and he couldn't play them with Luo Xingyu. Boss, which seat do you want to sit? Liao Zijing asked respectfully. She has changed her address to calling Lin Yu boss. The voice he spoke in was also deliberate, with a hint of emphasis. After all, the other party is rich and handsome. For a marketer like Liao Zijing who hangs out in bars, it's inevitable that she would have the idea of something happening with such a man. She had already walked to Lin Yu's left side, with Luo Xingyu on the right and left, sandwiching Lin Yu in the middle. From time to time, he would rub against Lin Yu. Let's go over there. Lin Yu pointed to a booth not far ahead. That's the boss of a high-consumption restaurant. You have to spend 2k too. Before Liao Zijing could finish her words, Lin Yu interrupted her. I don't think I can afford this 2k. Lin Yu's voice was flat. Liao Zijing's heart skipped a beat. Sorry, boss, that's not what I meant. I was just reminding you. There was a hint of flattery on her face. She obviously felt that she had said something wrong and was worried that Lin Yu might no longer need her, so she kicked her away. After all, such customers will definitely spend a lot of money when they come to the bar. If the other party asks other marketing to buy wine, then she will lose the income she has already earned. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips slightly raised. What Liao Zijing said just now was actually quite normal, and it's not unreasonable to even say that it was a friendly reminder. But whether her words made sense or not, what does it have to do with Lin Yu? She came here to make money, but I was the one who spent the money and was the sponsor. My own words and my own feelings were the real truth. Book a bar. Lin Yu looked at Liao Zijing and said. Hearing this, Liao Zijing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the boss had no plans to replace him. She nudged Lin Yu's shoulder carelessly and asked, Okay, boss, how much do you want to order? ISNT the minimum consumption 2k? Let us book a bar for 20,000 first. Lin Yu replied. Ah. Liao Zijing couldn't help but exclaimed, but soon realized her own gaffe. Boss, where would you and this sister sit first? I'll make arrangements for you. Liao Zijing said excitedly. Buying 20,000 yuan worth of wine at one time is something that only happens a few times a month at Gumengfanxing. By the way, boss, What's your name? Liao Zijing asked. Lin Yu. Okay, boss. Please wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Liao Zijing trotted away. Lin Yu held Luo Xingyu's little hand and sat down in the high consumption booth. Lin Yu, did you buy too much wine? Luo Xingyu looked around curiously, then looked at Lin Yu and said timidly. Under the influence of Lin Yu, her consumption concept began to gradually collapse. A meal costs 6,000 yuan, and a glass of wine costs 20,000 yuan. Is this kind of consumption really affordable for Luo Xingyu? Luo Xingyu now even suspects that the 5 million car that Lin Yu mentioned before is real. Not much. Being happy is the most important thing, isn't it? Lin Yu looked at Luo Xingyu with a smile. Because the two were sitting side by side, Lin Yu reached out and smoothed Luo Xingyu's hair again. Probably because he was used to it, Luo Xingyu no longer resisted and let Lin Yu stroke him. She lowered her head like a kitten. Lin Yu, you didn't do anything wrong, did you? So much money. No, don't worry. Lin Yu chuckled. It is normal for Luo Xingyu to be confused. After all, it took Lin Yu himself a long time to complete the transformation of consumption concepts and personal understanding. Okay, let go. Luo Xingyu finally pushed Lin Yu's hand away. Although she actually likes this feeling. But she suddenly realized that she had spent a lot of Lin Yu's money tonight. Now, if he sits next to him and lets Lin Yu pat his head obediently, he is just like Lin Yu's pet. Looking at the inexplicable blush on the girl's face, Lin Yu just smiled faintly. What? Didn't you let me touch you just now? I don't care. You can't touch it now. It won't grow taller. No need to grow taller, short is fine. Lin Yu had a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, Lin Yu just thinks I'm short, right? A beautiful smile also appeared on Luo Xingyu's face. Finally. Let her find the right timeline. Unlike other girls in Shu, a good girl like Luo Xingyu would not act easily. They must have a legitimate reason to take action. For example, being told that you are short. Although she is indeed short. Feeling her malicious gaze, Lin Yu was stunned. What does the monitor want to do? As he was thinking, Luo Xingyu's little pink fist had already landed on him. Bang 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 bang. Too bad it didn't hurt much. Lin Yu looked fearless and just thought of it as a massage for himself. But Luo Xingyu's physical damage is not that strong, but there is still some magic damage. She staggered. As Lin Yu watched, he became a little dazed. 64, Light Truck Additional Update. Don't tell me I'm short next time. Luo Xingyu raised her little face and snorted at Lin Yu. I've been bullied by Lin Yu these days, and today I finally got my revenge. Lin Yu just smiled and shook his head, then looked away. Although I am not Xiao Chuan Nan, if I continue to look at it, which cadre can withstand such a test? Lin Yu simply leaned back on the high-seat sofa, closed his eyes, and listened to the song quietly. The atmosphere in the bar is really good. The music was relaxing, not as noisy as in a nightclub, and my whole mood became cheerful. There was a singer in the center of the bar singing a love song. I really love you. Oha, I secretly fall in love with you, but I dare not tell you. The clear and magnetic voice of Xiaoyu sounded in my ears. Lin Yu opened his eyes and saw Luo Xingyu singing softly along with the song. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Luo Xingyu blushed instantly, turned her face away and stopped singing. Keep singing, it sounds nice. Lin Yu said with a smile. I don't know the rest, I only know this. Luo Xingyu replied. I don't believe it. The notes are so accurate. It doesn't sound like he only knows a little bit. That's because my dad likes this song. He likes this line the most and sings it every day at home, so. Luo Xingyu explained. Okay. Lin Yu said with a smile. It seems that the squad leader's father, her own Uncle Luo, is also a man with a story. Lin Yu can also sing this song and likes it as well. He thought that perhaps every boy would unlock such a song when he reached a certain stage. After all, when you are in your teens, it is inevitable that a clean, beautiful girl will live in your heart. Having a young girl who is out of reach is probably a compulsory course for every boy in his life. What's the matter? Lin Yu, do you have a story? Luo Xingyu suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Lin Yu laughed. Forget it. Luo Xingyu curled his lips. She had just clearly seen Lin Yu's face looking very haggard. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. She doesn't want to know yet. 10 minutes passed quickly and Liao Zijing returned to her seat. With her came a waiter carrying a tray. Boss, I'm very sorry to have to wait a little longer. Liao Zijing lowered her head and whispered. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. Some wines are out of stock in the store and are being transferred from branches, so you have to wait about 15 minutes, so I asked them to serve some other wines first, Liao Zijing replied. She pointed to some colorful drinks on the waiter's tray, all of which were cocktails. Lin Yu nodded. In 15 minutes, they couldn't even finish all the wine, so Lin Yu didn't care about this little bit of time. Of course, it was impossible to finish the wine that he had ordered for 20,000 yuan tonight. But Lin Yu knew that the wine in this bar could be stored if it was not finished. So it doesn't matter if you order more. Okay, you sit down first. Lin Yu said to Liao Zijing. Liao Zijing sat down opposite Lin Yu and Luo Xingyu. What should we do next, boss? Liao Zijing asked eagerly. But Lin Yu just waved his hand and looked at Luo Xingyu. What do you want to drink? Get it yourself. Yeah, okay. Luo Xingyu nodded. Then he stretched out a little hand and picked out a dry martini from a variety of cocktails. Lin Yu nodded slightly, looked at Liao Zijing and said, You drink first too. Okay, boss. Liao Zijing replied with a smile, and then also picked a glass of wine. Lin Yu noticed that Liao Zijing chose a wine with a lower alcohol content, so it seemed that she was normal. Although I didn't work in the nightclub for a long time. But Lin Yu has also seen many girls who were drunk and acted flirtatious in the arms of uncles with beer bellies or rich second generations. To be honest, Lin Yu doesn't like girls who always call him brother, husband, or even dad. A girl who deliberately gets herself drunk and seduces a rich man is not a clean girl. If Liao Zijing had chosen a glass of strong wine like Luo Xingyu, Lin Yu would most likely have asked her to leave. Thinking about this, Lin Yu suddenly realized what Luo Xingyu had just chosen. Dry martini, also known as the virginity-losing wine. Oh no. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Luo Xingyu. Fortunately, she didn't drink too fast. A large 500 milliliters dry martini, only 1/3 of it is finished. Give it to me, you are not allowed to drink it. Lin Yu snatched the wine glass in front of her. This is delicious, Lin Yu, give it back to me. Luo Xingyu's fair little face had flushed, and she stretched out a tender little hand to try to snatch the bar back from Lin Yu. It takes time for the alcohol to take effect. So Luo Xingyu is still very awake now, but only in consciousness. She was actually feeling a little dizzy and not quite responsive. The next moment, Lin Yu's eyes widened. Luo Xingyu's body softened and she fell towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu swore that at that moment he just wanted to reach out and support her. But the incident happened suddenly and it was not easy to react. Luo Xingyu tightened her body almost instantly, got up from Lin Yu, and then held her two small hands to her chest. A pair of bright eyes stared at Lin Yu timidly, as if saying pervert. I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Lin Yu said, looking into her eyes. Luo Xingyu glanced at Lin Yu, and her pair of fair and delicate short legs were crossed under the table. She suddenly felt tingling and a little moist in her heart. It's okay, I forgive you, but Lin Yu has to return the wine to me. Luo Xingyu said. Although Lin Yu is thick-skinned, he is pinching cotton after all, and it is true that he has gained benefits. If the monitor insists on drinking it, then give it to her. Anyway, as long as I am here, there is no chance that something like that will happen. Thinking of this, Lin Yu returned the glass of wine to her. Across the table, Liao Zijing took sips of wine while looking away. You said you didn't mean it, but when the little girl fell over, you could have clearly not touched there with your hands. It was obviously deliberate. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Ding dong. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Lin Yu and the other two who were drinking looked up. The sound came from the bar aisle. The corridor should have been dim, but now it was bright and flashing with colorful lights. It was a small light car, moving slowly, with an LED screen on it, broadcasting a line of text. But because it was quite far away, Lin Yu couldn't see it clearly. What is that? Lin Yu looked at Liao Zijing and asked. This is the light truck, delivering wine. For us? No, boss. We also have a light car, but it's much more gorgeous than this one. Liao Zijing recited it with a smile, but her tone was a little proud. Ding dong. The music was getting closer. 65 mini games. Because of the novelty, Lin Yu's eyes lingered on the light truck for a little longer. It was pushed by two waiters in suits and slowly came from the aisle to the high-consumption booth area. As the distance got closer, Lin Yu could see the words on the LED screen of the light truck clearly. Thanks to Mr. Zhang and seat GV3 for spending $88.88. I wish Mr. Zhang and his good brothers have fun and drink to their heart's content. The light car flashed and stopped at the booth next to Lin Yu under the gaze of many people. Is this the light truck? Lin Yu curled his lips. Why does it have an inexplicable earthy smell? Yes, Mr. Lin, you will also receive such treatment later, Liao Zijing said with a smile. Lin Yu was ashamed. Goodbye. It's not that I don't like to show off, but I feel that this so-called light truck is not that impressive, and even a bit laughable. Liao Zijing covered her mouth and chuckled twice. That's because their spending is just basic. For someone like Mr. Lin who spends 20,000, the lantern car will be very impressive and stylish. No. Lin Yu still shook his head. It's really a grand occasion, Mr. Lin. There will also be beautiful young ladies coming, Liao Zijing added. Lin Yu thought for a moment and acquiesced to the existence of this lighthouse. After all, Lin Yu was really curious about the so-called beautiful young lady that Liao Zijing mentioned. Without thinking any further, Lin Yu asked Liao Zijing to find a small game suitable for them to play. Shall the three of us play together? Liao Zijing narrowed her eyes slightly. But Lin Yu shook his head. No, you two play and I'll just watch. Okay, boss. After receiving the order, Liao Zijing asked the waiter for 2 sets of dice, then looked at Luo Xingyu. Do you know how to play, sister? I can't. Luo Xingyu shook his head. This was her first time in a bar, and she didn't know how to play this kind of game. It's okay, I'll teach you, Liao Zijing said with a smile. Then she taught Luo Xingyu how to play dice. But there has to be a punishment for losing, right? Liao Zijing stared into Luo Xingyu's eyes and said. Then what is the punishment? Luo Xingyu asked in confusion. The punishment is, drink a drink, or kiss him. Liao Zijing pointed at Lin Yu with a smile in her eyes. As a qualified marketer, she is naturally very good at assisting her boss. After Mr. Lin touched the little lowly just now, both of them felt a little embarrassed. It seems that we haven't reached that stage yet. Liao Zijing is best at things like taking money to do things and pleasing the boss. So, this. Luo Xingyu felt a little confused when she heard this and glanced at Lin Yu, who was watching them play games with great interest. Lin Yu was holding a glass of wine in his hand at the moment, looking indifferent. Liao Zijing's voice just now was very low and Lin Yu did not hear it. But, shouldn't we ask Lin Yu's opinion first? Luo Xingyu asked in a low voice. No need. As a man, who doesn't like to be kissed by a beautiful girl? He won't refuse. Liao Zijing continued to read. Seeing that Luo Xingyu was still hesitating, Liao Zijing added, Why don't I kiss him first to prove to you whether he will refuse? Liao Zijing blinked at Luo Xingyu, then stood up, as if she was about to move towards Lin Yu. No. Luo Xingyu said in a decisive tone. What's wrong? Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. Why did the class monitor suddenly react so strongly? It's okay. Luo Xingyu shook his head in panic, looked at Liao Zijing and said, It's okay. When she said this, she felt inexplicably strange. If she loses, will she drink or kiss Lin Yu? As she thought about it, the girl's cheeks turned red. Then let's get started, Liao Zijing said. Luo Xingyu glanced at Lin Yu, then Lin Yu, don't you want to play? I don't want to play. You guys play, Lin Yu said with a smile. How can playing games be as interesting as watching a beautiful girl playing games? He, Lin Yu, was just a spectator, while Luo Xingyu and Liao Zijing were his dishes to go with his wine tonight. Lin Yu thought about this while taking small sips of wine. But at this moment, my shoulder was tapped. Lin Yu turned around. Hey, isn't this Junior Lin Yu? Familiar thick accent and innocent looks. Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and finally, couldn't remember who this person was. Who are you? Lin Yu asked. Ding Jin frowned. Have you forgotten me? I am Ding Jin, who was slapped in the face by you because Su Qianmeng blocked you at school in chapters 21-23. Hearing him say this, Lin Yu recalled that there was indeed such a person. What do you want from me? Ha ha. Ding Jin laughed, I'm at the table next to you, do you want to come over and have a drink with me? As Dingjun was reciting, he glanced at Luo Xingyu and Liao Zijing, who were sitting at the same table with Lin Yu. A pure and well-behaved little loli, and his sexy big sister. Dingjun gritted his teeth when he saw this. This guy, why are the women around him always so high quality? Even the school beauty Su is suspected to have a close relationship with him. It was not until Dingjun saw Su Qianming driving an Audi A7 to work at school that he realized that it was just a misunderstanding when he saw Lin Yu driving an A7 that day. But it was true that he was frightened by Lin Yu at that time, so he had been brooding over it and was wondering when he could get back on track. Coincidentally, Dingjun came to Gumeng Fanxing to drink with that rich brother tonight, and happened to see Lin Yu at the next table. Thinking about this, Dingjun felt even happier. His buddy even specially spent 88.88 to order a big meal tonight. I believe Lin Yu also saw the scene of the lights just now. He couldn't wait to see Lin Yu's shocked expression when he found out that the light truck stopped at his table. Let's go and have a drink together, would you do me a favor? Dingjun continued to read. But Lin Yu had already turned around and continued to watch Luo Xingyu play games. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. Dingjun's face turned cold, and he reached out and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Hey, we know each other after all, it's not right not to give you face, senior, right? Face, senior, when have you ever had face? Or, are you worthy of my face? Lin Yu frowned and said. Lin Yu came here tonight to relax, and was naturally dissatisfied with being suddenly disturbed like this. But fortunately, this dissatisfaction was slightly relieved after a second. You lost, sister. Liao Zijing said to Luo Xingyu with a smile. Luo Xingyu's loss is inevitable. How could a young girl who entered the bar for the first time possibly have better fun than her who hangs out here every day? What punishment should you choose? Drinking or? Liao Zijing continued to ask. Luo Xingyu bit her lip and glanced at Lin Yu, who was talking to a boy who came from nowhere. After all, if you drink, you will inevitably get drunk. At times like this, the courage that is usually lacking can be easily aroused. Lin Yu. Luo Xingyu shouted. Lin Yu, who was talking to Dingjun with a stern face, turned around. A small figure jumped into his arms. Suddenly, something soft touched my face. Warm and hot. It's a girl's lips. 66, sending love. After touching Lin Yu's face, Luo Xingyu blushed and quickly sat back in his previous position. Keep playing. She looked at Liao Zijing and said. Lin Yu wiped the saliva left on the squad leader's face, then glanced at Liao Zijing. This feeling can probably be considered a surprise. After all, given Luo Xingyu's personality, Lin Yu found it hard to imagine that she would take the initiative to kiss him. If the boys in the class who had been coveting the class monitor for a long time knew what had just happened, they would probably beat their chests and stamp their feet. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Liao Zijing smiled at Lin Yu. What is service? This is service. Boss Lin should at least give her a bigger tip. Lin Yu's mood improved a lot at this moment. He turned around and looked at Dingjun, but did not continue to attack him. If you have nothing else to do, can you please leave now? Lin Yu ordered them to leave. Dingjun snorted coldly and returned to his seat with a sullen face. What did you see just now? That very good girl took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu? Why? Sitting at his seat, Dingjun picked up a bottle of wine and poured it directly into his mouth. Sitting opposite him, Zhang Yunfei raised his eyebrows. What's wrong, brother? Didn't you say you were going to meet your acquaintances next door for a drink? Why are you back alone? As Zhang Yunfei read, he stood up and glanced casually at the direction of Lin Yu's seat. He played very wildly, calling two sisters by himself. Zhang Yunfei said this again. This made Dingjun feel even worse, and he took another big gulp of wine. What's wrong? Tell me what's going on. Zhang Yunfei finally realized that something was wrong. He had always thought that the person at the next table and Dingjun were acquaintances, but now seeing that Dingjun looked like he was cuckolded, it was obviously not what he imagined. Oh. Dingjun sighed, and then told Zhang Yunfei the story of his conflict with Lin Yu in an exaggerated way. 5 minutes later. Bang! Zhang Yunfei slammed the table angrily. Let's go over there and save the situation for you. No, brother Zhang. Dingjun shook his head. Last time, he led 7 people from the school basketball team to surround Lin Yu, and that guy didn't show any sign of fear. It seems that method won't work. After thinking for a moment, Dingjun continued to read. Brother Zhang, can you do me a favor? Just tell me, you and I are brothers. Then I won't be polite. Dingjin laughed. After a while, 3 pretty girls came to the booth where Dingjin was sitting. Where is Jiaojiao? Is she not here? Zhang Yunfei asked. She was assigned to another place by the store and couldn't get away. Okay. Zhang Yunfei nodded and looked at Dingjin again. Brother, 3 is enough, if not, add more. Enough, enough. Dingjin laughed. You guys will go to the bathroom with my buddy later. When you pass by the next table, remember to kiss my buddy a few times. 1K per person. Remember to do good things for me after you receive the money. Throughout his life, men can never escape the bad habit of pretending to be cool. Some men, even in their 30s, still like to act like a low-level cool guy. Therefore, Lin Yu could understand that Dingjin, who was in his 20s, would do something like hugging 2 girls and showing off in front of him. But specifically speaking, there are not 2, but 3. Lin Yu was leaning back in his chair at this moment, facing Dingjin. The other person was probably going to the toilet, but when he passed by me. Muah. Is it really okay to kiss here? 2 heavily made-up female marketers lay in Dingjin's arms and spoke in a sweet voice. Dingjin was reluctant but willing, allowing them to kiss him expressionlessly, then walked past Lin Yu. Although there was no fluctuation on the surface, he was actually secretly happy inside. Before he set off, he specially moved the light truck outward so that it was in a position where Lin Yu could see it at a glance. Seeing that he has good wine to drink and a beautiful sister to hug, Lin Yu must be feeling very unhappy now. As he was thinking, Dingjin suddenly wanted to look back. He was quite curious about what expression Lin Yu had on his face at this moment. But when he turned around and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At the end of the aisle, a colorful light car was flashing and was pushed towards the high consumption area by 2 beautiful women wearing cheongsams with slits all the way to the thighs. In front of the car, 4 beautiful women in purple navel-bearing Chinese costumes walked gracefully. Each of them was 4 or 5 times more beautiful than the women around Dingjin at the moment. Dingjin didn't go to the toilet, but directly pulled the 3 women back to their seats. Brother Zhang, what's going on here? And that girl on the left in front, is she Jiaojiao? I can't see clearly. Dingjin looked at Zhang Yunfei and asked. Jiaojiao was a marketing girl he had pursued before. She was very pretty. This was also the reason why Dingjin liked to come here. It's normal. This is a special treatment for spending 18,888 at Gumeng Fanxing. I've experienced it before when my friend came here for his birthday. As for the woman in front, well, she's really delicate. Zhang Yunfei replied. Although his family was not bad, he was only slightly wealthy at best. He was reluctant to spend 20,000 yuan on a bottle of wine. So at this moment, both Zhang Yunfei and Dingjin had longing in their eyes. The light car glowed and the music in the bar changed instantly. From relaxed to obviously cheerful. Luo Xingyu and Liao Zijing have been playing games, but unfortunately Luo Xingyu almost always loses. But since she had already kissed Lin Yu for the first time, she would not be so shy if she kissed him again. Muah. Luo Xingyu tilted her little face up and tapped Lin Yu's face again. Too bad it wasn't a kiss. Although this feeling is also very good, Lin Yu thinks it is not as comfortable as kissing. Go on. Luo Xingyu was obviously a little drunk. She had been drinking and didn't kiss Lin Yu every time she lost a game. But Liao Zijing shook her head. Not now, sister. Liao Zijing stood up from her seat and looked at Lin Yu again. Boss, your lighting truck has arrived. According to the process, one of the services requires me to go over. What do you think? Go ahead. Lin Yu said calmly. He had naturally noticed the light truck being pushed in from the end of the corridor. It was piled high with various brands of liquor and flashing with colorful lights. Of course, the most eye-catching ones are those beautiful ladies with great looks. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the direction of the light truck. Under the gazes of all those people, the light truck slowly stopped in front of Lin Yu. The 4 pretty young ladies in front of the car and the 2 Cheongsam beauties pushing the car all walked in front of Lin Yu and bowed slightly. Liao Zijing had a microphone in her hand. She looked at Lin Yu with a smile and said, Mr. Lin from CGV2 spent 20,000 yuan. Stars performed a dance for Mr. Lin, sending lovesickness. I wish Mr. Lin and his girlfriends have fun, drink to their heart's content, and live happily. After reading it, several beautiful girls danced in front of Lin Yu. The music in the bar was also changed to corresponding dance music. Countless eyes converged here. 67, going crazy while drunk, huh? Ding.
Gained 100 points of recognition from Dingjin.
Ding.
Gained 100 points of recognition from Zhang Yunfei.
Drop.
The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. Looking up, Dingjin at the next table was looking at him with gritted teeth. Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly and met his gaze. Dingjin quickly turned his eyes away and stopped looking at Lin Yu. How could this be? The light truck just now was actually delivering wine to Lin Yu. There were 6 beautiful girls dancing for him, and one of them was Jiajiao, the girl he had been pursuing for a long time. Thinking of this, Dingjin looked up at Lin Yu's direction again. The person closest to Lin Yu at this moment is a beautiful woman with an oval face and delicate features.
She is Jiajiao, the woman Dingjin has been thinking about day and night.
She danced with her slender waist, swaying in front of Lin Yu.
When Jiajiao was dancing, she was very close to Lin Yu.
After all, Lin Yu is very rich and handsome. People in their line of work can't help but expect to fall in love with such a young man. Dingjin clenched his fist so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh, but he could only helplessly watch the scene unfold before his eyes. Zhang Yunfei patted his shoulder and said, "Don't look at it yet.
Sit down and continue drinking." Although Zhang Yunfei is loyal, he is not a fool.
There were only 3 people at Lin Yu's table, and they were able to order 20,000 yuan worth of wine, which showed that his spending power was definitely higher than hers.
Zhang Yunfei would not offend such a person for Dingjin.
5 minutes later, the dance was over.
"Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. We will withdraw first."
Jiajiao stood at the front and spoke respectfully. She winked at Lin Yu as she said this.
But Lin Yu didn't have any special reaction.
"Okay, step back,"
Lin Yu said calmly. How could he not see the other person's little thoughts?
Maybe she was hinting at him to let her stay and play with him or something like that. But Lin Yu doesn't like girls who are too proactive.
Lin Yu's bottom line is clean and beautiful. Jiajiao obviously does not meet this bottom line.
As he was thinking, Lin Yu felt a sour gaze. When he turned his head, he saw Luo Xingyu looking at him with a wronged expression.
After the girls dispersed, Lin Yu moved his butt towards Luo Xingyu, getting closer to her.
The monitor was probably drunk at the moment, and his whole face was stained with a light pink. For convenience, she tied her long hair into a ponytail with a small rubber band in advance, revealing her fair and slender neck.
It looks tempting and makes people want to take a bite. Lin Yu, I can't take it anymore. I have to go home.
Luo Xingyu said timidly.
Go home? Lin Yu was puzzled.
The wine had just been served, why did the monitor want to go home? Feeling the confusion in Lin Yu's eyes, Luo Xingyu lowered his eyes slightly, raised the mobile phone beside him, and handed a chat interface to Lin Yu. I told my mom I had classes tonight, but she asked me to go home now.
Don't you have classes tonight? Lin Yu, are you stupid?
I lied to her, but she found out my class schedule from somewhere. Luo Xingyu said aggrievedly.
Then can't we just listen to her? I can't do that. Luo Xingyu's voice became even quieter.
She has always listened to her mother since she was a child and has never refused.
Okay. Lin Yu nodded, I'll take you home. But Lin Yu hasn't drunk enough yet. Luo Xingyu, you are the fool, okay?
Lin Yu smiled helplessly at her.
Let a drunk giant loli go home alone. What if you faint on the road and someone picks you up and takes you home?
Lin Yu naturally had to send her back. Besides, he actually drank quite a lot tonight. Lin Yu had basically experienced the proper manners and the proper treatments, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with going back.
Are you leaving, boss? Liao Zijing asked. Yeah.
Lin Yu nodded, this wine can be saved.
That's right. Liao Zijing nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll come to you next time I come here.
As he spoke, Lin Yu transferred another 5,000 yuan to Liao Zijing on WeChat.
Okay, boss. I will ensure that I complete the task. Liao Zijing saluted playfully. Lin Yu took Luo Xingyu out of the bar. It's only 9 o'clock in the evening, which is not too late. Get in the car first. Lin Yu said. Lin Yu, you're not going to drive under the influence of alcohol, are you? Luo Xingyu took a half step back. I've called a designated driver.
Lin Yu rubbed her head. Then he got into the car with Luo Xingyu and waited for the designated driver to arrive.
I have to say that the back seat of the Maybach is much more comfortable than the front seat. Lin Yu thought that he should probably find a private driver. It is not a good idea to drive himself every time he goes out. Lin Yu, do you think I can get home in an hour? My mother goes home after evening self-study at 10 o'clock. If she finds out that I'm drunk. Luo Xingyu thought worriedly. Are you drunk, squad leader? Lin Yu asked her with a smile. It won't take more than half an hour to get home from here. Okay. Luo Xingyu said with a pout. She glanced at Lin Yu's face and quickly looked away. Hello sir, Didi is here to serve you. The designated driver arrived quickly. In fact, it was just as Lin Yu said. It took less than half an hour to get from the bar to the downstairs of the community. After the designated driver left, Lin Yu also prepared to go upstairs. Squad leader, we're home. Lin Yu shouted into the car. But there was no response. Lin Yu looked up and found that the monitor had fallen asleep at some point and was snoring softly. Luo Xingyu? Squad leader? Lin Yu approached her and shouted. Still no response. Luo Xingyu was sleeping too deeply. So Lin Yu put one hand on the squad leader's back, and with the other hand he went around her fair and soft legs and picked her up. Did you bring your house keys? Lin Yu asked again. Probably because he was held up, Luo Xingyu was a little more sober at this moment, and replied, inside the school bag compartment, Lin Yu, why are you holding me? What do you want to do? She swayed in Lin Yu's arms, her soft body nestling snugly against his. But her body did not resist Lin Yu as she said. Her pair of white and tender hands kept groping Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu was helpless. He felt that Luo Xingyu was like a female hooligan. But fortunately, they both lived on the third floor and arrived quickly. Lin Yu put Luo Xingyu down, let her stand on the ground and hug his legs, while he fumbled for her house key in her yellow rabbit bag. But Luo Xingyu put her little hand into Lin Yu's clothes and touched Lin Yu's abdominal muscles. Lin Yu, Luo Xingyu, what are you doing? Luo Xingyu, hee. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked into Luo Xingyu's eyes. You like touching me, don't you? You like taking advantage of me, don't you? Yes, Lin Yu's abdominal muscles are so nice to touch, hee. As she read it, she raised her little face and smiled cutely at Lin Yu. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Drinking and acting crazy, right? Who doesn't do that? So Lin Yu bent down and picked up Luo Xingyu. Then he put her on the shoe cabinet at the door of her house, which was just enough for Luo Xingyu to sit on. Class monitor. Time seemed to be stopped at this moment, and the boys' and girls' minds were filled with hormones. But the door behind me opened at an inopportune moment. P.S. I'm stuck in a writer's block and write very slowly, so I'm only updating now. SB Banyang, I scolded you, so you are not allowed to scold me anymore. 68. It is the depth of love, it is hazy. Many people, even when they are drunk, will still mutter something like they are not drunk and they are sober. In fact, this is not without reason. The real sense of unconsciousness is at the level of blacking out due to drinking too much. As for the so-called drunkenness, it is just using alcohol to give oneself courage and do things that one would not dare to do in normal times. This is the case with Luo Xingyu now. She actually knew very well what she had done, and everything that had just happened was also clear to her. Including now, when Lin Yu hugged her, put her on the shoe cabinet and touched and kissed her, she felt it more clearly than anyone else. Lin Yu's hands were big, but he seemed to be unable to do anything to her, which made Luo Xingyu feel a little proud. Her little hands also began to grope Lin Yu's body, gently touching the stony muscles on Lin Yu's abdomen. Humph, who says only boys can be lustful? Girls also have this need. Anyway, I was drunk, so it doesn't matter. If Lin Yu asks me tomorrow, I can just say that I can't remember what happened today. She put her slender arms around Lin Yu's neck, but avoided him when Lin Yu took the initiative to kiss her again. Lin Yu. This is not good, put me down. Luo Xingyu mumbled softly. Her eyes behind the glasses seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and she looked very pitiful. Lin Yu stood there in a daze for a moment, seemingly wondering if he had gone too far. Luo Xingyu was thinking, just keep kissing, it's okay, we all drank, it's normal to get drunk. And if it was Lin Yu, her body would not resist at all. But does she like Lin Yu? Luo Xingyu couldn't explain it clearly either. I just remember that she would be unhappy when she heard about Lin Yu's scandal with other girls. But when I see Lin Yu and sit with him, my mood inexplicably becomes very good.
During the afternoon class, she also answered a video call from a girl on behalf of Lin Yu.
The other person is very beautiful. Is she a girl who likes Lin Yu? Is Lin Yu so popular? But this is right. Lin Yu is actually very handsome. It is impossible that I am the only one who can see this. And Lin Yu is also very fickle.
Thinking of this, Luo Xingyu's little face puffed up unconsciously.
Lin Yu took her to the bar tonight and even asked other girls to join them.
Even later, when a group of beautiful girls in Hanfu were dancing in front of Lin Yu was still watching them so seriously.
What a lecherous guy.
But when she kissed Lin Yu on the face in the bar, Lin Yu looked calm and composed, and there was not even a trace of cloudiness in his eyes.
This made Luo Xingyu feel a little frustrated.
Later, my mother found out that I didn't go home, so I had to leave early.
But she hasn't had enough fun yet. It's boring, I can only go home with Lin Yu obediently.
But on the way home, she suddenly thought of an interesting thing.
If I pretend to be asleep, will Lin Yu do something strange to me?
With this thought in mind, she didn't say much along the way. Even when she arrived downstairs in the community, she quietly pretended to be asleep when Lin Yu called her.
But Lin Yu did nothing.
He just silently carried her back to the door of her house, found her house key, and sent her home.
What a stupid straight man.
With this in mind, Luo Xingyu placed his hand on Lin Yu's abdominal muscles and touched them. So Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer, picked her up and put her on the shoe cabinet.
So this is what kissing feels like. Very comfortable.
Lin Yu's hands were also warm. As he thought about it, Luo Xingyu's eyes lit up. The school evening study session ends at 10 o'clock, and my mother comes home at about 10:15.
And it's only about 9:30. It's okay to continue playing with Lin Yu for a while.
Anyway, I was drunk. Of course, as a good girl, Luo Xingyu was very reserved. She pouted slightly and took off her glasses.
You almost broke my glasses, Lin Yu, you were so annoying. Let me go, I want to go home.
Luo Xingyu frowned as he recited this, but inadvertently, he bumped into Lin Yu.
Glasses and the like really affect the kiss.
So Lin Yu did as she wished, pressed his hand hard on the wall behind her and kissed her lips hard. But unfortunately, this scene did not last long.
Crunch! The sound of a door opening was heard. A broad figure walked out from behind the door, frowned and looked at Luo Xingyu, who was sitting on the shoe cabinet with blushing cheeks, and Lin Yu, who was about 2 meters away from Luo Xingyu.
Dad, Dad.
Luo Xingyu said in a panic. Why is Dad at home?
Lin Yu also scratched his head and said hello.
Uncle Luo. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Well, what are you doing?
Luo Zong's voice was low, but his expression was still calm. As expected of a leader within the system, he is able to keep his composure. If the identities were reversed, if Lin Yu saw his beloved daughter, drunk, alone with the poor boy next door, he would probably have gone up to her and fought with her fists. But fortunately, my current identity is no longer the grumpy old dang, but the son of the Virgin Yellow Hair.
Dad, it's not what you think. Lin Yu just sent me home.
We had a team building party tonight, and everyone drank some wine during dinner.
I drank too, and I was a little scared to go home alone, so I asked Lin Yu to take me back. Before Lin Yu could say anything, Luo Xingyu started to explain. Hearing this, Luo Zong took a deep breath. Not what he imagined. He doesn't seem to have expressed any attitude yet.
Seeing his daughter like this made him even more suspicious.
Luo Zong looked at Lin Yu deeply.
The boy next door is quite handsome.
It's just a pity.
Luo Zong had a pretty good relationship with Lin Yu's father, and thinking of this, he suddenly felt pity for him. Luo Zong naturally didn't believe that this boy wouldn't have any thoughts about such a thing since his daughter was so well behaved. But as a father, he naturally doesn't want his daughter to marry a poor boy.
You kid, you've had some wine too. Luo Zong stretched out a hand and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Yes, Uncle Luo. Thanks to you for sending Xingyu tonight. Come to Uncle's house for dinner some other day.
Xingyu's mother will be home soon, so you should go home early too.
Luo Zong continued to recite. He deliberately brought up his wife Wang Dan.
After all, Wang Dan had always had a bad attitude towards the Lin family's boy. Presumably, after saying this, he would be able to understand what he meant. It's okay to be ordinary friends with Luo Xingyu, but if you want to go further, he won't agree. Of course, putting aside the possibility that this guy wants to seduce his daughter, Luo Zong still likes Lin Yu very much.
Okay, Uncle.
Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Uncle Luo Tsang is very good to his family, so Lin Yu naturally respects him. Lin Yu glanced at the class monitor sitting on the shoe cabinet again. Her eyes were slightly narrowed and her cheeks were rosy, which made her look very cute.
But was she really drunk? How can you lie so fluently and react so quickly when you are drunk?
Lin Yu simply didn't think about it any further and turned around to go downstairs.
Aren't you going home? Luo Tsang asked again casually.
Yes. Lin Yu smiled faintly, but I have to wait a while, my car is still downstairs.
Luo Tsang.
69. A person's household registration book.
Luo Tsang didn't hear clearly what Lin Yu said, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just called Luo Xingyu back home.
His precious daughter reeks of alcohol now. If his wife knew about this, she would probably be angry with him too. Xingyu, go take a shower first. Luo Tsang muttered, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of wine from it. When your mother asks where the smell of alcohol comes from, just say I drank it.
Yeah, okay, thank you Dad, Luo Xingyu said sweetly.
Buzz. A shrill roar was heard. The sound came from the main road outside the community. Luo Tsang sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine, and sipped it gently. This old house has poor sound insulation.
It's about time to replace it. Luo Tsang had heard such roars many times.
It was a modified electric car owned by a group of young guys with dyed yellow hair on the street outside. They often drove it to disturb people late at night.
Humph, young people nowadays. Luo Tsang took another sip of wine, thinking that his wife was right to keep their daughter inside after 10 o'clock every night.
At least I can avoid those unrespectable boys outside, and I don't have to worry about my little cabbage being secretly offered away.
Ah Chio.
Lin Yu sneezed, and a breeze blew past, blowing up the ends of his hair. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the temperature in Chengdu began to drop, perhaps because the water vapor evaporated due to the long period of heat. The sky, which was bright and sparsely populated just now, was suddenly filled with haze.
It must be about to rain. Lin Yu locked the car but did not go home because Chu Luyo had not returned yet. Lin Yu remembered that Chu Luyo didn't bring an umbrella today.
So he opened the car door again, took out the spare umbrella, and then sent a message to Chu Luyo, where are you?
How about I pick you up? The message received no reply, but a minute later, Chu Luyo came back.
The car that took her home was the red Cadillac driven by Li Yutong.
I'm back, Chu Luyo said to Lin Yu.
She had already changed out of the dress and was now wearing the blue and white summer school uniform, which was now a t-shirt. Perhaps Chu Luyo was feeling cold, as she clasped her fair and slender arms tightly against her chest, shivering slightly.
Why are you coming home now? Lin Yu took off his suit jacket and put it on Chu Luyo.
But I felt something strange in my heart.
Why did it feel like Chu Luyo was deliberately avoiding my gaze?
I didn't realize you, Lin Yu, are such a gentleman.
A clear female voice came from the Cadillac. Li Qingtong lowered the car window, glanced at Lin Yu with a smile, and then continued. Sister Luyao, I'm leaving first. By the way, Lin Yu, remember to take good care of my sister.
After she finished saying these two sentences, she waved to Chu Luyo and drove out of the community.
Boom! With a loud bang, electric arcs streaked across the sky and billions of raindrops fell. Lin Yu held up the umbrella and held it over the two people's heads, with a click, click sound. Let's go home first, Lin Yu said. Yeah. Chu Luyo nodded slightly. Ding.
Received 15 points of recognition from Chu Luyo.
The system prompt sounded. Lin Yu was stunned. Is there a system bug? It seems that he didn't do anything.
Although he was confused, the wind outside was very cold, so Lin Yu didn't care about it.
He held the umbrella and just wanted to go home with Chu Luyo as soon as possible.
The two quickly walked downstairs and prepared to go upstairs.
Lin Yu,
Chu Luyo suddenly said as she just stepped onto the next step, her voice still cold.
What's wrong? Lin Yu was even more confused. Although Chu Luyo and herself don't talk much, she rarely uses her full name when addressing herself. Are you sick?
Lin Yu continued to ask her.
Chu Luyo nodded, then shook her head.
Only then did Lin Yu notice that her brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring something.
Give me your hand. Lin Yu tucked the umbrella under his armpit and took Chu Luyo's hand without caring whether she agreed or not.
Chu Luyo's hands were very beautiful, white and delicate, with slender knuckles. Through the white light in the stairwell, one could see the small pink rubber band on her wrist.
This little rubber band seems to be the gift I gave her when I first met her? No, this is not the time to think about this. Lin Yu met her somewhat dim eyes and asked, "Are the relatives coming?" "Yeah, that hurts. Be patient for a while and go home to rest."
Lin Yu let go of her hand. Chu Luyao's hands were icy cold, even colder than the rain he had just touched, so Lin Yu came to that conclusion. "But it hurts so much, I can't walk." She chanted again, holding her belly with one hand, and squatted on the steps. Judging from her condition, she probably won't get better in a short time.
"There are painkillers at home. I'll go get them."
Lin Yu turned around and prepared to go upstairs.
"No need." Chu Luyao grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. "Help me up."
"Okay." So Lin Yu helped her up the stairs and went home. Lin Yu is a sister-loving maniac and is always gentle to his stepsister. But Lin Yu did not notice the smile that flashed across the girl's eyes when he held Chu Luyao's shoulders.
Ding!
Gained 20 points of recognition from Chu Luyao. Lin Yu asked Chu Luyao to rest on the sofa for a while, and he went into the kitchen to make a bowl of brown sugar water for her.
Although brown sugar water actually has no effect, it is mainly for psychological comfort.
But whether it is useful or not is one thing, and whether you do it yourself is another. After the brown sugar water was ready, Lin Yu gave it to Chu Luyao and asked her to let it cool down before drinking it, while he himself prepared to take a bath.
Chu Luyao spoke again as he was walking towards the bathroom. "Brother Lin Yu, I want to tell you something."
"What's up?" "From now on until the end of the college entrance examination, I want to live with my uncle."
"I will move there tomorrow."
"Why?" "I plan to ask Sister Qingtong to help me with my studies.
She is very good at English. By the way, I also want to transfer my household registration to my uncle's name."
"I can teach too." "Wait, what did you say?" "I want to transfer my household registration to my uncle's name."
Lin Yu finally agreed to Chu Luyao's request.
She is free and Lin Yu will not force her. Lin Yu couldn't remember what mood he was in when he fell asleep that night.
Chu Luyao wants to transfer her household registration, which means that her name will be the only one left on her household registration book.
Of course, this is not something sentimental.
There are many people in the world who have one household registration, so why can't it be Lin Yu?
The only thing that made Lin Yu a little difficult to sleep was that he once again faced the fact that his father had left. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Yu felt his nose itchy.
It seemed as if a mosquito was crawling on my face. Bang!
Lin Yu reached out and clapped his hand. The strange thing is that even though the face in the photo was clearly not my own, it felt soft to the touch.
"It hurts, Lin Yu, did you do this on purpose?"
The girl's clear voice rang out.
70, this is not an ordinary suitcase.
Lin Yu opened his eyes.
Brush.
The curtains were drawn and the sunlight was somewhat dazzling on my face. Lin Yu lowered his head and gradually adapted to the light. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of small, crystal clear, standing on the floor next to his bed.
"Why are you in my room?" Lin Yu asked.
At this moment, Li Qingtong was standing barefoot at the head of Lin Yu's bed, covering her face with one hand.
So the slap didn't hit the mosquito, but Li Qingtong's face? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh twice. "You just hit me,"
Li Qingtong said, gritting his teeth.
"Then why are you in my room?" "I'm here to pick up Luyao today." "I asked you why you were in my room." Lin Yu still asked the same question.
A trace of panic flashed in Li Qingtong's eyes. She was a little curious about what the boys' room looked like. She heard on the internet that it smelled like heather. With doubts, she walked in, but unfortunately she didn't smell any strange smell, and didn't even find a ball of used tissues.
Then, I was slapped. "What's wrong with staying in your room for a while? Do you think I could have any improper thoughts about you?"
Li Qingtong crossed his arms and spoke with disdain. After a pause, she pointed to her slightly swollen right cheek and said, "You hit me, how could I explain this?"
"What else can I say? You deserve it."
Lin Yu lifted the quilt, and the sunlight cast a golden glow on his skin. I have to say, Lin Yu is quite satisfied with his current figure. After a year of scientific fitness without using any technology, your body will be in perfect condition. The muscle lines are smooth and the skin texture is perfect, comparable to that yen.
Ding!
Gained 20 points of recognition from Li Qingtong.
"Are you a pervert? Put on your clothes."
Li Qingtong frowned, but his eyes were looking at Lin Yu honestly. But as his gaze moved, Li Qingtong's cheeks gradually became hot.
Abnormal.
She said this and rushed out. In the next room, Chu Luyo was packing her textbooks and clothes. Seeing Li Qingtong suddenly barge into her room with a red face, Chu Luyo looked puzzled. What's wrong?
Fine. Sister Qingtong, your face seems swollen. That's fine. Ding.
Gained 100 points of recognition from Li Qingtong. Listening to the system prompt sound, Lin Yu lowered his head and took a look, suddenly feeling helpless.
As a boy, it is normal to be more positive when you wake up in the morning.
Li Qingtong saw it and thought she was the one who took advantage. After Lin Yu changed his clothes and washed up, Chu Luyo had already packed her things.
Brother Lin Yu, can you help me move it down? She pointed to the pink cat suitcase in the living room. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. Hurry up, my dad is waiting at home.
Li Qingtong suddenly muttered. Lin Yu paused, turned around and looked at her with a frown.
What are you looking at? Move quickly.
Li Qingtong said with a pout.
Isn't Lin Yu just a pretty boy? What's wrong with saying a few words to him?
Although Li Qingtong admitted that Lin Yu did have the capital to be a gigolo, Li Qingtong looked down on those guys who were gigolos from the bottom of his heart. She also looked down on those women who kept gigolos.
What is the point of spending a woman's money?
Those who keep gigolos are just those who are extremely hungry and impatient.
Lu Yao, why don't you ask your sister Qingtong to help you move it?
Lin Yu said aloud.
Lin Yu didn't like Li Qingtong's tone. Since she wants to order me to move, then let her move. Lin Yu won't indulge a princess with princess syndrome. Then I'll move it myself.
Sister Qingtong is so thin, she can't move it.
Chu Luyo waved her hand. Don't think that Chu Luyo only has one suitcase.
She stuffed almost all of her textbooks, as well as the clothes, shoes and skin care products she would wear for the next half month into it.
This pink cat suitcase is by no means as simple as it seems.
It is the type that requires 2 men to put on the high-speed rail shelf.
Forget it, I'll move it for you. Lin Yu sighed. I can't really let my sister move, I am her doting brother.
But Li Qingtong snatched the suitcase away before Lin Yu put his hand on it.
I'll move if I want. I don't have to rely on a man.
Li Qingtong said with a cold face.
Then he dragged his suitcase out the door. So heavy. How come it's so heavy even when dragging on flat ground?
As soon as he reached the door, Li Qingtong began to regret it. This is not something a little girl with skinny arms and legs like her can move. But the harsh words had already been spoken, and Li Qingtong was too embarrassed to bow to Lin Yu.
Whatever the pretty boy can do, she can do too.
She encouraged herself in her heart, then stood on the stairwell and lifted her hands upwards.
Sister Qingtong. Ah! Li Qingtong screamed.
She didn't pick up the suitcase, but took off on her own. At this moment, the body has fallen forward and is falling face down.
Balls and eggs. It will definitely hurt.
Li Qingtong closed her eyes and protected her face with her small hands, at least to avoid being disfigured.
Bang!
The sound of a body hitting something was heard. But the expected pain did not appear. Li Qingtong felt a strong hand holding him in his arms. Then their bodies collided with a bang.
You can't do this,
Lin Yu said as he looked at Li Qingtong in his arms. Because the incident happened suddenly and Lin Yu acted quickly, he was able to hold her in his arms. Little Lolas are all sweet and soft, and Li Qingtong is no exception. Plus, the way she looked incapable of lifting the suitcase just now was really funny, so Lin Yu's mood has improved a lot now.
But Lin Yu didn't forget Li Qingtong's bad attitude just now.
You're so stupid.
If you do that again, I won't care about you anymore, Lin Yu said calmly, and went downstairs with his suitcase.
It was indeed very heavy, even Lin Yu found it a little strenuous.
Fortunately, they got downstairs smoothly and Lin Yu put the suitcase into the trunk of the red Cadillac.
Then he leaned against the car window and looked at Chu Luyo and Li Qingtong walking behind him.
Thank you for what I did just now.
Li Qingtong's face was completely red.
She felt embarrassed.
But this pretty boy is quite reliable at critical moments. Lin Yu did not respond to her, but looked at Chu Luyo and said, if you have anything, call me. Remember to take care of yourself.
After a brief greeting, Chu Luyo got into the car and left. Lin Yu didn't stay there for too long and went straight home. After all, there are no classes today, so Lin Yu plans to live a slow life of sleeping for a while, and then go out and have fun at night. But just as I got home, my cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? The standard voice of a customer service lady sounded. It's me. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is China Merchants Bank. You have not paid your April monthly installment of 2,000 yuan. I am here to remind you. Oh, Money and Haven Tea paid it back? Me? Lin Yu was stunned. Does he look like someone who can't pay back the money? 71. Who is afraid of bad women? The current balance of your China Merchants Bank card is 506 yuan, and the monthly payment for this month and last month totals 4,000 yuan unpaid. Mr. Lin, please pay as soon as possible. Failure to pay on time will damage your credit and affect your daily life. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu stood up and took out his China Merchants Bank card from the bedside table. Lin Yu now remembered what happened. The house I live in now was bought with a loan from my father, and I still have 20 years to pay back 2,000 yuan per month. The card used to pay the monthly installments was from China Merchants Bank, but the RMB rewarded by the system was all in the CCB card. Lin Yu was confused for a moment and thought it had been paid automatically, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that I remember it, I'll pay off all the loans. Lin Yu murmured. If nothing unexpected had happened at home and if he hadn't awakened the system, Lin Yu would probably have graduated, started working, and would be getting married soon, and the mortgage on this house wouldn't have been paid off. Then Lao Lin will sell this house to raise enough money for the down payment of a new house or the wedding gift. That would be a completely different life from now. Lin Yu smiled faintly, not worrying too much. He took out his phone, found a contact number, and dialed it. Beep. The other party answered immediately. A sweet voice sounded in the receiver. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiaoqin, your private bank butler. Is there anything I can do for you? It's like this. I'm going to give you a card number now. Please help me deal with a loan issue on this card. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of it for you right away. Don't you need me to provide materials? Your ID card copy and other basic materials are backed up in the bank. As for other supporting documents, we will help you. Okay. Then Xiaoqin will go and get busy. I wish Mr. Lin a happy life and happiness every day. The girl on the other end of the phone read it respectfully. Lin Yu hung up the phone silently. Sure enough, the world of the rich is completely different from the world of ordinary people. If ordinary people want to repay the loan in advance, they need to prepare various materials, and even face all kinds of ridicule, and the problem cannot be resolved for half a month or even several months. With nearly 600 million in deposits and a black diamond VIP card, any need of mine can be solved with just a phone call. This life is full of differences and distances. After 67 chapters, Lin Yu repeated these words again. But this time he was not lamenting the gap between himself and those above him. Because the one in power becomes himself. Half an hour later. Mr. Lin, Xiaoqin has already completed your request. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Okay. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Take a look around the house, which is ordinary but clean and tidy. This moment finally belongs to me. If Lao Lin knew about this, he would probably be unable to suppress his smile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for paying off the mortgage left by his father. From now on, he has no burden. He has successfully indulged himself. He is rewarded with 1 million renminbi. The current balance is 600 million renminbi. Listening to the system prompt sound, Lin Yu felt relieved. But I vaguely felt that I had forgotten one thing. Buzz. A long roar sounded from downstairs in the community. Someone rode a motorcycle into the community. Very noisy. Lin Yu frowned, and the next moment his eyes lit up. It's time to buy a house. Although I have deep feelings for this room, it is a fact that it is not comfortable. Now that I have 600 million in savings, I should at least buy a luxurious and comfortable house, right? Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the living room and began to think about what kind of house he should buy. Since I live in Lucheng, I naturally won't go to areas like Wuhou or Jinlu to buy a house. In Lucheng district, there is no need to think too much about where the housing quality is high and the environment is good. The answer is obvious. Jinchuan River Valley. The most upscale residential area in Lucheng, with unit price starting from 20,000 renminbi per square meter. Lin Yu remembered that Su Qianming also lived there. Lin Yu decided to consult her. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Qianmeng. Lin Yu, are you there? If you start with it, it must be the clown.
But Lin Yu doesn't care about such details at all now. He has walked out of the forest and is not of the same species as those green-skinned elves.
The tribesmen are still studying how to please the elf saint.
What Lin Yu needs to consider is how to protect himself from being taken advantage of by bad women.
Sure enough, Su Qianmeng quickly replied to the message and attached a picture. Lin Yu's master's little go, what's wrong, do you miss me? JPG.
Lin Yu continued to reply, I would like to know what your community is like.
By the way, what is the layout of your house like? Please tell me about it as well.
While typing, Lin Yu glanced at the picture inadvertently. It was a selfie of Su Qianmeng lying on the bed.
She pouts and makes a cute little expression to the camera. But I think Su Qianmeng must have some strange little thoughts. In the upper left corner of the picture, you can see. Bah. I was probably possessed by a reader just now.
Lin Yu shook his head and calmed down.
On the mobile phone screen, Su Qianmeng sent another message. Lin Yu's master's little go, do you want to see my house? Sure, you can come directly to my house. Lin Yu looked at the message with some hesitation. Su Qianmeng sent another picture, JPG. Su Qianmeng did not show her face in this photo.
She was sitting on the bed in duck-sitting posture and her fair and slender legs were visible in the picture.
Lin Yu quickly determined that she was not wearing stockings.
Because her name was written in lipstick on that pair of snow-white, slender legs.
Think, Lin Yu. Just 7 characters.
Lin Yu suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Su Qianmeng still maintained the duck-sitting posture at this moment. At this moment, there was a tablet with a large screen in front of her, on which a Douyin video was playing.
Hello sisters, today I'm going to teach you the most interesting photo-taking moves for boys.
After learning these moves, I guarantee your crush will fall madly in love with you.
First, the duck sit. Will such an action really work? Su Qianmeng murmured to herself. But it's still sexy. Su Qianmeng's eyes lit up, and she took out her phone and edited a message for Lin Yu. Don't do anything weird with my photos.
But before she pressed send, Lin Yu replied to her message first.
Dad, okay, here's your address, I'll come right over. Su Qianmeng was stunned. Master Lin Yu shall go, seriously. Dad, I remember now, you said before, Jinchuan Valley, 52-1, right? I'm leaving now. Su Qianmeng, ah? Is he serious?
Su Qianmeng got up from the bed and looked around the messy room that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Then she picked up the yellow electric mouse doll that was as big as her on the bed and rolled over several times.
Yang Lu community. Lin Yu silently saved the 2 photos sent by Su Qianmeng. Just think of it as saving it for the readers. P.S. Man.
72, as if nothing happened.
Buzz. With such a roar, Luo Xingyu woke up. Who is so bad as to disturb people in broad daylight?
She cursed in a numb voice, then found her cell phone and checked the time.
10 o'clock.
I slept for so long last night.
Luo Xingyu rubbed his eyes and put on his glasses. She glanced down first. A large red palm print appeared particularly clear on the fair skin. The fragmentary but very clear memories from last night kept coming to my mind.
Almost in an instant, she clenched her fist and pounded hard on the soft mattress. When making a decision after drinking, a person may be sober, but he is definitely not rational. Therefore, after sobering up, people often regret the decisions they made while drunk, and this is the case with Luo Xingyu at this moment.
What to do? First kiss is gone?
It disappeared right at the doorstep of my house and was almost seen by my dad.
I am too unreserved. Will Lin Yu think that I am a very casual girl? So annoying.
She pounded the bed again, and then decided in her heart that she would play dumb no matter what, and pretend that nothing happened last night.
Luo Xingyu cares a lot about maintaining his own personality.
In school and in class, she is a reliable monitor. At home, in the eyes of her parents, she is an obedient and good daughter.
So what am I like in Lin Yu's eyes?
Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his imagination running wild.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door. Xingyu, wake up, your brother Panin is here, you should wash up quickly. Wang Dan said behind the door.
Panin? Luo Xingyu asked in confusion.
It's your Uncle Pan's child.
He's already downstairs. Hurry up. Wang Dan continued reading. Yes, okay, Mom. Luo Xingyu replied.
She quickly changed into a more decent piece of clothing and then quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. Panin is the son of her father's friend, and the two families have always had a good relationship. Luo Xingyu and Panin had known each other since they were 3 years old, but later Panin went abroad to study, and Luo Xingyu hadn't seen her for about 10 years, so she didn't think of him for a while.
Luo Xingyu created a new persona for herself, a well-behaved, sensible and polite sister.
But this thought disappeared the moment Luo Xingyu saw Panin. Panin, wearing a black motorcycle suit and a black helmet on his head, pushed the door open and walked in under the guidance of Luo Tsong.
Motorcycle suit? Did he just arrive?
Luo Xingyu pieced all the clues together, and at this moment she understood something. The bad guy who made a loud noise and woke me up just now was him. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyu's face turned cold. After so many years, Shaoan has become more and more handsome.
Wang Dan praised Panin. Then he gave Luo Xingyu a look, suggesting that he say hello.
Luo Xingyu curled her lips.
Didn't he even take off his helmet? How can he look handsome? Mom is talking nonsense again.
She complained in her heart, but still greeted Panin, hello. The voice is not gentle, but not cold either.
It is polite and has boundaries. After all these years, Uncle Luo, do you and your family still live here?
Panin first glanced at the room, and when he found that the decoration inside was simple, a trace of disdain flashed through his heart.
Then he glanced at Luo Xingyu again. Just one glance and I couldn't look away.
Although it was covered by thick cloth, no skin could be seen. But judging from her curves, there is no doubt that the girl has impressive assets. Moreover, Uncle Luo's daughter is very well behaved, which really hits Panin's G-spot. His tone suddenly became gentle.
But then again, before he could justify himself, Luo Tsong spoke first. Excuse me, Shaoan.
This house is indeed ordinary, but Uncle Luo has saved some money over the years, and plans to move to a new house in the near future.
That's a coincidence. How about I take you to see it? Uncle Luo, you should know that my mother is the developer of Junhuang Real Estate.
Panin and Luo Tsong exchanged greetings for a while. But his eyes were almost always on Luo Xingyu.
Why does she look like she has no interest in me at all? Isn't this right? Panin is considered tall, rich and handsome, and he considers himself a girl killer.
His failure in front of Luo Xingyu made him feel confused. But soon, he understood what was going on. He forgot to take off his helmet, and Sister Xingyu didn't see his handsome face, so naturally she didn't have any special attitude towards him. Thinking of this, he slowly took off his helmet and glanced at Luo Xingyu out of the corner of his eye.
Luo Xingyu's expression remained calm as he sat there quietly.
Panin's appearance is actually okay, but Luo Xingyu eats too well. Judging from their appearance alone, Panin and Lin Yu are like a pheasant meeting a black bird. Luo Xingyu was not moved by him. But Panin didn't think so. He just thought that the sister was shy when she saw his handsome face and didn't dare to speak. So he took the initiative to speak, hey. I forgot to take out the car keys in the car.
Uncle Luo, I'll go downstairs. By the way, Sister Xingyu, you can come too.
I have prepared a gift for you.
Well, go ahead. Luo Tsong nodded.
He was somewhat displeased with the son of this old friend.
After being abroad for a few years, you no longer know how to deal with the ways of the world? You know how to bring a gift for your daughter, but not for him? Luo Tsong didn't really want this gift, he just felt that he was not respected. Luo Xingyu frowned and went downstairs with Panin.
Downstairs, Panin's Sichuanchi ZH2 was parked next to the silver and black Maybach.
This car is worth 250,000 yuan. Panin was immediately a little proud.
He took out a small pendant from the mechanical box tied to the motorcycle and handed it to Luo Xingyu.
A greeting gift for you, Sister Xingyu.
As Panin read, he observed Luo Xingyu's expression. Luo Xingyu's previously dull face finally revealed a smile.
Ahem. Panin moistened his throat, then patted the motorcycle. Do you want me to take you for a ride? But Luo Xingyu just took a half step back and shook his head at him.
Brother Panin, your gift is too expensive.
I can't accept it. It's not expensive, you can take it. Panin continued reading.
This thing looks intimidating, but it's actually just a prop he uses to pursue girls and is worthless.
But Luo Xingyu seemed not to hear him and walked towards the stairs. Lin Yu. Hearing the class monitor's voice, Lin Yu looked up at her. are you going out now? Luo Xingyu continued to read.
She tried her best to keep her emotions calm and not let Lin Yu sense that she was shy.
Pretend you don't know what happened last night,
the girl muttered to herself. Lin Yu curled the corners of his lips slightly and put one hand on Luo Xingyu's head and rubbed it for a while.
Well, get out now, he said lightly.
After he rubbed her head like this, Luo Xingyu couldn't control her emotions for a moment and her cheeks turned red.
Fortunately, Lin Yu just waved to her and said goodbye. Then he continued walking towards his car. Pan saw the scene just now and felt a little unhappy. Could it be that the woman he has his eyes on has already been touched?
Lin Yu walked towards Pan step by step.
Pan leaned on his Sichuanqi and looked at Lin Yu with a frown.
The 250,000 Chuanqi is the confidence for him to face the male competition.
Hello, do you have something to talk to me about? Pan looked at Lin Yunian.
Lin Yu stopped in front of him and just glanced at him lightly.
You're in the way. Am I blocking the way? Pan was puzzled.
Lin Yu did not respond, but walked around him and walked towards his Maybach S680.
Boom!
Then, with the roar of the engine, he disappeared from Pan sight.
Ding! Gained 50 points of recognition from Pan. 73, why is she a little lowly? Jinchuan River Valley is a wealthy area located on the outskirts of the city. It took Lin Yu about half an hour to drive to the outside of the community.
Since he was not familiar with the terrain of the community, Lin Yu did not rush to drive in, but instead called Su Qianmeng outside the door.
Hello, I'm outside gate 3 of your community. Lin Yu read into the receiver. At the same time, I looked at the environment inside. At first glance, there are no tall buildings to be seen, only villas and small buildings less than 5 stories high. Lin Yu then understood why the address Su Qianmeng mentioned was different from a normal residential building.
The address of a normal residential building is probably something like Building XX, 1202, 1505, etc.
Su Qianmeng's residence is 521.
This means she lives alone in a large villa.
She is indeed a little rich woman.
Lin Yu sighed again in his heart.
Ah, you're so fast? Su Qianmeng replied.
Lin Yu could hear rustling sounds coming from her side.
Why? Didn't you ask me to come? I'm outside the community now. How do I get to your home? Lin Yu continued to ask. Chi 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 beep beep. A strange sound came from Su Qianmeng's direction again. Wait a moment, I'm busy now.
Her tone was conflicted, a tone that rarely came out of her mouth. This made Lin Yu even more interested.
Then I'll go ask the security, you go ahead.
After reading it, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Then he drove towards gate number 3 of Jinchuan Valley and stopped steadily in front of the sensor gate.
Beep. The vehicle cannot be identified. Beep. The vehicle cannot be identified. The electronic alarm sounded twice. A tall man in security uniform poked his head out of the security booth with an unhappy look on his face. But after seeing what kind of car was parked in front of the sensor door, his original dissatisfaction turned into a sneer. Hello, sir, do you need me to open the door for you?
The security guard asked respectfully.
Yes, please open the door for me. Okay.
The security guard saluted Lin Yu with a standard gesture, then opened the gate of the community and allowed Lin Yu to enter. But Lin Yu did not go in directly. Instead, he drove forward a little and stopped in front of the security booth.
He rolled down the window, looked at the security guard and asked, "How do I get to 521?"
The security guard was stunned. He then realized that Lin Yu was not from their community, but he still spoke respectfully. "Sir, you can see it by turning right after entering the community."
Okay. Lin Yu nodded. Just started the engine. Clang. A feeling of pushing on my back came over me.
Lin Yu steadied himself and looked up at the rearview mirror. A silver Maserati was sticking right behind his car, gleaming in the sun.
That's right, I was rear-ended. I just bought a new car less than a week ago and something breaks down?
Lin Yu held his forehead and smiled, unable to tell what he was feeling at the moment. But in a sense, I am lucky, at least it is not good luck that is chasing me.
Sir, are you okay?
The security guard reacted quickly and stepped forward to ask.
Lin Yu waved his hand gently and got out of the car.
First check the extent of the damage to your car. Make sure it does not affect your driving. Thinking, Lin Yu walked to the rear of the car. But the owner of the car behind him didn't get out for a long time. Lin Yu frowned, somewhat displeased.
You hit my car, aren't you going to say anything?
Lin Yu said lightly. Finally, the door of the silver Maserati MC20 slowly opened. Then, a figure walked out of the car.
Tell me, how much compensation do you want?
A cold and quiet voice came into Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's pupils shrank after he saw the owner of the voice. No wonder she didn't get out of the car. It turned out to be a little lowly with teeth. Lin Yu muttered to himself.
A car like the Maserati MC20 has a slightly ostentatious appearance.
Before she got out of the car, Lin Yu had imagined that the driver might be an arrogant rich second generation, or a tall, beautiful, rich lady. The only thing I never expected was that the person coming down would be a short and cool little lowly. She was wearing a long white skirt that reached her calves. She had a figure similar to Su Qianming's, with a slender neck, fair skin, and a busty figure. What shocked Lin Yu even more was that this little girl was very pretty.
Among the girls he knew, probably only Su Qianming could compare with her.
Her long hair reached her waist and was as black as ink, fluttering gently in the breeze.
Her dark eyes stared at Lin Yu quietly. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't reply for a while, she asked again, "How much?"
"I'll give it to you directly."
Lin Yu came back to his senses. "Wait, let me ask first."
After all, it is a luxury car, so its sturdiness cannot be questioned. There was nothing serious wrong with my car, just a few minor scratches. Lin Yu took a photo of the scratch and sent it to the after-sales service he contacted after buying the car, and got a price for repairs. 80,000, just transfer it to me directly. Lin Yu looked at her and read.
80,000? She frowned. You don't think this is worth 80,000? Lin Yu asked her.
No. The little girl in the white dress sighed, and finally transferred 80,000 to Lin Yu through Alipay.
Received a transfer of 80,000 yuan from Su Jinsi.
Looking at the message on the phone, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction.
80,000 yuan is the normal repair fee.
Lin Yu did not ask her for a penny more, nor a penny less. Although he was rich, he had no relatives or friends with the other party, so Lin Yu had no intention of ignoring such a matter.
Okay, then I'll go first.
After saying this again, Lin Yu turned around and got into the car, starting the engine again.
Watching him drive in, Su Jinsi's eyes instantly became fiery.
Then, she sighed again, "That's all."
Lin Yu drove in the community.
In such villa areas, there is no such thing as an underground garage. Each villa has its own parking lot, and some cars are even parked quietly on the roadside. Lin Yu also saw several cars of the same level as his own, but he was no longer moved. After all, if you want, buying a better and more expensive car is not a problem. All the way to the right, the scenery outside the window recedes. Lin Yu noticed that the numbers of these villas were getting smaller and smaller. For example, the first villa when you turn right is number 81, but now the one you see outside the car window is number 66. 65, 64, 63, 52. Arrive. Lin Yu stopped the car slowly. The door of Su Qianming's big villa was closed at the moment, so Lin Yu prepared to turn the front of the car to an angle that would make it easier to drive in. Beep. The sound of a car interrupted Lin Yu. The silver light crossed with him and almost hit him again. No wonder you got into a collision if you drive like that. Lin Yu complained. The silver light just now was Su Jinsi's Maserati. She drove forward until she disappeared from Lin Yu's sight. It's a bit of a coincidence. Like Su Qianming, Su Jinsi has the same surname, Su. Without thinking any further, Lin Yu rang the doorbell of Su Qianming's house. Ding dong. 74, maybe you have a talent for being a nanny. I'm at your door. Lin Yu shouted into the digital intercom at the door. Okay, I'll open the door for you, come in. Su Qianming replied. The next moment. Snap. The door opened. Lin Yu drove the car into the small courtyard of the villa, then found Su Qianming's arrow feather gray Audi A7 and parked next to her car. The yard is very large and several big trees are planted there. As for the big villa, Lin Yu still had to walk about 100 meters inside to get there. Lin Yu finally understood why Su Qianming had such a pleasant rose scent. Because she likes this kind of flower very much, the flower bed in front of the villa is full of it. May is the time of year when roses bloom most beautifully. Several large trees with lush branches and leaves blocked the sunlight, so only a few dappled shadows shone on the flowers. Therefore, the roses did not wither because of the scorching sun. The fragrance was so strong that Lin Yu felt comfortable.
After waiting downstairs for about a minute, Su Qianming finally arrived.
She opened the door and raised her little face with a resentful look in her eyes.
Why are you here so soon?
Because Lin Yu arrived so quickly, she didn't even have time to do a thorough cleaning of the house, so she only cleaned her bedroom and the living room. But fortunately, apart from the living room and bedroom, she doesn't often stay in other places, so it's not messy. As Su Qianming thought about it, she felt somewhat proud and her mood improved a little. The corners of her lips slightly raised, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yu quietly with a little arrogance. But she found that Lin Yu's eyes were constantly looking at her, then he moved closer to her and sniffed her gently.
Were you cleaning just now? Lin Yu asked with a smile. How do you know? Su Qianming was a little surprised. You smell like detergent. Lin Yu smiled and said, why? Did you clean it specially because I was coming?
When her purpose was exposed, Su Qianming's eyes froze for a moment, but after only a moment, she regained her composure.
Lin Yu then realized that something was wrong. The same method used to deal with Luo Xingyu could not be used on Su Qianming.
Because this girl is really true to herself. Yeah, I didn't want Lin Yu to see my house being dirty and unclean, so I cleaned it in advance.
Su Qianming walked forward while reciting.
She used her slender arms to hold one of Lin Yu's hands against her chest.
You came so soon, do you miss mommy? Good baby.
She tilted her little face up and said with a smile.
Lin Yu just felt that it was getting worse. Because she was at home, Su Qianming wore much cooler clothes than usual.
A light blue suspender skirt, the hem of which only reaches above the knees, revealing pink knees and white and slender legs. She is dressed coolly and has a beautiful appearance, she is simply a lowly type succubus.
To say it wasn't tempting would be a lie.
Any normal man in the world would inevitably have some strange thoughts when seeing such a scene. But the temptations Lin Yu faces do not end there.
The suspender skirt that Su Qianming was wearing was very thin, about 5 millimeters thick. And I felt a tingling sensation in my arms.
Lin Yu could already feel her gentle body temperature. The two were very close.
In a physical sense. Why aren't you talking? Su Qianming asked again.
Feeling Lin Yu's breathing getting heavier and his ears turning red, Su Qianming became even more proud for a moment.
Teasing Lin Yu has become an indispensable pleasure in her life. Nothing. Lin Yu replied.
Because she felt very comfortable, Lin Yu did not expose her. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool.
He.
Su Qianming let go of Lin Yu's hand. I'll go find you a pair of slippers. She turned and walked towards the shoe cabinet, but Lin Yu grabbed her little hand this time.
What did you say you wanted me to come over for today?
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Huh? What? Su Qianming hugged her hands to her chest and looked at Lin Yu nervously. Could it be that the teasing just now was too much and Lin Yu was about to lose his wolfish nature?
Su Qianming bit her lips, but felt relieved the next moment. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment because Su Qianming did not try to break free from his hand. Instead, he lowered his head and gently licked the back of his hand, like a cute little boy.
If Lin Yu misses me, that's fine.
Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles.
But I have a request.
Lin Yu needs to cut off all contact with those bad women who seem to have a good relationship with you.
If you want me, you can only love me.
She recited each word slowly.
Bang! A crisp sound.
Lin Yu suddenly loosened his hand that was holding hers, and then patted Su Qianming's butt hard.
Su Qianming whimpered and looked at Lin Yu with some humiliation.
Lin Yu gave her a bright smile in return.
Who wants you?
You will be punished if you affect my reputation.
You? Su Qianming was suddenly speechless.
Lin Yu's eyes were clean and clear, and there was nothing like what she thought.
I mean, don't bother finding my shoes. I'll just take them off and come in.
After all, my size 44 feet definitely can't fit into your size 33 shoes. Lin Yu rubbed her head twice again.
Okay. Su Qianming curled her lips.
She walked in front and led Lin Yu into her home.
Although there was a little embarrassment just now, Su Qianming quickly put it behind her. Anyway, what she said was true.
She would not regret it at all.
Lin Yu. Su Qianming suddenly spoke again. What's wrong? Can you hit me again? She smiled.
Then, looking at Lin Yu's wide eyes, he burst out laughing again.
That's not bad. Su Qianming muttered to herself.
Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. This girl also said that other girls around her were bad women. But she is obviously the worst one. Su Qianmeng's villa has 5 floors, but only the 3rd floor is actually used. There are bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens and bathrooms, and Su Qianmeng usually only stays on this floor. But the reason she only moved around on this floor was not because she was tired from climbing stairs. Because her house has an elevator. Su Qianmeng is just simply lazy. Lin Yu followed her to the 3rd floor, and his eyes lit up when he saw the environment inside. The living room is elegantly decorated. Exquisite crystal chandeliers, light gray marble floors, specially groomed flowers. What Su Qianmeng likes is probably not cute things, but it must be exquisite things. From the kitchen to the living room, and even the painting on the wall, everything exudes the word exquisite. Did you just clean this? Are you alone? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Yeah. Is this difficult? Su Qianmeng said with a smile. Lin Yu thought that maybe it was time to get to know Su Qianmeng again. After all, this floor is at least several hundred square meters. Su Qianmeng said that it was dirty and messy before, but now it is incredibly clean and tidy. So, Su Qianmeng might have a talent for being a nanny. 75, like in love. How about it? My home is nice, isn't it? Su Qianmeng walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room with her hands behind her back. She opened the curtains, and the view from this angle was wide, allowing her to directly see the courtyard and the scenery deeper into the community. It's pretty good. Lin Yu answered truthfully and looked in the direction Su Qianmeng was looking. There are still villas deep in the community, but these villas are very different from the villas on the periphery. The area is obviously much larger and the appearance is more majestic. Lin Yu was tempted for a moment. As if sensing Lin Yu's gaze, Su Qianmeng took the initiative to explain. Over there are some of the most luxurious villas in the Jinchuan River Valley. They are built along the river, and you can see the beautiful river view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There are 9 villas like this. I should have lived in one of them, but there are too many green areas inside and it's next to the river, which is a bit scary at night, so I chose the house I have now. Choose? What do you mean? Lin Yu walked forward a few steps and then sat on Su Qianmeng's fragrant and soft big sofa. It means exactly what it says. Su Qianmeng raised her little face, revealing her fair chin. Jinchuan Valley is one of my family's assets. The house you see now is my 18th birthday present. Her tone was calm, without any deliberate boasting. But Lin Yu still complained silently in his heart. Damn dog owner. Based on the lowest unit price in Jinchuan River Valley, the price of Su Qianmeng's house would be at least 60 million. 60 million is a sum of money that an ordinary person can never earn in his entire life, but some people are born with it. But fortunately, I have a system. Lin Yu didn't hesitate any longer and asked Su Qianmeng directly, have all the villas in the innermost part been sold? Of course not. Su Qianmeng shook her head. Although there are many wealthy people in Rongqing, Lucheng's location is not good, so not many wealthy people come here to buy houses. The 9 villas at the innermost part all had sky-high prices of over 9 figures, but only 2 have been sold so far. Lin Yu fell into deep thought after hearing this. Su Qianmeng chuckled and turned around to sit next to Lin Yu. Why? Are you interested? I can get the key to one of the villas. If you meet one small request of mine, I can take you to visit. Su Qianmeng joked. Her eyes were bright, and it was obvious that she had some bad intentions. Can't I just go to the sales center and have a look? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her. Then you have to prove that you have enough money to buy a house. And you can't just look at the houses there whenever you want. You need to apply for it. Without my help, you have to wait at least 3 days. Su Qianmeng shook her head and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. At the same time, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yu carefully. Lin Yu in front of him lowered his eyes and thought, as if he was considering something seriously. What would he be thinking? Su Qianmeng raised the corners of her lips and stretched out a white, slender hand to stroke Lin Yu's Adam's apple. It's really fun. The smile on her face became even brighter. Although it is unclear how Lin Yu was able to buy a car worth several million in such a short period of time. But that didn't matter to her. After all, no matter how rich Lin Yu is, can he still buy a villa in the Jinchuan River Valley? As long as I am richer than Lin Yu and have higher status than Lin Yu, that will be enough. In that case, as long as he wanted, he could use various means to make Lin Yu ask for his help. Xiaogui is always Xiaogui and can't escape from the palm of his mother's hand. The light in Su Qianming's eyes became brighter and brighter.
She then hugged Lin Yu's neck and gently licked his Adam's apple. Su Qianming?
Lin Yu put his hands on her shoulders, as if trying to push her away. Su Qianming put her face close to Lin Yu's ear and blew gently.
Ha! Lin Yu's body trembled. Su Qianming smiled and continued, have you decided? My request is very simple, just 1 minute, Lin Yu, don't move.
Lin Yu responded with this sentence and then closed his eyes.
Then he let her gently bite his Adam's apple. 1 minute later. Su Qianming blushed and sat back in her previous seat.
Looking at the big red marks on Lin Yu's neck that she had bitten, Su Qianming felt a sense of accomplishment for a moment.
But she was a little confused at the moment. Where is Lin Yu's rebellious nature? Why is it gone? This is very, very abnormal. Feeling the girl's gaze, Lin Yu just silently wiped the saliva from his neck. It's all just part of the play. It's like you have a puppy and it begs you to pet it every day. But you know, if you touch it, you can't touch other puppies, because the puppies at home have very sensitive noses and will get jealous when they smell the scent of other puppies. So you control yourself from touching it, and even when the puppy approaches you and wants to lick it, you reject it. But I can't leave it alone all the time, because I'm afraid the puppy will suddenly ignore me one day.
But Lin Yu's face darkened. He looked at Su Qianming and asked,
do you think humans really love puppies, or do they simply enjoy the love of puppies for themselves? What do you mean? Su Qianming tilted her head, somewhat confused. It's okay. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Su Qianming, but you can't just be happy by yourself, right? Ah ha ha.
Su Qianming's eyes trembled, and then she stretched out her little fist and tapped lightly on Lin Yu's chest.
But nothing worked.
Because he was caught off guard, Lin Yu gently pried and sucked the soft, glutinous, and warm thing into his mouth.
Then he bit the silver candy and looked at Su Qianming's pitiful appearance quietly. Great, revenge is here.
Bad girls always have to be punished.
10 minutes later, Su Qianming collapsed on the sofa, breathing heavily.
Lin Yu stood in front of the French window and stretched.
When are we going to see the house? Lin Yu asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Qianming curled her lips.
I'll take a shower first,
she said again.
Lin Yu nodded slightly and looked quietly at the sunny day outside the window.
By the way, Lin Yu, have you eaten? Su Qianming asked again. No, why, you want to cook for me?
Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips.
Su Qianming looked embarrassed when she heard this and lowered her head. Lin Yu saw it all. I'll cook for you. After all, I never thought that a grown-up like you could cook.
Lin Yu thought, then walked towards the kitchen. But he found that there were no ingredients in the kitchen, and there was only some wine or drinks that Su Qianming liked to drink in the refrigerator, but no food.
What do you usually eat?
Lin Yu looked at Su Qianming, who was looking at her phone on the sofa.
Su Qianming put down her phone. Ahem.
She moistened her throat. I'll take a shower first.
Someone will bring food in a while. Lin Yu, go get it.
After saying that, she raised her little face and walked into the room with a Jigglypuff doll hanging on the door.
That is Su Qianming's room. 76, son-in-law? Lin Yu, do you want to come in?
She poked her head out from the half-open door, looked at Lin Yu and asked.
No. Lin Yu shook his head.
Su Qianming stuck out her pink little tongue, made a face at him, and then closed the door.
Boom. Lin Yu sat on the sofa again, waiting for Su Qianming to come out. Su Qianming's bedroom has its own private bathroom, so she must have taken a shower in it. So Lin Yu waited for almost 20 minutes but still didn't see her come out. But there was no impatience on Lin Yu's face. After all, girls do take a long time to bathe. Lin Yu has a deep understanding of this. Xu Luyao takes about half an hour to take a bath each time. There is only one toilet in the house.
Lin Yu has experienced many such situations over the years, such as having to go to the toilet in public places outside because his sister was taking a shower.
Gradually, I developed patience. Tick tick tick.
A ringing sound woke Lin Yu from his memories.
It's the digital pager in the room. Lin Yu pressed the answer button.
Soon, a gentle female voice came from the receiver.
Miss, the lunch you ordered has arrived. Please open the door.
Judging from the voice, it was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s.
Ahem. Lin Yu coughed twice. I've opened the door, please bring it in.
The receiver suddenly fell silent.
You are? I'm your lady's friend, please come in. Lin Yu took the initiative to explain.
Oh, okay. At the door of the villa, a middle-aged woman in a maid outfit and glasses breathed a sigh of relief.
Friends?
Or boys?
Is the second young lady in love? With doubts in her mind, she walked into the villa.
Lin Yuza had already opened the door downstairs and was waiting for her. Lin Yu was also stunned when he saw the visitor's attire. It's worthy of being a wealthy area, there are even maids.
Hello, sir. The maid greeted him.
Lin Yu stretched out his hand and wanted to take the plate from her, but was rejected.
This is my job, just leave it to me, sir, she read. Then he walked into the room skillfully and got on the elevator.
The elevator quickly reached the 3rd floor.
Bite. The electronic door opens.
Lin Yu walked out of the door before the maid, and a figure jumped into her arms like lightning.
Lin Yu.
Su Qianming buried her little face in Lin Yu's arms and leaned against him, her voice extremely soft. She had just taken a shower and smelled delicious.
The outfit is also very beautiful.
It was a light green dress with a good texture. It fit her well and brought out her slender waist. Of course, the airport is also reflected as it should be. But Lin Yu never considered this a shortcoming.
Lolita is supposed to have a flat chest. Of course, it is also true that a giant is cute. Let go first, there are people behind you.
Lin Yu rubbed her head.
Su Qianming hugged him even tighter.
She looked at Ma Chunmei, who was standing at the elevator door, staring at the two of them in amazement, and smiled sweetly.
Auntie Ma, you're here.
Yes, miss.
Aunt Ma nodded, her lips reluctant to close. As if sensing her confusion, Su Qianming took the initiative to explain, this is my boyfriend, Lin Yu.
Oh, okay miss. Aunt Ma nodded again, walked into the living room and placed the plate on the dining table in Su Qianming's living room. Then she opened the lid and arranged 5 delicious dishes neatly.
Miss, master, please enjoy your meal,
she said respectfully. Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth.
Son-in-law? What the hell? Lin Yu glanced at Su Qianming.
She held her little finger with her little hand and lip synced softly.
Please, don't expose me, okay? Lin Yu sighed and accepted the title. It's okay to be mistaken for Su Qianming as boyfriend by the maid.
They are not her parents, there is no need to worry. While thinking, Lin Yu was led by Su Qianming to sit down.
Auntie Ma, you go first. Su Qianming thought. Don't you want me to clear the dishes?
No, I'll wash it myself in a while. Aunt Ma, you go first.
Yes, miss. Aunt Ma nodded.
She thought that maybe the young lady wanted to spend some time alone with this handsome young man.
Aunt Ma walked into the elevator, went downstairs, and closed the door carefully.
After walking out of the courtyard, she looked back, then sighed and took out her cell phone from her pocket.
Toot.
She dialed the number.
After a moment, the call was connected. Hello, what's up?
A very attractive female voice came from the receiver.
Madam, the second young lady has found a man, Aunt Ma said respectfully.
Oh? The woman was obviously startled. Speak more carefully, she continued.
Upstairs in the villa, Lin Yu and Su Qianming sat side by side eating.
It tastes good, Lin Yu commented as he chewed the food.
Su Qianming was full at this moment.
She looked out the window with sad eyes.
Lin Yu. What's wrong?
Lin Yu chewed. What if my family knew you were my boyfriend and they suppressed you in various ways, or even tried to get rid of you?
Huh? Is it so dangerous to be your boyfriend?
Lin Yu lowered his head to eat, not taking her words seriously.
Yes, but I won't let you get into danger. Su Qianming smiled. Then thank you.
Lin Yu smiled faintly.
He still didn't take it seriously.
Now that I have the system, I am just like Lu Bu carrying Zhuge Liang on his back or riding Zhang Fei, invincible in the world.
What else could be so scary about him?
After dinner, Su Qianming ran to the sofa and curled up. The dishes were placed on the table, and she didn't look like she was going to clean them up.
Didn't you say you would clean it up yourself? Lin Yu glanced at her. Wait for Aunt Ma to bring dinner and let her clean it up. So lazy? So what if I'm lazy? I'm pretty, cute and rich. How can laziness be considered a shortcoming for me? Su Qianmeng asked with a smile. Okay.
Lin Yu spread his hands. If she said that, there was really nothing I could do. After all, Su Qianmeng is pretty enough and does have the capital to be lazy for a while.
But I'm willing to change for Lin Yu. She blinked at Lin Yu.
Then go wash the dishes now.
I don't. Lin Yu rested for a few more minutes.
Su Qianmeng mysteriously took out a key from the room.
Let's go, we can leave now, she said, shaking the keys. Going to the sales office?
No, we're going directly to visit the big villa.
Didn't you say before that you had to apply first?
Lin Yu continued to ask her.
That's an ordinary person. Su Qianmeng shook her head and smiled. I'm not an ordinary person.
She raised her head and walked past Lin Yu, then pressed the elevator button. Lin Yu followed behind her and smiled when he saw Su Qianmeng's twin ponytails that swayed as she walked.
How can I be an ordinary person? 77, Villa number 1.
The two went downstairs, walked to the parking lot in the courtyard, and stood in the middle of the two silver giants.
Do you want to drive over there? Lin Yu asked. Su Qianmeng nodded gently.
The earlier the villa number is, the better the environment and the higher the value. My villa number 52 is already this big, not to mention the other villas deep inside.
So the journey is actually quite far. The sun is so strong right now. It would be a real pain to walk there. What should I say if I want to go over there? Lin Yu asked. Then it's fine if Lin Yu is willing to carry me on his back. Su Qianmeng covered her little face with one hand and smiled gently, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Then let's drive. Lin Yu took out the keys from his pocket. TSK, you weren't like this when you kissed me just now.
Su Qianmeng punched Lin Yu again, then raised her keys and shook them in front of him.
Get in my car. Mommy will be the driver for the baby today.
She muttered softly and winked at Lin Yu playfully.
Can't you take my car? No. She answered decisively. Okay, get in the car. Lin Yu said lightly.
Then he opened the passenger door of the A7 and sat directly in. Before, Su Qianmeng always gave him the key to open the car. So it was the first time for Lin Yu to ride in a car driven by Su Qianmeng herself. She drove very steadily. Lin Yu lowered the car window specially, and the wind blew in and blew on his face, making his body feel comfortable. Looking at Su Qianmeng driving, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the little lowly in white skirt who chased after his car this morning.
Su Qianmeng, do you think you can step on the accelerator to the bottom? Lin Yu asked. Of course I can. What's the matter? Lin Yu thinks my legs are too short and I can't step on the accelerator? Su Qianmeng rolled her eyes at him.
Lin Yu smiled faintly.
He really thought so before.
I think the seats of Su Qianmeng and that little lowly were specially adjusted so that they can drive normally despite their small bodies.
By the way, you said before that the lower the number, the more expensive the villa, so which villa are you going to take me to? Lin Yu asked again. You'll know in a moment. Su Qianmeng kept it a secret.
The shadows of the trees outside the window receded, and the car drove northward, finally passing another gate and entering the top villa area. It stopped in front of a huge door.
Are we there yet? Lin Yu asked doubtfully.
A plaque hung high on the giant portal in front. There is a Chinese character written neatly on the plaque.
Villa number 1? Lin Yu vaguely guessed the answer. But Su Qianmeng shook her head gently and said, yes, but also no. Su Qianmeng. What's the matter? Being a riddle teller, huh?
Lin Yu pinched her chin with one hand and turned her fair little face towards him.
Just say what you want to say. Don't keep us in suspense. Okay.
She replied with a smile, then got out of the car and pressed her little hand on the electronic sensor at the door.
The next moment. Crunch.
The door slowly opened.
Lin Yu's pupils trembled.
This is more than just a villa, it is clearly a European-style manor.
Giant square, fountain garden, blue castle.
The ornate architectural style is just the beginning. There is even a helipad on the square where private planes are parked.
And this is just a corner of the heavenly palace.
At least before the door opened, Lin Yu had no idea what it would look like inside. The castle-like building at the innermost part is the main body of the villa. The other buildings around it are the servants' quarters and work areas.
Su Qianming's explanation interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Are you so familiar with that place?
Lin Yu looked into her eyes. This villa is under my father's name, but it will soon be transferred to someone else.
Su Qianming returned to the car and drove into the manor.
Only then did Lin Yu notice that there were actually people guarding both sides of the gate.
They were two young girls in maid outfits.
When Su Qianming drove the car to the Blue Castle, a maid was already there to greet her.
Second Mississippi.
The tall maid bowed.
Su Qianming nodded slightly and got out of the car.
Seeing Lin Yu getting off the car with Lin Yu, the maid's eyes flashed with surprise. Su Qianming took out the key from the room and handed it to the maid in front of her. Sister Qing, please help me open the door.
As Su Qianming recited, she looked at the tightly closed castle gate in front of her.
Although he doesn't live here all the time, his father still cares a lot about the maintenance of the villa and has invested a lot of money in it. Therefore, there are currently 36 maids in the villa responsible for daily maintenance. But the house where her family lived was locked with a special lock, and the maids had to get the key from her once a month to go in and clean.
Second Miss, you can go in directly.
Sister Qing did not take Su Qianming's key, but just pointed to the door.
The lock on top is gone. Su Qianming quickly noticed this and paused in her steps. Lin Yu. Su Qianming bit her lip and said Lin Yu's name.
Her voice suddenly became serious. Then, under the maid's surprised gaze, she hugged Lin Yu's arm.
What's wrong? Lin Yu asked her. Su Qianming shook her head slightly and looked at the maid, Sister Qing, who has returned home. It's the eldest lady. Don't you know she's the second lady? The maid replied.
Elder sister? Su Qianming breathed a sigh of relief, and the seriousness she had just shown disappeared for a moment.
She raised her eyes to look at Lin Yu, and said with a smile, Let's go, you can go in now. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded.
Although he felt that Su Qianming was a little strange, Lin Yu did not ask any more questions. His purpose for coming here has never changed.
Look at houses and buy houses.
Lin Yu also wants to have his own house.
Thinking, Lin Yu glanced into the void.
There was an illusory screen floating quietly. Trouble solving card, solve the complicated procedures for the host to purchase the top villa in Jinchuan Valley. Current progress, 50% contacting relevant authorities through system means.
Look away.
Lin Yu and Su Qianming had already reached the castle gate.
Lin Yu, you don't have to deny whatever I say later, okay? Su Qianming suddenly pulled his hand and said this. Why?
Because this is a very important matter.
We are going to meet a very important person. Just think of it as for me, for us, okay? Su Qianming used the familiar method again.
She held Lin Yu's hand and swung it in front of her chest. Then she looked at Lin Yu with a cute expression.
The pink lips also opened slightly, making a mouth shape that people could understand immediately. Dad. All right. Lin Yu finally agreed. There's no way.
When a succubus little lowly says those two words to me, it's really hard to refuse her.
Mua, Lin Yu, you were so nice. Su Qianming stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Yu on the chest.
As for why I didn't kiss her on the face, it was probably because I couldn't reach her.
At the same time, the 6th floor of the castle. Su Jinsi was leaning on the sofa drinking coffee.
Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 6th floor, you can clearly see the Jinchuan River outside.
Green trees, seagulls flying. The whole person relaxed. Su Jinsi hasn't lived such a slow life for a long time. 78, I'm pregnant. 3 days ago, Su Jinsi and Su Shanha had a quarrel.
Because of a disagreement on a business issue, Su Shanha suspended Su Jinsi's position and blocked her bank card to punish her. In a fit of anger, she returned to Chengdu from the mountain city. Su Jinsi thought at the time, since she has her own secret fund, it doesn't matter if her father suspends her from her job. She could use this time to relax and experience the life of feasting and drinking that her aunt described, a life she had never experienced before. But that thought was shattered when she returned to Chengdu.
Who is Su Shanha? She has connections everywhere, so how difficult is it to find out her secret fund? In just half a day, Su Jinsi's small treasury was gone.
She now only has one bank card to use, and inside it lies only a cold million. No, there is no 1 million anymore.
Su Jinsi sighed.
When she returned to the villa, she crashed into a Maybach and paid 80,000 yuan in compensation. Now she only has 920,000 yuan.
Recalling this incident, Su Jinsi frowned. 80,000 for a small scratch? Maybe he was deliberately trying to extort money from me. Be open-minded when you are rich, and be calculative when you are poor. That's human nature.
Regardless of whether she was blackmailed or not, Su Jinsi did not have a very good impression of the man at the moment.
What should we do next? How about meeting Qian Meng first? Su Jinsi murmured to himself. Beep beep. A bell rang. Su Jinsi looked puzzled. Very few people know her private number, who could it be? She picked up the phone.
A hoarse voice sounded from the other end.
Hello? Is this the little girl from the Su family? Hello, who are you? Su Jinsi asked.
10 years ago, you were seriously ill and I saved your life.
Do you remember? You are Dr. Chu? It's me. I came to you today to ask you to help me with something. After hanging up the phone, Su Jinsi was still in a daze.
10 years ago, Dr. Chu saved her life, and the Su family agreed to one of Dr. Chu's conditions. So much so that many years later, whenever Su Jinsi recalled this incident, he would feel a little worried.
Miracle doctor, life-saving, promise.
This is exactly the same plot as the novel The Dragon King Descends the Mountain that Su Jinsi usually likes to read. She really wondered if such a bloody story would really happen one day.
But today, such thoughts were completely cut off.
Dr. Chu's condition was simply that she help someone buy a villa in the Jinchuan River Valley.
Su Jinsi agreed and got the other party's phone number from the miracle doctor. Let's solve this problem first and then look for Qianmeng. Su Jinsi said lightly. Just about to dial that number.
Just at this moment, Su Qianmeng called.
Su Jinsi pressed the answer button. Hey, sister, you're back, right?
The girl's sweet voice rang out.
Speaking of which, Su Qianmeng's voice is very similar to Su Jinsi's.
The only difference was probably the tone.
Su Jinsi's tone was much colder in comparison. Well, how did you know? Su Jinsi responded indifferently. Because I came to find you. Su Qianmeng's voice was soft. Su Jinsi was stunned and stood up from the sofa instantly.
She has a habit of taking off her clothes when she is at home.
So?
Forget it, she is my own sister, so I'll just watch it.
Su Jinsi shook her head slightly and continued to read into the receiver. Where have you been? We're already in the elevator. Sister, you should be on the 6th floor, right? Yeah. Su Jinsi said.
She suddenly felt confused.
US? What's the meaning? Bite.
The next moment, the elevator door opened. According to the design of this suite, the room is directly visible when the elevator door opens, without any other doors blocking the view. So when Su Qianmeng walked out of the elevator holding a man's hand and stared at her, Su Jinsi was a little overwhelmed. As for Lin Yu, he couldn't say that he was in a state of collapse. I even had the nerve to look at her a few more times. At first glance, Lin Yu recognized her as the little girl in a white dress who had hit his car in the morning.
It's just that she was a little different from this morning. For example, that white dress is gone.
She has a petite figure, fair skin, and long dark hair cascading down like a waterfall, reaching just below her nipples. She has a slender neck, delicate collarbones, snow-white breasts, an oval belly button, and a black mole on her left thigh. Before Lin Yu's eyes continued to move downwards.
Wait a moment. Su Jinsi interrupted him. She did not look embarrassed.
She turned around with her head held high and her chest puffed out, her long hair covering her figure. Then, under the gaze of Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng, she walked into her own room with her small feet. Su Qianmeng stretched out her fist and hit Lin Yu hard on the waist.
Lin Yu, did you just watch it? See it? What's wrong? Lin Yu said calmly. Su Qian covered his forehead and sighed heavily.
Based on her understanding of her sister, she will probably not give up until she finds a way to make the other party lose everything and turn his body into ashes. In short, don't deny whatever I say later.
Su Qianmeng emphasized to Lin Yu again. Okay. Lin Yu yawned, his eyes moving around the room.
Purple gilt, jade antiques, golden Nanmu furniture, calligraphy and paintings that look super expensive. What Lin Yu noticed were probably these things that could be seen as very valuable at a glance. There are many details in the room, but I am just a rough person and I can never understand them.
But all in all, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. When I buy a house, I will also follow this standard.
Thinking about it, Su Jinsi came out of her room. She was still short and cold, but now her eyes were almost spitting fire. She was seen naked, and the man who saw her naked was the same one who was suspected of blackmailing her in the morning. At this moment, Su Jinsi already had 100 ways in her mind of how to use her power as Miss Su to make this kid lose everything and die a miserable death. But she suddenly recalled that this guy seemed to be brought by her sister.
He is your friend? Su Jinsi looked at Su Qianmeng and asked. Su Qianmeng took a deep breath. When this half-sister gets serious, even Su Qianmeng would be scared. Su Qianmeng moved closer to Lin Yu. Sister, I want to ask you for something. What? I'm pregnant, it's his. Su Qianmeng hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly. Su Jinsi, ah? Lin Yu, ah? What suppresses anger is usually more unacceptable than the anger itself. Su Jinsi and Lin Yu were both stunned at this moment. Su Jinsi's anger was suppressed for a moment. Su Qianmeng struck while the iron was hot and added. Sister, please help us. If Aunt finds out. 79. Be honest with others.
Before Su Qianmeng finished her words, Su Jinsi had already walked in front of Lin Yu. She crossed her arms across her chest, emitting a fierce aura, and raised her little face to look at Lin Yu.
Are you and my sister really, like that? Su Jinsi asked. How? What do you say? What else can a man and a woman do? Su Jinsi frowned.
Her voice was childish and clear, but the arrogance of a superior in her tone overshadowed it all. But Lin Yu did not respond, just stood there quietly. Su Qianmeng was the one who told the lie, so there was no need for me to feel guilty about it.
I'm asking you? Speak? Su Jinsi continued to read. Sister. Su Qianmeng stood in front of Lin Yu.
Her original plan was just to use the lie to calm her sister down first. But looking at the situation now, it seems that the situation is out of control.
Sister, please listen to me first. Su Qianmeng continued reading.
But Su Jinsi just stared at her coldly.
Please get out of the way.
I want to have a good talk with this bastard who dares to do things but not take responsibility for them.
Hearing her say this, Su Qianmeng's body trembled. Sister, what did you call him? I'm just a lowly bastard. Is that a problem? Su Jinsi and Su Qianmeng looked at each other. Can you please speak properly? You're going to fight me about him? You can't call him that. Su Qianmeng clenched her fists. Lin Yu is her little go, no one else can call him that. Not even my sister. What's wrong with me yelling? Don't you need my help?
If your stepmother knew about your affair with this bastard, he wouldn't live past the next month.
Su Jinsi said this calmly, but she regretted it as soon as she said it.
Because she suddenly realized that she seemed to be about to vent all the anger that had been accumulating in her heart on her sister.
Su Qianmeng bit her lip and did not continue arguing with Su Jinsi. After all, Su Jinsi was right.
Whether she can break free from the shackles and be with Lin Yu smoothly depends on her sister.
Get out of the way. I want to talk to this bastard alone. Su Jinsi turned his head to look at Lin Yu. Blackmail her for money, look at her naked body. Su Jinsi had no intention of letting this man go.
Even though he does look quite good. He had a well-proportioned figure and a handsome face. His peach blossom eyes seemed to contain autumn water as he looked at her quietly.
The eyes are pretty nice. Etc. Su Jinsi quickly realized that something was wrong.
This man was looking at her naked with these eyes.
How could she praise him for being pretty? Speak, bastard.
The childish voice and insulting words came into Lin Yu's ears. Even if the person who said this is a little lowly from the airport who looks easy to bully. Lin Yu couldn't control his emotions after all.
First of all, my name is Lin Yu, and I'm not some jerk.
Lin Yu said this calmly, then hugged Su Qianmeng who was standing in front of him.
Secondly, the story about me getting your sister pregnant is fake. Fake. Su Jinsi frowned and looked into Su Qianmeng's eyes, as if trying to see something.
Su Qianmeng was about to explain when Lin Yu leaned over and slapped her fair and tender face hard.
But it will become true sooner or later. Su Qianmeng is already my woman. Is it difficult for her to have a baby?
I didn't do anything wrong, so I have a clear conscience.
But you keep calling people a jerk. You think it feels good to curse people, right? Then is it okay for me to curse you too? Jian Mu Go.
Lin Yu's voice was relatively calm, and he didn't think he had done anything wrong after he said it.
However, Su Qianming kept pulling at the corner of his clothes, hinting that he should apologize to Su Jinsi. Your name is Lin Yu, right? Good, very good. Su Jinsi's face became even colder. All of you get out.
Elder sister.
Go out. All right.
Su Qianming pulled Lin Yu out of the living room, then went downstairs and got into the car.
Lin Yu drove the car away from this section of the road.
Because the road inside was very wide, Lin Yu drove very fast.
He was out of the villa in about 2 minutes and left the blue castle far behind the car.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qianming became furious when she saw Lin Yu with an indifferent look on his face.
Lin Yu, didn't we make an appointment before?
Her voice was resentful. Lin Yu braked and stopped the car under the shade of a tree on the side of the road.
Then I deserve to be scolded?
Lin Yu looked at her and asked. Su Qianming lowered her eyes and avoided Lin Yu's gaze.
Lin Yu, you are right. She said. That's right. Lin Yu laughed. Su Qianming's eyes rolled around. So, when you said I was your woman, were you serious? Fake. Cut. In Villa Number 1, Su Jinsi was holding the phone and contacting his confidants. Xiaoji, how long will it take you to get the information about Lin Yu?
She muttered into the receiver. Miss, the boss has told you not to use any means at home during this period, so I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
You can't reveal anything at all? Su Jinsi frowned and said.
Not knowing what Lin Yu's background was, she really couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Moreover, considering her current situation where she cannot rely on her family's means and has only 900,000 yuan in savings, she has no way to deal with Lin Yu. After all, the other party can drive a Maybach, so no matter how poor his family background is, it is impossible for him to stop at 1 million.
Well,
I don't know how this guy has offended you, young lady, but you really don't need to target him. From the information, he is just an ordinary student.
That's all? Yes, ma'am, that's all I can tell you. After a round of greetings, Su Jinsi learned that Lin Yu and Su Qianming were studying in the same school.
As for more information, the other party did not tell her. But Su Jinsi already had confidence in his heart. When her father's anger has subsided and she has recovered her abilities, she will definitely have to deal with Lin Yu. For the sake of his sister, this guy's life can be saved, but everything in his family, including food, clothing, and shelter.
Su Jinsi would find a way to take it away.
As he thought about it, Su Jinsi suddenly became worried again.
My sister was in love and did that kind of thing. What about the marriage contract at home? Do you want her to get married? Forget it.
There's no need to think about who was more important, my stepmother or me. I'm sure my father will make the decision.
Su Jinsi murmured.
She looked at the contact number given by Dr. Chu on her phone again and was about to call, but hesitated.
Let's contact him tomorrow. Su Jinsi put down the phone, experience life tonight first.
She returned to her room and lay down on the bed to go to sleep.
The sky outside was clear and the sun was hot, and it was only 2:30 in the afternoon.
After sending Su Qianming home, Lin Yu drove to the gate of the community. Looking at the progress of the trouble-solving card in his sight, he sighed helplessly. Trouble-solving card, solve the Jinchuan Valley purchase problem, please wait for relevant personnel to contact you, progress 99%.
80, drink Xingbako.
Lin Yu clearly remembered that at a certain moment just now, the progress of the trouble-solving card reached 100%.
But it soon fell back.
But it doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry.
But after all, you want to buy a house, so you have to find a salesperson who suits you first.
Lin Yu thought for a moment, found the Jinchuan Valley Sales Center on the map, and drove there.
Because it is a high-end community, the residential and sales areas are separated. The Jinchuan Valley Sales Center is located in the most developed area of Lucheng Xinghatiandi.
Lin Yu remembered that when he was in school, many rich second generations would take their sisters to bars or hotels to play there. There are many offline stores of luxury brands and very stylish restaurants here, and most of the people who come here are women. Although there are indeed rich ladies and daughters of wealthy families, it is not uncommon to see fake socialites and high-end players who hang out with rich men. As soon as Lin Yu parked the car on the side of the road, he felt many eyes on him.
Ding.
Gain 10 points of recognition.
Ding.
Gain 10 points of recognition. The system prompt sound continued to sound, and Lin Yu smiled faintly.
Gradually, I have become accustomed to this kind of sight.
It's nothing more than envy, jealousy, or indifference.
It doesn't matter, as long as it's recognized and worth the money.
Lin Yu got out of the car and walked straight to the Jinchuan Valley Sales Center in front. On the way, Lin Yu saw other real estate sales offices nearby. But it is obvious that they are not even a little bit worse than the Jinchuan Valley. The sales center of Jinchuan River Valley has an area of more than 500 square meters in Xinghe Tiandi. The sales centers of other groups are less than 200 square meters, and some are even temporary venues without even a storefront. Lin Yu looked around, thinking continuously. A voice interrupted him.
Hey, are you Lin Yu?
It was a clear female voice, a little hoarse, but still within the normal range. Lin Yu looked up and saw that there was more than one girl standing in front of him.
There are 3 in total.
Wearing JK, a small skirt, and a youthful and beautiful look.
He is Lin Yu, what are you asking?
The girl in the JK skirt started to read.
Who are you?
Lin Yu held his chin with one hand and searched his mind for his impression of them. Unfortunately, there was no harvest.
Lin Yu didn't remember knowing these people. We are in the same class, don't you recognize us?
Oh.
Lin Yu suddenly realized.
Then he scratched his head and continued.
Sorry, my memory is not very good, so I don't have much impression of you. We've been in class together for 2 years, and you still can't recognize us?
The girl in JK clothes pouted, but still introduced herself to Lin Yu. My name is Lu Xingyao, her name is Wu Jia, and the one wearing a white t-shirt and jeans is Wang Yufei.
We are in the same class and are your classmates.
Oh. Lin Yu nodded slightly.
Student Lin Yu is so cool that he doesn't even know anyone from the same class.
Lu Xingyao said with a smile. She is the most beautiful among the 3 girls and she looks very pretty when she smiles. While reading, she stretched out a hand and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. A faint scent of perfume permeates the air. Lu Xingyao looked up and observed Lin Yu's expression.
But unfortunately, Lin Yu did not show the shy expression like Xiao Chunan. He just quietly pulled away. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yu asked. We are all classmates. Can't I just look for you if I have nothing to do?
Lu Xingyao put his hands on his hips.
You can't even call out our names. It's so hurtful. Apologize, apologize.
That's right. The 2 girls next to her echoed. Lin Yu felt helpless for a moment.
It's normal that you don't know them.
Lin Yu actually has some face blindness, and he often skipped classes before. All the girls he could remember were either very beautiful or very distinctive. As for the 3 people in front of him, Lin Yu had no impression at all except Lu Xingyao.
How about I buy you guys something to drink?
Lin Yu spread his hands.
The weather was quite hot and I wanted to drink something. Okay, then what do you want to drink? Lu Xingyao asked with a smile. I thought I finally took the bait. She just met Lin Yu in class a few days ago. Because Lin Yu was very handsome, she remembered this boy. Just now, she and her friend recognized Lin Yu from a distance, so they planned this encounter. Lu Xingyao still had the idea of developing further relationship with Lin Yu. If she could find a handsome guy like this as her boyfriend, she would accept him even for a second. Lin Yu looked around and finally stopped at Xingbaku, which was only 200 meters away from them. Let's drink Xingbaku, Lin Yu said.
Okay.
Lu Xingyao replied.
She thought Lin Yu would say go to a store like Heirongxing or Masaibing City, but she didn't expect him to treat them to the most expensive Starbucks nearby.
Could it be that Lin Yu has a crush on her and is deliberately trying to please her?
Lu Xingyao immediately moved closer to Lin Yu, and then, as if inadvertently, he put his hand close to Lin Yu's. Feeling the girl's delicate and cool arm, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and deliberately distanced himself from her. This is probably a treatment only handsome guys can get. This may just be the daily routine of readers, but Lin Yu is still not used to it.
Except for Su Qianmeng, Lin Yu currently doesn't like girls who are too proactive.
The 4 of them walked into Xingbake and sat down near the door. Lin Yu opened the Xingbake mobile app and placed it in the middle of the table where they were sitting.
Just order what you want to drink, Lin Yu said calmly. Real? Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Lu Xingyao.
Ding.
Received 15 points of recognition from Wu Jia.
Ding.
Received 15 points of recognition from Wang Yufei. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly. It is not only easy to cheat college students out of their money, but it is also quite easy to earn their recognition. Invite a few girls to have a cup of coffee, and they look at themselves with stars in their eyes.
This is also the reason why Lin Yu was willing to treat them to coffee.
Although they approached me because I was handsome, their feelings were purer than those of gold-digging girls.
The order is ready. Lin Yu, don't you want to order? Lu Xingyou handed the phone to Lin Yu.
Yes, of course. Lin Yu replied, and then ordered a cup of coffee for himself.
Xingba is a big brand and there are many people coming in and out at the moment.
Sitting between three young and beautiful girls, Lin Yu naturally attracted a lot of attention. The coffee is ready, let's go get it, Lin Yu. Lu Xingyao stood up from his seat and nudged Lin Yu with his elbow.
Lin Yu nodded slightly and stood up from his seat.
But when he turned around, he met a pair of familiar eyes.
Ding!
Gained 15 points of recognition from Luo Xingyu.
The system prompt sounded.
Luo Xingyu and her mother Wang Dan had just stepped into Xingbake at this moment. Following behind them was the boy in motorcycle clothes that Lin Yu had seen in the morning.
Squad leader, you are here too. Lu Xingyao took the initiative to speak. She was a little embarrassed at the moment.
After all, there were rumors about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Yu and the class monitor in the class recently. She and Lin Yu were drinking coffee together at Xingba. If they were seen by the class monitor, there would be a high probability that they would be misunderstood.
81, don't interfere with you. Well, hello. Luo Xingyu also greeted Lu Xingyao.
But her eyes were not at Lu Xingyao, but at Lin Yu, who was very close to several girls.
When Lin Yu said he was going out for something, did he mean playing with these girls? And they are all classmates in the same class, why is Lin Yu walking with them?
Luo Xingyu's big eyes under her glasses were full of doubt. She quickly glanced at Lin Yu's face and then looked away.
Hello, monitor, Aunt Wang. Lin Yu waved his hand proactively.
Of course, Lin Yu simply ignored Pan and who was following behind them.
Yeah. Luo Xingyu nodded slightly.
With Wang Dan beside her, she didn't dare to get too close to Lin Yu. Otherwise, her mother would lecture her endlessly when she got home. When Wang Dan heard Lin Yu's greeting, she frowned and looked at Lin Yu for a few times. She was also stunned to see so many girls around Lin Yu.
Why are you here?
You don't have classes today, and you're not looking for a part-time job, nor are you studying hard.
Do you have the nerve to be so lazy? Auntie Wang, these are all my classmates. I'm not giving up. I came here because I have something to do. Lin Yu explained.
But Wang Dan still didn't believe it, so he didn't say much.
Uncle Luo Tsang is quite open-minded, why is Aunt Wang?
Lin Yu shook his head slightly, went to get the drink he ordered, and then started drinking. You have to drink something cold on hot days, it will make you feel comfortable. At the bar, Panin was taking orders for Wang Dan and Luo Xingyu.
Aunt, what's the situation with that boy just now?
Why did you say that about him?
Panin looked at Wang Dan and asked. That boy, damn. Wang Dan shook his head.
He was my neighbor's child.
He had a hard life.
Both his parents passed away, leaving him and his sister to depend on each other. This child comes from a poor family and has no ambition. Not only does he have poor grades, he also loves to play.
You saw him hanging out with a few girls from the same class just now. He was squandering his parents' inheritance and didn't even work part-time.
He was just living off his savings.
Do I think there's anything wrong with him? What do you think, Shaoan? No problem, no problem. Panin laughed.
Wang Dan's voice was very loud, which was particularly abrupt in the quiet atmosphere of Xingba.
Many people frowned and looked in Lin Yu's direction,
including several girls around Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, is what that aunt said true?
Lu Xingyao felt that the iced coffee in his mouth was a little hot.
A cup of coffee in Xingba can cost dozens of dollars.
Given Lin Yu's family conditions, she couldn't help but think too much when he invited her to drink a cup of coffee.
Or I can transfer the money to you.
Lu Xingyao continued to mutter.
Okay, I'll transfer it to you too, Lin Yu.
Several other girls also spoke up. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
How could he not see that these girls wanted to distance themselves from him? After all, people are always soft-hearted. But I think there is some truth to their behavior.
If I am really the kind of person that Wang Dan described, it is extremely normal to be rejected by girls. But Lin Yu was somewhat dissatisfied that he invited them to have coffee, but they were so eager to draw a line between themselves and him.
Are you sure you want to pay me back?
Lin Yu asked the three girls.
Yeah, they said in unison.
Although Lin Yu is handsome, after hearing what Wang Dan said, they no longer have any plans to have in-depth communication with Lin Yu.
I was even worried that since I drank Lin Yu's coffee today, what would happen if he pestered me in the future? Okay, you guys scan the code.
Lin Yu opened the payment code and placed it on the table. Immediately, Lu Xingyao took the lead in scanning the code, and the other two girls followed suit.
Total payment, 300 yuan.
Looking at the numbers on the screen, Lin Yu was a little confused.
Why? What do you mean by transferring more money to me? I don't mean anything else. Just consider your coffee as an invitation to you. Lu Xingyao said.
The three of them spent an average of 60 yuan per cup of coffee, so logically they only needed to transfer 180 yuan to Lin Yu. At this moment, they turned 120 times more, obviously intending to draw a clear line between themselves and Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, you don't have to be polite. We are all classmates. I just want to treat you to a cup of coffee. But you should refrain from coming to places like this in the future. Xingbai is too expensive and we rarely come here. By the way, do you need to find a part-time job? I know someone. Lu Xingyao continued. No need. Lin Yu replied.
There was a bit of sympathy and a sense of disappointment in Lu Xingyao's eyes when he looked at Lin Yu.
How could such a handsome guy be like this? Even if he sells it, it's better than letting it rot every day. In response, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and continued drinking his coffee.
You can't just throw your bank card or car keys in their faces and tell them that I, Tam, am rich, right?
Ding.
The host has a calm attitude, and will be rewarded with 10,000 renminbi.
Familiar system rewards have arrived.
Because the mobile phone was placed on the table, Lu Xingyao naturally saw the message about the incoming payment.
Your bank card received 10,000 yuan at 1502, and the current balance is 600,110,520 yuan.
Puff. Lu Xingyao almost sprayed a mouthful of coffee onto the face of the girl next to him.
What's wrong, Xingyao? No, nothing. Lu Xingyao replied.
She rubbed her eyes and continued to look at Lin Yu's phone. But Lin Yu's phone was turned off and he could not see anything.
Did I see it wrong?
But Lu Xingyao clearly remembered seeing a long string of numbers just now. 5 minutes later, the coffee was gone.
I'm leaving first. Lin Yu said this and stood up from his seat.
Okay, take care.
Lu Xingyao replied.
Lin Yu's figure had disappeared at the door.
At the same time, Luo Xingyu and Wang Dan also finished their coffee. Aunt, let's not wait any longer and go look at the house together. Panan said aloud. Okay. Wang Dan replied. The three of them left Xingbake and walked towards the Zhongguangshikan sales center. Aunt and sister Xingyu, follow me later. My mother is the developer of Juingguang. I will find the best salesperson to take you to see the house. Okay, Xingyu, hurry up and keep up. Stop looking around.
Wang Dan said as he looked at Luo Xingyu who was walking slowly behind him.
Okay. Luo Xingyu responded.
She looked away, somewhat puzzled. They left the house not long after Lin Yu. Logically, Lin Yu should be nearby, but why was he not seen? While thinking, they had already arrived at the entrance of Zhongguangshikan Sales Center. Because it is a small property, it is located in a temporary shop on the street and has no real storefront. Wang Dan frowned slightly. This was not quite what she had expected. Panan probably saw what Wang Dan was thinking. He pointed to the magnificent Jinchuan River Valley Sales Center across the street and began to read.
Aunt, don't get me wrong. Do you see the Jinchuan River Valley across the street? Our Juingguang Shikuan Sales Center is right across from them, just to compete with the Jinchuan River Valley.
There is no vacant storefront here at the moment, so we have to build it temporarily.
It definitely doesn't mean that our Juingguang Shijun is not good.
Hearing Panan say this, Luo Xingyu pouted.
Benchmarking the Jinchuan River Valley? It sounds like he is just bragging and showing off.
Wang Dan also heard that this was just a polite remark.
But there is some truth to it. Who in Lucheng District would not yearn for the Jinchuan River Valley?
The fact that Juingguangshikou can be located on the opposite side of the Jinchuan River Valley is itself a reflection of its strength and reputation. After thinking for a moment, she narrowed her eyes. Then he pointed at the Jinchuan River Valley and looked at Luo Xingyu. Xingyu, if you can find a boy who can buy a house in Jinchuan Valley in the future, Mom will never interfere with you.
Huh? What are you talking about, Mom? Luo Xingyu turned his face away. Does Mom just want to find a rich husband? She doesn't want it.
As Pan listened to the conversation between the mother and daughter, the corners of his lips almost curled up to the sky. His family can still buy the house in Jinchuan River Valley if they grit their teeth. I'm sure my aunt knows this. So what Aunt meant was that she hoped he and sister Luo Xingyu could be a couple, right? Pan also looked across the street, and he was in a good mood at the moment. Until he saw a familiar figure walking into the Jinchuan Valley Sales Center. Pan stopped laughing. It's that Lin Yu, how did he get in? Pan's eyes widened. Across the street, Lin Yu seemed to sense his gaze and looked back. Then he turned around expressionlessly and entered the sales center under the guidance of the receptionist. 82, Du Jiahao. Hello sir, what may I do for you? The young lady in a suit and black stockings looked at Lin Yu and spoke. Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa in the reception room of the sales center at this moment. On the coffee table in front of him was a set of blue and white porcelain tea set, with white smoke rising from it. I'm here to make an appointment to buy a house and find a salesperson at the same time. Lin Yu read it lightly. According to Su Qianmeng, if you want to buy a top-notch villa in Jinchuan Valley, making an appointment in advance is essential. Although I have already found a system to arrange it, I believe this process is inevitable sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if I do it first.
Make an appointment to buy a house? Are you sure, sir?
The saleswoman in black stockings opened her red lips slightly. Everyone who works at the Jinchuan Sales Center knows that only the villas numbered in the top 100 in Jinchuan Valley need to be reserved. The cheapest one among them costs tens of millions.
Please wait a moment.
The authority to make an appointment to buy a house needs to be confirmed by the general manager. I need to contact her first.
Yeah. Lin Yu nodded.
Lin Yu took a sip of the tea in front of him and put the cup down.
Clatter. It's too bitter and not very tasty.
Lin Yu frowned slightly. I waited on the sofa for another 5 minutes. A tall woman wearing a cheongsam and gold-rimmed glasses came up to him. Her husband looked at Lin Yu, then said with his red lips. Hello, sir. I am Qin He, the general manager of Jinchuan Valley Sales Center.
You just said that you need to make an appointment to view the house, right?
Qin He did not look down on Lin Yu just because he looked young. But the tone was not overly respectful.
As the top residential area in Lucheng and even Chengdu, Jinchuan Valley has many people coming to view houses every day.
Therefore, the number of wealthy people Qin He comes into contact with every day is so large that he can't count them on his hands.
However, not many people can actually make an appointment and buy a house.
Most of them come here just to have a look, not to buy a house. Obviously, Qin He also regarded Lin Yu as one of those people. After all, Lin Yu looked too young, and even if he was a rich second generation, he was probably not qualified to mobilize tens of millions of assets.
Are you the one with the highest authority here?
Lin Yu looked at her and asked.
Yes, I have the highest authority in the store.
I can make a reservation for you for any room you need to see, sir.
Qin He replied. Can you decide on the first 9 villas? Lin Yu asked again.
Villa number 99 is indeed on sale now, but we need to verify first whether you have assets worth more than 10 million.
Qin He replied. Obviously, she misheard what Lin Yu said.
Lin Yu frowned slightly, and the air was quiet for a moment.
You must have heard it wrong. Lin Yu looked into her eyes and said. Manager, this gentleman just mentioned the villa numbered first 9.
The young saleswoman in black stockings beside Qin He whispered in her ear.
Sorry sir, let me confirm again, do you want to make a reservation to purchase the first 9 villas?
Qin He spoke a little faster. Of course, she heard everything Lin Yu said just now, but she subconsciously thought that she had misheard. She thought she had heard 99 as the first 9 villas. After all, the villas in the front 9 are priced at hundreds of millions.
How could the young man in front of him buy them? Can I still be joking?
Lin Yu said as he took out his bank card and said, let's verify the funds.
Okay.
Qin He's eyes trembled and his breathing became rapid.
Looking at this situation, is it true?
Relying on her professionalism, she steadied her breathing and took Lin Yu's black diamond VIP card with both hands.
To verify the purchase of a house, you need to check the balance of your bank card. He inserted the black card into the professional capital verification equipment.
The next moment, a long string of numbers appeared on it.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion. A full 9 figures.
He stared at Lin Yu with eyes wide open.
Sir, is it comfortable to sit here? Would you like to sit in our VIP room?
He recited respectfully, and this time her tone became full of flattery. The deposit is 9 figures, and it's just one card. How could she not treat such a guest with respect?
Lin Yu's expression remained calm.
No, just sit here. You can handle my business first.
Okay, sir.
He nodded, turned around and prepared to get busy. But he found a set of blue and white tea set on Lin Yu's desk. Suddenly, a trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead.
As a manager, how could she not know whether this tea tastes good or not?
Then she called the waiter, gave him a few specific instructions, and then turned and went into the office. Lin Yu was leaning on the sofa playing with his phone.
Su Qianmeng was complaining to him about her sister.
Xiaogou, Lin Yu, I'm so upset.
Because of what happened before, I seem to have fallen out with my sister. Lin Yu, let us just break up, it doesn't matter.
Xiaogou, how can it not matter?
My sister has a very high status in my family. If she can help.
Oh, forget it.
You won't understand even if I tell you. Lin Yu, then what did you tell me?
Xiaogou, because I want Lin Yu to be my support, but Lin Yu is too weak, so I have to be your support. She posted another emoji of a kitten hugging a heart.
The corners of Lin Yu's lips lifted slightly. How do you know that I can't be your support?
After sending this message, he put his phone aside and didn't look at it any further.
Because someone patted my shoulder, and then a figure sat down next to me. Hello, buddy, I haven't seen you before. Are you here to see the house?
Said a boy who looked very honest.
What do you want to talk to me about? My name is Du Jiahao.
He introduced himself, then smiled and extended a hand to Lin Yu.
Nothing special. You are here to look at houses for your family, right? It's really annoying.
The villas in Jinchuan Valley still need reservations. I saw Manager Qin leave your place just now.
You have made the reservation. Yeah.
Lin Yu nodded, but did not shake that hand.
Nice, brother.
Du Jiahao still had a smile on his face and praised sincerely. I have come here to make an appointment twice, but the balance on my bank card was not enough the first 2 times, so I didn't make the appointment.
I hope I can make it today. By the way, are you from Rongcheng? Why haven't I seen you before? Du Jiahao continued to ask.
As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. In addition, the boy in front of him had an honest and kind face, so Lin Yu was not in a hurry to chase him away.
Why? Are you supposed to know me? Well, that's not necessarily true.
Du Jiahao scratched his head in thought. The circle of the second generation rich in Chengdu is very large.
Although Du Jiahao loves making friends, it is normal that there are some people he doesn't know. It's boring to wait here alone. Can I sit here and chat with you, buddy? Du Jiahao continued to ask Lin Yu. Lin Yu happened to be bored, so he acquiesced. Du Jiahao is a pretty interesting person. He brags to Lin Yu about Xiao Niu and some gossip in their circle of rich second generations. Don't underestimate us girls because we are honest.
My sister, for example, can order 8 male models in one night at the club. There's another buddy of mine who also likes to play around. You know Shude, he picked up a lot of girls there.
Oh, and? Du Jiahao talked incessantly.
Lin Yu listened with interest. How should I put it, the circle of these rich second generations is quite interesting. A life of debauchery and extravagance, with revelry every night.
It depends on them whether you spend money or not. 83, Huangshan Maofeng.
After chatting with Du Jiahao for a while, Lin Yu exchanged contact information with him.
Let's play together next time we have the chance. Du Jiahao said with a smile. Okay.
Lin Yu nodded slightly.
It's quite nice to know such a rich young man. Maybe I can find some inspiration to enjoy life from him.
After all, I have lived an ordinary life for the past 20 years. Although I have money now, my vision is still there, and in essence, I am not much different from a nouveau riche.
By the way, brother Lin, are you in our group?
Group?
What group? Lin Yu was puzzled. WeChat group. Du Jiahao explained, "It seems you are not here, let me pull you in." Then, he pulled Lin Yu into a group chat with more than 200 people. The name of the group chat is Sunflowers Under the Sunset. This is a communication group for the rich second-generation circle in Luqing district. There are those who seek comfort and pleasure, and there are also those who are positive and strive for success. Suddenly a new person joined the group, and for a moment all the monsters in the group became excited. One day without coriander at welcome brother. Lolita heavy dependence at Du Jiahao has made new friends again? Lin Yu is not aloof, but he has no intention of joining the group with them at the moment. I just replied hello everyone out of politeness and did not continue to participate in the subsequent conversation. Du Jiahao, on the other hand, was chatting with great interest. He even picked up the blue and white porcelain tea set on the table, poured himself a cup of tea and started drinking. Lin Yu frowned. "Is this delicious?" "It's okay." Du Jiahao replied, "The quality of the tea here is quite good. If you buy it outside, it will cost at least 400 or 500 yuan per pound." Hearing him say this, Lin Yu picked up his previous cup of tea and took a sip. Hard to drink. Make this judgment in your heart. Lin Yu put the teacup aside and no longer had the desire to drink. Seeing this, Du Jiahao comforted him. "It's okay, brother Lin. Not everyone is used to drinking tea. My family loves to drink tea, so I can appreciate it a little better than the average person." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. What Du Jiahao said makes sense. Things like tea tasting do have a threshold, so it doesn't matter if you can't accept it. Dad Ada. There was a sound of high heels hitting the ground, and Lin Yu looked up. It was the beautiful saleswoman in black stockings from before. She was now holding a mahogany tray with a set of tea sets with golden patterns on it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for my poor hospitality. Manager Qin asked me to make a new pot of tea for you." She spoke respectfully, then bent over and placed the gold-textured tea set on the table. "Okay." Lin Yu nodded slightly, looking indifferent. However, Du Jiahao's pupils were wide open as he looked at the tea set. "Brother Lin, tell me the truth, why did you come here to book a room? They even offer this to you." "What do you mean?" Lin Yu asked, pouring a cup of the new tea and taking a sip. Slightly bittersweet, with a light fragrance. "This tastes quite good," Lin Yu said. "This is a Ding Kiln gold-colored sapphire blue glaze, right? If nothing goes wrong, it should be an old item from the Sun and Moon dynasty. The market value of this tea set is at least 10 million. Du Jiahao swallowed his saliva as he read it. "Can I have a drink, brother Lin?" "Drink it," Lin Yu said. "Worth tens of millions? Isn't it just a broken teapot?" Lin Yu's mood didn't change. He came here to discuss a project worth hundreds of millions with them, so it was extremely normal for them to treat him better. Du Jiahao carefully poured a cup of tea, then brought it close to his mouth to taste it carefully. Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Du Jiahao. The system prompt sounded. "Brother Lin, no, I should call you Brother Lin." Du Jiahao's eyes seemed to be shining. "This is the top-grade Huanshan Maofeng, it's really delicious." "Huanshan Maofeng? Is it expensive?" Of course, the market price of the top-quality Huangshan Maofeng is 1.7 million yuan per kilogram. Because the production is low and there is no market, the actual price is probably several times higher. Du Jiahao began to read. He has a little Huangshan Maofeng at home, which is his father's treasured collection, and he is reluctant to drink it during festivals. He also licked the bottom of the teacup that his father drank from once before he understood its taste. No wonder Brother Lin said that the tea that cost several hundred yuan just now tasted bad. It seems that he is the kind of person who would be treated to Huangshan Maofeng wine when he goes out. Du Jiahao called him Brother Lin all the time. Lin Yu refused with a few words, but he insisted on doing so Lin Yu let him call him. 5 minutes later. "Mr. Lin, your purchase reservation has been made, but the relevant procedures will probably take another week to complete. On behalf of Jinchuan Group, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you." He stood in front of Lin Yu and bowed. "So long?" Lin Yu muttered. He hurriedly explained. Because the capital transactions involved in top-level villas are huge, and it takes time to maintain the villas and recruit service personnel. "No need to explain, I didn't say I wouldn't buy it." Lin Yu interrupted her.
According to the progress of the trouble-solving card, all the problems he mentioned just now can probably be solved tomorrow.
So that's not a problem.
Lin Yu did not forget his plan to come here.
He pointed at He and said, "Your name is He, right?"
Yes, sir. There shouldn't be anyone here with a higher level of sales than you.
That's right. He nodded. Okay then.
Lin Yu stood up from the sofa and stretched.
Then from today on, you will be responsible for my house purchase. Any problem? He, She is a manager, and you ask her to do sales? 300,000, Lin Yu added. 300,000? He's eyes trembled. Isn't that enough? That's enough, sir. He nodded repeatedly.
300,000 is equivalent to her salary for nearly half a year. She didn't want to be in sales either, but Lin Yu gave her too much.
Ding.
Gained 50 points of recognition from He.
Ding.
Gained 50 points of recognition from Du Jiahao.
The system prompt sounded.
Lin Yu tidied his hair and prepared to leave. Du Jiahao, who was sitting aside and listening to the conversation between Lin Yu and He, was wide-eyed at this moment. "Brother Lin, let's play together when we have a chance."
Du Jiahao looked at Lin Yu and muttered. A family that can afford the top-notch villa in Jinchuan Valley must be a top-notch wealthy family.
Du Jiahao naturally intended to make friends with him as much as possible.
Lin Yu glanced at Du Jiahao and his eyes turned. "No need to wait until later, let's do it tonight," Lin Yu said. "Tonight?" Du Jiahao opened his lips slightly. "Then where do you want to go tonight, Brother Lin?" "There's nothing special I want to go to. I'll go wherever you go."
Lin Yu read it with a smile, then exchanged a few words with Du Jiahao and turned to leave the sales center. This was also a sudden idea. It must be more fun to let a rich kid take you out to play than to find fun on your own.
84, Intermediate System Mall. "Mr. Lin, this is my business card. Please keep it. If it's convenient, can we add each other's contact information first?" At the entrance of Jinchuan Valley Sales Center.
He had accompanied Lin Yu all the way here, and now he asked respectfully.
Sorry, I was distracted just now."
"What did you say?"
Lin Yu looked at her and read. "Mr. Lin, this is my business card. If it's convenient, can we add each other's contact information?"
He still had a smile on his face.
Lin Yu nodded slightly, took the business card, and added He's contact information.
He was indeed distracted just now and his attention was not on Manager Qin.
"So Mr. Lin, what are your plans next? I would like to invite you to dinner. Is it convenient for you?" He continued. "No, next time." "Okay, Mr. Lin."
After a few polite words, Lin Yu walked directly to where he parked his car. Along the way, the system prompt voice silently recited a prompt.
Current recognition value, 101,550.
Whether to consume 100,000 recognition points to upgrade the system mall.
Whether. Lin Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." Ding. The system mall is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. Please check the specific content by yourself. Finally upgraded. Lin Yu sighed, feeling a little excited.
After all, I have been resisting the urge to buy and have accumulated 100,000 recognition points, which is no different from abstaining from sex.
It's very difficult. System, open the mall. The mall is open. Brush. A light blue screen unfolded in front of Lin Yu.
Note, the intermediate mall will only refresh one intermediate item per month, and primary items will refresh normally every day. The host can also actively refresh intermediate items, but it will consume 10,000 recognition points. It is detected that the host has opened the intermediate mall for the first time, and the reward item purchase right is 10% off, limited to one item. After turning over the prompt, Lin Yu continued to look down and saw the interface of the intermediate system mall.
Basic cooking skills mastery. Primary hairdressing specialization. Succubus. Elementary sprinting skills. Trouble solving card. It still has the same layout as the primary mall.
The only difference is that the items that are available in the primary mall, such as cooking, hairdressing, and sprinting, are now glowing purple. The product Succubus was surrounded by circles of golden light.
Golden legend. 4 big words flashed through Lin Yu's mind.
Anyone who has played card games knows that the levels of cards are often divided from low to high in the order of purple, gold, and color.
I guess the system is the same.
The afternoon sun was hot and dazzling. Lin Yu did not get into the car, but just leaned against the front of the car and continued to look at this mid-range product. Succubus price 1,000 points, 10% off. 1. The host's charm is enhanced, and the initial favorable impression of the people around the host increases.
The effect on the opposite sex is doubled.
2. Behaviors that enhance appearance, such as fitness and skin care, will double the effect on the host, raising the upper limit of the host's appearance to the level of top handsome men.
3. The host's body becomes more attractive to the opposite sex. Details can be found on your own.
4. If a member of the opposite sex develops a crush on the host, the succubus effect will be doubled. As expected of a mid-level product, it has 4 entries.
Without much hesitation, Lin Yu silently said bye.
Then, Lin Yu seemed to feel a cool air wrapping around his body. Although he was under the scorching sun, he did not feel hot at all. Lin Yu looked at himself in the mirror for a while and casually adjusted his hairstyle. Although he just casually fiddled with his hair, Lin Yu found that his hairstyle had become the most suitable for him, and his overall appearance seemed to have improved.
Is this a mid-level product?
It's really powerful, but it's a pity that it's too difficult to refresh. Lin Yu muttered to himself. After a 10% discount, the price of Succubus is 10,000 recognition points, which is almost 10 times the price of the primary product. Refreshing requires 10,000 recognition points, which means that you will not be able to obtain new intermediate products in the short term. Of course, if you live a life of debauchery and show off every day, your recognition value will probably increase quickly.
But Lin Yu didn't want to do that.
I am already very satisfied with my current life, so why should I go out of my way to buy those low-level coins just for the sake of recognition? I use the system myself to enjoy life.
If you create tasks for yourself in order to make the system function, wouldn't you become a slave to the system? This is not happy at all.
Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly.
After figuring everything out, he was no longer conflicted and felt more relaxed than ever before.
He shone the light into the car window for a while.
So handsome, how can I be so handsome?
Lin Yu muttered to himself. I suddenly felt that I was a little narcissistic.
Could it be that the effect of succubus also works on me? As I was thinking, I heard a girl calling me from behind. Student Lin Yu, what are you doing? Lu Xingyao looked at Lin Yu with a frown.
From her perspective, Lin Yu seemed to like this Maybach very much and was extremely yearning for it.
What's the point of liking luxury cars?
If you don't work hard, you will never be able to afford such a car in your lifetime.
Lu Xingyao thought secretly in his heart.
They are still a threesome. After separating from Lin Yu at Xingba, they went shopping again and unexpectedly ran into Lin Yu again.
It's you again, what a coincidence.
Lin Yu recognized Lu Xingyao's voice and turned to look at her.
Just at the moment their eyes met, Lu Xingyao's body trembled. Plop plop.
Although it was very noisy around her, she could clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Because her face was covered with thick foundation, her blushing was not visible. But Lu Xingyao was sure that her neck and even her ears were all congested with blood at this moment.
So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. He is so handsome that Lu Xingyao doesn't care if he has any shortcomings.
It doesn't matter if she doesn't make progress, she can earn money to support Lin Yu.
As long as Lin Yu can make her. Hey.
Lu Xingyao's eyes turned into starry ones when he looked at Lin Yu, and the same thing happened to the other two girls.
Lin Yu, you like this kind of car? I have a Maybach model at home. Do you want to go to my house and take a look? Lu Xingyao said in a hoarse voice. Lin Yu, it's so sunny today. I brought an umbrella with me. Do you want it? Lin Yu, didn't we add each other on WeChat?
Thank you, but no thanks.
Lin Yu curled the corner of his mouth and said.
The effect of succubus is doubled for the opposite sex, and doubled again for the opposite sex you like.
Lin Yu once again witnessed the power of the system. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first, Lin Yu said. Let's go. Do you want to take a taxi?
Lu Xingyao asked. We can go together in carpool.
No need.
Lin Yu shook his head gently. Then he took out the car keys and opened the door.
I'm leaving first. Finally, I said this sentence. Lin Yu drove towards home.
I haven't gotten the sleep I originally planned to get.
Ding.
Gained 30 points of recognition from Lu Xingyao. Drop. At least at this moment, Lin Yu still quite likes the attribute of succubus. But if what happened a few hours later wasn't too magical, I would probably like it more. 85. School uniforms are also uniforms. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu just woke up and received an invitation message from Du Jiahao on his mobile phone. Du Jiahao, brother Lin, you said this afternoon that you are free tonight, right? Lin Yu, yes. Du Jiahao, that's great. I have a really fun party here. Do you want to come? Lin Yu, party? What party? Du Jiahao, it's a gathering in our circle. I heard from my sister that there must be beautiful girls at tonight's party. Lin Yu looked at the screen of his mobile phone and imagined a lot of things. A gathering of rich people? Beautiful sister? When these two words were combined, Lin Yu couldn't help but have some not-so-serious imaginations in his mind. Don't worry, brother Lin, this isn't some kind of indecent party, it's just a bunch of young people having fun. My sister told me that this is some kind of role-playing mask party. Brother Lin, if it's convenient for you, you can get yourself a mask to wear. By the way, try not to dress too formally. It's best to wear something like a uniform. Du Jiahao sent another voice message like this. Okay, send me the address. Lin Yu replied. Hearing Du Jiahao say this, he really became interested for a moment. Brother Lin, do you have a car? My car was stolen by my sister. Du Jiahao continued reading. 20 minutes later, outside China Resources Tianzuan community. Du Jiahao was wearing a white suit and looking around on the side of the road. Boom! A silver and black Maybach with starlights flashing stopped steadily in front of Du Jiahao. Brother Lin? Is that you? Du Jiahao asked. The next moment, the Maybach's window slowly lowered. A breathtakingly handsome face appeared in front of Du Jiahao. Du Jiahao stood there in a daze for a moment. After not seeing you for a few hours, brother Lin looks much more handsome. He was so handsome that I didn't recognize him for a moment. Of course, it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. For boys, handsome guys are not as attractive as cars. His attention was now focused on Lin Yu's Maybach. Brother Lin, your car is so cool, can you let me experience it? Du Jiahao's face was full of longing. Although he is a second-generation rich, he is just an ordinary kind. His father is the only one in his family who owns a car worth more than 5 million yuan, so Du Jiahao doesn't have the chance to drive it. You didn't drink? Lin Yu asked. No, I didn't drink. Okay, you drive. Lin Yu muttered, then got out of the car. Du Jiahao was even more shocked for a moment. Lin, brother Lin, why are you wearing this? What? Didn't you say that we should try to get some uniforms to wear? This doesn't count? Lin Yu frowned. Well, actually a casual suit will do. A suit can also be considered a uniform. Du Jiahao scratched his head. But it doesn't matter. How can school uniforms not be considered uniforms? Student uniforms are also uniforms. Brother Lin, you are still very handsome. Du Jiahao continued to praise. From his tone and the sincerity on his face, it was easy to tell that his words were genuine. Lin Yu himself is quite aware of whether he is handsome at the moment. Under the light of the street lamps, Lin Yu took another look at his current outfit through the car window. The handsome face is still the same handsome face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a face as bright as a star, without any flaws. At this moment, I am wearing my high school uniform. He was wearing a blue, white and gray school uniform short t-shirt with the school emblem of Yuan No. 8 Middle School printed on the left chest. The pants were school pants, black, and the shoes were a pair of black Vans canvas shoes. Although I have a good temperament, this kind of attire makes me look no different from a student, and I look very well behaved. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. As Du Jiahao said, student uniforms are also uniforms. He wore them with this in mind. Although he heard that he could wear a suit, since he had already put it on, Lin Yu had no plans to change it. Get in the car. Lin Yu said. Okay, brother Lin. Du Jiahao nodded. The two got in the car and the Maybach drove towards a 5-star hotel in Lucheng. By the way, brother Lin, have you prepared your mask? If not, I have too. Du Jiahao pointed to the black mask in his breast pocket. No need. Lin Yu waved his hand, I prepared it myself. While reciting, Lin Yu picked up the white smiley mask placed on the seat next to him.
This was a mask that Suka sent to me some time ago.
It seems to be a mask of a character from a Chinese cartoon. Thinking of Suko, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had not replied to her message tonight.
At this moment, she used the little fox emoticon pack and sent a message, asking herself, "What are you doing?" Lin Yu replied, "I have something tonight, so it's not convenient for me to reply to messages. You should go to bed early." Suku, okay. 10 minutes later, Maybach arrived at the hotel.
After parking the car, Lin Yu and Du Jiahao went to the 33rd floor of the hotel under the guidance of the receptionist. This 5-star hotel has a room price ranging from 3K to 100K per night.
The price for renting an entire floor would probably be even higher.
Only those young masters and young ladies have the strength and energy to hold gatherings in such places. Lin Yu found a random seat and sat down, and Du Jiahao sat next to him.
"Brother Lin, look over there."
Du Jiahao pointed at a girl diagonally in front of him and said. Because she was wearing a mask, her specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but judging from the bulging baby in her arms, she must be the type that boys would like.
"What's wrong?" Lin Yu glanced at him.
"There will be a lot of beautiful girls tonight. If you like any of them, Brother Lin, please take the initiative."
Du Jiahao smiled in a way that everyone understood.
Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
"So many people from your circle come to play?" Lin Yu asked in a puzzled voice. Looking around, there were too many people coming to play.
Although they all wore masks, many of the girls' costumes looked exciting. She didn't look like a rich lady, but rather a high-end fisherman.
"Ha, this is the fun of tonight." Du Jiahao began to explain. "Tonight, it's not just people from our circle who are here.
There are also many handsome men and beautiful women who have all gone through interviews and physical examinations to attend. Everyone's original intention is to make friends, so it's impossible for only people from our circle to come here. Those girls are all very good looking. They are willing to go through interviews and physical examinations to attend the party. I don't need to explain their purpose to you. If there's a girl you like, just go up to her and ask for her WeChat."
Du Jiahao recited each word slowly. "I'm going to ask for the pretty girl's WeChat. Brother Lin, do you want to come with me?" He spoke again. "No, go ahead." Lin Yu already understood what he meant.
Love is like a gold digger looking for a big brother, and a little boy looking for a rich woman, each getting what they need.
Do we have to have a masked party to create some mystery? I have to say, it was quite fun.
After looking around again, Lin Yu found a quiet corner and started eating. The food and drinks are all self-service and freshly prepared by the chef.
The taste is very good.
There was light music lingering in my ears, the lights were warm but not glaring, and the stools were comfortable to sit on. Lin Yu was very comfortable at the moment, thinking that maintaining the status quo was also good. So he had no intention of chatting up the pretty girl for the time being, because he was quite comfortable now.
Until a royal sister's voice sounded in my ears. "Hey handsome, are you alone?"
Hearing her say this, Lin Yu raised his head and reacted belatedly. I don't try to flirt with pretty girls, but I can't stop them from flirting with me.
86, Cat and Little Loli. I'm not alone. My friend is not here at the moment. Do you want to talk to me about something?
Lin Yu read while looking at the girl in front of him.
She was wearing a Koromani-style purple mask, a white belly-exposing t-shirt and hot pants. She was tall and dressed like a hot girl.
Lin Yu quickly determined that she was a wealthy woman because she was wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch. Lin Yu had some impression that this watch was worth at least 100,000 yuan. The hot girl narrowed her eyes, looked at Lin Yu for a while, then giggled.
"Come with me, 10,000 a night," the hot girl said.
Lin Yu frowned slightly. It seems that my school uniform has caused the other party to misunderstand something. No, I have no plans to be a gigolo for the time being, Lin Yu said, leaning back in his chair. But the hot girl in front of him seemed not to hear clearly.
She just turned around and said to the direction behind her, "How is it, sister? Are you satisfied with this one? If not, change it." The hot girl looks like she is talking to someone.
Lin Yu also followed her gaze, and then saw a small white figure behind her.
This is a little Lolita with long straight black hair.
She was wearing a white off-shoulder dress, her skin was fair, her collarbone was delicate, and she was wearing a cat mask on her palm-sized face. Her eyes were deep and beautiful, and she was looking at Lin Yu carefully through the mask. It just so happened that Lin Yu was also looking at her, and their eyes met in the air.
Let's choose him. said the little lowly with a cat mask. The sound was very cold, like ice knocking in the heart. Hearing this, the hot girl turned around and looked at Lin Yu. Okay, come with us. Lin Yu just sat there without moving. I don't think I promised you. Lin Yu said. You. The hot girl's voice sounded a little angry. I'll give you 100,000. The little lowly with the cat mask spoke again. She walked closer to Lin Yu and glanced down at him condescendingly. Of course, although it is high above, it is not that much higher. She stood in front of Lin Yu, but her head was only slightly higher than the sitting Lin Yu. There was a hint of amusement in her gaze towards Lin Yu. Are you willing? If it's not enough, sister will add more. The little lowly with a cat mask continued. She stood in front of him, seeming to be sniffing something. Lin Yu heard her sniffing. Not enough. I won't sell myself. Lin Yu replied. What do you mean? Do you think we are taking advantage of you? The hot girl stretched out a hand and pointed at Lin Yu's nose. She was really angry. How could this boy be so ignorant of the rules? The reason why she was willing to spend money on him was because he looked like a student and looked honest. But this young lady didn't like to spend too much. But this young man rejected them again and again, which made her lose face. Isn't it? Lin Yu stood up from his seat and didn't want to continue chatting with him. But he happened to meet Du Jiahao, who had just returned after chatting up his sister. Du Jiahao patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said, Why, brother Lin is also chatting up my sister? The quality is quite high. As he read, he kept his gaze on the hot girl and the little lowly, but his eyes suddenly trembled the moment he saw the hot girl. Sister? Du Jiahao? Du Shasha recognized Du Jiahao's voice. Is this person next to you your friend? Yes, do you have something to discuss with him? Du Jiahao replied. Du Shasha hooked her finger at Du Jiahao. Come over. What's wrong, sister? Du Jiahao approached Du Shasha and asked in confusion. Du Shasha continued to read in a very low voice. My sister wants your friend to accompany her, please help. No, sister, my brother. If you don't help, I'll tell him about you stealing Dad's tea. The two of them murmured for a while. Because the music was too loud, Lin Yu couldn't hear what they were saying. But he didn't spend that time in a daze. Instead, he looked into the eyes of the little Lolita who was standing in his previous position. She looked quite well behaved, and the white dress suited her very well, giving her a classy look, as pure as an iris. This girl has an inexplicable temperament. Lin Yu can tell that she comes from a very wealthy family without the need for any ornaments to prove it. At first glance, you can tell that she is a young lady. Brother Lin, can you do me this favor? Please. Du Jiahao walked back to Lin Yu. What's the matter? I just want you to go with me and play with my sister and her friends downstairs. Du Jiahao's voice was embarrassed. Now that I'm being held hostage by my elder sister, I have no choice but to ask Brother Lin for help. Of course, if Lin Yu refused, Du Jiahao would not blame Lin Yu. He only blamed himself for being caught by his sister when he was stealing tea. Okay, I promise you. Lin Yu replied. Ah, really? Du Jiahao's dull eyes regained their luster. Really? Lin Yu said with a smile. Then he shifted his gaze away from the little Lolita in the cat mask. In fact, at the beginning, Lin Yu really wanted to refuse. But who made that look touched him? Lin Yu followed Du Shasha and the little lowly with a cat mask to the 31st floor. As a 5-star hotel, the internal entertainment facilities are truly comprehensive. Lin Yu now came to a place similar to a KTV room. The reason why it is called a private room is that the space inside is large and the decoration is also very good. Gray marble floors, crystal chandeliers, a large fish tank with unnamed fish, and a huge electronic screen. Apart from the leather sofas and purple ambient lights, it is very different from ordinary KTVs. There were several girls sitting on the leather sofa, all dressed coolly. They were of the same type as Du Shasha, so I guess they should be her friends. Du Jiahao, you can go now. Du Shasha said. No, sister, if I leave, what will happen to my friends? Du Jiahao retorted. I don't care. What's next is my and my friend's private space. As a younger brother, you can't see it. Du Shasha said firmly. I can't see it, but can Brother Lin see it? Du Jiahao complained in his heart. Then he looked at Lin Yu with an apologetic look on his face. Brother Lin, then, I'll wait for you at the door, okay? It's okay if you leave. Lin Yu said lightly. Could it be possible that if Du Jiahao was not around, would he still be eaten by these girls? With the system in place, Lin Yu has the confidence and courage. I won't leave, Brother Lin. I'll wait for you at the door. Call me if you need anything. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and Du Jiahao turned and left the room. Sister, please sit over there. Du Shasha stood next to the little Lolita with a cat mask and pointed to the purple sofa in the corner of the room. This sofa is not attached with a seat, but is separated from other sofas, which makes it very convenient to move around. Normally, this position was reserved for Du Shasha. But in front of this young lady, she had no choice but to give up her seat. Okay. The little loli with the cat mask nodded slightly, then walked over with her short legs. Lin Yu was also with her. 87. Things like making girls happy more. Because of his longer legs, Lin Yu was much faster than the little loli with the cat mask, so he sat down on the sofa a few steps ahead of her. And sat in the center of the sofa. The little girl didn't sit down directly, but looked into Lin Yu's eyes and asked, "Who told you to sit down first? Miss, do you still care about this? What's the difference between sitting first or later?" Lin Yu said with a smile. She didn't reply and sat in the corner of the sofa, leaving about 3 people's space between her and Lin Yu. Sister, please sit closer to him. Why are you sitting so far away? Du Shasha said with her hand covering her mouth. Hearing this, the little loli moved her PG and sat next to Lin Yu. But there was still some distance between them, not close enough for their skin to touch. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Du Shasha said aloud. Then, music started to sound in the private room. Du Shasha walked up to the little girl, asked her what song she wanted to sing, and then ordered for her. But the little girl shook her head and said no, she didn't want to sing now. Du Shasha brought some wine, snacks, and some game props and placed them on the table in front of her. Sister, relax a bit. We need to have fun tonight. Let's have some drinks first. It's not like you to be so reserved. Du Shasha said with a smile. Lin Yu then noticed that Du Shasha had taken off her mask. She is not the type of great beauty, but she looks good after putting on makeup. Du Shasha turned around and returned to her seat, and the singing of Du Shasha and her other sisters filled the room. Hey, what on earth do you want me to do here? If you have nothing to do, just let me go. Lin Yu looked at the little loli and said. It's boring to sit like this. I spent 100,000 yuan to get you to drink with me, but don't you understand what I want to do? She replied, her voice still cold. Oh? I don't understand. I've never done this before. Lin Yu spread his hands. But after he said this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he was lying. He seemed to have done something like that before, with Su Qianmeng. The little Lolita with the cat mask was silent for a while, and suddenly said, I'm not happy. What do you mean? I'm not happy, so I spend money on you so that you can make me happy, understand? She said seriously. Well, the name is simple. Lin Yu replied. Then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's true that she was unhappy, but Lin Yu was really amused by her at this moment. After all, a small little loli who seems to have no lethality speaks arrogant words in a domineering tone, and such a scene is inexplicably funny. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing. Why are you laughing? Nothing. Lin Yu shook his head and then shifted his gaze to the wine and game props in front of him. Although I don't want to admit it. But Lin Yu is quite good at making girls happy, a skill that is essential for every bad guy. Do you know how to play dice? Lin Yu asked her. Won't. It's okay, I'll teach you. Lin Yu smiled and said, but there will be a punishment if you lose, such as drinking a glass of wine or playing truth or dare. The little loli with the cat mask was a little hesitant. Why? Don't you dare? Who doesn't dare? Just play? She replied. No regrets? Certainly. So Lin Yu began to teach her how to play dice step by step. Lin Yu also learned it by playing in the bar before. This game is not difficult, and Lin Yu has a good brain, so he can be considered an expert. I'm telling you, you'll shake this and we'll guess the number of dots inside. Lin Yu explained to her with a smile. How to shake it? She didn't understand. Just shake it like this. I'll teach you. Lin Yu thought,
How could there be such a stupid loli who even needs to be taught how to shake the dice? Because he was teaching her step by step, Lin Yu grabbed one of her little hands, placed it on the dice box, and then shook it gently. Her hands were cold, soft, and smooth. So Lin Yu is still enjoying it for the time being because the benefits are good. Okay, I get it. You let go? The little loli said. So let's start playing? Both sides rolled the dice. The result is obvious. The little loli who just understood the rules cannot beat Lin Yu. You lose, let's play drinking or truth or dare. Lin Yu said. She didn't reply, but silently raised the wine glass on the table with one hand. With the other hand, he gently lifted the cat mask up, revealing his slightly red lips, and then poured the wine into his mouth. From the small part of her face that was exposed, you could tell she was very beautiful. Lin Yu had asked her in advance how much she could drink, and she said it was pretty good. So the punishment for drinking was to drink a bottle of beer in one go. This is a very expensive beer, imported from Germany, 330 milliliters per bottle, with an alcohol content of 14%. Although the bottle of wine was not much and the alcohol content was not too high, Lin Yu still showed concern for her. How are you? It's okay, just a little wine. She closed the mask and said in a calm tone. Then continue? The two played 3 more rounds, and as expected, Lin Yu still won. She drank 3 more bottles of wine and was still unwilling to play truth or dare. Then in the 4th game, Lin Yu deliberately lost to her. Hee, you can't do it either. The little girl's tone became happy. You were just lucky. Lin Yu suppressed his smile and drank a bottle of wine. It's actually very simple to make a girl happy. Use psychological hints to stimulate her desire to win, and then let her win without much effort, and she will be happy. No one likes to lose all the time, but winning all the time can also be numb. So in the next few rounds, both sides won and lost. The little loli seemed to think that her gaming level was on par with Lin Yu's, and her tone suddenly became somewhat proud. Are you drinking or something this time? She looked at Lin Yu and asked. Tell me the truth. Lin Yu replied. Drinking too much beer will cause bloating. We asked you to accompany us before, why didn't you agree? We are actually quite pretty. The little girl said aloud. Why should I agree? Should I go with you just because you are pretty? Or should I go with you just because you are rich? Do you think this is right? She lowered her head and remained silent for a while. This is not right, but isn't this human nature? Her eyes beneath the cat mask suddenly became brighter, and there seemed to be tears in them. I'm very rich, she said. I know. Lin Yu said. Listen to me first. The little girl continued to read. Then Lin Yu shut up and listened quietly. I am rich because my father is rich. But I don't like my dad because he's too rich and a scumbag. She told a story about how her father abandoned her and had a daughter with a woman other than her mother, and then after her mother died, her father quickly married her stepmother. The most important thing is that the stepmother was not the father's cheating partner, but a new, vicious woman. Her tone became more and more sad, and Lin Yu shook his head slightly in his heart. It seems that making a girl happy is not that easy. No, she looked more and more sad. 88, let's kiss more. So I had a fight with my dad. He never consulted my opinion when making decisions, whether it was marrying my stepmother or this time with the company. The little girl's voice was a little sobbing. It's all his fault. You're on my side? Certainly. Thank you. The little girl felt a little relieved. Only then did she realize that when she was pouring out her heart to Lin Yu, she was getting closer and closer to Lin Yu. She was now almost leaning on Lin Yu's shoulder, and the cloth on Lin Yu's shoulder was now soaked with tears. That's what we should do, sister. You two should stay closer together. Dushasha came in front of the two of them at some point. Because she was wearing a mask, she didn't notice that the little girl had just cried. Then sister, my sisters also want to find someone to drink together, is that okay? Dushasha continued reading. Well, just play by yourselves. The little loli continued. Under Dushasha's gaze, she was too embarrassed to move her head away from Lin Yu. That made her seem a little restrained. Moreover, the boy's shoulders were very warm, and he had an inexplicable, particularly pleasant fragrance, which made her even more reluctant to leave. Okay, thank you, sister. Dushasha said with a smile, then turned and left. About 2 minutes later, 7 or 8 boys dressed as male models suddenly walked into the room. Dushasha skillfully assigned a male model to each of the young ladies, and then asked them to coax her into drinking and even touch their abdominal muscles.
This was the scene she didn't want Dujaha to see.
This scene was seen clearly by Lin Yu and the little girl beside him. The little girl's head had been resting on Lin Yu's shoulder for a long time.
Do you want to get up, miss? Lin Yu asked. The little girl understood something from Dushasha's behavior. Hey, what's your name? She asked.
Why should I tell you? I spent money, and now you are just like those men next to them to me. I should have told you, I don't sell myself.
Then it shouldn't be a problem to say a name.
After thinking for a while, Lin Yu said.
My name is Wang Fugue. Puff.
The little girl trembled for a moment and couldn't help but giggle a few times while leaning on Lin Yu's shoulder.
Wang Fugue? Is there still someone with this name? If you keep laughing, don't lean on my shoulder. Okay, I won't talk about you anymore. Her eyes suddenly turned. Wang Fugue, do you have abdominal muscles? What? You want to learn from them too? Lin Yu asked.
All the movements of this loli were too unfamiliar, so Lin Yu concluded that it was her first time to play like this.
It was probably the first time that I got so close to a boy. You wouldn't have it?
The little loli with the cat mask had sparkling eyes.
Of course, but I won't let women touch me casually. Boys should protect themselves too. Then let's continue playing dice. If you lose, I will have to see your abs. Okay. Lin Yu smiled. She doesn't really think she can beat herself, does she? 3-5. She lost it all. What's going on, you cheated? She said with some gritted teeth. You slander me when you can't win? Lin Yu smiled under the white mask. Will you drink again this time? Or do something else?
Lin Yu didn't know when he started to like this feeling.
I like to see the little girl getting angry and frustrated. I don't want to drink anymore.
The little girl lowered her eyes and thought, I choose the big adventure this time. Okay, then your big adventure is to shout I am Xiaogo 3 times here.
Go ahead.
No, I will decide the content of the adventure myself. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. You are breaking the rules. The rules don't say who decides the dare. She said calmly, her tone was very calm, and she exuded an attitude that left no room for doubt.
Let's kiss, she continued.
Then, before Lin Yu could react, she gently lifted her mask, revealing her pink lips. Then he lifted up Lin Yu's mask and moved closer to him.
Time and time again. The two masks touched each other, making a friction sound. A delicate and warm feeling permeates in the mouth.
It was probably her first time kissing, and she was very clumsy and didn't even know where to put her tongue. So Lin Yu gently guided her, stroking her with the tip of his tongue. 5 minutes later, she was breathing heavily and leaning in Lin Yu's arms.
This isn't your first kiss? She questioned. I never said I was. Lin Yu said calmly. But you're wearing your school uniform. So you think that wearing a school uniform means you are a Hina?
This. The little loli with the cat mask was speechless for a moment.
Don't move, she said. What's wrong?
Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. But she reached out and lifted up Lin Yu's short t-shirt.
The tender and white little hands kept groping Lin Yu's abdominal muscles. Really? You have a nice figure, brother,
she said with a smile.
Why? You like it? I like it. The little girl nodded. Beep.
The cell phone she placed on the table suddenly flashed, indicating a call.
The note displayed is dad asshole version. Hang up the phone for me,
she whispered into Lin Yu's ear.
I'm sure you won't answer it.
So Lin Yu hung up the phone for her, and then at her request, helped her carry the bag on her back.
Why do you want me to carry this?
Lin Yu sat back on the sofa. But she put her slender legs on Lin Yu's knees.
I'll give you 900,000. What's the meaning? Adding the previous 100,000, the total I give you is 920,000. This is all the money I have now. She continued reading. Lin Yu stood there in a daze. She called Dushasha over. Help me get a room. Ah, seriously, sis? What do you think? The little girl frowned.
Then, Dushasha trotted over and got a room card in less than 5 minutes. The little lowly with a cat mask handed the room card to Lin Yu.
Come on, take me here, she said. Are you sure? Lin Yu asked her. Of course. I've already given you 920,000. Why don't you agree?
Her legs dangled on Lin Yu's knees.
I have more money. I can give you $1 million every month in the future. From today on, I will take care of you, do you understand? Don't take off the mask.
It would be bad if you don't look as handsome as I imagined. On the big bed in the hotel, she spoke to Lin Yu in a cold, commanding tone.
Forget it.
Lin Yu took a deep breath and barely suppressed his desire.
What? You don't dare touch me?
She smiled contemptuously.
I am very beautiful, do you want to see?
She took off her mask. But the lights in the room were off and it was pitch black, so Lin Yu couldn't see clearly. One could only tell from the delicate contours of her small face that she was a very pretty girl.
Or maybe it's not that you don't dare to touch me, but that you simply can't?
Her tone was still contemptuous, and then she rubbed Lin Yu's abdominal muscles with her feet. Then, for the next hour, she cried and whispered it hurts in Lin Yu's ear.
Ding! Gained 300 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. P.S. Finally out of the black room. 89. Do you want to eat hot pot?
At 2:30 in the morning, Lin Yu woke up groggily on the big bed in the hotel. The ambient light at the head of the bed was on, and the brightness was adjusted to the lowest setting, emitting a soft, non-glaring orange-yellow light.
Wang Fugue, you smell so good.
The little girl murmured softly in her sleep. She lay naked in Lin Yu's arms, her little face buried in his chest, her whole body curled up, clinging tightly to Lin Yu. Glancing sideways at the bright red bloodstain on the bed sheet next to him, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, then sighed softly.
How could she be Su Jinsi? How could it be Su Jinsi?
At first Lin Yu thought he had misheard, so he turned on the bedside lamp. It was not until he saw that delicate and beautiful face clearly that Lin Yu was truly sure that she was Su Jinsi. This girl who said it hurts many times in his ear but forced himself to massage her 3 times in 3 hours, is the same person as Su Jinsi, the sister of Su Qianmeng who looks cold and has a bad temper? If the system prompt sounded earlier, Lin Yu would most likely not touch her. After all, Su Jinsi had called her a cheap bastard, so Lin Yu didn't have a very good impression of her, and could even say that she was a little annoying. A girl with a bad temper is not welcome, even if she is beautiful. But it was not until the last step that Su Jinsi reacted, and the system prompt sounded at that time.
By the time Lin Yu realized this, it was too late.
She put her hands on her waist, and her nails had already scratched blood on her body. Lin Yu gently pushed away her little hands on his body, then slowly lifted her little face and placed it on the big white pillow. He sat up on the bed and began to put on his clothes.
Lin Yu was also naked at this moment. Wang Fugue, what are you doing? Su Jinsi was awakened by a rustling sound.
He opened his eyes slightly, but quickly closed them again.
She is very tired and sleepy now. I'm going to the bathroom.
Lin Yu's voice was gentle.
Okay, come back soon, I want to hold you in my arms to sleep. Su Jinsi had a sweet smile on her face.
Lin Yu put on his clothes and gently covered her with the quilt.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu asked, by the way, how can I get the money I promised?
You can just use my phone, the payment password and phone number are both 050402, my birthday, she replied. Then Lin Yu picked up her mobile phone, opened Alipay in her mobile phone, and added her Alipay friend.
For people like Lin Yu who have deposited a certain amount of money, Alipay has been upgraded to a customized version in which large transactions can be conducted. A young lady like Su Jinsi naturally has a customized version of Alipay.
After transferring the 920,000 yuan to himself through chat, Lin Yu blocked and deleted Su Jinsi's Alipay friends, and then put the phone next to her. Su Jinsi fell asleep again, her petite body curled up into a ball, breathing evenly. She didn't notice at all that Wang Fugue, who had just said he was going to the bathroom, opened the door of the hotel room and walked out without any reluctance to leave.
At 3 o'clock in the morning in Chengdu, the air was slightly cool.
Some people say that the nightlife is already halfway through, while others say that the nightlife has just begun.
At least in Chengdu, the streets are not deserted at 3 o'clock. There are still countless aspiring young people wandering around pursuing their ideals or freedom.
Lin Yu was wearing a school uniform, standing on the street with his hands in his pockets. The evening breeze blew gently, and his hair fluttered with it. Lin Yu was waiting here for someone to come and pick him up.
Brother, you are alone.
The cat at my sister's house can do backflips.
Do you want to go and see?
A big sister with wavy blonde hair stood in front of Lin Yu and made teasing sounds. She reeked of alcohol, and Lin Yu saw that she had just come out of a nearby bar.
Not interested.
Lin Yu said lightly, then turned around.
My dog can perform magic tricks. You really don't want to see it? She still didn't give up. I don't want to. Lin Yu replied.
The price of being a handsome guy is probably that the girls you meet will be 100 times more proactive than usual. If I were still wearing the work clothes 2 months ago, looking dirty and poor, this scene would never have happened. Even if they were drunk and blind, it would be difficult for them to look at me for a second.
Lin Yu sighed.
So he still doesn't understand what Su Qianmeng's mentality was, as she was willing to be close to him before he changed.
Could it be that the school beauty is really in love with a poor boy like me? Brother, why are you walking so fast?
The blonde sister caught up with him. Maybe she was drunk, she liked the boy in school uniform in front of her very much.
Isn't this much more handsome than those male models posing in bars?
The key is that she looks pure, in short, very tender.
Maybe she's still a chick.
Thinking about it, she stretched out her hand and touched Lin Yu's PG. When it comes to lust, both men and women are the same. But girls clearly have the upper hand. After all, if a boy deliberately touches a girl's PG, he can easily be caught by the police and rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets. But if a girl touches a boy's private parts, she can clear herself of the charge by saying it was a joke. Even if she is caught by the police, she will be given a verbal reprimand at most. So girls who are open-minded are very bold and have no scruples.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the blonde sister's hand was hit back by a white and tender little hand.
What are you doing? Su Qianmeng said with a frown. She had just found Lin Yu, how could this happen? Why do you care so much?
The blonde girl curled her lips.
Su Qianmeng hugged Lin Yu's arm. I'm his girlfriend, why should I care about this? Excuse me, I'm sorry. The blonde girl replied, then ran away.
Men and women are the same in being caught by the real person and being afraid of such things.
Are you very proud when you see two girls fighting over you? Su Qianmeng crossed her arms and glanced at Lin Yu. It's okay.
After all, I'm so handsome.
I'm used to this kind of thing.
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Probably because he had just given Su Jinsi a massage not long ago.
Lin Yu was a little afraid to look Su Qianmeng in the eye. The two sisters have similar eyes, bright and deep, like the stars in the sky. So when Lin Yu looked into Su Qianmeng's eyes, he easily recalled the look in Su Jinsi's eyes when he looked at him in the hotel before. It was obviously painful and tears were coming out, but I kept telling her not to stop.
It's too astringent.
Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly.
Please explain it. Su Qianmeng looked up and said. Explain what? He's still hanging around outside at 3 in the morning. Are you fooling around with some pretty girl again? Su Qianmeng put one hand on her waist and the other hand on Lin Yu's chest.
Her pink lips were slightly raised and her eyebrows were curved. Lin Yu was already very familiar with Su Qianmeng, so he could tell from her little expression that she was joking and wanted to tease him again and want to see him embarrassed.
Yes, I did hang out with my beautiful sister and we even slept together.
And that beautiful sister is your sister. She liked me very much and begged me not to go out, but I still left.
This is probably all because of you, Su Qianmeng.
You two are so alike that it makes me feel a little guilty. After all, Lin Yu could only think about such words in his head and did not say them out loud.
Without responding to Su Qianmeng's question, Lin Yu just spoke to himself. Do you want to eat hot pot? 90, like a beam of porcelain white moonlight. There are not many hot pot restaurants open during this time, but there are some. For example, there is a Haide Leo nearby. You obviously want to eat hot pot, but you still ask me what I want. Su Qianmeng rolled her eyes at Lin Yu. But he still went to Haide Leo with Lin Yu.
Su Qianmeng was not hungry, so she did not take the initiative to order food. She just leaned one hand on the table and looked at Lin Yu quietly. Lin Yu ordered 2 hot pot bases, a tomato hot pot and a spicy hot pot, and then ordered some beef and mutton rolls.
Lin Yu, you're being weird tonight. Su Qianmeng said suddenly. Strange? What's strange about it?
Lin Yu looked at her with a smile.
You have a strong sense of stealing. Su Qianmeng confirmed. Illusion.
Lin Yu said as he looked at the gradually boiling hot pot in front of him.
Why are you out so late? Hanging out with friends. What about your car? I borrowed it from a friend and drove it away. So you thought of me and called me to wake me up when I was having a sweet dream, right? Su Qianmeng pouted. Yeah, the first person I think of at this time is you. Sister Su Qianmeng is the best to me, isn't she? Poochie. Su Qianmeng covered her mouth with her eyebrows curved. Since you asked me out so late, you should at least give me some compensation, right? She continued. What do you want? I want you to call me mommy. Su Qianmeng winked at Lin Yu. Impossible. Lin Yu looked at her. Su Qianmeng smiled with her lips slightly parted, revealing two small canine teeth. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment.
Su Qianmeng smiled sweetly, and her two exposed white little canine teeth made her look lively and playful. She seemed to like wearing suspender skirts very much. Tonight she was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her delicate collarbone and smooth shoulders. There was a black collar around her slender neck, which matched the skirt. The color made her skin look very white. Under the light, she was as beautiful as a beam of porcelain white moonlight.
Then can you call me sister? I haven't heard you call me that for a long time. Su Qianmeng's voice brought Lin Yu back to reality. But even though she said that, Su Qianmeng actually didn't expect Lin Yu to call her sister. After all, Lin Yu has changed a lot. He is no longer the cute little boy who squatted beside her, asked her to pat his head, and called her sister obediently. Don't shout then. Su Qianmeng seemed to be sighing.
Elder sister.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng.
Ha! Su Qianmeng's eyes became sparkling. What did you call me? Nothing. Lin Yu said calmly. You just called me sister.
She moved closer to Lin Yu, with her little face pressed against Lin Yu's chest, swaying on it.
Hee hee, Lin Yu, you are so nice.
She murmured in a soft, sweet voice.
Lin Yu's expression remained calm. Calling sister can make me so happy.
If Su Qianmeng's fans on campus knew that the goddess in their hearts had been turned into this by him, it would surely cause an uproar. Sir, your dishes are all served.
Please enjoy your meal. Because there are fewer people visiting Haidileo during this time period, the food is served quickly. The waiter placed all the dishes Lin Yu ordered on the table in one go and then left. Su Qianmeng, get out of the way. I want to eat. Lin Yu said lightly. But there was no reply.
Su Qianmeng buried her little face in his chest and said nothing.
What's wrong with you? Lin Yu asked. There's a smell on you.
Su Qianmeng frowned. I could smell this smell before, but it's stronger tonight.
Minato? Smells good. That's my body odor.
Lin Yu smiled faintly. Su Jinsi also said that she had a very fragrant smell on her body, which was probably due to the bonus of the succubus attribute.
In addition to the fragrance, there are other smells. Su Qianmeng continued.
Her eyes became more and more blazing.
Lin Yu, which rich lady did you go out with? I know the smell on you. It's the same toner I use. It's very expensive.
As she read, she looked around Lin Yu. He first glanced at Lin Yu's neck, but didn't find any strawberries.
Very good.
Su Qianmeng's anxious heart calmed down a little. She began to look at Lin Yu's arm again, but still found nothing wrong.
What are you looking for? Lin Yu asked her. Looking for evidence that you raped a vixen. Lin Yu, don't move. It will be done soon. She tapped Lin Yu lightly on the face.
Then he lifted up Lin Yu's t-shirt and found several obvious bloodstains on Lin Yu's lower abdomen and waist. Each mark is very small, and it can be seen that the girl who left these marks must have very small hands.
Tell me, what happened? Su Qianmeng's voice became cold. Su Qianmeng, are you born in the year of the dog?
Lin Yu was really helpless.
I just smelled it and found out, if it's not osmanthus, what else could it be? Can you play without cutting?
But Lin Yu still explained to her, even though he added a little bit of his own things.
She seduced me first, and she happened to be pretty, so I. Lin Yu told her about his experience tonight.
Lin Yu confessed everything to her except for Su Jinsi's identity and the fact that he tried to make her happy and carried her to the hotel room.
So you were just with someone else, and then you called me, just to ask me to eat hot pot with you? Su Qianmeng looked very angry. That's not the case. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? You just went for her seduction. Don't you know it's a chaotic situation out there now? Su Qianmeng punched Lin Yu's arm hard. It hurts a lot. Lin Yu hissed. Then he reached out and rubbed her head. It's okay, she's a chick. Su Qianmeng? Lin Yu, you bastard. She said through gritted teeth. Then he picked up one of Lin Yu's arms and bit it hard. Those two cute little canine teeth have now become the sharpest weapons. Lin Yu did not resist and let her bite him. And the slight sense of guilt towards Su Qianmeng that he had felt after having sex with her sister disappeared along with the pain. 91. Empty room. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Jinsi woke up on the 2.5-meter bed. The hotel's curtains were so thick that not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate. The room was still lit only by the pale yellow ambient light, and the light inside was dim. The girl had already kicked off the quilt and was lying naked on the bed. Because her skin was very white, she looked like a piece of crystal white jade when she curled up. Su Jinsi rubbed her eyes first, then stretched out her little hand and groped on the bed. Wan Fugue? She called out. Unfortunately, there was no response. Wan Fugue? Where have you been? She continued to shout. But unfortunately, apart from her cold voice, there was no other echo in the room. Clatter! She turned on the light, and cool white light filled the room. Su Jinsi sat up from the bed, her long hair covering her spring scenery, but it couldn't hide her slender and perfect waistline. Even when she was sitting, her belly was flat, with almost no fat visible. Su Jinsi frowned, the word unhappy was visibly written on her face. Gone? Her chest heaved violently, and her heart seemed to be burning with fire. Give him so much money and he's leaving now? Su Jinsi said this with gritted teeth, then turned his gaze to the large pool of blood and water on the bedsheet beside him. Certain memories flooded into Su Jinsi's mind, and he suddenly felt his face getting hot. Although it was the first time he did such a thing, Su Jinsi was 20 years old after all, so he still had some knowledge about the relevant matters. It is said that some people have difficulty with 10 minutes, but last night, she was very satisfied, even though it was a little painful. For this reason, I won't pursue you for the time being. Su Jinsi pouted slightly. Today is Friday. She remembered that Wang Fugue was wearing a school uniform last night, so he was probably a student and must have gotten up early to go to class. Well, that should be the case. Su Jinsi found the reason in her heart why the boy left without saying goodbye. Beep, beep. The phone rings. The screen kept flashing, and the note on it was Dad asshole version. Beep, buzz. Su Jinsi hung up the phone directly. The corners of her lips curled up slightly at this moment, and she felt happy in her heart. Aren't you trying to favor your stepmother and your younger brother? You don't care about me and Qianmeng. What's the point of calling now? You were so cruel to send me back to Chengdu. If you knew that Qianmeng and I both had boys we liked, and that your daughter had sex with a boy last night, what kind of expression would you have? It must be very uncomfortable. The smile on Su Jinsi's face grew even wider. Of course, she wasn't going to tell Su Shanha about this for the time being. What if she tells Su Shanha now that he won T give her money? How can I support Wang Fugue without money? Thinking, Su Jinsi buried her whole face in the pillow beside her. It has the flavor of that boy. Good smell. Her pretty face flushed and her eyes became deeper. After a while, Su Jinsi suddenly recalled something. It seemed that he had no way to contact the boy. What if you want it next time? Su Jinsi became flustered and began to look around the room. Finally, she remembered that the boy had transferred money from her phone last night. She could find the boy through Alipay and contact him. Su Jinsi breathed a sigh of relief and opened Alipay. In the friend information of Alipay, the chat history between her and the boy was found. Transfer of 920,000 yuan. The other party has received. Apart from these two, there are no others. Su Jinsi pursed her lips and typed a text in the chat box. My WeChat ID is ESJX200500402. Add me on WeChat. Su Jinsi was not in a hurry to post it, but just glanced at the text first. Su Jinsi pressed send only after confirming that what he expressed was correct. 1 million a month, what man in the world can resist such temptation? Presumably, the other party has paid special attention to her contact information and will reply to her in a short while. Su Jinsi's face slightly raised, a little proud. But when she lowered her head again, her pupils shrank. The other party did not reply to the message. All that caught my eye was a big red exclamation mark. You are not friends at the moment, message sending failed. Wang Fugue.
The girl gritted her teeth, her voice cold.
It was deleted, how dare he?
Half an hour later, the Audi S7 in silver gray color stopped in front of the hotel.
Su Jinsi stumbled out of the hotel and got into the car.
She called her sister and asked her to pick her up, then took a quick shower and went downstairs. She was still in pain, and just a few hours ago, she thought it was a happy pain.
But now, Su Jinsi felt that this pain was somewhat ironic. Sister, are you not angry anymore? Su Qianmeng asked.
While reading, she observed Su Jinsi through the rearview mirror.
Why do I feel like my sister has changed today?
Compared with before, although he still looks aloof, there is an inexplicable charm about him.
Why am I angry? You're angry that I lied to you yesterday. Su Qianmeng continued.
Don't worry, I'm not angry with you, nor with that guy.
Su Jinsi looked out the window.
She suddenly felt that the guy named Lin Yu wasn't that bad. At least he was responsible and knew how to take responsibility, even though he said such harsh words to her.
And she herself.
My body was cheated, and my money was gone. She didn't even have money to take a taxi home, and she was too embarrassed to ask her friends for money, so she could only ask her sister to pick her up.
Sister, are you really not angry? Su Qianmeng frowned and said.
Because my sister's expression became more and more gloomy, she really didn't look angry.
Su Jinsi's gaze was still outside the window.
But I sneered in my heart.
It's just looking for someone, how could she not find him? Wang Fugue, you can't escape.
No, maybe the name he gave himself was also fake. But it doesn't matter, she is the eldest daughter of the Su family. At worst, I can just bow down to that bastard dad and take back my own energy.
He's just a man, it's not easy to find him. Su Jinsi sneered.
Once she finds Wang Fugue, she will not let him off easily.
He was going to be locked up in the basement of his big villa, and then.
Lin Yu took a big bite of the roasted pigeon and silently said to himself, it's delicious.
This is his lunch.
I ordered it from a nearby fast food restaurant that serves pork trotter rice.
It cost a total of 500 yuan.
He ordered a portion of all the dishes except the pig's trotter. Sure enough, when you have money, you will have the mentality of revengeful consumption.
Who among ordinary people would dare to eat fast food like this?
Ding, the host enjoys a 500 yuan fast food high consumption, the indulgence is successful, and the reward is 5,000 yuan in cash. Without paying attention to the system prompt sound, Lin Yu got up and went out. He had already asked Du Jiahao to wait for him outside the community.
92. Has Sister Su Qianmeng calmed down?
When I arrived at the gate of the community, Du Jiahao was already waiting there.
Next to him was Lin Yu's Maybach.
This was what Lin Yu told him last night. Because he was drunk and couldn't drive, Lin Yu asked Du Jiahao to drive the car over today.
Brother Lin, do you live here now? Du Jiahao asked while looking at the dilapidated gate of the community.
Lin Yu took back his key, opened the door, and put the textbooks he would use later in.
What? Is there a problem? Lin Yu said indifferently. Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Du Jiahao.
Brother Lin, you are really a student? College student. Wow, that's great. I've graduated for 2 years. Du Jiahao said with a shy smile.
I thought to myself, no wonder Brother Lin lives here. It turns out it's because he goes to school nearby and wants convenience.
What an understanding.
Du Jiahao confirmed his guess and nodded slightly to Lin Yu.
By the way, Brother Lin, what did you do last night? Du Jiahao continued to ask. Do you remember what happened last night? Lin Yu glanced at him. Du Jiahao was a little confused.
But being good at observing people's expressions, he quickly understood what Lin Yu meant.
I don't remember, Brother Lin. I don't remember anything. If someone asks you who I am, just say this. There are only 2 classes this afternoon.
Lin Yu arrived at the classroom on time, just like last time. But unfortunately the back row seats are gone. Lin Yu looked around the classroom and originally wanted to sit next to the class monitor. But Luo Xingyu is very popular, and there are already many girls sitting next to her, and even in the rows in front and behind her. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, the girl next to Luo Xingyu poked her shoulder.
Xingyu, your brother Lin Yu is here. Xiaoqin, stop talking nonsense.
Luo Xingyu raised her little face, first gave Lin Yu a helpless smile, then glanced fiercely at her friend beside her.
Then he is your boyfriend, right? No. No. Luo Xingyu shook his head like a rattle.
She wore 2 ponytails today, and when she shook her head, the braids swung back and forth, making her look very obedient.
Xing Xiaoxiao, who was beside her, saw her so angry and covered her mouth and laughed. Xingyu, you weren't like this before. As the class monitor, weren't you always very steady? Why do you become like this when you mention Linyu? By the way, Linyu looks handsome again today. Look, many girls in the class are looking at him. Really? He's much more handsome than last time. He is simply a male god. Why don't we secretly take a picture of Linyu and post it on the forum? He is so handsome, he will definitely be the school idol. No, can't the girls in our class secretly eat such fine bran? I heard that Linyu doesn't have a girlfriend yet. We all have a chance.
If the girls from other classes find out, the competition will be too fierce. The girls joked loudly. Linyu shrugged helplessly. I wanted to sit in the front row, but now it seems that this is not the right thing to do. Because there are many girls in the front row, and she has the bonus of succubus, Linyu is worried that this will affect the teacher's class. Although he didn't attend the class, Linyu was a well-educated person and never disrupted the class. Hey, brother, come and sit here, there's an empty seat here. A male voice came from the back row. Linyu looked over there and saw that was where the boys in the class gathered. Almost all the boys liked to sit in that area. The person who just asked me to sit over there was Qilu, who was quite famous among the boys. Qilu, from the college basketball team, is an extrovert, or rather, a conspicuous person. Because of his personality and his rather handsome face, he had a strong presence in the class, so Linyu also had a little impression of him.
Thank you. Linyu walked over and sat down next to Qilu. He was sitting in the back row, so if the girl in the front row deliberately turned back to look at Linyu, it would be too obvious, so for a while, she paid less attention to Linyu. Brother, I want to ask you something. Are you ready to tell me? Qilu asked. What? There's a rumor in class that you and the class monitor are a couple. Is this true or not? Hearing this, Linyu shook his head. Fake. Qilu's face lit up with joy. He has had thoughts about Luo Xingyu for a long time. But Luo Xingyu usually kept a distance from boys, so he couldn't find any opportunity at all. But he was not panicking. After all, with Luo Xingyu's appearance, it would be difficult for other boys to get there first. Until she saved a seat for Linyu. You didn't lie to me? Qilu continued to ask. Why would I lie to you? Linyu smiled faintly. Then, instead of continuing to chat with him, she started sending messages to Su Qianmeng on WeChat. Sister Su Qianmeng was angry. After sending Linyu home last night, she ignored Linyu. Although as friends between the two, there is no need for me to coax her. But this time she was angry, and it was indeed her own fault. In order to tease her, Linyu confessed to Su Qianmeng that the girl he slept with last night was a virgin. So Su Qianmeng was angry, and it was reasonable for her to be angry. Linyu, I am in class, picture. Linyu sent her a selfie of himself sitting in the back row. Some people say that the desire to share is the highest level of romance. When you are thinking about someone and want to share every bit of your life with him or her, it means that the other person must be someone you like very much and is very important to you. So the photo posted by Linyu is very exquisite, with a very ordinary and everyday flavor, but it also reveals a strong desire to share. A girl like Su Qianmeng who loves surfing the internet should be able to easily understand what kind of love is hidden in the photos. Linyu's dream, how did you take this photo? It's so ugly. After seeing the message, Linyu was stunned for a second. She changed the note all of a sudden, and Linyu was not used to it. Linyu, are you not angry anymore? Linyu's dream, why am I angry? What's the point of being angry? You are already unclean, woohoo. Linyu, we are just friends, don't be so possessive. Linyu's dream, so you don't have the desire to possess me? Why are you trying to coax me? Linyu's dream, I am so sad. Look, I smoke so many cigarettes. Picture. Su Qianmeng sent a picture of herself sitting on the sofa with a thin black cigarette in her mouth. In the picture, she was wearing that black halter dress, with a sad look in her eyes and a jade-like appearance. Linyu couldn't help but laughed out loud. He remembered that Su Qianmeng had never been such a fragile girl. So, Linyu, let us pose for a photo. Shall go from Yibiao Linyu?
Billion Lin Yu's little go. Lin Yu, you wait.
Lin Yu had a very happy chat with her. Judging from the chat records, Su Qianmeng is probably not angry anymore.
Lin Yu thought so in his heart. On the stage, the teacher was talking about something important.
The teacher's surname is Lin, the same as Lin Yu.
Looking at the boys in the back row who were lowering their heads and not listening to her, Lin Yuru suddenly felt angry.
The boy in the navy blue t-shirt in the back row, can you tell me what the teacher just said? She shouted.
The classroom fell silent for a moment.
Navy blue short t-shirt? Lin Yu glanced at his shirt. Suddenly I realized that the teacher was calling me. 93, being too popular with girls. Student, what is your name? Teacher Lin shouted loudly at the podium.
Before Lin Yu could speak, someone else had already explained for him.
Teacher, his name is Lin Yu. His name is Lin Yu, teacher.
All the people who spoke were girls.
Lin Yuru frowned and looked at Lin Yu.
Although it is not particularly clear when looking at the last row from the podium, you can still see what the student looks like. Even Lin Yuru's heartbeat slowed down when she saw Lin Yu's face clearly.
The young man just stood there quietly, his peach blossom eyes slightly drooped, as if he was thinking.
The wind from the air conditioner in the back blew up his bangs, revealing his forehead, making him look just the right amount of handsome.
Snap. Some girls even secretly took photos of Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't react much to this. He was still wondering what question the teacher had just asked. After all, it is normal for me not to attend classes, so how could I possibly know? Lin Yu looked at the male classmates around him. I'm sorry, brother Lin Yu, I don't know either. Sheila spoke first. I don't know either. Me too.
The boys whispered. Sheila looked at Lin Yu standing there and felt secretly happy. Although the boys mostly spent their class time playing games, there were 12 boys in the class, so it was impossible that all of them didn't know what the teacher had just said. The reason they said this was because Sheila gave them a meaningful look.
Meaning, don't tell Lin Yu. After all, Sheila really likes to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself. Who let Lin Yu steal his limelight?
Before Lin Yu, Sheila was the most popular boy in the class. As he thought about it, Sheila's lips curled up slightly.
Lin Yu naturally noticed this and quickly understood what was going on. Isolate me? But that doesn't make any sense.
Lin Yu himself is isolated and has basically been acting alone in the past 2 years. So rather than saying that they isolated themselves, it would be more accurate to say that they isolated themselves.
Lin Yu had a calm expression and stood there quietly, not showing any embarrassment. If you don't answer, Teacher Lin will be angry. Why don't you just apologize to Teacher Lin and tell her that you didn't pay attention in class? She probably won't make things difficult for you. Sheila spoke again.
Lin Yu's calm appearance made him even more upset.
You're going to make a fool of yourself. Apologize to the teacher quickly with a trembling voice.
Sheila shouted in his heart. After all, Lin Yu has had little presence in the past 2 years. So in his eyes, Lin Yu is the kind of introverted and shy boy.
This type of boy is not very good at socializing and is easily timid.
So if he apologizes to the teacher in front of the whole class, his voice will definitely tremble and he will look very cowardly. Sheila could hardly hold back his laughter. But Lin Yu still looked calm.
Teacher, I don't know. Lin Yu said. Then find a classmate to answer for you.
Lin Yuru narrowed her eyes slightly.
A handsome boy can easily win the favor of girls. This is true even for Lin Yuru, a teacher. So she didn't attack Lin Yu. Lin Yu, don't ask us to help you, we don't know. Sheila continued reading. He was a little surprised by Lin Yu's calmness, but so what? It would be embarrassing if you couldn't find anyone to answer your questions later. Sheila sneered.
But in the classroom, there were many whispering, girlish voices.
Teacher, I'll speak for Lin Yu. Let me do it, teacher. Lin Yu, who do you want to help you answer this question?
Feeling the gazes of the girls, Lin Yu felt helpless.
Is this what it feels like to be popular with girls? It's so much more refreshing than being a goblin and hiding in a cave with my tribesmen for the past 20 years. Damn. It feels great to be popular with girls, right?
The host is in a good mood, and has successfully indulged himself.
The reward is 10,000 renminbi.
The system prompt sounded, and Lin Yu frowned, not knowing what to say.
With so many girls looking at me, it seems that no matter which one I choose, it would be unsuitable. But fortunately, the squad leader made an effort. Everyone be quiet.
The tingling sound of Xiaoyu came from the front row, very loudly, and Lin Yu in the back row could hear it clearly. Teacher, since this matter concerns the entire class, let me announce it to everyone again. Luo Xingyu said to teacher Lin Yuru.
Okay, then Xingyu will remind everyone again.
After getting the teacher's consent, Luo Xingyu nodded slightly and continued reading. Students, our professional study tour will start this Friday. If there are students who are not convenient to participate, please let me know in advance. Luo Xingyu is a very competent squad leader.
Although it is small, it looks easy to bully.
But when it comes to class-related matters, she has never been vague. She turned around and spoke to everyone from the first row. But Lin Yu suddenly winked at her. Luo Xingyu blushed instantly and her voice trembled.
That's all I have to say, everyone please pay attention.
After reading this, she turned around and sat back down.
Lin Yu is so bad, he must have done it on purpose.
She bit her pink lips gently.
Familiar memories flooded in again.
The storm soon passed, and Lin Yu played with his mobile phone, quietly waiting for the class to end. He has something else to do later, so he won't attend the next class.
Just run away. Drop.
As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Lin Yu stood up from his seat with a book in his hand.
Qilu, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, also stood up at this time. Student Lin Yu, please make way for me.
Qilu pointed to the door. Looking in the direction of his hand, there stood a girl holding a cup of water, wearing cool clothes and with beautiful makeup on.
Brother Qi, is this your girlfriend? She's pretty. Who of you is chasing after whom?
Two boys who were on good terms with Qilu spoke up. Qilu waved his hand gently.
Don't talk nonsense, this is not my girlfriend.
Although she is indeed pursuing me, she and I are just ordinary friends, please don't get me wrong. Perhaps it was intentional. Li's voice was so loud that many people in the class looked in that direction. Qilu felt very pleased with this.
That's right, boys' pretense is sometimes so nonsensical. For example, they would use girls who pursue them as a means of showing off. Student Lin Yu, I'll come over for a moment.
Although the road was actually very wide, Lin Yu could have passed even if he hadn't been allowed to. But Qilu still said that deliberately. There was a hint of pride in his voice.
So what if you, Lin Yu, are popular with girls?
I, Qilu, also have girls chasing after me, and they are pretty. But just as he was thinking, a soft but somewhat cold voice suddenly came from the back door of the classroom.
Hello classmate, I'm looking for Lin Yu. The short pretty girl read out.
When she looked up, she saw Lin Yu standing in the aisle at the back row.
94, there is only one world, but there are two twin tails. Student Qilu, let me go over first.
Lin Yu patted Li's shoulder. Then she walked past him and went towards the girl who was standing at the back door with a small bag in her hand. As for Qilu, he stood there in a daze, and so were the other people in the class who were watching the situation quietly.
You're not seeing wrong, that's the school beauty Sue. Lin Yu. No wonder this name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the boy who was on the school forum before? The one who was rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with the school beauty Sue.
Why is this possible? Some of Su Qianming's dream men were quietly heartbroken at this moment. As for the girls, there was also a heated discussion, and the discussion around Luo Xingyu was the most intense.
The one who was looking for Lin Yu just now was Su Qianming? Is it that Su Qianming? Looks like we have no chance. Xingyu, do you really not like Lin Yu? If you do, don't give up. Even if your rival is the school beauty Su, Xingyu, you still have the advantage.
Beside Luo Xingyu, Qin Xiaoxiao looked at her Lei and muttered.
I really don't like it, Xiaoxiao, please don't misunderstand me.
Luo Xingyu denied with a smile. But even she herself didn't realize that there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes.
Why did you come to see me? Lin Yu looked at Su Qianming and asked. Su Qianming's hairstyle today is twin ponytails.
She is wearing a purple JK skirt. Her slender and straight legs are wrapped in white stockings, looking like soft and chewy little cakes. Because of the height-enhancing little leather shoes she was wearing, Su Qianming's head was already slightly below Lin Yu's chest. Her twin ponytail swayed as she walked, rubbing against Lin Yu's arm.
It's a little itchy. Lin Yu spoke again.
Su Qianming stopped at the old banyan tree on the campus avenue. There was a stone bench there. She put the bag on it first, then looked at Lin Yu.
Come and sit down, she said. So Lin Yu sat next to her. You said I was posing for photos today?
She crossed her arms. Yeah, Sister Su Qianmeng, are you such a fragile girl that you become depressed just because a boy who is not your boyfriend has sex with other girls?
Yes, because Lin Yu, you are different from ordinary boys.
I regard you as a very important person. She hugged Lin Yu's arm and rubbed her little face against it.
You're not angry anymore?
Lin Yu asked her. Su Qianming's body was icy, so he didn't feel hot when her arms were hugged by her. Instead, he felt very comfortable because of the icy and soft touch.
Is it useful for me to be angry? Even if I am angry, Lin Yu has already.
She paused suddenly, her beautiful eyes turned, and she asked another question.
That person, is she as pretty as me? Which one? Who else could it be? The one you roughed up last night. Su Qianmeng raised her little face and looked at Lin Yu.
She grinned frivolously, her lips slightly parted, revealing her cute little fangs and the silver candy in her mouth.
On par with you.
Lin Yu replied with a smile.
Then Su Qianqian grabbed Lin Yu's arm and bit it hard. You're lying. Su Qianmeng relaxed and glanced at Lin Yu.
She doesn't believe it if he is on par with her.
Why is Lin Yu like this?
He only knows how to make her angry.
Su Qianmeng's little face puffed up.
But he found that Lin Yu's brows were furrowed and his face turned a little pale.
Lin Yu? What's wrong with you? Su Qianmeng was a little flustered for a moment.
Lin Yu just glanced at the place where she had bitten him.
It's exactly the same spot where she bit me last night.
Because she had already bitten him and drawn blood last night, her bite today easily broke Lin Yu's wound, which was much more painful than before.
Let go first. Lin Yu said calmly. I don't want it.
Su Qianmeng shook her head gently. She soon discovered that Lin Yu's arm was bleeding, and red fluid was oozing out of the wound. So she lowered her head, held Lin Yu's hand, and licked the wound gently with the tip of her tongue.
I was wrong, Lin Yu.
She recited softly, looking up at Lin Yu like a wronged little goblin.
Just because you were wrong, should I forgive you? Lin Yu said coldly.
But he found that Su Qianmeng was holding his hand, her body was trembling slightly, and on his arm, in addition to blood, there seemed to be something crystal clear and warm falling on it.
Hello? Sister Su Qianmeng? Are you crying? Su Qianmeng whimpered softly.
She licked all the blood off Lin Yu's wound until the bleeding stopped and a scab formed. Then she lowered her head and drops of crystal tears slid down her face onto Lin Yu's arm.
It must hurt, Lin Yu. I'm sorry. Su Qianmeng's voice was intermittent. It's okay, it's nothing. Just don't bite it next time.
Lin Yu rubbed her head.
Lin Yu wants to draw a line between us, right? How could that be? Su Qianmeng is so beautiful, why would I draw a line between us? I am still waiting to take advantage of you. But you won't let me bite you.
Her voice suddenly became a little louder.
You can bite it, but don't bite too hard, because it will hurt me too.
Lin Yu said to her patiently.
Okay, then Lin Yu, help me wipe my tears. Su Qianmeng raised her little face.
She has a beautiful face, delicate features, fair skin, and not a single flaw can be found. The girl is described as a pear blossom in the rain, looking pitiful and delicate.
So people with good looks are naturally at an advantage.
Even Lin Yu, seeing Su Qianmeng like this, couldn't help but feel moved, and reached out to wipe her tears.
Su Qianmeng said, I still want a kiss.
Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but Su Qianmeng had already put her arms around his neck. Her lips did not come directly to Lin Yu's, but kept a distance of a finger from him, and then she rubbed the tip of Lin Yu's nose with her white little nose.
Eyes met.
At this time, there was a breeze blowing, and the old banyan tree above his head rustled. The cicadas chirped in the same rhythm as the wind. Lin Yu felt that his breathing became a little faster.
The last step is for Lin Yu to take the initiative.
She closed her eyes. Then Lin Yu put his arms around her slender waist and kissed that warm and cool part. But suddenly he found that Su Qianmeng in his arms showed the familiar smirk again.
Lin Yu.
She used the tip of her tongue to break the long thread.
What's wrong? You know what? There is only one world, but there are two twin tails. She smiled. What do you mean? Lin Yu didn't understand.
What I mean is, you were tricked by me.
Su Qianmeng laughed and continued to kiss him. Yes, when did Sister Su Qianmeng become such a pretentious person? How can you cry just because you bit yourself and it hurts you?
Lin Yu's mind was working very fast at this moment, but his body was still very honest.
Because kissing feels good. People live to kiss.
95. Lin Yu and Su Xiaohua are kissing.
Su Qianmeng always smells good.
From every inch of skin to every strand of hair, there is a strong scent of roses. So Lin Yu's breathing was filled with a bit of enjoyment. Very gently, I inhaled her sweet scent into my nose. So the heat and the sun don't matter at all. Lin Yu can sit here until dark.
Lin Yu, don't you have anything to ask me?
Su Qianmeng buried her head in Lin Yu's arms. Kissing is nice, but if you kiss for too long, your mouth will become numb.
Explain it yourself.
Lin Yu gently scratched her waist. Su Qianmeng shook her head in his arms and said, "Itchy."
You climbed onto my legs by yourself, can you blame me?
Lin Yu replied with a smile. At this moment, Su Qianmeng was sitting on his lap, her little face buried in Lin Yu's chest, her hands gently placed aside. She was sitting with her legs together, and her short legs wrapped in white silk were slender under the purple JK skirt. The breeze gently lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a piece of delicate skin between the white silk and the hem. It wasn't as white as the white silk, but it looked tender. So Loli should wear white silk stockings, because white silk stockings are the best in the world. What a Loli with black stockings, it's really tasteless. Lin Yu rubbed Su Qianmeng's head with one hand. As for the other hand, he used it to massage Su Qianmeng's legs.
Lin Yu, my legs are not sore, what are you doing? Su Qianmeng raised her little face and looked at Lin Yu.
Her pink lips lifted slightly, as if to say, "You are not honest, boy."
Then I'll let go. Lin Yu replied.
Su Qianmeng buried her face in Lin Yu's arms and said, "Continue."
What? I said, Lin Yu, keep pinching. Good.
Lin Yu was not polite to Su Qianmeng. As for the so-called routine that Su Qianmeng mentioned, Lin Yu did not find anything unusual for the time being.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition.
Drop.
The system notification sound almost never stopped, and Lin Yu silently blocked it out.
It is normal to attract attention by hanging out with the campus belle of Suzhou University.
All students in Luyuan know that the old banyan tree is a favorite place for young couples. Because there are many small stone benches under the tree, and the light is dim under the shade of the tree, the night is suitable for couples to do embarrassing things like kissing and touching each other.
But there are not many couples here during the day. Apart from Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng, a man and a woman, there is no one else nearby who looks like a couple. Su Qianmeng closed her eyes and enjoyed Lin Yu's leg massage very comfortably. Of course, Lin Yu's hand cannot go beyond certain warning lines. This is her bottom line. Lin Yu, we look like a couple now, right? Su Qianmeng smiled. Yeah. Then why don't we really be together? Su Qianmeng continued.
No, there are other girls who need my protection. Lin Yu replied to her. It's too late to engage in pure love or something like that. He, Lin Yu, has already become an old scumbag created by a certain failed little author.
The collapse of his character will never happen. Oomph, Lin Yu, you are such a scumbag.
Su Qianmeng stretched out a slender finger and drew a circle on Lin Yu's chest.
Tell me the truth, was it your first time with that woman last night? Why are you asking that? I just want to know. No.
Lin Yu shook his head slightly.
What number is that? The. Lin Yu counted, the fourth to sixth time. Su Qianmeng was stunned when she heard this. What she wanted to ask was which girl it was.
But Lin Yu's answer seemed to contain more information.
That's pretty impressive, 3 times. Su Qianmeng gritted her teeth.
The poor little girl had grown up to a point that she could hardly grasp without her noticing. She sighed quietly in her heart. Then she raised her head and rubbed it on Lin Yu's big hand on her head.
But Lin Yu, it will be hard for you to flirt with girls in the future. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Yu was puzzled.
Su Qianmeng still smiled and pointed at the drone in the sky.
This is the school's live broadcast equipment. Lucheng Normal University, New Media Operations Center.
Head teacher Wang Jingjing was taking a lunch break when suddenly a sharp explosion sounded beside her.
Teacher Wang, Teacher Wang. Our live broadcast room exploded.
The person who spoke was a girl with pigtails and glasses, wearing a green vest and a badge from the New Media Operations Department on her chest. It's just a natural flow, don't panic.
Wang Jingjing waved her hand. These are all small events. Sometimes when Douyin is streaming, 1,000 people will flock to the live broadcast room. This is normal. But teacher, our number of online viewers is over 110,000. Wait. It's still increasing steadily.
Su Tang continued to mutter.
What?
Wang Jingjing suddenly stood up from her seat.
You mean Duo Xiao? Now it's 130,000 people.
Su Tang said timidly. Looking at the scene in the live broadcast room, she couldn't help but sigh. School beauty Su was really so terrifying. May is the month approaching the college entrance examination, and it is also the time when major universities prepare to recruit students. Lu Yuan has also been working hard recently to use drones to broadcast live scenes from various parts of the campus every day to increase the school's exposure.
But nothing has happened.
As one of the persons in charge in this regard, Su Tang was quite troubled, so she took the initiative to seek help from her best friend Su Qianmeng, who is a big internet celebrity.
Qianmeng, what do you think we should do? It's very simple.
This afternoon, there will be a big news event at the old banyan tree in the school. You just need to set up your camera position in advance. This is what Su Qianmeng said at the time, and Su Tang did it. But she didn't expect that the big news her best friend was talking about was actually herself. Su Tang swallowed and looked at the screen in the live broadcast room. Su Qianmeng was sitting on a boy's lap. The two were hugging and kissing.
No, there are so many people in this live broadcast room? What's going on? Aren't they just a couple kissing?
Wait, is this the official account of the university?
Then I have to take a look.
But it's just a couple kissing each other. To be honest, it's not that interesting. Some viewers flocked into the live broadcast room and typed such comments. But soon, such words changed. The man and woman in the picture parted their lips, showing their amazing looks to the live camera.
Oh my god. This guy is so handsome? Is this reasonable?
Look carefully, the girl in his arms is also very beautiful.
They are a perfect match. Will I be able to meet such handsome men and beautiful women when I go to college and start a sweet love? I'm so looking forward to it. The guy in front, today is Friday, shouldn't you be in class? Why are you watching the live broadcast?
There were constant barrages of comments in the live broadcast room. In reality, many students from Lu Yuan are also paying attention to this live broadcast. In Lin Yu's class, many people are watching the live broadcast at this moment.
Xingyu, look, isn't this Lin Yu?
Xin Xiaoxiao handed the phone to Luo Xingyu.
Not interested. Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes and listened attentively. She won't be distracted in class.
Until the boys in the back row of the classroom suddenly said WTF for no apparent reason. The whole class suddenly became quiet.
It's Lin Yu.
Lin Yu and school beauty Su are kissing, and he is also.
What else?
He even touched my legs.
96, offset, penalty. Drone?
What is it for? Lin Yu followed Su Qianming's gaze.
This is the school's drone.
The footage we just saw was all live streamed. Oh, and I also asked someone to invest in traffic in advance.
Su Qianming covered her mouth and chuckled. Now, we are famous.
She sat on Lin Yu's lap and looked at him complacently.
Now, how can you flirt with your sister? I'm sure a lot of people saw us kissing. Who else dares to snatch my man from me, Su Qianming?
Su Qianming's smile was very confident, giving off a sense of being in control of everything. It was not until this moment that Lin Yu finally understood what Su Qianming's so-called routine was. Tempting himself to kiss and touch her, and then being seen by everyone in the live broadcast room. Now you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River.
He kissed a girl on the lips, touched her legs, and then clarified that she was not his girlfriend? If that happens, I will probably be criticized.
Looking at Su Qianming's smug eyes, Lin Yu smiled helplessly.
Sister Su Qianming likes to make trouble, so let her do it, but there should be some punishment. Hee, I told you so long ago, huh?
Su Qianming was muttering to herself, but Lin Yu put his hands under her armpits, lifted her up gently, and put her on the ground.
Lin Yu? What are you doing? Su Qianming asked in confusion. Isn't Lin Yu very lustful? Why did he suddenly stop hugging me?
When Lin Yu heard this, he just turned away with a cold face.
Su Qianming, you've gone too far this time.
His voice was cold.
Su Qianming was stunned. Are you angry?
I'll go first,
Lin Yu said.
Then walked straight out of the shade into the sunshine.
Lin Yu. Su Qianming's voice became a little flustered.
She first looked at the drone in the sky, then picked up the small bag on the stone bench and chased in the direction of Lin Yu. This was a little different from what she had planned. Su Qianming had completely expected that Lin Yu would be angry because she did not inform him about the live broadcast. She also thought of ways to deal with it in advance. After all, the last few times when Lin Yu got angry, he would forcefully kiss her, then bite the candy on the tip of her tongue, or, in short, they all do some nasty things to her. So she thought, as long as she was a little obedient when Lin Yu did that kind of thing, he wouldn't be angry.
But judging from Lin Yu's current reaction, it doesn't seem that simple. Thinking about it, Su Qianming walked to Lin Yu and grabbed Lin Yu's hand.
I was wrong about what happened just now, brother Lin Yu, please forgive me.
Su Qianming muttered softly, holding Lin Yu's arm and shaking it against her chest.
Lin Yu still had no expression on his face.
Beep.
Lin Yu's cell phone also rang at this time.
Press answer.
There was a cold female voice coming from the other side, which seemed to sound angry and a little resentful.
Hello, I heard from Dr. Chu that you need to buy a house in Jinchuan Valley and want me to help you, right?
I'm free this afternoon, so please come to the sales office by yourself later.
Okay. Lin Yu replied.
The voice seemed a little familiar, but Lin Yu couldn't figure out who it was for a moment.
Are you talking to a woman on the phone? Su Qianming's chest heaved.
Lin Yu's indifference made her a little flustered for a moment, so that she couldn't calm down and couldn't hear clearly what was being said on the phone. But judging from the tone of voice, the other person is probably a girl.
Is it the one from last night? She continued to ask. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Lin Yu said, then let go of Su Qianming's hand. Su Qianming lowered her eyes and looked a little lonely. Lin Yu's figure became smaller and smaller in her sight, and Su Qianming's eyes suddenly became sore. Lin Yu suddenly turned around and returned to her side.
Would you like to come with me?
His voice became gentle, just like the wind blowing past the two of them at this moment.
You're not angry anymore? Su Qianming's eyes lit up. It's not that I'm not angry, it's that we don't owe each other anything anymore.
The two looked at each other quietly. The air was quiet for a few seconds.
Su Qianming nodded gently and said, okay. She understood what Lin Yu meant.
What happened last night could no longer be a reason for her to lose her temper with Lin Yu, because they no longer owed each other anything.
Let's go, we're in a hurry. Lin Yu said. Su Qianming's phone rang at this time. She looked down and said to Lin Yu, I have something to do too. I won't go. Aren't you worried that I'm going to meet some bad woman?
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Su Qianming put her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky, which was clear blue.
Lin Yu dares to take me there, which means he is not going to meet a bad woman.
Su Qianming stuck out her tongue with a playful expression. Then I'll leave first? Lin Yu said. Wait. Su Qianming called Lin Yu. She handed the blue bag she brought to school today towards Lin Yu. This is? Made it for Lin Yu. Su Qianming smiled like a flower. Lin Yu took it doubtfully and took a look into the bag. There was also a small box inside with a pink bow tied on it. It can't be something weird, right? Lin Yu looked at her and asked. How could that be?
Su Qianming raised her little face again, looking proud.
This is food. Didn't Lin Yu say last time that I was lazy? Didn't he say that I wasn't suitable to be a daughter-in-law? So I'm going to prove to you my ability. I didn't say you are not suitable to be a wife, I just said you are lazy. Lin Yu thought as he opened the box. Su Qianming stopped him, don't open it now. Okay.
Lin Yu spread his hands.
Am I really leaving?
Only after Lin Yu disappeared from her sight did Su Qianming turn around and walk towards the old banyan tree. She opened her Douyin app, which was already filled with private messages.
Meng Meng, is that you in Liu Yuan's live broadcast room today? It seems like you. Screenshot. Meng Meng, you're not in a relationship, are you? Woo woo woo. Meng Meng, that boy is so handsome, I want to support you guys. Does he also play Douyin? What's his account number?
After turning off Douyin, Su Qianming returned to the place where she had just kissed Lin Yu and sat quietly. The drone in the sky has been retrieved and people from the new media center have arrived.
Meng Meng. Su Tang ran towards Su Qianming. Who says besties are bad? This bestie is awesome.
In the Maybach, Lin Yu opened the box that Su Qianmeng gave him. Inside was a small cake, dark and mushy.
Looks like it was handmade.
Lin Yu smiled helplessly. No wonder she didn't let him open it in front of her.
Then Lin Yu took another bite. It's bitter. A small note fell out from the interlayer of the box. Punishment for Lin Yu, smirk left by Su Qianmeng. 97, goodbye Su Jinsi.
Dear Chengdu citizens, please note that due to the strong convective weather, it is expected that from 4 p.m. today, strong winds of varying degrees will occur in various areas of the city, and the highest wind is expected to reach level 5.
At that time, the temperature will drop and it will rain. Please pay attention to safety when traveling.
Lin Yu lay on the seat of the Maybach, glanced at the Douyin broadcast, and then looked at the sky outside the window. The sun is still shining brightly, and there is no sign of a drastic change in the weather.
Forget it, don't worry about it. Let's deal with this matter early and then go home and have a good sleep. Lin Yu yawned. He is currently on the road outside the Jinchuan Valley Sales Center.
The girl who asked him to wait here has already made him wait for 10 minutes.
Lin Yu frowned.
The person the system was looking for this time seemed a little unreliable. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Yu found the phone number and called it.
Beep, beep. After the ringing lasted 2 seconds, the other party answered. Hello? Su Jinsi muttered dissatisfiedly. She is in a bad mood now because her car broke down. Hey, didn't you tell me to wait for you at the sales center? Where are you?
The boy's voice was as gentle as jade.
But the more Su Jinsi listened, the angrier he became.
Because the boy's voice is very familiar. The voice was somewhat similar to that of the boy who had taken her body and taken her money. I'm on Jiangtong East Road and my car broke down,
she said lightly. The other party hesitated for a while and replied, then let me help you? Well, I'm on the side of the road. You can see me when you drive over. Su Jinsi continued reading. Okay.
The other party replied.
Then hang up the phone. Snap.
Su Jinsi slapped the steering wheel hard with her fair little hand. She called Su Shanha today, but she never managed to apologize, and the two had another fight. Now, there was no news about Wang Fugui.
Su Shanha even managed to take back the right to use the villa.
She could not open the door of the villa, and the servants inside were told not to let her in.
Sister Qianmeng sent her to the gate of the villa and then went back to school.
If the car hadn't been parked outside, she wouldn't even have a place to rest. What is even more hateful is that in order to deal with this matter for the person who said he wanted to buy a villa, she drove halfway and found that she had run out of gas. But she was penniless at the moment and didn't have any valuable jewelry on her, so she couldn't even afford to fill up her gas tank.
How annoying. Su Jinsi muttered again.
At this moment, the phone vibrated again.
Hello, where are you? Lin Yu asked. Roadside. Please be more specific. Which roadside are you talking about? The roadside is the roadside.
The girl's voice was angry. Lin Yu remained silent. He was obviously a little dissatisfied with her tone.
Su Jinsi quickly realized this and slowed down his tone. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. I'm outside my Yijia in the middle of Zhengtong East Road. I'm wearing a white skirt and driving a silver Maserati MC20. She described it in as much detail as possible. After all, apart from this young man, she didn't know who to contact for the moment. Su Qianmeng? No, I've already troubled her today.
Although they are sisters, they have the same father but different mothers, so they are not particularly familiar with each other. As for her group of rich second-generation friends in Chengdu, she also excluded them. They were all drinking buddies, and even if they helped her, it was inevitable that some bad words would be spread behind her back. While thinking, Su Jinsi opened the car door, walked down and stood on the side of the road. She didn't really want to get out of the car because her cosmetics were in the villa, so she didn't put on sunscreen.
Su Jinsi didn't want to get tanned. But if she doesn't get off, what if that person can't find her? So annoying.
Su Jinsi curled her lips.
At this time, the phone rang again. Hey, I'm here at my Yijia. What car do you drive? Maybach. Lin Yu replied.
Then he looked outside through the car window, and happened to meet the eyes of the little girl in a white skirt standing on the curb.
Su Jinsi was still dressed the same as last night.
She was wearing a white dress that reached down to her calves, revealing a bit of her snow-white skin. She wore a pair of flat white Gucci shoes and white socks. She stood in the sun, looking particularly dazzling, with a very pure outfit. But her long, straight black hair was a little messy at the moment, as if it had undergone some kind of destruction. The two of them just held their phones and stared at each other.
Hello? Sujinsi spoke into the receiver. Yeah.
Lin Yu answered into the receiver.
Are you the one who wants to buy the villa? It's me.
Don't stay out in the sun, get in the car first.
Lin Yu said. Good. Ding. Gained 30 points of recognition from Sujinsi. Sujinsi got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Are you really going to buy a villa? If I'm not buying, why would I look for you?
Lin Yu looked into her eyes.
Have you verified your qualifications? Certainly. Humph.
Sujinsi leaned against the passenger seat, clasping her hands to her chest, and said, I never knew that a cheap bastard like you was actually quite rich. Her voice was cold and contained a hint of disdain.
I have a name.
Lin Yu looked at her helplessly. After what happened last night, he now found it difficult to look Sujinsi in the face.
Don't be fooled by her arrogant look now, she begged me a lot last night. What's wrong with your car? Lin Yu asked again. There is a minor problem. Don't worry about it.
Just go to the sales center directly.
Sujinsi replied. Sujinsi naturally wouldn't tell Lin Yu about her lack of money.
That would make her, a young lady, lose face.
But did Lin Yushin pass the capital verification? Sujinsi glanced at Lin Yu, feeling a little bit unconvinced. Didn't the previous information say that Lin Yu was just an ordinary student? Can an ordinary student have at least 9-digit savings? This is obviously unlikely. What a conceited man.
As he thought about it, Sujinsi suddenly became a little irritated again. She took a look at Lin Yu's hand and found that Lin Yu's hand was very similar to Wang Fugui's. But obviously, Lin Yu could not be Wang Fugui. After all, Wang Fugui looks much more pleasing to the eye than Lin Yu.
As Sujinsi thought about it, he looked up at Lin Yu's face. Can you please hurry up? She said urgently. Why are you hurrying? There's a red light ahead. Lin Yu replied. Snort. Sujinsi just snorted coldly, turned his face away and said nothing more.
In a corner that Lin Yu couldn't see, a blush crept up on her pretty face.
Lin Yu is so handsome, I really want to kiss him. Bah. 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 Sujinsi, what are you thinking about?
She bit her lip, the pain allowing her to regain some of her focus. She clearly liked Wang Fugui last night, why did she suddenly have feelings for this bastard again today? She suddenly felt that she was a shameless girl. We're here, get off the bus. Lin Yu's voice interrupted him.
98. Why are you so fierce?
As soon as he got off the car, Shin-hee, the general manager of the sales center, was already wearing a cheongsam and standing at the door of the sales center waiting for Lin Yu.
Mr. Lin, you are here.
Shin-hee said respectfully.
Yeah. Lin Yu replied.
He had told Shin-hee in advance that he was going to look at houses today. The other party said that a higher level figure was needed to be present to sign some agreement and that it would take at least a week. Lin Yu told her that he had already resolved the matter.
Mr. Lin, how do you plan to resolve the agreement you mentioned before? Shin-hee asked. Wait a little longer. Lin Yu replied. A minute later, Sujinsi got out of the Maybach.
She had just fixed her messy hair in front of the mirror in Lin Yu's car.
It's her. She should be able to solve this problem.
Lin Yu pointed at Sujinsi.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Shin-hee. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind.
Miss Sue.
Shin-hee widened his eyes. Unexpectedly, the solution Mr. Lin proposed was to find Sujinsi, the eldest daughter of the Su family.
Jinchuan River Valley is one of the Su family's industries.
As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Sujinsi is one of the major shareholders of Jinchuan River Valley. Naturally, she has the right to sign the agreement to be handled next.
Do you know me? Sujinsi looked up at Shin-hee. Of course I know him.
Shin-hee replied respectfully. But then he led the two of them into the sales center and sat down in the VIP room. She was just one of the Su family's junior employees, and Sujinsi was the eldest daughter, so it was normal that she didn't know her. Shin-hee smiled and took out the contract he had prepared in advance. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, you just need to sign your names on these documents.
Qin Henian said.
Has he already verified his credentials? Yes, Mr. Lin has already completed all other procedures one day in advance.
Ding. Gaining Su Jinxi's recognition value is 15 points.
After signing the contract, Lin Yu, led by Qin He, walked out of the sales center.
The next step is to view and buy a house. But alas, it seems that will have to be another day. The light outside was getting dim at this moment. Thick dark clouds blocked the sunlight, and a few arcs of electricity were faintly visible.
Su Jinxi stood in front of Lin Yu, with her back to him, her waist-length hair fluttering in the wind.
She felt a little depressed at the moment. It's going to rain. What should she do? It seems there's nowhere to go.
Suddenly, Su Jinxi felt his head feel heavy.
What are you doing?
She turned around suddenly and kept a distance from Lin Yu.
It seemed to be saying, disgusting. Pervert. Don't touch me.
Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly and shook the leaves he had just taken from her hair in front of her.
Don't get me wrong, I just want to say, the wind is picking up. I can feel it. The weather forecast says there will be a thunderstorm and a force 5 wind in a while. Lin Yu continued reading. So what? So let's go home. Lin Yu looked at Qin He, who was standing by and waiting. What does Manager Qin think? This. Qin He hesitated. Then let's go back. Su Jinxi spoke first.
Anyway, she had signed the agreement for Lin Yu, and the subsequent process would be the same with or without her, so she naturally didn't want to accompany Lin Yu to view houses for free.
Then I'll leave first, Manager Qin. I'll contact you next time I need to see a house. Lin Yu said. Okay. Qin He replied respectfully.
Lin Yu drove directly away from the sales center.
Su Jinxi was not there.
After she heard that she didn't need to continue looking for houses today, she turned around and cursed Lin Yu for being a scumbag before leaving.
So Lin Yu didn't try to keep her.
It's just that this girl seems a little stupid.
I didn't deliberately change my voice last night. Didn't she notice anything and didn't doubt me at all?
Without thinking any further, Lin Yu drove to a nearby milk tea shop.
The name is a long string of English words. It is also Lin Yu's first time here. It seems to be a high-end milk tea shop. Just look at its menu to see how high-end it is. Sir, what could you order? The waitress asked respectfully.
Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
This, let's have a cup of each.
Lin Yu pointed at the mango sago and taro paste and said.
Mango sago is 288, taro paste bobo is 188.
In the past, Lin Yu believed that milk tea at such a price was only sold in the exquisite cities of Shanghai and Beijing. But now it seems that is not the case. After all, my horizons are limited by my past status and financial resources.
As long as you have money, you can be the boss anywhere. By the way, you guys should work faster. It's going to rain soon and I'm in a hurry. Lin Yu added.
Sorry, sir, there are still a few cups in front of you that have not been made, so you have to wait a while.
The waitress shook her head and said. Lin Yu asked her to take out the payment code. Okay sir, I'll do it for you right away. The waitress was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. In less than 2 minutes, he prepared milk tea for Lin Yu. Have a nice day, sir.
She said respectfully, watching Lin Yu leave the milk tea shop with starry eyes.
Lin Yu got into the car with the milk tea and prepared to go home.
It has started to rain, but fortunately my Maybach does not have any problems with leaking. Moreover, the performance and quality of the car are very good. The slippery road surface and rainy days and the strong wind outside did not have much impact on driving.
Maybach moved slowly in the wind and rain.
Halfway through the journey, Lin Yu suddenly stepped on the brakes.
Look across the street.
The little girl in the white dress was now soaked all over. Because she was very light, she had to hold on to a big tree by the roadside to barely keep her balance. Su Jinxi gritted her teeth, her wet hair fluttering in the wind, and her fair face was covered with water. It was impossible to tell whether it was tears or rain. It was raining heavily and she was shivering slightly in the rain. If she had to choose again, she probably wouldn't leave by herself, but would let Lin Yu take her back to her car first.
At least you can shelter from the rain in the car. Hoo-hoo.
There was a strong wind. She lost her grip, stumbled, and fell. A sense of detachment arises. Su Jinxi felt light and fluttery, as if she was about to be blown away by the wind. But what greeted her was warm air.
Boom!
Lin Yu put his arm around her waist and threw her into the back seat, then he opened the door and sat back in the driver's seat.
A force 5 gale is strong enough that even an adult man would have difficulty walking. Sujinsi, didn't I tell you it was going to rain soon? You said you weren't going home, so why were you wandering around outside alone?
Lin Yu's voice sounded helpless.
Sujinsi was still confused.
She raised her little face, her eyes red.
Why are you being so mean to me? 99, rainy day, go home. Snap click.
Billions of raindrops fell from the sky, and the whole world was wrapped in a curtain of rain. The wind was blowing, the trees were swaying, and the raindrops and leaves hit the car windows together. Lin Yu turned on the windshield wipers, concentrated on driving, and drove straight towards home. On a windy day like this, it is dangerous outside after all. It is easy for accidents to happen, turning you into a failed man.
So Lin Yu was very cautious. Sujinsi was much quieter at this moment.
She stared blankly at the scenery outside the window receding. Because her body was soaked, she seemed a little cold and shivered slightly.
Hey, jerk! Where are you taking me? Do you want me to throw you out?
Lin Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror.
So Sujinsi became quiet.
She turned her face away and didn't look at Lin Yu in the mirror. Just take me to my car, she continued. In such weather, she didn't want her sister to risk her life to pick her up. She was very satisfied as long as she could hide in the car and have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. But Lin Yu drove quietly and did not respond to her.
Bang!
There was a sudden sound from the roof of the car. Sujinsi shuddered and shrank into the corner of the car seat, his eyes filled with panic. Maybe it was hit by a branch, don't panic.
Lin Yu said lightly. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky in the distance. Ah! Sujinsi screamed. Realizing her embarrassment, a blush appeared on her pale face.
She glanced at Lin Yu and found that he was also looking at her.
What are you looking at? Afraid of thunder? How is that possible?
Sujinsi bent her legs and buried her face in her legs, making it impossible for Lin Yu to see her expression. Then she looked out the window again and pouted slightly.
I just wanted to hum. What do you care about me? Your car is on Zhangtong East Road, right? It's still about a kilometer away.
I'm on my way home, so I'll take you there first.
Boom! Another arc of electricity flashed across. Sujinsi swallowed lightly, looked up at Lin Yu, and said, I'm not going there. Where are you going? I'll go wherever you go. I want to go home, will you come with me?
Perhaps because they had a romantic experience together, Lin Yu finally softened his heart.
We're here, get off. After parking the car downstairs, Lin Yu looked at Sujinsi and said.
She opened the car door and first stuck out one little foot. The raindrops hit her white and tender calves, feeling cold.
Don't waste time, remember to close the door. Lin Yu was holding a cup of milk tea and standing at the entrance of the apartment building, watching her read.
The parking space was a few meters away from the unit door, and the rain was heavy, so Lin Yu was soaked.
No.
Sujinsi got out of the car, and the heavy rain soaked her clothes, which had just dried a little.
After closing the door, Sujinsi trotted to the unit door.
Water was dripping from her skirt and hair, making the ground wet. Lin Yu glanced at her calmly. The white skirt was very transparent after it got wet, but fortunately, Sister Jinsi had a flat chest, so nothing could be seen. The only thing that attracts the eye is probably the pink panties.
What are you looking at?
She crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes wide open, like a kitten with a cat attack.
What are you yelling about? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've even tried it.
Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth.
The rain was so loud that Sujinsi couldn't hear clearly what Lin Yu said. What did you say? Nothing, stop standing there like an idiot and follow me first.
Lin Yu went up the stairs first.
Sujinsi followed behind him, her feet making thudding sounds on the stairs.
She stopped on the third floor and glanced at the white wall beside her.
Because it is an old neighborhood, the walls are a bit worn and cracks appeared after being dampened by rainy days. You live in a place like this? If you still want to come into my house, shut up.
The venomous little mouth just closed like that.
That's right, what's wrong with a little girl swearing every day?
Lin Yu opened the door, let Sujinsi in, and waited for him in the living room, while he went back to the bedroom to find the hairdryer.
Here, blow dry your hair.
Lin Yu looked at her and said. Only at this moment did Su Jinsi notice that the pink color of her panties seemed a bit out of place. She pinched the hem of her skirt with her small hands to minimize the contact between the fabric and her body, and then glared at Lin Yu fiercely. No one would blow dry their hair right after getting caught in the rain. They must take a shower first. And, go find me 2 sets of clothes. Su Jinsi raised her white chin and read. Arrogant and foolish young lady, do you treat this as your own home and me as a servant? The corners of Lin Yu's lips curled up, revealing an intriguing smile. The bathroom is next to the kitchen, go there first. As for clothes, I'll go look for them first. He recited each word slowly, then turned around and went back to his room. Humph, that's more like it. Hearing Lin Yu's gentle tone, Su Jinsi's mood improved a little. After this bastard became obedient, he became much more pleasing to the eye. Su Jinsi bent down to take off her white shoes, stuffed her white socks into the shoes, and then used a small rubber band to tie up her loose wet hair, which made her feel a little more comfortable. After taking another look at the decoration of the room, Su Jinsi became even more confused. How could this bastard have the money to buy a villa, but still live in such an environment? Confused and puzzled, Lin Yu came out of the room. In his hand was a neatly folded white shirt. Take it. Have you worn it? Wear it once. Humph, disgusting. Although she said this, she still took the white shirt. You can't just take a shower without wearing anything. She took the clothes and went into the bathroom, while Lin Yu took off his wet t-shirt, leaned on the sofa and started playing Douyin. The lights in the living room were not on and it was a little dim. The sound of raindrops outside the window was an atmosphere that Lin Yu liked very much. I was happily browsing Douyin, and while browsing, I found a familiar face. It was Su Qianmeng. She was in charge of the live broadcast room of Lu Yuan's official account. Because of her beautiful looks and the prevalence of Lolita control, the live broadcast room was very popular. Senior, how is the environment in Lu Yuan? Is the food in the cafeteria good? I thought that my failure to pass the independent recruitment last month was a target of Capital, but I didn't expect that Capital gave me a chance to choose my destiny again. I will definitely pass the college entrance examination this time. Senior sister, wait for me. Senior, are there really many beautiful girls like you in Lu Yuan? Mom. The live broadcast room was filled with constant barrage of comments. Because of what happened in the afternoon, Su Qianmeng took charge of the live broadcast room at the request of her best friend and her teacher. Student Su, when can your boyfriend come over? I'd like to ask you to shoot a recruitment video for us. Wang Jingjing's eyes were shining as she stared straight at Su Qianmeng. Let's wait for next time. He is not free today. Su Qianmeng replied. Teacher Wang, why don't we end the live broadcast today? Su Tang said aloud. As requested by her teacher, she asked her best friend to do the live broadcast. The teacher clearly agreed at the beginning to only live broadcast for a short while, but now it has been an hour and a half and they are still not allowed to leave. It was raining heavily outside, and Su Tang felt that she had delayed her best friend from going home to rest. But the teacher doesn't think so. The live broadcast room is very popular now. It is a good publicity opportunity. How can it end so soon? How about this, if someone can get a carnival, we'll end the broadcast today, otherwise we'll wait another half an hour, said teacher Wang. Su Tang looked aggrieved and looked at Su Qianmeng helplessly, silently saying sorry in his heart. Those who watch this live broadcast are all students. It is not easy to have a carnival. Although Su Qianmeng is pretty enough, she did not interact with the audience at all. She just sat in the live broadcast room and acted as a doplus. In such a situation, even if you are rich, you are not willing to give gifts. Su Tang looked aggrieved, but Su Qianmeng suddenly winked at her, then looked at teacher Wang. Teacher, we can end the broadcast now. Offline? Someone swipes? Teacher Wang looked towards the live broadcast room. A screen full of special effects appears. Lin Yu send Carnival 10. 100 things a boy's room should have. Want to be Lin Yu Xiaogo, why did you give me gifts? Su Qianmeng sent a WeChat message on the phone. Lin Yu smiled faintly. No, doesn't your teacher know that the microphone is on in your live broadcast room? I heard everything you said. Want to be Lin Yu Xiaogo, okay. Su Qianmeng was probably in a very happy state, as she sent Lin Yu several beautiful selfies. The girl turned her back to the windowsill, with the sky full of lightning and thunder and the rain pouring down behind her. In the first photo, she smiled brightly, and her beautiful eyes were brighter than lightning. In the second photo, she let her two ponytails down and her long hair fluttered in the wind, looking very cool and beautiful. In the third photo, she is smiling frivolously with her lips slightly parted, revealing her silvery lips.
It looks very contrasting, like a bad girl. She asked, which one looks good? Lin Yu, help me choose. Lin Yu, they are all average. Su Qianmeng, they all look good, right? He. She also said that she decided to post these photos together on Douyin, and then prepared to continue taking pictures, because such weather is rare and she needs to take more photos. Su Qianmeng was very calm and confident.
She is so much braver than the lowly girl at home who gets scared when she hears thunder. Lin Yu shook his head and chuckled, then replied with a Doro emoticon, telling her to be careful. Then, my attention was attracted by a series of dong 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 sounds.
Hello? Bitch, Lin Yu, are you there? What's wrong?
Lin Yu walked towards the bathroom door.
No. Know that?
She sounded a little shy.
That? That's it. Su Jinxi's voice was intermittent, and he finally said the word fat guy. Do you think a boy like me living alone would have that kind of thing at home?
Lin Yu said helplessly. In fact, it is not impossible.
If you are willing to go into Chu Luyao's room and search for it, you will probably find it.
But unfortunately, Lin Yu couldn't do such a thing.
Who would do something like stealing my sister's panties? Moreover, she knew the number of Chu Luyao's panties.
If one of them was missing during the time when she was not at home, Lin Yu would probably be regarded as a pervert by her sister.
So you can't take it? Really not, and didn't I find a replacement for you? Substitute? Su Jinxi asked in a puzzled voice.
Then she opened the neatly folded white shirt that Lin Yu had given her earlier, and found inside the shirt
white stockings? There are no panties for women, but it is reasonable for white stockings to appear in a boy's home? And how can white silk replace panties?
Su Jinxi gritted his teeth, dried his body with the blue towel in the bathroom, and then put on his white shirt.
As for the white silk,
it is indeed quite suitable. Lin Yu looked at Su Jinxi, who had just walked out of the bathroom, and nodded slightly. Cold white silk Lolita style, suitable for body types below 155 centimeters. The white silk feels cool when you put it on, and it has a magical power that makes people want to wear it.
Price, 1,000 points of recognition. No, who would buy it if it's so expensive? But I have played Yuanshan, so I buy it. Everything that cannot be explained will be left to Senior Yuan.
Lin Yu smiled and looked up at Su Jinxi again. She walked into the living room with her tiny feet and started to blow dry her hair with a hairdryer. Lin Yu's shirt is long enough to cover her body, so she doesn't have to worry about exposing herself. The white silk stockings wrapped around her knees, and they were as white and tender as ice cream.
Looks good.
Lin Yu felt happier again.
I don't think I'm abnormal. After all, I took her in, so what's wrong with seeing some benefits? I'm going to take a shower too. After saying this to the girl again, Lin Yu turned and walked into the bathroom.
As for spare clothes and so on, of course I prepared those too.
Lin Yu started to take a bath. The hot water rushed over his body, relaxing every pore.
This was probably the most refreshing bath he had ever taken.
Ding! The host is in a good mood, successfully indulged, reward. 5 minutes later, Su Jinxi was still blow drying her hair.
Because her hair is very long, it will definitely take some effort to blow dry it. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, she suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart.
Just like what will happen between the two of them in a while. Her little face flushed and began to feel hot. Plop, plop.
The sound of rain could not cover up her heartbeat at this moment.
What are you thinking, Su Jinxi? Don't be so shameless.
She shook her head violently.
As we all know, if you have never experienced love, you will just be looking at the moon in a well and think that it is just like that, nothing special. But if you experience it, especially the first night after the first experience, it will be like a mayfly seeing the blue sky, and you will realize that there is such a happy thing. In short, it's addictive.
Su Jinxi gritted her teeth and tried her best to control herself.
He raised his little face and glanced in the direction of the bathroom, where the sound of splashing water continued. She takes half an hour to take a shower. So it will probably take Lin Yu half an hour as well. The living room was empty, with only the girl in it. She had a hard day today because she got caught in a lot of rain and walked a lot.
So, you should give yourself some rewards, right? As she pondered, she leaned back on the sofa in the living room, curled up her legs, and sat on it. The rain still didn't stop, there was a constant storm outside the window, and the world was dark. Except for a little light coming through the bathroom door, the room was dark. Her breathing became more rapid. From time to time, he would let out a soft humming sound. Crunch! The bathroom door suddenly opened. The boy walked out wearing big shorts, a towel around his neck and his upper body naked. This shower only took 10 minutes. Are you powerful, Brother Lin? 101, World, Color 2 chapters combined. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? The girl's cold voice sounded. In Lin Yu's sight, Su Jinsi was leaning on the sofa. When she noticed Lin Yu walking out, she reacted strongly. Almost instantly, he sat up straight. Why are you reacting so strongly? It's so dark that I can't see clearly. Lin Yu sighed in his heart and then pressed the light switch beside him. Snap! A crisp sound. Cool white light filled the room. The light was dazzling. Su Jinsi covered his eyes and pulled his shirt down a little to cover his white legs. This guy takes a shower so quickly? Her expression was somewhat resentful. The originally planned reward had only been half implemented. Anyone who has a good thing interrupted will feel dissatisfied. Su Jinsi gritted her teeth, pressed her legs together tightly, and lowered her eyes. As if she suddenly thought of something, her cheeks flushed. What just happened? This bastard, wouldn't he have seen it? Su Jinsi glanced at Lin Yu secretly. The boy was shirtless, and his body, which had just been bathed, was faintly emitting heat under the incandescent light. He was tall and slender, with smooth muscles, and the waistline on his waist and abdomen was particularly dazzling. Su Jinsi suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. This bastard has a nice figure, almost as good as Wang Fugui. The name that was still fresh in his memory emerged and calmed Su Jinsi's confusion. She became strong again and no longer looked shy when she looked at the boy. It's just a lowly creature, don't pay any attention to it. Her only wish now is to find that person. Then rent a house in the suburbs, with a basement. And then, hardly. There was a faint pink under her eyes. What are you doing sitting on the sofa? Lin Yu suddenly spoke. Su Jinsi shuddered. You care about me? I sat on it with my hair not even dry, and it got my sofa wet. It's not like I didn't blow dry, it's just that your hairdryer doesn't work well. I don't care, you go down and blow it again. Lin Yu said lightly. I don't. She muttered this, covering her delicate legs tightly with the pillows on the sofa. Is there some treasure hidden down there? Can't you show it to me? Lin Yu raised his head, his eyes focused on Su Jinsi's long hair. You could tell she'd blown it, but you could also tell it was wet. The sofa baby must be very sad to be made wet by the girl. With humanitarianism in mind, Lin Yu found a power strip and connected the hairdryer to the sofa. Then he stood behind the girl and gently held up her inky black hair. What are you doing? Don't move. Okay. Su Jinsi quieted down. Lin Yu's technique is quite good, it's almost like he has learned massage. With one hand he gently stroked the top of her head, while with the other hand he held a hairdryer and used the hot air to blow her hair. Moreover, there was a kind of smell on Lin Yu that made her feel at ease and safe. Su Jinsi felt very comfortable for a moment and let him play with her hair quietly. That's pretty impressive. I even suspected that you had worked in some special industry. Su Jinsi lifted her little feet. More or less. I've been through a hard time for a while and have worked in many industries, so I know a little bit about everything. Lin Yu replied calmly. You are so rich now, but you still live a hard life? I don't believe it. I've already said that it was in the past. A young lady like you who was born with a golden key in your mouth won't understand. What don't you understand? I have had painful experiences too. The painful experience you're talking about wouldn't be the one involving relatives who come to visit once a month, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Oh, that's not right. It's possible that he was soaked by the heavy rain and then thrown into the Maybach by himself. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. No, you're such a jerk. You don't even know other people's experiences, so don't talk nonsense. Su Jinsi said, gritting her teeth. The feeling of being misunderstood made her very unhappy. But she just couldn't be honest with this boy. After all, that story was too magical, and it made her seem too frivolous. Last night, she was in a bad mood, so she went to a masked party, hosted by a local rich second-generation man in Chengdu. The rich second generation was a girl, her last name was Du, and the purpose of inviting her to play was probably to curry favor with her, the eldest daughter of the Su family. But what they do is boring: karaoke, dancing, drinking. Too tacky. Isn't there a more interesting way to play? Hey! It really does exist. As if she didn't feel interested, Miss Du suddenly suggested finding a boy to drink with her. A hostess? Or a boy? Perhaps because she had never had such experience before, she became interested and agreed to Miss Du's proposal. Su Jinsi thought, maybe I shouldn't have agreed to her at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up losing both his money and his life. Miss Du first took her to pick male models, and found a group of good-looking boys for her to choose from. But unfortunately, she didn't like any of them, and instead felt a little disgusted. Why are these grown men wearing heavy makeup? Moreover, they looked too dishonest and had probably served many wealthy young ladies, which made her resist even more. Isn't there anything wrong with a boy who looks a little obedient, has a better temperament, and is clean? She was wearing a cat mask at the time, and all the impatience on her face was hidden underneath. It wasn't until I met a boy in school uniform in the cocktail hall that my impatience dissipated a little. The boy was quite special, he looked very well behaved and not noisy. He was just a person, quietly huddled in a corner, not like the others who were hanging out with their sisters. Even Miss Du's request to hire him was rejected. So she decided to take action herself. She approached the young man and asked him, "I'll give you 100,000. Will you go?" The answer she got was two cold words. No. No? So she was rejected? From childhood to adulthood, Su Jinsi has never been rejected due to her status as the eldest daughter of the Su family and her stunning appearance. So, this boy is also worthy? Worthy of rejecting her? She stood there, staring at him coldly. He seemed to have telepathy and met her gaze. Then, after winking at him gently, he agreed to her request. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with her charm. How could a good boy who looked like little Chu Nan reject her? But this boy didn't know the rules very well. After entering the box, he sat directly in the middle of the sofa, as if he was the guest and she was the lady he ordered. Humph, forget it, I wouldn't bother with him. After all, he later provided himself with emotional value. For example, holding your own hand and teaching yourself to play dice. His hands are big and warm. Because she was so close, she suddenly discovered that the boy smelled very good, a scent that was irresistible. Smells really good. I seemed to like him even more. He was also very gentle. He would give in to her when playing dice and deliberately lose to her a few times. He thought she didn't know? Hee, how ridiculous. Although he is wearing a mask and his appearance cannot be seen, judging from his affectionate peach blossom eyes, this boy must be very handsome. His voice is also gentle, as soft as jade, and he is very good at listening. She talked on and on for half an hour, dumping all the garbage in her heart on him, but he listened very carefully and even supported her vocally. He said he stood on her side and did not sympathize with her bastard father just because they were both men. But he didn't seem to know how to read people's expressions. The other girls around were touching their abdominal muscles, but he refused to let them touch them and said something like, "I sell my art, not my body." Humph, this is more interesting. If you don't want to, I'll do it. So she suggested playing dice and winning the chance to touch his abdominal muscles. But after that, she never beat him again. It was intentional, this bastard. If you don't want me to touch him. She thought about it more. So she took the opportunity of a great adventure and kissed the boy on the lips. But his kissing skills were unexpectedly proficient, it wasn't his first kiss at all. And I gave him my first kiss. Who told you that if you wear a school uniform you must be a hyena? He said this at the time. Humph, so what if she's a novice? She's still by my side trying to make me happy. She curled her lips and touched his abdominal muscles unscrupulously. Because she was lying in the boy's arms, she could easily detect his reaction. Yo, you lied. With such a big reaction, you still say you are not a virgin? Thinking this in her mind, she looked up into the boy's eyes. But she found that the look in the other person's eyes was mixed with a hint of pity. Have pity on me? Or do you think I'm a bad girl? Just because other girls around me are not decent, and I took the initiative to kiss you and touch your abdominal muscles, you think I am a bad girl like them? That's not the case. I gave you my first kiss.
I don't want any pity or anything like that. I don't need your charity. Since you think so, I might as well prove it to you. I'll give you myself, but only if you're going to be mine.
So the girl offered a sky-high price of 1 million per month. But after that night, the boy completely disappeared.
Have you finished blowing it? Sujinsi said coldly.
Lin Yu had already blown the top of her head dry, but the ends of her hair were still wet, so he told her, wait a little longer.
No, let go. Sujinsi shook his head. Scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend? What's the big deal about blow-drying my hair?
Sujinsi said with her face tilted.
Lin Yu didn't reply to her.
This stupid lowly girl is having another attack, just ignore her.
Obsessive-compulsive disorder forced Lin Yu to blow-dry the ends of her hair.
But she got up from the sofa, pouted and said she wanted to drink water.
There's a kettle over there, boil it yourself.
Lin Yu replied to her. Then he sat down in the seat the girl had just sat in. He had been standing for a long time and it was time to take a break. But my hand touched a pool of warm liquid on the sofa.
What the hell?
Lin Yu put his hand close to his nose. Sujinsi suddenly rushed over and grabbed his hand.
What do you want to do?
She sounded urgent.
There's water on the couch. No smelling.
Sujinsi took out some paper from the coffee table to wipe Lin Yu's hands, and then wiped the water stains on the sofa.
Don't get me wrong.
This is what I didn't dry when I took a shower just now.
You are not allowed to smell it. Okay.
Lin Yu said helplessly.
Who misunderstood your sister? Why are you so secretive? Could this puddle of water be something strange?
Lin Yu shook his head slightly.
Sujinsi did not go to boil water.
She found 2 cups of exquisitely packaged milk tea on the dining table.
Hey, who told you to drink?
Lin Yu shouted at her.
But it was too late. The girl had already inserted the straw and was drinking the mango sago in small sips.
The originally world-weary phoenix eyes now turned into starry eyes.
How come your milk tea is so spicy? You bastard, keep your head down. She is still so arrogant.
Lin Yu couldn't understand why she suddenly became so confident.
It's still thundering and raining outside. Aren't you afraid that you might throw her out?
She raised her chin slightly and said, You, go and cook 2 dishes for me.
What? You probably don't want my sister to know what I'm doing at your house right now, right? You're such a jerk. Sujinsi turned the phone screen towards Lin Yu.
On the screen was the photo of Lin Yu blowing her hair. If my sister saw this photo, I would exaggerate and say something. Sujinsi put one hand on her waist and looked at Lin Yu with narrowed eyes. Lin Yu approached her and pressed her against the wall.
Don't you know your current situation? We are alone, a man and a woman, there are only 2 of us here. If I do something, no one will notice even if you scream at the top of your lungs, right?
As the boy spoke, his warm breath sprayed on the girl's face. She lowered her head, and her previously arrogant eyes finally revealed timidity. The fair cheeks gradually turned red and even began to emit heat.
Are you shy about this? Sister Sujinsi is just like this? I just made a little move, and you can't stand the spiciness?
Lin Yu stared into her eyes quietly. Sujinsi bit her lips lightly.
I'm so hot, what did you put in the milk tea? No, someone threw poison?
Lin Yu released his hand that was pressing on her. Her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall, her eyes blurry.
Hello, Sujinsi, what's this?
Lin Yu stretched out his hand and made a number in front of her.
2, she replied.
Lin Yu touched her forehead.
A burst of scalding heat. You have a fever. Lin Yu said. You are the one who is slutty, your whole family is slutty. She muttered. What to do next?
Lin Yu sighed softly.
I picked up a little girl with a fever on a rainy night. Normal people know what to do. Try 39 degrees? Of course that's impossible.
Lin Yu bent down, reached his hand around the girl's delicate legs, and picked her up.
Wang Fugue, tell me, why did you run away?
The girl muttered.
If I don't run, do I really want to be your gigolo? Lin Yu replied.
Then he put her in his room, let her lean on his pillow, and gently covered her with a quilt.
Wait a moment. I have some antipyretic medicine at home. I'll go get some.
Lin Yu looked at her and said, "Wang Fugue, you are not allowed to leave." She grabbed Lin Yu's hand. "Be good, I'll be back soon, let go first." "Then you call me baby." "Baby," Lin Yu said helplessly. When dealing with patients, it is natural to choose alternative ways of communication. Upon hearing this, Su Jinsi smiled brightly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Her voice was sweet. "Do you want to play with contrast even when you are sick? Sister Jinsi is so cute." Lin Yu chuckled, turned and walked out of the room. But before leaving, he did not forget to remind her. "My name is Lin Yu, not Wang Fugue." Boom! The door closed. Su Jinsi's expression froze in an instant. "He is not Wang Fugue, he is Lin Yu." "Yes, he is Lin Yu, I recognized the wrong person." The hallucinations caused by the fever made the girl mistakenly believe that what she had lost was found. The feeling of having gained and losing again at this moment made her even more melancholy. The light in her eyes completely dimmed, and the melancholy in her heart made her unable to care about the dizziness she felt at the moment. The world is gray. Until he glanced towards the head of the bed. On the bedside table, there was a white smiley face mask lying quietly. The world, in color. 102, open your mouth and take medicine. Clank, clank. Lin Yu rummaged through the cabinet in the living room and finally found the antipyretic medicine. "It's from the Sunflower brand, a medicine for children. Sister Jinsi should be considered a child, after all, she is so small." Lin Yu picked up the medicine, walked to the kettle, poured a small cup of freshly boiled water, and then walked back to his room. Just opened the door. Ding! Gained 50 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. Ding! Gained 50 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. Drop! The series of prompt sounds made Lin Yu a little confused for a moment, and he looked at the girl with narrowed eyes. At this moment, Su Jinsi bit her lower lip lightly and looked at him with a frown. The originally cold and pale face had been completely dyed cherry pink. "Can you sit up by yourself? Take medicine." Lin Yu walked to her side and looked down at the girl's smooth forehead. "I can't get up. I need you to feed me," she muttered in a whimpering voice. "Hey, can't you talk properly? Are you feeling better?" Lin Yu placed the back of his hand on her forehead, which was still hot. Feeling the boy's cold hand, Su Jinsi's heart beat wildly. It turned out that the boy she was looking for had already appeared beside her. He saved her from the storm, dried her hair when she was too lazy to do so, and took such good care of her when she was sick. But why did he run away? Why did he delete his contact information? Even if you are in love, you can't give a specific answer. There were many things she wanted to say, but when she thought of his identity, Su Jinsi suddenly held her words back. He is indeed a fool. A stupid, bad and mean fool. He was obviously Qian Meng's boyfriend, and he saw my face at the end and knew who I was, so why did he continue? Or, why are you still messing with me when you already have a girlfriend? She bit her lip and looked at Lin Yu with humiliation on her face. The sense of guilt that came from hiding it from her sister and the emotion called love in the girl's heart spread quietly like water, filling her entire heart. Lin Yu took his hand away from her forehead. "Why do I feel hotter? A fever shouldn't rise so quickly. Feed me the medicine," Su Jinsi said aloud. "Forget about all those trivial matters. Enjoy his gentleness first, and when he feels better, then do it hard. Punish him. Then sit up yourself." Lin Yu looked at her and said, "I have no strength." She shook her head. "Help me." "You don't want me to touch you? You talk as if you haven't touched it before, Minato." Su Jinsi gave Lin Yu a look of disdain. "Hee, this is how you show off your style." If Sister Jinsi was too well behaved, Lin Yu would not be used to it. He bent down gently, placed his hands on the girl's soft and warm shoulders, then helped her sit up and lean her against the pillow. "Open your mouth." Lin Yu handed the medicine to her. Su Jinsi was stunned. "How can you feed medicine like this? If I don't feed you this way, should I feed you mouth to mouth?" Su Jinsi lowered her head slightly. "Actually, it's not impossible." She kept repeating this in her mind. "Open your mouth." Lin Yu repeated it again. "Spread out your hand, and a few small yellow pills lie quietly on it." "It's too far," she said suddenly. "What?" Lin Yuzheng was puzzled. The next second, I regretted why I was stunned for that second. Su Jinsi lowered her head and buried her palm-sized face in his hands. She lightly used the tip of her tongue to put the pills into her mouth. At the same time, he did not forget to bite Lin Yu's palm hard. Hiss. Lin Yu quickly withdrew her hand, leaving a small tooth mark on it.
No? Are you two sisters both born in the year of the dog? Why do you love to bite so much? But fortunately, I withdrew my hand quickly and it didn't hurt too much.
Lin Yu sighed helplessly.
Su Jinsi looked impatient. How bitter.
She frowned. Lin Yu, water.
Want some water? Aha. Like biting people? This is retribution. Okay then, beg me.
Lin Yu said with his lips slightly raised.
Please, please, I want it.
She gently played with her hair to cover the cherry pink of her earlobes.
Lin Yu took a few deep breaths.
So, Laoshi is still too high. Although he had heard her begging him, Lin Yu still couldn't hold back. But after all, we can't do things worse than animals. It's against the woman's wishes, but she will be happy to receive a silver bracelet.
Here, drink it yourself and put it aside. Lin Yu handed the cup to her. Where are you going? I'll go find a thermometer for you. Lin Yu said calmly.
Then he turned around and walked out the door again. Looking at the boy's back, the girl smiled gently, but there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. If he wants, he can give it even if he is sick. It's a pity that he didn't go further. Lin Yu took back the thermometer and asked her to hold it under her armpit. Another 5 minutes passed. 38.7, not bad, not a high fever, I'll be fine after eating and taking a nap. Lin Yu put away the thermometer, then helped Su Jinsi lie down and covered her with his quilt.
Your quilt is also easy to get together, the girl said with a frown.
Obviously, she didn't know that Lin Yu had just walked in and saw her burying her head in her quilt and breathing hard.
Are you saying one thing and thinking another?
Sister Jinsi is a patient, as long as she is happy. When she recovers from her illness and the storm stops, I will kick her out of the house.
Just listen more if you can. Lin Yu replied. Then he rubbed her head hard. Be quiet and have a good sleep. Where are you going then? Me?
Lin Yu thought for a moment. I went to play games in a duo with my pretty sister.
Ha? Su Jinsi looked angry. With what beautiful sister? You and Qian Meng. Clatter. The door closed and the boy disappeared. Hey! Answer me, she said indignantly. This scumbag plays games with a beautiful girl? Judging from his tone, that beautiful sister is not his sister. How could he be like this? Isn't it enough to sleep with me? Isn't it enough to have my sister as a girlfriend? Bad guy.
After a soft hum, the girl lowered her eyes and covered her head with the quilt with her small hands. Although I felt unfair for my sister, I felt inexplicably.
There was a hint of secret joy. If he is such a person, maybe he can accept me?
It turns out this is what it feels like to be a little sour.
Those little sour. It doesn't seem so annoying anymore.
Lin Yu walked into the living room, leaned on the sofa, and opened an app with a golden mink icon on his mobile phone. This is a 4-character game under Penguin, and characters like Mr. Mao Lei have appeared in it. It has been a long time since Lin Yu last charged his V10, so he needs to update before entering the game. As soon as I came online, I suddenly found that a very familiar avatar was also online. The ID is Tears of Stars, and the avatar is a cute anime girl's head. It's the squad leader with bad teeth.
Lin Yu thought for a moment and clicked the invitation button to form a team. 103, why is your face red? Soon, the team formation interface flashed and Luo Xingyu entered the room. Lin Yu, is there any wheat? Tears of Stars, yes, Lin Yu.
They both started singing. The rain was dripping loudly outside the window, so Lin Yu didn't have to worry about disturbing Su Jinsi's rest by turning on the microphone.
Why are you starting to play this too?
Lin Yu said aloud. You can tell at first glance that Luo Xingyu's account is newly created. He has been in the game for 15 days and his rank is silver. It was quiet on her end. Lin Yu listened to the rain for a while before the small microphone next to her head began to light up.
Xin Xiaoxiao recommended it to me. She said everyone in the class plays it and oh god, so she asked me to try it too.
Then the research can organize this activity for the students.
The girl's gaze is still full of magnetism. It must be very interesting to have an online romance with the class monitor. Just by listening to her voice, I can automatically imagine a beautiful queen with a slim waist and long legs. But when I meet her, I find out that she is just a short and well-behaved lowly, and a big idiot. In this case, even better. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, and asked her to speak louder as he could not hear clearly. No, Mom is in the next room. It would be bad if she heard us. Luo Xingyu replied in a low voice. Okay. Lin Yu paused and asked her, do you want to play? Can we play together? Luo Xingyu asked in a puzzled voice. The reason why she was the only one online was because the friends she knew were all at a very high level, all platinum and diamond. She is just a small silver and can't even rank with them. Of course. Lin Yu pressed the start button. I queued up in seconds and entered the game. Wow. Lin Yu, you are so awesome. The class monitor praised. As expected of Xingyu, the emotional value is full. It's just a game. It's not that great. Lin Yu said calmly. I haven't played in a while, so I'm only gold, so I can naturally play with her. Then Lin Yu, what do you think I should play? Luo Xingyu asked. Her lane is support, and Lin Yu's lane is jungle. We can't drag Lin Yu down. For a moment, Luo Xingyu thought about the hero she could play many times, and finally decided to play the only hero she had ever gotten a pentakill on. Yao. Is it okay to play this? She asked timidly. Okay, just follow me and I'll lead you to kill people. Good. Lin Yu chose Lan, which is his best hero at the moment. Although his skills were not very good anymore, he had won a small gold medal before, so he could easily kill his opponents in the silver round. The other side called directly. Report, this person has Gue. My Wan Bao Kai was killed instantly by his sword? Could he be a professional player? Luo Xingyu also said happily, Lin Yu, you are so amazing. You are so powerful. It's really good. They won the game easily, but Luo Xingyu suddenly said he didn't want to play anymore. My mother asked me to help with the cooking, she added. Then bye. Well, bye Lin Yu. Then she quit the game. But after that, the girl suddenly slapped her head. I still have something to ask Lin Yu, how come you forgot it? Luo Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little depressed. She needed an answer about what happened in the live broadcast room this afternoon. Lin Yu also didn't continue playing. I looked at the time, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. It's time for dinner. The sky outside the window was still overcast and the rain was a little lighter, but the sound was not dull. Lin Yu didn't plan to order takeout, but directly opened the system mall. Basic cooking mastery, master the cooking skills of an ordinary restaurant chef. Price, 1,500 recognition points. Lin Yu decisively chose to buy it. After all, no matter who you owe, you can't owe oregano in your stomach. Ding. Purchase successful, primary cooking mastery has been issued. Along with the system prompt sound, a lot of knowledge and skills about cooking emerged in Lin Yu's mind. Hee hee, I am so strong now. Carrying thousands of recipes, Lin Yu opened the refrigerator. Unfortunately, there were only a few eggs and 2 slices of instant noodles in the refrigerator at home. But this is also pretty good. No need to worry about what to eat, just serve the food directly. Today's menu, fried noodles. Lin Yu took out the eggs and instant noodles, and found some sausage, chili peppers, onions, ginger and garlic. First chop the onion, ginger and garlic, soak the instant noodles until soft, then heat the pan with cold oil and beat in the eggs. Accompanied by crackling sounds and the aroma of fresh rapeseed oil, a pot of fried noodles comes out of the pot. Lin Yu washed his hands first and was about to serve the fried noodles when something suddenly touched his back. Hey, what are you doing? Su Jinsi asked knowingly. Why did you wake up? Lin Yu turned around and looked at her. I have to say, the combination of shirt and white silk is really awkward. Lin Yu's shirt was loose, and it looked more like a skirt on Su Jinsi because the sleeves were very long and both of her hands were tucked inside. The pair of slender legs and white stockings were slightly together, and looked particularly dazzling under the light. How can I be so ashamed to think of using the tongue anti-shinha glue? I didn't know that a bastard like you could cook. Su Jinsi snorted coldly with his arms folded across his chest. Why? You want to eat? How is that possible? It doesn't taste good at all. I don't want to eat it. When people lie, they do certain things unconsciously.
Lin Yu looked down at the girl's slender legs. Her toes gripped the ground tightly, trembling a little shyly.
Okay, you're lying.
Of course, if you can't finish it by yourself, I can try it for you. The girl muttered with her chin slightly raised. Lin Yu looked at her helplessly. Yes, I like tsundere girls, but it seems that pretty tsundere girls are all losers. The same goes for Sister Jinsei.
Who said I can't finish it? I can eat all this by myself.
Lin Yu said with a slight curl of his lips. Then he took out a large bowl, put all the fried noodles in it, and brought it to the dining table.
You.
Su Jinsei looked at the boy's back and stomped her feet lightly.
If she doesn't want to eat it, then don't eat it. She doesn't want it. By the way, she still wants to question this bad guy? His name is obviously Lin Yu. Why did he use another name to deceive me?
Su Jinsei chased to the living room, and Lin Yu had already started eating fried noodles. He raised his head and glanced at the girl.
Your head doesn't hurt anymore?
Fortunately, I feel much better after a good sleep. Su Jinsei took a deep breath and tried hard to control herself and calm her blushing face.
Why? Why did he become more handsome after we knew he was Wang Fugue? It's so beautiful that I want to swallow it into my stomach and make it a part of me.
As she thought about this, her cheeks became redder and redder. Even from Lin Yu's perspective, white smoke began to rise above the girl's head.
It's burning and smoking. Are you feeling better now? Come on, I'll take you to see a doctor.
Lin Yu stood up from the chair.
What are you talking about? Where is the cigarette? I'm so fine. You're the one who's sick. Su Jinsei turned his face away and muttered.
Then he glanced at the young man sideways.
Lin Yu, why is your face so red?
104, Brave Girl Additional Update.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Lin Yu walked towards the girl.
Why is she smoking? Wait, why is the room upside down too? Snap.
The boy staggered and fell on the sofa. Almost in an instant, Su Jinsei rushed over.
Hey! Jingo, are you okay? Don't scare me.
She was somewhat at a loss. As the eldest daughter, she is the one who was taken care of by others, so there is no reason for her to take care of others. Lin Yu's posture at the moment was not very elegant. He rubbed his temple with his hand, and the touch between his fingers was hot.
Oops, I got burned too.
And the situation seems quite serious. I had a fever, felt dizzy, and had hallucinations.
System, how to solve it, answer me.
He silently repeated this sentence in his mind.
Damn. Fever is the body's natural defense mechanism.
After the host's physical fitness is improved, the immunity is improved, but at the same time, the functions of various aspects of the body also become stronger, so when the fever occurs, the body feels more uncomfortable than ordinary people.
I'm not asking why, I'm asking what to do.
It is recommended that the host take some antipyretic medicine and have a good sleep.
For physical enhancement, the system will inevitably patch up the host. If the system restores the host through its capabilities, other side effects will inevitably occur. Okay.
Lin Yu accepted the system's explanation. In front of him, Su Jinsei was a little overwhelmed. She held Lin Yu's hand tightly.
Hey! Jingo, are you okay? I'll call an ambulance for you. Lin Yu, hold on for a moment.
I'm going to find my phone, don't die. The voice was intermittent and had a hint of crying. She turned around and prepared to go back to Lin Yu's room to find her cell phone. Lin Yu grabbed her hand.
Please don't curse me, it's just a fever. Fever? Su Jinsei paused. The antipyretic medicine is in the cabinet over there. Please find 4 pills for me. Remember to pour me a glass of water.
By the way, I'll go back to my room first. Lin Yu's voice was very calm. He supported his body with his hands and stood up from the sofa.
Slow down, I'll help you over. Su Jinsei grabbed his hand.
In a trance, Lin Yu saw the girl's fair and delicate face clearly. Tears hung on it, crystal clear.
Why are you crying? I didn't cry. Okay, you didn't cry.
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Su Jinsei supported Lin Yu, just as Lin Yu had taken care of her before, and brought him back to the room, let him lie down, and covered him with a quilt. Antipyretic medicine. Lin Yu said again. Right away. Su Jinsei said.
She returned to the living room and found the sunflower antipyretic medicine in the cabinet.
Is this children's medicine really effective for Lin Yu? Never mind, just give it to him first.
The girl stood up and walked back, pausing slightly in front of the dining table.
On the plate, the boyish leftover fried noodles were shiny and crystal clear, steaming slightly and emitting a rich aroma.
She moved closer to the dining table and took a light bite with the boy's chopsticks.
Delicious.
If I could rent a house with a basement in the suburbs and have him cook delicious food for me every day.
And then give birth to 8.
What a shameless life.
Su Jinsi shook his head slightly and temporarily put this thought behind him.
Back in the room, Lin Yu leaned on the bed, breathing softly. Because it was hot, he kicked off the quilt and even took off his shirt.
Su Jinsi swallowed and walked closer to the boy. Here, take the medicine.
She spread out her little hands and placed them quietly in front of Lin Yu.
This scene seems familiar. Is Sister Jinsi so vindictive?
Lin Yu smiled helplessly. I can eat by myself, you bring me some water.
No, I'll feed you.
Su Jinsi's voice was very strong. The boy's weak appearance at this moment aroused a strong possessive desire in her heart.
So good. I wish it were mine.
Her eyes were deep and sparkling.
Where is the water? Lin Yu asked her. I haven't seen Su Jinsi pour water for me yet.
Su Jinsi pointed to the cup on the bedside table, which still had half a cup of water in it.
Drink that, she said. That's what you drank. Do you dislike me? Shouldn't you be the one who dislikes me?
Lin Yu could hardly open his eyes. So he didn't notice that Su Jinsi's smile was becoming more and more brilliant at this moment.
I don't dislike you, Wang Fugue.
Ha?
What did you say?
Lin Yu opened her eyes.
When did she find out? Forget it, I'll just find out if I find out.
It was she who took the initiative, so Lin Yu has a clear conscience.
Still pretending?
Su Jinsi stretched out her finger, lifted Lin Yu's chin, and looked quietly at the boy's handsome face.
I already told you, I'll feed you. She repeated this sentence again and then put the pills into her mouth.
She picked up the water cup beside her and opened her pink lips. Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Because he was weak, he could only watch her face get closer to his. Then feed yourself that bitter fever-reducing medicine.
It is indeed bitter.
But the girl's lips concealed the bitterness perfectly.
So it's a little sweet. Is it delicious? I'm talking about medicine. Su Jinsi looked at Lin Yu and asked.
This was probably the happiest day for her.
What should I do? Bullying him seems to be addictive.
Under the girl's expectant gaze, Lin Yu gave his answer.
Why does it smell like fried noodles? Su Jinsi?
Don't get me wrong, I didn't eat your fried noodles. She didn't want to admit it, and she waved her tender white hands in front of her, looking a little flustered.
The boy didn't reply to her.
Just lie down, cover yourself with the quilt, and fall into a deep sleep.
This is probably the most comfortable sleep Lin Yu has ever had.
I even had the dream that little Chu Nan loved to have, which I hadn't had in a long time. In the dream, Su Jinsi quietly crawled into her bed. Then a little head popped out from under the quilt and buried its head next to his face, making licking sounds.
Even 12:30.
The room was pitch dark. Su Jinsi rubbed the boy's face with his forehead. Lin Yu's breathing was steady, and he showed no signs of waking up. Sleeping so soundly, like a big stupid pig. She pinched Lin Yu's face again.
An absurd idea arose in her mind. How about try 38? The girl didn't have so many concerns in her mind.
A girl who dares to gamble with herself in a moment of rage is never lacking in courage.
Besides being afraid of thunder. The heavy rain was pouring down, and the sound of the rain covered up the creaking of the bed in the room. The sound was very regular, and it stopped temporarily until Lin Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. Su Jinsi took the phone in front of him. An incoming call was displayed on the screen with the note, Zingi Yujiang. It's quite intimate.
She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a sickly red flashed in her eyes.
Then she pressed the answer button. Beep. Hello, Lin Yu, are you asleep? I have something to ask you. Luo Xingyu read into the receiver.
But it was quiet on that end, nothing but a few creaking sounds.
Lin Yu? Still no response.
However, the creaking sound became much faster.
Is he asleep? Or is it inconvenient for him to answer the phone? Luo Xingyu seemed to be thinking about something. Then I'll come to your house to see you tomorrow, she said again. Hang up the phone.
Before hanging up, a voice suddenly sounded in the receiver.
Luo Xingyu? Is this Lin Yu's voice? Why do you feel a bit like a girl? 105, Truth and Confrontation. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu's eyelashes trembled.
The body temperature has dropped and all the discomfort symptoms caused by fever have disappeared.
Only. Why is my waist sore? There seemed to be something on his face. Soft and a little cool. What is that? Murmuring softly, Lin Yu opened his eyes. What comes into view is white ice cream. Lin Yu opened his mouth and took a bite. Ouch. It hurts.
The girl's clear voice sounded. The quilt on Lin Yu's body instantly flew off, shrank into a small ball, and fled to the corner at the end of the bed. Su Jinsi poked her head out from under the quilt, her delicate face sullen, and she looked at Lin Yu with narrowed eyes.
Are you a pervert? Who told you to bite me? It hurts me.
Perhaps because she was a little grumpy after waking up, the girl's tone sounded a little aggressive. Without answering her in a hurry, Lin Yu frowned slightly.
Sister Jinsi really ran into my bed? Was last night's dream real?
Judging from the sore feeling in his waist, Lin Yu guessed that something must have happened after he fell asleep last night. First, explain to me why you appeared in my bed. Lin Yu asked, looking into the girl's eyes.
Su Jinsi's eyes flickered for a moment. It was too cold last night. What's wrong with me sleeping in your quilt for a while? Then why were you lying on top of me? And why were you stepping on me? I don't want you to care.
She turned her face away, choosing to refuse to answer the question. She was too tired last night and wanted to touch Lin Yu's abdominal muscles one last time before going to bed, but she accidentally fell asleep on his stomach, which led to this scene this morning.
This guy, why does he care so much? It is his honor to be stepped on.
The girl curled her lips and glanced at the boy out of the corner of her eye. He was rubbing his abdomen gently with a puzzled expression, and it seemed that he had no idea what happened last night.
Humph, of course he wouldn't know.
I reconstructed the scene very carefully and disposed of all the evidence, hiding it in my stomach.
But it doesn't matter if he finds out. After all, this guy has been bought by me. Su Jinsi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and her pink lips curled up in an intriguing arc. Now that you're awake, let's settle our accounts first, she said, looking at the boy's face. What account? Lin Yu turned around and found a t-shirt from the closet and put it on.
After all, the temperature had dropped and he felt a little cold. Turning back, he found that the girl was looking at him angrily. She wrapped the gray-black quilt tighter and sat at the end of the bed in a duck-like posture.
Why did you run away that night? And why did you use a fake name to lie to me? Sure enough, she knew.
Lin Yu sighed quietly in his heart.
So how do you want to resolve this?
He asked bluntly, his voice fairly calm.
What do you mean by looking nonchalant? Don't you know what you did? How else can I solve this? How could you do this? Behind my sister's back. Su Jinsi gritted her teeth as she recited. She tried her best to speak to the boy in the coldest and most angry voice, hoping to gain a firm advantage over him in the moral field. After all, cheating on your girlfriend is not the right thing to do, and this guy should be ashamed. But unfortunately Lin Yu didn't buy it. Those who cheat are all CS, and none of them can get housey. Lin Yu has always recognized this truth, but unfortunately he is in a state where he cannot make a choice. I have never had a confirmed boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with any girl, so how can it be called cheating? And it was you who took the initiative in all this, Su Jinsi. Did the clothes disappear by themselves and the pants fall off by themselves? Except for the last step, I was passive from beginning to end. And you are the real, bad woman. After making sure that he was not wrong, Lin Yu looked more calm. I won't avoid what I have done, but from my point of view I have done nothing wrong, Lin Yu said frankly. The boy was full of confidence both in his expression and words. An invisible aura filled the area around him, and in the girl's eyes, the boy seemed to be radiating light. Su Jinsi stood there in a daze for a moment. As expected, I like it very much. The kind that you like both physically and mentally. But why didn't I meet him first? What a fool! Why do you want to fall in love so early? So annoying. Biting her lips lightly,
Su Jinsi continued to speak.
You are just wrong. So what did I do wrong? You fucked me.
The girl stared straight into the boy's eyes, her eyes were deep and her voice was firm.
I spent money, and it was my first time. She added. So what do you want from me? Continue the deal with you?
Yes, I spent the money, 920,000 yuan, all for you.
Then I'll return it to you. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and opened Alipay. After restoring Su Jinsi's Alipay friend list, Lin Yu transferred the money back to her.
Although Sister Jinsi is very beautiful, Lin Yu is not familiar with her.
Forget about taking responsibility. The eldest daughter is too difficult to please. It's over.
Lin Yu walked up to her and showed her the phone interface.
What do you mean? You wanted money, so I'll return it all to you.
Lin Yu stared into her eyes.
No. It's not like that.
She was a little angry, and instantly broke free from the quilt, then grabbed Lin Yu's hand.
Lin Yu was caught off guard and was pulled onto the bed.
When he was about to get up, the girl had already pounced on him. Her tender white hands were pressed on both sides of her head, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes seemed to be flashing red.
I said, continue the deal and I will protect you.
Su Jinsi recited word by word. The black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and the scent of kumquat shampoo filled his nose. Lin Yu's vision dimmed a lot. She lowered her head and bit the boy's lips hard.
Does it hurt? Su Jinsi asked.
Of course it hurts. Lin Yu felt helpless.
What do you think of what I just said? I'll still give you 1 million every month. I won't break my promise.
The girl's sweet breath sprayed on her face. Lin Yu tried to break free from her and raised his hands to move her away from his body.
But the touch in my hand was icy cold.
No wonder she wrapped the quilt around herself. The girl has the habit of sleeping naked. Except for her legs, her cool, white and delicate skin was completely exposed to the air.
How could he resist such temptation? Come again, Hajiyu. Miss Jinsi thought so.
The boy turned his attention to the mobile phone tightly held in his hand.
It kept vibrating, and on the glowing screen was a huge note. Lin Yu's little go. Su Jinsi? P.S.
This card has been reviewed and is now a revised version.
It took me 2 hours to finish this, so I just posted it now. Sorry everyone.
106, don't eat sugar.
Who is this? Su Jinsi's eyes widened. Last night Sxinu John was already close enough, and today S1 is even more important.
You are such a jerk, you are playing very well. As she muttered this, her voice was filled with jealousy.
Get out of the way first. Lin Yu said calmly. The phone was still vibrating, and Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. Great, it's Sister Qianmeng, we are saved.
If she had come later, Lin Yu would have been infected more likely. After all, Su Jinsi is really beautiful, with fair skin, and her breasts are not that flat. It's about the size that can be held in one hand with still some space left in the palm.
Who is this woman? It seems like you are very happy to receive her call? Su Jinsi had a gloomy expression and sat up straight.
Her long black hair slightly concealed the girl's beauty, but her hair was never long enough to cover her slender waist that could be grasped with one hand.
It seems like you have a good relationship with her.
She murmured and snatched the phone from Lin Yu. Then she covered her lips with her other hand, looked at the boy and smiled gently.
What do you want to do? Lin Yu didn't know where to look.
Everywhere his eyes looked was white, not even a trace of extra hair could be seen.
Putting aside the white silk, Sister Jinsi is a little ice cream in herself. That's good. Bah, it's very bad. Is this your sister? Can't you recognize her? Lin Yu added. Bitch? You scold me because of this woman? Su Jinsi was a little angry. The boy's reaction was too intense. She began to think that the man who called himself Xiaogo was the real target of the boy's cheating.
Humph, even though it's just an employment relationship, this guy is my sister's boyfriend after all. As an elder sister, she has the right to exercise supervisory power. As she thought about this, she put the phone to the boy's ear. At the same time, he leaned down, put his little face close to the boy's ear, and blew gently.
Ha! You call her. Su Jinsi whispered. And pressed answer.
At the same time, she used her small hands to grope the boy's body and gently kissed his cheek.
Humph,
Wait until they are halfway through the call and then tell them what to do. I don't believe they won fail. She smiled faintly, but suddenly her eyes froze.
Hello? Lin Yu, what are you doing? Su Qianmeng's voice rang out. I'm sleeping. Lin Yu replied.
Looking at Su Jinsi, whose cheeks were flushed red and whose little face was buried tightly in his chest, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh.
Weren't you very proud just now? How did it become like this? What are you laughing at? Su Qianmeng asked again.
Sister Qianmeng called me, I was so happy.
Humph, beautiful sister, you've talked too much and become very smooth talking, right? Su Qianmeng also laughed softly. How could that be? I'm in pure love.
While Lin Yu replied to her, he gently scratched Su Jinsi's belly. The girl raised her head and stared at him with shame and anger. It was very itchy, but she didn't dare make any sound, as it would be bad if her sister heard it.
This guy actually marked Qianmeng as Xiaogo? Is this the legendary play between young lovers?
What a jerk! What a jerk!
Su Jinsi gritted his teeth.
But as she listened to the conversation between the boy and his sister, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. It feels like a warm current spreads from the heart to the limbs, it's very comfortable.
This is the feeling that only occurs when I lie in the arms of this young man with my sister on my back. The girl named it exciting. So what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yu read into the receiver.
This Sunday, I promised my friend to shoot a promotional video for the school. She said in a soft voice.
That's great, I can be on TV. I also promised to take you with me. Huh? Are you sure? But I may not be free.
Lin Yu frowned and said.
Please? Dad. Then it's a deal. See you at school at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Su Qianmeng said.
Okay. Well, bye, the rain seems to have stopped, I have to go find my sister.
Okay, bye. Hang up the phone.
Lin Yu patted Su Jinsi, who was lying on top of him.
Can we get up now?
Then close your eyes first and don't look. Su Jinsi was still lying on his chest. Su Qianmeng's call calmed her down a little. This is my sister's boyfriend, and she insists on protecting him.
How shameless.
As she thought about it, she became more and more irritated. But at this moment, the boy picked her up and threw her on the bed.
Snap.
Lin Yu covered her with the quilt.
Stay on the bed first. I'll go find some clothes for you.
The rain has stopped. You can leave by yourself later. Lin Yu stood up, opened his closet, and found 2 smaller t-shirts for her.
I don't. I've already paid you back, but you still want to stay in my house? You slept with me. That was your initiative. But? Su Jinsi's eyes turned. But I didn't eat the candy. What if I get pregnant with your baby? A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Lin Yu's face visibly. What Sister Jinsi said really makes sense.
It was only 3 times that night.
The probability is not high. More than 3 times.
She buried her head in the quilt, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed.
Lin Yu? Jinsi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Even the sick.
Lin Yu finally understood that last night's dream was not a dream, and Tam was reality.
I'll go buy some medicine.
Lin Yu sighed helplessly. He has no plans to become some little kid's dad for the time being.
Then go buy it. Su Jinsi replied calmly. I won't eat it even if I buy it. She added in her mind.
I dress myself when I go out, take my medicine and leave. After saying this, Lin Yu turned around.
Etc. What's wrong? I need to go to the bathroom. Bitch, don't eavesdrop. Who likes to hear this kind of noise?
Lin Yu felt helpless about the girl's words. It would be better to send Su Jinsi away as soon as possible, as the eldest lady has a very difficult temper.
Sister Qianmeng is still better.
Although she is at the mother level and has the airs of a young lady, at least she speaks nicely and is more emotionally stable.
Lin Yu pondered. Boom boom boom. Someone knocks on the door. Who is it?
Lin Yu walked up to the door and opened it.
The monitor was standing timidly at the door.
She clasped her hands together on her chest and looked around the room for a moment.
Lin Yu, are you free today? What's wrong? I called you last night, but you didn't say anything.
I thought your phone was broken, so I came to your house to look for you today.
Is that true?
Lin Yu thought for a moment, but found no relevant memories.
Luo Xingyu glanced into the room again. Then Lin Yu, are you free today? I want to ask you for a favor. 107, sour. So what's the matter?
Lin Yu leaned against the doorframe, quietly looking at the girl in front of him.
Luo Xingyu's outfit today is very formal.
The hem of the white cake skirt just reaches below the thighs, revealing the pink knees and slender calves. The jade feet are wrapped in white socks and a pair of black loafers on the outside, which looks fragrant.
It's enough to make lemonade. Just this morning, I wanted you to go shopping with me. The teacher asked me to do that, but it's not appropriate to ask a girl for that kind of thing.
Luo Xingyu put his hands behind his back, lightly raised his toes, and rubbed the ground uneasily. Although I don't want to believe it, judging from yesterday's events.
He might have a girlfriend.
If you don't have time, I can find someone else, she added. When asked about the truth, she was never able to tell it. The girl is afraid of being rejected, but she is even more afraid that the boy will say the reason for rejecting her is for another girl.
Yes, why don't you have time?
Lin Yu reached out and knocked on Luo Xingyu's head.
Boom. Ouch.
It hurts, Lin Yu, you bad guy. She covered her head and took a half step back, looking at the boy with some resentment. The corners of his pink lips curled up slightly, and he agreed.
You look so listless. Let me help you cheer yourself up.
Lin Yu withdrew his hand and smiled at the girl. There's nothing I can do, the class monitor is too well behaved.
It makes people want to hit it a little bit. Go wait for me downstairs first, I'll come right after I change my clothes.
Good. Luo Xingyu nodded slightly, and Lin Yu watched her go downstairs before closing the door.
I looked back behind me.
There was a pair of wet little white shoes, and inside the white shoes was a pair of little white socks, which were also wet.
Lin Yu sniffed. A bit sour. Sure enough, even a beautiful girl's shoes will turn sour after being soaked in water and left overnight. Food safety is urgent.
Lin Yu bent down, picked up the pair of shoes and held them in his hands. He took out the socks and walked towards the balcony. Of course Lin Yu would not do something like washing socks and shoes for sistergency. I just hung it outside for her to make the air in the room a little fresher.
Hey, Lin Yu, what are you doing?
The girl's clear voice sounded at this time. In her sight, the boy took out her socks and looked at them carefully in his hands.
Did he want to?
You want to hide my socks and give them to me as a secret reward, right, you pervert?
If you want it, just ask her directly, why do you have to do it secretly?
Su Jinsi stared at Lin Yu with disgust. Lin Yu glanced at her silently.
Did you forget that you have no clothes on?
Hey! She reacted instantly, her fair face turned cherry pink, she crossed her arms over her chest, used her long hair to cover up her beauty, and quickly fled back to her room.
Ding!
Gained 15 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. The system prompt sounded, but Lin Yu's face remained calm. He looked down at the socks in his hand, then silently hung them on the clothes rack outside.
Use this reward? What a joke. If you are hungry, you know to eat. You don't need this kind of thing. Bedroom.
Lin Yu changed his clothes and glanced at Su Jinsi, who was secretly looking at him from under the quilt.
Don't you know to go outside to change your clothes? Are you doing this on purpose so that I can see you and show off your ridiculous figure?
The girl said with disdain.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. This dead tsundere, he obviously likes her in his heart, but his mouth is not honest. Lin Yu shook his head, looked at her and read.
I'm going out. Your clothes are in the washing machine. Hang them up to dry.
I'll bring some medicine back later.
Take it before you leave. Got it, let's go. Lin Yu walked out the door without even turning his head. It's cloudy today and it's windy outside. When he went downstairs, Luo Xingyu was already standing next to the Maybach waiting for him.
The girl lowered her head and looked at her phone quietly. The breeze blew through her hair, and her long chestnut hair fluttered gently. Xingyu sauce is so cute, pat on the head.
Get in the car.
Lin Yu rubbed her head with his hands.
Let go, you won't grow taller like this.
You don't need to grow taller.
It's good enough now. Humph, no. Luo Xingyu raised the corners of his lips slightly and sat in the passenger seat.
She likes the feeling of having her head touched.
So what do you want to buy? Lin Yu asked her.
Just go to the department store.
Luo Xingyu replied after a little thought. The task given by the teacher is to buy props for the next study tour. But why is it inconvenient for girls to go with these things? Of course it's inconvenient.
The girl explained stubbornly, there are 50 people in our class, and the stuff we carry is very heavy. Girls don't have enough strength.
The explanation is a bit forced.
What she wanted was the boys' company. The department store is very close, only 10 minutes drive away.
Lin Yu stopped the car and walked into the 3-story building with Luo Xingyu.
With the changing times, this shopping mall that has been with the people of Lucheng for 35 years has long since fallen into decline. Many of the shops inside are empty, and the ones that remain are mostly small stores selling hardware and clothing wholesale.
The two's destination today was Guoqiang Hardware deep in the 2nd floor. The boss is Zhang Guoqiang, a native of Shancheng.
He is a relative of Zheng Yu, the leader of this study tour.
Classmates can get discounts when they go to buy things there. Did teacher Zheng ask you to come?
Zheng Guoqiang narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy and girl in front of him.
Yes, this is my student ID.
Luo Xingyu stood in front of him and handed over the small red notebook that he had prepared in advance. Lin Yu stood aside and looked around. Hardware stores are fun places where you can find all sorts of weird and wonderful things you've never seen before.
At this moment, Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on a set of exquisite purple paintbrushes.
Lin Yu always felt that this was very familiar, probably because there were 2 small words engraved on it.
Lu Yao. This reminded him of Chu Lu Yao.
Boss, does your hardware store still sell this kind of stuff?
This, I almost forgot about it. A girl sold it to me before. If you want it, just take it away for 200 yuan. The boss replied.
He had good intentions at the time and spent 50 yuan to buy the paintbrush, but it has been almost half a year and he still hasn't sold it, and no one has even asked about the price.
The price of 200 yuan was just a false markup.
He was waiting for the young man to bargain, and he thought he would sell it if he could break even.
Okay, deal. Lin Yu said lightly.
No, this paintbrush of mine is a high-end product.
I bought it at 150 yuan, so selling it to you for 200 is already a bargain.
Zhang Guoqiang answered subconsciously.
I said deal. Lin Yu repeated it again. Zhang Guoqiang finally reacted. Okay, this guy doesn't know how to bargain? Come and get money. Ding. Received 15 points of recognition from Zhang Guoqiang.
As the system prompt sounded, Lin Yu watched his boss pack the set of brushes for him.
What a coincidence, Zhu Luyo's name is on it, so I'll buy it and give it to my sister. 108. Duong. Okay, handsome, take it. As for the crampons, I'm going to get them from the warehouse.
You guys wait a little longer. Zhang Guoqiang handed the paintbrush to Lin Yu with a smile. After taking the packaging bag, Lin Yu went to find a stool and sat down.
This is probably the genetic lock of men.
I always want to find a place to sit in the mall, but I can never stand.
By the way, what are we going to do with the crampons? Lin Yu looked at Luo Xingyu and asked.
The girl stood next to him, but her height was not as high as when he was sitting, so she had to look up to look into his eyes.
Lin Yu, you're not listening to the class again.
Luo Xingyu curled her lips slightly.
2 classes of our major are going to Mount May for this study tour.
Although it is already May, it is still snowing at high altitudes and the road is icy, so we need to buy crampons.
Is that so? Lin Yu thought for a moment.
Then you have to be careful, squad leader.
What are you being careful about?
The girl frowned slightly. Lin Yu had a serious expression on his face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered carefully.
Does the monkey head from May know? I know. What's wrong?
They specifically target little girls like you because they look easy to bully. You better be careful. They will snatch everything, including clothes, bags, shoes, white stockings, and panties.
What should I do then?
Luo Xingyu opened his mouth into an O shape and looked like he believed it without a doubt.
It's very simple. Just follow me and I will protect you.
Lin Yu took the opportunity to rub her head.
As expected of Xingyu, so easy to fool. TSK, I'm the class monitor, I don't need your protection.
She looked seriously at the boy's handsome face. After seeing the smile on the corner of his lips, the girl realized that she had been deceived.
Lin Yu, you lied to me.
She waved her pink fist and hit him lightly. His little face was puffy and he looked angry. But I was secretly delighted in my heart. He said he would protect me? She placed her tender white hands on her chest, turned around, and her pretty face turned cherry pink. A casual promise was enough to make her happy for a long time. In 5 minutes, Zheng Guoqiang retrieved all 70 crampons.
How much? Luo Xingyu asked.
Since you are Zhang Yu's students, the price is 1,162 renminbi, so just give 1,000 renminbi. Zheng Guoqiang said with a smile.
Mr. Duo? Ice claws are so expensive? Luo Xingyu frowned slightly.
The class fee budget is 800 yuan, and 1,000 yuan would be over budget.
It's a normal price. How can it be expensive?
Zheng Guoqiang began to explain.
My crampons are imported from abroad. The purchase price alone is 15 renminbi each.
I sell them to you for 16 renminbi and 60 cents each. On average, I only make 1 renminbi and 60 cents per crampon, which is already a very small profit. The boss spoke in a deep voice, observing the expressions of the two students as he read.
Of course, these crampons cannot be imported. The purchase price is less than 2 yuan.
The reason why it is so expensive is because students are easy to cheat. As expected of a good relative, he really introduced a great enemy to him.
Come and get money.
Zheng Guoqiang was in a good mood, but he did not show it in words, and all his calculations were hidden in his heart. In this regard, Lin Yu could only say that this guy was really honest and didn't talk much.
Boss, my family owns a factory and we also make crampons.
If I remember correctly, imported goods should have labels in both Chinese and English, but you don't have any. Lin Yu took out an ice claw and looked at it in his hand.
By the way, what does the Fan Shaoqin Foundry on the packaging bag mean? I don't remember.
Wait, stop talking. I'll sell it to you for 500.
Zheng Guoqiang looked heartbroken. Now that's good, there is no money coming in. 200. Make a deal.
The boss answered promptly.
Okay, I cut too little.
Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. But Luo Xingyu was already very satisfied with this price. After paying the bill, the two of them each picked up a small bag and walked downstairs.
Lin Yu, you are so awesome. Luo Xingyu said suddenly. What? You're such a good bargainer.
He's selling it for 1,000, and I can only bargain down to 500 at most.
It's okay.
After all, I was the one who bought groceries for my family before.
I got the hang of it over time. That's pretty impressive too.
The girl praised sincerely.
When going downstairs, they took the escalator. Lin Yu stood in front and Luo Xingyu stood behind.
Looking at the boy who was tall enough to block her entire view, the girl lowered her head, looking at her invisible toes, her face flushed. The stairs brought her to a higher altitude, and if she stood on tiptoe and stretched out her hand, it would be enough to reach the boy's head.
Lin Yu, this is so heavy, please help me carry it. Luo Xingyu muttered.
Lin Yu didn't think much and took the bag from her warm little hands. Since the class monitor is so cute, let's share some of the burden with her. Just consider it as atonement for bullying her. Lin Yu was mumbling in his heart, when he suddenly felt a weight on his head. A white, tender and warm hand gently stroked his head.
Hee, now Lin Yu won't grow taller. Xiao Yu's magnetic voice sounded.
Luo Xingyu's face was filled with a bright smile. He always touches my head, and today it's finally my turn to touch him. He glanced at Lin Yu's hands holding the two bags and was sure that he could not resist him now.
Luo Xingyu's eyes became more and more fiery. The girl was not satisfied with this.
She always thought that she had only touched Lin Yu's abdominal muscles, but Lin Yu had rubbed her. This is not fair. She stood on tiptoe, put her small hand around Lin Yu's neck, and touched his protruding Adam's apple. This is a secondary sexual characteristic of men, and for girls, it is an extremely sensitive area.
She touched it.
It was a pity that he didn't stand firmly and fell on Lin Yu's back.
Lin Yu. Luo Xingyu hugged Lin Yu's neck and hung on his back. Because it was too high, the girl didn't dare to let go.
We're almost there, hurry up. Lin Yu said with a smile.
The monitor is Duong, at least D grade.
Lin Yu has always been generous with this kind of welfare that comes to his doorstep.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition. If you do this on a descending escalator, you will inevitably be noticed by the people sitting on the ascending escalator opposite you.
Bad guy Lin Yu.
Luo Xingyu lay on the boy's back, muttering timidly.
So shameful. But I am also very happy. If only it could stay like this forever. Unfortunately, the escalator was almost at the end and it was time for her to get off. Come down.
Lin Yu recited to himself, then squatted down to prevent the squad leader from breaking his bones.
But she didn't rush to get up. No one will see it anyway, so let us just do one last thing.
She quietly buried her little face in the boy's left shoulder and took a deep breath of his scent.
Good announcement. Luo Xingyu blushed and landed steadily on the ground. Let's go out.
Lin Yu said to her.
No. Don't. What's wrong? Luo Xingyu pointed outside the transparent door curtain.
Lin Yu looked over and saw two familiar faces walking towards him in the distance.
Why is your mother here? Lin Yu, let's hide quickly. 109, the girl did it on purpose. Lin Yu, hurry up.
The girl held the boy's hand and urged him in a low voice.
What's so scary?
Lin Yu said helplessly.
But I still followed her and hid in an empty shop. Where are you hiding? That cabinet. Lin Yu, you go in first. Crunch. She opened the cabinet and let Lin Yu go in first. But because the cabinet was not very high, Lin Yu had to sit inside it.
Luo Xingyu followed him, curled up and hid in the closet, closing the door. The dark and deep eyes looked outside cautiously through the gap.
Is it necessary?
Lin Yu looked at the girl's petite back helplessly.
So what if your mother found out? We didn't do anything weird. The girl looked like a stealthy kitten, as if she was guarding a huge secret. Yale Zinyujiang, am I so unpresentable?
No, my mom won't let me get too close to boys.
Then why are you asking me to accompany you? Are you so naughty, squad leader?
Lin Yu smiled faintly.
Shu Lin Yu, be quiet.
As soon as he finished speaking, a small, warm hand covered the boy's mouth. The monitor turned around, knelt down and put her hand on her mouth. She must have used hand cream, her hands were smooth and had a strawberry scent.
This gave Lin Yu the urge to become a gourmet.
Lin Yu moved his lips, and she covered her lips tightly with her hands, and tightened them even more after Lin Yu moved his lips.
Peaceful.
The girl opened her lips slightly, and her warm breath sprayed on his face. Through the light coming through the gap, Lin Yu saw the meaning of these two words. After the young man nodded, Luo Xingyu let go of his hand. She turned around carefully and silently, observing the world outside the crack in the door. Wang Dan and Pan and walked into the department store, looking very mysterious, and went straight to the escalator. Wang Dan did not pass by the place where the two were, nor did she notice that her daughter was alone with a boy in a dark and narrow space.
Finally left.
Luo Xingyu felt as if he had been pardoned. Mom doesn't like Lin Yu and has repeatedly told her to keep her distance from him. If her mother found out, she would probably be scolded again, and even Lin Yu would be implicated.
It's so annoying. Why does her mother always put so many restrictions on her?
She has to go to bed before 11 p.m. every night, and she has to report to her friends via video chat. She has been checking her chat history on social media since middle school.
This kind of life is really tiring.
With a deep sigh, the girl leaned back tiredly and leaned against the warm chest.
Sorry Lin Yu, I didn't mean it. Luo Xingyu felt his face getting very hot.
Her head shook in the boy's arms, then she struggled to get up, and her little hand seemed to touch the boy's lower abdomen inadvertently.
I'm sorry Lin Yu.
She continued to apologize, her little hands moving around again, as if trying to find a support to hold up her petite body. But the light was dim, and after groping for a while, she accidentally touched some taboos.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She withdrew her hand like lightning, stood up suddenly, put her small hands on her chest, and her body was as hot as a small stove. But fortunately, he had seen many beautiful girls, so Lin Yu's resistance was pretty good.
Are you taking advantage of me, monitor?
But fortunately, I am quite generous and don't care about these things.
It's okay, go out first, it's stuffy in there.
Lin Yu rubbed her head for a while, then pushed open the door.
Bang. The world is bright again.
Luo Xingyu first stretched out his short white legs and then jumped out. Lin Yu followed closely behind, standing on the floor and stretching. Turning her head to look at Luo Xingyu, the girl's face flushed and she stood there blankly.
You're not leaving? Let's go, Lin Yu goes ahead, I'll follow you. The two walked towards the parking lot. Lin Yu, just take me to the school gate later. Put the things in the security room and ask other students to move them. Okay. The two of them talked to each other as usual, and there was no awkward atmosphere. It seems he didn't notice. Luo Xingyu smiled foolishly, and his eyes became clearer. There is no such thing as a lucky pervert. It's just that the girl did it deliberately. The canary, which has been caged for a long time, longs for freedom more than ordinary birds. Also more seeking excitement. Bedroom. Su Jinsi leaned against the pillow and did not put on her clothes as the boy asked. The youthful spirit in the bed made her reluctant to leave. Not enough, I want more. If I had known, I would have slept later last night. Su Jinsi bit her lip, her eyes full of resentment as she looked around the boys' room. The room is not big, only about 7 square meters, and there is no room for anything else except a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. The wardrobe is black and a bit old, and it looks like it has been used for many years. The bed was not very soft and was made of wood, so it creaked if you shook it slightly. What a strange guy, he has at least 9 figures in his bank card, but he lives in such a simple place. He has a bad personality and is not as well behaved as I imagined. Sometimes his tone is quite fierce. But more often, he is very gentle, when he blows my hair, when he feeds me medicine, when he makes. The girl's fair skin turned red. She felt a little lonely when she thought that she was leaving soon. Actually, this place isn't that bad. It's small, so it feels safe. And the taste that he and I had loved. Beep. The vibration of her cell phone woke the girl from her thoughts. Hello? Su Jinsi's voice became cold again. Finally you answered the phone. Well, what did you want to say? It's not that Dad is partial, but you did have a problem this time. Apologize to your stepmother and brother, and Dad will let you return to the villa and your bank card will be unblocked. Su Shanha muttered earnestly. But unfortunately, the only response he got was a busy tone. My daughter is too rebellious. She's really spoiled. He sighed helplessly. It's okay. Let her calm down first. Don't worry. When she runs out of money, she will know to come back. A beautiful woman walked up to Su Shanha and patted him on the back. Oh, there's something else I want to tell you. What? About your other daughter. Hey, Lin Yu, how long will it take you to arrive? What's wrong? Lin Yu had just arrived downstairs in the residential complex and was walking home carrying a large plastic bag. Nothing, just asking. Su Jinsi said a little guiltily. I'm already here. Ah? The girl sounded surprised, but Lin Yu didn't care and opened the door directly. Why did you come back so soon? A familiar clear girl's voice sounded. 110. Daughter's clothes. What? Is there a problem with me coming back to my own home? Lin Yu put down the plastic bag and looked up at her. Su Jinsi had already put on her clothes at this time. Because her own clothes were not dry, she wore Lin Yu's shorts and white t-shirt. Although they were shorts, the size Lin Yu wore was still too big for a loli. The trouser legs had already reached below her knees, revealing her fair, tender and slender calves. Her little feet were no longer bare, but were worn in her own pair of black sandals. In contrast, the slippers looked very big, so big that it was difficult for her to walk. No? Who allowed a little brat to wear adult clothes? You? Why are you sneaking around? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Jinsi lowered her head with her hands behind her back, as if hiding something. Did you steal my things? Lin Yu approached her. What are you stealing? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do such a thing? She raised her head, her brows furrowed. So what do you have hidden in your hand? This. I just have good intentions. I noticed that you were dirty, so I cleaned it for you. She blushed and took out her hand, revealing Lin Yu's breasts. I'll go and hang it up for you first, you just have to be grateful to me. She snorted coldly and walked towards the balcony with difficulty on her small feet. Dirty? Lin Yu asked in a puzzled voice. I have a good habit of washing my underwear after changing it, so how could I have a dirty underwear that I didn't wash? So how dirty is it? Lin Yu smiled helplessly and did not expose her. Anyway, this stubborn loli would not admit it. Take off your shoes and return them to me. Also, there is a new set of clothes I bought for you in the bag on the table. There are also candies in it. Come and have some. Lin Yu muttered lightly, then went to boil water. Su Jinsi snorted, walked up to Lin Yu, handed the slippers back to him, then ran to the table and opened the plastic bag. You, what kind of clothes did you buy? She was a little embarrassed. My daughter obeys, what's wrong? Lin Yu replied.
Just like every Lolita lover should get a Lolita, every little Lolita should also get a set of girl clothes.
Girls' clothes, like white silk, are one of the greatest outfits for Lolita. But obviously, Su Jinsi had never worn such clothes.
She bit her lower lip gently, clenched her hands, and glanced back at Lin Yu.
Abnormal. Muttering something under her breath, she compromised and went into the room with her clothes. Since he likes it, if he wants to see it, then wear it for him to see. Maybe he will become beastly because of this?
The girl pursed her lips and changed into this outfit.
Living room.
Lin Yu had already boiled the water and was waiting for Su Jinsi to come out.
It's time to send this young lady away.
It's too much trouble to serve her, and I have to be scolded from time to time.
Okay, how about it?
Su Jinsi walked out of the room, folded her arms across her chest, and glanced at Lin Yu.
What? Of course I'm asking you if the water is cold. I want to drink it, she said with a pout.
Lin Yu's eyes fell on her and he nodded slightly.
Sister Jinsi is so cute. The blue girl's dress has a cute bear pattern on it.
Because it is a tight-fitting style, it perfectly highlights the girl's slender waist. The skirt is navy blue, and the color difference with the top highlights her cute style.
The blue stacked socks on her slender and straight legs make her legs look more perfect. It's a cute girl's teeth.
Very well behaved. Lin Yu made such an evaluation.
Cough, cough, cough. Su Jinsi, who was drinking water, choked. What are you talking about? I'm not being obedient. Okay, you are not behaving well. Take your medicine quickly.
Lin Yu looked at her and read. She had almost finished her glass of water, and she hadn't eaten the 58 renminbi piece of burp candy yet.
Nonsense, why am I not behaving well? Then be good and take your medicine quickly. What will happen if you don't eat? Su Jinsi turned his eyes and looked at Lin Yu with a smile.
Suddenly she realized that Lin Yu seemed to care a lot about whether she took medicine or not.
Or maybe he was afraid. If you don't eat, you'll get pregnant.
Lin Yu said calmly, although you can abort it, it will be very harmful to girls. TSK, I think you are just afraid of taking responsibility, afraid that my sister will know that you slept with me.
Su Jinsi glanced at him.
Lin Yu was stunned for a moment when he heard this.
Indeed, what Su Jinsi said makes some sense.
Lin Yu always kept a respectful distance from the girl Su Jinsi.
Probably because of Su Qianmeng.
Su Qianmeng is very strong, but from her attitude towards Su Jinsi, it can be seen that her strongness is only an exception towards Su Jinsi. Even, there is a hint of inferiority, like the difference between a spoiled child who lives with his parents and a left-behind child.
If Su Qianmeng knew about the relationship between her and Su Jinsi, she would be sad.
Lin Yu lowered his eyes slightly and suddenly realized that Sister Su Qianmeng was so important to him.
It was so important that I didn't want to make her sad. Is it because introverted boys are easily attracted to bad girls?
It's the same reason why good girls like bad boys.
Oh, what are you thinking about? Your faith in Taoism must not be broken. After smiling helplessly, Lin Yu looked up into Su Jinsi's eyes. To eat or not to eat?
Lin Yu's voice was very calm at this moment.
Su Jinsi felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. Why are you so fierce? Just eat it.
The girl poured the candy into her mouth and swallowed it with her eyes closed. She suddenly felt a little aggrieved. While the boy wasn't paying attention, she held back the tears that were flowing from the corners of her eyes.
Humph, what do you mean by losing weight and hurting your body? Wouldn't taking this medicine also hurt your body? Bad guy. When my sister doesn't want you anymore, I'll rent a house in the suburbs.
Each of them had their own thoughts. Although forcing the little girl to eat candy seems a bit immoral. But Lin Yu finally regained his composure.
I was wrong, but did Su Jinsi do anything right by taking advantage of me? Just write it off. Okay, go ahead. Humph, it's so shabby, I don't like staying here.
Lin Yu watched as Su Jinsi walked down the stairs. She felt a little empty inside, but fortunately, Lin Yu returned the 920,000 yuan to her, so she did not become homeless.
But where to go now? Looking for sister? No.
Perhaps because she was carrying Su Qianmeng and Lin Yu, she was temporarily unable to look her sister in the face. After thinking for a while, Su Jinxi's eyes suddenly lit up and he made a decision. Let us stay in a hotel near his school. You can observe nearby lines and his daily patterns. If he was sorry for his sister, if he was dumped by his sister, if he was with other girls again. At that time, she, Su Jinxi, would naturally make him pay the price. 111, she said she didn't want to go. After seeing Su Jinxi off, Lin Yu returned to the bedroom. The room was in a mess. The sheets and quilts were kicked out of shape by the girl. Lin Yu tidied them up a little and lay down on them. Pretty girls seem to have magic powers, and the beds they sleep on become fragrant. Lin Yu drew the curtains to make the room darker, and then opened the novel app on his phone. He liked to read novels in a dim environment, which made him feel more involved, as if he was immersed in a fantasy world. As he watched, he closed his eyes. Falling asleep without any worries and waking up naturally is a very happy thing for human beings. But unfortunately, I didn't do it today. The meaning of life is always illusory, except when you are hungry. At 8:30 in the evening, hunger urged Lin Yu to wake up. His big stomach told him that it was time to eat. If he didn't eat, he would be punished by being trampled to death by the evil white silk feet. So Lin Yu woke up, he opened his eyes on the bed, the world was dark until he opened the curtains. Brush. The window faces the road outside the community gate. Dim street lights come into view. In the distance, 2 planes fly across the starry sky, twinkling like stars. It's pretty, but unfortunately not edible. Without turning on the lights, Lin Yu walked to the entrance in the dark in his slippers, preparing to go out to buy some food. Just as he reached out to open the door, a sudden sound from outside the door made Lin Yu pause for a moment. Didn't I tell you that your Uncle Pan and Brother Panin were coming to our house for dinner today? What's the meaning of you coming home so late? Wang Dan put his hands on his hips and looked at his daughter with a cold face. The teacher has made some requests. I'm the class monitor and need to prepare some things. Luo Xingyu lowered his head and explained. Can the teacher's request be more important than our own family affairs? You are very rude to arrive home later than the guests, you know? Wang Dan looked at her daughter with a look of disappointment. You are becoming more and more disobedient, hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Pan. It's a good thing that the child is responsible. Don't blame her. Pan Chi advised. No, it's not okay for a girl to be so rude. She must apologize. Wang Dan continued muttering. I'm sorry, Uncle Pan. The girl said softly. But unfortunately, a simple apology cannot satisfy the mother's desire for control, but instead makes it worse. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Mom. You didn't study hard in high school and ended up in an ordinary second-tier university. The children of my colleagues all went to prestigious universities, and you've been left behind by them. It's okay to have a low education. If you work hard now, you still have the opportunity to improve. But it's not okay to be uneducated. No boy will want you in the future. Everything Mom does is for your own good, understand? Yeah. Luo Xingyu nodded slightly. Oh, don't worry, Auntie. Sister Xingyu is so beautiful, how could no one want her? Panin interrupted at this time. You kid, are you attracted to your sister Xingyu? Ha ha. Xingyu, don't be angry. Your mother is doing this for your own good. Uncle asked your brother Panin to take you out to relax. Several people looked at the girl and teased her in a joking tone. No one really cared about her own thoughts, and no one cared about the tears that were about to burst out from the girl hiding in the darkness. Xingyu, why are you standing there? Your brother Panin has already gone downstairs, follow him. Wang Dan urged. It is not difficult to judge that she intends to match her daughter with Panin. Even Luo Zhan was standing inside the house, tacitly allowing all this to happen. The Pan family was rich and powerful, making them suitable to be in-laws. As for the boy Panin, he has a good personality and is handsome, and is worthy of his daughter. But I haven't eaten yet. Luo Xingyu said. She didn't want to go, didn't want to be alone with the other boys. There is already a ray of moonlight in the girl's heart. Just let Panin take you to eat something delicious later. Pan Chi joked. But, I don't want to go. The girl's voice was very soft, even softer than a mosquito's. Facing an adult, she had no courage to refute. What did you say? It's nothing. She shook her head slightly, feeling a tightness in her chest and wanting to cry. Until the door behind her suddenly opened. She said she didn't want to go. Lin Yu opened the door and walked out. The light was on in the Luo family's room, reflecting on his face, which was a bit dazzling, so Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Glancing at the girl standing in front of several adults with her head lowered, Lin Yu felt that she was like a frightened little fox who would collapse at any time.
Lin Yu, this is my daughter's business. What does it have to do with you? Wang Dan said dissatisfiedly.
Lin Yu's gaze stopped in the air, staring quietly at the virtual screen.
Do you want to spend 800 recognition points to obtain information to solve the current problem? Whether. Yes. Purchase failed. The current approved value balance is 750 points, which is insufficient for payment. Oh no, it looks like we have to take some special measures.
After feeling some inner emotion, Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Wang Dan calmly. Xingyu and I are in a free relationship and she is my girlfriend now.
How come it's none of my business if you bully her? Lin Yu said calmly.
The voice as gentle as jade was like a monsoon, sweeping across the girl's heart as silent as winter, making it clear again.
Ha!
Luo Xingyu raised her little face and looked at Lin Yu in a daze. Lin Yu had already reached out his hand, hugged her and protected her behind him.
Ding!
Gained 100 points of recognition from Luo Xingyu.
Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Luo Tsang. Ding!
Gaining 100 points of recognition from Wang Dan.
Drop! You are in love with her? Wang Dan came back to his senses and frowned at Luo Xingyu. Xingyu? Is this true? Auntie Wang, this isn't what you should be thinking about right now.
Lin Yu interrupted Wang Dan.
After a pause, he spoke again before the other party could speak. Auntie Wang, you went to the department store with Panin today, right? Do you still remember the person who sold you financial products today? What? How do you know? That man's name is Li Chuanbua, a habitual credit fraudster.
He recently launched a new product to lure people into investing.
Calculating the time, your money should have been taken away by him. Someone should have called the police by now.
Auntie, you should receive a call soon. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Wang Dan's cell phone rang.
Hello? Ms. Wang Dan? This is the Chengdu Anti-Fraud Center. You have a remittance today.
The uncle in the hat's voice was so loud that Wang Dan and the others were startled.
Wife, what did you do? It's Shaowen.
He said his friend has a new project and needs investment.
It's a sure win. Panin, you bastard. Pan's father cursed and rushed downstairs to find his son. There was visible panic on Wang Dan's face.
Because she heard that it was a sure win, she invested half of the money her family was saving for buying a house.
Talk to me first and see if I can get it back.
They seemed anxious, but Lin Yu took the monitor's hand and walked downstairs slowly and at a leisurely pace.
Lin Yu, where are you taking me? I'm hungry, let's eat. 112, kiss of thanks.
Luo Xingyu's little hands were very soft. Lin Yu remembered that the last time he held the monitor's hand was last time. Girls' hands are really nice to touch, especially little girls' hands. It is warm, soft and boneless, making people want to hold it tightly.
It hurts, Lin Yu, you hurt me. The girl said timidly. Sorry.
Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth.
But he did not let go of her hand.
It seemed that the monitor was holding a grudge, and his little hand began to use force, wanting to take revenge on himself. Unfortunately, her hands were too small, so she could only grab Lin Yu's 2 fingers and squeeze them hard. The weak force did not hurt Lin Yu, but instead made her grit her teeth in pain.
Aren't you driving?
The girl said, staring at Lin Yu's slippers.
No, let's go out and eat something. Lin Yu answered her.
As soon as I walked to the gate of the community, I found Panin being educated.
How could you take your aunt to do that?
Pan's father held a branch and made Panin kneel on the ground.
I don't know either, Dad.
I was also defrauded of 10,000 yuan myself.
Oh, forget it. How much did your aunt get cheated of? 500,000. Snap. The branches whipped Panin. It hurts, Daddy. Snap. Puff.
Looking at this scene, Luo Xingyu covered his mouth and laughed out loud.
Still smiling, don't you feel sad?
Lin Yu asked, looking at the girl's face.
Why am I heartbroken? You don't think I like this person, do you? No, I'm asking if you don't care about the money at home?
Luo Xingyu was startled when he heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not answer. The two held hands and walked out of the community under Pan An's resentful gaze.
Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Pan An.
Most of the restaurants outside the community serve noodles. Lin Yu didn't want to eat that for the time being, so he took Luo Xingyu's hand and crossed the road to find something to eat on another street. In addition to hot pot, Sichuan cuisine is also a specialty in Shu.
Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the short girl next to him and asked, "Would you like something spicy?" "Okay. Then let's go eat here."
Lin Yu nodded slightly, let go of the girl's hand, and then walked into the Fuguei Sichuan restaurant on the side of the road. The two sat down near the door. Lin Yu ordered a spicy chicken and a boiled fish, while Luo Xingyu ordered shredded pork with fish flavor, which was a very good dish to go with rice. "Please wait a moment, the food will be served later."
"Okay."
After a few pleasantries, the boss went back to the kitchen to busy himself. Lin Yu sat face to face with the girl and suddenly found that there was something wrong with the way she looked at him.
"What's wrong? Are you looking at me like that? You just said that you and I are in love."
"Now, I don't know how to explain it to my mother when I get home." Luo Xingyu supported her face with her little hands and pouting softly. Recalling that scene, the girl's cheeks gradually turned cherry pink.
"There are countless reasons to be moved, and the scene just now is one of them. I'm here to help you out." Lin Yu laughed.
"Humph, you took advantage of me, Lin Yu, you bad guy."
"What advantage did you take?" "You put your arm around my waist. Then I remember when I went to the mall today." Wait, stop talking."
Luo Xingyu interrupted Lin Yu, "Because it was too dark, I was just being careless. Trying to cover up only makes the truth more obvious."
"Okay, I believe it." Lin Yu nodded. The food came quickly.
Lin Yu held the bowl and picked up the spicy chicken and chewed it in his mouth. This was Lin Yu's favorite dish. It was fragrant, crispy, and especially delicious. Because it was delicious, Lin Yu finished a bowl of rice very quickly, devouring it without paying any attention to his image. But he still looked handsome. Luo Xingyu glanced at him carefully, and his cheeks gradually turned red.
"That I'm his girlfriend?"
The image of Lin Yu protecting her appeared in the girl's mind again, and the corners of her pink lips rose slightly inadvertently.
"Thank you, Lin Yu."
"Well, you're welcome." "I am thanking you seriously, please don't be perfunctory," she said with a pout.
"Why don't you take some action instead of just talking about it?"
Lin Yu looked at her with a smile. "Then put your face here." Confused, Lin Yu leaned forward a little.
"Mooah."
The warm lips gently touched my face. Lin Yu looked up at the monitor, who had already stood up from his seat. Her face flushed red, she clenched the corner of her clothes tightly with her hands, and once again solemnly said thank you to Lin Yu.
"I'm going home first,"
she said again, then turned around and left as if escaping.
You're welcome,"
Lin Yu said softly.
"A kiss of thanks? It's quite nice."
Lin Yu thought so in his mind and continued eating.
Luo Xingyu walked straight towards home.
"It's not a kiss of thanks, it's a kiss of love."
But unfortunately, she couldn't honestly reveal such feelings to the boy.
The little flowers grown in the greenhouse cannot be as strong as the big trees outside. Without the courage given by alcohol, she became ashamed and angry just by kissing the boy's face, let alone revealing her true feelings.
"You know you're back?" As soon as he got home, Wang Dan looked at Luo Xingyu with a gloomy face.
"I've told you so many times to stay away from that boy, why don't you listen?"
Lin Yu didn't go to a famous university, and his family conditions are not good. He is not worthy of you. You'd better break up with him as soon as possible." Wang Dan kept on talking. "No."
Luo Xingyu changed his shoes at the entrance and walked towards his room.
"Are you still being mean to your mother?" "I'm not mean to you.
Even if our family's money was defrauded because of you, I don't blame you."
Luo Xingyu had an indifferent expression. "But there is absolutely no such thing as Lin Yu being unworthy of me. He is very good."
After saying this, Luo Xingyu slammed the door shut.
Boom! Accompanied by sound.
For the first time, the good girl openly tasted the taste of rebellion.
The next day, the heavy clouds completely dissipated and Chengdu truly entered summer. Lin Yu set out for school at 9 in the morning.
As soon as he entered the campus, he found that today was very different from the past.
First of all, the girls' outfits became a lot cooler.
Along the way, Lin Yu had seen no less than 10 girls wearing small camisole tops. Secondly, there is a large stone at the school gate, engraved with the full name of Lu Yuan and the school emblem.
Not the principal? There are still classrooms in our school without air conditioning. Why did you buy stones again?
After sighing for a while, Lin Yu took out his cell phone and started contacting Su Qianmeng.
I don't have classes today. The reason I came to school was because I promised Su Qianmeng to shoot a promotional video with her. 113, braiding hair.
Lin Yu sent a message to Su Qianmeng on his mobile phone, asking her where she was now.
Stand still where you are.
Su Qianmeng replied with a voice message, and the girl's soft voice made people feel itchy.
Did you see me?
Lin Yu also sent her a voice message.
As soon as I pressed send, Su Qianmeng sent another new message, which was a photo. Take secret photos of yourself.
The girl probably composed the photo carefully, and she took a very handsome photo. Lin Yu guessed Su Qianmeng's current location based on the shooting angle, so he turned his head and looked over, and found the petite girl. She was standing under a tree not far behind him, wearing a pink and white Lolita dress, her long hair tied into two ponytails fluttering gently in the wind, and she was looking at him with a beautiful smile. Her dressing style today is sweet, and there's a sweetness to it that will make you feel sick in your heart at just one glance.
Lin Yu didn't rush to walk towards her. He waited quietly for 2 seconds.
Then Su Qianmeng stomped her feet lightly and walked towards him with her small feet wearing white loafer shoes. When a girl is beautiful to a certain extent, she will become extremely eye-catching. The young men passing by just glanced at her casually out of the corner of their eyes. After all, she was too beautiful, so beautiful that ordinary boys would feel ashamed of themselves. So they didn't dare to look at her openly.
But unrealistic fantasies will always exist. For boys, it is extremely normal to fantasize about having a 150 centimeters tall little Lolita break into their boring life and tell them in a sneering tone, "I fucking like you."
Did you notice?
Isn't that school beauty Sue? She's looking at me. She's even walking towards me.
Behind Lin Yu, a boy patted the shoulder of his friend. Not everyone watched the live broadcast, so the embarrassing things that happened between Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng in the live broadcast room were not known to everyone.
Nonsense, how could school beauty Sue fall for you?
His friend pouted, she was clearly looking at him.
You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. The two argued in a low voice, and then watched the girl stop in front of a handsome guy and smile sweetly at him. I miss you.
School beauty Sue said these 3 words in a soft voice.
Snap.
The little boy who was watching this secretly was deeply hurt.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition.
Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition.
Drop.
The system notification sound kept ringing in Lin Yu's ears.
Blocking out the sound first, Lin Yu put his hand on Su Qianmeng's head and said in a gentle tone, I miss you, too. Hey. What's going on? Shouldn't you just look shy and embarrassed and let me pay attention to the impact? How can I just say that I miss you too?
Su Qianmeng bit her lower lip lightly, trying hard to suppress her emotions, but a faint blush still uncontrollably crept up on her pretty face. The little tricks that always worked in the past to amuse Lin Yu are gradually becoming less effective.
Why? Has he grown up, or has he become worse? Definitely all.
I don't have classes today, so I got up early just for you.
Don't you have anything to say, Sister Su Qianmeng? Lin Yu said to her in a joking tone. Thank you. I'll give you some practical rewards. Lin Yu's pupils shrank.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Qianmeng reached out and hugged one of her arms, rubbing it gently against her chest.
Let's go to the new media center first. The girl glanced at the boy and gave him a frivolous smile.
His dark eyes were deep, staring quietly into Lin Yu's eyes, like a cute stupid fox.
Lin Yu simply went with her.
He let her hold him in her arms as they walked along the campus avenue. Countless eyes were focused on him, but Lin Yu didn't care at all, because his recognition value was rising rapidly.
Ding! The cumulative recognition value is 800 points. Drop!
Maybe because he is no longer the same as he was before, the eyes of people around him are not so cold anymore, and there are even some guys who ship him.
Look, who is that boy next to the school beauty Sue? He's very handsome. That's Lin Yu. Did you just connect to the internet? You don't even know Lin Yu. What Lin Yu?
Lin Yu, the new school idol of our college, and the boyfriend of school beauty Sue. I heard that he touched the school beauty Sue's legs the day before yesterday.
If it's this guy, maybe he can do it. What can be done? I don't know, just kidding.
Lin Yu was hugged by Su Qianmeng and walked to the new media center, where there were already a few people waiting for them. They are Wang Jingjing, the head teacher, Su Tang, Su Qianmeng's best friend, Zhang Boyuan, who is responsible for the live broadcast operation, and Qin Huan, who writes the script.
Baby Xiaoming, you're here.
Su Tang walked up to Su Qianmeng and gave her a big hug.
Are you Lin Yu? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Jingjing's eyes.
Jin Ban seemed to have walked in front of her and waved to her gently.
The couple in front of me are so good looking. This recruitment promotion is sure to be a hit.
After all, those Xiao Chunan and Xiao Chulu who have never been to college are most eager for sweet love.
Student Lin Yu, student Su Qianmeng, Su Tang should have told you about this. What's up? For our recruitment promotion this time, we need you to shoot a promotional video about love.
Lin Yu and Su Qianmeng turned their gaze towards Su Tang. Su Tang scratched his head, hee hee. Ding 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 ding. When the school bell rang, the number of people on campus suddenly decreased. Lin Yu and several people from the new media center came to the newly purchased big stone at the school gate and took a group photo.
Teacher, it's so hot. Has our shooting plan not started yet?
Su Tang asked with a small breath.
Wang Jingjing showed a mysterious expression. Wait a minute, some people haven't arrived yet. Are there any more people? Aren't the actors and crew here?
Of course, professional matters should be left to professionals.
For this shoot, the teacher has chosen someone else.
Wang Jingjing said with a slight smile on her lips. As the teacher in charge, the bonus arranged for her by the school was closely linked to the enrollment promotion, so she naturally attached great importance to it. So, I specially spent money to hire a professional team of photographers and agreed to meet at the school gate at 10 o'clock. 15 minutes later, due to the rising temperature, everyone was sweating and sat in the shade of the trees to cool off.
Teacher, how long will it take for the person you mentioned to arrive?
Almost there, probably another 10 minutes.
Wang Jingjing replied. Time slips away from your fingertips inadvertently. But Lin Yu found something interesting.
He asked Su Qianmeng to sit with her back to him, and he started braiding the girl's hair.
You can also braid hair. Su Qianmeng said with a pout.
Having such skills is not good for a boy's innocence. A boy who can braid hair, make girls happy, and provide emotional value is definitely not an innocent guy. Lin Yu is just a finished product. Maybe he has been teased by a bad girl a long time ago.
What? What's wrong with knowing more? Lin Yu said lightly.
He hasn't had his hair braided in a long time. The last time I braided a girl's hair was in my senior year of high school, and the first time I braided a girl's hair was in my sophomore year of high school. At that time, I was still a little lousy. 18-year-old Lin Yu is an introverted and shy boy who easily blushes when talking to girls.
No matter how I thought about it, I didn't seem to have the courage to braid a girl's hair at that time. But I did it anyway. The girl's name is Qingyu. 114, past. Many years later, Lin Yu will never forget that summer. At that time, I was in love for the first time, and I had a girl I liked for the first time. September is the beginning of the school year and the summer is hot. In the first class of the new semester, the teacher announced that a new student would be transferred to the class. Boy or girl? Pretty or not? Good grades or not? These are the topics that adolescent boys are most concerned about.
At that time, Lin Yu also started a discussion with his friends about transfer students. I hope she doesn't play Genshin Impact, otherwise she will have to wait in line longer when she uses the class computer to sign in to Genshin Impact.
Wang Pengfei and Lin Yu were deskmates.
He leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered.
I'm fine with anything. Lin Yu looked indifferent. The transfer student came to the classroom during the lunch break. When the teacher took the petite girl to the podium, Lin Yu, who had stayed up late reading novels, had already fallen asleep. Hello everyone, my name is Qingyu. The girl spoke with ease and grace. Her pretty face, cheerful personality, and the natural temperament of a rich lady made it easy for her to fit in with the class. Her seat was in front of Lin Yu, and it was the only empty seat in the class. Lin Yu was used to stretching his legs in front of him, so on the first day the girl came to the class, he was stepped on by her at the right time. Ah! Lin Yu was awakened by the girl's scream and the pain in his feet. He raised his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face. Immediately following. Bang!
and Xingyu lost her balance and fell down, with her forehead hitting the table. The girl's warm breath sprayed on his face. Her eyes were so big, her skin was so white, she was so beautiful. Lin Yu stood there in a daze. She turned around with a red face, and both of them kept silent, knowing each other. I only remember that the temperature was very high that day, the cicadas were chirping outside the window, and the old fan in the classroom was making a creaking sound.
And Xingyu was very outgoing and quickly integrated into the class.
She is often surrounded by people. So every time when Lin Yu returned to the classroom after physical education class, or during breaks or lunch breaks, there would always be a group of girls talking and laughing in front of him. Although they were not talking to him, Lin Yu was more or less impatient. "Hajime, please excuse me for disturbing you while you're reading a novel.
This is bad."
But Lin Yu couldn't possibly drive them away, so during this period of time, he chose to switch seats with his good friends and read novels. But this seemed to cause Xingyu to misunderstand. One day at noon, Lin Yu received a small note from the girl.
"Do you hate me?"
The beautiful handwriting reveals stubbornness and the attitude of the girl. She felt that the boy was deliberately avoiding her, but Lin Yu just wanted to read the novel quietly.
"Lin, no.
And, your handwriting is so ugly."
"Lin, it has always been like this. But it's cute."
Forest. This is how fate began. There is no falsehood in the feelings of a 17 or 18-year-old. Under the guidance of the girl, the introverted and taciturn Lin Yu gradually learned to express his inner thoughts on small pieces of paper. It turns out that Xingyu was also a poor child. Her busy parents rarely accompanied her, so she grew up with her grandmother. Lin Yu, who had similar experiences, empathized with her and wanted to understand her. The two added each other on QQ and had long conversations on countless nights. And Xingyu likes taking photos in movies and wants to be a photographer.
She wanted to see the sea and hear the sound of waves hitting the rocks. She asked Lin Yu what his dream was. Lin Yu said, "I don't know yet. Ordinary people don't seem to be worthy of talking about dreams.
It's hard for them to live an ordinary life." And Xingyu said, "Don't be discouraged.
Things change over time. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Life is like a busy road, and we should seize the moment." Lin Yu agreed. One day during self-study class, Xingyu suddenly turned around and asked Lin Yu, "Can you braid my hair?" "Braid hair? I don't know how."
Lin Yu answered decisively, he really didn't know how.
"If you don't know how, I'll teach you. Just watch carefully."
And Xingyu turned her whole body around. There was no teacher in this self-study class, so it was very safe.
"First, divide your hair into 3 parts, and then cross them like this." And Xingyu taught in great detail.
It can be seen that she really hopes that I can braid her hair. So Lin Yu agreed to her request.
Girls' hair is very smooth, which is different from boys' frizzy hair.
Lin Yu began to like braiding her hair, and gradually fell in love with this girl who always asked him to braid her hair during self-study classes. And she also likes herself. Another semester passed and the teacher changed the seats. And Xingyu's seat was moved to the front row, and Lin Yu's seat was in the back row by the window. I can't braid her hair during study time, but she seems to have come up with a new idea.
"The school rooftop, there's usually no one there, so we can go there.
By the way, I want to eat cream cake today." And Xingyu thought with a smile on her face.
"Okay." Lin Yu replied.
Then, on the school rooftop, he finally got to taste the cream on the girl's lips.
So there was a well-known couple in the class.
The classmates were very friendly, and Lin Yu was cautious enough, so no accidents happened. Lin Yu learned a lot from the girl and also explored a lot with her.
Like how to kiss, how to hug. Another example is the night after the college entrance examination, when I became an adult with the girl. But we broke up in the end. "Hey, Lin Yu." Su Qianming's voice brought Lin Yu back to reality.
The boy had a blank look in his eyes as he braided her hair like a machine, but Su Qianming always felt something was wrong.
"You are thinking about another woman." Su Qianming pouted slightly. This is a judgment based on the girl's sixth sense.
But Lin Yu naturally would not admit it.
"No.
You have.
If you don't believe me, forget it."
Lin Yu spread his hands. He was quite satisfied with the hair he had braided for Su Qianming, and he admired his masterpiece with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Student Lin Yu, student Su Qianming, the photographer is here, please come here."
Teacher Wan's voice rang out. "Okay." Lin Yu responded and walked to Teacher Wang's side with Su Qianming.
On the other side of Teacher Wang, there were also several figures standing.
Hello, teacher. I am Xingyu, the #1 photographer at Nianshu Studio. Leave the photo shoot to me this time. The girl has a sweet voice. 115, true couple.
Lin Yu is holding Su Qianming's hand at this moment.
This was her request. She said that everyone thinks we are a couple, so holding hands is normal.
Lin Yu didn't quite agree with her logic.
Su Qianming is a very smart girl.
She understands the principles of persuasion and the use of both kindness and severity. She revealed her principles to Lin Yu very early on, but she kept giving Lin Yu some small benefits, as if she was tempting herself to commit a crime. The girl's hand, as smooth as mutton fat jade, gently scratched his palm, but Lin Yu's attention was not on her at the moment.
Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Xingyu, the #1 photographer at Chuyu Studio. Just leave the photo shoot to me.
The girl's voice is sweet as sugar melting in the heart. Lin Yu's attention was drawn to her, and then he saw the guy with the same face as the girl deep in his memory.
Xingyu.
2 years is a short time, just 2 summers passed by in a flash. But 2 years is a long time, enough for the naive and silly girl deep in memory to undergo earth-shaking changes.
Xingyu looks a lot more mature, and her dressing style has a hint of casual sexiness.
She was wearing a navy blue baseball cap today, black low-waist pants and a white navel-bearing t-shirt. Her long hair was tied into a small braid and pinned behind her head.
She was carrying a camera on her back.
Compared with her petite body, the black camera was as big as a small bag. Her facial features are delicate and beautiful, but a little fleshy, and she has a very childish face. That's right, and Xingyu is also a little lowly.
Lin Yu was already an evil Lolita complex when he was in high school.
It's a strange feeling to meet an old friend again, especially when you look at her casually before she recognizes you, and memories of the past flood into your mind.
Of course, when facing his first love, Lin Yu had no intention of rekindling the relationship. The boy who lives in the past is Fei Wu, he has walked out of it long ago. These two are the ones you need to photograph. Come, let's get to know each other. Teacher Wang smiled and introduced Lin Yu and Su Qianming to Xingyu and the 2 assistants behind her.
And Xingyu looked over and met Lin Yu's gaze. The girl's almond-shaped eyes trembled visibly.
Ding!
Gained 15 points of recognition from Xingyu. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu raised the corners of his lips and looked at the girl quietly.
Hello, my name is Xingyu. Have we met somewhere before?
Xingyu frowned slightly and looked into Lin Yu's eyes. The young man in front of her reminded her of someone, but she thought that the two of them just happened to be somewhat similar. After all, Lin Yu in the past was not so handsome, and was not as calm and elegant as he is now.
Stupid ex-wife, you didn't recognize me even though I was standing so close to you? I recognized you right away.
Lin Yu was helpless and shook his head slightly. Perhaps because the breakup was not pleasant, Lin Yu still holds a bit of resentment towards Xingyu. So at this moment, some childish thoughts suddenly popped into his mind.
No, I haven't seen you. Lin Yu said calmly. Okay, maybe I remembered it wrong. Xingyu looked away. She held up the camera, looked at the teacher and said, let's get started. It's quite hot today. Good. The shooting location was chosen to be the gymnasium.
Originally, we wanted to shoot it in the school playground, but it was too hot outside.
Of course, the gymnasium was not much better.
After staying in there for a while, Lin Yu's forehead began to sweat.
The same went for Su Qianming.
At the request of several photographers, the two of them sat on small stools next to the tennis court in the gymnasium. Su Qianming got a pack of wet wipes from somewhere and said she wanted to wipe Lin Yu's sweat.
Be good and don't move.
She stuck out her tongue playfully. The tender white hand holding the wet wipes reached out to Lin Yu's forehead and began to move gently. It feels cool to the touch, very comfortable, and it relieves some of the heat in my body. Lin Yu obediently lowered his head and let her wipe it.
Say thank you, sister.
Su Qianming said with her eyebrows curved like distant mountains. Lin Yu's expression was helpless. Su Qianming seemed to have some obsession with words like sister and mother. But calling her sister is impossible. Lin Yu still likes his younger sister more. So he reached out and gently pinched Su Qianming's fair little face, and with his other hand he put his arm around the girl's slender waist, letting her lean on his arms.
No. Let go, Lin Yu, it's too hot. Su Qianming said while shaking her body. But in fact, she had an expression of enjoyment on her face. The more domineering the boy was, the more she liked it. Wait, stop first, separate yourself. And Xingyu interrupted the two with a frown. What's wrong? Lin Yu let go of Su Qianmeng and asked with interest. Everything that just happened was recorded by the camera. And Xingyu let the two of them get along in the same way as a couple in their daily lives, showing the campus love as realistically as possible. But the way they are both act, they are clearly just flirting, which is contrary to their original intention. Did they really know each other through formal channels? The content just now is not suitable for normal Douyin. It is easy to cause misunderstanding. Let's reshoot it. And Xingyu said. So how do you think we should shoot it? I can't really explain it, but campus lovers shouldn't be like you guys. So misunderstands a lot. Su Qianmeng narrowed her eyes and asked her softly. I understand a little bit. And Xingyu raised her little face. You two are a real couple, right? Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition from Su Qianmeng. Su Qianmeng opened her lips slightly, a little surprised by Lin Yu's words. This was the first time that the boy said so frankly that she was his girlfriend, even though she was not actually his girlfriend. If you are a real couple, then let me see you kiss first. And Xingyu raised the camera again. She had taken off her baseball cap because it was too hot. Her expression was always serious when she was working. The dark eyes stared at Lin Yu, as if saying, if you are a man, come on. Are you sure? Lin Yu asked her with a smile. Certainly. And Xingyu nodded slightly, but a trace of uneasiness suddenly flashed in her eyes. The boy's voice made her feel a little familiar. She seemed to have heard these words on the night she became an adult. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Su Qianmeng. Can we kiss? Yes. Su Qianmeng said with a smile. The moment the boy said that, she closed her eyes. Of course you can. If you want, I can give you everything I have, Lin Yu. Thank you. Lin Yu muttered inexplicably and moved closer to Su Qianmeng's face. The girl's fair skin seemed as delicate as a baby's, with a charming blush on it. 116, pay the price. Call my name later, louder. Lin Yu said this in Su Qianmeng's ear, and then gently bit the girl's cherry-pink earlobe. Su Qianmeng was stunned. Lin Yu had already kissed her lips. Just a quick taste, the touch of lips. In hot weather without air conditioning, two people sitting close to each other will only feel hotter. Lin Yu was ready to let Su Qianmeng go. Su Qianmeng grabbed his hand at this time. Why? She asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Her subconscious told her that something was wrong with Lin Yu. Are you going to scream? You beg me. I can agree to one condition of yours. Lin Yu said to her. Hee, any conditions are fine? It's not okay to keep me away from other girls. Scumbag. Su Qianmeng sighed. She glanced at Xingyu quietly, then at Lin Yu. You've been looking at that girl? Did you ask me to scream because of her? Yes. Why? That was my ex-girlfriend, a girl who broke my heart. And Xingyu was concentrating on filming at this moment. The communication between the two people at this moment finally had some of the flirting between young lovers. This is right, this is what a couple is like. As she was thinking this, she suddenly heard the shamed and angry voice of a young girl. Lin Yu, let go first. Su Qianmeng ran out of Lin Yu's arms, panting. There were too many people, and she couldn't even call out Lin Yu's name, so she chose an alternative way. She looked back at Xingyu and asked. Is this okay? Lin Yu and I have done our best. The two words Lin Yu were emphasized. The sound is loud enough for people around to hear. And Xingyu's pupils shrank suddenly. She looked at the incredibly beautiful girl in front of her, and then at the handsome and cool boy next to the girl. The figure in my memory overlapped with it. Is it really him? But, it's okay. And Xingyu's voice trembled a little. She glanced at Lin Yu out of the corner of her eye. The young man had his head down, not looking at her at all, as if he didn't exist. He is very handsome now and has such a beautiful girlfriend. Really? It's so annoying. Why doesn't this guy just die? And Xingyu bit her lip and turned her back to Lin Yu. We'll continue filming the next scene later. You guys take a break first. I'm going to go to the toilet.
After saying this, her petite figure walked out of the stadium.
Ding!
Gained 100 points of recognition from Xingyu. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Yu felt a little relieved.
You used me. Su Qianmeng crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction while pouting. How did I use you?
You don't think I can see that you're trying to use me to make her regret it?
Hee hee, worthy of Su Qianmeng, smart. Lin Yu nodded and smiled.
Su Qianmeng's chest rose and fell slightly, and she looked in the direction where Xingyu left. There is a toilet in the gymnasium, but the other party looks like he wants to go out to use it, which would take at least 5 minutes to go there and back. 5 minutes is enough time for a lot of things to happen, such as listening to Lin Yu's past stories.
Tell me, how did that girl hurt you? Su Qianmeng asked Lin Yu.
Her beautiful eyes were blazing, as if they were burning with flames.
Must you know? Aha!
Then I'll use the conditions I promised you before in exchange.
Ah? If you don't want to, forget it. Humph, go ahead and change it. Su Qianmeng finally compromised. Girls are too gossipy by nature, and it was hard for her to resist listening to Lin Yu's story. And Xingyu is my ex-girlfriend. I know that.
Her family is very rich, and she is a young lady. Lin Yu's eyes were deep as he slowly spoke out the past.
Lin Yu went to high school in a small county town.
And Xingyu's home is located in a famous high-end residential area in the small county town. After becoming an adult, Xingyu often asked Lin Yu to go to her house. Her grandmother was in the countryside at that time, and she was alone at home. I remember it was a rainy evening.
There were lightning and thunder outside the window. Millions of raindrops fell from the sky, as if to bury the whole city.
Lin Yu lay on the bed, with an expression that looked as if he was doubting his life. And Xingyu sat there, rocking and swaying gently. Her waist-length hair was tied up, and her petite body was spotlessly white, seeming to emit a faint glow.
What? Don't you like it? She asked Lin Yu. I prefer to be in charge. No, you don't want to.
And Xingyu giggled, leaned down, tapped Lin Yu on the forehead, and then held one of his hands.
Now. Do you like it? Dislike. And now? No. So, what now? Like.
Lin Yu looked at her lovingly. The only time a boy falls in love in his life is for his first love. Lin Yu was very fond of her, so he didn't think it was a big deal to be bullied by her. It's normal for girls in Shu to be strong.
Lin Yu comforted himself in this way. And Xingyu continued to sway until Lin Yu could no longer hold back.
She leaned over again and pressed her little face against the boy's chest, which was full of sweetness.
What if you get pregnant? Will you be responsible?
She stretched out her slender fingers and drew circles on Lin Yu's body.
Yes. The boy answered decisively. But it's time to take a shower now. Lin Yu said again.
No, stay here and don't go out.
And Xingyu said, shaking her head. Come back, later.
Her eyes were seductive, like a cunning fox. 18 years old is when a boy can fight the best.
Half an hour is enough for the flight to take off again. Do you want me to speak louder? And Xingyu asked again. No. Then I'll speak loudly.
She said with her little face raised.
A person who is loved is always fearless.
She knew that the boy would definitely indulge her because he regarded her as a treasure and was afraid that she would melt if he held her in his hands. This was indeed the case. Lin Yu allowed her to come. Her voice was clear and sweet, as beautiful as a lark, and even the lightning and thunder outside the window could not cover it.
But doing whatever you want will come at a price. An hour later, Lin Yu dressed neatly and walked out of her room.
In the living room, there sat a beautiful woman wearing a slit cheongsam, who looked 70% similar to Xingyu.
What's your name? Asked the beautiful woman.
Lin Yu wanted to slap his past self and tell himself not to be so honest.
But unfortunately, time travel is impossible in reality. Lin Yu. Lin Yu, huh? You're so bold, coming to my house openly to steal my daughter?
The beautiful woman sneered. And Xingyu walked out of the room when she heard the noise.
She wasn't even dressed at that time. 117, big belly.
And Xingyu walked out of the room, looked at the beautiful woman for a while, and the two started arguing.
Why are you back?
She asked with wide eyes.
I'm your mother, and this is the house I bought.
The beautiful woman seemed more assertive.
So? What do you mean now?
Explain to me, after all, I just heard some strange noises coming from your room.
Also, what's going on with this boy? He is.
And Xingyu bit her lip, and Lin Yu saw the entanglement in her eyes. He took the girl's hand, looked at the beautiful woman and said, I'm her boyfriend. The voice was firm and powerful. Lin Yu thought that he couldn't let Xingyu face the pressure alone, he had to bear some of it. But then, he saw sarcasm in the beautiful woman's eyes.
I'm talking to my daughter, can you please stop interrupting? Auntie, Xingyu and I. Don't call me auntie. Look at how poor you are. Do you think you deserve it?
After saying this, the beautiful woman no longer looked at Lin Yu, and her gaze focused on Xingyu again. Lin Yu felt like there was a ball of fire in his chest, bulging and burning, and he felt very uncomfortable. It is not difficult to see that her mother looked down on her and thought that she was just a poor boy and not worthy of her daughter. At this moment, Lin Yu even wanted to repeat what Xiao Huahua said back then. But before he could finish his words, Xingyu's words completely disrupted his thoughts. He's not my boyfriend, he came to my house, just for fun. And Xingyu spoke in a quiet tone as she let go of Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu stood there in a daze, not understanding why the girl who had been lying on his chest and saying I love you just a few minutes ago suddenly became so cold.
Xingyu?
Lin Yu called her, but got no response. She turned her face away and didn't even glance at Lin Yu, as if he was just an insignificant person to her.
He even moved to the side, trying to keep some distance from me. Does she feel she is not good enough, so she is unwilling to admit herself in front of her mother? Making a guess in his mind, Lin Yu clenched his fists. Put on your clothes first and then explain to me.
The beautiful woman said calmly, and Mr. Lin, it seems impolite to stay in someone else's house. Lin Yu left her house in the heavy rain that day.
When I got home, I was soaking wet. A teenager's heart is sensitive and fragile.
Lin Yu could accept that Lu Yu, a successful man in his early 30s, looked down on an 18-year-old boy like him. But the girl who had talked with me all night long, told me sweet words, and promised to dominate each other's future lives, despised my words. Lin Yu felt like he was being stabbed in the back.
So you broke up just like that? Su Qianmeng said with a frown. Not really.
Lin Yu smiled at her.
Since I'm in love, I'll definitely imagine that the other person has some compelling reason to do that, so I kept pestering him for a while.
She said there was a reason for it and told me to wait for her.
She had a compelling reason to keep her distance from me. I believed her.
Then you were really a dead bootlicker at that time.
Su Qianmeng rolled her eyes at him. Lin Yu looked indifferent.
No, I chose to break up. I believe she had her own reasons, but she never even said sorry to me until the end.
Although I am a love-brained person, I am also a strong person.
Lin Yu's voice was calm, and had a very free and easy feeling. Su Qianmeng suddenly moved closer to him, and her almond-shaped eyes stared at Lin Yu's eyes from bottom to top, as if she wanted to see something.
I remember.
She buried her little face in Lin Yu's shoulder.
What did you remember?
Didn't you tell me before that the ex-girlfriend who broke up with you due to practical reasons turned out to be her?
You're really slow to remember it now.
Lin Yu rubbed Su Qianmeng's head.
She cooperated very actively.
When Lin Yu put his hand on her, she shook her head gently. Her hair was soft and smooth, and felt very nice to touch. It's her loss to lose you, Lin Yu. Su Qianmeng said softly.
Well, thank you for comforting me.
When she recognized you and knew that I was your girlfriend, there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Although it was only for a moment, I realized that she might still have feelings for you.
Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense.
Su Qianmeng raised her head and stuck out her cute little tongue at Lin Yu, then lowered her head and gently licked Lin Yu's arm.
Pa, so salty. You deserve it. Hey, Lin Yu, how about I help you get her back? Su Qianmeng giggled, revealing two cute little fangs. What do you mean, telling me to stay away from other girls and then trying to help me out? Because she's so annoying, treating you like that. Su Qianmeng said, gritting her teeth.
She suddenly understood why Lin Yu had held her hand so frankly in front of the elders in the hospital. Maybe it was because the girl had been caught in the rain, so he wanted to hold an umbrella for her.
What a gentle guy. Su Qianmeng's face turned red and she rubbed Lin Yu's arm again. Thank you. Lin Yu began to read. I feel heartbroken by Su Qianmeng.
Although she is a bad girl sometimes, she is a kind-hearted girl at heart.
But why should I pursue her? She and I are over. I have no plans to continue our relationship.
Lin Yu curled his lips. Of course it's to dump her. A hint of cunning flashed in Su Qianming's eyes. If it's Lin Yu, he should be able to do it. First, get her back, then make her pregnant, and finally disappear from her world. Oh. If you cut Su Qianmeng's sister open, it will definitely be all black inside. Ha. Lin Yu was amused by her words. No, I can't do something like hurting a girl. Hypocritical man. Su Qianming was shocked. Because it was too hot, she leaned on Lin Yu for a while and then stood up. The girl looked towards the gymnasium entrance and saw Xingyu was already walking back. Inadvertently, the two lines of sight met, colliding across the air like electric currents. And Xingyu looked away, and under the shadow of the brim of her baseball cap, she bit her lips. This brief confrontation ended with Su Qianming's victory. This girl is so beautiful that it makes Xingyu feel sour and bitter. Looking up at the handsome young man, she felt even more dissatisfied. Why? How on earth could this guy find such a beautiful girlfriend after leaving her? I hate it so much. Keep filming. And Xingyu said to the two people in front. She thought it would be better if it ended sooner, and then she would go to a place far away from this boy and never see him again in her life. 118, he is simply Superman. The filming continues. Because the temperature was too high, Lin Yu walked to the vending machine in the gymnasium to buy water. I bought a bottle of Coke and a bottle of mineral water, both were iced. You should drink ice water in summer to quench your thirst. Because it was too hot, Lin Yu opened the Coke and took a few sips. The cool bubbles stimulated his taste buds. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little hungry. He wondered how long the filming would take, and then walked towards the filming location. Several photographers are recording a video for Su Qianming. In addition to the couple part, this recruitment promotion video also includes Su Qianmeng's personal time. The teacher said that a beautiful girl like Su Qianming can attract both men and women, so the effect of shooting like this will definitely be very good. So Lin Yu was now sitting on the bench. He went back with some water, sat on a chair alone, and watched Su Qianming filming. Don't you recognize me? And Xingyu walked to Lin Yu and asked in a low voice. Seeing that Lin Yu was alone, she couldn't hold back and came to the young man. Why do you want a new girlfriend? An annoying guy. You don't want to shoot anymore? Lin Yu answered the question irrelevantly. They take good pictures, and I don't necessarily need to do everything myself. Is that so? That's good. Lin Yu laughed, but did not look at Xingyu. He took the Coke and poured it into his mouth in big gulps. After a while, half of the bottle was gone. Feeling the boy's distance, Xingyu suddenly found it difficult to breathe. You betrayed me. And Xingyu said. What betrayal? Didn't we break up? But. When she wanted to say something else, Lin Yu interrupted her. Stop, Miss Xingyu, let the past be the past. I am living a good life now. But I'm not living well. And Xingyu stared at Lin Yu's profile and said. But unfortunately, the boy's eyes were always on the bright girl in front of him, and he didn't pay any attention to her. Lin Yu didn't say anything else and drank Coke quietly. The silence says it all. And Xingyu stood beside him. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Su Qianming finished the filming and trotted towards Lin Yu. Under the pink and white Lolita skirt, the legs are slender and straight. Su Qianming has a beautiful leg shape. The twin ponytails that Lin Yu had tied for her swayed gently as she ran. Her fair little face was slightly pink and covered in sweat. Hee, buy me some water. Su Qianming walked up to Lin Yu. Feeling Xingyu's gaze looking at this place, her eyes flashed and she sat down on Lin Yu's lap. Hubby, give me some water. She leaned back, leaned on Lin Yu's chest, and said while shaking her head. Lin Yu was startled when he heard this, and then went to unscrew the cap of the bottle of mineral water. Drink it. I want my husband to feed me. Her voice was soft and tender. Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Hearing her say this, some desires inevitably surged in my heart, and I became restless. Su Qianming raised her little face with a proud look on her face. Ding! Gained 100 points of recognition from Xingyu. The system prompt sounded. It is not difficult to see that Su Qianming's behavior is to stimulate Xingyu for herself. But Lin Yu really didn't care that much about Xingyu's opinion. If I really have to say that I care, it is about the girl who lived in my memory 2 years ago. After a helpless smile, Lin Yu handed her the water and said, drink it yourself. Su Qianmeng snorted softly, raised her little feet in Lolita's shoes, and dangled them on Lin Yu's trouser legs.
Isn't it hot? Hot. Then go down. No, I like it this way. The two of them sat there quietly. Su Qianmeng drank water in small sips and looked at the tennis court in front of her, lost in thought. Ding. Gained 50 points of recognition from Xingyu. Ding. Gained 100 points of recognition from Xingyu. Drop. Just sitting there, Lin Yu heard the reminder sound in his ears at least 5 times. Lin Yu glanced at the girl in a baseball cap standing nearby, and he couldn't tell what he felt at the moment. Don't you deny that I'm your boyfriend? But now you look like you regret it, Xingyu. As Lin Yu was thinking, Su Qianmeng suddenly handed the water back to him and called Lin Yu's name, Lin Yu. What's wrong? Tennis, can you play? Of course. Humph, scumbag, another ambiguous answer. Su Qianmeng pouted slightly. Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly. Where is the lie? Just tell the truth. If he wants to learn it, it is actually available in the system mall. I still feel unsatisfied. Su Qianmeng said again. What's the meaning? I'll avenge you. Su Qianmeng shook lightly and jumped off Lin Yu's legs. She turned her head and looked at Xingyu, who was in a daze. Photographer? Su Qianmeng called her. What's wrong? Xingyu approached her. She didn't understand why Lin Yu's current girlfriend suddenly called her. Can you play tennis? Su Qianmeng crossed her arms and thought with some pride. She chose tennis in her physical education class in college and did well in it. What do you mean? If you know how, come and play. Su Qianmeng continued, her voice provocative. Regardless of whether this woman can play tennis or not, Su Qianmeng is prepared to make her suffer a setback in this way. As Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend, she should be able to accept my provocation. The girl's lips curled up into a smile. But Xingyu also smiled. Okay. Xingyu said. Before Lin Yu could react, the two girls had already agreed to a game of ball and both entered the court. Forehead. Sister Su Qianmeng, why are you so impatient this time when you are always so smart? Lin Yu stood up from his seat and watched the situation on the court closely. Lin Yu didn't know whether Su Qianmeng could play tennis. But I remember that Xingyu told me about her experiences in junior high school. This girl, Xingyu, won the silver medal in the city tennis tournament when she was in junior high school. Bang bang. The sound of tennis balls being hit by rackets continued to ring out. Two petite girls were competing closely on the court. Just as Lin Yu expected, Su Qianmeng was no match for Xingyu. The score is currently 0-3, and Su Qianmeng has not scored a single point. She felt a little lost at the moment, her petite body trembling slightly, and she was obviously a little nervous. Being emotional is indeed a bad thing. Su Qianmeng underestimated the enemy. Bang! Another ball was hit hard by Xingyu. She used all her strength, determined to beat this girl. Similarly, Su Qianmeng was unwilling to admit defeat. She also wanted to avenge Lin Yu, so how could she be shut out by this bad woman? Su Qianmeng gritted her teeth, paid attention to where the ball would land, and ran towards that direction with her short legs. But obviously, Lolita's outfit is not suitable for sports, and the girl tripped over her own skirt and fell to the ground. And the tennis ball landed exactly where she is now. Be careful! Su Tang on the side shouted loudly, trying to rush over to block the ball for Su Qianmeng, but it was obviously too late. Su Qianmeng's pupils shrank slightly, and the ball in her eyes grew bigger and bigger until a tall figure blocked her way. Snap! A crisp sound. Everyone looked up and saw that the ball was held firmly in Lin Yu's hand. It's Lin Yu! Su Tang exclaimed, he is simply Superman. 119, Su Qianmeng, idiot! Lin Yu stood in front of Su Qianmeng, holding the light green tennis ball firmly in his hand. My palms hurt a little, but fortunately, with my physical fitness, it was nothing. Lin Yu, are you okay? Su Qianmeng said in a daze, looking at the boy's back. If Lin Yu hadn't intervened, the ball would have hit her head. A tennis ball is solid, even though it's made of rubber, but if it hits your head it's going to hurt to some extent. But it must have been painful for Lin Yu to block the ball for her. The girl suddenly felt a little guilty. This was not the first time Lin Yu saved her, nor was it the first time Su Qianmeng blamed herself. Her beautiful eyes dimmed for a moment, and her willow-like eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Lin Yu turned around and rubbed her head. Su Qianmeng, you are stupid, right? Who taught you to play basketball in a Lolita's skirt?
Lin Yu said helplessly.
He did not say that Su Qianmeng was definitely no match for Xingyu.
After all, Su Qianmeng was still very strong-willed, and Lin Yu did not intend to provoke her. Su Qianmeng lowered her head and covered her knees, her tone a little depressed.
Yeah, I'm stupid. What's wrong? Are you angry when I say something to you?
Lin Yu squatted down, moved close to Su Qianmeng's fair little face, and carefully observed her expression.
Su Qianmeng has very good skin, which is delicate and smooth, with a cherry pink tint to her fair complexion.
She is naturally beautiful, and she looks incredibly beautiful even with a little light makeup. Lin Yu suddenly had the urge to hold her little face and bite it hard, but unfortunately the current occasion was not suitable for doing so as many people were watching around.
Meng, are you okay?
Su Tang squatted down beside Su Qianmeng, who was jogging all the way, with worry written all over his face.
I'm fine. Su Qianmeng smiled at her. I'm glad you're okay. Let me tell you, Lin Yu was like a Superman just now. When the ball flew towards you, he reacted in an instant, as fast as lightning. Of course.
Su Qianmeng's slightly drooping eyes raised a little, and she smiled proudly.
Maybe with a bit of pride.
It's as if to say, my boyfriend, of course he is awesome. But the unwillingness in the girl's heart became stronger and stronger. Since Lin Yu was able to come here so quickly, he must have been paying attention to her all the time. He might have hoped to win, but he didn't win a single ball. Lin Yu stood aside and watched the two girls interact quietly.
Let's end it here. No more playing.
On the other side of the court, Xingyu's voice rang out. She put the racket behind her back and looked at me with a cold face.
Lin Yu looked back.
Xingyu raised her head slightly. She felt a little better after successfully crushing her ex's current girlfriend.
Okay, I don't want to play anymore. Lin Yu started to speak.
Well, I'll go first. Xingyu put down her racket and prepared to turn around.
Wait. Su Qianmeng called her. What? Still playing? Yeah. Su Qianmeng nodded slightly, gritted her teeth and stood up. Her petite body trembled slightly, she took a step forward, staggered, and almost fell. Meng, your knees.
Su Tang covered her mouth and muttered. Lin Yu also looked over and saw a wound on Su Qianmeng's knee caused by friction. Fresh red blood was flowing from there, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin.
I'm fine. Su Qianmeng glanced at Lin Yu guiltily.
There was no reaction on Lin Yu's face, which made Su Qianmeng feel a little relieved. She picked up the racket and turned her head to look at Xingyu opposite her.
Keep playing. Su Qianmeng said firmly. Are you sure? Xingyu also noticed Su Qianmeng's injuries.
She didn't understand why the girl was so persistent.
Even if she wasn't injured, she was no match for her. Sure. Su Qianmeng showed a very beautiful smile.
She bent down, held up the heels with her small hands, took off the pink and white loafers, and stepped on the ground with her bare feet in white socks.
Keep playing, I must beat you at least once. Su Qianmeng said lightly. Okay.
Xingyu picked up the racket she had just dropped. Even if the other person takes off his shoes, the result will not change. She started playing tennis at the age of 8 and mastered the skills. How could this girl in front of her beat her just by taking off her shoes?
This is obviously impossible. Bang!
With a crisp sound, the light green ball flew into the sky. Su Qianmeng stared at the trajectory of the ball, and the moment it hit the ground and bounced back, she swung the racket vigorously with her little hands.
Bang! The ball was hit back. But it's not time to relax. As long as the opponent can catch the ball, Su Qianmeng still has to consider how to catch the next ball. Her dark eyes were fixed on the ball, she was so absorbed in it that she didn't even notice that Lin Yu was standing behind her. Take 3 steps to the right and attack Xingyu from the left rear. Lin Yu said. Huh? Why hasn't Lin Yu left the court yet? The girl was a little confused for a moment, and the ball that Xingyu hit back had bounced back. In a panic, she hit the ball back according to Lin Yu's method. Bang! After a crisp sound, no similar sound came back from the other side. The ball landed behind Xingyu's left side and bounced very high. By the time Xingyu reacted, it was too late. She could only watch the ball land steadily on the ground. Is this a success? Su Qianmeng opened her mouth into an O shape.
and Xingyu was also shocked at this moment. Su Qianming's shot was too tricky and it was difficult for her to react from such an angle. So, I lost. And Xingyu bit her lip and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. After about 2 or 3 seconds, she looked up at the injured girl opposite and said, "Go on."
Okay. The ball just now gave Su Qianming confidence.
She clenched her racket and prepared to fight again, but Lin Yu grabbed her hand.
"I'm leaving."
Lin Yu only said these 2 words, and then forcefully snatched the racket from Su Qianming without any explanation.
"I will continue, Lin Yu,"
Su Qianming said aloud, as if she didn't care about her injured knee at all. But this time, Lin Yu was not going to spoil her. He bent down, supported the girl's back with one hand, and placed the other hand on the girl's legs, picking her up.
"And Xingyu, let's stop here. My girlfriend is injured.
There's no need to continue playing." Lin Yu muttered in a very calm tone, then picked up the pair of Lolita shoes that Su Qianming had just taken off and let Su Qianming hold them herself. He turned around, greeted the other people around him, and said that since the filming was over, he would take Su Qianming away first, and they were going to the infirmary.
It only took a minute to explain everything.
Lin Yu held Su Qianming in his arms and disappeared at the exit of the gymnasium.
Ding.
Gained 100 points of recognition from Xingyu.
120. Being cute is not a reason to do whatever you want. The school infirmary is not too far from the gymnasium, about 5 minutes away. Even if you are holding a girl in your arms, it will take about the same amount of time. After all, Su Qianming is small and light in weight. Because of her airport bra, she probably weighs less than 35 kilograms. So even when he was carrying her up the stairs, Lin Yu seemed very relaxed. "You can also play tennis, Lin Yu," Su Qianming whispered.
She was still upset about what happened just now. After all, she failed to beat Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend, and the only time she won was with Lin Yu's guidance.
"I understand a little bit," Lin Yu replied. "Did I disappoint you?"
"I failed to defeat that bad guy."
"Su Qianming, are you an idiot? When did I say I needed you to defeat her?" Lin Yu lowered his head and glanced at Su Qianming's beautiful face.
She bit her lip, looking unwilling. What a stubborn and stupid girl. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. But she is also very cute.
How can a girl who is willing to be competitive for you not be likable?
So Lin Yu's tone was very gentle.
Don't think too much. And Xingyu won the silver medal in the city tennis tournament in junior high school. It's normal that you can't beat her. And she lost to an ordinary amateur like you in the end. This is probably a shame for her. Is that so? Hee, even though it's cheating, it can be considered as revenge for you. Su Qianming's eyes gradually brightened.
After all, her original purpose was just to disgust Xingyu on behalf of Lin Yu.
Now it seems that this goal has been achieved. There are not many people around. Su Qianming continued. Yeah. Lin Yu replied. This road is so long. Su Qianming lay on Lin Yu's chest and suddenly asked, "Are my legs nice to touch, Lin Yu? We'll be at the infirmary soon. Sister Su Qianming, can you please be quiet for a while? It's so hot, and talking will make it even hotter,"
Lin Yu said helplessly.
He was holding Su Qianming in a princess hug, so it was inevitable that he touched Su Qianming's legs.
Although she is thin, her white and slender legs are not too bony but just the right softness.
Su Qianming obviously knew this too.
She buried her little face in Lin Yu's chest and shook it a few times.
"Tell me, I want to know."
"Very comfortable, okay?"
So perfunctory."
She pouted but a hint of sweetness flashed in her eyes.
Probably because it was lunchtime, there was no one in the infirmary at the moment.
Lin Yu first placed Su Qianming on a small stool in the infirmary, and then found the medical box inside.
You had to be so stubborn. Now that you're injured, just behave yourself.
Lin Yu muttered helplessly, took out iodine and cotton swabs from the medical box, then moved another small stool and sat down in front of Su Qianming.
So, Lin Yu, are you feeling distressed?
Su Qianming narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out a slender finger to lift Lin Yu's chin, and looked into his eyes quietly. It must be painful to be injured, but Su Qianming was smiling at the moment, showing her sharp little fangs to Lin Yu, making her look playful and cute.
But being cute is not a reason to do whatever you want.
When dealing with stupid lowly, Lin Yu thinks that they should be severely beaten so that they will behave themselves.
But Su Qianming is not a girl who is afraid of this kind of punishment.
If she is really beaten, Lin Yu is afraid that she will feel good.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It would be bad to leave scars on such a nice leg.
Wow, so what you care about is not me, but my legs, right? Su Qianmeng cried in a hypocritical voice. Yeah.
Lin Yu opened the iodine and glanced at her again.
It's hard for me to apply the medicine if you do this. How about this?
Su Qianmeng smiled and recited as she placed her injured leg on Lin Yu's thigh and playfully made a heart shape with her white socks.
It's just put together. Lin Yu complained.
Humph, scumbag, you said it smelled good before.
I didn't say that. Yes. Su Qianmeng was very sure that it was true.
Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. As I recall, when I was a male model, Su Qianmeng did force me to have an epic lung-thumping experience.
But he didn't make any comment.
It was obvious that the girl was making up stories again. Simply not thinking about it any further, Lin Yu continued to apply medicine to her.
It hurts so much, Lin Yu. This is what happens when iodine is first applied.
Don't worry, I still need to apply other medicines on you.
Be strong and hold back the pain. Lin Yu, you smell like your father. Then you call Dad, ah. Su Qianmeng read out those two words with confidence.
This time it was Lin Yu who asked her to scream, but you can't say that she is sick. The girl frowned but kept a sweet smile on her face. Until the medicine was completely applied and the pain disappeared, the only thing left on that beautiful face was a smile. Lin Yu put the medicine back into the medical box and was about to get up when Su Qianmeng stuffed her other leg into his.
My legs are so sore, can Lin Yu give me a massage? No, it's just a makeshift one. I won't come near.
If you don't believe me, just smell it.
She raised her calf. No, it's too crowded. But you actually like it, right? I'm a Lolita, not a pervert.
But Lolita is a perversion.
Lin Yu finally massaged Su Qianmeng's legs.
This girl is very good at acting coquettishly, and most of the time, Lin Yu falls for her tricks. After putting on her socks one by one, Lin Yu stood up and asked Su Qianmeng if she could walk by herself.
No, I need you to hold me.
Her head shook like a rattle.
I see. That's a pity.
What a pity. I'm going to look at a new house in a while, and I originally wanted you to accompany me.
Well, actually I can walk, Lin Yu.
Su Qianmeng laughed, stood up from the bench, and walked a few steps with a proper posture in front of Lin Yu.
Sure enough, beautiful girls love to lie the most. Lin Yu shook his head slightly and left the infirmary with Su Qianmeng. Today's mission has been completed.
As a lazy dog, Lin Yu's current idea is to find a place to catch up on some sleep.
Bye, Lin Yu. Bye. After saying hello to Su Qianmeng, she drove away.
Lin Yu also planned to go home directly and walk straight to where he parked his car.
Beep. The phone suddenly vibrated.
Lin Yu took a quick look and found that it was Xing Yu who sent him a message. The two did not delete each other's friends, but they have not been in any contact with each other since the breakup.
Lin Yu was a little confused at the moment. Why was she looking for him? Open the chat interface. What caught Lin Yu's eyes was a long paragraph of densely packed green text.
But Lin Yu didn't have time to read it carefully, and only saw the 4 words "see you in the next life" on the last line. There is a picture attached to the short essay. It is the nearby Yanglu River. On a sunny day, the Yanglu River is sparkling, willows are swaying on the bank, and willow catkins are blown by the wind, which is very beautiful.
121, heartbeat.
Lin Yu jogged all the way to Yanglu River. The river was not far from the school, and it would be inconvenient to drive there.
What is Xing Yu thinking about? It's hard not to be misunderstood when someone says "see you in the next life" out of nowhere and then posts a photo of the riverside scenery.
Lin Yu didn't want the girl to leave this world so hastily. He ran on the road lined with willow trees. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his body.
Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. The weather today was really hot. It was so hot that even if the wind blew on my face, I wouldn't feel cool. Ex-girlfriends are amazing creatures.
Sometimes you hate her so much that you hope she doesn't live too well.
She is your enemy.
If it is not necessary, you even hope to never have anything to do with her again. But you just can't accept that she will die. The bright and beautiful girl in my memory should live a good life.
Huff, huff. Lin Yu gasped heavily and paused on the side of the road.
Looking from above to below, Lin Yu found the petite girl by the river. And Xingyu was standing alone on the riverbank, bending over and rolling up her trouser legs, revealing a section of her calves as white as lotus roots. She took off the pair of white sneakers with height-increasing straps and stuffed her socks inside. She walked towards the river step by step with her 2 bare feet on the ground. The girl's eyes were dim, as if covered with worries, and she looked particularly resolute. As expected, he looked like he was going to commit suicide. Lin Yu kicked his legs and jumped off the road, then rushed to the girl, put his arms around her waist and walked her back.
And Xingyu, you are a fool, right? Is it necessary to be so depressed? Snap.
Lin Yu threw her into the weeds on the shore, his chest heaving, breathing heavily, and looking at her helplessly. And Xingyu raised her beautiful face and looked at Lin Yu. Her eyes were unfocused and she seemed a little dazed.
The two looked at each other quietly for a while.
A breeze blew by, blowing the green willow branches and ruffling the girl's hair.
Did you misunderstand? Lin Yu.
She seemed to have thought of something interesting and smiled as she began to read. Her voice was very sweet, the same tone she used when she begged Lin Yu to braid her hair. This time it was Lin Yu's turn to be dazed.
Misunderstand? You don't think I'm going to commit suicide because you have a new girlfriend, do you?
Lin Yu remained silent.
He really thought so. The system would not lie.
He had gained a lot of recognition from Xingyu, so when he saw the messages and pictures she sent, he made up some things in his mind.
Didn't you say we'd see each other in the next life?
You also sent me such a misleading picture. And just now, you were indeed walking towards the river.
Lin Yu spread his hands. So you didn't read the things I sent you carefully, right? You only read the last sentence.
And Xingyu stood up and patted the weeds on the corners of her clothes. Lin Yu fumbled for his phone from his bag and was about to take a look at the message she sent, but she said again, "You are not allowed to look at it now."
What if I must see it? I will stop you, as much as I can, she said seriously.
You haven't changed, you conceited fellow.
So are you willing to indulge me again, Mr. Lin Yu?
The girl stared quietly into Lin Yu's eyes. Her eyes were dark and deep, like a stubborn kitten. If you don't spoil me, I'll die in front of you. Lin Yu read this meaning.
Okay.
Lin Yu agreed casually and put the phone back into his pocket.
And Xingyu continued walking towards the river with her small feet.
Only then did Lin Yu notice that she was holding a small white camera in her hand. I'm not upset because your new girlfriend is so pretty and cute, and a perfect match for you.
And Xingyu looked at the sparkling river surface and began to explain. It just seems like he let something slip.
So? Lin Yu said as he looked at her petite back. And Xingyu's short t-shirt exposed her belly, so her slender waist that could be grasped with one hand was also revealed in front of Lin Yu.
She had a pink birthmark on her waist, which left a deep impression on Lin Yu.
During the days when they kissed on the school rooftop, she often held her hand and forced herself to touch there.
I'm only here to take pictures. And Xingyu pointed to a huge rock under the shade of willows by the river.
Standing on it, one could take better photos of the scenery, but the prerequisite for getting there was to cross a short section of the river. Lin Yu understood what she meant. As he was an expert in photography, he could naturally tell that it was a good place to take photos.
But you're going to just drift through it. Yeah. What's the problem?
And Xingyu said confidently. Lin Yu thought for a moment and told her.
The average depth of the Yanglu River in the dry season is 2 meters.
From here to that boulder, you need to wade through about 3 meters of water. With your height of 1.5 meters, you will probably be drowned after just 2 steps, so I can be considered to have saved your life.
Thank you, Mr. Lin Yu. And Xingyu said.
You're welcome. I originally wanted to see you again in the next life, but I didn't expect to meet you again so soon.
So you still want to die? How is that possible?
And Xingyu narrowed her eyes, looked back at Lin Yu, and smiled at him.
My family's company went bankrupt, so my parents are going to take me to live with relatives outside the province. There's a high probability that I will never come back in this lifetime. Is this the reason for us to meet in the next life? Yes. She walked to Lin Yu and tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. I wanted to go there and take a beautiful picture that I've never taken. So, can you help me? Lin Yu.
Her eyes fell on the huge rock in the river.
Do you think I can do it?
Lin Yu asked, looking into her eyes.
Yeah, I believe you, you can do anything.
You're too much of a compliment.
I don't deserve it, missin. Do you still remember what you said to me on QQ the night my mother discovered our relationship?
And Xingyu's eyes turned, and she recalled something.
What? You must remember that you said my family is rich, so what? You will definitely change my mother's opinion, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself, and you will definitely marry me home.
There was a hint of sadness in her voice, and a layer of mist covered the girl's dark eyes, but it quickly dissipated.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this to you.
You have a girlfriend now, and it would be bad if there was any misunderstanding.
It's okay,
Lin Yu said with a smile. He did say those words to Xingyu.
But I probably have to break my promise. After all, I was only 18 years old at the time. It was really ridiculous to promise to be with a girl for the rest of my life. It's not funny. After all, at that time, I was quite happy. But you avoided the topic and even stopped messaging me for half a month. I don't. Forget it.
There's no need to consider who was right or wrong.
It's meaningless.
Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets, walked to the riverbank and looked at the huge rock in front of him.
And Xingyu lowered her head. Lin Yu was too cold.
The boy who loved her deeply in the past had completely disappeared.
Let's go. If you can't get through, forget it. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going home first. And Xingyu said.
She bent down and prepared to pick up the equipment she had taken off on the shore, but the boy's gentle voice sounded at this moment, interrupting her action.
Ms. and Xingyu. I can make your wish come true.
After she finished speaking, Xingyu looked up at the boy's back. Lin Yu stood quietly on the shore with his hands in his pockets. The sunlight cast a layer of golden light on him. The breeze blew past, and his clothes fluttered gently. The girl stared at him blankly, and unconsciously reached out to cover her left breast.
There was one extra beat there just now. 122, the pre-swing is too long. So how are you going to get there? And Xingyu asked Lin Yu.
The distance from the shore to the boulder was not just the 3 meters that Lin Yu said.
The distance was at least 3.5 meters. And Xingyu couldn't swim, so this distance seemed very long to her. Let you fly over.
Lin Yu walked up to her and said with a smile.
Fly over?
The girl was confused.
Well, I need you to cooperate with me. Lin Yu read as he leaned down.
He placed his hands on the girl's slender waist and lifted her up.
Lin Yu, you don't want to throw me over, do you? She said uneasily.
Lin Yu did not reply to her, but just stepped back silently. And Xingyu felt her back resting against something hot. It was the boy's chest.
Then, the scenery in front of me quickly receded.
Lin Yu took a running start and rushed towards the boulder from the shore.
And Xingyu's eyes widened. It really flew. Snap. Landed smoothly. Ding.
Gained 15 points of recognition from Xingyu. There was a flash of shock in the girl's eyes.
He just rushed over like that? Is he that strong? Okay, do what you have to do.
Lin Yu said lightly, then sat down cross-legged on the ground.
Thank you. And Xingyu took out the camera and started looking for the angle.
The boulder was cool, and was sheltered by a large tree on the riverbank, so the sun did not shine directly on it. Lin Yu raised his head and counted the leaves above his head to pass the time. He heard that every leaf in the world is unique and there are no 2 leaves that are exactly the same. So Lin Yu compared the leaves one by one to verify this statement. This feeling was very relaxing, and the brain was empty, without having to think about anything.
Lin Yu, thank you. And Xingyu suddenly spoke. Didn't I thank you? It's not enough. I have to thank you again. After all, you have no obligation to help me. Thank you, Lin Yu, you are such a good person.
Please, don't give out nice guy cards so easily, Miss Xingyu. Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth.
You are a good person, I am not wrong. And Xingyu suddenly felt a little emotional.
Tell me, if your girlfriend knew that you were with me now, alone in a place like this, would she be angry?
She won't care about this kind of thing. Lin Yu smiled. How is that possible? It doesn't matter if she knows about this.
She won't leave me because of this, and in her eyes, this will probably be entirely your fault. As he was thinking about it, the scene of Su Qianming throwing a tantrum but being helpless against him emerged in his mind, and Lin Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. But in Xingyu's eyes, this smile carried another meaning.
Her grip on the camera tightened inadvertently. Has that girl made Lin Yu so happy that he can be happy just by thinking about her? Even if Lin Yu was nice to other girls, could she forgive him? I don't believe it. And Xingyu suddenly became very angry. Lin Yu, the photos have been taken, do you want to see them?
She walked closer to Lin Yu and gently kicked the boy's back with her foot, making him turn around and look at her.
Lin Yu took the camera. And Xingyu took a lot of photos. The ripples on the water, the golden wheel in the sky, the city in the distance.
There was also a photo of herself and the girl. She only showed half of her face, and the other half of the screen was her back. And Xingyu was smiling playfully.
It feels like I'm dreaming back to high school. Not bad.
Lin Yu handed her the camera.
And Xingyu didn't rush to take the camera.
She bent her legs and knelt in front of him. Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly. And Xingyu's little face was infinitely enlarged in her sight, and she didn't stop until the tip of her nose rubbed against hers.
Lin Yu is such a scumbag. You didn't resist even when my face was so close to you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kiss you? Will your girlfriend be angry? She won't. Lin Yu looked into Xingyu's eyes calmly.
Should I say that you trust her, or that she trusts you? As expected, Lin Yu only looks well behaved, but in fact, he is always a dishonest bad boy.
Whatever you think. So I really kissed her?
And Xingyu gritted her teeth and said. Lin Yu, however, looked indifferent, his eyes were clean and clear without a trace of fluctuation.
Let's go after taking the photos. Lin Yu muttered lightly.
Hearing this, Xingyu seemed to have triggered a switch and pounced towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned his face away just in time. The girl's warm and soft lips touched his face, and the corners of their lips touched for a moment.
Just as I thought. And Xingyu stood up. What's the same? I'll tell you after we get over there,
she said, pointing at the river bank, her eyes flickering as if confirming some conjecture. Lin Yu looked indifferent, stood up again, hugged her in his arms, and rushed to the river bank. I looked at the time, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Lin Yu, who hadn't eaten for a day, was a little hungry, but what he should think about right now was not what to eat, but how to break free from Xingyu's arms. She hugged her arms and swung them across her chest.
Her pink lips parted slightly as she spoke. Since we'll never see each other again anyway, do you want to sleep with me again? The girl's gaze was extremely aggressive, as if she was sure that he would agree. Lin Yu frowned. You know I have a girlfriend, right? It's okay. Don't you want to have one last fight with your ex-girlfriend?
Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt that Xingyu in front of him was strange and unfamiliar.
No. I was just kidding. Did you take it seriously?
And Xingyu let go of Lin Yu's hand.
How was it? Just now, did you feel like the white moonlight was rotting in your heart? If there's nothing else, pack up and go. Lin Yu said calmly. Yeah.
She packed her equipment, put on her shoes, and climbed onto the road before Lin Yu.
We'll never see each other again in this life, aren't you trying to keep me here?
She asked, turning back as she stood on the side of the road.
No need, this is fine. Lin Yu also jumped onto the road. A BYD car drove up from the left side of the road. It was the online taxi that Xingyu called. She opened the car door and stopped as if she had thought of something. By the way, Lin Yu. Thank you so much today, thank you for making my wish come true.
You must read the short essay I sent you carefully.
Probably. And
Xingyu changed the subject.
Lin Yu, you are such a bastard. You stinky bastard. You perverted scumbag.
She seemed to have been holding back these words for a long time, and after blurting them out, she felt refreshed.
Snap.
The car door closed.
Drive.
The girl said loudly. The online car-hailing vehicle started, leaving only a black rear end for Lin Yu, and then disappeared at the end of the road.
There are many things that humans cannot react to. For example, starting from 0 frame, or the pre-swing is too long.
And Xingyu is obviously the latter.
123, happiness is like walking on thin ice more. P.S. Just a precaution, and is not pregnant, it's just a false pregnancy. In online car hailing.
And Xingyu recalled the kiss she and Lin Yu had by the river and wiped the corner of her mouth unconsciously.
Why are you pretending to be affectionate? You could have avoided me when I kissed you, but you still let me kiss you. What are you afraid of when you said you wanted to have sex with me? This isn't the first time you've done this, is it? The girl looked at the photo of her kissing Lin Yu that was secretly taken by the camera and whispered softly.
The first time she was talking about didn't refer to an adult's first time, but to the fact that Lin Yu cheated on his girlfriend.
Didn't she say she didn't care? What can you do if I let her know?
And Xingyu muttered to herself, then imported the photo into her phone and searched for the WeChat of the beautiful girl she added in the afternoon. But she hesitated again.
Lin Yu is probably very happy now. Will her behavior destroy his happiness?
But it was obviously she who should be with Lin Yu. She should be the one who felt the most wronged. She just temporarily ignored Lin Yu for the sake of her dream, but Lin Yu betrayed her. It's Lin Yu who is more at fault.
The girl found a reason for her behavior and sent the first message to Su Qianmeng. Are you there?
Su Qianmeng was probably playing with her phone as well, and she quickly replied to her.
Su, I'm Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend.
And Xingyu directly told the other party her identity.
Su, I know. And I came to see you, because I want to tell you something about Lin Yu's past. Su, want to sow discord? And what I am going to say is the truth, believe it or not. Su, please go ahead.
Su Qianmeng's tone made Xingyu feel a little angry.
I was the one who arrived first, why is she acting like a queen?
Taking a deep breath, Xingyu calmed herself down and typed a few words in the chat box. Lin Yu and I have been entangled many times, and almost every time, neither he nor I took any measures. And Xingyu's hands were shaking a little. She had already been stained with Lin Yu's color, but Lin Yu didn't want her anymore. The reason why Lin Yu and I broke up was because he cheated on me. The day I found out about this, I was alone in the hospital, doing a pregnancy test.
And Xingyu has a secret that she hasn't told anyone. She almost got pregnant with Lin Yu's baby.
The story takes place during the summer vacation 2 years ago, when the Cold War between Xingyu and Lin Yu was particularly intense. Both of them believed that they were not wrong, and this was indeed the case. It's not that Xingyu doesn't love Lin Yu, but she can't tell her parents Lin Yu's identity for the time being, because it affects her dream. She planned to have a secret relationship with Lin Yu, and would confess Lin Yu's identity when she was able to break free from her financial dependence on her parents. During the Cold War with Lin Yu, she stayed at home alone and sent messages to the boy every day, but the other party deliberately ignored her and did not reply to any of her messages. So Xingyu was very sad. She often didn't eat, couldn't sleep at night, and even began to vomit, have palpitations, and her stomach became swollen.
A guess emerged in the girl's mind.
The overly extreme behavior between her and the boy caused her to become pregnant with the boy's baby. This made Xingyu feel somewhat anxious and worried. This is Lin Yu's first baby, and she doesn't want to get rid of it. But if she gave birth to the child, she would not be able to hide her affair with Lin Yu. Her angry old father would cut off her financial support, leaving her with no chance to realize her dream.
How to choose? After a sleepless night of thinking, the girl chose the baby.
The next day, heavy rain hit the small county town again, and the violent wind swept the rain, drifting to every corner of the county town. And Xingyu held an umbrella and went to the county people's hospital for a physical examination. The first thing she had to do was to determine whether she was pregnant. Seeing that other girls coming to the obstetrics and gynecology department were accompanied by boys, and Xingyu suddenly felt a little lonely. She also wants someone to accompany her, especially when doing prenatal checkups. It is normal for a girl to want her boyfriend to be by her side.
Maybe Lin Yu will be happy too?
He would feel happy to have a baby with her, even though it might be treading on thin ice. With anticipation, she dialed the number she hadn't contacted for a long time.
Hello, Lin Yu?
And Xingyu spoke into the receiver expectantly. But what she heard from the other end of the phone were voices that made her unbelievable. The sound was very hoarse, and was hummed by a girl. The other party was still calling Lin Yu's name in a daze.
And Xingyu didn't hang up the phone in a hurry. Her mind was blank.
She sat on the stool outside the department, gritting her teeth and listening to the lewd music. So, the boy who had his eyes only on her cheated on him in these few short days. She was alone in the hospital doing her prenatal checkup.
And he? Penetrating other girls?
Fortunately, the prenatal checkup results came out and she was not pregnant, it was just a false pregnancy caused by psychological factors. After speaking out the secret that had been buried in her heart for 2 years, and Xingyu suddenly felt much better.
This is just as refreshing as scolding Lin Yu. She sent the photo of her kissing Lin Yu again. See, Lin Yu is not a good boy. I just seduced him a little bit and he kissed me.
And Xingyu was very satisfied with everything done. How could the scumbag who betrayed her be happy, and with such a beautiful girl?
Is that so? But what does that have to do with me? Su Qianming gave her answer.
Your boyfriend has cheated on you.
Can you accept that?
He has never cheated on you. Even if he did sleep with another girl at that time, he had his own reasons.
In his eyes, you two had already broken up, so how could he cheat on you?
Besides, I don't care about Lin Yu's past. I just know that I like him, I love him, and I want him to be mine. I have no control over his past, but I will definitely keep his future firmly in my hands.
You can't worry about it. Thank you, my ex-girlfriend's sister. When it comes to world views, Su Qianming can compete with anyone.
After all, this girl is the abyss. And Xingyu stared at the phone screen in a daze, and suddenly felt a little amused. What Lin Yu said turned out to be true.
How could there be such a girl in the world?
Through the glass window, and Xingyu glanced at the sun outside.
The sun was scorching, so why did she feel so cold now? Sorry, sister, the air conditioner is set too low.
Are you cold?
I'll turn it up higher. The female driver said.
And Xingyu narrowed her eyes slightly. The world of rough eggs. The girl muttered to herself. She suddenly felt a little, like she didn't want to leave. A Sichuan restaurant outside Luyuan. Lin Yu and his sisters sat at the same table to eat.
This is not a godsister, but a godsister. Sitting opposite Lin Yu is Chu Luyao.
This weekend, Chu Lulu took a long-awaited day off and went shopping nearby.
She happened to meet Lin Yu, who was walking back to school. Neither of them had eaten yet, so they ate together on the way.
Brother, what's wrong with you?
Chu Luyao asked puzzledly.
Lin Yu was looking down at his phone, reading the short essay that Xingyu had sent him.
I saw Xingyu today.
Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on the phone screen. He didn't notice that the moment Xingyu uttered these three words, a hint of indescribable emotion flashed in Chu Luyao's eyes.
Surprise, resentment, disgust. Maybe there is still a trace of guilty conscience. 124, guess what I am doing more? Xingyu? Why did she come to see you? Chu Luyao's voice was a little cold.
Lin Yu looked down at the short essay in the chat box with a frown on his face. This short essay by Xingyu doesn't seem to be written today, but rather something that has been pent up for a long time.
What do you mean by being so cold? Do you think I was the reason for our breakup? You are also wrong. I hate you.
I hate you for being so cold and violent towards me after that day. I hate your indifference and not replying to my messages. I sent you no less than 100 messages after that day, but you only sent me your unilateral complaints occasionally and ignored everything I said. I was pregnant with your child, but I lost it.
I wonder what you think now that you know this. It must be very hard for you, right? This is the punishment for your infidelity. I'm leaving Shu, I hate you. I hope you are unhappy every day. Let's see you in the next life. Lin Yu just felt confused at this moment. Why didn't I reply to her message? Why was I so cold? Isn't this all her behavior?
She is clearly indifferent.
Cheating is even more impossible.
Before meeting Xingyu, Lin Yu was not good at talking to girls, so he didn't have any friends of the opposite sex.
So cheating is impossible. As for pregnancy.
Seeing these two words duo, Lin Yu suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. Lin Yu could judge other things to be false, but this one was difficult for him to refute. The period after the college entrance examination was probably the craziest time in the lives of the children of Daxia. Plus Xingyu doesn't like taking measures or taking medicine, so
it's really possible.
Brother, say something.
Chu Luyao's voice brought Lin Yu back to reality. It's okay. Xingyu and I are done. She doesn't matter to me. You don't have to worry. Lin Yu said gently.
Lin Yu hadn't seen Chu Luyao for a week, and it felt fresh to talk to her. The hard work of preparing for the college entrance examination did not make her haggard, but made her even more beautiful. She was wearing an ordinary school uniform t-shirt, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail with a small black rubber band, revealing her fair and slender neck. Although her oval face was not made up, at the age of 18, she was already incredibly beautiful without any makeup. Lin Yu saw a hint of worry in Chu Luyao's eyes, and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart.
This is what being a sister means.
One sentence can warm my brother's heart all day long.
Then don't contact her. Xu Luyao continued reading. Lin Yu nodded and said yes.
By the way, that Su Qianmeng, you should have less contact with her.
A girl from a wealthy family like that is not suitable for you, brother. Xu Luyao continued reading.
Lin Yu had a faint smile on his face.
What?
Are you still worried about your brother's lifelong event?
Then tell me, what kind of girl do you think is suitable for me? Well.
Xu Luyao sniffed, her beautiful eyes deepened, as if she was thinking.
I want to be clean, understand you, love you till death, not despise you, understand your gentleness, know everything about you.
Before she finished speaking, Lin Yu interrupted her. Are you looking for a girlfriend for me, or are you thinking about your future significant other?
Stop it. That's all for now.
If the girlfriend you find is not to my liking, I won't agree to this marriage.
Eat first. The two ate quietly.
There are still 2 weeks left before the college entrance examination. For Xu Luyao, this is one of the few moments of peace and comfort she has had in recent times. The girl has a secret in her heart, a secret that she cannot tell Lin Yu. She glanced at Lin Yu and found that his expression was normal. Xu Luyao felt a little relieved. It seems that Xingyu is no longer as powerful as she was 3 years ago.
Her efforts are worth it. Xu Luyao was actually very scared.
She was afraid that one day, Lin Yu would bring the girl he loved very much to her, point at her, and tell the girl,
"Call me sister." Such a thing must not be allowed to happen.
It's almost time, just 2 weeks left, the college entrance examination will be over.
Maybe I can ask my brother to take a graduation trip with just the two of us.
The girl's eyes sparkled, while Lin Yu concentrated on eating.
I actually feel a little bit depressed. But think about it, it is a very normal thing.
If it were any boy in this world, after hearing that his first love, whom he loved terribly, had done such a thing for him, he would probably find it hard to calm down, right?
Lin Yu had no way of knowing whether the matter was true or not, and only Xingyu herself knew the answer. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu came to a bar near the school alone. Lin Yu doesn't like smoking, so drinking becomes his first choice to relax.
This bar was newly opened near the school and is also close to Yanlu community.
Lin Yu walked there.
The music around him had a relaxing rhythm and the resident singer was singing an English song.
Lin Yu couldn't sing, but he still hummed a few lines along with Diao Diao because the song was very nice. "Hello sir, what kind of wine would you like to drink?" The waiter asked standing in front of Lin Yu. "Just a dozen beers first." "Okay." The waiter turned and left.
Lin Yu was playing with his phone, quietly waiting for the wine to be served. Behind me, a familiar female voice was heard.
"I want a glass of, stronger wine." Su Jinsi sat in the seat behind Lin Yu and said to the waiter. She obviously didn't notice Lin Yu.
After ordering the wine, she lay down on the table, put on headphones and played with her mobile phone. She was playing a cooking game and was so focused that she didn't even notice Lin Yu behind her. Soon, the wine was served. The waiter brought beer to Lin Yu and considerately provided a large cup filled with ice cubes.
Lin Yu opened the bottle, poured the beer into the glass, and drank it in big gulps.
He did not tell the young lady that he was right behind her. After all, drinking alone can be fun sometimes.
Beep. The phone vibrated at this moment. Lin Yu looked at the screen. This is Su Jinsi's message. "Su Jinsi, Lin Yu, guess what I am doing now?" 125, are you an idiot? Su Jinsi. What is she doing?
Looking at the message sent by Su Jinsi, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Looking back, the young lady's drink has been served, a glass of green cocktail. She took out her phone, took a photo of the glass of wine, and then opened WeChat.
On the phone, the chat box with Su Jinsi showed the words typing.
She probably wanted to share the glass of wine with him, but Lin Yu replied in a disappointed tone, not interested.
Su Jinsi, oh, why are you pretending to be so cool?
That's it, let's not talk about it anymore, if you're not afraid of your sister finding out.
Lin Yu replied to her like this. In his sight, the little girl in the back seat angrily slapped the table. It seems that Su Jinsi was a little angry about what he said. Damn Lin Yu, bad Lin Yu, you are really a despicable bastard.
The girl's cursing voice came.
It's a pity that such a voice coming from a little girl's mouth seems to have no offensive power. It's even a little cute, as if she is tuning a piano.
Lin Yu ignored her complaints and drank his wine. Alcohol is very addictive because it secretes dopamine, which makes people happy.
So there doesn't he need many reasons to drink, just to have fun.
Lin Yu sat there, listening to the music quietly. After drinking a dozen beers silently, he felt his stomach was a little bloated, so he should drink something else. Lin Yu waved to the waiter not far away, asked him for a fruit plate, and then ordered a dry martini. During this period, Su Jinsi sent another message.
Su Jinsi, JPG. Su Jinsi, I'm drinking in the bar. Su Jinsi, and it's a bar near your school. Su Jinsi, by the way, have you found a good house?
If you want me to recommend one, you should buy Villa number 3 in Jinchuan Valley.
Su Jinsi, bastard, answer the question. It would be nice if you weren't my sister's boyfriend.
This was the last message sent by Su Jinsi, and Lin Yu smiled.
What's wrong? Are you drunk and saying such nonsense?
Lin Yu replied to her. Behind Lin Yu, Su Jinsi narrowed her eyes slightly, and she felt her eyes become sore. Humans are social animals and it is difficult for them to get used to loneliness.
After leaving Lin Yu's house, Su Jinsi lived in a hotel alone.
Although she only stayed there for one night, she was overwhelmed by a deep sense of disappointment. Clearly, 2 days ago, she could still sleep soundly in that small room leaning on the boy's warm shoulder, but now she has to live alone in an empty 200 square meter room in the hotel. This gap is hard for her to accept.
This guy, can't he understand such an obvious hint? Or maybe he was just pretending to be stupid.
Perhaps, there is no place for himself in his heart. The girl bit her lip, narrowed her eyes slightly, and tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. Until this moment, she still didn't realize that the person she had been thinking about day and night was right behind her.
Excessive alcohol consumption is harmful to the body. It will make you want to vomit, unable to sleep, and feel very uncomfortable. So Lin Yu just drank the amount of alcohol that was within his tolerance range, then got up from his seat and prepared to go home.
Looking back at Su Jinsi's direction, the girl's table was full of empty wine glasses and bottles. It was obvious that she had drunk a lot and seemed to want to drink more. There were 7 or 8 opened bottles of wine on the table.
Lin Yu frowned.
The little girl could drink, but it was not good to drink so much, as she would be easily picked up and taken home by someone with bad intentions. I guess she must be worried about something right now. Her face looks miserable, as if the whole world has offended her. Lin Yu changed his seat to a position where he could notice her but would not be discovered by her. He did not go up to greet her. When people are sad, they tend to rely on the person who is taking care of them. If he went alone, he would most likely be stuck with this young lady. As Lin Yu was thinking, his phone began to vibrate. In the sight, Su Jinsi, who was not far ahead, was holding a mobile phone and calling someone with a nervous look on his face. So Lin Yu could guess who was calling him without even looking. I pressed the answer button and a girl's clear voice came from the receiver.
Hello, Lin Yu?
Her voice was filled with worry.
What's wrong?
I'm drinking now, alone, at the newly opened bar outside Luyuan.
Well, so?
Lin Yu's voice was very flat, but Su Jinsi inexplicably made up something in his mind.
The tone of his voice, does he think I'm disturbing him?
Unconsciously, the girl's shoulders began to tremble slightly.
I just wanted to tell you that I found a new male model.
He's more handsome than you, and he has 12-pack abs, for more than you.
So?
I want to drink wine with him, let him touch my abdominal muscles, and kiss him. Listening to the girl's angry words, Lin Yu suddenly felt that Sister Jinsi was quite cute. He was sitting there alone, drinking wine pitifully, but he made up some weird things to lie to me.
Was he trying to make me jealous? Or was he trying to arouse my possessiveness?
Lin Yu shrugged and said, then go ahead and kiss me.
It's your freedom.
You bastard. Hearing his indifferent tone, Su Jinsi clenched her fists tightly, her nails seemed to dig into her flesh, and she felt a piercing pain in her palms. Come here now, and I'll pretend you never said anything.
What am I here for? Stay with me.
No, I want to accompany Su Qianmeng.
You should understand.
Lin Yu said to the furious girl.
You're lying. It's the middle of the night and you should be at home. How could you be with her? Isn't it normal for young couples to be together at night? Lin Yu asked her back.
Hearing this, Su Jinsi felt as if something was stuck in his throat and suddenly became speechless. Lin Yu was right, they were a couple, and it was normal for them to be together so late. Even doing something she wanted to happen with Lin Yu was not impossible.
Oh, then have fun.
Okay. Oh right, a jerk. Sujinsi herself didn't realize that her voice had a slight tone of crying. I ordered a male model not just to have him drink with me, but also tonight. Whatever.
Aha, he nie.
Lin Yu's voice was filled with a hint of incomprehension. The girl continued to hum into the receiver, and finally a smile appeared on her tearful face.
Why is he not talking?
Sure enough, he still has possessiveness towards me.
Since you are so indifferent, I will hum it for you and punish you severely.
Lin Yu stood in the darkness, watching her quietly as she placed her hands on her chest and made strange noises into the receiver.
Idiot? Sujinsi. 126, the gap between people. Sure enough, girls become stupid after losing their virginity.
You will worry about gains and losses, feel confused, and become timid. Without hanging up the phone in a hurry, Lin Yu held the phone and sat quietly listening to the strange sound for a while.
Sujinsi. Well, he kissed me, Lin Yu, did you hear it? It's time to hang up. No, you are not allowed to hang up.
The girl's tone became flustered again. The pair of phoenix eyes were fixed on the phone, but the young man had already hung up the call and his voice was no longer heard from the receiver.
Only then did Sujinsi realize what she had just done. Although it is fake, will Lin Yu think that she is not clean? So annoying.
She stretched out her tender white hands to wipe away her tears and glanced at the table filled with wine glasses, as if she had grasped the last straw. Explain to him now, there is still time. She opened WeChat, entered the chat interface with Lin Yu, and pressed the video call button. The girl raised her hands high to ensure that the screen was large enough to accommodate the surrounding environment. She wanted to tell him that she was just joking and nothing happened with the other boy. If you don't believe it, just watch for yourself. She was drinking here alone. But unfortunately, Lin Yu did not answer her call, but just sent a message to tell her that it was time to go home. It was raining outside again, and she should remember to be careful on the way home. No, what she wants is not such perfunctory care.
What does he mean by that fatherly tone? It's annoying.
Humph, I'm in someone's arms now, and I'm going to be carried home by someone else.
He's using his body to protect me.
I'm not afraid of a mere heavy rain or something. The girl sent this voice message to Lin Yu. Since I can't explain it clearly and since you don't care, I'll just throw the jar away. Her eyes became blurry, and the scene of Lin Yu holding her in his arms and walking in the rain appeared in her mind. The boy's chest was warm and strong. She leaned against it lightly, as if the whole world belonged to her.
Beauty? Can we drink together?
A male voice came into Sujinsi's ears.
She glanced up.
Standing in front of her was a boy with long hair and a guitar on his back, probably the singer of the bar. The man was standing next to her table, staring at her with undisguised aggression in his eyes. Sujinsi's face turned cold, and he only replied to that person with one word. Roll. She was feeling very sad now. She had finally entered a fantasy world that made her happier, but was brought back to reality by the person in front of her.
Ha ha.
The long-haired man was still smiling playfully. After hanging out in the bar for a long time and meeting many casual girls, he became more confident.
Why are you drinking alone? Are you worried about something? Do you want me to sing a song for you?
The long-haired man said, pointing at his guitar.
I said get out, can't you hear me? Are you deaf? Sujinsi said coldly. No, beauty, I didn't curse anyone, what do you mean by cursing me?
The long-haired man's face turned pale, and he walked closer to Sujinsi's seat. How about this, you have a drink with me, and forget about the cursing just now.
If you don't want to die, get out of here.
The girl's voice was still cold.
Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit.
The long-haired man was angry. How could a grown man like him be taken advantage of by a little girl?
Bang!
A wineglass shattered on the ground in front of the long-haired man, who took 2 steps back in shock.
If you don't get out of here, the next bottle will hit you in the face.
The girl bit her lip, her face full of anger.
There is no doubt that what she just said can be done.
The long-haired man swallowed, turned around and left timidly.
The girl looks like she wants to drink more.
She will get drunk sooner or later. It will be still in time for him to pick her up. He had ulterior motives and didn't look carefully at the road, bumping into the shoulder of the person behind him.
Snap!
The long-haired man fell to the ground.
Can you watch where you're going? He yelled.
But he soon calmed down. What caught his eye was a foot wearing high-end leather shoes. The long-haired man knew a thing or two about this. He knew the price of this pair of shoes, which started at least 20,000 yuan. Anyone who could wear such shoes was not someone he could afford to offend. But when he moved his gaze further upwards, he was a little surprised again. The pair of haute couture leather shoes was matched with just an ordinary pair of light gray casual trousers, and the short t-shirt was also a casual black style, which was totally different from the shoes.
Drink too much of what nature has given you.
The long-haired man sighed inwardly and got up from the ground. At this moment, he finally saw the appearance of the man in front of him. He suddenly felt that such an outfit was very reasonable, because the boy in front of him was handsome and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. The quality of this casual outfit was infinitely enhanced by the boy's face and tall figure, making it extremely handsome.
Sorry, I accidentally blocked your way.
The long-haired man bowed and said respectfully. Just by his temperament, the boy had already won him over. The boy did not respond to the long-haired man's apology, but ignored him and continued walking forward.
The long-haired man looked over and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The boy's target was actually the bad-tempered little girl? At this moment, Su Jinsi was lowering his head and continuing to drink. Children who lack love are best at fantasizing. As the sour wine went down her throat, a world in which she was loved by a young boy reappeared in her mind. Beauty, can we drink together? A gentle voice sounded. Su Jinsi was awakened again.
She bit her lip and said coldly,
Go away. Don't bother me. Are you sure?
The figure stopped in front of her desk.
Then I'll leave. The boy continued reading.
Su Jinsi looked at the man and felt his head buzzing.
It's Lin Yu.
Almost at the moment the boy turned around, Su Jinsi stood up from his seat and pounced towards him.
You, why are you here?
The girl hugged the boy's waist from behind and greedily breathed in his scent.
I've always been here. Lin Yu said calmly. Ding.
Gained 100 points of recognition from Su Jinsi.
Ding. Obtained.
The long-haired man in the distance stared at all this with his eyes wide open. No wonder he failed in his attempt to pick up girls. It turned out that his modeling was not good enough.
That ridiculously handsome boy just took one look at the girl and she threw herself into his arms? The gap between people is revealed at this moment. 127, Love and My Impression Additional Update. Gradually, Lin Yu got used to the daily life of being a handsome guy.
Standing in the corridor of the bar, the purple ambient light shining on his face was not dazzling, but made his vision clearer.
He could easily feel the amazing gazes of the people around him. Reaching out to grab the hands that were groping around his waist, Lin Yu turned around, looked at Su Jinsi who was crying and asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm not crying.
The tsundere loli wouldn't admit it even if she cried, and Lin Yu didn't expose her, but just motioned Su Jinsi to go back to her seat. After all, the place where they were standing now was too conspicuous under the lights, and Lin Yu didn't like it.
So, when did you arrive? Su Jinsi sat back in his seat. Without answering in a hurry, Lin Yu sat next to her and stretched first. Didn't I tell you? I'm always here. Huh? Su Jinsi was confused.
The boy's appearance surprised her, but also made her brain go blank. She was now immersed in joy and had no energy to think. Fortunately, Lin Yu explained it to her in a simple and easy-to-understand way. He leaned close to the girl's ear and told her, I have been sitting behind you since you entered the bar, but you were too stupid to look back and didn't notice me.
Then, Su Jinsi's face began to get hot and turned visibly red. When you hummed.
I was nearby and saw everything.
Shut up.
The girl stretched out a tender little white hand and covered Lin Yu's mouth. Her phoenix eyes kept trembling, she bit her lips tightly, and her delicate and pretty face showed an extremely shameful expression.
Since you were nearby, why didn't you show up? You even deliberately listened to me finish humming. Ugh. Pervert. You did it on purpose. Hey, say something. Covering someone's mouth tightly and asking them to speak is indeed something Sister Jinsi can do.
Lin Yu stared at her eyes for a long time.
Su Jinsi's eyes were very beautiful.
Even though she was very ashamed now, those eyes still looked proud.
Why are you looking at me like that?
She avoided Lin Yu's gaze.
The girl's heart was in a mess.
The person she had been thinking about day and night was right next to her, but there was still a safe distance between them. He did it on purpose, as if he wanted to prove something.
Su Jinsi didn't dare to get too close to him.
Because she's beautiful.
The boy answered her question. You, what are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, it's the truth.
Lin Yu said with a smile, picked up the glass of wine that the girl had just drunk, and brought it to his mouth.
Su Jinsi is indeed very beautiful.
Probably because she likes the color white, she wore a white Lolita skirt tonight. Lin Yu felt that the skirt looked somewhat familiar. After she finished the glass of sweet and sour wine, she remembered that her skirt was very similar to the one worn by her sister in Fate's Sky.
Su Jinsi has a thin figure and long hair.
This kind of skirt suits her very well.
She looks like a cool beauty. So, why did you come now?
The girl looked at the bar Lin Yu had used and swallowed. You also stole my drink, bastard.
Little lowly can't drink too much, so I drank it for you. Lin Yu said lightly and drank another glass of wine for her. After a pause, he pointed to the last 2 glasses of wine on the table and continued, after you finish these 2 glasses, go home. Why are you drinking so much? You are not allowed to drink. If you don't want to drink, go home.
Lin Yu glanced at her sideways.
Su Jinsi was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded gently, yeah.
But Lin Yu did not get up in a hurry. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, thinking about listening to the last song.
It was Jay Chou's Bandao Iron Box.
Lin Yu always thought the tune of this song was nice, but music seemed to be able to bring emotional infection to people.
The notes danced in his ears.
Lin Yu closed his eyes and heard the last sentence of the song.
The love in your impression seems to be unable to withstand the passage of time, so you are unhappy?
Su Jinsi asked, looking at Lin Yu's profile. She always felt that Lin Yu was weird tonight, with an unusual depth in him.
How could that be?
Lin Yu opened his eyes.
Break up? Su Jinsi moved closer to him. Will you be happy if I break up?
Heh.
Of course, you are not worthy of my sister. Su Jinsi avoided his gaze. I remember you cried because of me tonight. I didn't cry. She still refused to admit it. It's time to go. Lin Yu stood up from his seat.
He had just checked the weather forecast, which said it would rain in Chengdu tonight. So he should go home early.
He didn't want to experience the feeling of being soaked again. Then just go. Su Jinsi said with a pout. You go too.
No, I'll wait until you leave before I go. The girl shook her head like a rattle. She fantasized about the boy's love, but when he really appeared before her, the girl became timid again. A voice appeared in her heart, telling her that she should stay away from him. If she got too close to him, she would not be able to control her love and would want to knock him out and put him in a sack, but that was not right.
Why do you think I showed up, Su Jinsi? Lin Yu's eyes became deep. Don't you know that this kind of place is dangerous? You come here alone. What if you get drunk and get picked up? What if you meet a powerful high-end player? A little girl like you who has never been in a relationship can easily be taken advantage of, don't you know that?
His voice was calm and powerful. Lin Yu wanted to tell the girl some common-sense questions, but he soon found that there was a hint of greed in his eyes when he said this, but this greed was quickly suppressed by him.
But, haven't you already eaten me up? Su Jinsi suddenly recalled something and became very angry. You pretended to be so gentle and tricked me into falling in love with you, and then even though you knew my identity, you still continued. Anyway, you're not wrong, right? Lin Yu.
The girl kept muttering to herself. What she said was not entirely right, but Lin Yu did not intend to refute it.
Is Su Jinsi still difficult to handle?
There is no need to waste time talking to her.
Okay, if you don't leave, then I'll leave. Lin Yu said calmly.
He turned around and walked towards the bar door without any reluctance.
3, 2, 1.
After counting silently to 3 seconds, Lin Yu stood at the door and turned around.
Slow down, asshole.
The girl crossed her arms over her chest and puffed her cheeks as she spoke.
A tsundere is like this.
Don't try to reason with her too much, or she will just find ways to refute you.
128, a colorful night.
According to Murphy's Law, the more you fear something happening, the more likely it is to happen. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the bar and a cool breeze blew in his face.
Yes, it's raining. And it looks quite big.
The sky is full of haze, with white mist flashing from time to time, and raindrops hitting the ground make a popping sound.
Lin Yu didn't hate rain.
He liked listening to the sound of raindrops falling and even fantasized about having the ability to control heavy rain and lightning. With one command, the whole world will fall down for him. Of course, such thoughts only exist in the past, and youthful fantasies are always absurd.
Why don't you leave? Su Jinsi's voice came from behind.
Looking at the young man standing motionless at the door, she suddenly felt warm in her heart and her pink lips curled up slightly.
Is he waiting for me?
Su Jinsi looked up, stood beside Lin Yu, and gently pushed his shoulder. Get out of the way, you're blocking the young lady's way. So Lin Yu moved sideways, leaving a small gap big enough for Su Jinsi to pass through. Su Jinsi squeezed out of the door through the gap.
Fine raindrops hit the girl's face.
Only then did she realize that it had started raining.
Boom! After the thunder, the girl trotted back to Lin Yu and hugged his arm. It's raining outside, why didn't you stop me? She muttered in dissatisfaction, with a hint of timidity in her voice. Sister Jinsi is afraid of thunder, and Lin Yu knows this too. Didn't you say I was blocking the way?
Lin Yu said with a smile.
I don't care. I'm wet now, so I blame you. Su Jinsi said with a pout.
Her small hand grasped the flesh on the inside of Lin Yu's arm and twisted it gently, then as if afraid of hurting him, she released half of the force between her fingers. Being unreasonable is probably a stage that every girl who falls in love must go through. When she stays with the boy she likes, she can't help but want to rely on him and show her most childish side to him. It's a pity that Lin Yu doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Sister Jinsi's hands were wet, and so was her face. She was so close to him that her clothes got wet too.
Let go first, don't get so close. Lin Yu said. Do you dislike me? The girl glanced at him viciously and hugged him even tighter. You can think of it that way. Humph, you just said you were going to take me away, what a fickle man. I just said I would take you away from here, what did you misunderstand? Su Jinsi.
Lin Yu looked down at the girl who buried her face in his arms. The rain wet her bangs, and her proud little face was flushed, inexplicably looking more obedient. Su Jinsi stared blankly at the dense rain outside, her phoenix eyes covered with a golden halo.
She probably had something on her mind. Lin Yu couldn't guess, and didn't intend to guess.
He took 2 steps back, ready to go back to the bar and wait for the rain to stop, but Su Jinsi held his hand and wouldn't let him leave.
If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yu wants to sleep with me, right?
I hid in the dark and watched the pretty girl appear drunk.
Then I used sweet words to trick me back home and into bed. Finally, I did it to her.
The girl's voice suddenly stopped, and she gave Lin Yu a look that showed that she actually understood everything. But Lin Yu's expression remained calm, without any sign of panic, which made Su Jinsi suddenly feel a little embarrassed.
Could it be she guessed wrong?
She bit her lip and turned her head back. It's raining so hard, what should I do?
You can't go home.
It was a crude way of distracting her attention. She probably realized that there was something wrong with what she said just now.
Su Jinsi. Lin Yu called her name. What's wrong? Are you afraid of getting caught in the rain? Humph, of course I'm not afraid. The girl responded without thinking. Then follow me. Ha!
Her mind was probably still in a daze. Lin Yu had already taken her hand and rushed towards the rain. On a rainy night, some people are waiting for an umbrella, while others are waiting for the rain to stop.
But Lin Yu didn't wait any longer.
He felt as if there was a fire on his body and needed the heavy rain to sober himself up. You're such a nuisance, the girl said viciously, but she held his hand tighter than anyone else's. The cold rain hit his body, and in just a moment, Lin Yu was soaked.
Now you're all wet, you must be regretting this. Su Jinsi said. No regrets.
Lin Yu quickly replied to her. It may rain again, but it's unlikely that I'll be able to walk home hand in hand with Jinsi in the early morning, so I don't regret it.
Hey, why are you suddenly saying something so disgusting? It's disgusting.
Su Jinsi said in a panic, be careful or I'll tell Chen Meng.
Oh.
Lin Yu responded perfunctorily.
Drop.
Facing the heavy rain, the host grasped the momentary vision in his heart and chose to go home in the rain. He successfully indulged himself and was rewarded 500,000 renminbi.
The system prompt sounded. Lin Yu walked without any hesitation, holding the little hand, into the colorful night.
129, pretend to sleep, kiss.
In sight, the city is bustling, the lights are like a dream.
The rainwater accumulated on the ground like a mirror, reflecting the dreamy lights.
Su Jinsi stepped on the water with one foot. Bang!
Water droplets splashed, Lin Yu covered his face, and Su Jinsi laughed out loud.
This girl was complaining one moment and playing like a child the next. In fact, she was very happy too.
Walking hand in hand with the boy she loves is a scene that only appears in her dreams. And all of this has come true at this moment.
Hey, walk slower, I can't walk anymore. Sujinsi looked at Lin Yunian.
It's almost there, just go to the front and take a taxi.
Lin Yu said. What taxi? To take you home, isn't it? Oh.
She was a little discouraged.
Was she going to be separated from him again? She didn't want to do that. Do you know where I live now? Just take me home.
Where do you live?
It's nearby. You know that hotel, right? It's the one outside your school.
While reciting, Sujinsi turned her head away so that he could not see the expression on her face. The girl was hesitating, but the hormones rising in her body were urging her to be braver.
Ha ha!
Suddenly there was a strong wind. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and put up his hands to cover his eyes. The raindrops swept by the storm were like needles, which would be very painful if they blew into his eyes. The girl whimpered, and Lin Yu turned around to look at her. She was covering her eyes and whispered, "It hurts."
Not leaving? It hurts.
Sujinsi continued to rub his eyes. Lin Yu stood in front of her, blocking the wind for her. After a long while, the wind stopped and the fine rain lines turned into light drizzles. The rain has stopped.
Your hotel is not far from here. We should set off.
Lin Yu said as he looked at the girl who was squatting on the ground and curled up into a small ball.
Yeah, but it still hurts.
She didn't even raise her head.
Then I'll go first. Lin Yu turned around. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Sujinsi pulled him back. I'm so tired, my head is so dizzy, I can't walk anymore. So what? Carry me.
Her eyes were vague.
Do you think this is okay? What's wrong? Then, if you ask me for help, I will carry you on my back. Lin Yu smiled and looked at her.
Perhaps it was the man's natural desire to conquer that was at work. Lin Yu really wanted to hear how this tsundere loli would beg him. Lin Yu had a faint smile on his face and his eyes met hers in the air.
Sujinsi lowered her eyes slightly. Please, please. The voice is too arrogant, no. Is this your attitude when asking for help?
Lin Yu rejected her. She clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and continued to chant with trembling lips, "Please, please, brother Lin Yu." The word brother sounded soft and sweet. She was obviously pinching him, and Lin Yu felt numb inside when he heard it.
Okay, for this reason, I will carry you on my back once. Lin Yu turned around and squatted, letting the girl lie on his back.
She said nothing, her fair face flushed red. Lin Yu guessed that she probably had some complaints about what had just happened. But Lin Yu didn't know that as the eldest sister, she had longed for a brother since she was a child. She buried her little face in the boy's back, greedily breathing in his scent.
Lin Yu, this is the room card.
She handed a card to Lin Yu.
Why do you want to give me the room card?
Lin Yu's feet made a tapping sound in the water.
You have to take me upstairs. Don't want. You. The girl wanted to say something, but she didn't say it.
She tightened her grip on the room card, leaned her fair face against his shoulder, and closed her eyes.
This journey is not very long.
After about 5 minutes, Lin Yu carried her on his back and arrived at the high-end hotel outside the school. The security guard at the door and the hotel receptionist looked at him with a hint of weirdness in their eyes. Although Sujinsi is a legal Lolita, her petite back can easily make people misunderstand whether she is the same. This kid, today's society doesn't allow everyone to make the same appointment. A security guard rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lin Yu, but fortunately he was stopped in time by his brother next to him.
What are you doing? That guy is a Lolita. I'm going to catch him. What are you arresting? You've been working as a security guard here for so many days, and you don't even recognize that girl? Who is that girl?
Anyway, she is different. We have been told that if she has any needs, our entire hotel must do our best to meet them. Lin Yu was not aware of this episode.
He carried Sujinsi to the elevator and asked her, "Which floor is your room on?" "I'll take you to the door later." "I won't go in." Sujinsi did not respond.
Lin Yu turned his head to the left and looked at the beautiful face lying on his shoulder. She closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes drooped like a fan, and her warm breath sprayed evenly on her shoulders.
Falling asleep?
Lin Yu continued to ask her.
Still no response.
One of her little hands also climbed onto his shoulder, holding a room card. Lin Yu held her hips with one hand and took the room card from her with the other hand. There were numbers 1202 written on it, so Lin Yu pressed the button for the 12th floor of the elevator.
Ding dong.
The elevator reached the 12th floor.
Sujinsi, you are not pretending to sleep, are you? Lin Yu continued.
Looking at that beautiful face, he inexplicably felt some evil interest in his heart.
Since you're asleep, it's okay for me to kiss you, right?
Boys who have carried girls on their backs know that when her little face is resting on your shoulder, you only need to gently shake your head in her direction and you can kiss her sweet lips. Lin Yu's face was getting closer and closer to her, and the girl's pink lips were within reach. He only needed to lean forward a little more to taste that tenderness. The two faces were getting closer and closer, and the girl's breath gently sprayed on his face, but Lin Yu stopped at this moment.
Ding!
Gained 15 points of recognition from Su Jinsi. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Yu smiled and looked at her trembling eyelashes.
The secret is out, Sister Jinsi.
Lin Yu smiled helplessly, opened the door with the room card, carried her in, and gently placed her on the bed.
Pretending to sleep doesn't make you a good girl.
He said this and prepared to turn around. The girl grabbed his hand.
Don't leave. Awake?
Lin Yu looked at her calmly.
I wasn't pretending to sleep. Well, I believe you. You're lying. Your tone clearly shows that you don't believe it.
The girl's chest rose and fell violently, and her phoenix eyes stared at him closely. Are you leaving?
Yeah. Lin Yu replied. Can you please not leave? Cannot.
But. With her eyes lowered, listening to the sound of rain and wind outside, she suddenly thought of something.
But the rain outside seems to be getting heavier. Are you going to go back in the rain like this? Didn't you come here in the rain just now? You are not allowed to leave. I am afraid of thunder. Stay with me. Be good, don't be afraid.
Lin Yu touched her head and turned around.
He was really ready to leave this time.
If he continued to stay, he was afraid that he would be taken advantage of by the bad woman.
But Su Jinsi couldn't hold back any longer.
The girl used all her strength to grab him, used gravity to press him down on the bed, and looked down at him.
You are not allowed to leave. You have to stay with me. Stay and beat me hard.
Lin Yu's pupils shrank sharply. She leaned down, pinched her neck, and kissed her lips softly. Su Jinsi's kissing skills were still clumsy, and she just kissed him awkwardly. Lin Yu pushed her face away and said, "Take a shower first."
No, I haven't kissed enough yet.
The pair of small hands continued to pinch his neck, and the small face as big as a palm came closer again. She enjoyed it very much. She opened her pink lips slightly and kissed the boy's lips greedily.
But she didn't notice the doubtful expression on the boy's face. Why am I always bullied by bad women?
Lin Yu thought that it was probably because he was not proactive enough. So he pushed her away again, then stood up and laid her on the bed.
Perhaps because she misunderstood that the boy still wanted to leave, Su Jinsi was extremely angry at the moment. Don't leave, okay? Who's leaving? Lin Yu took off his t-shirt.
The t-shirt had been soaked by the rain and was very wet and uncomfortable.
You, what are you doing? Isn't this what you wanted?
Lin Yu looked at her calmly, but his mood was not so calm.
If you do something wrong, someone has to pay for it. I know, but it's okay to go crazy once in a while, right? Su Jinsi, you are really an idiot. Yeah, but idiot likes you. 1:30, can you say you like me?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu leaned on the bed and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window at the city where it was drizzling.
Su Jinsi lay in his arms.
Although she closed her eyes, her hands were not honest, so Lin Yu knew that the girl was not asleep.
It's 2 o'clock, go to bed, Su Jinsi. If you don't sleep now, you will have nightmares.
Lin Yu said while pinching her soft shoulders.
Su Jinsi is like a little witch, always asking for more. She was as beautiful as Su Qianmeng, with cold, white skin that was delicate and smooth.
In the dim light from the window, Lin Yu could clearly see her slender and delicate collarbone, which had a few kiss marks on it. Lin Yu had greedily tasted everything beautiful about the girl, and after that, his mood inevitably calmed down a bit.
No, I can't sleep. She shook her head. Close your eyes and don't move. You will fall asleep soon.
Lin Yu patted her shoulder gently.
Why are you so gentle to me now? Su Jinsi opened her eyes and looked at him. So you want me to be harder on you? Humph, as if you weren't cruel before, you bad guy. She pouted lightly. But that arrogant voice, sounding like a spoiled child, was inexplicably cute. Lin Yu's vision became a little blurred. Su Jinsi was not sleepy, but he was sleepy. If you think about it carefully, everything now seems a bit dreamy, or even absurd. The girl who hated him so much before was now lying obediently in his arms, like a docile kitten. So my previous guess was true? Su Jinsi drew circles on his chest with her hands. What guess? Lin Yu, you set up this trap tonight just to sleep with me, that's right. Are you having paranoid delusions again? Lin Yu turned around and hugged her, leaning close to her head and touching her forehead, and speaking of calculations, shouldn't you be the one calculating against me? Su Jinsi avoided looking away, but Lin Yu's face was too close to her and she couldn't avoid that burning gaze. Yes, so what, and you couldn't help it. She finally confessed, she couldn't hide it anyway. Lin Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then called the girl's name, Su Jinsi. Well, what happened? She blushed instantly and her breathing became rapid. The boy's voice was as gentle as the evening breeze, as if he would blurt out I love you in the next second. Nothing, time to go to bed. Lin Yu let go of his arms around her, turned over, lay down and closed his eyes. Sometimes I have to admit that I am not a saint, not an upright person, and I also have dark thoughts in my heart. Su Jinsi was right. He could have ignored her and just left the bar at that time, and nothing that happened now would have happened. But I went back, knowing that this girl was in need of love and wishing I could be by her side and in front of her. So he is also responsible for everything that happens now. You really fell asleep. Su Jinsi said dissatisfiedly. She didn't hear the words she wanted from Lin Yu. So she asked, do you like me? Lin Yu. A little bit. Lin Yu said lightly. How much is 1 point? Su Jinsi stood up and tapped him lightly on the face. 1/5, in my mind. Bad guy. Su Jinsi snorted softly. What about when you, me? 1/2. Oh, scumbag. It's time to go to bed. I don't want it, no. She said in a clear voice. Lin Yu suddenly felt his body sink, and then opened his eyes. The girl knelt and looked at him, her little face full of smiles. Then who is the other half? My sister? She asked, looking into Lin Yu's eyes. Does it matter? It's not important. Su Jinsi shook her head gently. Don't run away tomorrow morning, Lin Yu, I want to see you as soon as I open my eyes. Can you say you like me? Cannot. But I like you. Are you not afraid of your sister? At least tonight. I don't have to worry about it. The girl's eyes became blurry. I still want it. She leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered. She held one of Lin Yu's hands and placed it in an indescribable place. Lin Yu's eyes fell on the mobile phone she placed aside. Your phone is ringing. Never mind. It's Su Qianmeng calling. That doesn't matter. She clumsily kissed Lin Yu on the lips again, then looked at him pitifully. What do you want? It's time to go to bed. Yes. She continued to act coquettishly. What do you think of me? A tool for you to vent your desires. Lin Yu looked into her eyes and said. Her long hair fell and rubbed against her face, which was itchy. I didn't. Su Jinsi bit her lip, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked like a wronged little puppy. I'm afraid you'll disappear again tomorrow morning, so I want you to love me more. No. Then you said you like me. I like you. Muah. The girl continued to kiss him, a sweet smile on her lips. Sure enough, love can make people lose their minds and even change their personality. At this moment, she was gentle and well-behaved, a side of her that belonged only to Lin Yu and would only be shown to him. Su Jinsi. What's wrong? She rubbed her little feet on Lin Yu's thighs. Put your hair up, it's too itchy. The next day. Sunlight streams into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. But Lin Yu was not awakened by the light. What woke him up was the girl's clear voice. Su Jinsi lay on his chest, with her cell phone also placed on his chest. The girl was drawing circles on his chest with her hands while talking on the phone. The person I'm calling is Su Qianmeng. Sister, are you home? I can't enter your villa. Su Qianmeng asked on the other end of the phone. I'm not here right now. Are you looking for me? Yeah, I just wanted to see you, my sister, and apologize to you. After all, last time. Su Qianming seemed a little embarrassed. What she was referring to was probably the incident last time when Lin Yu saw Su Jinxi naked. It's okay. I didn't take what happened last time to heart. Su Jinxi's tone was calm and confident, but her phoenix eyes trembled slightly as she spoke. She was still lying naked in Lin Yu's arms, so she couldn't help feeling guilty. Okay, then sister, when can you go home? Su Qianming continued to ask. I will contact you when I get home. I'm traveling now and want to relax for a few days. Su Jinxi finished speaking very quickly. Hang up first. I have something else to do. Without waiting for Su Qianming's reply, Su Jinxi hung up the phone and looked up at Lin Yu with resentment. Bad girls who seek excitement deserve to be beaten. Lin Yu looked at her with a smile, and then told her. I have to go now. 131, how far is forever? Are you leaving now? Yeah. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then stood up and put on his clothes. When he turned around again, he found Su Jinxi looking at him with a wronged expression. The girl's mood became low, and one could tell from the gradually dimming light in her eyes without asking. Okay, go ahead. I want to sleep a little longer. She buried her head in the quilt to prevent Lin Yu from seeing her face. A bad man without conscience will ignore a girl's emotions, but Lin Yu considers himself a man who values feelings and will not be so ruthless. He walked closer to the bed and could hear soft sobs coming from under the covers. Su Jinxi. What's wrong? Do you want to come to my house? Su Jinxi, oh ah. She got out from under the quilt, hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly, and asked, really? The girl's eyes were sparkling, without any trace of tears. Oh my, Su Jinxi, when did you become so cunning? It's fake. Lin Yu pulled his hand away from her chest. Humph, I don't want to go yet. She pouted. Although she said that, Su Jinxi got up very quickly. While Lin Yu was going to the bathroom, she was already dressed. She was wearing the dress that Lin Yu bought for her. Her long hair was draped over her back, and she looked particularly well behaved. But in just one night, the arrogant Su Jinxi seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a gentle and well-behaved girl. Hey, help me with the bag. She tilted her little face up and handed the bag to herself. I will beat you if you don't take the bag. This is probably the expression on her face. Okay. Lin Yu took back his previous thought. Su Jinxi is still the same Su Jinxi, still an arrogant guy. However, the window paper between the two of them was broken, and the seed that shouldn't have existed in the girl's heart took root and sprouted. No. Lin Yu walked around her, opened the hotel room door and walked out. You, bad guy. Su Jinxi gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, then followed him out. The world outside is bright, the sun is not too strong, and the breeze is just right. Su Jinxi told Lin Yu, I'm hungry. There's something a little strange about this tsundere being so frank. Eat when you're hungry. I don't want to eat out. So, take out? No. Su Jinxi shook his head. Then don't eat. Lin Yu quickened his pace. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Su Jinxi caught up with him and grabbed his clothes. Let's go buy some groceries and cook at home. Let me make it clear first, I don't like the food you cook. She turned her face away. Okay, I know you want to eat the food I cook. Lin Yu reached out and rubbed her head. She looked like she was enjoying it, her face flushed, but her phoenix eyes looked around vigilantly. Today is Monday, Su Qianming might come to school. Thinking of this, Su Jinxi quickened her pace, for she was worried that her sister would see what was happening. But fortunately, nothing happened. Lin Yu walked in front and she followed behind, and the two of them went to a supermarket one after the other. This is a large chain supermarket that is everywhere in Chengdu and is a childhood memory for many people. Lin Yu pushed the cart and Su Jinxi followed beside him. For the young lady, this was her first time to come to such a place, so everything was new to her. For Lin Yu, this feeling today is also new. Although it is not his first time to go shopping in a supermarket with a girl, it is his first time to go shopping in a supermarket with his current handsome face. When passing by the seafood area, even the fish in the fish tank would look at him twice, not to mention those ferocious young women. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. Ding. Gained 15 points of recognition. Drop. The system prompt sound continued to ring,
and Lin Yu suddenly felt that the whole world was full of bad women.
They looked as if they wanted to eat themselves. Su Jinsi, who was following Lin Yu, also became the target of their discussion.
The girl gritted her teeth and put her arm around Lin Yu's arm, as if asserting her sovereignty. She was confident that she had a face that was prettier than any other girl here.
But we lost in other areas. Hello, Lin Yu. What's wrong? You won't like big. Big what? Nothing. She blushed.
Then he lowered his head to look at the dry little chest.
Lin Yu noticed the girl's little movements, and he put his hand on her long hair and smoothed it gently. It's okay. What does it matter? She looked up at Lin Yu.
Lin Yu just shook his head calmly.
Don't worry, Jinsi, it doesn't matter if it's a flat chest, there will always be perverts who like it. For Lin Yu now, what to eat is already a worry because there are too many choices.
There is endless money in my bank card and countless recipes in my mind. Ordinary people only need to choose from 3 or 5 seasonal dishes for their 3 meals a day, but he needs to choose from thousands of dishes, so it is normal to have some difficulties.
What do you want to eat? Lin Yu looked at Su Jinsi and asked.
They were now standing in the vegetable area.
Let me think about it first. Su Jinsi was also in a dilemma.
The difficulty lies in the fact that she knows too few dishes. After all, she doesn't have too many requirements when it comes to food. She usually eats whatever the servants bring her.
She doesn't like to ask the names of these dishes.
After hesitating for a long time, the girl's eyes turned and she came up with a way to break the impasse.
Just cook whatever dish you are good at. I want to eat the best,
she said with her little face raised.
I'm good at everything. I can cook any dish you can think of.
Lin Yu looked at her and said with a smile.
Boasting.
The girl turned her face away. In the corner that Lin Yu couldn't see, her eyes shone like stars. For a girl who truly likes you, she will not think you are lying even if you say you will pick the stars in the sky for her. She will just think, this guy is so awesome, he is worthy of being the boy I like.
Just do whatever you want, Su Jinsi said in a low voice. But the supermarket was noisy and Lin Yu couldn't hear clearly what she said. So Lin Yu bent down and asked her to put her ear close to his ear and say it again. I say, whatever you do is fine. Her tone was a little reluctant, as long as it's you who does it, I like it.
The next moment, Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The girl's warm lips gently touched his face. She blushed instantly and quickly turned her back to him. Go buy some groceries, I'm hungry.
Well, okay. Lin Yu reached out and wiped the saliva off his face.
In fact, Sister Jinsi is not as difficult to please as imagined.
Sundara, even dogs don't talk about Sundara.
Lin Yu stood up straight and led Su Jinsi to continue shopping in the supermarket. If 2 people eat together, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup are enough to fill them up. So Lin Yu only bought the right amount of vegetables, just enough for 2 people.
After all, he was too lazy to deal with too much if he bought too much, and now that he had money, he didn't like to eat leftovers.
Su Jinsi also wanted to buy a pair of slippers, but her feet were too small, size 33, and only children's shoes were available. But the girl hated being treated like a child, so she had to give up.
After Su Jinsi took another bag of snacks, Lin Yu took her to pay the bill. The cashier who checked them out was a short girl wearing a dark gray uniform and a mask.
She had long hair tied in a low ponytail and had a pair of particularly bright eyes. 165 yuan, the cashier read out. Lin Yu nodded, paid the money, and prepared to leave with Su Jinsi.
Are you bringing your daughter to the supermarket? Or your girlfriend? Mr. Lin Yu is so lucky,
the cashier said, looking at Lin Yu's back. The beautiful face under the mask had a sarcastic smile. Lin Yu paused and looked back at her. He was very familiar with the girl working at the cashier.
It's in Xingyu. If life could always be like our first meeting, why would the autumn wind paint the fan with sorrow?
The first time Lin Yu went shopping in a supermarket with a girl was with her. For lovers, the supermarket is a magical place. Just buying some snacks together is enough for the 2 of them to imagine the rest of their lives and make an eternal vow.
So how far is forever?
132, it didn't hurt at first.
Didn't you leave? Lin Yu looked at Xingyu and asked. A few days later. And Xingyu continued to get busy.
Lin Yu then noticed that there was a small iron box under her feet, which made her look a little taller, although she still looked very petite.
Do you know each other? Su Jinsi put his arm around Lin Yu's arm and looked at Xingyu and asked. I know him.
Lin Yu nodded slightly.
Mr. Lin Yu, go and play with your girlfriend. I'm busy, so I won't continue chatting with you.
And Xingyu didn't even raise her head. She suddenly felt a little ridiculous.
The girl next to Lin Yu today is very different from the one she saw last time. So, he cheated again? Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not his girlfriend.
Perhaps because she was sensitive to the word girlfriend, Su Jinsi blushed and waved her hands hurriedly.
Although I am happy, this title should be used for sister.
She felt embarrassed to accept being misunderstood by someone Lin Yu knew.
Then Missin, please go ahead and do your work. I'm leaving now.
Lin Yu seemed very calm. The two looked at each other for a while, and Xingyu went back to her business, and Lin Yu turned and left.
Everything I want to say and ask is not appropriate to be spoken at this moment. Lin Yu's choice is to leave everything to time.
I am not a pessimist now. The world is a beautiful place, and he still has a lot of things he wants to do.
For example, eating hot pot, or raising cats. For example, hugging a beautiful girl and going to see the long-awaited sea. Watching the sea was once Lin Yu's wish.
Looking at Lin Yu's leaving back and the matching look of the tall and short figures, and Xingyu was slightly startled. Lin Yu is still the same Lin Yu, and there is still a short girl beside him, but the girl has changed.
What do you think I should tell Su Qianmeng about what happened today? Lin Yu.
She whispered softly.
But after thinking for a moment, I decided to forget it.
After all, the girl clearly stated that she was not Lin Yu's girlfriend.
But if she is not his girlfriend, why is she so close to Lin Yu? Or does she know that she is a mistress? Oh, how is this possible?
And Xingyu denied her guess again.
How could there be so many weird girls? How could there be two around Lin Yu? Beauty, please help me with the bill, said the customer behind me. Okay.
And Xingyu nodded, picked up the goods with her little hands, and continued to check out. In fact, she should be on the high-speed train to Yuechun, but she is not. She stayed and rented a house nearby with the money from selling her photography equipment.
Then I found my current job. But what is the point of this?
And Xingyu didn't quite understand, she just suddenly wanted to do this, so she did it.
Hello, hello.
A sweet girl wearing round frame glasses stopped in front of her. And Xingyu swallowed and looked at some unreasonable parts of the girl with some disbelief. They both have the same lowly body type, but why is this guy so big?
Hello, how can I help you? And Xingyu looked at the girl with a smile. Well, I wanted to ask this. Luo Xingyu looked embarrassed.
She pointed at the XX on the shelf with her tender white little hand, not knowing how to start.
This is called a children's burp mask. May I ask what it is? And Xingyu read politely. This is it. I plan to buy a few.
Luo Xingyu's face turned red as if water could be squeezed out of it.
What size do you want to buy?
From large to small, there are 4 types, L, M, S, and XS. And Xingyu's face also turned a little red. But she is an adult after all, so she can still keep her composure. She also bought this kind of thing for Lin Yu. But later she found that it was not as comfortable as not wearing it, so she didn't buy it.
Well, L, right.
Luo Xingyu said timidly.
The largest size should be fine.
She is going on a study tour soon and has searched for it online. Children's burp cover is a must-have item for boys when going out.
Maybe Lin Yu will need it?
Okay, 1 box is 59.9 yuan.
Okay, thank you. Luo Xingyu took the plastic bag and left with a red face.
Looking at her back, and Xingyu swallowed again.
For such a small girl, the largest size?
As expected, girls with very contrasting eyes actually have very contrasting eyes.
Looks very good, maybe in bed. And Xingyu didn't think further.
At this moment, her youth was worth 17 yuan per hour. When Lin Yu and Su Jinsi returned home, it was already 11:10 in the morning. Old residential areas not only have poor sound insulation, but other aspects are also not very good. For example, when it is close to dinner time, it is easy to smell the fragrance of food from the neighbor's house at home.
I'm so hungry.
Su Jinsi took off her loafers, lay barefoot on the sofa, shaking her feet and muttered.
Wait half an hour, can you help me cook the rice?
Lin Yu said as he carried the ingredients into the kitchen.
Of course, I still know how to cook. I'm not looking down on anyone, Su Jinsi said with a pout.
So Lin Yu handed the task to her with confidence. The dishes he made today were very simple: cola chicken wings, kung pao chicken, and a dish of stir-fried cabbage.
He didn't make soup because he bought drinks. The first thing to make is the cola chicken wings.
The chicken wings need to be cut into pieces first, and then blanched with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. After doing all this, Lin Yu began to cut the newly bought lotus root.
The meal is ready. Su Jinsi walked into the kitchen and stood at Lin Yu's feet watching him cook.
Because she had no slippers, she walked around the room barefoot.
Lin Yu, why is the ground so sticky? She asked. Because I just mopped the floor. Didn't you mop it clean? Why is it so dirty?
Su Jinsi stood beside Lin Yu, rubbed one of her little feet on the instep of Lin Yu, and then showed him the sole of her foot.
Look, it's all dirty and black. It's okay, it won't affect your consumption.
Bah, 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 you pervert, she hummed and stood at Lin Yu's feet, stretching out her own feet to compare with Lin Yu's feet.
Lin Yu, your feet are so big. It's because your feet are too small. Mine are just ordinary boy's feet. Hee hee, so you mean I'm not ordinary?
Lin Yu was about to reply to her when the kitchen knife in his hand suddenly stopped.
Sure enough, you can't be distracted when cutting vegetables. I accidentally cut a small wound on my index finger with a knife.
It didn't hurt too much, but it had started to bleed.
What's wrong, Lin Yu? Su Jinsi followed Lin Yu's gaze and looked at his index finger.
Almost in an instant, the girl grabbed his hand, brought it to her lips, and sucked it gently. Her eyes were drooped and her expression was panicked, like a little puppy who had done something wrong.
Does it hurt? She asked. It didn't hurt at first.
Lin Yu curled the corner of his mouth.
But stupid Su Jinsi, please be gentle, it hurts now.